Chapter 1. Su Mo by Jingyan. In the capital, perhaps the temperature in February is pleasantly mild, or perhaps it is the restlessness that heralds the arrival of spring. As evening descends, the flower boats moored by the Jing River resonate with vibrant activity. Scholars and poets flock to the boat halls, indulging in music, composing verses, and reveling in merriment. Alas, it is too far. I cannot hear clearly. Not far from the flower boat hall, a painted pleasure boat rests upon the shore. A young man clad in white sits at the bow, shaking the wine flask in his hand, pouring a little into his cup. He takes a sip and gazes wistfully at the lively boat hall in the distance. A young maid carrying a collection of paintings and calligraphy boards steps onto the painted boat and spots the drinking youth. "Master, you ought to drink, lest we have no money left," she chides. With an air of scholarly demeanor, the young man turns to the maid and replies helplessly, "Didn't I instruct you to sell the paintings and calligraphy?" The maid pouts, presenting the artwork before him and lamenting, "No one wants your calligraphy and paintings." "That cannot be," he responds, setting aside the artwork she tossed at him. "How much silver did you make from selling them?" "5 coins. "Oh dear, master, you're drinking again." The maid snatches the wine flask from his grasp. "We have no money left, we must conserve for tomorrow. The spring examination is a month away, and we must manage our expenses wisely." With a resigned sigh, the young man finishes the remaining wine in his cup. "Do you know how much silver it costs to purchase the paper for our calligraphy and paintings?" The maid nods. Yes, it was 6 coins per sheet. The young man looks at her with a mix of disappointment and frustration. "If the paper costs 6 coins, how can I sell my work for merely 5? It was initially priced at 10 coins, but no one wanted it. Then I lowered it to 8, then 6, and ultimately sold it at a loss." The maid explains with a look that conveys her discontent. "How many did you sell for 5 coins? He inquires, uncertainty lacing his voice. 2 pieces, she replies, relieved that the loss was not substantial. The young man exhales with relief. "Tomorrow, you shall sell each for 50 coins. The maid stares at him in disbelief, probing his forehead with her hand. "You're not feverish, are you? Why speak such nonsense? Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand." The young man brushes her hand away. "I shall disembark for a stroll. You can write your notes on the boat." The maid's face reflects reluctance. "Others write their own notes. Why must you have me write yours?" Irritated, he retorts, "Keep this up, and I shall sell you off." "Master would never sell his maid. You cannot even tie your own hair." She teases with a grin. Such authenticity. The young man sighs in exasperation and steps off the boat. After he disembarks, the maid returns to the cabin, retrieving her notebook, and begins to write her notes. "On the 21st day of the first month in the 26th year of Yuan Qing, today marked my initial entry into the capital with the young master. He generously bestowed most of his money upon the displaced populace, leaving us utterly penniless, wandering the streets together. Fortunately, we encountered a kind-hearted lady who, upon seeing our plight, offered us some food and even gave us a small sum of silver. I cannot fathom why she bestowed such a generous amount. On the 6th day of the second month in the 26th year of Yuan Qing, having spent a week in the capital, the young master utilized the silver given by the lady to purchase a pleasure boat, claiming it to be an investment. He reasoned that we could sell it upon departure from the capital and recover our funds, thus saving on lodging expenses. Little did he realize that I understood his true intentions. He merely wished to remain close to the boat, allowing him to enjoy the music without incurring further expenses. On the 7th day of the second month, the young master instructed me to procure some paper rolls, stating he intended to create calligraphy to sell for silver. Today, I overheard that a pleasure boat costs only 6 taels of silver, yet the boat the young master purchased yesterday cost 10 taels. We would never be able to recoup that amount. Upon leaving the capital, our finances were already meager, and now we faced a loss. Today, the young master found the music aboard the boat unsatisfactory and retreated to a pavilion beside it to listen to the melodies. On the 8th day of the second month, the young master created calligraphy for me to sell. His work is exquisite, yet for reasons unknown, no one is interested in buying. Perhaps the placement was inappropriate. Next time, I shall refrain from setting up near the gambling den. Once more, the young master sought the pavilion to enjoy the music. On the 9th day of the second month, I overheard a conversation in which it was mentioned that maidservants possessed contracts of servitude held by their masters. Yet, the young master does not have my contract in his possession. I must draft one, thus establishing myself as his legitimate servant. Today, the young master again went to the pavilion to listen to music. Sumo, holding a jug of wine, meandered to a pavilion beneath the pleasure boat. Here, one could hear the enchanting melodies played by the courtesans behind the scenes and observe the dancers performing gracefully in time with the music, while scholars and poets below engaged in verse and revelry. Were I wealthy, I too could ascend to the pleasure boat and partake in the merriment. Sumo leaned against the pavilion, watching the opulence and revelry above with deep envy. Alas, poverty breeds discontent. Sumo lamented, taking a swig from the jug. Such a degradation of morals. As he felt the scant silver in his pocket, he could not suppress his indignation. Above, the sound of the zither filled the air. The spring breeze gently stirred the waters, carrying away the past. Sumo was not of this world. To be precise, the soul inhabiting this body did not belong to this realm, but rather hailed from an ancient civilization that had endured for 5 millennia, a culture both refined and distant. That day, upon awakening, the world before me was no longer familiar. That day coincided with the autumn examination, as I dipped my brush into ink. That day, I achieved success in the examination. That day, Sumo stepped into this realm, utterly disoriented. In this world, deities and demons coexisted, and myriad races flourished. In this world, every path could lead to immortality. In this world, peril lurked at every corner, yet cultivation flourished abundantly. In this world, life was as insignificant as grass. What a wretched world that Sumo, upon traversing into this new existence, discovered that this body bore the same name as his own, an intriguing coincidence. Within the memories of this vessel, he gleaned insights into both the former inhabitant and the world surrounding him. Sumo, styled Jingyan, should have celebrated his coming of age at the age of 20. However, the untimely demise of his adoptive parents compelled him to adopt this name prematurely. While he participated in the autumn examination as a scholar, it was the later incarnation that ultimately achieved the title of Jinshu. The reasons behind his commitment to fulfill the aspirations of his predecessor completing the autumn examination and attending the spring imperial examination eluded him. Perhaps it was merely the lingering obsession of the previous soul, the desire for recognition on the golden list. Sumo sighed. With regard to his future, Sumo held no definitive plans. He resolved to take each day as it came, first fulfilling the long-held wishes of his predecessor. As for what would follow, he remained uncertain. Perhaps I shall naturally find a path to officialdom. The dream of being named on the golden list was the aspiration of his predecessor, while the thought of serving as an official was Sumo's own ambition. Although still shrouded in confusion, months of reflection had alleviated the overwhelming anxiety he had felt upon his arrival. Since I am here, I shall embrace the journey. In this world, scholars pursued knowledge for various reasons, seeking fame and fortune. Yet, Sumo felt a profound yearning for the realm of cultivation, which seemed exceedingly distant from the grasp of ordinary mortals. He resolved to set a modest goal to strive for the title of top scholar. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to adopt a pragmatic approach, taking one step at a time. Months had passed since his arrival. Yielding no significant accomplishments, his only claim to existence was having befriended a young girl, whom he had charmed with a simple meal of buns. He felt a sense of embarrassment for his lack of achievements compared to those protagonists in stories from his past life, who, after merely a month of traversing, had risen to power. Look at those who traverse, they either possess a system or a buff. Here I am, without either. As Sumo gazed at the night sky, a graceful figure soared past, drifting into a nearby boat pavilion. And yet, everywhere I look, there are those boasting extraordinary abilities. Chapter 2. Luo In and Guyu once again. The realm of cultivation dazzled with its extravagance. Sumomo gazed at the fleeting figures soaring above, curling her lips in envy. The cultivators, transcendent beings in their own right, possessed diverse abilities. Some could transmute stone into gold, others could soar through the skies on swords, while some meticulously refined all things. The most formidable among them could even stir rivers and seas, their lifespans seemingly eternal. As an ordinary individual, Sumomo's understanding of these celestial beings stemmed solely from the tales passed down among mortals. Melodic tunes, radiant moons, ethereal fairies. In this moment, She felt compelled to don a white robe. Returning to her senses, Su Momo chuckled to herself, realizing she had lost her usual composure. Indeed, she deserved a reprimand. The capital city, brimming with splendor, had allowed Su Momo to witness several individuals capable of flight since her arrival. From her recollections, she understood that an ordinary person could ascend to the Foundation establishment realm to fly. However, within this city, the presence of suppressive formations meant that one needed to attain at least the Golden Core realm to soar. Just now, another Golden Core cultivator had glided past overhead. Su Momo raised her jug and took a hearty sip, shaking her head with a smile. It was evident that encountering Golden Core experts so frequently was not due to their abundance, but rather the capital's unique status as a gathering place for formidable individuals. Suddenly, a sound echoed from outside the pavilion, a thud, as if something had fallen. Setting down her jug, Su Momo turned to investigate and discovered a flute lying on the ground. She glanced around, but there was no one in sight. After a moment of contemplation, Su Momo instinctively looked up at the sky, recalling the figure that had just passed overhead. In her previous life, such an act of dropping objects from great heights had been met with legal consequences. How lowly the quality of people in this world. She rose to retrieve the flute outside the pavilion, and as she held it in her hands, she swiftly dismissed the notion that it was merely discarded rubbish from above. This was a jade flute, resplendent and flawless in its white sheen. The quality of the jade alone was something Su Momo had never encountered in her 2 lifetimes, though she had not yet lived long in this one. Moreover, the moment she grasped the jade flute, she felt a peculiar energy swirling around her, as if an inexplicable aura danced in her vicinity. It must have been accidentally dropped. Su Momo sighed, gently caressing the immaculate jade flute, her thoughts wandering to her past life. In that existence, during her university years, in a bid to appear unique and distinguished while everyone else played the guitar or drums, she had taken up the flute. Initially, it was merely a guise for show. Yet over time, she genuinely grew fond of the instrument. She adored its melodious, flowing, and intricate tones, carrying the flute with her daily. It became an extension of her being, and eventually, she won the grand prize in a multi-school music competition with a flute piece. However, during her early practice sessions, her parents often endured the cacophony of her novice attempts, their heads aching, yet they could do little but endure. Holding the jade flute now, Su Momo was transported back to her previous life, whose jade flute softly flies, scattering sounds throughout the spring winds of Luo City. On this night, as the melody evokes the weeping willow, who among us does not feel the pangs of nostalgia for home? A verse from Spring Night in Luo City. Hearing the flute sprang to her mind, yearning for home. So, it was indeed a longing for home. The crystalline tears fell, splashing the pavilion with memories of her homeland. How are the elders at home? The night is as tranquil as water, and the moonlight glimmers like frost. Feelings flow like ink on paper, and melodies dance like ink upon the strings. Within the ornate pavilion atop the flower boat, Luo Yin, clad in a flowing white gown, gracefully plays the zither, the notes rising from her fingertips. 2 maidservants stand at a distance behind her. Although they are accustomed to the sound of her playing, they remain entranced. A figure in red, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, glides into the pavilion. The maidservants incline their heads in respect, but the newcomer gestures for them to remain silent. She simply finds a seat and listens quietly to the music. After a considerable time, the piece concludes. Luo Yin exhales softly, the lingering notes dissipating, yet the sentiments entwined within the melody remain. The essence of the tune stretches far, seemingly distant, yet full of playful intrigue. The visitor teases, so, has our esteemed Luo begun to yearn for love? Turning to see her friend, Luo Yin's face brightens. What brings you here today? Do you? Offering no deference, retorts, do not change the subject. Speak, are you indeed yearning for love? Luo Yin rolls her eyes. This piece is titled Casual. Its essence arises from the listener, each interpretation unique. 1,000 listeners, 1,000 meanings. The sorrowful hear melancholy, the nostalgic feel homesickness, and the passionate find joy. Luo Yin counters. So, why do you perceive a longing for love? Gu Yu glares. You are being evasive. The piece may be casual, but your performance infused your own emotions. Do not attempt to turn the tables. I practiced the surprising swan's sword. How could I be sentimental? Luo Yin shakes her head, seemingly nonchalant. Who knows? Perhaps certain individuals are infatuated with their own fellow disciples. You think too much. Guyu scoffs. Consider this. Aside from me, is there anyone normal in our academy? Why do you believe yourself to be normal? Luo Yin gazes at her friend with a hint of pity. What does that look mean? Guyu jumps in frustration. Luo Yin chuckles softly. The gaze is unintentional. Interpretations arise from the observer. 1,000 faces. Stop, stop, stop. I concede. Guyu interrupts, left speechless. Luo Yin covers her face, laughing. If one were to claim that her dear friend is sentimental, even Luo Yin would struggle to believe it. Guyu practices the surprising swan sword, its essence marked by decisive force, making it difficult for her to feel emotions. Among their peers, any potential suitor would likely have been swiftly dealt with before they could even make their intentions known. In contrast, Luo Yin, through her music, traverses the path of emotions. If she were to encounter a kindred spirit, she would likely find it easier to be moved. Although she plays the zither, she delves into the realm of feelings. You, a celestial being reborn as a deity of music, spend your days performing in this mundane world. Though it is simply a matter of playing, there are always inconveniences. You refuse to accompany me to the academy, leaving me to ponder your intentions. Guyu gazes through the screen at the revelers below, drinking and enjoying the music, her displeasure evident. Luo Yin murmured softly, "This is my path. To affirm the truth through sound." Although this place is lacking, there remains a glimmer of hope to encounter a kindred spirit to assist me in my pursuit of enlightenment. Yet, what value does the academy hold if there is no one to listen? The peculiarities within the academy are well known to me. Not a single rational soul can be found. The only one who comprehends the nuances of music stands before me, and even they are but an amateur. Despite its esteemed title, the academy lacks genuine scholars. At times, Luo cannot help but ponder when it might eventually host a true scholar, and whether that individual would also be a curious oddity, for surely a scholar would not stray far from eccentricity. The troublesome path of sound, Guyu lamented. I would rather pursue my truth through the sword. Luo Yin shook her head with a light laugh, as if struck by a thought, and inquired. But you have yet to tell me, what brings you to my humble abode today? Guyu paused at her words, reflecting until the purpose of her visit surfaced in her mind. It's your fault for interrupting. I almost forgot. Haven't you been stuck at your current level for quite some time? I managed to borrow the heart flute from our teacher. It should be of use to you. Can you truly lay the blame on me? Luo Yin responded, momentarily speechless. Upon hearing Guyu mention the heart flute, her expression brightened. If she could perform a duet with Guyu using the flute, they might indeed find a way to break through their limitations. The heart flute, like her own ink zither, is a spiritual instrument. Guyu reached for her waist, only to be taken aback. Looking down, she was stunned into silence. Luo Yin's face was filled with confusion. The heart flute was nowhere to be found. Chapter 3: A melody of nostalgia, as pure and white as snow. It exudes a gentle warmth when touched. Suemo lightly caressed the jade flute, and his eyes were clouded with memories of a past life. He studied, graduated, and toiled at the bottom rungs of society, enduring hardships. He struggled and pressed forward, yet found no semblance of faith. In a state of confusion and helplessness, he lived on with resilience. Fate seemed to have granted Suemo another opportunity, yet stripped him of the right to choose. A tumult of emotions, resentment, helplessness, compromise, acceptance, and hope formed the essence of a four-character adage from his previous existence. Having come this far, snapping back to reality from his reverie, it felt as though he had suddenly relinquished some burdens. His gaze cleared, and he was half awake from his inebriation. Would he still be able to play? A smile graced Suemo's lips as he positioned the jade flute before his mouth. First, he sought the familiar touch. After a moment's contemplation, he pondered which tune he had first learned while studying the flute in his past life. It seemed to be Two Tigers. Luo Yin looked on with perplexity. Surely it hasn't he been lost? Guyu, with an embarrassed expression, spoke hesitantly. The heart flute is a spiritual instrument. Have you ever heard of a spiritual instrument going missing? Indeed. The heart flute is a spiritual artifact. How could it be misplaced? It seems it simply does not wish to assist me in shattering the mirror. Perhaps fate has deemed us incompatible, Luo Yin mused with a hint of melancholy. The side effects of the music path manifested. Immersed in emotions while playing, one's feelings often became more sensitive than those of ordinary folk, leading to bouts of sorrow and introspection. an inclination towards sentimentality. Hearing this, Guyu rolled his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. You, woman, are at it again. The heart flute, having just gained sentience, must have encountered something amusing along its journey and slipped away unnoticed. Luo Yin turned back, gently caressing the inked zither. Oh, my zither is truly the best, obedient and understanding. I am the one who should be troubled. Uncertain of how to explain this to the teacher upon returning to the academy, Guyu pinched his temples, his expression filled with distress. Hopefully, it would return on its own after tiring of its escapades. At worst, I shall find an opportunity to borrow it once more. Luo Yin felt a surge of gratitude. Just as they were conversing, both suddenly paused, turning simultaneously to gaze out the window of the pavilion. A melodious flute tune drifted from not far away. The melody was lively and cheerful, reminiscent of children at play. It is the heart flute. Luo Yin and Guyu exchanged glances. The sound of the heart flute was melodious and imbued with spirit. The tone was pure and unblemished, instantly recognizable to the ears of two connoisseurs as emanating from the spiritual instrument known as the heart flute. More importantly, it had just gone missing. What on earth is being played? Guyu frowned, a hint of disdain on his face, and was about to rise to check on the heart flute when Luo Yin grasped his sleeve. Wait. Guyu looked at Luo Yin, puzzled by her grip. Do you not find this tune intriguing? Luo Yin squinted, tilting her head to listen intently. She had never encountered such a peculiar melody before. Suemo was playing the nursery rhyme from his previous life, Two Tigers. In a previous life, various musical instruments were essential for beginners, featuring lively and simple melodies that exude charm and whimsy. Who dares to be so audacious? Luo Yin chuckled softly, recognizing that this tune was clearly a playful nursery rhyme, akin to the carefree laughter of children. Playing it on the flute seemed quite fitting. Guyu gazed at her friend with a bemused expression. Just as she was about to tease her, the flute's notes faded away, giving rise to a new melody, graceful and melodious, a tune Guyu had never encountered before. Both Luo Yin and Guyu exchanged a startled glance upon hearing it. I can no longer discern whether I am reminiscing about that time or the people from that time. Sumo's lips quivered slightly as he closed his eyes and played the flute. Let us bid farewell to the dreams of that period with the melody of that era. The tune, Old Dreams, was a piece Suemo had performed during a school competition in his past life, securing victory in a multi-school tournament. It perfectly encapsulated that chapter of his life. Old dreams, a longing for the past, a yearning for dreams, and also a longing for home. A tribute to nostalgia, a farewell gesture. In February, the capital was abuzz with scholars and literati gathered at the boat pavilion, drawn by the presence of the musical deity Luo Yin, who frequently played there. To be fortunate enough to hear a piece performed by Luo was a topic of conversation worth having. Some traveled thousands of miles solely for the pleasure of listening to her play. Initially, Luo played only occasionally, yet recently she had been performing daily. Rumor had it that she sought to break through her stagnation in understanding through her daily performances, hoping to crystallize her musical essence and achieve enlightenment. Consequently, the boat pavilion was teeming with visitors, scholars, warriors, and dignitaries, each of considerable means. After savoring a piece played by Luo, the audience appeared entranced, each lost in their thoughts, reluctant for the experience to end. Truly, as the reincarnation of the musical deity, Luo's performance alone could establish her as the foremost figure in the musical realm. A wealthy merchant, having just listened, shook his head and sighed. What a spectacle! I heard that on a certain day, someone from the palace, after hearing her play, returned to the palace utterly enchanted, unable to think of anything else. Were it not for their status, they would surely linger here every day. Nearby, an unidentified official scoffed. Indeed, how true. Others nodded in agreement. This piece could only exist in the heavens. How often can one hear it on earth? Having concluded today's performance, I suppose we must wait until tomorrow. I shall return, remarked a wealthy outsider, lamenting that he had not yet heard enough. At that moment, a flute melody unexpectedly drifted from outside the pavilion, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. Each face reflected an array of peculiar expressions, primarily due to the oddity of the situation and the tune itself. The peculiarity of the situation lay in the audacity of someone daring to play a flute before Luo, an act bordering on self-humiliation. The strangeness of the melody was evident. It was unlike anything they had ever encountered, playful and mischievous, reminiscent of children at play. almost as if someone were deliberately teasing Luo with such a tune. Before anyone could react, the playful flute melody faded away, only to be replaced by yet another new composition. This new composition, however, is an exquisite melody that remains unheard by many. The notes flow seamlessly, resonating with a gentle, ethereal quality, and the tune is refreshingly original. It evokes the imagery of a youth departing from home, a middle-aged individual embracing tranquility, and an elder reflecting on the past, only to encounter yet another youthful spirit leaving home. This flute piece does not conform to conventional melodies. Rather, it is intricately nuanced and distinct, expressing heartfelt sentiments with unreserved clarity. The music resonates with the audience, conveying the thoughts and emotions of the performer in an instinctive manner. Some listeners widen their eyes, as if they have stumbled upon a new world. "I just noticed someone from the academy entering the pavilion," a voice softly remarked. "It turns out to be that individual." Someone sighed in relief. "Who might that be?" Another queried, puzzled. "A close confidant of the esteemed family. Though not as skilled in the art of music as they, is nonetheless a rare talent in melodic prowess." Someone elucidated. "Then this flute melody?" Another questioned, intrigued. "It must undoubtedly belong to the sword cultivator from the academy," someone affirmed with conviction. "Who else would dare engage in such playful banter with the esteemed family? And who could produce such a melody?" A chill ran down someone's neck. That individual is indeed notorious. Chapter 4. The purpose of reading. Luo Yin tilted her head to listen intently, her spirits gradually lifting as she tugged at Gu Yu's sleeve, urging, "Do you hear?" Gu Yu nodded in acknowledgement. "This individual's musical prowess is not particularly profound, comparable to your own," Luo Yin mused to herself. Gu Yu rolled her eyes in response. "Yet, the essence of this person's melodies is remarkably rich. His music conveys emotions directly, unlike my own subtle and ambiguous expressions." Luo Yin's eyes sparkled with vitality, resembling a sage who has discerned the myriad complexities of the world and returned with the simplicity of profound truths. "The melodies reflect the heart's sentiments. I understand now," she continued, as if encountering an old friend, her expression a tapestry of emotions, tinged with nostalgia. "But why is his longing for home so intense?" Luo Yin pondered, perplexed. Is it that he cannot return? In this world, before the emergence of the divine music spirit, musical artistry served merely as a source of entertainment. It was only when the divine spirit elevated music to a righteous path that the concept of musical enlightenment emerged. The essence of this path intertwines the 7 emotions and 6 desires with sound, utilizing music as a means to comprehend profound truths. Thus, those who cultivate the musical path become acutely sensitive to emotions, both their own and those of others. As Luo Yin listened to Sumo's flute playing, it was as though she were engaged in a silent dialogue with him, carefully interpreting his intentions. Hey, could you restrain yourself a bit? You're drooling." Gu Yu interjected, having recognized the unique delicacy of the flute's notes, captivating, with a distant yet straightforward essence. However, she was not as attuned to the myriad sentiments that Luo Yin seemed to perceive, possibly due to her own emotional nature. Watching her friend's expressions fluctuate in response to the flute's melody left Gu Yu somewhat speechless. "I still want to retrieve the flute. But in your current state, if I interrupt your playing now, would you retaliate with your instrument?" She decided it best to wait until the performance concluded. Ignoring Gu Yu's teasing, Luo Yin turned back to her fingers caressing the strings as she murmured to herself, "Though I may not know your score, I can still accompany you in harmony." Her confidence stemmed from her mastery of music. "Even if I am unfamiliar with your piece, I can still provide you with an accompaniment." Gu Yu hesitated but chose not to dissuade Luo Yin, as she noticed someone else engaging in the very endeavor she had come to pursue. A duet with the heart's flute and Luo Yin's accompaniment. The flute music flowed, intertwining with the sound of the chords echoed in harmony, as if 2 solitary yet kindred spirits had met, sharing their innermost thoughts and complementing one another. The flute's notes soared gracefully, while they produced a pure and ethereal sound. Together, their melodies painted a vivid tapestry of poetic imagery. Gu Yu's expression gradually became entranced. Inside the boat tower, the audience had initially marveled at the flute sound, mistakenly believing it was Gu Yu from the academy performing. However, as the notes merged with the flutes, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the crowd. They yearned to exclaim, but hesitated to utter a sound, fearing that even the slightest sound might disrupt the harmonious symphony surrounding them. The gentle melodies began to rise, causing the moonlit river to shimmer with ripples. The frost-like night danced in rhythm with the music as ethereal energy stirred, weaving around the boat, the riverbank, and the pavilion, before dispersing across the river's surface. As the melody concluded, the notes faded into silence. Luo-Yin retracted her hands from the guqin, her gaze drifting to the windowsill, her eyes captivating. I have transcended. The path of sound is truly exquisite. Merely playing this instrument has led to my breakthrough. Guya nodded, feeling a twinge of jealousy as she gracefully moved toward the window. Could you be the one destined to harmonize with me? Luo-Yin remained restless, pondering what thoughts occupied your mind at this moment. Suemo set down his jade flute, gazed skyward, and sighed heavily. Who dares to disturb my sentimental musings? Suemo heard the guqin accompanying him, yet he thought little of it, assuming it was merely the musician on the boat playing casually. Were you the one playing the flute just now? Suemo turned, noticing an unknown figure had materialized in the pavilion. Draped in flowing red, her presence exuded an otherworldly grace. Life inevitably presents many awkward moments, such as being caught pocketing money, being seen while engaging in melodramatic performances, or having one's singing overheard. And not to forget the embarrassment of being caught playing a flute with emotional flair, only to discover the observer is a celestial being. Yes. Do you have any advice? Suemo nodded awkwardly, feeling somewhat stiff. Guyu fixed her gaze on Suemo, her brow furrowing. Noticing her silence, Suemo wondered if she might be a simpleton. Could it be that I possess some hidden charm? Is being strikingly handsome considered a boon? Mortal? Guyu frowned, suddenly inquiring. No. Suemo retorted, slightly irritated. It is scholar. Mortals, how can they sound the heart flute? Guyu was perplexed. She had initially assumed that the flutist must be a cultivator, yet upon closer inspection, she sensed no trace of ethereal energy emanating from Suemo. He appeared to be an ordinary person. Yet, how could a mere mortal play a spiritual instrument like the heart flute? The heart flute. Is it this jade flute you speak of? Suemo glanced at the flute in his hand. I found this flute. Suemo was filled with curiosity. Is it difficult to play? He raised the flute to his lips and began to play haphazardly. Dididi, is it truly difficult? Stop. Guyu winced at the sound. Oh, do you know the origins of your flute? Guyu scrutinized the heart flute in Suemo's grasp. No idea. Suemo shook his head. But it appears quite valuable. This flute is known as the heart flute, a spiritual instrument imbued with intelligence by the Academy. Guyu narrowed her eyes, fixing her gaze on Suemo. Then do you know who I am? Who? Suemo inquired, treading cautiously. I am Guyu, the third disciple of the Academy. Guyu raised her head, exuding an air of confidence. Suemo suddenly comprehended. You wish to imply that this flute belongs to you, correct? Why not simply ask for it? Why go through such convoluted means? Suemo's face reflected disdain as she extended the jade flute. However, Guyu did not accept the instrument. The progression of events diverged from her expectations. Have you not heard of me? Guyu inquired, astonished. Oh. Suemo pondered for a moment. I have heard of the Academy. Guyu took a deep breath, striving to calm her inner turmoil. She suspected that he might not even be aware of the Academy's existence. Have you never contemplated the path of cultivation? Guyu asked. In the Dahu realm, who among those wishing to cultivate or who are cultivators does not know the Academy? Cultivation? A glimmer of yearning appeared in Suemo's eyes, only to fade shortly after. I am merely a scholar. Guyu suddenly spoke with profundity. Some attain enlightenment through the sword, while others do so through the zither. What is your purpose in studying? Suemo's gaze revealed a sense of confusion. Achieving fame through the imperial examination, soaring to success. Such aspirations belong to someone else, not to me. What is my purpose in studying? Suemo recalled the fervent ideals of his youth, serving the nation and its people. Serving the nation and its people? It seems to resonate. Perhaps that is indeed the original intention behind my studies. Yet, as I grew older, that intention gradually faded. Now, when asked about the purpose of studying, the phrase still holds some validity, but it no longer aligns with my heart as it once did. What it truly is. Suemo found himself at a loss for words. Until you come to a realization. Guyu sighed. Studying can also lead to enlightenment. Chapter 5. A seed. What is cultivation after all? Suemo inquired. His curiosity about the world of cultivation piqued. Cultivation is, in essence, the refinement of the heart. It involves perceiving life through various means. For instance, I comprehend the intricacies of vengeance and gratitude through the sword. Similarly, Luo Yin expresses emotions through the melodies of her qin. Through such insights, one naturally gains understanding. Guyu elucidated patiently. For reasons unknown, despite Su Mo appearing to be an ordinary individual, Guyu felt inclined to enlighten him. After all, he possessed a certain scholarly demeanor and was quite pleasing to the eye, not to mention his proficiency in playing the flute. Suddenly, Guyu recalled the peculiarities of the academy. How delightful it would be to have a person of such normalcy in that environment. Cultivation is the refinement of the heart. Su Mo pondered, struggling to grasp the connection between heart cultivation and the broader practice. Guyu regarded Su Mo with surprise. He may not comprehend cultivation, yet he seemed to discern its foundational essence. The myriad paths ultimately converge upon the self. Heart cultivation is merely a broad concept. As the heart stirs, the body follows. After a moment of contemplation, Guyu appeared to have made a decision. In light of your recent assistance to her, I shall bestow upon you a gift. Su Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he waved the heart flute in his hand, asking, "Are you offering me this flute?" Indeed, its value was evident. Su Mo mused that he could sell it and alleviate his financial worries. Guyu's expression darkened at his words, unable to suppress the urge to draw his sword and end the life of the individual before him. That won't do. This belongs to my teacher. I merely borrowed it temporarily. He uttered a small fib, as it was, in truth, stolen. Su Mo's face fell in disappointment. Then what is it? A seed, Guyu replied. Su Mo looked on in confusion. Guyu extended his hand, and a small sword, shimmering with golden light, materialized in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, the tiny sword soared towards Su Mo's chest, continuing forward until it seamlessly melded into him. As the sword integrated, Su Mo felt a wave of warmth enveloping him, as if something new had taken root within. A comforting aura spread throughout his being. Akin to what Guyu had described, a seed had been sown. This seed awaited the arrival of spring to sprout and grow. It required but a catalyst. This is, Su Mo exclaimed in astonishment. Guyu gestured, and the jade flute in Su Mo's hand floated back into his grasp, albeit slowly and reluctantly, as if it were unwilling. Guyu shot a glare at the flute before gracefully departing, leaving Su Mo with an answer. This is the key to linking heart cultivation with practice, spiritual energy. With the heart flute in hand, Guyu returned to the boat's upper deck, where patrons had long since departed, satisfied with the evening's performance. The duet of qin and flute would undoubtedly become a cherished tale in the capital. With the guests gone, only a few courtesans, maids, and the temporarily residing Luo Yin remained in the now empty boat. As Guyu entered, he noticed Luo Yin gazing vacantly at the windowsill, her eyes shimmering as if lost in contemplation. "Ah, it seems our Luo Da is truly smitten," Guyu teased. Luo Yin shot him a glance, seemingly nonchalant as she inquired, "What is the matter?" "Indeed, it is the heart flute. I have retrieved it." Guyu casually handed the heart flute to Luo Yin. "I have already broken through, so it is of no use to me." Luo Yin, gazing at the flute, shook her head and turned her attention back to the outside world, appearing indifferent to everything else. Guyu observed her with a gentle smile, choosing silence instead, and leisurely poured himself a cup of tea, savoring each sip. After a considerable time, Luo Yin spoke, glancing out the window as if casually asking, "Oh, by the way, who played the flute?" Guyu, feigning indifference, replied, "Seems to be an ordinary fellow." Luo Yin paused, taken aback. "An ordinary person? What do you mean by that?" Guyu chuckled. "He is not cultivated, seems to be a scholar, here to take the imperial examination." Luo Yin nodded, pouring herself a cup of tea and taking a delicate sip. "How could an ordinary person produce such melodies on the heart flute?" she inquired, seemingly unconcerned. "I am merely curious about the flute. I do not know. Perhaps he possesses some unique quality," Guyu remarked dismissively. Meanwhile, Su Mo returned to his small boat, reclining in a rocking chair as he gazed at the starry night, lost in thought. The young girl, noticing his arrival, quickly bounded to his side. Observing his dazed expression, she asked, "Young master, what troubles you? Have you been bullied?" Su Mo sighed. "She just flew away, and I still have so many questions." The little girl, rolling up her sleeves like an agitated little tiger, declared, "Who dares to bully my young master? I shall bite him to death." Su Mo turned, a smile in his eyes as he affectionately ruffled her hair. At just over 10 years old, she was still fragile, navigating this world with caution while fiercely intent on protecting her own. On that day, amidst a flurry of snow, Sumo experienced his first winter in this world, which felt exceptionally cold. He spotted a little girl shivering by the roadside, her disheveled hair obscuring her face. Yet, within the chaos of her locks, he discerned a look of confusion. That bewildered gaze resonated with Sumo, mirroring his own sense of disorientation. Sumo purchased 2 buns and offered one to the little girl. Hesitantly, she accepted the bun, carefully taking a small bite, but only finished one, returning the other to Sumo. At that time, newly arrived in this world, Sumo was still clumsy with hair and attire, appearing no better than the little girl. The little girl believed that Sumo was wandering like herself, fearing that if she ate too much, the older boy before her would go hungry. Suddenly, a stray dog lunged at Sumo, aiming for the last bun in his hand. The little girl dashed forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Sumo, brandishing her arms in an attempt to scare off the wild dog. Sumo was taken aback, as if struck by lightning, by the sight of her tiny figure. He extended the remaining bun back to her, but she shook her head in refusal. Sumo then purchased 2 more buns, consuming one in front of her before offering the other to the little girl. Only then did she accept it, joy illuminating her face as she began to eat. "Where do you live?" Sumo inquired. The little girl responded with a confused shake of her head. "Are there any adults at home?" Again, she shook her head. "Would you like to accompany me? I am heading to the capital to take up an official position and could use someone to assist me." Sumo enticed. "I can treat you to plenty of delicious food." He could not bear the thought of this little girl remaining on the streets. Despite having encountered countless refugees along his journey, he found it impossible to disregard this fragile child who had bravely stood up to fend off the dog, even though he himself was merely in his teens. The little girl looked up at Sumo upon hearing his words, and after a long pause, she nodded in agreement. Chapter 6. The little girl. Sumo tousled the little girl's hair, withdrawing his hand amidst her displeased expression. The little girl climbed onto Sumo's rocking chair, which was quite spacious, and lay beside him. Though she addressed him as young master, she regarded him as an older brother. In this vast world, they were each other's sole companions. Sumo extended his arm for the little girl to rest her head upon, gazing at the shimmering night sky filled with stars, and sighed, "Little one, what if I no longer wish to pursue an official position?" The little girl turned her head to study Sumo's profile. "If you don't want to be an official, then don't." She could not recall her own identity, her origins, or her destination. She merely knew that since Sumo treated her kindly, she should reciprocate that kindness. Whatever Sumo said was truth to her. Her thoughts were remarkably innocent. "But, if not an official, what shall we do?" The little girl pondered, then asked. "We don't have much silver left. Shall we pursue immortality?" Sumo hesitated. The little girl reached out to check Sumo's forehead. "You're not feverish. Why are you speaking nonsense again?" Sumo swatted her tiny hand away and smirked. "A sparrow knows not the aspirations of a swan." "Did you hear the flute just now?" Sumo inquired. "I did." The little girl nodded. "Was it beautiful?" Sumo asked proudly. "Quickly praise me. That was played by your young master." "The music from the zither is even more beautiful," the little girl replied earnestly. Sumo fell silent, reaching out to ruffle the little girl's hair once more, further disheveling her locks. "You little rascal, you have no taste." A torrent of words rose in Sumo's throat, but was swallowed back. The little girl felt her hair being tousled again, her face full of resistance. Yet she offered no protest. "Tomorrow, I shall take you to sell paintings." "All right." That day, the master and servant nestled together on the rocking chair, spending the night in each other's company. The following day, "Young master, why have you only brought one painting?" As Sumo led the little girl down the road, she questioned him, noticing he held only a single painting. Yesterday, he had promised to take her to sell art, yet he had brought just one piece. The little girl doubted Sumo's intentions, feeling that he did not truly plan to set up a stall. "Do you remember what I told you about the elements of marketing?" Linimo asked sagely. "Product, speculation, integrity, service," the little girl replied. Sumo shook his head. "You are speaking of the 4 essentials of business." The little girl pondered, but shook her head in confusion. "It is about product positioning and hunger marketing," Sumo clarified. "In my past life, there was a technology company that thrived on selling coarse grains using this principle." The little girl looked puzzled. Sumo glanced at her, a smile dancing on his lips as he began to explain. You are quite the attentive listener. Tell me, where do you think a stall should be set up? In a place with many people. The little girl confidently replied. Suemo nodded thoughtfully and continued to inquire. Where are the crowds? At the entrance of the casino. The young girl replied with certainty. Suemo was taken aback. What? You were displaying your wares at the casino entrance just a couple of days ago? The girl, with an innocent nod, confirmed his suspicion. Suemo quickly recalled the two paintings that had been foolishly sold off. Their purpose was clear. They were likely purchased by gamblers who, having lost all their silver, took a painting home as a pretext for their financial disappearance, claiming, I spent all my money on this painting. Although the notion of buying a painting for this reason was utterly absurd, it was still preferable to having no excuse at all. Suemo sighed, hoping fervently that those two paintings had not been reduced to kindling by the wrath of irate family members of the gamblers. You clearly have a misalignment in product positioning and target audience, Suemo explained with a sense of resignation. Consider who frequents the casino entrance. They are either there to gamble away their fortunes or have just lost everything. Do you think these individuals would be interested in our calligraphy and paintings? The girl nodded, her understanding dawning. Then who do you think we should sell our paintings to? Suemo probed further. Scholars, the girl exclaimed, her eyes lighting up after a moment's contemplation. Suemo nodded but also shook his head. Yes, but not entirely. We can sell to both scholars and merchants. Scholars appreciate art, while merchants may not understand it, but possess wealth and a penchant for ostentation. The girl found this reasoning quite compelling. Where do you think we will find the most scholars and merchants? Suemo gently guided her. The girl shook her head in uncertainty. At the entrance of the flower boat's pavilion, she finally suggested, though she felt something was amiss. Are you hoping to enjoy music at the pavilion? Suemo waved his sleeve in mock indignation, exuding an air of righteousness. What nonsense you speak. The girl looked at him suspiciously, sensing that he was not as naive as he appeared. Just wait and see how I demonstrate my skills. Suemo replied with a touch of exasperation. The girl nodded earnestly. Together, they made their way to the entrance of the flower boat's pavilion. Finding a vacant spot, they set up their stall, displaying the solitary painting roll prominently. The scroll remained bound, merely placed there, while Suemo sat cross-legged, eyes closed, exuding an aura of profound mystery, far from the demeanor of a seller. The girl imitated Suemo, sitting beside him with her eyes closed. But the earnest expression on her youthful face appeared somewhat comical. This peculiar sight drew attention at the pavilion entrance. Soon, a portly merchant approached, eyeing Suemo's stall with curiosity. Young brother, are you planning to sell this painting? He inquired. Suemo slowly opened his eyes and replied nonchalantly. I am guided by whim. It may be sold or not. The merchant, puzzled, pressed on. But how can anyone see the painting if it's not unwrapped? Opening the painting does not guarantee that someone will recognize its value. Keeping it wrapped does not preclude the possibility of a fateful encounter. It is all about chance. Suemo, enigmatic and inscrutable, closed his eyes once more, seemingly disinterested in the individual before him, indifferent to whether the painting would sell. The dialogue between the two soon captivated the attention of those nearby. How could one sell a painting without unveiling it? Indeed, if it contained nothing but a blank sheet, it would be a tremendous loss. Who would dare to make a purchase without seeing the artwork within? Perhaps it was of such poor quality that the seller intended to deceive. I wouldn't be so sure there might be some hidden intrigue within. The onlookers, whether passers-by or vendors, buzzed with speculation, drawing an even larger crowd. As the throng grew, the merchant, who had initially proposed the sale, appeared increasingly uneasy and finally spoke up. Very well, if it remains unopened, I shall offer 10 coins for this painting. Suemo remained silent, merely shaking his head slightly. Instantly, the murmurs erupted anew, whispers exchanged, and some even voiced their thoughts directly. Not even for 10 coins. Could it be that there truly was a deeper secret within? I doubt it. Perhaps he fears that the buyer will unveil it and reveal something embarrassing. That is also a possibility. The merchant's curiosity began to swell. Initially spurred by competitive spirit, he was now consumed by anxiety. 20 coins. Suemo, appearing unperturbed, merely shook his head again, unaffected by material gain or personal loss. Yet internally, he was nearly overcome with laughter. Where did such a compliant NPC come from? Akin to a cast member in a play. Observing Suemo's continued refusal, the crowd's chatter grew louder, with several more onlookers drawn in to witness the spectacle. Indeed, the people of the capital are truly idle. Chapter 7. The light boat on the lotus pond on the deck of the boat, Luo Yin stood by the window, listening to a group of people below engaged in animated discussion. She turned to her maid behind her and inquired, "What is happening downstairs? Why is it so noisy?" A maid stepped forward, peered out the window, and shook her head. "I do not know. It seems to have suddenly become lively. I will go down and take a look." The maid then turned and descended the stairs. Luo Yin leaned lazily against the windowsill, resting her chin on her hand, gazing into the distance towards the northern part of the capital. Beyond the palace lay the mist-shrouded peaks of Mount Wangyue, home to the academy. The Great Hua Palace, situated at the academy's back, indicated that the academy served as a support for the royal family, a bastion for the Great Hua dynasty. The emperor of Great Hua once proclaimed, "As long as there are academies in the realm, it is sufficient." Yesterday, Gu Yu, the third disciple of the academy, returned in the evening, stating that he needed to stealthily return the flute he had taken. In the end, he left without revealing who the flute's player was. Luo Yin felt a surge of resentment, but refrained from speaking out, fearing that the emotionally detached woman might jump to conclusions. "Let it be. I shall leave it to fate." At the academy, atop Mount Wangyue, on the moon viewing platform, an elderly man with white hair stood in white attire, gazing towards the capital with a hint of amusement. Dressed in red, Gu Yu ascended the moon viewing platform, observing the elder's silhouette with an uneasy expression. "Director, did you summon me?" The director turned to glance at Gu Yu and replied nonchalantly, "I need you to handle a task." Relieved, Gu Yu asked, "What is it that requires my assistance?" The director pointed towards a location in the capital, the site of the flower boats pavilion. Upon seeing the director's indication, Gu Yu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. "You need me to help you buy a painting. Hurry, if you delay, it will be gone." Hearing this, Gu Yu sighed in relief. "As long as my theft of the heart flute remains undiscovered, all will be well." "What painting should I buy?" Gu Yu inquired. "You will know when you arrive," the director replied. Gu Yu extended his right hand, palm up. The director glanced back and waved his hand dismissively. "What are you doing?" "I need the money," Gu Yu stated matter-of-factly. "There is no money," the director retorted emphatically. Just as Gu Yu was about to protest, the director continued, "If you procure the painting, I will not pursue the matter of your yesterday's theft of my heart flute." At this, Gu Yu's expression stiffened, and he turned to leave in dismay. This cunning old fox, truly devious. The director stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at the capital, a look of satisfaction on his face. "A little girl thinks she can outwit me. You, sir, display the painting here, yet do not unveil it. Nor do you accept any bids. This is truly unreasonable," a merchant exclaimed, visibly displeased, his finger trembling slightly as he pointed at Suemo. The onlookers around him chimed in, "Indeed, indeed. Why not reveal the painting so we may know what it depicts?" The more Suemo refrained from unveiling the scroll, the more intrigued they became. The young girl stealthily turned her head to glance at Suemo, who appeared composed, and secretly stuck out her tongue. "Indeed, the young master is quite formidable." An elderly scholar clad in a blue robe, accompanied by several young men, was merely passing by. However, upon witnessing the crowd gathered in discussion, curiosity compelled them to approach. Observing Su Mo's display of artwork without unrolling it, the merchants, eager to purchase, were met with disappointment, their expressions turning intrigued. The blue-robed scholar remained silent with a smile, while a few of the young men began to speak. "You, selling paintings, but not unrolling them, dismissing offers. Are you not merely seeking attention?" One young man, fanning himself and wearing a displeased expression, boldly addressed Suemo. This young man, judging by his attire and demeanor, appeared to be a scholar. Upon hearing this, the young girl's innocent face immediately contorted into an adorable yet fierce expression, as if she wished to leap up and bite. She only knew how to bite. She was subtly restrained by Suemo. The girl's temper was growing increasingly volatile. Brother Zijia's words hold merit. However, from my perspective, this young man may be attempting to artificially inflate the price of his paintings with such tactics, another youth interjected, shaking his head. "You have indeed guessed correctly." Suemo chuckled inwardly. A maid descended from the boat, squeezing her way through the crowd. The blue-robed scholar furrowed his brow and interjected, "Zijia, Lu Feng, do not be disrespectful." At that moment, some members of the onlookers took notice of the blue-robed scholar and recognized his identity. "Is that not Lord Wei?" someone exclaimed, bowing in respect. "I have seen Lord Wei." "Who is Lord Wei?" queried those unfamiliar with him. Nearby, one quickly pulled aside those who did not recognize Lord Wei, offering a discreet explanation. Lord Wei is the Grand Tutor of the current dynasty. Although he has withdrawn from court affairs, he is revered and influential throughout the realm. The blue-robed scholar waved his hand dismissively. I am no longer part of the court. There is no need for such formalities. So he is a person of great stature. Su Mo rose and offered a respectful bow to the blue-robed scholar. The scholar nodded with a smile and inquired of Su Mo, young friend, you sell paintings yet do not unroll them. May I ask why? Only then did Su Mo explain. I journeyed through a dream yesterday, and upon waking, I captured the scenes from that dream upon this canvas. It was a moment of serendipity, and I fear I may never replicate this imagery again. Therefore, I seek a kindred spirit through this painting. Whether I sell it or not is of little consequence. The dreamlike scenes, captured in a moment of reverie, make it improbable to recreate this exact artwork. His words emphasized the rarity of this piece. There exists but this one, and highlighted his intent. He was not merely here to sell a painting, but to forge connections. This reasoning was both sound and reasonable, providing a justification for his earlier actions while paving the way for a potential high-price sale, leaving others with little room to contest. Now it makes sense. The crowd realized, and their curiosity about the painting deepened. What indeed were the scenes from the dream? The maid, upon hearing this, nodded and hurried back up the stairs to the boat's cabin. Laying by the window, Luoyin indulged in her thoughts as the bustling voices of the crowd below filled the air. The maid returned to the cabin and reported, below, there is a scholar selling paintings, yet he does not unroll them. This has attracted Lord Wei and several scholars, and they are currently engaged in discussion. Luoyin expressed her confusion. Is it not customary to exhibit the painting before selling it? The maid nodded, reiterating what Su Mo had just said. In a dreamlike reverie, one awakens to the vivid imagery of their dreams. Such spontaneous creations are challenging to replicate, hence, the desire to seek a kindred spirit through this painting. Luoyin echoed Su Mo's words, finding them quite intriguing. Since Lord Wei was present, it was only proper to go and see. Luoyin concocted an excuse. Oh, I see. Lord Wei nodded in understanding, then continued, I am even more curious about the scenery depicted in this painting. Su Mo smiled, sensing that the anticipation had reached a peak, and cleverly seized upon Lord Wei's words. As you suggest, Lord Wei, it is indeed fitting to unveil the painting for all to behold. Upon hearing this, Lord Wei chuckled with satisfaction, suddenly finding Su Mo exceedingly agreeable. However, several young gentlemen behind Lord Wei exchanged glances of skepticism, secretly deriding. Let us see how you embarrass yourself when the painting is revealed. They held little faith in the quality of Su Mo's work. After all, every scholar present was exceptional in their own right. Even if Su Mo's painting were remarkable, it could hardly shine amidst such lofty expectations. Without a masterpiece, he would only invite humiliation upon himself. Gently, Su Mo unfurled the scroll, revealing an exquisite ink-wash painting that captivated the audience. It was vibrant and infused with profound meaning. Suddenly, a few words sprang to mind for the onlookers. This painting depicts a boat upon a lotus pond, Lord Wei proclaimed. Naming the painting a boat on the lotus pond was indeed most fitting. Although the painting encompassed various elements, its essence was primarily embodied in the serene boat floating amidst the lotus. As the esteemed Grand Tutor of the realm, Lord Wei, renowned for his vast influence, effortlessly discerned the painting's focal point. Within the composition lay a tranquil pond, teeming with fish, adorned with floating lotus leaves and blooming lotus flowers. A slender boat drifted atop the water, with a fishing rod resting nearby. A young boy lay asleep in the boat, hand resting upon a lotus pod. Fish swam beneath the surface, while the boat glided through the lotus blooms. The fishing child dreamt of playful fish, reaching out to pluck a lotus pod. Chapter 8. When the inscription is null. Chapter 9. Su Mu Zhe, Song Dynasty, Zhou Bengyan. Not at all, not at all. If it is indeed a masterpiece meant to be cherished by the ages, it should belong to the collective. Brother Jingyan's casual dismissal of it may not easily sway the masses. Moreover, Brother Jingyan asserts that this painting is beyond replication. Yet how can he prove that it is indeed his creation? Lu Feng spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, noting the sophistication in his words. He first asserted that a painting of such significance should belong to the world, thus aligning all present against Su Mo. while simultaneously casting doubt on Su Mo's claim to authorship. The malice in his intent was evident. Many onlookers found this reasoning compelling. The painting did not seem to align with Su Mo's capabilities. Furthermore, Su Mo himself had declared it a spontaneous creation, difficult to replicate. It appeared more like a preemptive excuse to prevent others from crafting an equivalent work to substantiate his claim. What then shall we do? Su Mo retorted, nearly laughing in disbelief. He had encountered shamelessness before, but never to such an extent. Were all scholars so brazen? Oh, except for myself, of course. Naturally, this painting should be surrendered for verification. If it is confirmed to be authored by Brother Jingyan, it will certainly be returned. Or perhaps Lord Wei could inscribe it. Should Lord Wei decline, we can certainly compose on his behalf. Lu Feng smiled like a gentle spring breeze. His true intentions laid bare. Return it? And how might that be accomplished? Several astute individuals in the crowd exchanged disdainful glances. It seemed this world was not devoid of moral coercion. Just as Su Mo was about to expound on the principles of the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, the Tao Te Ching, the essence of Confucian thought, and the maxims of Laozi, he was interrupted by a sudden sharp voice. Silence. Gu Yu, clad in red, could no longer contain herself and sprang forth. How could the sword demon emerge now? The surrounding crowd buzzed with curiosity. Who is the sword demon? Someone inquired. Unfamiliar with Gu Yu, the third of the academy, that sword cultivator, came the response, as some recoiled in trepidation. This individual was known for their lack of reason. The moniker of Sword Demon was aptly chosen, and upon seeing Gu Yu, Su Mo recognized her as the celestial maiden from the previous night, momentarily at a loss for how to greet her. Luo Yin watched Gu Yu's sudden appearance, rendered speechless. Be quiet. The individual is selling their own painting. Must you incessantly prattle on? Gu Yu pointed at Lu Feng, her composure faltering. What right do you have to comment? Yet Lu Feng remained unperturbed. Being the offspring of the current Minister of War, knowing the Academy could not act against him without cause, he replied casually, I merely voiced my thoughts. If the Academy does not permit discourse, then I shall refrain from speaking. You, Gu Yu, wielding her Jianhong sword, preferred directness and despised circumlocution. Thus, her disdain for scholars was evident. Oh, except for Su Mo. At least for now. Let me strike him down first. Gu Yu was about to draw her sword when Luo Yin intervened. Luo Yin turned to Su Mo, gently inquiring, Are you indeed intending to sell this painting? It need not be sold. If the esteemed individuals of Luo University desire it, I would gladly bestow it upon you. Su Mo discerned that Luo Yin's intentions were genuinely to assist him, and with a nod and a smile, he remarked that he could paint at any moment. Lu Feng and the others, upon hearing this, stiffened in surprise. Luo Yin, in response to Su Mo's words, shook her head and smiled, instantly radiating charm. No reward comes without effort, she called to her maid, Xiaohong. Fetch me 100 taels of silver. The maid turned and hurried back to the cabin, returning with a banknote, which she handed to Luo Yin. Luo Yin presented the banknote of 100 taels to Su Mo, declaring, I shall purchase this painting for 100 taels. Excellent. Su Mo replied with a smile, rolling up the painting and handing it to Luo Yin, while deftly accepting the banknote in return. Gu Yu watched in astonishment. She had initially intended to buy a painting too, but lacked sufficient funds. She resolved to seek out Luo Yin, this little wealthy girl, later on. Lu Feng and the others' expressions shifted, realizing that Luo Yin was tacitly affirming Su Mo's status as the artist by purchasing his work. As Luo Yin took the painting, she continued with a smile, Would you be willing to inscribe a poem upon my painting, young master? What the fairy desires, naturally, I shall fulfill. Su Mo exclaimed with laughter, taking the young girl by the hand, and following Luo Yin and Gu Yu into the cabin. Wei Gong sighed and shook his head. Very well, let us see what the esteemed Yin has to offer. He also proceeded into the cabin, followed by several young men. However, Lu Feng remained skeptical of Su Mo's ability to produce a worthy poem, planning to seize the opportunity should Su Mo's verses fall short. A throng of onlookers, seeing no one to deter them, surged into the cabin, eager to witness the unfolding drama, for the spectacle was far too engaging to abandon midway. Their curiosity piqued by what Su Mo might inscribe. Luo Yin personally unfurled the painting, placing weights upon it, prepared the ink, and handed the brush to Su Mo. For reasons unknown, she sensed a surge of confidence in him. Though she regarded him as an ordinary individual, she still anticipated a surprise. "Have you decided on the poem you wish to inscribe, young master?" Luo Yin inquired softly, while Guyu observed, and others appeared to relish the unfolding scene as if watching a grand performance. "Then, I shall compose a short lyric." Suemo contemplated briefly, smiling as he began to write. With a decisive stroke, he penned effortlessly, "Liao Qinxiang, Xiao Luo Shu." Suemo's brush danced across the paper, flowing like a serene stream. In just 6 characters, he rendered the audience instantly silent, their gazes riveted upon those 6 words, which showcased his literary prowess from the outset. Without pause, he continued to write. "Birds call in the clear, dawn peaks beneath the eaves. Liao Qinxiang, Xiao Luo Shu." Luo Yi murmured softly, captivated by Sumo's strokes. With just a few strokes, he depicted a summer morning where birds rejoiced, seemingly casual, yet laden with implications. The crowd fell silent, and even Lu Feng and his companions wore serious expressions. Yet, Suemo continued his writing with fluidity. "The early sun dries the lingering rain on the leaves. The water's surface is clear and round. Each breeze lifts the lotus." Excellent lines. Wei Gong sighed, now convinced that this painting was indeed the work of Suemo. In terms of mere words, it is already extraordinary. Among the onlookers, those with knowledge pondered and nodded in agreement. Suemo paused his brush, reflecting on his past life, where he always felt a sense of disconnection from this world, with only the little girl as his sole attachment. The poetry he learned in that life always resonated with his inner sentiments, much like the latter half of this particular piece. "How distant is my homeland? When shall I return? My home lies in Wumen, where I have long been a traveler in Chang'an." This yearning for home suddenly struck a chord with everyone present. Luo Yin's gaze grew increasingly distant as she recalled yesterday's flute melody, which bore a striking resemblance. "Do the fisherfolk remember in May? In a small boat, I dreamt of the hibiscus shore." Suemo retracted his brush and placed it upon the inkstone, exhaling a breath. Poetry and painting can indeed convey deep emotions. This particular Su Mu Zhou was penned by the Song Dynasty poet Zhou Bangyan in Sumo's previous life, expressing the sentiment of homesickness, perfectly harmonizing with the painting. The lotus flowers, the small boats, the fishing boys. Wei Gong stepped forward, repeatedly reciting this exquisite piece. Incense smolders, dispelling the stifling heat. The birds chirp clear skies, peeking at dawn's eaves. The first rays of sun dry the lingering rain on the leaves. The water's surface is clear and round, as the wind lifts the lotus. "How distant is my homeland? When shall I return? My home lies in Wumen, where I have long been a traveler in Chang'an. Do the fisherfolk remember in May? In a small boat, I dreamt of the hibiscus shore." The first stanza paints a scene, whether intentionally or not, leaving one in a trance. The second stanza expresses emotions candidly, with words flowing effortlessly, devoid of embellishment. Wei Gong sighed in admiration. The entire poem masterfully captures scenery, characters, emotions, and dreams, all expressed with a natural elegance, without any artifice, showcasing a myriad of charms. The vivid depictions of the clear round lotus leaves, the Jiangnan of May, and the light boats of the fishermen convey the agony of homesickness with exquisite clarity. Wei Gong praised excessively. Suemo humbly responded. Wei Gong shook his head. "Nay, today's event alone is worthy of becoming a cherished tale." Chapter 10. Conditional exchange. Upon hearing Wei Gong's words, Lu Feng smiled, seemingly expressing a sense of resolution. "Is Jing Yin here to participate in this year's spring examination?" Wei Gong inquired. "Indeed." Suemo nodded. The crowd understood. "So he is a scholar. No wonder. Such unparalleled talent." "Excellent, excellent," Wei Gong exclaimed joyfully. "With such talent, he shall be a pillar of our nation." Suemo could not refute this. "I await your name on the golden list." Before departing, Wei Gong patted Suemo on the shoulder, appearing quite elated. Lu Feng and the others followed Wei Gong out, but as they left, Lu Feng wore a smile that masked a hint of wistfulness in his eyes. The spectators, having finished their gossip, clasped their fists in goodwill towards Suemo before taking their leave, returning home with plenty to discuss. "Thank you, Fairy, for your assistance." Once the crowd dispersed, Suemo clasped his fists towards Luo Yin, retrieving the 100 taels of silver note she had just given him and offered it back. Luo Yin flicked her hair back with a smile and shook her head. "I did not aid you. I merely purchased something I fancied. Since it is a transaction, you should accept this silver. Do you wish to reclaim this painting?" Suemo smiled wryly and shook his head. Then I shall graciously accept it. Meanwhile, Guyu observed Luo Yin and Suemo with a glint of mischief in her eyes, as if an idea had struck her. Suemo turned to Guyu, only to find her vigorously gesturing at him. Ahem. Let me escort you both out, Guyu coughed lightly, pulling the two of them towards the exit of the boat building, while Suemo wore a look of indignation, lamenting, I wanted to sit a while longer. It was not easy to come in. Luo Yin looked on in confusion, pondering, what is this woman up to? Do they know each other? Guyu continued to lead them out of the boat building, addressing Suemo, you both may return, no need for further gratitude. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. Suemo, with a bemused smile, replied, I am still grateful for your assistance today, Fairy Gu. Guyu waved her hand dismissively. It's a trivial matter. I merely acted on my own displeasure. After a moment's thought, recalling Lu Feng's gaze as he left, Guyu added, that Lu Feng is the son of the Minister of War. He should not be so openly hostile towards you. Be cautious. I sense things are not as straightforward as they seem. Thank you for your guidance, Fairy Gu. Suemo nodded, reflecting on the matter, sensing that Lu Feng's appearance and subsequent hostility appeared rather deliberate. Guyu waved her hand and turned back to the boat building. Once Guyu departed, Suemo turned to the young girl, beaming as he waved the silver note. What do you think? He said, basking in his own pride. The young girl, filled with delight, exclaimed, Young master, you are amazing. Let us go. I'll take you to enjoy some delicious food. Off we go to savor some delightful treats. The little girl leaped with joy. Suemo gently ruffled her hair and took her by the hand, leading her onto the street. Upon returning to the boathouse, Guyu noticed Luo Yin carefully admiring the recently displayed painting. What do you think? Guyu asked as she seated herself nearby. Luo Yin nodded and replied, It is indeed a splendid piece. Everything that can be said about it has already been articulated by Wei Gong. However, after a brief pause, she continued, What kind of experiences must one have to create such a painting and spontaneously compose such verses? Guyu shrugged dismissively. It's just a painting. I can tell it's excellent. But does it warrant such fervor? Luo Yin shook her head. You don't understand. While the painting is remarkable, I have seen others that are equally good. The true brilliance lies in the poem. The first half vividly depicts the scene of the painting, with words that harmoniously complement the imagery. The latter half conveys emotion and intent, resonating with the painting's atmosphere. The synergy between the poem and the painting is indeed a rare masterpiece, even I must admit. Oh, but what does the dean intend to do with the painting? Guyu inquired, nodding thoughtfully, her brows raised. What brings you here again today? Luo Yin set down the scroll and looked at Guyu with curiosity. The dean, well, my mentor, sent me to purchase the painting, Guyu replied, unable to suppress a grin. Purchase the painting? This one? Luo Yin glanced down at the artwork. Guyu looked at her with eager anticipation, shyly nodding. Luo Yin opened her hand. What are you doing? Guyu waved her hand dismissively. Pay up. Luo Yin stated matter-of-factly. I have no money. Guyu retorted defiantly, feeling a sense of déjà vu regarding the scene and dialogue. I knew you wouldn't have any. Luo Yin pouted, her demeanor somewhat stingy. Then I won't sell it. Guyu protested. You, with all your wealth, surely don't need to quibble over this amount. You're the one who sounds like a rich lady. How rude. Luo Yin countered. This isn't about whether I have money. It's a transaction, after all. Payment is necessary. Guyu was at a loss for words and, with a sudden spark of mischief, chuckled. How about this? Lend me the painting to appease the dean, and I'll tell you who played the flute last night. Actually, I don't have any immediate use for the painting either. For the sake of the dean, I'll lend it to you for a few days. But do remember to return it. Luo Yin handed the scroll to Guyu, then sat down to pour herself a cup of tea, appearing nonchalant. Could you not be so brazen? Guyu remarked, a hint of annoyance crossing her brow. Receiving the painting filled Guyu with delight. She was relieved to have acquired it without resorting to theft, as she would not have felt right taking something from her friend. Stowing the scroll in her storage ring, she fell silent, savoring her tea with a serene expression. Luo Yin waited for a while, her brow slightly furrowing as she lightly rubbed the rim of her teacup. How is the tea? Luo Yin inquired softly. Not bad, better than what we have at the academy, Guyu replied. Is the dean doing well lately? Quite well, though he has become increasingly cunning. How are your fellow brothers? The eldest remains in slumber. The second wanders about with the birds he nurtures. The fourth and fifth are plotting to raid the royal tombs, only to be confined by the dean for their folly, while the sixth, that foolish girl, has taken an interest in the second's birds, trailing him incessantly with the intention of roasting one for a meal. And the third? I am the third. Oh, I must return now to report back to the dean at the academy. Guyu rolled her eyes and chuckled. Indeed, Luoyin replied softly. Guyu, still smiling, turned to leave. Ahem. Luoyin cleared her throat twice and took a sip of tea. Guyu glanced back to see Luoyin scowling, her gaze unfriendly. Oh right. I must inform you of the identity of the flutist from yesterday. Guyu finally spoke, dropping her act. Luoyin nodded, sipping her tea in silence. Guyu grinned mischievously. The flutist from yesterday was none other than the scholar who just sold paintings. Suemo, Su Jingyan. Luoyin was momentarily taken aback, lost in thought. Guyu, her crimson garments billowing, finished her words and dashed away. Chapter 11. Unresolved emotions. By the time Luoyin regained her senses, Guyu had long since vanished. In her heart, she silently hurled a volley of expletives at Guyu, who had hastily dismissed that individual. No wonder she had been so eager to expel him. With a sigh, Luoyin leaned back in her chair, her hand caressing the inkstone, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Suemo strolled leisurely towards the painting boat, carrying the little girl on his back. After a while of wandering, the little girl exclaimed that she could walk no further, clutching 2 bags brimming with snacks. She swayed back and forth on Sumo's back, bubbling with joy. Young master, hurry up, she urged, glancing at the increasingly ominous sky, which seemed poised to unleash rain. With a slight adjustment, Suemo hoisted the little girl higher, grumbling, You little rascal, all you do is shout. As a scholar, how can I move quickly while carrying you? The little girl tilted her head thoughtfully and replied, Young master, you lack exercise. What need have I, a distinguished scholar, for exercise? Suemo retorted dismissively. But the little girl is growing. She chimed innocently. If the young master does not exercise, how will he carry the little girl in the future? Suemo nearly lost his composure, contemplating tossing her aside. What was this child thinking? Well then, when you grow up, you shall carry me, he said brazenly. The little girl frowned, adopting a pitiful expression. But I do not wish to exercise either. Suemo chuckled. If you don't want to exercise, then eat more, grow strong, and you will surely be able to carry the young master. Upon hearing this, the little girl's spirits lifted once more. Yes, yes, I shall eat more, and carry the young master in the future. She raised her small hands, proudly holding the 2 hefty bags of snacks, her eyes sparkling with excitement. As the skies darkened, oppressive clouds descended upon the city, casting an ominous pall. Another downpour loomed. Suemo quickened his pace, observing the shifting weather. This cursed weather changes as unpredictably as a woman's mood. He jogged along, the little girl swaying on his back, feeling slightly dizzy from the motion. Passers-by hurried along, while vendors hastily packed up their stalls, creating a scene reminiscent of an impending storm. Drip, drip. A few drops of rain began to fall. Ah. The little girl squealed as she felt the rain on her face and head. It's coming. It's coming. Suddenly, the rain poured down in torrents, drenching them before Suemo could reach the boat. Once aboard the painting boat, they stepped into the cabin, though they were still a bit wet. The rain pattered rhythmically against the roof, cascading down the edges and into the river below. Drip, drop. Suemo set the little girl down and retrieved a towel from the washstand, drying her damp hair with care. The young girl, carrying 2 bags of food, placed them on the table and turned to gaze out at the torrential rain, her expression marked by worry. What a downpour. Do you think we might get swept away? Suemo chuckled and replied, What is there to fear? Even if we are swept away, we'll still be on the boat. It's all the same wherever we are. But if we get swept away, we'll need to find a boatman to row us back, and that costs money. She countered, her heart aching at the mere thought of spending. Hearing this, Suemo smiled and gently ruffled her hair. Then let us ensure the boat doesn't drift away, he said, turning to retrieve a rope from beside the cabin and making his way to the bow of the boat. The girl, sensing the urgency, dashed to grab an umbrella and followed closely behind. Suemo secured one end of the rope to the boat and, holding the other end, leaped down, with the girl following suit under the shelter of her umbrella. After tying the rope's other end to a mooring post, he clapped his hands in satisfaction. See, by adding another rope, we need not fear drifting away. Yes, yes. She nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Now, Let us return to the boat and enjoy our food, Suemo said, lowering his garment and smiling at her. Food, food. The girl was the first to jump to the bow, turning back to hold the umbrella over Suemo suddenly. Her eyes widened as she pointed toward the street. Young master, look, there is someone over there. What of it? Isn't it normal to see people? Suemo replied, puzzled, glancing back at her. The girl, in a daze, murmured softly, it's that aunt who gave us so much money. As the sky darkened and the rain poured relentlessly, the streets of the capital were washed clean, revealing only a ragged woman stumbling forward, cradling an infant in her arms. Rainwater soaked her garments, dripping continually from her wet clothes. Yet, the water trickling from her seemed tinged with a dark crimson. With each unsteady step, the woman appeared to be exhausting her last vestiges of strength. Finally, she collapsed to the ground, tilting her head back and letting out a heart-wrenching wail, as if attempting to pierce the oppressive gloom with her cries. Watching this scene from a distance, Suemo felt something within him tear open violently. Stay on the boat and don't move. I'll go take a look, he instructed the girl before turning to brave the rain towards the street. As he walked through the torrential downpour, his legs grew heavy with each step. The rainwater pooled beneath him, revealing a dark red hue. It was only when he approached the kneeling woman that he saw her battered body, the infant swaddled in cloth, rendering its condition unclear. Dark red blood mingled with the rainwater, trickling down and staining the ground. Sumo's heart clenched painfully. The woman remained on her knees, face turned skyward, letting the rain wash over her cheeks. Suemo approached, his voice unexpectedly trembling. Auntie, what has happened? This very woman had offered them assistance when Suemo and the girl first arrived in the capital, destitute and helpless. The woman bowed her head, gazing at the swaddled infant, avoiding Sumo's eyes. With a sorrowful smile, she replied, what could have happened? Merely an encounter with bandits, leading to the slaughter of my entire family. Quickly, take the child and follow me back to the boat. As Suemo reached out to grasp her arm, a mere glance from her halted him in his tracks. Her gaze was imbued with an overwhelming terror, freezing him in place. Bloodshot eyes lowered to the baby in her arms as she murmured, go to your boat? To drag you down with me? Why would going to his boat lead to their shared demise? Suemo was perplexed. Why was it so? The woman, taken aback by his words, turned to face him once more. Dressed in flowing white, with hair cascading down his shoulders, he stood drenched in the rain. His fragile figure shivered slightly in the wind. And though fear flickered in his youthful eyes, he did not retreat. He remembered well her earlier act of kindness towards him. We are but mere pawns in the game of those in power. The woman's eyes glistened with tears, indistinguishable from the rain cascading down her face. She turned her gaze back to the desolate street. The dimly lit capital felt chilling amidst the downpour. How can one truly discern the affairs of this world? Suemo gazed at the woman before him, once so dignified in her aid, now reduced to this state. Let us leave, there is still time, she whispered. Do not speak, come with me to the boat and seek refuge. Shaking his head, Suemo suppressed his fear, attempting to step closer to her. The woman, observing his youthful countenance, hesitated as a complex emotion surged within her. Go, do not concern yourself with me. If they see you with me, you too shall perish. She lowered her head, gently stroking the swaddled infant, murmuring softly, mortal beings enter the game, and cannot expect a good end. A thunderclap echoed. The words not a good end enveloping Sumo's heart with an overwhelming darkness, bringing an icy chill. The rain washed over him, gradually blurring his vision, obscuring the infant's features. An inexplicable dread took hold of Suemo, as if an unseen force were urging him to turn away, to depart. The torrential rain fell, and he glanced at the small boat not far away. The girl on the boat seemed to shake her head at him. As scholars, we live, without shame to our hearts, and die, without shame to heaven and earth. What fear is there in an ignoble end? An instinct within Suemo compelled him to halt his departure, to turn back and speak. Perhaps it was the bitterness of a scholar, or perhaps the lingering resentment of the original owner of this body. Do you too find it difficult to reconcile? Chapter 12. Ceasing to read with a heart unburdened in life and a conscience clear in death, a mournful laughter escaped the lips of the woman, her head bowed, shoulders trembling, tears cascading down her cheeks. Observing her wretched yet frenzied demeanor, images from a day long past slowly resurfaced in Sumo's mind. On that day, prior to entering the capital, Suemo and the maid encountered several destitute refugees. Moved by compassion, Suemo distributed all the silver he possessed, retaining only a meager sum for himself. Upon their arrival at the imperial city, they encountered bandits, during which he lost the scant remainder of his wealth. By the time he and the maid entered the royal city, they were utterly destitute. That day, Suemo and the maid sat dejectedly in a corner of the imperial city when an opulent carriage passed by, only to halt before them. The individual who emerged from the carriage was the very woman before him now. Silently, she bestowed upon Suemo a generous amount of silver before retreating to her carriage and departing without uttering a word. It was peculiar. The sum she had given was substantial, and the maid, feeling grateful, inscribed the memory in her notes. The noblewoman from that day had now transformed into this pitiful figure. "You aided me that day. Without your assistance, my maid and I might still be wandering the streets," Suemo remarked somberly. "It was merely a chance encounter and a casual act of charity. Why should it weigh upon your heart?" The woman asked, gazing into Sumo's eyes. "Because I have encountered many souls like you, who have extended their kindness to me. Without them, I would have perished long ago," Suemo replied, his gaze drifting to the swaddled infant in the woman's arms, serene amidst the harsh winter that had already passed. "Do you know why, on this desolate street, no one else has ventured forth but you?" The woman let out a bitter laugh. Suemo surveyed the vast emptiness surrounding him, understanding dawning within him. The street was no longer what it once had been. They were merely gripped by fear. A sense of melancholy washed over Suemo. "Are you not afraid?" The woman discerned the kindness in Suemo and felt no desire to harm him. "We scholars," Suemo, perhaps influenced by the scholarly disposition of his current form, appeared somewhat naive, unable to discern the depths of darkness concealed within the ink. "Must you meddle?" Tears of blood streamed down the woman's face. The chill of the spring winds and rain rendered her shivering. Suemo stood bewildered, wishing only to assist the one who had once aided him. Yet, her words seemed laden with complexity. Everything felt overwhelmingly strange. He met her gaze, numbly nodding in acknowledgement. Is it possible to enter the realm of the divine with mere mortal flesh? The flicker of something profound shimmered in the depths of her eyes, a hue Suemo could not grasp that day. As he peered into her eyes, her disheveled hair concealed her face, revealing only those two expressive orbs. The despair, pain, sorrow, and grief reflected in her eyes, along with the quiet swaddle cradled in the woman's arms, rendered Suemo immobile. He found himself at a loss for words, never having encountered someone like her. The woman spoke, her voice low and tinged with bitterness. "This world is inherently harsh. Lives are as trifling as grass. My misfortunes are of no concern to you, yet you seek to offer a mere token of compassion, placing yourself in peril. For what purpose? Why?" Suemo remained silent. He had wandered through this world for several months, journeying to the capital, witnessing its brutal realities. There were refugees engaged in brutal skirmishes over a bloodstained bond, cultivators laughing as they slaughtered a mortal girl simply for her beautiful eyes, officials imprisoning the families of victims to cloak their own misdeeds, and wealthy elites unleashing their dogs upon beggar children for amusement. In this world, there is no justice. As Suemo continued on his path, observing the suffering around him, he regarded himself merely as a spectator. Yet he was not of this world. He hailed from a prosperous and democratic land. In that place, rules were upheld, and life was valued above all. There, those who erred faced judgment and punishment. Though wealth varied, joy was found in every station. That land, though not perfect, was ever progressing. Its people were compassionate, rich in empathy. Although they could not cultivate, they remained formidable. Having grown in such an environment, protected by its rules, Suemo found himself bewildered by the laws of this world, unable to comprehend or voice his dissent, too timid to intervene. He suppressed his feelings until, witnessing the woman kneeling in blood, crying out to the heavens, he could no longer contain his emotions. He was still of that other world, compassionate and empathetic. He too was one who had been saved by another's sacrifice. Why? Because he could not bear to witness such injustice. Hence, he felt an unquenchable unrest. As a cautious, ordinary individual, he could only empathize. This unrest compelled him to resist, to defy the rules of this realm with his meager will. In this wretched world, for the sake of his own peace, Suemo declared. The woman lifted her gaze to him, realization dawning upon her. "So, It is true, you are not like them. You are not like us, she murmured, rising to her feet. As she turned away, Suemo felt as if struck by lightning, his body trembling. He witnessed an arrow piercing her back, through her chest, straight into the swaddled infant. The child within the cloth had already perished. Crimson blood flowed between the woman and the swaddled infant in her arms, washed away by the rain as it spread across the ground, gradually fading. The woman was already at the end of her strength. You cannot aid me. Return, return. With each faltering step, she moved toward the street. She wished to distance herself from Suemo, not wanting to entangle this gentle yet Na'vi scholar, who was so different from the world, in her plight. You are still too fragile, too delicate. The affairs of this world are far more complex than you perceive. When you have grown stronger, should you still recall today's events? Should your heart remain unsettled, you may venture to the grove west of the city, to behold the solitary courtyard with its red walls and white tiles. The woman, holding the lifeless swaddling, staggered step by step toward the street. Each step left a bloody footprint, quickly washed away by the rain. Suemo stood rigid, his expression blank. Rain pelted his face, trickling into his mouth, tasting somewhat salty and bitter. With every step the woman took, it felt as though she was treading upon the very soul from another world within Sumo's body. He could not assist her. He was powerless. It was as if he had been defeated before even embarking on the battle. The flickering flame of rebellion was doused by a cold deluge. The chill penetrated to the bone, a piercing pain within his heart. The woman, dragging her broken body, approached the street, turned the corner, and vanished from sight. Suemo stood in a daze, as if in a dream. After a long while, a group of figures in black robes appeared, wielding swords and searching the area, ultimately dragging out two bodies, one large and one small, from the street corner. The lifeless forms bore silent witness to the inhumanity of this world. The black-robed figures departed with the two corpses, as if reluctant to linger in this place. Throughout it all, they never cast a glance at Suemo. It was as though he were invisible. The wind and rain intensified, battering against Suemo's frail and shivering frame. Upon the boat's upper deck, Luoyin stood before the window, rain and wind splattering against the glass, soaking her garments. Her anxious maid implored her to step away from the window. Yet, she gazed in a daze at the frail figure braving the storm on the street. She had seen the woman when she first stepped into the rain with her child. Just one glance was enough for her to know that the woman could not survive. The arrow had pierced through both the woman and the swaddled infant. The child was already devoid of life, and the woman was merely at the end of her strength. No one could save her. The complexities of life were overwhelming, and she had neither the reason nor the ability to intervene. Suemo's appearance and words left her in a state of confusion. Throughout it all, he had spoken only a few words. While the world watched in silence, he was the only one who stepped forward. The woman had remarked that she had never encountered anyone like him. He was unlike the rest of us. It seemed he harbored something different within him. Beneath his not-so-broad chest, the hopes of the common folk. While we weighed our own interests, he yearned for peace. The melodious sound of the flute echoed through the air, accompanied by the delicate strokes of calligraphy. What manner of person are you? The confusion in Luo Yin's eyes lingered. At the summit of Wangyue Mountain, upon the moon-viewing platform, the dean stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the capital city, his expression serene and lost in thought. A scroll lay quietly on the stone table behind him. The wind and rain swept into the platform, drenching the dean's white robe, yet leaving it untouched. "Dean, what are you observing?" inquired Guyu, clad in red, perplexed and somewhat helpless. After retrieving the scroll, the dean remained silent, merely gazing at the vast expanse of the capital. Wangyue Mountain was lofty enough to overlook the entire city, yet what the dean perceived remained hidden from her view. After a lengthy silence, the dean lifted his gaze to the heavens, as if he could penetrate the clouds and rain, reaching into the cosmos. "Has something occurred? Are you divining the secrets of fate?" Guyu's question startled her, for it had been long since the dean had engaged in such divination. "The secrets of fate are in disarray. The future is obscured," the dean sighed, turning back to glance at the scroll resting quietly on the stone table. "What?" Guyu was bewildered. The old silver pen spoke in riddles. "Shall I find you a junior disciple?" The dean did not answer directly, but posed a sudden question. Guyu's eyes brightened, only to dim again. The dean's choices for disciples had always been peculiar. Could we not find a normal person to be our junior? Guyu asked skeptically. The dean continued to gaze toward the capital below. This junior disciple, you will surely adore. When? Guyu exclaimed with delight. For reasons unknown. She suddenly thought of Suemo. If only little Su could be our junior, he could play the flute and paint for us every day. Alas, he is merely an ordinary person. You shall venture to the forest west of the city tomorrow night during the hour of the rat and bring him back. Remember, we are outsiders. Intervening means entering the game of others. So, aside from bringing him back, do not meddle in other matters. Upon finishing, the dean turned to see Guyu, her red attire billowing, anxiously racing down the mountain through the rain. With a resigned wave of his hand, an invisible force restrained the impulsive Guyu. I said, go tomorrow at the hour of the rat. Oh. Guyu's spirits dampened as she turned to the nearby academy's loft to find her fellow disciples. The dean then returned his gaze to the scroll resting on the stone table, murmuring softly, this world is but a game, the past and the future. To intervene is to enter the game. You are unaware. You have already caught its eye? The relentless wind and rain lashed at Suemo, the cold wind biting and the chilly rain piercing. In the tempest, Suemo remained silent, brewing. A fierce flame ignited within his heart. This wretched world. At some point, a young girl had arrived beside Suemo. In the rain, she grasped his trembling hand, quietly remaining by his side. In the midst of a tempest, two figures, one large and one small, appeared feeble and helpless. They stood there. For a considerable time. Little one, Suemo gently called out, her voice choked with emotion. The young girl looked up at Suemo, bewildered, for she had never seen her in such a state. I no longer wish to study, Suemo declared, tilting her head upwards. All right, the girl unreservedly agreed. After the spring examination, let us depart. Very well. Before that, however, Suemo gazed towards the western part of the city. There is still a matter I must attend to. She longed to visit the west side of the city, merely to observe. The life of her benefactor was fading away before Suemo's very eyes. Suemo yearned to comprehend the discrepancies between this realm of cultivation and the narratives of her past life. The wailing cry of an ant echoed with despair. Yet she urged Suemo not to meddle, to wait until one becomes powerful. But I do not relish waiting. The men of the flower kingdom, even without cultivation, can still possess great strength. Chapter 13. Out of touch with the world, Suemo gently held the little girl's hand, leading her back onto the pleasure boat without uttering a word. The girl had not used an umbrella earlier, and now she was completely soaked. Suemo wiped her hair dry and calmly said, You're drenched. Go wash up inside and change into some dry clothes. Within the boat, there was a private room equipped with a bath barrel filled with warm water, ensuring that bathing would not be a cold affair. The little girl looked at Suemo. Uncertainty etched on her face as she anxiously called out, Young master. Observing her worried expression, Suemo tenderly ruffled her disheveled hair and smiled. I'm fine. Go on. Once you're done, we can have something to eat. With a hesitant nod, the little girl glanced back multiple times, her anxiety palpable. She had never seen this side of Suemo before. He had always worn a smile, exuding a congenial and tranquil demeanor. Yet now, despite the smile still gracing his lips, she sensed a deep-seated discomfort within him, rendering his smile somewhat strained. Noticing her hesitance, Suemo chuckled softly and waved his hand, urging her, Hurry along now. Do you want me to help you bathe? The little girl pondered seriously for a moment, then nodded in agreement. All right. Suemo couldn't help but burst into laughter, feigning a fierce expression. Off you go, or I might just have to strip you bare and give you a spanking. Sticking out her tongue, the little girl giggled and scampered into the room. Once she had disappeared, the smile on Suemo's face gradually faded. He quietly removed his wet clothes and dried himself off. A chill breeze swept through, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Gazing out at the torrential rain and the darkening sky, a sense of foreboding settled over him. 2 vibrant lives had just been extinguished on that street. Life truly is as insignificant as grass. Is it not disheartening? Indeed, it is. Suemo snapped back to reality and changed into a set of dry garments. He retrieved paper and ink, taking a seat at the table. Drawing upon memories from his past life, he began to create, no longer merely words and paintings. Each stroke was an emotional release, pouring forth onto the paper. On one sheet, he crafted a simple design, examined it briefly, and set it aside, placing a glowing arrowhead atop it. He then took another blank sheet and continued to draw. One after another, he worked, occasionally pausing to reflect before resuming. The flawed sheets were discarded, while the successful ones were neatly stacked. After the little girl emerged, freshly bathed and dressed in clean clothes, she approached Sumo, peering at his artwork with curiosity. "Young master, what are you drawing?" she asked in her innocent, childlike voice. Turning to smile at her, Sumo noticed the faint, natural fragrance emanating from her, which gradually soothed his troubled mind. "I am creating a weapon that can empower ordinary individuals to unleash attacks rivaling those of foundational practitioners." Sumo did not conceal anything and spoke candidly. "Do such weapons truly exist in this world?" the young girl inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Sumo nodded, appearing to ponder, as if lost in recollection. "Indeed, there are weapons capable of granting ordinary individuals the power to wreak havoc upon the world. Yet, I am unable to create such things. What does young master intend to draw this for?" the girl asked, her gaze fixed on Sumo's serene countenance, worry etched on her face. Setting down his pen and paper, Sumo gently ruffled her hair and replied with a smile, "Do not fret. I merely wish to equip us with the means of self-defense. Young master desires to protect you always." She nodded in agreement, though the concern on her face lingered. Her eyes were drawn to the dark arrowhead resting beside Sumo's desk, the very arrow that had saved them countless times. "Just one more page. Once I finish, we shall dine." Sumo resumed his drawing. "All right," the girl replied, moving behind Sumo to tend to his long hair, which he still did not know how to tie up. She produced a wooden comb and began to groom his tresses, only to suddenly exclaim, "Young master, you have a white hair." Sumo paused, then shook his head. "Just pluck it out." Obediently, the girl removed the white strand and continued to style Sumo's hair, though her method rendered him somewhat delicate in appearance. Once she had finished, Sumo also completed his final drawing, exhaling deeply. "The sky is darkening," the girl observed, glancing outside at the encroaching twilight. She rose to light the candles. "Indeed, the night is drawing near," Sumo mused as he too looked at the dimming sky. "Some may witness the dawn of tomorrow, while others may not even survive this night. Let us dine," he announced, moving to the table where he unveiled a bounty of food purchased that day. Instantly, the girl's spirits lifted. She leaped to her seat and began to indulge in the feast. "This sauced chicken leg is truly delectable," she exclaimed, savoring a bite and smiling at Sumo. Reflecting on her past, when she had to scavenge for scraps alongside wild dogs, she felt an overwhelming sense of contentment with her current circumstances. Although her memories of her days of wandering were scant, she could hardly recall how she had ended up in such a plight. Nor could she remember anything before that. She felt a profound satisfaction. Sumo partook of the meal, observing the joy illuminating the girl's face, and his heart softened gradually. "You stay here and eat. I shall step out for a moment. If you grow tired, do not wait for me to return," he said, wiping his mouth and picking up several sheets of paper, smiling at her. The girl immediately halted, looking at Sumo with concern. "But the sky is nearly dark. Are you going to listen to music again, young master?" "But it's raining today. Isn't the boathouse closed?" Sumo shook his head, shaking the papers in his hand. "I am off to find a blacksmith to forge this." "Then young master should take an umbrella," the girl replied obediently. She understood that Sumo had his own ambitions, and all she needed to do was to offer her unwavering support. In this world, the only bonds that truly mattered were those of master and servant, or perhaps siblings. She donned a raincoat and a wide-brimmed hat as she approached the bow of the boat. "I will wear this." Sumo turned to the young girl and smiled, then stepped into the rainy night. The girl set down her chicken leg, not eating any further. At the blacksmith shop, the young blacksmith gazed out at the pouring rain, expressing his concerns to the old blacksmith. "It seems this rain will last for several days. We won't have any business during this time." The old blacksmith, reclining on a chair while sipping his drink, remained indifferent. "If business comes, it comes. If not, we won't starve for a while." The young blacksmith nodded, eyeing the incessant rain. "Yet, this rain dampens the spirit and breeds a sense of gloom. To forge well, one must maintain a tranquil heart," the old blacksmith advised. The young blacksmith curled his lip, about to retort when a customer entered the shop. The customer, clad in a hat and raincoat, obscured their face from view. The young blacksmith approached politely, inquiring, "Esteemed customer, do you seek to purchase tools?" The customer produced a piece of paper and handed it to the young blacksmith, rasping, "Is it possible to create this according to the design?" The young blacksmith was taken aback, glanced at the paper, and replied, "Please wait a moment," before passing it to the old blacksmith. The old blacksmith, upon examining the design, immediately sat up, scrutinizing the details intently. After a brief moment, he rose and asked the customer, "What material do you wish to use for crafting this item?" "Dark iron." The customer replied matter-of-factly. "Certainly, it can be made." The old blacksmith nodded, though hesitated, adding, "However, what is it?" The customer inquired. "If I am not mistaken, you intend to forge a powerful bow." The old blacksmith observed Sumo and continued, "But who could draw a bow made of dark iron? That is not your concern. You merely need to forge it." The customer seemed relieved and further inquired, "Do you know how to proceed?" "Naturally, it requires layering dark iron," the old blacksmith asserted confidently. The customer nodded, asking, "Is there a bowstring capable of withstanding the draw of this powerful bow?" After pondering for a moment, the old blacksmith replied, "Ordinary bowstrings would certainly not endure such tension. We can only use mithril thread or the sinew of a dark beast for the bowstring. Do you have any?" The old blacksmith nodded. "As it happens, I have a leftover piece of dark beast sinew from a previous customer. It should suffice." "Excellent. Then I entrust this task to you," the customer affirmed. "How much silver will it cost?" The old blacksmith contemplated, then resolutely stated, 50 taels. 50 taels was indeed a fair price, yet he feared the customer might perceive it as exorbitant, for 50 taels was no trifling sum. To his surprise, the customer merely nodded and tossed a bag of silver onto the counter. "This is but a half. The remainder shall be given to you upon collection." The customer dropped the coins and the blueprints before turning to leave. "When shall the customer return for the goods?" the old blacksmith inquired. "Tomorrow at noon," came the reply as the customer disappeared into the rainy night. The young blacksmith leaned in to examine the coins and blueprints, remarking, "This customer is indeed enigmatic. What purpose does this powerful bow serve? No one can draw it." The old blacksmith gently rapped the young blacksmith on the head, admonishing, "Silence. Speak less and work more." Casting a glance at the several holes in the bow's design, he sighed. "This blueprint is likely but a fragment of the entire apparatus." Emerging from the blacksmith shop, Sumo proceeded to visit several other blacksmiths, entrusting them with the remaining blueprints for crafting. The costs for the other components were relatively modest, but the bow's body and string were the most expensive, and he understood that the mystical beast sinew was not easily procured. He allocated all the components to different artisans for creation. The relentless wind and rain accompanied him as he made his way to that street, to the very spot where the woman had knelt and mournfully cried out. The ground bore no trace of her presence, only the chilling wind that swept through the rain. Sumo stood quietly, his silhouette lonely and desolate, as if he were a stranger to this world. Not far away, the boat building, which should have been aglow with light, remained closed to night. The lights were dim, and no melodies filled the air. This night was particularly quiet. This night, Sumo stood on the streets of the capital for half the night. Chapter 14. The storm approaches. Upon returning to the boat, Sumo found it was already the latter part of the night. The young girl had fallen asleep at the table, her unfinished meal spread across it. Sumo shook his head with a sigh. This foolish child. He removed his raincoat and hat, hanging them on a post, and approached the sleeping girl. Gently, he lifted her petite form and carried her toward the room. "Young master." The girl stirred awake, seeing Sumo cradling her and gently placing her on the bed. She murmured softly, "Why haven't you returned to your room to sleep?" Sumo affectionately ruffled her hair and replied softly, "You should rest now, for your young master has returned." She responded, wrapping her arms around him tightly before drifting back into a deep slumber. Sumo held her close, softly patting her back while gazing out at the dark night through the boat's window. "I merely want to take a look, just to take a look." Sumo closed his eyes, gradually succumbing to sleep. The rain continued to fall, swelling the river and dampening spirits. "Young master, how long will this rain last?" the girl asked, holding a chess piece while gazing out at the incessant downpour, feeling a bit disheartened. "Perhaps a few more days," Sumo replied, glancing at the gloomy sky outside. The girl placed her piece down, mimicking the adults with a sigh of melancholy. "With this constant rain, we can only remain on the boat and play chess with you." At a loss for his next move, Sumo decided to scatter the pieces on the board haphazardly, declaring, "No more playing. The quality of your game is dreadful." The girl pouted, clearly displeased. It was not that Suemo was inferior in skill. Rather, the girl was quite unskilled at chess and often wished to take back her moves. Suemo had to indulge her while pretending their skills were evenly matched, all to ensure she would continue to play with him. This had been their routine. Yet today, he found no interest in it. "You've gotten more gray hair since last night," the girl remarked, having noticed 2 more strands of silver in Suemo's hair while she was tying it up. Suemo merely shook his head, remaining silent, with a heavy sigh escaping his lips. The rain mirrored the turmoil within, nurturing the pent-up emotions that surged within, leaving one with no outlet to release them. Drip, drip. The rhythmic sound of water falling from the eaves of the boat continually struck the bow, splattering droplets everywhere. A figure in a flowing long dress, holding an umbrella, stepped onto the boat. "May I request a painting, if it is convenient?" Luo Yin inquired, her voice melodious yet familiar. A maid sheltered her with an umbrella, though her skirt still became damp. Upon hearing that enchanting voice, Suemo promptly opened the door to the cabin. Today, Luo Yin donned a white dress, exuding an ethereal elegance. Her demeanor was calm, serene, and transcendent. Suemo gazed at the enchanting Luo Yin and offered a slight bow. "I have the honor of meeting you, Miss Luo." Luo Yin regarded Suemo's delicate and youthful visage, and an involuntary sigh escaped her lips, though the source of her melancholy eluded her understanding. At this moment, Suemo was captivated by Luo Yin's exquisite grace from a close distance. She was the most beautiful woman he had encountered in 2 lifetimes. What was particularly striking was the serene aura that enveloped Luo Yin, instilling an unshakable tranquility within him. "Shall we not invite our guests inside?" Luo Yin smiled gently, remarking that such treatment towards visitors was quite inappropriate. Suemo, snapping back to reality, offered an awkward smile and stepped aside, saying, "I beg your pardon, Miss Luo, please come in." Luo Yin glided into the cabin, where the walls were adorned with numerous calligraphic artworks. Although this was merely a boat cabin, it resembled a scholarly abode. The air was infused with the fragrance of ink. A nearby maid observed the scene, her eyes widening in astonishment. The little girl, with her bright eyes, curiously scrutinized the arriving Luo Yin and her attendant. "The fairy sister is so beautiful," the child couldn't help but murmur. "When will the moon be full? I raise my cup to ask the blue sky. I know not the palace in the heavens. What year is tonight? I wish to ride the wind back, yet fear the jade towers are too high and cold. Dancing in the moonlight, how is it like in the mortal realm?" Luo Yin approached a piece of calligraphy and found herself unable to refrain from reciting the words aloud. Such exquisite verses. "Though this stanza is but half, it is enough to humble the youth of this age," Luo Yin remarked softly, turning her gaze back to Suemo. Her eyes sparkled as she asked, "Do you possess the latter half?" Suemo nodded and began to recite slowly, turning the vermilion pavilion, lowering the ornate windows, illuminating the sleepless. "There should be no hatred. Why must the moon always be full at parting?" His voice, though soft, rippled through the cabin like a gentle wave. Human lives experience sorrow and joy, separation and reunion, just as the moon waxes and wanes. Such matters have long been difficult to attain in completeness. May we wish for lasting companionship, sharing the beauty of the moon even from 1,000 miles apart. The maid accompanying Luo Yin was left utterly stunned, finally comprehending why her mistress braved the rain to arrive at this modest boat. Within this small vessel resided a remarkable talent among the contemporary youth. The little girl rushed to Suemo's side, grasping his finger, and gazed up at him in awe. "May we wish for lasting companionship, sharing the beauty of the moon." Luo Yin murmured to herself, "Your talent is unparalleled in this era." Luo Yin's expression grew more complex, her previously tranquil demeanor dissipating. Suemo shook his head and replied earnestly, "These verses are not my own. They were penned by an ancestor from my homeland." Luo Yin smiled, interpreting Suemo's humility as mere modesty. If truly composed by another's ancestor, why not share it with the world sooner? "Would you care to engage in a game with me, Mr. Su?" Luo Yin inquired, glancing at the disheveled chessboard beside her. Suemo found himself momentarily perplexed by Luo Yin's intentions. She had come seeking a painting, yet now wished to play chess. However, as a guest, he recognized the opportunity to request something of her as well. Thus he replied, "Then it would be my honor to comply." Suemo and Luo Yin sat across from each other, and the little girl assisted in tidying the chessboard. Child, serve the tea. Suemo instructed the young girl, who promptly turned to brew tea. The attendant, with keen eyes, gazed intently at Suemo and Luo-yin, seated across from each other, as if beholding a pair of celestial beings. Yet, alas, the young master Su is but a mortal, the attendant sighed softly. Please, young master, Luo-yin spoke. Suemo, without hesitation, picked up the pieces and made his move. You may call me Jingyan, for that is my name, Suemo declared, as Luo-yin placed her piece. She replied, Then I shall call you Jingyan. Do refrain from addressing me as Fairy Luo with every utterance. The divide between immortals and mortals is insurmountable, Suemo remarked, shaking his head as he made another move. What constitutes a mortal? And what defines an immortal? Luo-yin inquired, raising her hand to place her piece. A mortal is one of earthly flesh, whose life spans but a century. They toil from dawn till dusk, seeking merely a life free from want. A home of peace and work, Sumo explained. An immortal possesses ethereal grace and longevity, transcending the mundane, yet remains untouched by the fires of the world, he continued. The young girl brought forth the tea, serving each a cup before quietly watching from the side. Luo-yin lifted her cup and took a delicate sip. Why hold immortals in such high regard? They are merely mortals who have cultivated their path, she mused, gently shaking her head with a sigh as she placed her piece on the board. What does it mean to cultivate one's path? Suemo asked, observing the shifting dynamics of the game. Some follow the footsteps of their predecessors, naturally entering the path. A select few, however, grasp their own way, pursuing the ultimate truths of heaven and earth through their understanding, Luo-yin softly explained, adding that entering the path is merely the foundation of cultivation. To label those who enter the path as immortals is inaccurate. And what then is a true immortal? Suemo inquired, lifting his gaze. I do not know. Luo-yin shook her head. That is the ultimate goal of all cultivators. I am merely an initiator on the path. How could I possibly know? Suemo bowed his head respectfully, saying, I have learned much from you. What are your plans after the spring examination? Will you enter the court as an official? With your talent, it should pose no challenge, Luo-yin questioned. I am uncertain. I shall take it step by step, Suemo replied, his eyes cast down. Have you never considered cultivating the path? Luo-yin asked, caught by her own curiosity. Suemo lifted his hand, glancing at his utterly ordinary physique, shaking his head with a bitter smile. The divide between immortals and mortals makes such pursuits far from easy. Do you have any aspirations in this life? Luo-yin gazed into Suemo's eyes, seeking something different within. Suemo pondered deeply, his thoughts wandering through the chaos of the world, the suffering of the people, the lofty heights of immortals, and the ruthless nature of society. Yet, he concluded, I merely seek the tranquility of a carefree existence. Like a wandering cloud or a wild crane. Luo-yin's eyes shone brightly as she looked at Suemo. Yet, you clearly harbor concern for the people, a burden for the world. Suemo was momentarily taken aback, his heart stirred. Why not? Take action. As Suemo regained his composure, he realized there were no more moves to be made on the board. I have lost. Thank you for your hospitality, Jingyan. He then took his leave. Luo-yin rose, her departure as swift as her arrival. Apart from her initial request for a painting, she had not uttered another word on the subject. Suemo stood and took down the half-verse of Shui Diao Gutu from the wall, presenting it to Luo-yin, saying, This fragment of poetry is a gift for you, fair maiden, and I have a humble request to make in return. It is of no consequence. Indeed, Luo-yin found great pleasure in the half-verse, though it was but a fragment. Summoning a young maid, he expressed his need to attend to certain matters, but the relentless rain had caused the river to swell, rendering the pleasure boat quite unsafe. He wished for his sister to remain with Luo-yin for the day, until he returned the following day to fetch her. He referred to the young maid as his sister. Luo-yin turned to the maid, her interest piqued, and nodded in agreement. The maid looked up at Suemo, her eyes revealing a hint of concern. She was aware that he had his own intentions, a truth she had always known. Yet all she could do was to shield him from worry. Brother, the maid called out. Suemo smiled and affectionately tousled her hair. The maid took a small white stone from around her neck, tugged at Suemo's sleeve to draw him down, and placed the stone around his neck. This little stone had always been with her, its origins unknown, yet it held great significance to her. Now, it served a greater purpose, as she hoped it would be a talisman to safeguard her brother. Luo-yin led the young maid down from the boat, heading towards the boathouse. Once on the street, she turned back, casting a glance at the swaying painting boat amid the storm, and sighed, saying, "The tempest approaches. Yet, has it not been raining all along?" The maid remained perplexed. Chapter 15. With the mind of a mortal in the rain-soaked capital, wisps of smoke elegantly ascended. The ethereal clouds were dispersed by the wind amidst the downpour, leaving behind the fragrance of hearth fires wafting through the streets. Scattered passers-by, umbrellas in hand, hurried along with determined strides, devoid of the leisurely strolls characteristic of sunny days. Suemo, clad in a raincoat and wearing a broad-brimmed hat pulled low, obscured his features from view. He trudged through the rain, droplets cascading from his coat, merging into a steady stream. Suemo walked directly into the blacksmith shop without removing his hat, inquiring straightaway, "Has the item I requested been completed?" The old blacksmith, recognizing Suemo's hoarse voice, immediately set aside his work and approached warmly. "Indeed, it has been finished. Please take a seat. I shall have my apprentice fetch it at once." Suemo shook his head, declining the offer to sit, opting instead to stand and wait. Without waiting for instruction, the young blacksmith ventured into the back room and soon emerged with the item Suemo sought. Receiving the object, Suemo inspected it briefly, nodded approvingly, and left behind a pouch of silver as he turned to depart. He visited several blacksmiths in succession, retrieving his customized tools. Upon returning to the pleasure boat, he placed a collection of dark items upon the table, staring at them in a daze. This assortment of familiar objects, appearing before him in this world, felt exceedingly out of place. In his previous life, Suemo had never encountered such items. He had merely drafted blueprints based on foundational knowledge and entrusted the blacksmiths to forge them accordingly. It was neither overly complicated nor overly simple, as understanding the basic structure sufficed. Taking a deep breath, Suemo began to assemble the item. He intentionally sourced from multiple shops to create it and produced several unnecessary components to thwart any potential imitation by those with ill intent. Click, click. The simple yet intricate construction gradually took shape under Suemo's deft hands, as components were skillfully pieced together. At that moment, Suemo felt a wave of gratitude. The blacksmiths in the capital possessed commendable skills, or else his assembly would have proven far more challenging. Turning his gaze to the dark arrowhead, he affixed it to a feathered shaft. Suemo's assembly halted. The object was now complete. It lay quietly on the table, emanating a chilling yet familiar aura that stirred a whirlwind of emotions within him. Gently caressing the cold surface of the ebony object, a shiver coursed from his fingertips to his heart. A black crossbow, paired with an enigmatic arrow. This was Suemo's lifeline. The arrowhead, an accidental acquisition, was a celestial artifact that had saved both the girl and himself countless times. Looking out at the sky beyond the window, a serene calmness graced his youthful face, an expression that seemed at odds with his years. As darkness approached, Suemo procured a black belt to bind over his eyes and reclined on his bed, seeking rest. He aimed to acclimate himself to the nocturnal realm of this world. The rain-soaked night arrived earlier than expected, shrouded in an eerie gloom. The willow branches by the river danced in the wind, shedding raindrops akin to tears. The moonlight struggled to pierce through the clouds and rain, rendering the night utterly pitch black. Scattered lights failed to illuminate the streets, heralding the impending tempest. Draped in black attire, Suemo donned obsidian boots, a dark traveling cloak, and a black hooded robe, with a powerful crossbow slung across his back, becoming one with the shadows. Standing at the bow of the boat amid the rain, he gazed into the ink-like darkness, his expression serene. "I merely wish to behold, to witness the grievances behind those two lost souls, to confront this world's brutality, to observe what mortals dread, and to discern how I shall face the apathy of this realm. I can only watch," he mused. Luo-yin had also suggested that he take action. He was adept at evading peril and had crafted the most formidable weapon he could. The celestial beings he encountered were not as formidable as depicted in the novels of his past life. They were merely slightly stronger than ordinary mortals. Suemo had gathered information that the courtyard with red walls and white tiles lay within a secluded forest to the west of the city, a solitary and tranquil abode far removed from the imperial palace. Such isolation hinted at hidden schemes. With a soft rustle, Suemo pulled the hood of his robe over his head and stepped into the rain-drenched night, advancing toward the western part of the city. each step resonating on the waterlogged path like a resonant march. In the riverside boat pavilion, tonight echoed yesterday's silence, with only scattered candle flames flickering. Within a secluded chamber atop the pavilion, a young girl rested her chin on her hands at a table by the window, her worried gaze fixed on the vast, dark expanse outside. A gentle knocking sounded at the door, and soon Luo-yin entered, accompanied by a maid carrying a platter of pastries. Observing the girl lost in thought by the window, Luo-yin smiled softly. "Are you not yet resting?" "I can't sleep," the girl replied, shaking her head in response. The maid set down the pastries and quietly exited. "What troubles you?" Luo-yin inquired, noticing the girl's insomnia, and chose to sit beside her. She placed the pastries before the girl and poured herself a cup of tea. Her curiosity about Sumo's sister was piqued. The girl was charming yet well-mannered, having remained quietly in her room since arriving at the pavilion. Beneath her youthful visage, there were fleeting hints of confusion that belied her tender age. Such bewilderment was not typical of a child just over 10 years old. Yet, she was still young. In time, she would undoubtedly blossom into a stunning beauty. Luo-yin sighed softly. "You are thinking of your brother?" The little girl lowered her head, her voice tinged with worry as she softly spoke. Luo-yin smiled gently, realizing that even after just a brief separation, the girl already missed her. Indeed, she was quite the clingy child. "I haven't yet asked you, what is your name?" Luo-yin inquired. The little girl looked at Luo-yin and shook her head. "Cannot say?" Luo-yin asked, puzzled. The little girl shook her head again, explaining, "No, it's not that. I simply do not know." "Do not know?" Luo-yin found herself momentarily perplexed by the girl's words. The little girl nodded and continued. "I do not remember. I only recall that my brother found me. He feared I would suffer alone, so he decided to take me with him. Other than my brother, I cannot remember anything else, nor can I retain it." "What does your brother usually call you?" Luo-yin asked. "He calls me little girl, for he says that when I grow older and remember my name, I may reclaim it. But I do not wish to remember it. I like it when he calls me little girl," the child replied innocently. Luo-yin silently sipped her tea. What an intriguing pair of siblings they were. "What kind of person is your brother?" Luo-yin gazed out into the dark night, slowly posing her question. The little girl also looked out, her expression reflecting nostalgia. "My brother is an exceptionally clever person. We traveled from Jiangnan to the capital together, and no matter what challenges we encountered along the way, he always found a solution. He is also quite talented. During his leisure, he enjoys writing, painting, and reciting poetry. His verses often leave me with goosebumps," she said, her voice imbued with admiration. Luo-yin nodded in agreement. The little girl's tone grew somber as she continued, "But my brother is also a deeply sorrowful man. He often lays in a rocking chair at night, staring at the stars while lost in thought, drinking wine and murmuring phrases like 'my hometown is 2 lifetimes away.' Memorable yet unattainable." Luo-yin felt a sudden jolt of recognition, recalling the poignant melody of the flute that night, steeped in nostalgia. 2 lifetimes away, memorable yet unattainable. What could that mean? In truth, my brother is an extraordinarily kind-hearted person. He always thinks of others. Whenever he encounters a wanderer or someone in distress, he will part with his scarce silver to help them, even when it leaves him without money for his own drink, yet he never allows me to go hungry." 2 clear tears rolled down the little girl's cheeks, her bright eyes inexplicably reddening. "Why are you crying all of a sudden?" Luo-yin exclaimed, flustered, as she fumbled to produce a handkerchief to wipe away the girl's tears. "Yesterday, the kind woman who had helped us and her infant died before my brother's eyes, and he could do nothing to help. It was a significant blow to him. I remember that woman kneeling in the street, crying out in agony, as an arrow pierced her chest, killing both her and the infant in her arms, leaving a pool of blood. My brother cannot bear to witness such scenes." The little girl wept inconsolably, turning to Luo-yin with a pleading gaze. She implored, "Sister Fairy, could you lend a hand to my brother?" The child simply wished to shield her brother from feeling burdened, hence she could not cry in his presence. Although her brother said nothing, she understood everything. He had always smiled at her, yet yesterday, his smile was tinged with sorrow. He merely wished to alleviate her worries, thus entrusting her care to the sister for a day. He claimed he had matters to attend to outside, but she was aware. He must have ventured beyond the western city, to that courtyard with red walls and white tiles mentioned by the lady who perished before him. He stated. It was merely to take a look. Yet, he forged weapons. What? Luo-yin was startled. He is but a mortal. Chapter 16. The Taoist and the Monk in the Western Outskirts. Within the depths of a forest, a slender Taoist priest hurriedly traversed the terrain, glancing back occasionally. Clad in Taoist robes and worn cloth shoes, there was something peculiar about this lean figure. He bore a staff upon his back, and a string of prayer beads hung around his neck. Suddenly, he halted, furrowing his brow as he gazed at a courtyard not far ahead. Ba, how heavy is the resentment that lingers here. At that moment, a stout monk sprang forth beside him, also peering toward the courtyard, his expression mirroring the Taoist's concern. Be cautious. There is something unsettling about this place, the Taoist remarked to the monk. The monk extracted a copper sword, nodding in agreement. The Taoist, observing the weapon, raised an eyebrow. Jishuan, is my copper sword not far more fitting than your staff? The monk, feeling a pang of melancholy at the sight of his own copper sword, thought to himself, I shall surely reclaim my staff from your grasp. Ah, the Taoist squinted. Do you truly believe you possess something to wager against me? Do not forget that your prayer beads are also in my possession. The Taoist caressed the beads around his neck, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the monk's golden alms bowl. The monk took a cautious step back, his expression betraying mistrust. I will not stake my golden bowl. It is for my alms, as instructed by the abbot. He has expressly stated that the bowl must not leave my side. Abandon such thoughts. The Taoist wore a benevolent smile. Worry not. I have no desire for your golden bowl. What use would I have for a monk's bowl? It would be quite unbecoming for a Taoist. Upon hearing this, the monk exhaled in relief, only to hear the Taoist continue. Your bowl is rather cumbersome. It would be more convenient to melt it down and craft a smaller, thinner version. The excess gold can be used for wine. The monk immediately clutched his chest, protectively guarding the golden bowl, casting a wary glance at the Taoist. The latter chuckled at the sight. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from within the courtyard ahead. The two exchanged solemn looks, turning their attention to the high-walled estate adorned with red walls and white tiles. Dim light flickered in the rain-soaked night, casting an eerie pallor over the secluded woodland. A chill wind swept through, causing both to shudder involuntarily. They exchanged glances, each detecting an element of surprise in the other's eyes. Ordinarily, their foundational cultivation would render them impervious to the cold, yet the recent gust had undeniably raised goosebumps upon their skin. Shall we take a look? The Taoist inquired. The monk nodded in agreement. Concealing their presence, they swiftly approached the solitary courtyard. Following the earlier scream, an oppressive silence enveloped the area. The Taoist and the monk stealthily drew near the outer wall of the courtyard, abruptly halting their advance. There is a formation here. Jishuan turned to the Taoist priest and softly inquired. The priest nodded in affirmation. Can you discreetly break through? If I make a move, those within will surely notice. Jishuan questioned. A trivial matter. The Taoist replied with a smile. He then bit his finger, drawing forth a drop of blood, which he swiftly danced through the void. As his finger traced the air, a dark crimson radiance lingered, shimmering in the ether. In the blink of an eye, a small formation emerged in the emptiness. Unworthy. Celestial Lord, disperse. The priest tapped the formation he had inscribed in the void. The dark red formation floated forward with a gentle touch, only to vanish as if it had encountered an obstacle. In that instant, it seemed that an unseen barrier encircling the courtyard had quietly dissipated, releasing a chilling scent of blood that was particularly eerie in the rain. The Taoist and the monk exchanged a glance, disbelief flickering in their eyes. The stench of blood was overwhelmingly potent, far beyond the mere death of a few individuals. Up, the two ascended to the wall. Unworthy. That celestial lord, the Taoist stammered in shock. Ba, sins upon sins. The monk clasped his hands together, murmuring with closed eyes. They gazed at the scene within the courtyard, utterly astonished. There, within the expansive high-walled compound, a group of individuals in black robes was dragging a dozen corpses toward a building in the courtyard. The trail left by the dragged bodies was stained with blood, the vivid red quickly washed away by the rain. Some bodies even twitched intermittently as they were dragged, clearly freshly slain. That house. The monk pointed softly toward the structure. The blood energy within is overwhelming. The Taoist focused intently on the corpses, then glanced at the building the monk had indicated. As the group in black dragged the bodies inside, at that moment, a figure clad in black robes emerged from the building, wielding a long sword, and coldly chastised the others in the courtyard. What are you doing? Another dozen have escaped. Fortunately, they did not leave the compound, or I would face reprimand again. Just yesterday, someone dared to venture into the streets. If it happens again, your blood will be the price. Understood. The group of black-robed figures entered the building, disappearing from sight. The monk and the Taoist shared a significant glance, recognizing a sense of dread in each other's eyes. Blood sacrifice. Demonic path. As the sword-wielding figure and the others entered the building, he abruptly turned back toward the high wall, leaping into the air and calling out, "Who goes there?" Mid-stage Foundation establishment. The monk declared, "Up. Let us investigate. With our initial stages against his mid-stage, we'll fight if we can. If not, we shall flee." The Taoist instructed, charging ahead. He hurled his staff toward the sword-wielding figure in black robes. The staff, exuding an astonishing aura, charged directly towards the figure cloaked in black. Yet, it was deflected by the long sword wielded by the dark-robed man, returning along its original path. The monk sprang forth, soaring into the air to intercept the rebuffed staff, landing gracefully in the courtyard. After repelling the staff, the black-clad figure refrained from further aggression, instead retreating to stand in the courtyard, observing the Taoist and the monk with a furrowed brow, inquiring, "Who are you?" The Taoist approached the monk, fixing a steadfast gaze upon the black-robed man. "I am Wu Liang, a disciple of Qingfeng Mountain, known as Muda," he declared. "And this is Ji Xian from Wu Liang Monastery. What brings you here?" The dark figure asked, his expression still severe. "Given the overwhelming presence of blood energy here, we have come to address the disturbances," the Taoist responded, discreetly gesturing to the monk beside him. The monk, understanding the signal, handed over the bronze sword. Upon receiving the sword, the Taoist cast a frantic glance at the monk, silently expressing his desire for the staff. The monk feigned ignorance. "Could you elucidate the cause of this pervasive blood energy?" The monk inquired, gripping the staff while addressing the black-robed man. The dark figure surveyed the surroundings, keenly sensing the atmosphere, only to realize that the barrier had been breached. With a chilling tone, he questioned, "Did you all witness what transpired?" The monk and the Taoist remained silent. Then, the black-robed man unsheathed his sword, a surge of late-stage foundation-building energy emanating from him. "I cannot allow you to depart." Chapter 17, Blood Dan, Late Foundation Establishment. The Taoist Muda was taken aback. Wasn't this the mid-foundation establishment stage? Two early foundation establishment practitioners challenging one in the late foundation establishment stage was akin to children daring an adult. An absurdity. The dialogue among the three unveiled a dozen other figures cloaked in black, who surged forth from the dwelling, swords in hand. Their expressions devoid of emotion as they confronted Muda and Ji Xian. "What now?" The wind grew tense. Muda Taoist and Ji Xian monk exchanged glances. With a sudden burst of energy, Ji Xian monk activated his skills, his legs radiating a shimmering golden light. Enveloped by a surge of Buddhist aura, Muda Taoist wielded his bronze sword, which gleamed with a vivid azure light, and shouted, gentle breeze style. The sword tip pointed menacingly at the black-cloaked figures, the azure light swirling along the blade, conjuring a fierce sword wind. Cut off the path. A chilling aura ignited as the bronze sword, infused with the emerging azure light, sped towards the black-cloaked figures, whistling through the air. With a single strike, Ji Xian monk immediately pivoted, not looking back, his legs shimmering with golden brilliance, runes manifesting as he seized Muda Taoist and soared towards the courtyard wall, racing away. As for the bronze sword launched, it was of no consequence. Child's play. A black-cloaked figure bellowed, brandishing his long sword. The figure swung fiercely at the approaching bronze sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy to meet it head-on. Bang! The bronze sword was struck by the sword energy. Its momentum halted, and as it reached the black-cloaked figure, it was effortlessly grasped and cast aside. Observing the Taoist and monk fleeing towards the courtyard exit, the black-cloaked figure hurled his long sword with force. The sword soared into the sky before plummeting rapidly, embedding itself before the two. Dark spiritual energy surged around the long sword, runes undulating, and the energy erupted, severing the escape route of the Taoist and monk. The group of black-cloaked figures swiftly encircled them. "You shall not escape," the leading black-cloaked figure declared coldly. With palms pressed together, the monk intoned, "Amit Ba, what do you wish to do?" The leader of the black-cloaked figures sneered, "What did you just witness?" The monk fell silent. A practitioner of renunciation does not speak falsely. We observed a bit of sanguine energy here and, out of curiosity, came to investigate. Surely this is a slaughterhouse for cattle and sheep. We merely wish to procure some meat. Muda Taoist replied with a smile. Since you do not welcome us, we shall take our leave. The black-cloaked figure regarded them with a mocking expression. A monk and a Taoist come to buy meat? We are but false Taoists and false monks. Muda responded earnestly, tugging at the monk's robe. The monk's cheeks flushed, and he nodded. Unable to fight or flee, life was paramount. See, the monk speaks not falsely. Muda gestured towards Ji Xian, addressing the sword-bearing black-cloaked figure. The man in the black robe, now devoid of his sword, stood with his arms crossed and chuckled. Isn't that just a false monk? A false monk can weave lies. The monk's face flushed with embarrassment. This is not a slaughterhouse. The man in black suddenly interjected. The Taoist's expression stiffened, and he forced a smile. It seems we have made an error. We shall take our leave at once. A circle of black-robed figures, swords raised, clearly had no intention of allowing them to depart so easily. No need to rush off. Since you have come, do stay and lend us a hand. The leader of the black-robed men stated calmly. Oh, what assistance do you require from us? The Taoist, seemingly from nowhere, produced a copper sword, gripping it tightly. A benign smile adorning his face. The monk, wielding his staff, eyed the leader of the black-robed men with caution. It's nothing too grave. We merely require a final drop of fresh blood for our blood elixir, and we need the blood of both of you, the leader remarked, the corners of his mouth curling coldly as he regarded the two. Blood elixir. The expressions of the monk and the Taoist shifted dramatically. You dare to concoct a blood elixir? Mudar exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face as he glared at the leader, a flicker of anger igniting within him. Do you not fear divine retribution? Blood elixirs, as the name implies, are concocted from the essence of human lives. The creation of a blood elixir is exceedingly cruel, requiring the blood of the living supplemented with rare herbs and treasures, continuously fed with fresh blood, sealing the vitality within. Since constant blood is needed, it also demands continual loss of life. The blood of the living is imbued with vitality, and condensing it into an elixir is a significant endeavor. I am merely carrying out orders. The leader of the black-robed men retorted indifferently. Moreover, I only slay those lowly commoners. The disdain in his voice was palpable. The Taoist exchanged glances with the monk, signaling him to engage the leader, who was at the late stage of foundation establishment, while he would deal with the others. The monk's eyes widened, glancing at the circle surrounding them. Why shouldn't you be the one to hold off this late-stage foundation establishment, while I handle the others? The Taoist shot him a look. Very well. Can you kill? The monk rolled his eyes. Fine, I will hold off this late-stage foundation establishment. You must deal with the others quickly, for I cannot sustain this for long. The two engaged in silent communication through their glances. Solidifying their plan, the monk would stall the late-stage foundation establishment while the Taoist would first handle the other minions. Since you desire the blood of this little monk, he shall come to test your skills. The young monk, following the plan, radiated golden light, brandishing his staff as he charged towards the leader of the black-robed men, launching an offensive maneuver. Interesting, a Buddhist golden body. The black-robed man, unarmed, met him head-on. Seeing this, the Taoist turned and advanced towards the other black-robed figures, his copper sword shimmering with a cerulean glow. As the Taoist wielded his sword, streaks of crimson light erupted, blooming like blood-red flowers in the rainy night. The Taoist displayed no hesitation. These individuals, stained with the blood of countless innocents in their pursuit of alchemical mastery, met their end without the slightest pang of conscience, even relishing the act. Among them, only their leader had reached the foundation establishment stage, while the others languished in the mere chi refinement realm. In the blink of an eye, half of them fell to the Taoist's blade. Just as he reveled in the slaughter, an object hurtled towards him. The Taoist deftly evaded, only to discover it was a staff. Turning his gaze, he beheld a monk, his golden radiance dimmed, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, collapsed nearby. Meanwhile, the figure in the black robe watched the carnage with great interest, utterly indifferent to the lives lost around him. Why have you fallen so swiftly? The Taoist exclaimed, leaping to the monk's side to offer support. Enraged, the monk retorted, if you are capable, then you should take the lead. The Taoist replied, I shall engage the remaining lackeys, you deal with the rest. Gritting his teeth, the monk seized the bronze sword from the Taoist's grasp and charged towards the remaining minions. disregarding all precepts and prioritizing survival. The Taoist, drawing another bronze sword from seemingly nowhere, surged towards the black-robed figure. The leader of the black-robed men sneered. It appears you do not comprehend the disparity between the early and late stages of Foundation establishment. I shall entertain you today. With a swift kick, a long sword fell into his hand. He swung it forward, unleashing a wave of sword energy that surged towards the Taoist. I cannot withstand this, the Taoist thought, his expression shifting as he beheld the impending sword energy. He sidestepped, only to find the black-robed man already before him, a dark red radiance piercing towards his chest. The Taoist hastily raised his sword in defense. Bang! An overwhelming force struck his chest, causing his throat to taste blood as he coughed violently. His body was sent flying, collapsing to the side. The monk retreated to the Taoist's side, his form marred by blood. The remaining lackeys had been thoroughly dispatched. Chapter 18. A stunning arrow. How is it that you are even worse than I am? The monk scoffed. The Taoist, clutching his chest, rose to his feet. I do not possess the golden body of the Buddha. The figure in the black robe observed the two, bickering with mock amusement, as if he were witnessing a splendid performance, utterly indifferent to the corpses that littered the ground. A sea of lifeless bodies. In his eyes, they seemed no more than a heap of refuse. What shall we do? We stand no chance against him. We can't even flee. The monk inquired. The Taoist sighed. Did your elders not provide you with any life-saving trump cards? The monk nodded. Indeed, I do have one. Then why are you not using it? The Taoist countered. I have already exhausted it. The Taoist fell silent. What about you? The monk asked. I too have used mine up. The Taoist confessed. The black-robed man surveyed the surroundings, sword in hand, and approached the two. Having had your fun, since you are here, why not serve a purpose? Ji Xian and Muda wore expressions of despair. They had never anticipated finding themselves in such dire straits. Tragically, the events here would not be relayed to the outside world, and two more souls would join the ranks of the vengeful spirits. The two exchanged glances. Bitterness etched on their faces. What a pity. Your golden bowl. I had not yet melted it down for wine. The Taoist lamented as he gazed longingly at the monk's embrace. I knew you were always coveting the golden bowl. The monk rummaged through his robes and produced the coveted item. The golden bowl. Suddenly, the monk's eyes sparkled with hope as he raised the bowl aloft. It transformed into a radiant, transparent vessel that thundered to the ground, enveloping the two within, serving as a protective barrier. This, the Taoist stared in astonishment. This is also a life-saving card. The monk chuckled. Did you not say you had exhausted it? The Taoist queried. I simply forgot. The monk scratched his head sheepishly. What good is it? The Taoist asked. He won't be able to strike us. Ji Xian remarked enigmatically. But we cannot escape either. Muda retorted. The monk was taken aback. Well, there is no other recourse. If you had just covered him directly, could we not have fled? Muda exclaimed, exasperation evident in his demeanor. The monk stood dumbfounded. Outside, the golden transparent shield formed from the bowl. The black-robed man watched with keen interest. A Buddhist golden bowl. He sneered, channeling his energy into his sword and thrusting it toward the bowl. The monk and the Taoist felt their hearts race. With a resounding crash, the golden shield trembled, successfully deflecting the sword strike. The monk and the Taoist breathed a sigh of relief. I wonder how many blows this feeble barrier can withstand. The black-robed man declared coldly. Indeed, it cannot endure many. The monk and the Taoist lowered their gazes. It was merely a temporary means of survival, a way to extend their lives a little longer. Moreover, in this man's territory, who knew if others might come rushing to his aid? The figure cloaked in black once again brandished his long sword, delivering a second strike. The golden shield trembled violently under the impact. With a cold sneer, the figure raised his sword once more. A bitter sensation crawled into the hearts of the monk and the Taoist. They could not withstand it any longer. Suddenly, a wild flutter surged within the black-robed figure, an inexplicable chill enveloping his entire being. The monk and the Taoist, sensing the same disquiet, turned their gazes toward the wall beside them. In the profound darkness of the night, an arrow, devoid of feathers, shot forth from the shadows, slicing through the air with a haunting swiftness. The featherless arrow emerged from the obscurity, weaving through the rain-soaked night, its icy tip cleaving through the falling raindrops. The arrowhead gleamed with a frigid intensity, resembling a death warrant that could claim a soul. The dark shaft of the arrow, like a specter in the night, was cold and merciless. It pierced through the void, quietly approaching, unavoidable, inescapable. The black-robed figure was struck with terror, as the whistling arrow seemed to carry an eerie sense of pressure, locking onto him with an unsettling certainty. He understood. He could not evade it. Channeling all his spiritual energy into the longsword, he positioned it defensively across his chest. Yet, the sword was forged for offensive strikes, not for defense. The arrow arrived. The sword shattered. The ominous featherless arrow pierced through the black-robed figure's chest like a ghost, forcefully embedding itself in the stone below. The arrowhead that had saved Su Mo countless times shattered into fragments in that instant. The longsword splintered, falling to the ground. The dark arrow remained untouched by blood. Grasping the hilt of his sword, the black-robed figure looked down to find a small hole in his chest, from which a dark crimson fluid began to seep, staining the fabric. The spiritual energy dissipated, life draining away. The black-robed figure collapsed to his knees, akin to the woman from the previous night. Kneeling on the street, the monk and the Taoist were momentarily at a loss for words. Amidst the night, a silhouette descended from the high wall, slowly traversing through the shadows. The figure walked through the rain, droplets cascading upon them as if oblivious to their presence, exuding an air of indifference. The black-robed figure lifted his gaze, fixated on the approaching shape through the rain. Clad in black, a dark hooded cloak billowed in the downpour. The hood drawn low, obscuring the visitor's face. A pitch-black crossbow was gripped in hand, with a quiver of arrows slung across the back. The sound of footsteps echoed softly. The figure, entirely clad in black, stepped into the courtyard, entering the dim glow of candlelight. A mere mortal? The black-robed figure looked up, sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the unseen visitor. Indeed, the newcomer spoke softly. Why? A stream of vivid red seeped from the corner of the black-clad figure's mouth as he rasped, struggling to understand. He could not comprehend why a mortal would become entangled in this affair. He could not fathom how a mortal could possess celestial artifacts. He could not grasp why a mortal would dare to enter the realm of cultivation. He could not understand why a mortal would remain unafraid of the might of immortals. As the figure in black approached the cloaked man, he unveiled his hood, revealing a youthful and innocent visage, adorned with damp strands of hair. This countenance bore the marks of rain, yet it was steeped in sorrow. I wished to witness the extent of this world's wretchedness. For yesterday, someone had told me, "You are unlike us." And today, another urged, "Why not take action? After all, among the countless downtrodden you speak of, surely someone must endeavor to make a difference. Otherwise, would they not be utterly pitiable?" The cloaked man lowered his gaze, vitality ebbing away. For the first time he felt the chill of the rain-soaked night. The frigid droplets relentlessly struck his face, carrying a bitter taste that seeped into the corners of his mouth. "Do you feel it?" Su Mo crouched before the bloodied figure. His expression was one of profound despair, devoid of hatred, of resolution, of calm or fearlessness. Instead, it was marked by the trepidation and unease of taking a life for the first time. Have you come to appreciate the preciousness of life? Everyone has but one opportunity, and even those who cultivate immortality are not exempt. Su Mo gazed up at the inky void above. The cloaked man trembled, rendered speechless. He perceived the overwhelming aura of death, his heart and soul gripped by the terror of its impending arrival. The one you have slain, before their demise, was similarly filled with unwillingness, helplessness, fear, and confusion. Who among us does not yearn for life? Rain streamed down Su Mo's face, a silent expression of profound sorrow. He empathized deeply with the joys and sorrows of those he witnessed, as well as those he had slain. Do you recall the woman who, cradling her infant, ran into the streets yesterday? Even in her utmost fear, she wished not to burden others. The downtrodden you speak of, they are much like you, yet more compassionate. They too experience fear, rejoicing in life and mourning in death. The cloaked man lifted his head. In the throes of fading consciousness, his demeanor softened, as if he had come to a realization. He recalled the joys of his childhood, the pains of growing up, the agony of losing loved ones. I too, like them, rejoice in life and grieve in death. It turns out, I am merely a mortal. In the cool rain of the night, the cloaked figure knelt, head bowed. That night, Su Mo took a life for the first time. That night, Su Mo stood against the injustices of the world. Chapter 19. The unclean things in the cool of the night. A sudden rain stirred unease within the heart. Su Mo's hand trembled slightly as he clutched the powerful crossbow. his gaze filled with sorrow as he beheld the shattered arrowhead upon the ground. This arrowhead was his sole reliance. Extracted from the corpse of a deceased celestial cultivator in this realm, a weapon capable of slaying those who practice the mystical arts, thus deemed a divine artifact. It was through this very arrowhead that Suemo had, time and again, led the girl to evade numerous perils. He was acutely aware that he could not fully unleash the arrowhead's celestial might. Hence, he recalled the formidable crossbow of his previous life. The unique Xian iron and the tendons of Xian beasts in this world, though not celestial materials, when combined, could forge a terrifying weapon. Although he could not draw the bowstring, with some ingenuity, the crossbow transformed into the sole celestial weapon that a mere mortal could wield after investing a bit of time. In unison with the crossbow, it became akin to a malevolent specter in the night, silently claiming the life of the leading figure clad in black robes. However, the celestial cultivators in this world were not as formidable as those depicted in the novels of his past life, where foundational cultivation allowed one to overturn seas and rivers. Here, the practice of qi and foundational cultivation merely conferred a slight superiority over ordinary folk. It was only upon reaching the golden core stage that one could soar through the skies. The flight of foundational cultivators was but a fleeting escape from the earth, not the true aerial mastery of the golden core stage. The monk and the Taoist exchanged glances as they witnessed this unexpected turn of events. Suemo observed the black-robed figure kneeling on the ground, head bowed, vitality extinguished, his expression dazed. He had arrived earlier than the monk and the Taoist. Concealed in the shadows of a tree branch outside the courtyard wall, he had witnessed a group of black-robed individuals ushering a dozen ordinary souls into the courtyard, followed by their desperate attempts to flee and their subsequent slaughter like livestock. His heart ached at the sight, yet he felt utterly powerless. Without the monk and the Taoist, he would have merely watched and then departed, for he had his own concerns. As a mere mortal, what could he possibly do with just a simple crossbow against a dozen cultivators? However, he awaited the arrival of the monk and the Taoist, who then entered the courtyard. Once they had vanquished the others, leaving only a foundational cultivator alive, he understood that this was his singular opportunity to act. Either the remaining foundational cultivator would perish, or he could escape while the cultivator was preoccupied with the monk and the Taoist. In the midst of this dilemma, he drew the bowstring in the darkness. The monk retracted his golden bowl and exchanged a glance with the Taoist. Approaching Suemo, he clasped his fists in gratitude, bowing slightly. "Thank you, young sir, for your timely intervention." They had overheard the conversation between Suemo and the black-robed man. A mere mortal? How could he, endowed with the strength of an ordinary man, slay a foundational expert? The two turned their gaze towards the powerful crossbow in Sumo's grasp. Was it the crossbow that granted him such prowess? What a divine weapon this was! Suemo slowly rose, slinging the crossbow across his back, and returned the bow to the two men. "There is no need for thanks. Your actions aligned perfectly with my intentions. Alone, I am utterly powerless." Suemo observed the previous actions of the two individuals and discerned that they bore him no malice. The Taoist gazed at Suemo, hesitating to speak. The monk regarded the Taoist's reaction with curiosity. "Are you truly immortal?" the Taoist inquired once more. Suemo nodded. There was nothing to conceal, as any cultivator could undoubtedly perceive his nature. The Taoist continued, "What name do you go by, young man?" "I am Su, with the given name Mo, styled Jingyan." He replied, "I am Muda, and this bald-headed fellow is Ji Xian," Muda introduced. Upon hearing this, the monk's demeanor soured instantly. "I perceive a remarkable potential in you. Surely, you must be a prodigious talent in cultivation. Why not join our Taoist sect? I could persuade my master to take you as a disciple," the Taoist exclaimed with a grin. The monk, taken aback, stared incredulously at the Taoist. "How can you utter such shameless words? This young brother clearly possesses a profound affinity for Buddhism. He should come to our Zen monastery instead." "To your monastery for fodder, perhaps, with nary a morsel of meat to be had?" the Taoist scoffed. The monk, enraged, retorted, "That would surely be better than going to your Taoist sect, where one is deceived daily. Clarify your words. How are we deceivers on a daily basis? We are all individuals who value reason." Their banter resembled that of old friends from Sumo's past, a familiarity that eased his heart somewhat. Suemo interjected, "I appreciate your kind intentions, but I am merely a scholar. I have no desire to join the Taoist path or the monastic life. A scholar, indeed. The monk and the Taoist sighed in unison, for their sects had no scholars, and they were at a loss as to how to impart enlightenment to one. They could only relent. "Young brother, what brings you here?" the monk inquired. Suemo lowered his gaze. He too was uncertain of why he had returned, or why he had intervened. After all, it was merely the death of a passerby who bore no connection to him. What did it have to do with him? He merely came to observe. But what was there to observe? Was it not fear? As fellow mortals, today they may be the victims. Tomorrow, it could be himself. He sought an answer. What answer? The monk asked. Suemo turned to glance at a nearby house. Dim candlelight flickered within, the door ajar. The wind and rain swirled, intruding upon the interior, causing the candlelight to waver. The chasm between reality and fiction. In the books, cultivators would not indiscriminately slay mortals. Yet, that arrow had pierced the woman's chest, claiming 2 lives. Does this world of cultivation truly lack a protective code for the weak against the strong? A chill wind swept through, raising the hairs on the backs of their necks. "Let us retreat. We must leave this place," the monk suggested. The Taoist nodded in agreement. Suemo shook his head, dressed in black. Stepping through the rain toward the house, he spoke. "You may go ahead. Since the celestial practitioners of this place have perished, I wish to venture inside and take a look." Suemo intended to explore the house, where a palpable aura of blood lingered. He sought to uncover what the woman had shown him. The monk and the Taoist exchanged a glance, gritted their teeth, and followed suit. If a mere mortal like Suemo dared to enter, they, as cultivators of the foundational stage, could not allow themselves to be belittled. Inside, the candlelight was dim, with a few feeble flames flickering in the wind. Aside from the overwhelming stench of blood, there seemed to be nothing particularly notable. Suemo removed a powerful crossbow from his back, pulled the lever to draw it, and carefully fitted a featherless arrow from his quiver onto the crossbow, remaining vigilant. The dark crossbow paired with the shadowy featherless arrow exuded a menacing aura, causing the monk and the Taoist to wince. It was an instrument capable of slaying foundational practitioners. The 3 of them surveyed the room, but found no anomalies. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through. Suemo felt an odd sensation. The monk and the Taoist instantly felt their hair stand on end. The monk, Ji Xian, stammered, "Ba, I have an ominous feeling." "Indeed, something feels amiss," added Taoist Muda. They turned towards Suemo, only to discover that he appeared to have sensed something, his gaze fixated intently on a wall. The 2, instinctively drawn closer, inquired, "Young brother, have you made a discovery?" Strangely, despite Suemo being merely a mortal, they subconsciously overlooked this fact. In their minds, he was akin to them, a fellow practitioner. At that moment, Suemo perceived an exceedingly peculiar presence. He heard a sound, a blend of weeping and laughter, whispering right beside his ear. "Do you sense it? Apart from us, there seems to be another presence here," Suemo questioned. Upon hearing this, the monk and the Taoist felt a wave of unease wash over them. Could there be something unclean lurking here? The monk said, gripping his staff tightly, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Chapter 20. The mysterious woman. Taoist Muda nodded and shook his head, a hint of tension creeping into his demeanor. Suemo gazed at a wall, sensing its stark incongruity in this setting, as though it were misplaced. He pointed towards the white wall ahead. "Let us investigate. There is something amiss with this wall." Muda and Ji Xian exchanged glances, cautiously inching closer to the wall. As the 3 approached, the wall unexpectedly shifted aside, unveiling the scene beyond. Indeed, this white wall concealed a secret door. A deep, shadowy passage appeared before them, exuding a heavy, iron-like scent of blood. The intensity of the sanguine aura. Muda and Ji Xian exchanged a shocked glance, an unsettling feeling creeping into their hearts. The passage descended into darkness, its depths unseen, with only a faint, chilly breeze carrying the stench of blood. The strange voice that had haunted Suemo's ears seemed to grow clearer, a sound both weeping and laughing, eerily enchanting. "Do you hear that sound?" Suemo turned to his companions. "What sound?" the monk inquired, puzzled. Suemo directed his gaze towards the dim passage, where flickering candlelight sporadically illuminated the way downwards. "It resembles a voice of a woman, caught between weeping and laughter," he replied. Muda felt a shiver run down his spine. "Are you certain?" Suemo nodded. Muda and Ji Xian exchanged another glance. "Why can we not hear it?" Ji Xian queried, perplexed. Muda chuckled nervously. "Perhaps our yang energy is too abundant. The unclean entities dare not approach us. Ji Xian regarded Su Mo's delicate features, somewhat in agreement. Our Buddhist aura shines brightly, naturally brimming with yang energy. Yet, Su Mo appears too refined, lacking in vitality. Why do I sense that ominous feeling intensifying? Ji Xian remarked, unease creeping into his voice as he stared into the passage. I second that. Muda concurred. Su Mo stepped forward into the passage, addressing the two behind him. You should withdraw. I will descend to investigate. The passage slanted downward, the mingling sense of blood and dampness evoking a sense of decay. Su Mo advanced cautiously through the dim corridor, the eerie voice echoing like a siren-esque call, guiding him deeper. As Su Mo vanished into the shadows, Ji Xian cast a glance at Muda. Ba, are you afraid? I am not afraid. Muda staunchly denied. Ji Xian tightened his grip on his staff and ventured into the passage. If you fear, retreat. I shall accompany Su Mo to explore. You are the one who fears. A mere mortal and a bald monk are unafraid. How could I possibly be scared? Muda, exasperated, followed suit. A gust of chilling wind swept from the passage, causing Muda to shudder involuntarily, his heart a tumult of indignation. This wretched competition. The passage led further underground, growing colder with each step. The enigmatic sound beside my ear grew increasingly distinct, ethereal and elusive, echoing from realms beyond our own. At last, Su Mo emerged from the subterranean passage, revealing a vast underground cavern before him. Ba. The monk and the Taoist also exited the dark tunnel, momentarily entranced by the scene that unfolded before them. Boundless, by the heavens. Muda closed his eyes in mourning. Within the expansive cavern, corpses dangled from the walls, their blood, fresh or desiccated, flowing into a pool at the center. The congealed blood formed a sanguine pool. The crimson liquid surged within the basin, while the chilling winds of the underworld stirred, enveloping the area in a mist of blood. Above the pool, a colossal bronze cauldron rested upon an isolated islet. A solitary wooden bridge suspended in the air led directly to the island in the blood pool. The dimly lit cauldron emanated a dark red luminescence, and a crimson elixir hovered in the void, ceaselessly revolving and absorbing the blood mist from the pool. The three men gazed at the countless corpses lining the walls, their eyes reddening with grief. Among the lifeless forms, there lay an aged elder, innocent children, robust adults, blossoming young maidens, and even infants still cradled in swaddling. Each one of them, once vibrant souls, now hung lifelessly upon the stone walls like mere cattle. That is, the monk murmured as he beheld the floating red elixir above the blood pool. Blood elixir? Muda's eyes brimmed with rage, his teeth clenched in fury. Su Mo turned numbly to the monk and Taoist, his voice low as he inquired, what purpose does the blood elixir serve? The blood elixir restores vitality and spiritual essence, enabling one to regain their soul's strength. Most importantly, it allows ordinary individuals to transcend the foundational stage and enter the path. The Taoist spoke after a brief silence. After surveying the surroundings, he continued, this place, shrouded in overwhelming yin energy, is a site of great calamity. Someone has discovered this location and is exploiting its extreme yin aura to concoct blood elixirs. 4. The purpose of entering the path. Entering the path. Once more, the path. Haraha. Su Mo began to laugh, his demeanor frenzied. To pursue the path of cultivation? By sacrificing the lives of mortals to forge blood elixirs. Cultivating immortality. Cultivating immortality. Is human life truly as inconsequential as straw? As laughter turned to tears, sorrowful echoes reverberated through the hollow expanse, rousing the spirits of the wronged. The monk Ji Xian and Taoist Muda fell into silence. As practitioners of the immortal arts themselves, though they would never resort to such bloody methods, they had witnessed numerous other chaotic occurrences. Cultivation is inherently a struggle for resources against the world. This is the malady of our realm. With foundational protection, it remains necessary to concoct blood elixirs for cultivation. Muda remarked, it seems to be a scion of a noble family seeking to cultivate, yet unable to enter the path. Cultivation, the path to transcendence. Su Mo gazed around in confusion, his countenance waning. Why does everyone yearn for the path of cultivation? The Zen monk, Ji Xian, seemed to sense that something was amiss with Su Mo, yet their unfamiliarity prevented him from discerning his thoughts. He could not fathom Su Mo's sorrow for the fallen souls scattered around. Nor could he comprehend the shock experienced by one from a distant civilization upon witnessing such a scene. When one achieves enlightenment, even the lowly shall ascend. Muda began, only through cultivation can one wield authority, attain immortality, and behold the true visage of this world. Sumo fell silent as a fierce fire ignited within the depths of his heart, as if something was beginning to blossom. The eerie voice that seemed to oscillate between laughter and weeping became less ethereal and more tangible, transforming into a distinct utterance that resonated in Sumo's mind, akin to an unseen presence whispering secrets into his ear. Heard within his consciousness was the chillingly peculiar voice of a woman, echoing softly, "Little child, you appear quite enraged. What stirs such fury within you? Are you disturbed by this beautiful scenery? Do you seek vengeance for these wronged souls? Plead with me. Beseech me, for I can offer you my assistance." Chapter 21. Whispering shadows. Suddenly, the monk's staff trembled violently, the golden rings clanging together in a frenzied cacophony. The monk's expression shifted dramatically. The Taoist's copper sword began to hum and quiver ominously. A sense of dread filled the air. Something malevolent was afoot. Muda's countenance turned pale with terror. Meanwhile, Sumo stood motionless, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding chaos. An eerie voice whispered in Sumo's ear, its tone delicate yet profoundly enchanting, as if it were a haunting melody from the netherworld, sending shivers down his spine. Sumo had never encountered such a bizarre scene before, his body rigid and a chill creeping along the back of his neck. The voice continued, a cold wind brushing against Sumo's nape, as if an unseen entity was perched upon his shoulder, whispering directly into his ear. "Are you not enraged? Look at these pitiful souls. They include the elderly, children, and pregnant women. They do not even understand why they must meet such a fate. All they can do is wail in agony. All they can do is laugh bitterly in despair. They await the butcher's blade to descend upon them. They simply wish to live, yet their wishes remain unfulfilled." The cries of desperation echo. Tears welled in Sumo's eyes, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Seeing Sumo lost in a daze, staring at the blood-red pool, the monk, Ji Xian, felt compelled to place a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Su benefactor, we must leave. This place is very wrong." "Stop!" Muda shouted, halting the monk's gesture as he scrutinized Sumo's silhouette. "The benefactor's condition appears troubling." "What?" Ji Xian retracted his hand. Muda stared fixedly at Sumo, noticing a crimson mark at the nape of his neck, glowing with a dark red hue, resembling a ghostly sigil affixed to Sumo's being. With a grave expression, Muda raised the humming copper sword, channeling his spiritual energy to control it. The sword flew from his grasp, slowly approaching Sumo. As the sword made contact with Sumo, it was stained with an eerie, blood-like hue. The once tranquil underground was suddenly shrouded in a swirling crimson mist. "Retreat! Retreat!" Muda's face paled as he shouted, grabbing Ji Xian and hastily making their way back through the tunnel. "But Su benefactor is still inside." Ji Xian protested. Muda gritted his teeth. "We cannot afford to linger. This malevolent entity is beyond our capacity to confront. For Su benefactor, he must rely on his own fortune." Ji Xian was dragged along by Muda, watching helplessly as Sumo was engulfed by the crimson mist. The two hastened through the dark passage, bursting into the courtyard. Upon entering, their expressions shifted to one of horror as they beheld the scene before them. In the courtyard, three figures clad in black robes gazed ominously at Muda and Ji Xian. A slight sensation coursed through him, revealing three late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators ahead. They exuded an imposing aura, while behind them loomed a figure of immense malevolence. Muda and Ji Xian felt their hearts sink with trepidation. The three black-cloaked figures regarded the tumultuous sea of blood energy behind Muda and Ji Xian, within which an extraordinarily sinister essence lingered. Observing the transformed room, their expressions darkened with palpable dread. One among them coldly queried, "What have you done inside?" Muda brandished his copper sword, resolutely retorting, "Isn't it rather ridiculous for you to question us? You are the ones harboring a malevolent creature within, believing that your mere late-stage Foundation establishment can control such a being." "What malevolent creature?" the black-cloaked cultivator inquired. Ji Xian's countenance shifted once more. "You are unaware?" "Unaware of what?" They responded. "We concoct blood pills solely for the young Master's ascendants. What do you mean by a malevolent creature?" Panic surged as Ji Xian and Mu Dao exchanged a glance. Recognizing the horror reflected in each other's eyes, they had discerned that this extremely sinister locale was being utilized to forge blood pills. Yet they remained oblivious to the existence of a malevolent being within. This creature was likely the very cause of this place's sinister nature. A bead of cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. This malevolent entity was probably a formidable presence. The three black-robed cultivators exchanged glances, prioritizing the concealment of the blood pill's existence over all else. Eliminate these two. In the vast underground space, Suemo found himself engulfed in a crimson world, unable to perceive anything. It was an expanse of desolation, devoid of stirring winds, blood pools, corpses, or blood pills. Silence reigned, an absolute, profound silence. Amidst the boundless red, it felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill. Suemo gazed around in confusion. Apart from the endless crimson mist, there was nothing in sight. A chilling chuckle echoed in his ear. How intriguing. This uncanny voice once again resonated, and this time, Suemo discerned a graceful silhouette within the red mist. The figure flickered in and out of visibility, and although only a vague outline was discernible, it radiated an alluring and enchanting presence. You seem unafraid of me, the voice queried. Otherwise, why haven't you fled? Suemo felt an urge to retort, yet he found himself utterly immobilized. Oh, how could I forget? You are completely unable to move. The voice drew nearer. Taking a deep breath, Suemo slowly inquired, Who are you? After his question hung in the air, the voice paused for a moment before erupting into laughter. Hee. Who am I? I haven't been human for a long time. For a long time, I have refrained from being human. Sumo's body was stiff, and he spoke with great difficulty. Then, I must be a ghost. The voice, tinged with a hint of mockery, responded. Suemo took a deep breath. Do not believe in rumors. Do not spread rumors. Uphold science, and shun superstition. This scene had transcended Sumo's realm of understanding. He was at a loss as to how to confront it. The usual methods he employed to resolve issues seemed futile, especially since he could not move. After a moment of contemplation, Suemo tentatively suggested, If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Giggling. The voice laughed again. Are you leaving already? Then why did you come down here? Suemo fell into silence. How intriguing. Moments ago, this entity appeared to be furious, yet now it seemed to adopt a playful demeanor. As the voice echoed, the figure shrouded in red mist seemed to draw closer to him. Suemo spoke in a deep tone. I am merely a mortal, since these people have already perished. What more can I do? I sense a distinct aura emanating from you, akin to that of the great Tao. The figure floated before Suemo, as if intertwined with all living beings. Suemo could not discern the figure clearly, yet he felt an odd presence swirling around it. That eerie sensation grew increasingly nearer. Suemo remained silent. The voice continued, What do you think? Would you like to beseech me? If you do, I shall assist you in guiding these wronged souls to peace. They have met their end here, their grievances unrelieved. How pitiful. Why should I beseech you? How could you assist me? Suemo inquired, giggling, because it is quite amusing. How do you know that I wish to help them find peace? What connection do they have to me? Suemo adamantly refused to concede. He realized something peculiar. This voice persistently sought his acquiescence. A premonition stirred within him, suggesting that agreeing to her would lead to uncontrollable circumstances. Although matters were already beyond control, it seemed this voice could not forcibly manipulate him. Giggling. How perceptive you are! Yet, you do not seem to grasp my nature. Should I wish to accomplish something, whether you acquiesce or not, you cannot refuse. I merely believe that if you were to comply, it would be far more entertaining. The voice chuckled again and continued, What if we engage in a different game? Suemo inquired, What kind of game? Would you like to meet these wronged souls? Chapter 22. Communing with spirits. The enchanting figure drew closer, hovering near Suemo's face, seemingly gazing into his eyes. Yet, Suemo remained unable to discern the other's features. The proximity intensified the peculiar sensation within him. The words spoken by the figure left him momentarily speechless. You wish to see these tormented souls? Before Suemo could finish, the figure interrupted. Do you? Very well, then I shall grant you this opportunity. You are indeed fortunate their souls linger here. However, fearing you may be overwhelmed, let us begin with only a few. As the last words faded, the crimson mist before Suemo dissipated, unveiling a realm shrouded in darkness. Amidst this black void stood the eerie figure, now beside him. "Look over there." The specter gestured toward the shadows, speaking with a playful tone. Sumo's gaze instinctively followed the direction indicated. In the depths of darkness, a spectral figure slowly rose from the ground, dazed and bewildered. This apparition gradually solidified, transforming into the visage of an elderly woman. She was hunched and frail, trembling as she stood. The old woman surveyed her surroundings, but all she could perceive was an abyss of blackness, which began to instill a sense of dread within her. "Where am I?" she inquired, her voice breaking the silence, yet no one answered her. The pallor of her face was marred by deep wrinkles, her eyes straining to open wide, struggling to discern anything in the gloom. Alone in this vast darkness, she reached out, yearning for her familiar cane to support her frail form, but only encountered emptiness. "What is this place?" she repeated, her voice quivering with fear. The old woman, trembling, slowly knelt, probing the ground with her hands. Her sluggish movements suggested a desperate attempt to grasp something, anything at all. In this profound darkness, loneliness and terror relentlessly gnawed at her spirit. "Where are you, old man? Where are you?" The elderly woman cried out helplessly. "I can see nothing," she lamented. "Am I blind? If I am blind, how can I care for you?" Old man, the phrase seemed to be her sole anchor, a desperate mantra. Though no one responded, she clung to the hope that her calls would eventually elicit a reply. Unbeknownst to her, she had already become but a wandering soul. All she knew was that her old man at home still needed her care, even as she struggled to move. Two elderly souls, nearing the end of their journey, find themselves as companions, yet alas, the prospect of a shared twilight is no longer attainable. The frail man, the woman's voice, steeped in solitude and helplessness, reverberates through the vast, desolate darkness. Each echo of her cries is laden with anxiety and fear. A sudden realization strikes Sumo, reminiscent of his grandmother from a past life. Their quarrel, a clash of misunderstanding, lingers in his heart as an indelible ache. The guilt and indebtedness he harbors manifest in an agonizingly cruel way at this moment. Sumo steps forward, yearning to grasp the trembling hands of the elderly woman, as if bridging two worlds within a mere 2 steps, yet the distance feels insurmountable. He finds himself seated on the ground, lost in a myriad of emotions, observing the distressed woman huddled in fear. An unusual aura envelopes him, mysterious and ethereal, seemingly reaching into the realm of the afterlife. "Grandmother," Sumo softly calls out to the trembling figure on the ground, attempting to comfort her. However, the woman cannot hear him. She merely curls up in terror, consumed by the oppressive darkness. At that moment, a peculiar voice whispers in Sumo's ear, inquisitively asking, "Do you wish to converse with her?" Alas, the realms of the living and the dead are separate. She cannot hear your words from the abyss of darkness. A shadowy figure materializes, floating beside Sumo, speaking languidly. She has even forgotten that she has long since departed from this world. It is not uncommon for souls of such age to be forgetful. "Allow me to speak with her. I know you possess the ability to facilitate this." Sumo responds in a solemn tone. "You must allow me to speak with her. I can ease her fear." "Oh, but why should I assist you?" The enigmatic figure seems to toy with Sumo's desperation. "Unless you plead with me." Silence hangs in the air as Sumo gazes at the terrified spirit of the elderly woman. "Please, let me speak with her," he finally implores, repeating his request with earnest simplicity. He believes he has a way to alleviate her fear. The shadow pauses, recognizing Sumo's intentions, reminiscent of a simplicity long forgotten. With a flick of its hand, a connection is forged between Sumo and the elderly woman's spirit. "Grandmother," Sumo tentatively calls again. At the sound of his voice, the woman lifts her head, as if grasping at something elusive. "Who is speaking?" "It is I am here," Sumo replies softly, fearful of startling her. The elderly woman strains her eyes in the enveloping darkness, yearning to perceive something, yet she can only hear a voice filled with kindness. "Who are you?" "Is that the little grandson from old Wang's house?" the elderly woman inquired. Sumo, with reddened eyes, replied with a smile, "Yes, I am old Wang's little grandson." Good, splendid." The elderly woman's voice resembled a light in the endless night. "Where is this? Why can't I see anything? Where's my husband?" She bombarded Sumo with a flurry of questions. Seated on the ground, Sumo tilted his head back, his downcast eyes brimming with compassion. "You're in your own home. It's dark now, and Grandpa has fallen asleep. I didn't turn on the light, so I wouldn't wake him. You should rest early as well. Come dawn, everything will be all right. Oh, I'm in my own home. The elderly woman felt a bit dazed. As one ages, vision deteriorates. It's impossible to see at this late hour. Indeed, it's quite late. Suemo gently reassured her, rest early. Tomorrow at dawn, I will come to see you again. Good, good. Then I shall rest. The elderly woman murmured, but soon quieted down, as one ages. The mind falters, troubling you at this late hour. It's nothing. You should rest early, Suemo softly replied. Good, good. It is time to rest. Tomorrow morning, when the sun rises, Grandma will make you dumplings. The elderly woman curled up on the ground, gradually succumbing to slumber. Suemo whispered to himself, all right, come tomorrow morning when the sun rises. I will return for dumplings. As darkness enveloped, the elderly woman vanished. Nearby, an eerie, enchanting figure observed this scene, lost in transient contemplation. The figure waved gently, and from the depths of the darkness, another shadow emerged. The shadow gradually solidified into a woman cradling an infant. Upon seeing her, Suemo shuddered. The woman cradled the baby, gently swaying the bundle. Her tattered clothes spoke of despair. Suemo slowly rose and approached her. This woman was the one who had tragically perished on the street 2 nights ago. It was she who had led Suemo to this place. The woman seemed to sense his presence, slowly lifting her head to behold the familiar yet foreign youthful countenance. No longer adorned in a white robe, she now wore garments of black. Yet, her delicate hair remained neatly tied. Why are you so foolish? Even spirits can shed tears. She lamented, believing Suemo had also met his demise. Suemo smiled calmly. The heart is heavy with unresolved emotions, and I could not wait. I merely wished to take a look. You, why are you so foolish? The woman murmured incessantly, what does this have to do with you? What does this have to do with you? I just wanted to come and see. Suemo replied with a smile. Fool, fool. The woman bowed her head, weeping softly. I have ultimately brought you harm. I have indeed harmed you. You have not harmed me, nor have I perished, Suemo replied. Why must you continue to deceive? Why must you continue the charade with me? The woman, head lowered, trembled in her shoulders, lamenting the vastness of this world, wondering how someone like him could exist. Is it the sorrow of this world or your own sorrow? Suemo shook his head. It is not deceit. I truly have not died. Yet, I have ultimately failed to assist you in any way. The woman raised her face, her eyes reflecting the crimson hues of the sky. The state of the world is such, it is not your fault. If you truly have not perished, and if your heart is not at peace, then cease these impulsive, foolish acts. Preserve your strength to accomplish something meaningful, to bring clarity to this world. Very well, Suemo acquiesced. With that, the woman smiled, gazing deeply at Suemo, as if intending to etch his visage upon her very soul. As darkness encroached, she began to fade away. That would be enough. Her words dissipated along with her form. The once pitch-black world transformed into a scene of cold desolation, enveloped in an eerie silence. Beside them, a peculiar figure tilted its head, curiously observing Suemo, remaining silent for a considerable time. Eventually, it spoke. Do you still see? The voice had softened somewhat. Suemo turned his head and saw. Chapter 23. Parting with the spirits in the courtyard below, a figure clad in black wielded formidable foundational power, clashing fiercely with the Taoist priest and the monk. The monk's golden alms bowl was drawn forth once more, valiantly resisting the assault. The other 2 figures in black remained on the periphery, their expressions grave as they focused intently on the house shrouded in a crimson mist. Within, the air was thick with the scent of blood, concealing a hidden passageway that led underground. The vigilance of the 2 observing practitioners, both at the foundational stage, prevented them from acting recklessly, as they sensed an unusual aura emanating from the blood fog. Clang, clang. The black-clad practitioner relentlessly struck at the monk's alms bowl, each impact growing louder. Cracks began to form upon the protective barrier, threatening to shatter. With gritted teeth, Taoist Mued produced a tattered dagger from within his robes, slicing his palm with intent. Blood flowed forth, and he intoned urgently, Infinite Celestial Venerable, heed my command. Coalesce. A blood-red talisman materialized in midair, soaring towards the alms bowl's barrier. Upon merging with the shield, the intricate symbols of the talisman transformed into a stream of golden light, swiftly mending the fissures that marred the protective layer. We cannot hold out much longer. Devise a plan, Taoist Mute exclaimed. What plan could we possibly contrive? Monk Xishuan lamented. If only Su could assist us now. With merely the two of us, how can we fend off 3 practitioners at the foundational stage? And who knows if more are on their way? Su's predicament is far worse than ours, the entity below. Taoist Mute's face was etched with anxiety and despair. Why has no one come to our aid amidst this commotion? Monk Xishuan's voice was laced with frustration. Taoist Mute paused, struck by sudden doubt. He, too, found it perplexing. The proximity to the capital was such that any disturbance here should have attracted attention. Yet, in this sinister domain, where blood elixirs were being concocted, no one had come to investigate. 2 possibilities emerged. 1. There exists a means to obscure this place from the awareness of others. 2. They are aware of the circumstances, yet either cannot or dare not approach. Both scenarios were deeply unsettling. If the first were true, it implied the involvement of greater powers in these matters. If the second were accurate, it suggested that those involved possessed far-reaching influence. At that moment, Taoist Mute and Monk Xishuan felt as if they had been ensnared in a vast vortex. Beside the blood pool underground, amidst the darkness, wraiths manifested before Su Mo, their anguished forms appearing and dissipating in turn. Eerie shadows lingered nearby, observing intently. Am I dead? Inquired the spirit of a gray-clad swordsman, his tone calm. Indeed, Su Mo replied numbly, nodding. Why do I remember nothing? The swordsman pressed. Su Mo fell silent before shaking his head. What then is your story? The swordsman gazed at Su Mo, who was clad in black, his hair neatly tied back, resembling an erudite scholar. I shall see you off, Su Mo declared. Is it the Wuchang? Perhaps. Do you have any wine? In my haste, I forgot to bring any. How disheartening. A farewell without wine lacks sincerity. The swordsman sighed. Next time, I shall certainly bring some. Su Mo promised. I desire the wine from Xinghua village. Very well, let us depart. This death, shrouded in mystery, is indeed vexing. The swordsman chuckled nonchalantly. As soon as the swordsman's spirit finished speaking, it vanished into thin air. The enigmatic aura surrounding Su Mo intensified, as if connecting him to an unknowable realm beyond. After the swordsman's departure, another spirit appeared, a butcher. The butcher, upon seeing Su Mo, inquired, Where is this? And who might you be? This is the river of forgetfulness. I am Wuchang, here to escort you. I have never heard of such a being in this world. The butcher replied. After a prolonged silence, Su Mo finally spoke. From now on, I shall be that being. Lacking an identity, he resolved to create one for himself. To guide these souls, a fitting role indeed. A shadowy figure in the darkness glanced at Su Mo, its thoughts a mystery. I have yet to bring home the silver I earned today. My wife will surely scold me, the butcher mused after a moment of silence. Without me, how will they survive? Once souls cross the river of forgetfulness, their memories linger on the other side. They shall fare well without you. Su Mo reassured him. Then that is well. That is well. The butcher dissipated. Each spirit that appeared was soothed by Su Mo, gently ushered into the beyond. With every soul that vanished, the strange aura around Su Mo grew ever more potent. He sensed its presence within him, but chose not to dwell on it. He speculated that this aura might be intertwined with the intentions of the shadowy figure lurking in the darkness. Yet, in this moment, his sole desire was to guide these souls. One by one, spirits emerged, and one by one, they departed, as if he were witnessing the cycles of their lives. Their joys and sorrows. The beggar lamented, better to be dead than to live without hope. The scholar remarked, without witnessing the fragrance of peach and plum, I find myself already lost in the morning dew. The vendor lamented, even if I toil for mere coins to survive, I do no harm to the world. Why must it be so unjust? The warrior declared, my vengeance remains unavenged. I cannot accept this. The florist sighed, the flowers have yet to bloom. Who will gather them? The wandering physician remarked, upon my demise, those afflicted shall undoubtedly seek other practitioners, hoping to encounter a skilled healer. The painter responded, a myriad of souls, each with their own myriad of emotions. Su Mo continued to guide the departed souls, each one leaving his gaze in succession. He began to sense the peculiar aura surrounding him becoming increasingly tangible, as if it could unveil another realm, a realm both ethereal and enigmatic. With each soul he escorted, he could perceive their emotions, Some were resigned, others reluctant, some lost, and others terrified. Gradually, Sumo became numb. Yet, his trembling hands and reddened eyes betrayed his turmoil, as his thoughts spiraled beyond his control. In a daze, enveloped in confusion, darkness returned to darkness. Silence reigned. Sumo stood in a stupor when suddenly, a chilling, gentle touch graced his hand. He looked down, startled. A pale little girl, her eyes wide with fear, clutched his finger. "Brother, I am afraid," she timidly uttered. Sumo crouched down, tenderly stroking the top of her head. "Fear not, fear not. Brother is here, brother is here. Brother, where is this place? It is so dark. I have wandered for so long until I found you. There is nothing here, only endless darkness." The little girl spoke innocently, yet tremulously. Sumo found himself at a loss for words, unable to express the countless phrases he had rehearsed. How could he tell this innocent child that she had passed on, that he was but a harbinger of fate? Sumo could utter no more. He merely caressed the girl's head, his once steady hand now quivering uncontrollably. "Brother, I wish to go home. I sneaked out for so long, and if I don't return, mother and father will worry." The little girl bowed her head in distress, her grip on Sumo's hand tightening, seemingly filled with remorse for her childish folly. His heart clenched painfully. He embraced the little girl, gently patting her back. "I cannot find the way home. It's so dark. I have wandered for so long, and you are the only one I have found." The girl began to weep, her tears flowing freely, finally succumbing to the weight of her fear and guilt. "Brother, can you take me home?" She was but an innocent child. Of course, she was frightened. In this abyss of darkness, she had glimpsed another soul and clung to it for solace. "Very well, brother shall take you home." Sumo took the little girl's hand and rose to his feet, moving towards the exit. In that moment, the strange aura surrounding him seemed to shift, transforming into a door that led directly to the netherworld, bridging the realm of the living with that of the departed. In the darkness, that figure, at this very moment, gracefully merged with Sumo. On this day, Sumo spent a night with the ghost. Chapter 24. Speaking with the ghosts in the courtyard. A figure clad in black robes relentlessly thrust his sword towards the monk's golden bowl shield. Two other black-robed individuals observed the swirling crimson mist around the house, their expressions grave. Taoist Muda and monk Zhixian cowered within the dimming golden shield, their faces etched with despair. Each time a fissure appeared in the shield, Taoist Muda would slice open his palm with a dagger, channeling his blood to conjure a spell to mend the cracks. As his lifeblood diminished, his complexion grew increasingly pale. With yet another strike from the black-robed assailant, a new crack emerged in the golden shield. Taoist Muda swayed, barely managing to conjure another spell for repair. The black-robed figure let out a cold laugh, taunting, "I wonder how much blood you possess left for your spells." Taoist Muda's face turned a ghastly shade, his already lean frame seeming to lose further weight. Unable to contain himself, he glanced at the plump monk beside him. Monk Zhixian's lips twitched, yet he bravely asserted, "It's fine. I still have blood to spare." "Your blood is of no use," Taoist Muda responded in resignation. Monk Zhixian felt a sting of disdain and retorted, "Why is yours any more precious? Can you even perform this restorative spell?" "You cannot. I can only use my own blood for it," Taoist Muda explained. Monk Zhixian sighed in relief and produced a copper sword, offering it to Muda. "What is this for?" Taoist Muda stared at the copper sword, momentarily taken aback. With utmost seriousness, Monk Zhixian replied, "You can use the copper sword to cut your palm. The wound it creates will be larger, allowing for quicker blood flow." Taoist Muda took a deep breath. If he survived this day, he vowed to sever ties with this insufferable fat monk. Another fissure appeared in the shield, and Taoist Muda's palm bore several wounds that could no longer yield blood. He had no choice but to use his dagger once more, inflicting a new cut to bleed, and cast the spell to repair the shield. The plump monk observed with a pained expression, unable to suppress his words. "Is this the reason for your emaciation? Your sex techniques seem rather ineffective." Silence. Taoist Muda could no longer hold back. All right. Monk Zhixian acquiesced, yet he couldn't help but grimace at Muda's actions. Being a monk certainly seemed preferable. After bleeding once more to cast his spell, Taoist Muda's face turned ashen, and he collapsed to the ground. "I have done my utmost. Whatever fate awaits us, we shall accept." Monk Zhixian sat beside him, supporting him, with a wry smile. All means exhausted. They found themselves devoid of options. Unless divine justice were to descend at this moment and vanquish the three late-stage Foundation establishment assailants. Alas, on this day, there was no justice to be found. The two of them were cornered by three late-stage Foundation establishment opponents, and to make matters worse, only one was currently engaged, while the other two studied the Crimson Mist. Meanwhile, Master Su remained ensnared underground by a formidable foe. Today, it seemed they would perish here. So be it. Such is the nature of this world. Monk Ji Xian and Taoist Mu Da exchanged a knowing smile, and in that moment, they faced their fate with unexpected tranquility. At that moment, a peculiar sound echoed through the crimson mist within the dwelling, resembling a series of crackles. Startled by the noises, two figures cloaked in black, who had been examining the blood mist, instinctively retreated a few paces, their expressions betraying a heightened vigilance as they gazed intently at the swirling crimson haze, poised to confront any anomalies that might emerge. Nearby, another black-clad figure, engaged in assaulting the Golden Bowl shield, also halted, his gaze fixed on the blood mist within the room, wary of the two individuals sheltered within the shield. Lest they attempt to escape, the crackling sounds grew increasingly pronounced and nearer. A silhouette gradually emerged from the blood mist. Suemo stepped forth, crossing the threshold of the house. His youthful visage betrayed no discernible emotion, as he kept his head bowed, his entire form drenched, with wisps of blood mist still lingering behind him. As he slowly exited the abode, his left hand swayed rhythmically with his steps, while his right seemed to be grasping something. "Su Master!" exclaimed the monk within the Golden Bowl shield, alarmed. Su Master is not quite himself. Taoist Muda also spotted Su Mo, yet his attention was drawn to Su Mo's right hand, which appeared to grasp nothing, rendering its posture exceedingly peculiar. The movement of Su Mo's right hand suggested he was holding something, yet they perceived nothing. The three black-clad figures swiftly approached Su Mo, brandishing their swords to obstruct his path. One of them coldly inquired, "Who are you, and what brings you to this house?" Su Mo merely lowered his head, halting his advance, and offered no response to the query. His drenched black attire clung to him, the hood hanging behind, his hair neatly tied. Yet there was no discernible aura of spiritual energy emanating from him. He appeared as an ordinary mortal, yet exuded an unsettling aura. "I will take you home," Su Mo murmured, casting his gaze toward his right hand, a tone of deep affection lacing his voice. The little girl, her expression tense, clutched Su Mo's hand tightly, as if fearing that if she let go, she would lose this kind stranger who felt like an older brother. "But they are blocking our way." Seemingly intent on preventing our departure, she expressed with trepidation. "They will allow us to leave," Su Mo replied, a haunting smile gracing his lips, the sound of his laughter chillingly eerie. The monk and the Taoist, observing from the side, felt a shiver run down their spines, sensing a formidable and terrifying presence emanating from Su Mo at that moment. The black-clad figures exchanged uneasy glances, also perceiving a shift in atmosphere. Their gazes remained fixed on Su Mo, and with a chilling tone, they demanded, "Who are you?" Still silent, Su Mo crouched down, gently stroking the little girl's head before lifting her into his arms. This seemingly simple gesture appeared exceedingly strange to onlookers. He seemed to cradle something real, despite appearing to hold nothing. "I will take you home," Su Mo whispered softly, cradling the little girl tenderly. "All right." The little girl embraced Su Mo's neck, burying her face in his bosom. She felt that this brother was a good person. His embrace was exceptionally warm, providing more solace than the pitch-black world around them. The enigmatic figure in the black robe, who had yet to receive a response from Su Mo, continued to engage in incomprehensible motions and uttered unintelligible words, becoming increasingly enraged as he brandished his sword to block Su Mo's path. "Ah, they truly do not wish for us to leave," Su Mo murmured to himself, gazing at the sword obstructing his way and the three figures in black. "But what shall I do? I promise to take you home." A strange smile spread across Su Mo's face, which soon morphed into tears. He laughed and cried simultaneously, his expression becoming wildly chaotic. "Haraha, you have but this one small request. How could your brother refuse you?" At that moment, Su Mo's demeanor was profoundly unsettling, entirely unlike the refined scholar he once was, resembling instead a madman. Once possessed by the malevolent spirit, Su Mo was no longer himself. He embodied the very essence of that ominous presence. With every gesture, he exhibited a hint of the spirit's beguiling and eerie nature. A mere mortal, facing three individuals at the peak of Foundation establishment, displayed no fear, only a visage filled with mockery and derision as he laughed and cried. Great, great, great evil. The Taoist stared in shock at the frenzied Su Mo, suddenly spitting blood, exclaiming in astonishment, Su Shizhu harbors the aura of great malevolence. The great evil has taken possession of Su Shizhu. This is no longer Su Shizhu. He has become that great evil. Meanwhile, the monk Ji Xian stood beside, his hair standing on end. Chapter 25. Confrontation with the specter. The three Foundation establishment cultivators had not previously descended into the underground palace, remaining oblivious to the ominous events that transpired beneath. They sensed that the seemingly ordinary individual before them was somewhat amiss, yet they could not articulate precisely what was wrong. Su Mo oscillated between tears and laughter for a brief moment, gradually calming down, only to be engulfed by a profound sorrow. Since my brother has promised to take you home, he will undoubtedly fulfill that promise. No one can impede us. Su Mo lifted his gaze to the three figures in black robes obstructing his path, his expression serene. No one can impede us. The black-clad figure who had spoken, unable to restrain himself any longer, lunged forward with his sword drawn, the glimmer of cold steel aimed directly at Su Mo's heart. Su Mo furrowed his brow, clearly displeased, for he was cradling a young girl in his arms, and this assailant was attempting to stab towards her. In his displeasure, a chilling aura emanated from Su Mo, an ethereal presence unseen by others that ensnared the advancing black-robed assailant. It infiltrated his body through every possible orifice, nostrils, ears, mouth, eyes, and even his pores. The black-robed figure suddenly felt a wave of cold wash over him, an icy sensation cascading from his head to his toes. His movements slowed, and just as the sword's tip was about to make contact with Su Mo's embrace, he found himself utterly immobilized. Panic and dread surged within him as he realized he could no longer command his own body. The two other black-robed figures, sensing the anomaly, recoiled several steps. They observed their comrade aging visibly before their eyes, a phenomenon so bizarre it left them in shock. Look, Su Mo chuckled softly. I merely wish to take you home. They surely will not refuse. Why would they? My desire to return with you bears no relevance to them, does it? Su Mo gently patted the little girl's back, soothing her emotions. Yet to the onlookers, this gesture appeared ghastly, evoking sheer terror as they beheld Su Mo's actions. The three black-robed figures recalled the words spoken earlier by the monk and the Taoist, a great calamity, a harbinger of doom. They felt as though they had plunged into icy waters, a chill gripping their hearts. Su Mo's emotions were in turmoil, and as he spoke, he began to weep anew. It has nothing to do with them. Why would they refuse us? Unless they wish to keep us here. Yes, they desire to refine blood elixirs. Of course they wish to detain us. However, tears streamed down Su Mo's face, his expression sorrowful. But my brother promised to take you home. The little girl raised her head, using her tiny hands to wipe Su Mo's tears away. Her voice a blend of pity and understanding as she said, Brother, don't cry. If they do not allow us to leave, then we simply want to go. Brother, don't cry. Tong Tong is no longer afraid. Tong Tong truly is not afraid. Brother, don't cry. She did not wish to see her brother weep. His tears rendered him equally helpless. Be good, Tong Tong, do not cry. Su Mo grasped the tender little hand of the girl and gently nestled her head back into his embrace, assuring her that he would devise a way to bring her home. Can Tong Tong sing nursery rhymes? Su Mo lightly brushed aside a lock of hair from his forehead, his movements oddly enchanting, before breaking into a charming smile and gently swaying. Yes, the little girl in his arms nodded affirmatively. Then, Su Mo pondered for a moment. How about you sing a nursery rhyme for everyone? Perhaps they will find it delightful, and in their joy, they will allow us to return home. Will they? Tong Tong innocently inquired. Of course, Su Mo replied with a confident smile. Tong Tong considered. Then I shall sing the three-character classic, which my mother taught me. Very well. Su Mo cradled the little girl, swaying gently, his demeanor peculiar. The onlookers, including the two individuals hidden within the golden bowl, were filled with trepidation. At this moment, the attention of the three cloaked figures was entirely diverted from the two, who could have easily escaped from the golden bowl. Yet, The bizarre atmosphere stifled any courage they might have had to flee. It seemed that a modicum of safety still lingered within the bowl. At the beginning, human nature is inherently good. Though similar by nature, habits diverge. If uneducated, nature may change. The path of teaching is of utmost importance. The three-character classic flowed from the little girl's lips, her voice tender and joyous, a delightful educational rhyme. As Tong Tong's song filled the air, Sumo began to move, gently swaying with the spirit of the girl in his arms, gradually transforming their motions into a dance, one that was peculiar and eerily enchanting. At this moment, the other two cloaked figures realized they too had become immobile. Terror etched upon their faces as they beheld Sumo, lost in his strange revelry. Sumo danced, circling the three cloaked figures while swaying rhythmically. Yet his grip on the poor spirit remained firm. In the courtyard, Sumo danced wildly. The three foundation-building figures stood rigid, unable to move, while the two quaking individuals remained hidden within the golden bowl. The ground was strewn with lifeless bodies, and behind Sumo, the dimly lit house was suffused with the scent of blood. The scene in the courtyard was profoundly eerie. The night was dark, the rain fell, and a cool breeze swept through. Under the flickering candlelight, Sumo swayed gracefully in the rain, embodying a pose of embrace. A lament filled the air, interwoven with the overwhelming bloodlust of the night, instilling fear and unrest in the living souls. In ancient times, Meng Mu chose a neighbor. If a child does not learn, the loom is broken. The song continued, as did the strange dance. The cloaked figure wielding a sword found himself completely frozen, unable to move. A chilling sensation permeated his entire being, an extraordinarily peculiar aura coursing through him, incessantly devouring his vitality. Unease, apprehension, dread, and confusion surged within him. Yet, at this moment, even uttering a word seemed an insurmountable task. The feeling of weakness intensified, and a profound sense of despair enveloped the thoughts of the figure cloaked in black. As Sumo twirled gracefully, cradling the soul of the departed, she approached the dark figure and paused before him. "How could you not attentively listen to Tong Tong sing?" Sumo remarked, gazing at the cloaked man. He attempted to respond, yet his lips remained sealed, rendering him voiceless. Dissatisfied that the black-robed figure had not earnestly engaged with Tong Tong's song, Sumo tilted her head in contemplation for a moment. Then, she reached out and gently tapped his forehead. Following this, she resumed her lively and enchanting dance, holding little Tong Tong as they twirled amidst the rain. From a distance, they bore a striking resemblance to a great calamity. As Sumo's finger made contact with his forehead, the cloaked man was left utterly astonished, watching her dance with an embrace that seemed to cradle something precious. He could hear it, a tender child's voice singing a cheerful nursery rhyme. On this eerie night, Sumo performed her uncanny dance, while an invisible presence serenaded him with an otherworldly lullaby. The black-robed man felt his heart shatter, a formidable cultivator at the late foundation stage, yet in this moment, he was consumed by an overwhelming dread. His essence was relentlessly consumed by that strange aura, rendering him increasingly frail and aged. At the tender age of 9, one can warm the seat. Filial piety towards one's parents must be upheld. 1 becomes 10, 10 becomes 100, 100 becomes 1,000, 1,000 becomes 10,000. Chapter 26. Requiem. The night was as dark as ink, a chill permeating the air. The rain fell incessantly, showing no signs of abating. The wind of early spring carried a hint of coldness. The courtyard, encircled by red walls, stood isolated in the desolate western part of the city, its white gravel resembling a blanket of freshly fallen snow, as though it were not rain that fell this night. Patter, patter. Sumo danced alone amidst the puddles in the courtyard. Her movements were both frenzied and melancholic. In this moment, Sumo was both herself and a harbinger of doom, as she guided the departed souls in the subterranean realm, under the manipulation of that enigmatic entity, Sumo. A mere mortal, traversed the boundary between the living and the dead, a communicator with the spirits, and that peculiar voice's master, as she had stated, was indeed not of this world. What precisely she was, Sumo could not say. While guiding the souls, Sumo also experienced their joys, sorrows, and emotions. The myriad thoughts of the spirits incessantly weighed upon her, ultimately overwhelming her reason with the arrival of a young girl's soul. During her communion with the netherworld, That strange presence borrowed Sumo's ability to connect with the spirits. Yet this possession was not a usurpation. Usurpation would entail the complete takeover of Sumo's consciousness, leaving her to be controlled by another's will. Possession, however, allowed for a brief coexistence, each influencing the other. In this fleeting moment of shared existence, you are me, and I am you. As Sumo danced, she felt everything, yet was not in control of herself. She experienced sorrow, anger, helplessness, and heartbreak. Sumo retained her consciousness, yet was not governed by her own rationality. Heaven and earth, the three talents. The sun, moon, and stars, the three lights. North and south, east and west. These four directions converge in the center. Tong Tong nestled in Sumo's embrace, singing a few songs she could barely remember, taught to her by her mother, etched deeply in her memory. Sumo encouraged her to sing, and she did. For Sumo promised, "Brother will take you home." What a sweet little soul, alas. Sumo cradled the departed soul, dancing around the three figures in black robes, her footsteps splashing in the rain. Tap, tap, resonating throughout the courtyard. She paid no mind to the tense and complex emotions of the monk Ji Xian and the Taoist Muda, who remained in the golden bowl. As she twirled around the three black-robed figures, performing this requiem for the souls. In a moment of spirited excitement, Sumo gently touched the foreheads of the other two black-robed figures, imbuing them with a most peculiar force of rule that seeped into their minds. Instantly, the gazes of the two figures lost their clarity. The tender, innocent voice of a child filled the air. It was both beautiful and beguiling. Thud! A sound of collapse echoed as the first black-robed figure fell to the ground, aged and drained of vitality under Sumo's enigmatic dance. He lay motionless, a victim of the haunting melody. Sumo tilted his head slightly, a wicked smile gracing his lips. "See, I told you that Tong Tong's song could move them." The spirit of Tong Tong lifted her head from Sumo's embrace, innocently inquiring, what happened to him? He was touched by Tong Tong's song and grew weary. "He needs to rest," Sumo replied, affectionately ruffling Tong Tong's hair. "If Tong Tong continues to sing, then we can go home," she stated earnestly. "All right," Sumo responded, asking, "Did you enjoy my dance, brother?" "It was beautiful," Tong Tong answered. "Tong Tong is telling a fib." Sumo gently tapped her head. Giggles erupted from Tong Tong, filling the air with joy. The pair, a living soul and a spirit, bantered and laughed, oblivious to the world around them. To the side, the monk and Taoist merely perceived Sumo as cradling nothing, dancing and conversing with the air. What instilled dread in them was the sight of the fallen black-robed man aging rapidly from his prime, ultimately succumbing to death, shrouded in mystery and eeriness. Sumo's obsidian boots left ripples in the puddles, splashing water with each step. His dark cloak dripped with rain, swirling as he danced. In that moment, the choreography amidst the rain appeared hauntingly beautiful. The dim candlelight within the house flickered precariously. Mount Hua, Mount Song, and the 5 sacred peaks. Names of the mountains. The 4 classes of society: scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, the pillars of the nation. He danced for an eternity, lost in a trance, with a continuous stream of song that seemed to lament the injustices of the world. The voice of Tong Tong in his arms began to wane, her song faltering. Eventually, it ceased altogether. Sumo halted, lowering his gaze to the weary Tong Tong in his embrace, asking tenderly, "What's wrong? Why did you stop?" Tong Tong nestled deeper into his arms, her voice faint. "Tong Tong is a bit tired." Sumo lifted his gaze to the pitch-black night. "If you're tired, then rest for a while." "But," Tong Tong still wants to. "Keep singing. And then go home." She clung to Sumo's neck, pressing closer as the cool night breeze chilled her. "It's all right, it's all right," Sumo reassured. "They will no longer obstruct us." "Really?" Tong Tong asked, her innocence shining through. "Indeed, look." Sumo pointed to the other 2 black-robed figures. As Sumo pointed, the force of the rules that had just pierced the bodies of the 2 figures in black erupted, causing them to collapse, lifeless. "You see, they are weary now, taking their rest." Sumo spoke softly yet gravely to Tong Tong. "No one obstructs us any longer." Observing the fallen figures, a glimmer of vitality flickered in Tong Tong's tired eyes. "Then, can we go home?" "Indeed, we can." Sumo gently ruffled Tong Tong's hair. "Brother can take Tong Tong home. However, Tong Tong leaned her head back against Su Mo's embrace, her voice faint. Tong Tong feels so weak. Tong Tong feels unable to return home. How could that be? Brother promised Tong Tong to take her home, Su Mo replied, raising his chin, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. You are deceiving Tong Tong, she murmured haltingly, as if recalling something. Tong Tong has long since died. How could brother take Tong Tong home? Su Mo's entire being trembled, slowly lowering his gaze to the spirit in his arms, which was beginning to fade. Tears of crystal could no longer be restrained, cascading down. They fell through the small figure nestled in his embrace, splashing onto the ground and creating a poignant melancholy. Su Mo tenderly caressed Tong Tong's cheek, opening his mouth, yet finding no words. Tong Tong affectionately nuzzled against him, speaking slowly. Tong Tong remembers now. Tong Tong ran away and was captured. In this courtyard, those people killed Tong Tong. Tong Tong has long been dead. Tong Tong can never return home. The spirit of Tong Tong grew increasingly dim, a lullaby draining her remaining essence. Su Mo sat cross-legged, disregarding the puddles beneath him, cradling the fading spirit in the rain-soaked earth, his black cloak trailing through the water. He pressed his cheek to her forehead, gently asking, Are you afraid, Tong Tong? She nodded, a sense of weakness and fear enveloping her, causing her to tighten her grip around Su Mo's reassuring arm. Tong Tong is very afraid. Tong Tong fears that her parents cannot find her and will be saddened and worried. Tong Tong fears the other world is shrouded in darkness. She is most afraid of the dark. Tong Tong fears that in the other world there is nothing, and most of all, she fears being alone. Brother, what do you think the other world is like? When grandmother passed away, mother once said, the other world is truly beautiful. Yet, Tong Tong had never ventured there. Su Mo pressed his forehead against Tong Tong's, embracing her tightly. He spoke softly, Your mother spoke the truth. The other world is filled with endless delights and an abundance of lovely flowers. The people there are kind-hearted, treating Tong Tong just as your parents would. As Su Mo's words reached her, Tong Tong's fear gradually diminished, her eyes revealing a flicker of anticipation. Then, Tong Tong shall go and take a look. Su Mo gently caressed her cheek, whispering, Yes, Tong Tong may go and explore. If it is not enjoyable, you may return. Brother has deceived Tong Tong once more. Tong Tong understood that she would not come back. Su Mo bowed his head in silence. Brother, I wish to listen to a song. Tong Tong's voice grew increasingly frail. Very well, what would you like to hear? Su Mo replied. As long as it is sung by brother, it is fine. Then, let me sing you a piece from my hometown's opera. Su Mo said tenderly. All right, he began, the melodies weaving through the air. Emotions arise from unknown origins, yet they run deep. The living can die, and the dead can live again. Those who are born cannot coexist with the dead, and those who have passed cannot be reborn. Such is not the essence of love. It turns out that the vibrant hues bloom everywhere, yet all of this is left to desolate ruins. What a pity that beautiful moments are fleeting, and whose courtyard knows the joys of life. As Tong Tong listened to Su Mo's opera, she clung to him with the last of her strength, resting against his embrace, closing her eyes, and peacefully drifting into slumber. The melody lingered, the candlelight dimmed. The gentle wind stirred the palace, the sounds of flutes and reeds filling the air. Amidst the lotus flowers by the pond, the night was fragrant and clear. People age, troubles abound, and dreams are hard to sustain. A hint of deep affection, a touch of shallow soil, and half the sun slants. Dreams, whether broken or prolonged, are all but dreams. The passing years, what years are they? As the final note rang out, the candlelight in the room extinguished, and the little one in his arms had vanished. In the vast, cold night, only the cool breeze remained, and thus the melody concluded, leaving behind a gathering of souls dispersed. Chapter 27. The echoes of distant mountains. Su Mo sat upon the ground, maintaining the posture of cradling. Yet there was no child in his arms. The storm raged on, devoid of any sound. In the desolate rain, chaos reigned. Beside him, the monk Zhi Xian and the Taoist Mu Dao exchanged silent glances, unable to perceive the absence of the child, nor hear his voice. Naturally, they could not comprehend the unfolding events. All they witnessed was Su Mo dancing, while three black-robed cultivators of the late Foundation establishment stage met an inexplicable demise. Subsequently, Sumo sat upon the earth, singing a melody they had never encountered before. From the moment Sumo appeared this night, he exuded an air of mystery. They had never encountered such an enigmatic individual or witnessed such peculiar occurrences. First, with the strength of a mere mortal, he vanquished a powerful cultivator at the late Foundation establishment stage. Then, he ventured into the underground palace, ensnared by a great malevolence. Ultimately, he inexplicably caused the deaths of three more at the same level. Though Sumo now merely sat vacantly upon the ground, they dared not make a move. The deaths of the three black-robed figures were far too bizarre. The courtyard fell into silence, interrupted only by the sound of the rain, a sporadic patter. Sumo remained seated for an eternity before rising in a daze. The malevolent force's grip on him had dissipated. Quietly, he donned the hood of his cloak that hung behind him, staggering towards the courtyard's exit. This night had drained him. He had anticipated tranquility, yet was instead met with tumultuous waves, rendering peace even more elusive. He could not face the souls that passed before him, nor could he confront death with composure. He had deceived one dissipating spirit after another. He had misled them with promises of reincarnation, of a future life, of returning with wine, of a fate predetermined by the cosmos. He had even deceived the child with tales of a beautiful world beyond, a benevolent deception, yet a deception nonetheless. Entangled with spirits, ensnared by fate, he found no solace. The strange figure that had haunted his mind vanished, and he reverted to being Sumo, the scholar, the esteemed Su. However, the experiences of this night had etched themselves into his soul, penetrating deeply. He loathed this world, with a fervent disdain. This wretched existence. Step by step, Sumo moved towards the exit, yearning to escape this place, burdened by too many thoughts that clouded his mind. I am but a transient visitor. What concern is it of mine? He pushed open the courtyard door, and outside remained an impenetrable darkness. A chill wind swept through, and a sweetness filled his throat. With a cough, Sumo expelled a mouthful of blood, his vision darkening, and he collapsed upon the ground. He was utterly exhausted. A fragrant breeze wafted by, and the figure in red, Guyu, gracefully descended into the courtyard. She frowned upon witnessing the heap of corpses scattered within, alongside the two Taoists and the monk, cowering within the golden bowl's protective shield. The dean instructed us to retrieve the junior disciple, yet did not disclose the dire circumstances that awaited us here. And what is the meaning of this heap of corpses? Surely the junior disciple has not perished before even being accepted into the sect? Among this mound of bodies, which one could possibly be the junior disciple? Guyu stood amidst the wind, her mind in disarray, besieged by countless questions. Ah, you too. Yes, you. The ones who emerged from that tortoise shell, speak up. Guyu pointed at the golden bowl shield and exclaimed. Ji Xian withdrew the golden bowl. They recognized who had arrived. This is Guyu, the third disciple of the academy, a swordswoman. The commotion here finally attracted the attention of others, and fortuitously, it was also from the academy. Ji Xian, the monk, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Our lives are saved. To them, the academy represented an unwavering faith. With a legacy spanning thousands of years, though few in number, it has always embodied righteousness. Senior Sister Gu, this is not a tortoise shell, it is a Buddhist golden bowl. Although grateful for Guyu's timely intervention, he felt compelled to clarify. After all, hiding in a golden bowl is one thing, but being concealed in a tortoise shell is less than flattering. At the same time, Taoist Muda, upon seeing Guyu, revived from his near-lifeless state, expressing his discontent at Ji Xian's retort. Whatever Senior Sister Gu says is the truth. If she claims it is a tortoise shell, then it is indeed a tortoise shell. In any case, it is not his golden bowl. Ji Xian stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that he had been betrayed by Muda. Just as he was about to speak, Guyu interrupted him, compelling him to swallow his words. All right, enough of that. Are you from the Wuliang Academy? Guyu inquired, pointing at Ji Xian. Ji Xian nodded. And you are from Qingfeng Mountain? Guyu turned to Muda, who also nodded in affirmation. Now, have either of you seen my junior disciple? Guyu continued her questioning. Ji Xian and Muda exchanged perplexed glances, both utterly baffled. Which junior disciple do you mean? Seventh junior brother. Guyu replied. Since when did the academy have a seventh disciple? Both men were left speechless. Who is the seventh senior brother? Muda asked cautiously, genuinely unaware of such a figure in the academy, fearing that his prolonged absence from society had rendered him oblivious to current affairs. Oh, Guyu pondered for a moment. I too am at a loss. Shifting her line of questioning, Guyu asked, are there others here besides you two? Muda glanced at the multitude of corpses around them. Do these count? Guyu felt overwhelmed, realizing she was at a loss for how to proceed. It was all that old rascal's fault, always fond of cryptic puzzles. Turning her gaze to the littered bodies, Guyu inquired, what transpired here? Someone was refining blood pills. Ji Xian and Mu De stated earnestly. What? Guyu's eyes sharpened. As we passed through this place, we sensed an unusual concentration of blood energy. Upon investigating, we discovered individuals engaged in the refinement of blood pills. These black-robed figures are the minions of that very endeavor. Ji Xian gazed upon the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Guyu surveyed the scene, detecting remnants of spiritual energy emanating from several of the fallen, indicating they were in the later stages of Foundation establishment. Did you kill them all? She inquired skeptically. Ji Xian shook his head. There exists a malevolent entity beneath the earth. It emerged and slaughtered them. Guyu's countenance shifted, a sudden headache assailing her. Both Ji Xian and Taoist Mu De shrugged, indicating their ignorance of the matter. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted through the courtyard, clad in a flowing white dress. The enchanting Luo Yin glided gracefully towards Guyu, an expression of urgency etched upon her face. Her gaze flitted anxiously from the corpses to Guyu's visage. Upon hearing the words of a young girl, she had hastily made her way to the western part of the city. Unfamiliar with the area, it took her some time to locate the courtyard adorned with red walls and white tiles. From a distance, the overwhelming aura of bloodshed struck her heart, causing an involuntary clenching sensation. In her haste, she stumbled into the courtyard, only to find that amidst the sea of bodies, the familiar figure in white was nowhere to be seen. Instead, her eyes fell upon Guyu, clad in crimson. As for Muda and Ji Xian, she chose to disregard their presence entirely. Her concerns were few, and her acquaintances even fewer. If one was unknown to her, they were of no consequence. Guyu? Luo Yin? The two exclaimed in unison. I have met the celestial maiden Luo. Muda and Ji Xian recognized her, their expressions tinged with curiosity at her unexpected arrival. Luo Yin merely nodded in acknowledgement to the two men. What brings you here? She inquired of Guyu. I have been dispatched by the dean to retrieve the junior disciple, Guyu retorted. And you? What brings you here? I am searching for Jingyan, Luo Yin replied, scanning the ground for the familiar figure clad in white. Jingyan, such an intimate address. Guyu's mind raced, realizing, wait. Are you saying Jingyan is here? How could he possibly be present? We shall discuss this later, but he is indeed here, Luo Yin urged anxiously. I sense traces of cultivators. He may be in danger. We must find him. Guyu's thoughts raced back to the dean's earlier request for her to procure a painting, specifically one by Suemo. Now she was sent to retrieve the junior disciple, and Suemo was also present. In that instant, Guyu concluded that the junior disciple the dean had instructed her to fetch was none other than Suemo. Have you seen a scholar by the surname Su? Guyu inquired of the Taoist and the monk, dressed in white. Luo Yin added. After a moment of hesitation, Muda cautiously replied. We have not encountered a scholar in white named Su. However, we do see a figure clad in black, Master Su, lying over there. Muda pointed to the entrance of the courtyard, located just behind Luo Yin and Guyu. Had you entered through the front gate, instead of soaring over the wall, you would have undoubtedly caught sight of him directly. Chapter 28. A blue-clad figure upon hearing the words, Guyu and Luo Yin turned around, only to behold Suemo collapsed at the threshold. At that moment, Suemo was no longer the figure they had previously encountered. Previously, he had donned a pristine white robe, his hair elegantly tied with a crown, exuding an air of tranquility and confidence, his countenance often graced with a gentle smile. Yet now, he appeared in somber black attire, a drenched cloak draped over his back, emanating an aura of bloodshed, his unconscious visage marred by exhaustion and sorrow. Luo Yin lifted Suemo, her heart tangled in a web of emotions. How could he have recklessly ventured here? He is but a mere mortal. What concern does he have for the lives and deaths of others? She wiped the blood from the corner of Sumo's mouth, her gaze descending into a haze of confusion. What manner of person are you? What has transpired with my junior apprentice? Gu Yu turned to the monk Ji Xian and the Taoist Mu De, inquiring about the situation. Ji Xian recalled the moment Su Mo had entered the courtyard. An arrow of brilliance piercing through the air, a glimmer of light dancing in his eyes. Su, the benefactor, first, with a pitch-black featherless arrow. He slayed a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Mu De began to recount the events. Gu Yu was taken aback. You mean he killed a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator? His disbelief was palpable. When did late-stage cultivators become so feeble? A mortal, slaying a Foundation establishment? Was that late-stage cultivator grievously injured and near death? Gu Yu speculated. At that moment, Ji Xian shook his head, interjecting, no, he was at full strength. Moreover, the benefactor only released one arrow, and the cultivator perished. That arrow was akin to a weapon from the netherworld, silent and devoid of any spiritual fluctuations. Ji Xian reflected on that arrow, still finding it hard to fathom. And then, Gu Yu chose to temporarily set aside the astonishing feat of Su Mo's arrow. Later, we entered the underground palace and discovered a malevolent entity by the blood pool. It seemed that the benefactor became possessed by this malevolence and subsequently ascended to slay 3 newly arrived late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Mu De continued, recounting the incident truthfully. What? Gu Yu and Luo Yin's expressions shifted dramatically. Gu Yu immediately summoned his spiritual energy to inspect Su Mo's condition, but found nothing amiss. He merely noted that Su Mo appeared exceptionally weak, as if he had just endured a fierce battle. Luo Yin glanced at Gu Yu and spoke calmly. Let us take him back first. We can discuss the rest later. Gu Yu nodded. After all, they had located their junior apprentice. The remainder could be communicated to the dean, allowing that old schemer to grapple with the situation. You two should attend to your own matters. There is no need for you to concern yourselves with what has transpired here. I will report the blood elixir and the malevolent entity to the dean, who will make the decision. For now, we must keep this under wraps to avoid inciting panic. Gu Yu instructed Ji Xian and Mu De. Understood. Ji Xian and Mu De responded in unison. Gu Yu and Luo Yin hastened away with Su Mo towards the academy. As the 3 departed, Mu De and Ji Xian exchanged glances and shrugged. Originally one of the 7 disciples of the academy, I wondered where such a peculiar creature had come from. Mu De remarked. It makes sense now. There isn't a single normal person in the academy. Ji Xian nodded in agreement. This academy has been passed down for thousands of years, and with each generation, it becomes more eccentric. This is precisely why I refrained from joining the academy. Mu De shamelessly declared. Ji Xian shot him a sidelong glance, saying, You wish to enter. Does the academy even desire you? Mu De's expression darkened instantly. This bald fool, utterly lacking in perception. Tell me, has that great calamity departed from Su's body? The monk Ji Xian inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Mu De replied, It should have left. I sense no trace of the calamity on Su just now. Then, where do you suppose that calamity is now? Ji Xian continued questioning. Mu De pondered. A chill breeze swept through, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. He exchanged a glance with the monk. The wind is fierce. After days of relentless rain, it finally ceased. Wisps of mist began to rise from the mountaintop, evoking the essence of a tranquil mountain after a fresh rain, reminiscent of the autumn that comes late in the day. As the saying goes, in the mountains stands a bamboo house, with wisps of smoke curling upward. The chirping of birds and the enticing aroma of wine filled the air. Su Mo gradually awakened, feeling dazed and confused, unaware of his surroundings. However, the fragrant scent of wine stirred the cravings within him. Sitting up, he scanned his surroundings and realized he was inside a bamboo house. He rose and pushed open the door, only to discover the bamboo dwelling atop a mountain, offering what should have been a breathtaking view, now obscured by the mist. In the courtyard stood an elderly man clad in green, tending to a fire and brewing wine, the delightful aroma wafting from the vessel. Esteemed elder, may I inquire where this is? Su Mo respectfully asked as he entered the courtyard. Awake, are you? You seem to have recovered quite swiftly. I thought you'd need several more days of rest. The elderly wine brewer set down his fan and turned to Su Mo with a smile. This place lies between the mundane and the ethereal. Are you eager to know? As Su Mo inhaled the fragrant aroma of the wine, his cravings intensified, and he chuckled sheepishly. I'm not in such a hurry. Elder, is this the famed Xinghua village wine? May I have a taste? The elderly man inquired with a smile. Well, I suppose it would be impolite to refuse. Sumo exclaimed and hurried over, taking a seat at the stone table, exuding a familiar demeanor. The elderly man shook his head in resignation and poured a cup for Sumo. Lifting the cup, Sumo savored the scent, his mouth watering in anticipation. Just as he was about to sip, he suddenly paused, recalling something. He then slowly poured the wine onto the ground. This is the Xinghua village wine I promised you. A token of my promise fulfilled, Sumo murmured softly, the meaning of which remained unclear to him. The elderly man in the green attire said nothing but refilled Sumo's cup, a fleeting glimmer of concern flickering in his eyes. Sumo drank the wine in his cup in one gulp, immediately feeling a wave of refreshment wash over him. The fragrance was exquisite, the flavors harmonious, sweet and mellow, with a clean and pleasant aftertaste. Truly, it was an exceptional wine. Sumo could not help but exclaim, instantly regretting having discarded a cup just moments before. The elderly man remained silent, pouring himself a cup and sipping it slowly. Sumo watched eagerly. Such fine wine, and you consumed it in one go. What a waste. Only after drinking did the elderly man finally speak. Sumo, filled with righteous fervor, began to recite, two people toasting amidst the blooming mountain flowers, one cup after another. He adapted Li Bai's poem Drinking with a Recluse in the Mountains from his past life to persuade the elderly man. Drinking should indeed be one cup after another. A splendid poem, albeit slightly misapplied. The elderly man subtly curled his lip, clearly understanding the implied meaning behind Sumo's words. If I were to say, you just downed several taels of silver in one gulp, what would you feel? Do you still wish for one cup after another? As if this 18-year-old pure brew can be consumed so freely? The elderly man spoke leisurely. Upon hearing this, Sumo instantly wished he could retrieve the cup he had just poured out. After all, fulfilling the promise made to the souls was not something to be rushed. Chapter 29. Burning wood and brewing wine. Observing the elder's inertia, Sumo, with a touch of boldness, poured himself another cup of wine, unperturbed by the elder's indifference. He savored the drink slowly, contemplating its worth, over a dozen taels of silver. The elder, with a slight grimace, set down his cup, gazing at Sumo for a considerable time before speaking. You have just recovered from a serious injury. This wine possesses considerable potency. One cup is quite sufficient. Should you indulge further, you may find yourself overwhelmed. Serious injury? Sumo was taken aback, as he did not recall sustaining any wounds. He merely felt fatigued. How could I be seriously injured? The elder shook his head. An injury to the great path is still an injury. A wound to the great path signifies damage to the heart of a cultivator. In simpler terms, it reflects a collapse of one's worldview, leading to existential doubt. A wound to the great path. Sumo chuckled softly, but I am not a cultivator. How could I suffer such a wound? With a sigh, the elder replied, although you have not yet embarked on the path, you are entangled with certain matters too deeply, already showing signs of approaching the way. Approaching the way. Sumo regarded the elder with curiosity. Are you also a practitioner of the Tao? One might say so, the elder nodded. Sumo lowered his gaze, enveloped in silence. The elder, observing his demeanor, inquired with interest, do you not wish to cultivate? Sumo nodded. Having spent several months in this world, he had witnessed the malevolence of its cultivators. They regarded mortals as mere ants, perched high above, viewing lives as mere playthings. In their eyes, only themselves and their so-called great path mattered. Furthermore, he had witnessed them refining blood elixirs using the blood of mortals, all in pursuit of the so-called attainment of the way. In Sumo's view, all beings were equal. There should be no distinction of nobility among humans. Yet the rules of this world had cruelly revealed to him the essence of the law of the jungle. Paths diverge. We cannot conspire together. The elder seemed to grasp Sumo's thoughts. You have become obstinate. Sumo lifted his head, questioning, what do you mean? Cultivation is, in essence, a practice of the heart, the elder explained slowly. There are myriad paths, and humanity embodies both good and evil. Cultivators, at their core, are still human, and being human, how can they escape the common vices? Not all mortals are diligent, and not all cultivators are selfish. You must understand that the most elusive thing in this world is the human heart. Is it not the diversity of human emotions that brings vibrancy to our world? The path of immortality is fraught with hardship, yet it is also rich in color. We are but insignificant strokes in the grand tapestry of time. Why cling so tightly to what you perceive? I sense within you a steadfast resolve. Why not strive for the ideals that dwell within your heart? To take action. To take action. That woman's spirit once urged. Take action and bring clarity to this world. Suemo had once declared, "All right, since I have promised you, I shall take some action." Suemo smiled brightly. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder." The elder in green nodded in satisfaction. After so much discourse, the elder inquired, "Are you familiar with the academy?" Suemo paused momentarily, awkwardly shaking his head. The elder in green rolled his eyes. "Well, that was a futile question. You simply do not know? Having decided to embark on this path, have you contemplated joining the academy?" the elder asked. Suemo shook his head. "I have not considered it. Why? Though my knowledge is limited, I have heard that the individuals at the academy are rather unorthodox." Suemo admitted candidly. The elder's expression darkened slightly. "That is a misinterpretation by some regarding the academy. It has endured for a millennium, weathering storms to stand firm in this world. The principles of the academy may invite dissent." At that moment, Suemo recalled that Guyu was the third disciple of the academy, and he curiously asked, "Elder, do you know much about the academy?" "I know a bit. Feel free to inquire." The elder in green raised his noble head. "The academy has existed for 1,000 years. It must be a vast sect, correct? How many disciples does the academy have in total?" Upon hearing this, the elder immediately lowered his proud head once more. "There are thousands of outer disciples, and officially 6. Suemo was taken aback. "Only 6. The elder disdainfully curled his lip. "The academy seeks perfection and excellence. Only those extraordinary can enter." "Oh," Suemo sighed, draining his cup. "Do you think someone like me could gain admission?" The elder, with a mysterious air, gestured toward the pot simmering with wine. The peachwood crackled as it warmed the exquisite brew, the aroma wafting enticingly. Suemo suddenly seemed to grasp something. "Are you suggesting that both the burning wood and the brewing wine have their merits?" The elder sighed. "What I mean to convey is that this wine is quite precious. Drink it slowly." Suemo was momentarily speechless, then shook his head again. "But I do not know what kind of academy it truly is. I assure you, even if the academy differs from what you seek, it shall not stray from it," the elder said with a smile. "Oh, you know my aspirations?" Suemo inquired with curiosity. The elder shook his head. "I do not." Before Suemo could respond, the elder continued, "But I know what kind of person you are." Suemo poured himself a cup of wine and began to sip slowly. "I do not even know what kind of person I am. You prefer harmony among people, eschewing slaughter and violence." The elder spoke gently. Suemo was taken aback. "You seem accustomed to living within the confines of rules, unable to adapt to the helplessness when everything is unbound by order. You place yourself between the cultivators and ordinary folk, neither a cultivator nor a commoner. You lament the helplessness of mortals, and are equally discontented with the lofty demeanor of those who cultivate immortality." The elder in azure robes gazed at Suemo, his eyes filled with profound admiration. "Yet, the academy is also a sect of immortality," Suemo interjected. "You are mistaken," the elder replied with a smile. "There exists a fundamental distinction between the academy and the sects of immortality." "What distinction?" "Many of the cultivators you encounter are merely wandering practitioners, solely focused on their own ascension, aspiring to reach higher realms. Thus, their temperaments are diverse and uneven. A true sect of immortality transcends worldly disputes, seeking detachment, and endeavors to trace the elusive path between heaven and earth. In contrast, the academy treads a different path, immersing itself in the world, seeking to understand the relationship between humanity and this vast cosmos." The notion of exploring the connection between humanity and the universe deeply resonated with Suemo. This journey is arduous, yet it aligns with the academy's essence. It resonates with your own aspirations. Suemo raised his head, gazing intently at the elder in azure robes as he spoke deliberately. "Where is the academy? I wish to go there. Have you made your decision?" the elder inquired with a cheerful demeanor. "I have," Suemo affirmed resolutely. Then, the elder rose, gracefully waving his sleeve, standing with an ethereal presence. "Kneel and pay your respects to your master." Suemo stared wide-eyed, suddenly realizing the underlying schemes at play. Tentatively, he asked, "Who are you?" "I am the head of the academy, Imo Shangao." A smile broke across Sumo's face. "When a like-minded predecessor goes to great lengths to have you become their disciple, what is there to refuse?" An absurd feeling flickered within Su Mo, yet warmth enveloped him. The academy and I are one and the same. With a slight sway, Su Mo rose, kneeling and clasping his fists. A bit dizzy, disciple Su Jingyan pays respects to the master. Thud. The effects of the wine overwhelmed him, and Su Mo collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 30. Youthful affection. The dean gazed at the prostrate figure of Su Mo, releasing a deep sigh towards the heavens. Clad in red, Gu Yu and in white, Luo Yin floated gracefully towards him. Their eyes widening at the sight of Su Mo collapsed on the ground. What is this? Gu Yu inquired. He is merely inebriated, the dean replied. Young master, young master. The little girl rushed to Su Mo's side, shaking him gently. When she received no response, her expression turned helpless as she lifted her gaze to the dean. With a reassuring smile, the dean said, Your young master has simply had too much to drink. Let him rest for a while. But, the little girl pouted. He has already been asleep for many days. Tomorrow, he must attend the spring examination. Spring examination. Upon hearing this, the dean paused, then chuckled softly. It is of no concern. The effects of the alcohol will dissipate swiftly, and it shall not hinder his participation in tomorrow's examination. Oh! The little girl looked down at Su Mo's pale face, her expression filled with concern. Let us take him back to rest. The dean gestured with his hand. Su Mo was assisted back to the bamboo lodge and laid upon the bed. Gu Yu and Luo Yin exited the lodge and stepped into the courtyard. The dean, with his back turned, gazed at the mist enveloping the mountains below and spoke slowly. What is the situation? He is merely intoxicated. He will awaken shortly, Gu Yu responded. And the matter concerning the blood elixir? The dean inquired, his tone revealing little of his inner thoughts. The blood elixir has vanished. But there are shadows of those from the political circles, Gu Yu reported. Over the past few days, she had pursued the matter of the blood elixir. But the adversaries moved swiftly, as if they had disappeared without a trace. Yet, some clues remained discernible. Humph! The dean scoffed. They truly have the audacity. Gu Yu lowered her head in silence, having descended into the western city's underground palace, where she witnessed a scene of utter devastation. She could not fathom the state of mind Su Mo, a mere mortal, must have experienced upon encountering such horror. The gruesome sight had made her heart race with dread. No wonder he lost control. What of the individual within the palace? The dean asked again. Gu Yu shook her head. There appears to be no abnormalities. The dean pondered for a moment before stating, Do not involve yourself in this matter for now. Others will take care of it. He cast a glance back at the bamboo lodge, seemingly with a hint of implication. Understood, Gu Yu replied, her emotions seemingly subdued. The dean gazed into the distance, remaining silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. I must depart for a time, until your junior disciple awakens. Inform him to strive for excellence in the spring examination as a rite of passage for mentorship. Furthermore, assist him a little with his entry into the path. We shall discuss other matters upon my return. Gu Yu raised her head, a look of incredulity on her face. Achieve excellence? Is it truly that simple? Are you so certain he can succeed? The dean shook his head. The rite of passage is not merely about success. It is a matter of introspection. In due time, you shall comprehend. Oh, Gu Yu nodded, but a lingering sense of unease remained. Why must I assist him with his entry into the path as well? The dean cast a knowing glance at her, a smile playing on his lips. Did you not bestow upon him a heart sword? Gu Yu replied with a radiant smile. I simply felt a connection at that moment. The dean shook his head and turned to the quietly observing Luo Yin. With a smile, he remarked, Your mastery of the Guqin has evidently advanced. Luo Yin offered a slight bow, saying, I owe much to your heart flute. It is a pity you refused to join my academy. The dean sighed, shaking his head. Luo Yin gently responded, The academy lacks my path. And now? Is it still absent? The dean inquired with a smile. Luo Yin glanced at the bamboo tower, falling silent. The dean chuckled. Gu Yu lacks your composure in her endeavors. Do lend her your support when needed, he advised. Luo Yin nodded in agreement. The dean smiled once more, his spiritual energy fluctuating as he stepped forward, vanishing from sight. Once the dean departed, Gu Yu turned to Luo Yin, her expression one of annoyance. What does he mean by saying I lack your steadiness? Luo Yin laughed lightly. It is quite literal. Gu Yu rolled her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yin spoke. Now that Jing Yin has awakened, I shall return to the boat tower. After a brief pause, she added, When he is fully awake, please tell him to visit the boat tower. With that, Luo-yin gracefully departed, as if. Guyu was left speechless. Are they all treating me as a messenger? She mused, then turned back towards the bamboo tower. Inside the bamboo tower, the little girl quietly gazed at Sumo, nestled in his embrace, waiting for him to awaken. She had so much to share with him. The amusing tales of the academy, her worries, her longing. For the past several days, Sumo had remained in a deep slumber, leaving her anxious yet reluctant to disturb his rest. Sumo had been unconscious for over 10 days, during which she learned of the earth-shattering events he had undertaken that fateful night. She could only imagine the dangers and mysteries of that evening. After she had informed Luo-yin of Sumo's visit to the courtyard in the west of the city, Luo-yin had gone there and returned with the unconscious Sumo. Guyu suggested recuperating at the academy, leading the little girl to follow her there. Throughout these days, she had learned from Guyu and Luo-yin that the young master had vanquished 4 nefarious individuals at the late foundation stage. Although it seemed unbelievable, she held not a shred of doubt. If the young master deemed it right, she would support him. They spoke of the young master having slain 4 wicked foes, and she firmly believed he had just cause. That day, she had watched the young master, forlorn, standing in the rain. That day, she had witnessed his helpless tremor in the face of the death of a woman cradling an infant. That day, she saw him forge a powerful crossbow. That day, she observed him standing at the bow of the boat for half the night. Each vivid scene and the image of Sumo were deeply etched in the little girl's heart. Young master is always filled with compassion for the suffering of the world. The young girl gazed at Sumo's refined features, gently pressing her face against his chest. If only the young master were not such a person. She might still be wandering and begging, or perhaps she would have perished in the last harsh winter. Young master, with her face resting against Sumo's chest, she listened to the rhythm of his heartbeat and breath, feeling an inexplicable sense of peace. As long as the young master was safe, everything would be well. Whatever the young master wished to do, she would accompany him. The young girl murmured softly. A gentle caress brushed through her hair, and she lifted her head to find Sumo gazing at her with affection, one hand tenderly stroking her long locks. Young master, are you awake? She exclaimed joyfully. Just awakened. Sumo replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling her hair. Is there anything wrong, young master? She asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Sumo shook his head gently. No, young master. I miss you so much, she said softly, expressing her feelings candidly. Sumo playfully tousled her hair. I know. It's truly wonderful that you have finally awakened. The young girl nestled tightly against Sumo's embrace, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The worries, fears, anxieties, stubbornness, and resilience of the past few days evaporated entirely at the moment of Sumo's awakening. She was, after all, merely a girl just over 10 years of age. Chapter 31. The Night of Enlightenment. All right. You two can continue your tender moments later. I have something of importance to discuss with you. Guyu, clad in red, pushed the door open and gazed at the siblings on the bed, feeling a twinge of headache. How could siblings be so intimately close? Senior sister Gu, the little girl called softly, rising from Sumo's embrace. A moment of silence ensued, seemingly discontent with the interruption of her time with the young master. Nevertheless, the little girl had grown quite familiar with Guyu over the past few days at the academy, as it was she and Luo-yin who had taken care of her, even though the little girl was remarkably independent and hardly needed anyone's assistance. Please, don't look at me like that. I truly have matters to attend to. I will leave right after I finish speaking, and you can return to your affectionate exchanges. Guyu remarked, amused by the little girl's protective demeanor. This child acts as if she were an adult. Thank you, senior sister Gu, for taking care of her these past few days. Sumo expressed his heartfelt gratitude, rising to face Guyu. Although he only remembered faintly losing consciousness in the courtyard west of the city, he had awakened in the academy. The reasons behind it were not difficult to surmise. I took care of you as well, yet you do not express gratitude towards me? Guyu retorted, pouting. Sumo was momentarily taken aback, and then responded. I also thank senior sister Gu for her care. Is that all? Mere verbal appreciation? Guyu pressed on. Then what should I do? Sumo asked hesitantly. I want a painting. Guyu revealed her true intent. All right. Sumo smiled. I have plenty of paintings to offer. Guyu noticed how everyone seemed to admire Sumo's artwork, believing it to be valuable, though Sumo himself did not share this sentiment. Viewing painting as a casual endeavor, Guyu nodded in satisfaction. Did the old headmaster speak to you? Suemo nodded and, rising, bowed to Guyu. I have met Senior Sister San. Instantly, Guyu's spirits soared, a sense of superiority washing over her. With a beaming smile, she patted Sumo's shoulder and said, Little Su, Senior Sister has high hopes for you. Work hard, and I will guide you through the immortal realm. Suemo stared in astonishment. Little Su? What sort of nickname is that? However, Guyu then introduced a twist. Before leaving, the headmaster assigned you a task as a rite of passage. You must pass the assessment to officially be considered a disciple of the academy. Sumo's expression stiffened at the mention of the headmaster. Is he no longer with us? Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. This, while it is true that the world is unpredictable, this is truly too fickle. A light smack resounded on Sumo's head. What are you saying? The headmaster has simply stepped out for a while and will return in due time. The little girl rushed over, tenderly covering Sumo's head, glaring at Guyu in exasperation. She cared little for the headmaster or the academy. Her only concern was for her young master. Suemo, feeling aggrieved, shielded his head, exclaiming, You should have made things clearer. Guyu rolled her eyes. This little junior disciple harbors unwholesome intentions. Even before officially entering, he is already hoping for misfortune to befall the venerable Inbai. Yet, why does this sentiment resonate so pleasantly? Assessment? What assessment? Suemo inquired, coming to his senses. The spring examination. Guyu succinctly replied. Suemo was left dumbfounded. It is imperative to emerge victorious. Otherwise, you truly cannot enter the academy. Guyu earnestly admonished. Suemo nodded gravely. Since he had resolved to join the academy, he could not afford to abandon his aspirations lightly. Very well, I shall prepare over these next few days to strive for an outstanding victory. Suemo inhaled deeply, speaking in a solemn tone. At that moment, the little girl tilted her head and innocently remarked, But, the spring examination is tomorrow? Sumo's expression stiffened. Young master, you have been asleep for over 10 days, and tomorrow marks the day of the spring examination. The little girl unwittingly delivered a sharp retort. Sumo's face darkened, despair washing over him. Guyu patted Sumo's shoulder. Do your best. Third Senior Sister has faith in you. Guyu said with a teasing tone, then turned to exit, pausing at the door as if recalling something. Oh, by the way, Luo-Yin mentioned that you should visit the boat building when you have the chance. You ought to express your gratitude properly. With that, Guyu departed, leaving Suemo in a state of confusion. What does Luo-Yin have to do with this? Suemo glanced back at the little girl, his eyes filled with questions. The little girl explained. On that day, Sister Luo went to the western part of the city to find you. She and Sister Gu brought you back. For these past few days, it has been Sister Luo and Sister Gu caring for you. Suemo recalled the luxurious delicacies and fine wines at the boat building, feeling an involuntary drool of gratitude escape him. Then, after the spring examination, I shall personally thank Fairy Luo at the boat building. Young master, perhaps you should retire early to restore your spirits. The spring examination is tomorrow. The little girl reminded him. Suemo observed the weariness etched on her delicate features, gently ruffling her hair, and said softly, You should rest first, dear girl. You have worked hard these past few days. I have just awakened, and it is still early. I will read for a while before sleeping. The little girl, truly exhausted, did not protest. Then, young master, please read your book, and after you finish, rest early. Very well. Suemo agreed. With his vitality renewed, Suemo felt reassured, while the little girl, utterly fatigued, soon fell into a deep slumber. Suemo gazed at the sleeping girl, affectionately caressing her cheek. He could feel her profound attachment and concern for him, as if his restless spirit had finally found a sanctuary. It was akin to a solitary boat rising and falling upon the tumultuous waves of the sea, finding harbor at a certain moment. Satisfied and warm-hearted, Suemo rose and exited the bamboo building. The night, unbeknownst to him, had become adorned with stars. Suemo walked into the courtyard and settled himself at the stone table. Gazing at the stars, that cursed melancholy instantly crept back into his heart. The homeland was separated by 2 lifetimes, remembered yet unattainable. There ought to be fine wine here. Suemo exhaled softly, lamenting with a hint of melancholy. Unbeknownst to him, Guyu had approached from behind, disdainfully remarking, At such a tender age, how could one possibly have such a fondness for wine? Although Suemo was clearly in his teenage years, His desolate demeanor always rendered Guyu somewhat disoriented. Third senior sister. Suemo turned around to greet her. Guyu replied, casually tossing a book to Suemo. What is this? Suemo inquired, taking the book and opening it, his curiosity piqued. Training. Naturally. There are mental techniques, Guyu replied indifferently. By rights, as Suemo had not yet formally entered the academy, he should not address Guyu as third senior sister, and she should not impart her cultivation techniques to him. Yet, Guyu seemed unconcerned. Mental techniques? Suemo's eyes lit up, excitement bubbling forth as he exclaimed. Is this not the most formidable technique? The unrivaled techniques of the academy? If I cultivate this, I could become an immortal or divine being in no time. Summoning the winds and rains, stirring the seas and rivers. Guyu gazed at the exuberant Suemo in despair, realizing the arduous journey of guiding him along the path of cultivation, and understood why the dean had hastily departed after finding a junior disciple. With a sigh, Guyu remarked, your understanding of cultivation is truly akin to a stagehand at a play. How so? Not the slightest comprehension of the script. Suemo awkwardly responded. Is there something wrong? Guyu facepalmed, in agony as she began to impart common knowledge to Suemo. Mental techniques merely instruct you on how to cultivate. While they enable you to practice, they cannot lead you to enlightenment. Mental techniques serve only as a gateway to the path of cultivation. True enlightenment requires personal insight into the Tao, achieved either through one's own understanding or that of the ancestors. Some may spend their entire lives in cultivation without ever attaining enlightenment, while others may achieve it before even beginning their training. The powers you speak of, summoning winds and rains, stirring seas and rivers, belong to the Tao, profound and unfathomable Tao. Thanks to Suemo's higher education, he immediately grasped Guyu's explanation. The mental techniques were akin to a manual for cultivation, a technological tree. While advancing required insight into the Tao, effort, and combat necessitated practicing Tao techniques, skill points. With a sigh, Suemo lamented, the novels of my past life have led me astray. Chapter 32. The inhabitants of the sea. Suemo opened the heart method and began to read. As he immersed himself in the text, he suddenly looked up at Guyu and innocently inquired, but I still do not know what to do. He attempted to meditate, to enter a state of tranquility, and to sense the spiritual energy of the universe. Following Guyu's instructions, he sat cross-legged on the ground, striving to attune himself to the surrounding spiritual forces. However, after a considerable time elapsed, he felt nothing, gradually succumbing to a sense of frustration. Calm your mind. Guyu, noticing Suemo's agitation, spoke up. Do you remember the small sword I gave you that merged into your body? It is a manifestation of a drop of spiritual liquid I condensed. Slowly feel its presence. You can use it as a catalyst to seek the spiritual energy of the world. Suemo quieted his thoughts and focused on that small sword, searching within himself for any sensations. After a long while, he finally sensed a faint ripple in his chest. It was a small sword radiating a brilliant light. He recalled that night in the pavilion outside the building when his senior sister had gifted him the small sword. At that time, she mentioned it was a seed. Now, he distinctly felt that this small sword, having dwelled within him for days, had developed its own aura. With his eyes opened, Suemo gazed at Guyu and said, I can sense the small sword you gave me. It exudes a pure and formidable energy. Is this it? Guyu nodded, somewhat astonished by Suemo's rapid attunement to the existence of spiritual energy. Indeed, it is an entity formed from the spiritual energy I gathered. When I gave it to you, it was to facilitate your early integration with it, enabling you to control it with ease today. Did my senior sister know I would join the academy back then? Suemo inquired, his curiosity piqued. Guyu's lips twitched, but she refrained from revealing that at that moment, she had nothing else to offer. To maintain her dignified image, she nodded sagely before swiftly changing the subject. However, this spiritual sword carries my inherent aura. You need not deliberately seek that energy. Simply attune yourself to the spiritual forces of the world that resonate with it. Suemo nodded, feeling that the path of cultivation was indeed grand and profound. He closed his eyes once more, following the sensations imparted by the spiritual energy. Gradually, a peculiar feeling began to rise within him. As he connected with the sensation of the small sword in his chest, he unexpectedly rediscovered the strange energy that had manifested within him that night in the courtyard to the west of the city. This enigmatic energy imparted a feeling that was indescribably strange, evoking a sense of detachment from this world, leading toward an unknown realm. It felt as though an invisible thread connected him to something he could not comprehend. Suemo found himself immersed in an extraordinary sensation, slipping into a peculiar state. Guyu gazed at the vast expanse of stars above and sighed softly. In my earlier days, it took me merely a day to attain a state of meditation. The dean remarked that I possessed an exceptionally rare talent for cultivation. You need not rush. Take your time. After all, the realm of a senior sister is not something you can hastily pursue. If you can achieve meditation within 3 days, you shall be deemed an extraordinary talent. Guyu pondered for a moment, realizing she should not impose excessive pressure on Suemo, and added, however, even if you cannot reach that state within 3 days, there is no need for haste. Talent does not encompass everything. Some may take longer to meditate, yet progress swiftly thereafter. Noticing Sumo's lack of response, Guyu lowered her gaze towards him as he diligently sat in meditation, and she stood frozen in place. Could it be he has entered meditation? A chill swept through the night air, and Guyu felt slightly cold. She hoped her earlier comment about achieving meditation in a day had not reached her junior's ears, as a flush of embarrassment crept over her face. Suddenly, as she observed Suemo in his meditative state, her expression shifted. He was beginning to guide the celestial spiritual energy through the small circulatory path. What an extraordinary phenomenon this junior brother presents. Yet, there was something about this aura that evoked an indescribable feeling. Circling around Suemo, Guyu concentrated on the peculiar energy emanating from him. As a practitioner of swordsmanship, her spiritual energy was imbued with the essence of the majestic sword, dominant, pure, and sharp. Thus, it would be expected for someone like Suemo, a scholar, to exude the fragrance of literature, radiating elegance and tranquility. However, the aura surrounding Suemo felt bizarre, profound, and distant. Unbeknownst to her, Suemo was experiencing a state that transcended ordinary meditation, a condition hovering between meditation and contemplation. With his eyes closed, he sensed that strange aura solidifying, slowly merging into a stream that flowed through his veins. From his bloodline, formless energies began to materialize, as the celestial spiritual energy surged within him, guiding this essence to circulate through the small circulatory path. He was uncertain if others experienced cultivation in the same manner, yet he sensed an inherent difference within himself. Immersed in this enchanting experience, Suemo found it utterly captivating. He could simultaneously perceive two entities, the celestial spiritual energy and that enigmatic aura. These two forces intertwined, circulating through the meridians of his being. The enigmatic aura that enveloped the atmosphere appeared to possess a peculiar charm, surpassing even that of spiritual power. It guided the flow of spiritual energy while simultaneously augmenting Sumo's meridians with remarkable vigor. The spiritual force circulated at an astonishing pace, as the external energies of heaven and earth surged towards Suemo. Initially, Guyu was merely astonished by Sumo's meditative state, but soon her amazement transformed into awe as she witnessed him initiating the operation of his minor circulatory system. Yet, the astonishment did not cease there. She observed the heavenly energies at the mountaintop suddenly converging towards Suemo, as if they had found a long-lost kin, gradually coalescing into a tidal wave of spiritual essence. Guyu gazed at Suemo with a mixture of joy and self-doubt. In this moment, the illustrious third disciple of the academy found himself grappling with an unusual sense of inferiority. From the very first glance at his junior brother, Guyu had recognized that he was indeed prodigious. He felt a sense of elation regarding Sumo's innate talents, yet he chose to retreat to a nearby stone table, leaning languidly upon it, withdrawing his gaze from Suemo as it perturbed him. As Guyu contemplated the starry sky, a sense of ennui washed over him, prompting a wistful sigh. A drink would be most welcome at such a time. Meanwhile, Sumo's spiritual energy surged with increasing velocity, drawn by that mysterious aura, effortlessly propelling his minor circulatory system into motion. The energy continuously flowed into Sumo's being, converging into a relentless river that seemed to rupture some unseen barrier, gradually forming a vast sea of spiritual essence, his very own spiritual sea. This spiritual sea was shrouded in an otherworldly mist, and above it sparkled countless stars reminiscent of an infinite firmament. Sumo's consciousness delved into this ethereal realm, his curiosity piqued by the extraordinary sights that unfolded before him. As an outsider to this world, he reveled in the peculiar phenomena that cultivation bestowed upon him, imbued with wonder and astonishment. According to the teachings of his heart method, he had indeed stepped into the realm of chi cultivation. This was not so difficult after all. Was this the spiritual sea? Was this truly my spiritual sea? I have become a cultivator with a spiritual sea. How delightful! Sumo's consciousness transformed into a diminutive figure, treading lightly upon the surface of the spiritual sea. The waters gently buoyed his essence, allowing him to meander upon the waves, while the mist swirled around him in response to his every step. With childlike curiosity, Sumo explored this mystical ocean, sometimes waving his hands to disperse the fog and occasionally crouching to gather the water beneath him, embodying the innocence of a young child. Finally, Sumo's attention was captivated by the endless stars above the spiritual sea. Gazing upward, he beheld the infinite expanse of the night sky, twinkling with ethereal lights. This starry vista felt strangely familiar. As he withdrew his gaze from the celestial spectacle, he surveyed the vastness of the spiritual sea before him. Within the vast expanse of the spirit sea, an ethereal atmosphere envelopes me. Once I embark upon the path of enlightenment, I envision a tome materializing at the heart of my spirit sea. The diminutive figure, a manifestation of my consciousness, proudly gestures towards the tranquil surface of the sea, murmuring to itself. The text reveals that upon entering the path, one's essence manifests as a singular object, suspended above the spirit sea. My esteemed senior sister's spirit sea is likely adorned with a sword, while it is said that the celestial Luo, reincarnated as the goddess of the zither, must possess a zither in her spirit sea. As a distinguished scholar, it is only natural that I, Su, shall manifest a book at that moment. Curiosity piqued, Su pondered the nature of this book, for it is unlike any other object. A book contains knowledge. What might its contents entail? With my extensive reading and profound understanding of both celestial and terrestrial matters, I wonder what the specifics of this tome within my spirit sea could be. Suddenly, a pallor washed over Su's face. He recalled the many Risku texts he had perused in his previous life, some even adorned with illustrations. Oh heavens! I must exercise restraint upon my entrance into the path, lest I allow my thoughts to wander astray. Should I inadvertently entertain such notions, the manifestation of that particular tome would irrevocably tarnish my esteemed reputation. Determined, Su endeavored to calm his mind and redirect his thoughts. Why does my spirit sea evoke an inexplicable sense of strangeness? It is difficult to articulate, yet the sensation is undeniably odd. The text offers no clarification. Perhaps I shall inquire with my senior sister later. As Su surveyed his spirit sea, he continued to absorb the myriad sensations it presented. Suddenly, in a mist-shrouded corner of his spirit sea, he beheld an enchanting silhouette. Chapter 33. The boundless sea beneath the vast expanse of stars. Upon the tranquil waters of the spirit sea, an enigmatic figure sat gracefully amidst the swirling mist. Who are you? Sumo exclaimed, startled by the sight before him. He had never heard of anyone intruding upon another's spirit sea. The spirit sea is a sanctuary where the spiritual energy of cultivators converges, transforming the essence of heaven and earth into a liquid force, coalescing into a vast ocean. It serves as the very foundation for those who seek enlightenment. To Sumo, whose understanding of cultivation was limited, it resembled a person's mind, a repository of knowledge. The spirit sea, in essence, is a reservoir for the cultivation of spiritual power. How could one allow another to slumber beneath their own bed, especially within the spirit sea? What if, during his own path to enlightenment, he inadvertently manifested an inappropriate tome within this sacred space? Such a secret would surely be exposed. Who are you? How did you come to be in my spirit sea? Sumo inquired, his demeanor tense. Yet, the alluring figure remained unresponsive, meditating in silence. After a prolonged moment, unable to contain his curiosity, Sumo cautiously approached, gently parting the mist with a wave of his hand. As he drew nearer, he beheld a woman, her long, dark tresses cascading elegantly behind her, her porcelain legs folded gracefully beneath her. Her skin, radiant as jade, exuded an ethereal beauty. She possessed a figure that was both voluptuous and elegant, embodying the essence of a celestial maiden. Draped in a sheer white veil, Her form was tantalizingly obscured, merging the allure of both fairy and enchantress. Upon merely catching a glimpse, Suemo felt a rush of warmth to his face, prompting him to wipe away the sudden flow of blood from his nose in shock. How did I get a nosebleed? He thought, hastily pinching his nose to stem the bleeding. Stammering, he managed to utter, "Why you? Who are you? Are you human? Or a ghost? How did you come to my spirit sea?" The woman remained silent, her exquisite form partially veiled beneath the delicate fabric, rendering Suemo unable to meet her gaze directly. "I am still just a child. Why must I endure such trials?" He lamented. "Please, speak to me. If you don't, I will call for help." In this absurd world, he pondered, there seemed to be no law enforcement to address such matters. "Hello. I'd like to report an intrusion into my mind," he thought, noticing that the woman continued to ignore him, her eyes closed in tranquility. Resigned to his fate, he stepped closer, coming face to face with the alluring figure, her form now vividly clear before his eyes. The close-range, seductive visual impact nearly overwhelmed Suemo, prompting him to silently recite the teachings of the Tao Te Ching. "Do not gaze upon that which is improper." "Who are you? How did you come to inhabit my spiritual sea?" Suemo held his head high, unable to meet the woman's gaze. At last, she spoke. "You are quite noisy." The woman, with an air of impatience, opened her eyes and remarked, "Have you forgotten your sister so quickly?" Suemo was taken aback, his finger trembling as he pointed at her. "Why you? You are that great calamity." The familiarity of her voice struck him, reminiscent of that fateful night in the underground of the west side of the city, where her voice had accompanied him through the darkness. It was melodic, yet undeniably eerie. The woman's voice possessed an ethereal quality that Suemo could never forget. That night, she had used his own hand to slay 3 Foundation establishment masters, an act so bewildering that he dared not dwell on it. The woman furrowed her delicate brows, her stunning beauty tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Great calamity? Call me sister." "Sister? Why are you in my spiritual sea?" Suemo asked nervously. The woman playfully brushed aside her cascading hair, a cryptic smile gracing her lips. "I have always resided within your spiritual sea." Sumo's anxiety surged. "What? You have always been in my spiritual sea?" The woman chuckled, finding amusement in his bewilderment. Each encounter with this young boy evoked a different response in her, sometimes innocent, sometimes composed, and at other times, simply entertaining. "Indeed. I haven't left since the last time we met in your spiritual sea." Sumo's expression darkened. "But I just recently condensed my spiritual sea." The woman rolled her eyes. "What do you think? This spiritual sea was painstakingly cultivated by your sister. Do you believe I showed you so many restless spirits down there for no reason? I thought my talent was extraordinary." Suemo felt a chill from the winds swirling in his spiritual sea. "Why did you cultivate my spiritual sea?" he inquired, his face clouded with suspicion. "Fear not, fear not." The woman's demeanor shifted as she slowly rose, approaching Suemo. A subtle fragrance wafted toward him, her voluptuous form drawing nearer, allowing him to sense her warmth. Her captivating visage drew close to Sumo's face, and instinctively, he averted his gaze. His eyes darted, his body tense, caught in an awkward moment. The woman let out a gentle laugh. "Ha ha ha, how amusing. This little boy is quite imaginative." Sumo's cheeks flushed, and he fell silent. The woman retreated slightly, stretching languidly, causing Sumo's nose to flush once more. "Sister has cultivated your spiritual sea because I intend to stay here for a while," she continued. "Stay for a while? What does that mean?" Suemo felt a surge of anxiety as an ominous premonition crept into his mind. The woman remarked nonchalantly, "Of course, my sister intends to settle in your spiritual sea." Suemo's expression darkened as he protested, "I refuse." The woman cast a half-smiling glance at Suemo and challenged him, "You may try to expel me." Sumo's face fell in despair. He simply couldn't do it. "Who exactly are you?" Suemo pondered, sensing he had entangled himself in a significant predicament. Indeed, being intertwined with a ghost meant being bound by fate. Just imagine having another presence within you, always observing your every move. "A person? What person?" "I already told you. I am not human," the woman chuckled. "Then what are you?" Suemo inquired. "If I told you, you wouldn't comprehend. Once you manage to leave this little place, I shall reveal it to you," the woman replied slyly, her tone laced with an emotion beyond ordinary understanding. "But what does it mean for you to reside in my spiritual sea? Won't you discover my secrets of cultivation?" Suemo remained unconvinced. The woman dismissed him with disdain, saying, "You? Secrets? With your pitiful cultivation? You should consider yourself fortunate. Perhaps one day, in a fit of joy, I may even guide you. Others do not have such an unparalleled opportunity. Are you truly that formidable?" Suemo asked, skepticism evident in his voice. The woman scoffed, "In this tiny place, even the mightiest among you are beneath my notice." Suemo curled his lip, doubting her assertions. Begone, begone, you disturb my rest." The woman, sensing Suemo's thoughts, refrained from arguing, instead waving her hand impatiently. As she did so, Suemo was expelled from his own spiritual sea. Upon his departure, the woman gazed at the boundless starry sky within the spiritual sea, musing, "He surely doesn't believe me now." Suemo, however, was convinced, and he felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority. "My spiritual sea is not one I have cultivated myself." Upon being cast out of his consciousness, Suemo opened his eyes to find Guyu seated beside him. With a downcast expression, he asked, "Senior sister, is everyone's spiritual sea cultivated by themselves?" Guyu, taken aback by his question, responded, "How could you ask that? Of course, everyone's spiritual sea is cultivated by themselves. Indeed, without one's own cultivated spiritual sea, there is no autonomy. My talent must be terribly lacking." Suemo's spirits plummeted. Guyu, puzzled, interpreted Suemo's words as a reflection of his struggles in cultivating his own spiritual sea, thinking he believed others found it easy. "Your talent isn't so bad. Effort matters more than anything." Guyu comforted him with a complex expression. "Your talent is simply bizarrely good, you know?" But could Guyu say that? Certainly not. It would be too shameless. Suemo sighed. "Indeed, only my spiritual sea was cultivated by someone else. My talent is truly lacking." Yet, could Suemo voice such thoughts? Of course not. I also value my dignity. On this night, the third and seventh members of the Academy each harbored their own thoughts. Chapter 34. The silent scroll as dawn broke and the mist lingered. A horse-drawn carriage ambled along the ancient road at the city's edge. The horse, seeing the driver absorbed in his drink, took its time, leisurely pulling the carriage forward. The driver reclined in his seat, raising a flask to his lips, lost in contemplation as the carriage meandered over the stone path. It was uncertain whether the man was wandering through the scenery or if the scenery was simply flowing alongside him. In a moment of inspiration, the driver suddenly took a hearty swig and began reciting a poem. "In the peach blossom dock lies the peach blossom temple. Beneath the temple resides the peach blossom immortal. The immortal plants peach trees and exchanges peach blossoms for wine money." Just as the driver became engrossed in his recitation, the curtains of the carriage were abruptly drawn aside, revealing a small head peeking out. A little girl, pouting her lips in discontent, exclaimed, "Young master, today is the day of the exam. Why are you still drinking?" The driver, Suemo, was indeed on his way to take the exam. He had borrowed a horse from his senior sister, Guyu, and the little girl wished to accompany him to witness the event. Initially, Suemo had intended to prevent her from coming, reasoning that she could not enter the examination hall. However, she expressed her desire to visit the boat tower and play with Luo-in, prompting him to relent. It seemed that during his unconsciousness, the little girl had befriended Luo-in and others. Suemo mused to himself, "If I wish to enjoy the melodies at the boat tower in the future, I must bring the little girl along. I should find my bearings and drink a bit more to clear my head." Just as Li Bai composed poetry, his finest works often emerged after a few cups. "I shall emulate the ancients." "Who is Li Bai?" the little girl inquired. Suemo pondered for a long time, unsure where to begin. The little girl climbed out of the carriage and nestled into his embrace, looking up at him, no longer pressing for answers, but instead advising, "You've had enough to drink. Any more, and you'll be drunk." All right, I won't drink any more." Suemo reluctantly set aside the flask and lifted the little girl into his arms. With her large, sparkling eyes fixed on him, she asked, "And then?" "What do you mean, and then?" Suemo replied, puzzled. "You just recited a poem. You haven't finished it." The little girl pointed out, recalling the lines Suemo had just recited, sensing that more should follow. Suemo tilted his head. "Let me think." Noticing Suemo had ceased drinking, the horse quickened its pace, worried he might catch it slacking off. Thump, 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 thump. "Awake, I sit before the flowers, inebriated. I sleep beneath them, half awake and half drunken. Day after day, flowers fall and bloom, year after year. I wish to grow old amidst flowers and wine." not bowing before carriages and horses. The wealthy revel in dust and hoofbeats, while the poor find solace in wine cups and blossoms. If wealth and poverty are to be compared, one lies on level ground, the other in the heavens. If comparing poverty to carriages and horses, he must drive forth while I enjoy leisure. The world mocks my madness, yet I find amusement in their inability to see. The grand tombs of the heroes of Wooling are unseen, devoid of flowers and wine, as I toil in the fields. A splendid poem, truly splendid. A passerby, resembling a scholar, overheard Sumo reciting poetry and instinctively expressed his admiration. Sumo tugged at the reins, bringing the carriage to a halt. Observing Sumo's pause, the conversing scholar clasped his fists in greeting and kindly inquired, "Might you be participating in the spring examination, my good sir?" Sumo nodded and, filled with curiosity, replied, "Indeed, so it is. Are you also participating? If all goes well, I presume our intentions align." The young man, clad in simple attire, did not hail from a wealthy household. In contrast, Sumo, having emerged from the academy, had donned the exquisite white garments gifted by Guyu, appearing as a scion of a scholarly family. Yet, the delicate bun arranged by the maid still framed his features with grace. "I am Sumo, styled Jingyan. May I inquire your honored name?" The young man suddenly recalled the name, pondering for a moment before exclaiming, "Could it be that you are the one who displayed paintings on the street and subsequently composed the exquisite Pisu Muja?" Sumo was taken aback. Has this news spread so widely? Indeed, it was my work, but hardly worthy of such praise. It was merely a casual composition, he shamelessly acknowledged, yet humbly added, "I am afraid I am overly modest." The young man, observing Sumo's luxurious attire and carriage, presumed him to be of noble descent. However, Sumo's approachable demeanor and humble discourse significantly enhanced the young man's esteem for him. "I am Jiangyu, a native of Jiangxi, still without a style name." Jiangyu smiled as he spoke. "I was confident in my chances of triumphing in the spring examination, yet I did not anticipate encountering you, Su brother. That day's verses and today's poem have left me in awe. Indeed, there are people beyond people, and realms beyond realms." Sumo felt a wave of bashfulness wash over him. "Alas, the foundation is weak. These poems are merely copied. Why must you belittle yourself? My friend, my abilities are confined to poetry and painting. I am quite deficient in practical politics. How could one expect to excel in the examination solely through poetry?" Jiangyu shook his head in surprise, asking, "Does Su brother not know?" "Know what?" Sumo was taken aback. "This year's spring examination consists of only one round." "Only one round." Sumo genuinely did not know this. Jiangyu nodded, explaining, "The sage has decreed that this year's spring examination will comprise a single round, integrating the 4 books and 5 classics, with essays and 8-legged essays all in one volume, unrestricted in form. It remains uncertain what topics the sage will choose to incorporate." Sumo was speechless. Indeed, that person was audacious, altering the content of the imperial examination at will. In his past life, such reform in the examination system was a monumental endeavor. After a moment's reflection, he accepted this as a different world and felt at ease. Therefore, Jiangyu smiled, speculating that poetry might hold an advantage as a medium. Sumo clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Jiang, for your guidance." Jiangyu waved his hands repeatedly. Sumo spoke, "It has been a delightful conversation with you, Brother Jiang. Since our paths align, why not join me in my carriage, and we shall proceed to the examination venue together?" Upon hearing this, Jiangyu felt a flicker of interest. Just then, the horse in front turned its head, casting a cold glance at Jiangyu, its hooves scraping lightly against the ground, exuding an air of threat. Noticing the horse's behavior, Jiangyu felt somewhat awkward and hastily replied, No, it's unnecessary. There is still ample time, and I have some matters to attend to before heading to the examination. You may proceed without me, Brother Su." Sumo, oblivious to the horse's demeanor, assumed Jiangyu genuinely had pressing matters and did not press further. "Then, we shall meet again at the examination," he said, waving his hand as he urged the horse onward. As Sumo's carriage receded from view, Jiangyu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, inwardly reflecting, "Indeed, this Brother Su is a scion of a prestigious family. Even his horse displays such defiance." Sumo, cradling the little girl, arrived at the examination venue just as the exams were about to commence. It was not that the horse was slow, Rather, Suemo had taken the little girl for a leisurely breakfast before making their way to the examination hall. His previous life had instilled in Suemo a commendable habit of punctuality. Turning to the little girl seated in the carriage, Suemo cautioned, "Be careful on the way to the boat building where Lady Luoying resides. If anything arises, do not intervene. Seek Lady Luoying or Senior Sister San for assistance, or wait for my return to resolve it." Understood. The little girl nodded obediently. "Young master, just do your best. Even if the results are not stellar, it is of no concern. We can always return to Jiangnan." With a smile, Suemo affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, then turned to the horse pulling the carriage, questioning with a hint of doubt, "Do you know the way to the boat building?" The horse raised its proud head, snorting defiantly as if to retort Suemo's skepticism. With a gentle smile, Suemo patted the horse's head before turning to enter the examination hall. Once Suemo left, the horse glanced back at the little girl to ensure she was settled, then began to trot leisurely toward the direction of the boat building, its hooves rhythmically tapping against the ground. After presenting his travel permit and other credentials, Suemo was led to the designated room where he awaited the commencement of the examination in silence. Suddenly, a familiar scent stirred in Suemo's mind, reminiscent of the blood elixir from the depths beneath the night city. Ding, 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 the bell tolled, signaling the beginning of the spring examination. A test paper was distributed to Suemo's room. He unfurled the paper, only to find it blank, devoid of any characters. Chapter 35. The unwritten scroll. This year's spring examination, held once every 3 years, turned out to be an unwritten scroll. An unwritten scroll signifies the absence of a title. The absence of a title implies that anything can serve as a subject. There is nothing that cannot be written, nothing that cannot be spoken. Yet, one finds oneself unable to write anything, unable to articulate anything. What, in truth, does this question posed by the sage mean? The candidates participating in the spring examination gazed about in bewilderment within their isolated cubicles, lost in deep contemplation. Suemo silently regarded the blank scroll before him, then suddenly burst into laughter, laughter tinged with a hint of madness. "What do you wish to perceive from our writings? What can you truly glean from our pens? I dare to write. Do you dare to behold?" Suemo dipped his brush into ink, gazing at the pristine white paper, muttering to himself, "If you think as I do, then I shall write for you. Poetry? Yet, I have no desire to compose poetry." With a flourish, Suemo unleashed ink upon the page, crafting his narrative. "This spring, I journeyed north to take the examination, passing by the Bian River, where I beheld a mountain adorned with peach blossoms. The spring arrived early at the Bian River, with rains as gentle as cotton. The peach blossoms bloom in March, yet they appeared in February. Thus, I was filled with joy, entering the mountains to behold the scenery. The peach blossoms, vibrant against the withered branches, painted the entire mountain in splendor. I stepped into the depths of the peach grove, as if entering an ethereal realm. Eventually, I encountered an old man, a sage amidst the blossoms, engrossed in a game of chess. Delighted, I engaged in a match with him. The old man's skill was formidable, and I found myself outmatched. Seeking to learn, I asked, "Does the chessboard resemble the peach mountain, with each piece as a child, all of them exalted above me?" Suddenly, I heard the roar of a great beast. I inquired, "Is it the peach beast?" The sage replied, "One cannot rid themselves of it completely." I further questioned, "What does that mean?" He chuckled and said, "To coexist with the beast, one must first become the king of the insects. By day, I wander the peach mountain. By night, I emerge by the Bian River. I witness the old man transform into a creature, and I perceive the tranquility of the peach mountain." As Suemo submitted his paper, leaving the examination hall, the examiners looked on in astonishment. It had been but a mere quarter of an hour since the commencement bell had tolled. Suemo ceased to ponder the examination and took a seat in a nearby tea break area, ordering a pot of tea, then bowed his head in silence. His gaze remained fixed on the entrance of the examination hall. He awaited the emergence of a certain individual. He yearned to discern who that person was. That familiar aura manifested within the examination hall. It was the scent of the blood dan. Someone had consumed that blood dan, its essence lingering in the air. Suemo was deeply entangled with that blood dan, so deeply that it had etched itself into his very bones. He could detect the metallic tang it carried. He could sense the presence of the woman cradling an infant, the aura of the elder, the essence of the swordsman. The scent of the butcher, the essence of the young child. The lingering presence of all those who had met their tragic end in the western courtyard of the city. He was overwhelmed by these familiar scents, evoking the painful memories of that fateful night. It was a blood elixir forged at the cost of countless unfortunate souls, compelled to practice under dire circumstances, all for the sake of those yearning to transcend the mundane. That night, the woman remarked, "Why are you so foolish? What concern is it of yours?" That night, the child whimpered, "Brother, I wish to go home." That night, echoes of anguished souls surfaced in Sumo's mind, their unwilling and helpless wails resonating within his very essence, stirring tumultuous waves in his spiritual ocean. The stars within this ethereal realm shimmered uneasily, as if the entire expanse had awakened in an instant. A captivating specter stirred within the depths of Sumo's spiritual sea, observing the tumultuous waves with a silent gasp. Was a confrontation imminent? Sumo maintained a serene demeanor, awaiting the arrival of tea. In the chill of spring, steam wafted gently from the teapot as it was placed upon the table. The elderly stall owner, with hair as white as snow, humbly presented the brewed tea before Sumo, his nerves fraying at the sight of the young gentleman's exquisite attire. The old man's humble demeanor evoked a pang of sympathy. He could not fathom why this seemingly affluent young master chose to sip tea at his humble stall rather than at an upscale tea house, leading him to become increasingly cautious, fearful of inadvertently offending the young lord. He dreaded that Sumo might resemble those raucous young nobles who sought amusement through chaos. Sumo, with an expressionless countenance, extended a silver coin, leaving the elderly vendor in a state of trepidation, hesitant to accept it. A young master visiting for tea was a courtesy bestowed upon the old man. How could he allow the young master to pay? The elderly stall owner, bending his frail body, spoke anxiously. Sumo was taken aback, quickly realizing the old man's predicament. He had suffered indignities. With a sigh, Sumo pressed the coins into the gnarled hands of the stall owner, choosing silence. He could not aid everyone, nor could he rectify every injustice. Some lived cautiously, while others had even their right to exist stripped away. Sumo lifted the teapot and poured himself a cup. The tea from the roadside stall was indeed inferior to that of the tea house, its sweetness tinged with a hint of bitterness. The aroma was present, yet faint. The roadside tea was not meant for connoisseurs. Those who sought to savor tea had long since migrated to the tea houses. The primary purpose of such a stall was perhaps merely to provide weary travelers a place to rest and moisten their throats. Sumo's gaze was fixed intently on the entrance of the examination hall, lost in thought, his cup of tea untouched after the initial sip. It was not that he was unaccustomed to drinking. Rather, he found it devoid of flavor. When the heart is unsatisfied, even the finest nectar becomes unpalatable. Sumo sat like an enlightened monk in meditation, and thus the hours slipped away. As darkness enveloped the sky, the tea in the pot had long since grown cold. Sumo had been generously provided with silver coins, and the elderly vendor had exchanged tea for him several times. Yet Sumo remained untouched, no longer requesting refills. Perhaps this young master harbored his own troubles. The old vendor, observing Sumo's silent vigil throughout the day, bent his frail body and shook his head with a gentle sigh. The sky dimmed, the setting sun cast its last rays, painting the clouds in hues of dark crimson. At last, candidates began to emerge from the examination hall, none as sparse in their responses as Sumo, who had submitted his paper with but a few words. After 10 years of diligent study, this day marked a pivotal moment in their lives. Who, besides Sumo, would conclude with such brevity? The crowd surged forth, and a familiar aura materialized. Sumo discerned the figure, a man with a rosy complexion, brimming with vitality, unable to suppress the joy etched upon his face. Seemingly in high spirits, he passed by Sumo's tea stall and climbed into a carriage, which then headed eastward. Sumo rose, setting aside the cup he had held all day, and followed the carriage from a distance. As nightfall descended rapidly after sunset, the carriage halted before a grand estate, now shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint flicker of candlelight from a hanging lantern. Watching the figure enter the official residence, Sumo turned silently towards the boathouse, merging into the night. He recognized the lingering scent of blood and vitality emanating from that person. He also recognized the imposing character's Lu mansion on the plaque at the entrance. That individual was none other than Lu Feng. The madman who had relentlessly targeted him on the day he sold his paintings at the boathouse. In the darkness, Sumo's eyes glimmered with inscrutable meaning. The son of the Minister of War? How dare you? That woman once remarked. Entangled with ghosts, the karma runs deep. One shall not meet a good end. Sumo felt the weight of these words. There seemed to be some eerie rules governing this world. He sensed an unsettling strangeness during his cultivation. Though he was not well versed in the ways of practice, he was not foolish. The peculiar aura emanating from him appeared to stem from an enigmatic, unknowable realm. He did not express his concerns, yet could not afford to overlook them. Fear gripped him. He dreaded that this strange aura might entangle him with bizarre matters, eventually endangering those around him, particularly the young girl. The young girl was the sole tether and concern he held in this world. His own well-being was inconsequential, but he could not allow any peril to befall her. I am merely a passerby. So then, let me avenge you, to settle this karmic debt. Chapter 36. With Qin Chong, one must always have a plan. In his previous life, his father often imparted this wisdom. Sumo, being merely a fledgling in the qi refining stage, was not foolish enough to attempt the assassination of Lu Feng. He was not an assassin. His impulsive venture to the courtyard in the west of the city had been reckless, had it not been for a series of fortuitous events. He might have met his demise there. This time, Sumo resolved to avoid such foolishness. I require evidence. In the darkness of the night, Sumo's gaze turned toward the western part of the city. A colossal question suddenly surged to the forefront of his mind. News. Why was there no news? So many had perished, transformed into blood elixirs. Yet he had heard no discourse regarding the western courtyard or the blood elixirs. The Academy was clearly aware of this matter. Yet the common folk remained oblivious. Was the Academy withholding information? Or was it that the Academy itself was deliberately concealing the truth? Sumo felt as though he had been ensnared in a vast whirlpool, leaving him chilled to the bone. In this world, whom could he truly trust? Silently, he approached the entrance of the boat tower, illuminated brightly, yet inexplicably, it was no longer in operation. Inside the tower, silence reigned, save for the flickering candlelight that rendered the interior as bright as day. The young girl was within, but Sumo gazed at the tower for a long while without entering. Instead, he turned and made his way toward his own pleasure boat. He needed to contemplate. Solitude allowed his mind to remain sharp. Upon returning to the pleasure boat, Sumo refrained from lighting a lamp, instead staring at the inky expanse of the starry sky above the tower. He was unsure when it began, but he found himself drawn to the allure of moving in darkness. The myriad stars twinkled uncertainly, as if engaging in a silent dialogue with Sumo. The night sky in the city of his previous life had never been so clear. No, that's not right. A thought struck Sumo. It seemed that it was not the Academy that was intentionally concealing information, but rather the nature of this world itself. In his past life, Sumo had been a humanities student, steeped in countless novels, leading him to draw preconceived notions. Yet this world diverged significantly from the tales of his former life. There appeared to be an insurmountable chasm between mortals and cultivators, as if they existed under the same starry sky, yet belonged to entirely different realms. There was no communication between the mortals and the cultivators of this world. The blood elixirs in the western courtyard were a matter pertaining to the realm of cultivation, a topic that would never reach the ears of the common people. However, those who governed the mortals were intricately linked to the realm of cultivation. Saints and certain officials in power were cultivators themselves, and the ministry overseeing military affairs was no different. This created a peculiar disconnection between the two strata of society. Thus, the Lu family could secretly murder mortals for the purpose of alchemy, while the matter would remain hidden from mortal eyes. Ironically, the Lu family, which controlled the military, was supposed to safeguard the existence of the mortals. This was a deadlock. Sumo gazed up at the starry sky, taking a deep breath. Thus, must mortals perish? A connection. I require a connection. He closed his eyes in contemplation. He needed a pivotal link that intertwined both the realms of cultivation and mortals to comprehend the situation. His only connection to the world of cultivation was through the Academy, which, despite its pursuit of the path of merging worlds and understanding the relationship between humanity and the universe, merely facilitated entry into the secular realm. This was evident from the nickname Sword Demon bestowed upon his third senior sister, Guyu, by mortals. The Academy intentionally diminishes the status of cultivators to foster interaction with the mundane. yet it still fails to bridge the chasm between the realm of cultivation and that of mortals. Ultimately, the academy remains a pillar of the Great Hua, unable to resonate with the common folk. Suemo turned his gaze towards the brightly lit boat tower, suddenly struck by inspiration. Luoyin, rumored to be a reincarnation of the music god. Although she is a cultivator, her mastery lies in the way of sound, establishing the boat tower to perform for the ears of the world. The boat tower serves as a vital nexus, a point of awareness between the realms of cultivation and mortals. Upon arriving at the boat tower, Suemo was met by a female guard stationed at the entrance. Just as he was about to speak, the guard proactively approached him. "Are you Master Suemo?" she inquired respectfully. "Indeed, that is I," Suemo replied, taken aback and nodding awkwardly. "The young lady has instructed that Master Suemo may ascend freely. She is currently on the second floor of the boat with the young miss," the guard explained. "Thank you." Suemo expressed his gratitude. Noticing that the guard was also a practitioner, seemingly of a higher realm than himself. Entering the boat tower, he found it devoid of guests, populated only by attendants. Guided by the maid, he ascended to the second-floor pavilion, where he could hear the cheerful laughter of a young girl. Luoyin was instructing the little girl on how to play a musical piece, though the child exhibited little talent, producing a cacophony under Luoyin's guidance. Luoyin sighed in exasperation, while the little girl giggled foolishly. Suddenly, the girl turned her head towards the door of the pavilion, exclaiming, "Master. The master has returned." "How do you know?" Luoyin asked, surprised, glancing at the closed door. While Luoyin could sense Sumo's presence, the little girl, being a non-cultivator, should not have been able to perceive his arrival. However, the girl paid no mind to the source of her intuition. She simply felt that the master had arrived at the boat tower. She leaped from the high bench and dashed to open the door. As the door swung open, she indeed saw Suemo just ascending the stairs. The little girl rushed into his embrace. "Master, master," she called affectionately, snuggling against him. The child, barely over 10 years old, stood half a head shorter than Suemo, her cherubic face only reaching his waist. Suemo gently patted her head, feeling his restless heart calm. Luoyin rose and observed this harmonious scene, a twinge of envy stirring within her. "These siblings, I am grateful to you, Lady Luo, for your kindness in recent days." Suemo gently grasped the small hand of the little girl and expressed his gratitude to the serene and exquisite Luoyin. He refrained from specifying whether he was taking care of himself or the girl, instead choosing to refer to them as a collective. Luoyin slightly shook her head, indicating that such politeness was unnecessary. Now that Jing Yan had also joined the academy, they were indeed kindred spirits, and it was only fitting they could address each other as peers. A smile graced Sumo's lips as he recalled his earlier confident assertions about the separation between the celestial and the mundane. Ultimately, he had embarked upon that very path. As he had penned in his writings, to lie with the tiger was to first become one with it. "Greetings, Senior Sister Luo." Suemo bowed respectfully. Since Luoyin was a close confidant of the third senior sister, Guyu, this form of address seemed entirely appropriate. Luoyin smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. The little girl, momentarily tilting her head to gaze at Suemo, then turned her attention to Luoyin. Observing the polite exchange between the two, she felt an odd atmosphere enveloping them. Young master. Today, Senior Sister Luo taught me to play the piano," the little girl exclaimed joyfully, reminiscent of a child eagerly awaiting praise. Suemo chuckled, ruffling her hair before lifting her into his arms and playfully pinching her tender cheek. "Oh, how did your lessons go?" The little girl's excited expression swiftly morphed into one of dejection as she mimicked Sumo's earlier gesture, shaking her head with a sigh, exuding an air of a miniature adult. "Alas, my talent is undoubtedly remarkable, yet I simply lack the affinity with the piano, always missing the essence." Beside them, Luoyin stifled a laugh, her gaze towards Suemo laden with unspoken significance. A tranquil ambience pervaded the boat cabin. Chapter 37. The separation between immortals and mortals. "I no longer wish to learn the guqin. I want to study the sword," the little girl declared earnestly. "Oh, what prompts this desire for swordsmanship?" Suemo inquired with curiosity. The little girl bit her finger, contemplating before responding. "I wish to be like Senior Sister Gu. Wielding a sword is truly impressive. Moreover, learning to wield a sword will enable me to protect young master." With a gentle smile, Suemo tousled the little girl's hair affectionately, causing it to become disheveled. The little girl pouted in displeasure, adopting a feigned angry expression. Seeing this, Suemo burst into hearty laughter. I must resolve the peculiar aura that envelopes me. Sumo's gaze turned resolute. Young master, how did the examination go today? The little girl suddenly recalled, looking at Suemo with concern. Her worry for Sumo's examination was palpable. She understood his aspiration to embark on the path of cultivation. And the spring examination was a test set by the academy. Should he fail, it might sever his ties with the immortal realm. While the little girl remained indifferent to Sumo's potential for cultivation, she could not bear to see him despondent. This year's spring examination consisted of a single paper. Suemo was acutely aware of the little girl's concern. Oh, what was the topic? Inquired Luoyin, intrigued. Suemo shook his head. No topic. Upon hearing this, Luoyin furrowed her delicate brows and sighed. It is not an easy task to be an emperor. Suemo fell silent, and Luoyin pressed further. What solution did you propose? I recounted a story. Suemo replied, slightly shaking his head, uncertain about the consequences of his impulsive decision. The little girl glanced back and forth between Suemo and Luoyin, perplexed by their conversation. Suemo affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair, smiling as he said, You are still young. In due time, you will understand. The little girl pouted, feeling aggrieved. But young master is hardly older than me. That is because young master reads extensively and knows how to act, Suemo explained. I understand. The little girl lowered her innocent little head in disappointment, realizing she must read more. What about the carriage? The carriage is parked in the backyard, Suemo replied. Go fetch the books I prepared for you from the carriage. With a dejected demeanor, the little girl turned away, trudging down the stairs, for reading was a daunting task for her. She seemed to struggle with memory retention. No matter how diligently she focused, the words on the page would merely flow through her mind like water, leaving no trace behind. The only things she could remember were those related to Suemo. Once the little girl exited, the smile on Suemo's face gradually faded. Luoyin lifted her teacup and took a sip, adjusting her graceful posture before speaking. Now, do tell me, what is it that you wish to inquire? With a sigh, Suemo acknowledged the heightened sensitivity of cultivators. Nothing escaped their perceptive gaze. He had sent the little girl away precisely because he had pressing questions for Luoyin. Inquiries too grim to discuss in the presence of a child. Luoyin, of course, had discerned Sumo's intentions regarding the events in the western part of the city. Does Sister Luo know? Luoyin lowered her eyelids and silently nodded. She had ventured there to rescue Suemo. After escorting him to the academy, she had descended into the crypt alongside Guyu, witnessing the horrific scenes firsthand. It was a landscape of utmost brutality, corpses strewn across the ground, blood flooding the river. I wonder, do the mortals know of this? Do the relatives, friends of the deceased, are they aware? Suemo spoke slowly, his voice trembling. Luoyin gently shook her head, hesitated for a moment, then spoke. They are unaware. Why? Suemo seemed to know the answer, yet sought confirmation. Luoyin gazed into Sumo's eyes and earnestly replied, You already know this answer. Why must you ask me? I am simply uncertain. Suemo exclaimed. Because the path between mortals and immortals is a chasm. The joys and sorrows of one person do not resonate with another, let alone between mortals and immortals. Luoyin inquired, looking into Sumo's eyes. Do you know that the Emperor of Dahua is also immortal? What? Suemo abruptly lifted his head. Is it truly so? Along the journey, he had sensed something peculiar in the political structure of Dahua, an unsettling air of disarray. Thus, in today's examination, he had tentatively penned a narrative. It turned out that the child who brought down the pack of tigers was indeed a mere boy. No wonder, no wonder. Suemo shook his head with a bitter smile. Therefore, Luoyin sighed, shaking her head. If no one unveils this curtain, the gruesome truth behind it shall forever slumber beneath the earth until it decays. Why? Does the Academy not intervene? Suemo inquired again. That is because the Academy can observe the heavens and the earth, yet cannot meddle in the affairs of the nation. All laws are natural. Worldly matters must be resolved through national policy. Suemo lowered his head, murmuring, So, if I enter the Academy, I can no longer involve myself in this matter? Luoyin gazed into Sumo's eyes and replied slowly, Indeed. Suemo smiled, albeit with a touch of sorrow. Yet if even cultivation cannot address this issue, then what is the purpose of my training? Choices. To gain something, one must relinquish another. This is an immutable truth throughout the ages, the so-called path to enlightenment. What do you think it entails? Merely the act of letting go. Suemo clasped his fists towards Luo Yin in a bow. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, fairy. I ask that you take care of the girl for a few more days. I need time to contemplate certain matters. In the future, should you require anything, I shall comply. Very well. Once you embark on your path, I indeed have a matter that requires your assistance. Luo Yin smiled gently, brushing aside the strands of hair that had fallen over her forehead, radiating charm. To embark on the path? Suemo smiled bitterly and turned to leave. When the girl returned to the loft with the book and found Suemo missing, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. Nervously, she inquired of Luo Yin, "Where's the young master? Where has he gone?" Luo Yin gazed out the window and replied, "Your young master has pressing matters to attend to. Remain here on the boat for a couple more days, and he shall return once his affairs are resolved." The young girl, upon hearing this, lowered her head in disappointment, silently taking a seat at the table with the book in her hands. She opened it and began to read with utmost seriousness. The young master had instructed her to read, so she would comply. Despite the discomfort, she became almost entranced, striving to memorize every word within the pages. Meanwhile, Suemo returned to his painted boat, reclined in a rocking chair, and stared at the night sky. If he were to enter the academy for training, he could no longer concern himself with the bloodshed in the western part of the city. Yet, if he could not cultivate, how could he navigate this perilous and loathsome world alongside the young girl? The vengeful spirits of the western district seemed to haunt him, their pitiful and resentful gazes lingering in his mind as he closed his eyes. This wretched world, if no one dares to unveil the curtain, the bloody truth lurking behind it shall remain buried in the earth, decaying into oblivion. Is it not said that a gentleman must act? Is it not said that unresolved matters weigh heavily on the heart? Why then does he hesitate? I am but a mortal. Suemo chuckled softly. As his consciousness plunged into the sea of his spirit, he beheld the extraordinarily enchanting and enigmatic figure. Gazing upon this bizarre woman within his spiritual realm, an absurd sensation flickered in his heart, only to be forcibly suppressed. Finally, addressing the woman's silhouette, he spoke slowly. Do you possess the means to summon those lost souls once more? To present them before the world. Chapter 38. The Awakening of Spring's Radiance. The enchanting, enigmatic, and exquisitely beautiful woman turned to gaze at Suemo's youthful countenance, a smile gracing her lips. There lies a flame of fury within you, a sorrowful yet resolute anguish. What do you intend to do? Suemo found it hardly surprising that this woman could perceive the depths of his soul. She was no ordinary being. The decay hidden beneath her skin could only be healed by tearing away the outer layer, allowing the blood to flow. However, what does this concern you? Suemo spoke slowly. You should merely pursue your so-called path as one of the 7 disciples of the academy, embracing the celestial way. With your innate talent, as long as you do not court disaster, you can certainly advance far. Why meddle in the affairs of others? Moreover, they are already gone. The woman inquired with a smile. Because I have seen, Suemo replied with a calm smile. Let me challenge the indifferent heavens with the flicker of my firefly light. The woman chuckled in disbelief. Do you consider yourself a hero? The heavens, they have long since perished. Perished? Suemo was taken aback. In his words, heavens merely served as a metaphor, denoting a system, a set of rules. Yet the woman claimed, the heavens have died. Could it be that the heavens were in fact a specific entity? What does that mean? Suemo asked. The woman gazed into the celestial expanse of the spirit sea, where eternal night reigned, adorned with countless stars. She shook her head. The truth lies far beyond your reach, beyond your wildest imagination. Knowing too much may drive you to madness. Turning back to Suemo, she continued. In truth, you fear becoming too entangled with those departed souls. Do you not? You seek closure? But have you considered that in seeking to resolve your ties with them, the deeper connection you forge with me may evoke even greater trepidation? Suemo fell into silence, unable to discern the true reason behind his desire to engage in this matter. To seek understanding of the intricate fates he was entangled with seemed a self-serving justification. Ultimately, it stemmed from his civilization-bred soul's discomfort with the chaos of this world. The woman appeared to peer into his innermost thoughts, letting out a light laugh as she leaned gracefully beside him. So, have you made your decision? Do you wish for my assistance? As he inhaled the alluring fragrance wafting from her presence, Suemo fought to suppress the ripples of emotion within him and nodded. Alas, the woman withdrew, resuming her seated posture upon the surface of the spirit sea. What you seek is beyond my capabilities. Why? Suemo inquired. Because those departed souls have long since dissipated. The moment you bid them farewell. The woman turned her back to Suemo, leaving him unable to perceive her expression, only hearing her calm, yet eerie voice. Dissipated. Is there no way? Sumo's countenance dimmed. However, the woman sat cross-legged upon the spiritual sea, her surroundings tranquil and profound. If one desires to unveil the truth of the blood pill's consumption, one merely needs to channel their spiritual power beside the individual in question. Why? Suemo was momentarily taken aback and inquired. The woman turned her gaze upon Suemo and spoke softly. Your spiritual energy carries their immense resentment. Do not suppress it. Allow it to be released. In due time, dust shall return to dust and earth to earth. However, you shall not gain entry into your so-called academy. Have you considered this carefully? The spring dawn was chilly, with rays of light beginning to emerge. Suemo reclined in a rocking chair at the bow of the boat, gently swaying with the breeze. His consciousness lingered in the spiritual sea while he lay on the chair for 2 days. He donned a black robe, and as the wind blew, the hem of his garment danced with it. The evening mist dampened Suemo's elegant hair, with droplets of water forming upon the strands. From a distance, he appeared like a forlorn wanderer. Dong, dong, dong. A grand and resonant chime echoed, reverberating throughout the capital, serving as a wake-up call to this world yet to fully awaken. Suemo opened his eyes, a rare depth of weariness flashing across his gaze. Dong, 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 dong. As the 9 chimes concluded, a beam of golden light surged into the sky above the imperial city, casting a radiant golden list upon the air. The Great Hua Sacred Academy. Gathering talents as a river. Heaven's mandate tests the capable. The list of talents: Lu Feng, Jiangyu, Gusai, Ji Hongyan, Suemo, Liangyu. The summoned shall partake in examinations within the palace to fulfill heaven's decree. Suemo lifted his gaze to the expansive golden list that seemed to overshadow the entire sky, a scene witnessed by the entire nation. The might of the Great Hua was displayed in all its glory at this moment. Yet, within Sumo's heart lay the knowledge that this was a desolate place, one that devoured souls without mercy. I am also on the list. I must have posed a challenging question for you. Suemo murmured to himself, gazing at the golden list above. The brilliance of the list illuminated the heavens for a full quarter of an hour before gradually fading away, its dissipating light resembling a divine mark cascading to the ground. Foolish mortals took to the streets, welcoming the sacred light with joy and pride, as if bathing in holy radiance would guarantee them a year of abundance. Suemo observed the people with a somber expression. Awareness. They have stripped away the consciousness of the people. Yet the human will is like wild grass. You cannot burn it all away. It will sprout in the unseen crevices, grow, and eventually push aside the stone that weighs upon it, revealing its indomitable spirit. Is it Mr. Su? A group clad in imperial attire appeared before Sumo's boat. The foremost figure, resembling a eunuch, respectfully inquired of Suemo at the bow. Suemo turned around and looked at the visitor, a look of confusion on his face, as it was a commoner, leaving him unaware of the purpose for this esteemed gentleman's arrival. The leading eunuch smiled and addressed Suemo, saying, You may call me Eunuch Ji. The title of gentleman is far too grand for me. Eunuch Ji paused briefly before continuing. Firstly, allow me to congratulate you on your recent success in the imperial examination, elevating you to the rank of a tribute scholar. I have come, as per the sacred edict, to escort you to the palace for the palace examination. The bewilderment on Sumo's face deepened. He had never heard of tribute scholars being escorted to the palace. Do all tribute scholars receive an escort to the palace? Suemo inquired. Eunuch Ji chuckled and shook his head, revealing a hint of inscrutable meaning in his gaze. Only you, Su Gongzi, shall have the privilege of my company on this journey to the palace. May I ask why this is so? Suemo pressed further. Eunuch Ji continued to smile and shook his head. I am merely following the emperor's words. The reasons behind this are beyond my knowledge. Please don this scholar's robe and accompany me. We cannot afford to delay the palace examination. Upon finishing his statement, A nearby attendant approached with a pristine set of ceremonial robes, presenting them before Su-Imo. Nodding, Su-Imo accepted the scholar's attire and retreated to the boat to change. When he emerged clad in the scholar's robe, Eunuch Ji could not help but exclaim, Su-Gongzi, you truly possess an impressive demeanor. Su-Imo bowed in gratitude, replying, You flatter me, Eunuch Ji. Eunuch Ji nodded. Then let us be off. Please steady yourself, Su-Gongzi. As the words left his lips, Su-Imo felt a sudden flash before his eyes, followed by a wave of dizziness. When he regained his senses, he found himself within a resplendent palace adorned in gold and jade. Chapter 39. The bitterness of kinship. Su-Imo gazed at the scene before him, momentarily lost in thought. Majestic structures loomed around, while formidable guards wielded weapons, standing sentinel in every corner. Is this the imperial palace? What extraordinary means could transport a person from the southern city to the palace in the blink of an eye? Seemingly perceiving Su-Mo's confusion, Eunuch Ji smiled and remarked, Under heaven, all lands belong to the king. What does that mean? Su-Imo inquired, puzzled. Eunuch Ji shook his head, offering no explanation, but instead pointed towards a nearby passageway, saying, This path leads to the Hall of Splendid Harmony. Shortly, a guard will escort you there to participate in today's palace examination. Before that, I have a question to pose to you, young Master Su. What question? Su-Imo replied, his mind contemplative. Eunuch Ji straightened his posture, clasping his hands before him, his expression grave as he spoke. If you were the Lord of the Peach, and the peach worm, the tiger of Peach Mountain, was ferocious and desired to consume the people, and you were the protector of your subjects, what would you do if you could not defeat the worm? His voice was deep, the tone serious. Here it comes. This question echoed Su-Mo's earlier sentiments expressed in the wordless scroll during the spring examination. On that day, he had written, to coexist with the worm, one must first become the worm's king. Today, he was confronted with the retort, if you cannot conquer the worm, what then? Su-Imo met Eunuch Ji's gaze earnestly, articulating the answer that had long been buried in his heart. To survive in this world, one must be stronger than others. To contend with others, one must first rectify one's own afflictions. Eunuch Ji's eyes bore into Su-Imo as if seeking to discern deeper truths. Su-Imo remained composed, his gaze unwavering. Better to be shattered like jade than to remain whole like pottery. Better to be shattered like jade than to remain whole like pottery. After Su-Imo spoke, the air around them seemed to hold its breath, an intangible aura momentarily escaping before swiftly concealing itself once more. Eunuch Ji's gaze flickered, murmuring to himself. The surroundings fell into an absolute silence. After a brief pause, Eunuch Ji appeared to receive some unspoken cue, withdrawing a jade pendant from his robes and presenting it to Su-Imo. The pendant was immaculate, adorned with peculiar and mysterious engravings, wisps of light flowing gracefully along its patterns, resembling an ethereal treasure. What is this? Su-Imo queried, bewildered as he accepted the pendant. Eunuch Ji spoke slowly. This is the Lingyu of Nianchuan. When one channels the Lingyu, the memories held within the heart will manifest into the world. Su-Imo, already perceptive, understood something profound in that moment. Clearly, Eunuch Ji had been commissioned by someone to bring him to the palace, to test him with a dilemma, and ultimately to provide him with this crucial artifact. What do you wish to accomplish? Su-Mo's mind was clear, yet he felt no resistance. You desire my assistance. Then I shall assist you. Go now, and participate in the palace examination. Eunuch Ji summoned a nearby guard, gesturing towards the path leading to the Hall of Splendid Harmony. As the esteemed Eunuch Ji turned to leave, he muttered to himself, reflecting on the day's palace examination, where civil and military officials would gather, and everything within the hall would be witnessed by the world, undoubtedly creating a lively atmosphere. Do not dawdle, he cautioned. Su-Mo's gaze flickered as he stowed away the Nianchuan Lingyu and followed the guards away. Accompanied by the guards, Su-Imo arrived at the front of the Huaji Hall. The long Danby jade path extended toward the palace gates, lavishly paved with exquisite stones. On either side of this opulent path lay expansive plazas, enclosed on all sides. Su-Imo was led to one side of the plaza, where he beheld the other candidates for the palace examination. There were dozens of them, standing anxiously as they awaited the commencement of the examination. Among the candidates, Su-Imo spotted a rare sight, a woman whom he surmised to be Ji Hongyan, the one whose name graced the golden list. In the throng of candidates, Su Mo also recognized two individuals, Jiang Yu, the talented scholar he had encountered on the way to the examination, with whom he had exchanged a few words, albeit superficial, and Lu Feng, son of the Minister of War, who had inexplicably targeted Su Mo outside the boat tower and was the ultimate beneficiary of the bloody incident in the west of the city. Lu Feng stood among the candidates, exuding confidence and pride, but upon spotting Su Mo, he furrowed his brow. For reasons unknown, Lu Feng harbored a strong dislike for Su Mo, perceiving an unsettling quality in Su Mo's gaze. Su Mo cast a brief glance before quietly stepping into the crowd of candidates, taking his place beside the girl named Ji Hongyan. Lu Feng continued to scowl at Su Mo, feeling as though countless eyes were fixated upon him, despite Su Mo averting his gaze. Ji Hongyan turned her head, briefly regarding Su Mo, but he left no impression on her, and she soon returned her focus to the anticipation of the examination. As the morning light brightened, the officials entered. The chimes rang out, signaling the arrival of the sovereign. "Long live the emperor," echoed a voice that Su Mo recognized as Eunuch Ji's. A majestic aura accompanied the proclamation, prompting the officials to kneel. Long live, 1,000 years." Su Mo followed the crowd in bowing, unable to see the figure seated on the exalted throne. A resounding voice, full of vigor and authority, resonated. "Today, for the palace examination, the officials shall observe. The questions for this round have been composed by me personally. We shall not test for erudition, etiquette, or poetry. Instead, we shall engage in verbal inquiries." With a commanding call, Eunuch Ji announced, "Rise." The officials stood, poised in silence. As Su Mo rose, he suddenly felt a gaze sweeping over him from the throne, prompting him to look back. The emperor, a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe, sat calmly, his eyes deep as the ocean. His gaze seemed to merely skim over the candidates without lingering, as he swiftly proceeded to the matter at hand. The question posed is, why read? A fleeting moment. With no need for answers, a free response. The outcome will be determined by me. Why read? What kind of query is this? Why has such a question arisen? Upon hearing the topic, the officials furrowed their brows, perplexed and uncertain. Yet among the foremost ministers, one furrowed his brow, casting a quick, questioning glance at the emperor, seeking to discern the underlying meaning. The candidates began to ponder deeply. This examination was peculiar, beginning with a blank scroll, now presenting an enigmatic inquiry. Was the sage aiming to test their resolve, or perhaps their introspection? The entire court fell into an abrupt silence. The emperor, seated upon his throne, appeared unhurried, quietly awaiting developments. Lu Feng wore a strange expression, his previously confident demeanor replaced with confusion, as if the emperor's question was an unforeseen surprise. Jiang Yu contemplated for a moment, struggling to grasp the emperor's intent, yet remained composed, merely puzzled. Besides Su Mo, Ji Hongyan briefly reflected, seemingly indifferent, standing quietly in place. Below the emperor, a disheveled man bore a pallid countenance, seemingly unconcerned with the emperor's inquiry, lost in his own thoughts, reeking of alcohol, on the verge of collapse. A eunuch approached with a chair, offering it to the man, and the officials voiced no objections. The man slumped into the chair, his unkempt hair framing vacant eyes that betrayed profound sorrow, softly murmuring, "Tong Tong, where are you? Where have you run off to? Do you no longer want your father?" Chapter 40. The Ends of the Earth. Why read? The multitude of candidates participating in the palace examination found themselves enveloped in contemplation, and Su Mo was no exception. His thoughts drifting far and wide. It was common knowledge that the question posed by the emperor of the Great Hua, seemingly straightforward, was in truth a profound inquiry into the innermost heart. Moreover, it bore no semblance of a conventional examination, as it allowed candidates the freedom to respond as they wished. From his exalted seat, the emperor regarded the candidates below with piercing eyes and slowly uttered, "There is no need for lengthy discourse. Every word may suffice." What? Is there no one willing to answer first? At last, one candidate stepped forward and bowed to the emperor. "I shall take the lead," he announced. The emperor nodded encouragingly. "I read to serve the nation," declared the candidate. The emperor, observing the speaker, leisurely commanded, "Lift your head." The candidate hesitated but eventually complied. "Look at me and repeat. What do you read?" The emperor reiterated. Upon hearing the emperor's words, the candidate broke into a cold sweat. The overwhelming aura emanating from the throne rendered him unable to meet the emperor's gaze. Yet, the imperial command was not to be defied, and he reluctantly turned his eyes towards the sovereign. To serve the nation. He stammered, and though he uttered merely 4 words, it felt as though an eternity had passed. The emperor nodded, a glimmer of approval shining in his eyes. Instantly, the candidate exhaled in relief and lowered his head, too intimidated to look up again. Among the officials present, some nodded slightly, recognizing potential in the candidate, while others deemed his response superficial, believing he had not spoken the truth. To serve the nation? Suemo pondered as he gazed at the jade brick pavement beneath his feet. This was not my answer. Another candidate rose, and as the responses proceeded, the well of originality seemed to dry up. To echo the sentiments of those before him without distinction risked being overlooked. To stand before others, to let the world know of my talents, this candidate proclaimed. To seek prominence before others. Some officials shook their heads subtly, sensing insincerity. To showcase one's talents to the world. Suemo felt a tumult of emotions. The candidate's words were refreshingly candid, yet he wondered, did anyone in this world truly care about your talents? Perhaps some did, but only for a fleeting moment. This was not my answer. People lacked the leisure to concern themselves with the brilliance of others' talents. Most were merely striving to survive. At that moment, Jihong Yan beside Suemo stepped forward, striding confidently with an air of vigor. To witness the myriad affairs of the world and behold all its wonders. I aspire to sing from afar, she declared, a distant song, unbound by any single place. My heart is vast, yet not tethered to one thing. The emperor of the Great Hua chuckled at this, finding her perspective intriguing. Indeed, your thoughts are most captivating, Hongyan. Suemo gazed at Jihongyan, admiring her spirited presence as she stood unabashed beneath the emperor's scrutiny. A distant song, a carefree reason. Yet, this still does not provide my answer. What is my answer? It appears I possess none. I merely drift through life, observing the afflictions of this world, contemplating the fleeting memories of my past. Beyond that, when I encounter the unfortunate, I offer assistance when I can. Suemo chuckled. But how can I truly help? The suffering of humanity. In pursuit of clarity, another examinee remarked. In a majestic mountain range, where trees reached for the heavens and spiritual energy was abundant, a woman clad in red meticulously arranged several array discs at designated spots. With her lips pursed and a frown adorning her face, she diligently attended to her tasks, suppressing her frustrations. However, the more she pondered, the greater her agitation grew. Anger bred discontent, and ultimately, she could no longer contain her outburst. Turning to a leisurely elder in a blue robe who was sipping tea, she voiced her complaint. Master, is this what you deem a matter of urgency? The blue-robed elder glanced at her, leisurely lifting his teacup and taking a sip before responding. Indeed, this is a matter of great importance. Is it merely to plunder a tomb? The red-clad woman retorted through gritted teeth. What plundering? This is a quest for a blessed land. The elder corrected her with a frown. Later, it shall be plundering. Is seeking a blessed land not sufficient? You called me all this way. I had intended to witness my junior disciple's imperial examination. The red-clad woman expressed her displeasure. The blue-robed elder, casting a calm glance her way, stated, every individual has their own fortune. We need not concern ourselves. Our current priority is to plunder, seek this blessed land. Taking a deep breath, the red-clad woman clenched her teeth, suppressing her discontent as she inquired, is the trial you set for my junior disciple truly to secure victory? Naturally. The elder huffed, no? Do you truly believe such a superficial trial? The red-clad woman's temper flared once more, barely contained. Then what is it? She retorted, gritting her teeth with a smile. It is a rather intriguing question of introspection. The elder smiled, gazing mysteriously at the distant sky. Ultimately, it will be reflected in his actions. The corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily as she tossed the last array disc onto the ground. Then, in a fit of frustration, stamped her foot upon it. Your answer has indeed bestowed great enlightenment upon me. The last time I felt this speechless was ages ago. The elder rolled his eyes. The red-clad woman clapped her hands and returned to his side, asking, the array discs are all set. What comes next? Where is the grand tomb? The blessed land. At this, the elder's demeanor shifted, a rare seriousness gracing his features. The red-clad woman froze. Taken aback by the elder's expression, realizing she had not seen him like this in quite some time. Was it truly a grand tomb? When did this old man genuinely become interested in tomb raiding? The elder in the azure robe rose, casting his gaze upon the array plates arranged by the figure in red. With a mere gesture, the air trembled. The array plates on the ground shook violently as beams of golden light erupted from them, converging in the air to form a golden dragon. The dragon, with its fierce claws and bared fangs, spiraled above, stirring the winds that rustled the trees in the forest. The elder in the azure robe pointed subtly, and the golden dragon surged towards the center of the array plate's placement. In a flash of brilliance, the dragon vanished from sight upon reaching the ground, plunging the forest back into silence. The figure in red waited quietly for a moment, yet the ground remained unchanged, the atmosphere still, with even the chirping of birds having ceased. After a brief interval, "What now?" inquired the figure in red. The elder, stroking his beard, smiled awkwardly after a pause and said, "Perhaps you should lift the array plates." "What do you mean? It seems we've made a mistake." The elder in azure chuckled sheepishly. The figure in red turned her neck stiffly, a smile plastered across her face as she looked at the elder. "Are you serious?" The elder erupted into hearty laughter. "I was merely jesting. How can you be so easily teased, my dear girl?" With a wave of his hand towards the ground, he commanded, "Rise." Instantly, the earth beneath the forest began to tremble, the vibrations intensifying. A thunderous roar emanated from below as the ground at the center of the array revealed a beam of azure light soaring skyward. Though it was daytime, this azure light shone with blinding brilliance. The elder gazed at the ascending azure beam, lost in thought for a moment before letting out a deep sigh. "The horizon is nearing its end. Our time is running short." "What do you mean?" asked the figure in red, perplexed. "The ends of the earth are on the verge of vanishing," the elder in azure lamented softly. "Is it merely because we disturbed a tomb?" Chapter 41. A thought of the river. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the world, candidates stood before the sage, each articulating their fervent aspirations in a few words or sentences. The officials exchanged nods and whispered amongst themselves, creating a lively atmosphere. Time flew by, and half an hour had vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only Lu Feng and Su Mo yet to present their answers. Lu Feng glanced at Su Mo, furrowing his brow as recollections of their unfortunate encounter on the boat resurfaced. He had been too preoccupied in recent days to pay heed to this minor character. Yet he was taken aback that this individual bearing the surname Su had managed to reach this stage. Su Mo exuded an aura that Lu Feng found particularly distasteful. Nevertheless, it mattered little. A mere insignificant figure could not stir the tides. Lu Feng took the initiative, stepping forward to bow reverently before the sage. "As a humble minister, I pursue knowledge to alleviate the sufferings of the common folk, to enrich their lives, to embolden the citizens, and to fortify the foundation of our nation." His words were delivered with righteous fervor and genuine sincerity, befitting his youth and expansive aspirations. A wave of murmurs swept through the assembly, with many officials nodding in agreement, their admiration for Lu Feng evident in their eyes. The Minister of War beamed with pride, while even the despondent figure seated next to the emperor could not help but cast a sidelong glance at Lu Feng. After concluding his response, Lu Feng returned to his place, satisfied with his answer, knowing well the emperor's preferences. The emperor's gaze flickered, concealing his thoughts, before he turned his attention to the last candidate yet to present. Su Mo Ji Hongyan, besides Su Mo, discreetly nudged him as a reminder. Yet, Su Mo appeared oblivious, his focus directed downward at the jadestone pavement beneath his feet. "Su Mo, what is your answer?" The emperor's voice boomed, resonating throughout the hall. Su Mo lifted his gaze to meet that of the sovereign, stepping forward to stand at attention. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to look at Lu Feng, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. "Boldly insolent, you dare to show disrespect to His Majesty." A eunuch at the emperor's side bellowed, inciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. The eunuch's reprimand was abruptly halted by a gentle wave of the emperor's hand, silencing him. The emperor regarded Su Mo and inquired, "Su Mo, what do you mean by this?" Su Mo faced the emperor, a bemused smile gracing his features. The Minister of Rights, observing the exchange, chastised Su Mo. "Answer His Majesty's question. If you have no answer, step aside." With his head bowed, as if he had come to a realization, Su Mo finally spoke in a subdued tone. "To be honest, I was uncertain of how to proceed. After all, This pertains to my path of cultivation. The officials and fellow candidates exchanged perplexed glances at Sumo's utterance, their brows furrowed in confusion. Sumo smiled bitterly, shaking his head as he murmured to himself, "What can be done? Just as she said, what does it matter to me? Haha, she is on the brink of death. Yet she advises me not to meddle." He turned to Lu Feng and burst into laughter, a semblance of madness in his mirth. "Haraha, but what you just said, you care for the suffering of the common folk? Haha, you amuse me to no end. If you deceive the world, how heartbroken they would be upon discovering the truth." His laughter resonated throughout the hall, bending him at the waist, his shoulders shaking in a bizarre blend of tears and laughter. Has he lost his sanity? Ji Hongyan frowned, observing Sumo's antics in front of the throne. Sensing that something momentous was about to unfold, Jiang Yu gazed at Sumo, his expression blank, perplexed by his brother's behavior. Some officials, witnessing Sumo's conduct, contemplated intervening. But upon noticing the emperor's lack of response, they dared not speak. Lu Feng, witnessing Sumo's frenzied demeanor, felt his anger ignite as the latter seemed to direct his ire towards Lu's previous remarks. "Sumo, what do you mean by this?" Turning to Lu Feng, Sumo began to speak slowly, as if reminiscing yet also in agony. "The west of the city, underground, the thousands of lost souls. It is indeed a cacophony." The examinees present were filled with confusion, unable to comprehend Sumo's words. The officials remained impassive, betraying no hint of their thoughts. Lu Feng's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at his father, the Minister of War, but found him unresponsive. "Sumo, you need only to answer the question. What does the west of the city and the lost souls have to do with your answers?" The Minister of Rights managed to say, suppressing his anger. "It bears no relevance to my answers, but it pertains to his." Sumo pointed directly at Lu Feng. Lu Feng's countenance changed dramatically, turning to look. He saw the emperor on the throne remained unperturbed. "I do not comprehend your words." Sumo surveyed the silent crowd, shaking his head in disbelief. "You truly do not know? You do not know?" Haraha. His laughter rang out once more, and after a moment, he retrieved the Nianchuan spirit jade from his bosom. Nianchuan rises, past memories awaken. "This is the Nianchuan spirit jade?" Someone recognized it. "What is the Nianchuan spirit jade?" Another inquired. "The Nianchuan spirit jade allows one's memories to manifest before the eyes of the world. What does he wish to reveal to us? Regardless of whether you truly do not know or feign ignorance. Since we have come this far, allow me to show you." Sumo thought of that night, the horrific scene beneath the western city. Placing the spirit jade upon his forehead and channeling its power, the jade's radiance began to swirl. A stream of luminous light surged forth from the Lingyu, followed by a second, a third. An innumerable cascade of radiance erupted, swirling around the palace before soaring towards the heavens, transforming into a celestial canopy that obscured the daylight, plunging the courtyard into an abyss of darkness. All that lay before the onlookers was a pitch-black void, accompanied by a bone-chilling cold that seeped into their very souls. Suddenly, amidst the darkness, a glimmer of light emerged. A crimson glow appeared before their eyes, gradually expanding. Mist, a scarlet mist. The red haze enveloped the crowd, obscuring their vision of what lay within. Beneath them, a chilling sensation emanated from the depths of the earth, creeping into the hearts of all present. A metallic scent, the stench of blood. As the red mist began to dissipate, blood. It was all blood. A pool of crimson filled their vision. Corpses. Countless bodies adorned the stone walls surrounding them. At last, the scene conjured by the Lingyu materialized before their eyes. In the vast subterranean cavern, corpses hung from the walls. Both fresh and desiccated blood flowed into a pool at the center of the hollow. The blood of the fallen converged to form a sanguine basin. Within this pool, the red liquid churned, as the chill of the underground wind stirred, lifting wisps of blood mist that lingered in the air. Above the blood pool, a colossal bronze cauldron stood upon a solitary island. A suspended wooden bridge led directly to the island of the blood pool. The darkly hued cauldron emanated a dark red luminescence, with a blood-red pill hovering in the void, rotating incessantly, drawing in the blood mist from the pool. This was the scene before the eyes of an elderly official, his hair a mix of white and gray, as he stood agape, expression vacant. Sumo felt as if he had returned to that fateful night. His eyes reddened, and in a hoarse whisper, he spoke. "Someone seeks to refine a blood pill. These individuals, Ji Hongyan trembled as she gazed at the corpses suspended upon the stone walls. Su Mo replied, "They are naturally the primary ingredients. The blood required for refining the blood pill. To extract their blood through slaughter, ha ha ha." Someone pointed towards the blood-red pill hovering above the island in the blood pool. Su Mo inhaled deeply. That was the blood pill, obtained at the cost of these lives. The emperor observed this scene, his gaze flickering with intensity. Meanwhile, the despondent man seated beside the emperor fixed his eyes upon a particular stone wall. Within his gaze, there lingered a petite and delicate figure, the obedient yet mischievous little girl who had run away from home. That lifeless corpse. A profound silence ensued. The illusion dissipated. The despondent man's expression remained frozen in shock. Chapter 42. Silence as the phantasm faded. The resplendent scenery before the palace was restored. A profound stillness enveloped the atmosphere. A complete silence. Regardless of the astonishment, shock, or fury displayed by the civil and military officials moments ago, they were now rendered mute, as if nothing had transpired. Such malevolent words to mislead the masses, echoed a voice from the crowd. Yet, silence prevailed. An endless silence. The spectacle of thousands crafting blood elixirs by the palace side was a feat achieved by only a select few. Those capable of such a heinous act were undoubtedly present among them. Su Mo pointed directly at Lu Feng, and it was evident to all that he possessed knowledge of some underlying truths. Lu Feng, the son of the Minister of War Lu Cheng, was the obvious culprit. However, Lu Cheng's strength, being at the nascent soul stage, would be unchallenged in the absence of national turmoil, save for the crown prince. Moreover, Lu Cheng controlled the Ministry of War, wielding immense power within the realm of Dahua, casting a long shadow over all. The figure on the imperial throne had yet to attain enlightenment. Otherwise, such a grand nation would not be in its current state. With the illusion dispelled, reality returned, and it was time to confront truths. The high-ranking officials were aloof, while the common folk struggled to survive. The lives of those thousands were merely the fabrications of absurdity. Jiang Yu appeared dazed, while Ji Hongyan wore an expression of disbelief. The other candidates displayed a range of emotions, but remained silent. Lu Feng, who had been terrified within the illusion, turned pale and flustered as it receded. Yet, upon witnessing the calm demeanor of his father, his expression gradually softened into a smile. Lu Feng gazed at Su Mo, who stood isolated and vulnerable, his eyes filled with derision. Su Mo, today in this imperial examination, not only do you refuse to answer the palace question, but you also spread malevolent words to disrupt the very foundation of our nation. What is your true intention? Lu Feng sneered, his voice ringing out. Words of deception to mislead the masses? Haraha. Su Mo erupted into laughter, a sound tinged with madness and despair. He looked around, but no one spoke. Su Mo surveyed the officials. Some averted their gaze. Others maintained stern expressions, while some even closed their eyes. The figure upon the throne had remained silent since returning from the illusion, seemingly awaiting something. So it is. Su Mo's eyes filled with disappointment as he shook his head and spoke softly. It seems that peeling away the decayed skin, if it does not bleed, then the pus that oozes forth is merely a repugnant sight. This rot cannot be healed. I was naive, he murmured, lifting his gaze toward the now bright red sun. Regardless of whether you are aware of this matter, regardless of whether you believe it or not, you must neither know nor believe it. Su Mo turned his attention back to Lu Feng and to the ever-watchful Lu Cheng, the Minister of War. Lu Cheng maintained a calm demeanor, yet there was a glint of coldness in his gaze directed at Su Mo. Some matters, while known to others, become rather cumbersome when laid bare on the table. Although they do not pertain to the grand scheme, they are certainly unbecoming. The palace was resplendent with the radiant light of the sun, ascending high in the east. Yet, the brilliance of that sun sent a chill down Su Mo's spine. The court was filled with extraordinary individuals who scarcely cared for the plight of mere mortals. Among the numerous candidates, there were indeed commoners. Yet, those commoners had long since shed their will. Did they not dare to act? Or did they simply not believe? From Su Mo's perspective, the lofty sun appeared almost mocking. Luo Yin had once proclaimed, the academy must not interfere in matters of state. Should he meddle in the affairs of the realm, he would be barred from the academy. Exclusion from the academy would sever his only path to cultivation. The act of channeling the Nian Chuan Ling Yu was his choice. There was nothing to regret. How could one ascertain the depths of despair without venturing forth? My dear, I can no longer cultivate. Suemo sighed to himself, indifferent to the expressions and actions of those around him. He slowly removed the ceremonial cap from his head, revealing his elegantly tied hair, and bent down to place the cap at his feet. What was he about to do? An official gasped in astonishment. No one responded, merely watching Suemo's actions with perplexity. Suemo continued to murmur to himself, I shall no longer serve in office. Let us return to Jiangnan. What do I care for the sufferings of the common people? In the boat tower, the little girl, lost in thought, suddenly seemed to sense something and gazed towards the eastern direction. There, golden light shimmered, and the sun was high in the sky, a manifestation of divine majesty. Young master. Upon witnessing the little girl's reaction, Luoyin paused, her hands stilling over the guqin, and inquired, What is the matter? The little girl, covering her face with tears, lamented that her young master was in distress. Was today not the day of the palace examination? Why would he be sorrowful? Luoyin was perplexed, having earlier seen Suemo's name on the golden list in the heavens, which had filled her with joy. What could have transpired so suddenly? Moreover, how did you come to know? The little girl shook her head, explaining that it was the small stone, the one hanging from the young master's chest. His emotions had been conveyed to her through that small stone. The small stone referred to the white stone that Suemo had received on the day he ventured to the west of the city, which the little girl considered a talisman of safety. The white stone was, in her subconscious, the most significant object after Suemo himself. I must go find the young master. The little girl turned, eager to dash out of the boat tower. Wait. Luoyin raised her hand to pull the little girl back. Your young master must be occupied with something important, and he is more than capable of handling it. Is he not? So let us quietly await his return. Luoyin sighed, speaking with earnest concern. The little girl fell silent, her gaze fixed on the eastern direction. Lost in contemplation, Luoyin turned her gaze towards the eastern palace, a flicker of concern illuminating her eyes. Upon a desolate mountain precipice, a woman adorned in red stood, her garments billowing in the wind as she gasped for breath, while an elder in green beside her maintained an air of tranquility. The woman in red, her complexion darkened with vexation, spoke, Master, is this hurried journey across such a distance merely to observe this dilapidated formation? The elder, unperturbed, stroked his beard thoughtfully and glanced at the woman. As you have noted, it is I who brought you so far. Why then do you appear so fatigued? Your cultivation is insufficient. The woman's expression stiffened as she kicked at a sizable bundle of bronze formation plates at her feet, which clinked in protest. But I am the one carrying this. It must weigh at least 1,000 pounds. Is this reasonable for a young lady? The elder chuckled awkwardly at her words. Your senior brother remains in seclusion, and your second and sixth brothers are out on their training journeys, while the fourth and fifth are reflecting in solitude. Your junior brother Chi is facing a significant crossroads in life, and I am left with no other options. What crossroads is little Susu facing? The woman in red inquired, her anger dissipating into curiosity. Facing the elder calculated with his fingers. He has already made his choice. What choice? The woman pressed further. Seemingly quite pleased with the decision of his junior, the elder squatted down, personally unwrapping the bundle of formation plates, casually tossing a few aside. The plates landed steadily at their destined locations. He has chosen not to enter the academy. Chapter 43. Enlightenment before the Grand Palace. Suemo stood solitary at the center, surrounded by a crowd whose eyes flickered with curiosity. With a gentle smile, he shook his head and set aside his scholar's cap, subsequently continuing to loosen the ceremonial robes that adorned his form. Are you not eager to uncover the answers to my examination? Suemo remarked as he untied the waist sash, allowing the fabric to part and reveal the pristine lining beneath his scholar's attire. In truth, a predecessor once imparted a singular answer to me, one that resonates deeply within my heart. Sumo's voice lowered, and he delicately placed the waist sash beside his scholar's cap. At this moment, Lu Feng furrowed his brow, inquiring, What are you about to do? Suemo offered no reply. Instead, he continued to speak softly to himself, seemingly lost in a reverie of his own making. Since you have posed the question, allow me to share. He shed his ceremonial robes, revealing his slender figure to the gazes of the onlookers. His frail form stood as a fragile blade of grass, striving to rise against the tempestuous winds. With a wistful smile, Reminiscent of reminiscence yet tinged with liberation, he declared, "To establish a heart for the heavens and the earth." As his words fell, an aura of a cultivator was involuntarily awakened within him. To establish a heart for the heavens and the earth. The officials present were momentarily taken aback, awestruck by such grand aspirations. The emperor seated upon the throne observed with flickering eyes. Sumo continued, folding his ceremonial robes gently before him. To establish a destiny for the populace. The aura surrounding him intensified, causing the spiritual energy within the palace to tremble in resonance with Sumo's essence. To establish a destiny for the populace. A shift occurred in the gazes of some officials, curiosity sparking in their expressions. Could it be that he has cultivated before? One whispered softly. Another official dismissed it with a wave, a mere refining stage cultivator. Surveying the assembly, Sumo smiled again, though this time his expression was tinged with sorrow. To inherit the teachings of the sages. To inherit the teachings of the sages. Every scholar present fell momentarily silent, captivated by his words. An elderly official suddenly appeared as if struck by lightning, his expression frozen in disbelief. To inherit the teachings of the sages. To inherit the teachings of the sages. Could it truly be? To inherit the teachings of the sages. To establish a heart for the heavens and the earth. To establish a destiny for the populace. To inherit the teachings of the sages. What am I truly doing? Sumo gently placed the neatly arranged ceremonial robes beside the scholar's cap and waist sash. As the tides of his inner spiritual sea began to surge uncontrollably. In the depths of the spirit sea, a beguiling and ethereal figure gazed upon the tumultuous waves of the spirit sea, rolling its eyes in exasperation. Such a trivial matter, and yet it stirs such a tempest. So lacking in ambition. Yet, within the enchanting figure's eyes, a flicker of anticipation and curiosity was not easily concealed. Sumo stood firm, his gaze directed towards the throne, towards the emperor of the great Hua kingdom. The emperor's eyes sparkled with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Sumo. The two faced each other across the void. 4. A peaceful world for all eternity. Boom. Thunder rumbled, and the skies darkened. The once clear blue expanse transformed in an instant, clouds and rain obscuring the horizon, pressing down with an oppressive weight. The woman in red looked up at the suddenly darkened heavens, her face a mask of confusion. Why has the sky changed so? Faster than I can change my expression. The elderly man in blue withdrew his hands, freshly released from his spell, and looked up at the heavens. The golden light, ignited by the formation, surged into the sky only to be devoured by the ink-black clouds. The ends of the earth split, and the corners of the sea revealed themselves. The consciousness of the universe. Signs of awakening from the consciousness of the universe. The elder in blue shook his head and sat down casually. The woman in red observed the peculiar behavior of the elder, curling her lip in disdain. What nonsense. So mysterious and cryptic. In response, the elder rolled his eyes and sighed. You have no idea of the burdens of leadership. The weight rests solely upon my shoulders. What shall I do if I falter? Who among you will take my place? Of course, the eldest. The woman in red replied matter-of-factly. The elder erupted in frustration. The eldest is a mere pig, only knows how to sleep. What use is he? Then let it be the second. She retorted, still maintaining her air of certainty. The second only knows how to tend to birds. It's far more reliable to send his birds than to rely on him. The elder gritted his teeth. Then, the woman in red hesitated, her words faltering. The fourth and fifth do not ponder anything worthwhile all day, and the sixth only thinks of food. That leaves no one else. She instinctively omitted herself from the consideration. Then, let the seventh go. The woman in red persisted, unashamed. The elder in blue, agitated, trembled. Are you even human? The seventh hasn't he even begun to comprehend the path. Oh, but it seems he is nearing his awakening. Then let him go. That could work. To establish a heart for the universe, to provide life for the populace, to carry forth the teachings of the ancients, and to usher in peace for all ages. This was Sumo's answer. All present before the hall appeared as if struck by lightning, their gazes trembling, fixated on the frail figure upon the stage. What kind of ambition and aspiration was this? Lu Feng's expression momentarily faltered, entranced by Sumo's words. He could feel the sincerity in Sumo's voice. It was genuine. He truly believed this. In that instant, Lu Feng's heart was thrown into disarray, blood surging within him. Upon witnessing Lu Feng's condition, Lu Cheng swiftly approached from behind, channeling his spiritual energy to quell the tumult within Lu Feng. Suemo cast a glance at Lu Feng, shaking his head with a faint smile. Lu Cheng turned to face Suemo, his gaze icy and penetrating. Suemo surveyed the surroundings, observing the celestial officials transcending the mortal realm, then glanced at the dazed emperor upon the throne, erupting into hearty laughter. "I, Suemo." His voice resonated with vigor. Suemo lowered his gaze, contemplating his corporeal form, tinged with a hint of remorse. No more officialdom. The notion of serving as an official was the lingering obsession of the previous inhabitant of this body. Yet, while you harbor your own convictions, I too possess my unwavering resolve. Forgive me. Given that scholarly pursuits yield no fruit and the path of cultivation is obstructed, I shall then express my aspirations through song, convey my principles through literature. Through literature, I shall embody the path of Suemo. The sea of spiritual energy erupted, its essence surging forth. An aura of enlightenment manifested around Suemo, exuding elegance, profundity, and a touch of the uncanny, a distant resonance. Within Sumo's spiritual sea, the enigmatic and alluring woman gazed in astonishment at the apparition materializing from the depths. It was a book, a pitch-black tome, enveloped in an eerie aura, with dark luminescence swirling around it, prominently displaying 3 blood-red characters on its cover. The beguiling woman, transfixed by those 3 characters, found herself lost in contemplation. The words that captured her attention were, "The Register of Life and Death." Chapter 44. The Book of Life and Death. The Book of Life and Death. How could this be? The enchanting woman in Sumo's spiritual sea was filled with astonishment, gazing at the manifestation of his innate spiritual object, now rendered motionless. The Book of Life and Death. It is said that an innate spiritual object should not materialize as a specific tome, but rather represent a concept. A book is merely a book, never to be identified as a particular title. For instance, a sword cultivator, upon achieving enlightenment through the sword, would have their innate spiritual object take the form of a sword. Its shape may vary, yet it is fundamentally a sword, and never a gentle breeze sword or a thunderblade. Similarly, Suemo, having attained enlightenment through literature, should embody a book, and not something like the Book of Life and Death. What is most peculiar is, this book is extraordinarily strange. Its cover is pitch black, resembling a type of wooden veneer, with subtle and simplistic patterns visible upon its surface. Encasing the sides are 3 bronze rings. The entire object appears to be an artifact of ancient lineage. It hangs silently in the void of Sumo's spiritual sea, enveloped in tendrils of black smoke, within which glimmers of light dance. The black smoke continuously ebbs and flows, as if caught in an endless cycle. The 3 characters that spell Book of Life and Death shimmer with a dim crimson glow, reminiscent of a primordial being inhaling and exhaling. A series of bizarre auras emanate from the Book of Life and Death, oscillating between vitality and death, casting an extraordinarily strange reflection upon Sumo's entire spiritual sea. Upon attaining enlightenment, Suemo exuded the quintessential aura of a Confucian sage, cultured, unpretentious, humble, and serene. Yet, amidst these sensations, there lingered an oddly enigmatic aura, profound and mysterious, transcending the ordinary. It felt as though an invisible door resided behind Suemo, leading to an ancient, unfathomable realm beyond the world itself. All those in the hall observed Sumo's enlightenment, sensing the peculiarity of his aura. In that moment, Suemo appeared refined and elegant, his simplicity intertwined with a hint of eccentricity, stemming from that strange energy. "Young master." The little girl suddenly rose in the cabin, her gaze flickering towards the eastern city, her youthful visage alight with delight. Luo Yin, observing the girl's actions, found her own serene and graceful expression disrupted, fluctuating with every movement of the child, as it was tied to the presence of a mysterious young man. Despite his tender age, "What is it?" Luo Yin inquired. The little girl turned to Luo Yin, pointing towards the eastern palace, joyfully exclaiming, "The young master has achieved enlightenment." "What? So soon? What has he been experiencing?" However, the young girl, after a moment of joy, began to feel troubled again, sensing that the young master appeared to be unhappy. "Do not fret," Luo Yin said, gently embracing the girl's shoulders in a soothing manner. Did you not mention that your young master can always resolve the issues he encounters? The boat tower had been unusually tranquil these days, having not operated for quite some time, as there seemed to be no necessity for its services anymore. The girl once again gazed towards the eastern part of the city. Although nothing could be seen from the boat tower, it felt as though merely looking in that direction could bring her closer to the young master. Suemo gazed up at the emperor seated upon the lofty throne. This is my answer. The emperor stared blankly at the frail, yet resolute young man in white, standing below, momentarily lost in thought. The officials observed the solitary and determined Suemo in the center of the court, as if something within them had been awakened. Their gazes towards Lu Cheng shifting between uncertainty and resolve. A scholar must embody such spirit. A scholar must possess integrity. A scholar must not fear authority. A scholar must stand firm amidst the storm and advance. An elderly civil official's eyes brightened with a flash of insight, and as he stepped forward to speak, seditious words that confuse the public and disrupt the foundation of the nation deserve death. Lu Cheng, the minister of war, who had been calming his son's emotions beside him, suddenly erupted, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at Suemo. Without warning, Lu Cheng raised his hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual power. Stop! The emperor's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted. Lu Cheng's gaze flickered, showing no signs of hesitation. His spiritual energy surged forth. An invisible force hurtling towards Suemo with lethal intent. A move meant to kill. Without an ounce of mercy, it was a strike intended for absolute annihilation. He harbored no intention of granting Suemo even the slightest chance of survival. This blow would spell doom for one merely at the stage of chi cultivation, let alone for those at the foundation establishment stage. Before anyone could react, the lethal strike was upon Suemo. In an instant, the life and death ledger within Suemo's spiritual sea flickered, trembling slightly, as an exceedingly peculiar black mist materialized before him, swiftly transforming into a dark barrier. The dense fog swirled, reminiscent of incense smoke. Boom! A resounding roar echoed. As the dust settled, a figure appeared before Suemo, shielding him from Lu Cheng's deadly strike. This individual, disheveled and weary, resembled a man who had just endured profound despair. The man was none other than the one under the emperor's command. In the blink of an eye, just as Lu Cheng sought to eliminate Suemo, the crowd barely witnessed how the man had instantaneously positioned himself between Suemo and Lu Cheng, intercepting the lethal blow. The man stood with his back to Lu Cheng, facing Suemo, his eyes reflecting an indescribable sorrow, as if he were gazing at Suemo, yet simultaneously not. As the black mist before Suemo dissipated in the wind, it revealed a robust, middle-aged man exuding a sense of lifelessness. You carry her scent, the man lamented. It is the Wang of Ing. An official exclaimed in astonishment. How could Prince Ing? The crowd was perplexed, for Prince Ing had never shown interest in worldly matters. He was the emperor's cousin, but unlike the emperor, Prince Ing possessed exceptional talent from an early age. He had been training with a sage on Mount Shumi since childhood. Recently, he had returned to the palace with his wife and daughter, reportedly due to some unforeseen circumstances, the specifics of which remained unknown. Only a short while ago, Prince Ying's daughter had vanished without a trace, and despite the couple's extensive search, she remained lost. Overwhelmed by sorrow, they had fallen into despair. Yet, at this moment, Prince Ying unexpectedly stepped forward. If only he were willing. The emperor, relieved to see Suemo safe and sound, turned his cold gaze towards Lu Cheng. Unfazed and proud, Lu Cheng frowned slightly as he regarded Prince Ying's retreating figure. What do you intend, Prince Ying? He called out, his voice icy. Prince Ying appeared disheveled, his hair unkempt and his clothes in disarray, his face adorned with stubble, and his eyes reflected boundless anguish. Slowly, he turned to glance at Lu Cheng, who had just attempted to take a life, and at Lu Feng in his arms, as if he were gazing upon two lifeless corpses. Shoo! Prince Ying raised a finger to his lips, his voice hoarse. You are too loud. Chapter 45. The Sorrow of Nian Xuanyu. Lu Feng exclaimed, a hint of anger in his voice. Yet, Ying Wang chose to disregard him, turning instead to gaze at the young man in white before him. As Ying Wang looked upon Suemo, it seemed as though he were not truly seeing him. His expression was one of profound sorrow as he hoarsely uttered, You carry her essence. Can you tell me what you witnessed there? Who could have anticipated that the esteemed Ing Wang would speak with a tone imbued with such pleading? The grief of a heart laid bare is unparalleled. A spring breeze swept through, chilling the air. The wind tousled Ing Wang's hair, causing the disheveled strands to dance about. Su Mo regarded the middle-aged man who had shielded him from peril. The formidable aura surrounding him appeared subdued by an overwhelming sadness, and in his dull, ashen eyes, Su Mo discerned a glimmer of desperation. That visage was heart-wrenching. With careful perception, Su Mo detected an eerily familiar essence emanating from Ing Wang. He paused for a moment. Taken aback. "You are," Su Mo began, his voice trailing off, "a father who has lost his daughter." In that instant, Ing Wang was no longer the grand prince of Dehua, nor a prodigious cultivator. He was merely a father mourning the loss of his beloved child. "My daughter is named Tong Tong." A wave of memories surged before Su Mo's eyes, blurring his vision in an instant. He recalled the obedient, sensible, yet pitiful child. "Brother, I am frightened. Brother, can you take me home? Brother, I wish to hear a song." Tears welled in Su Mo's eyes as he lifted his gaze to meet those of the middle-aged man. The lifeless, gray eyes mirrored the change in Su Mo's expression. "You have seen her?" Ing Wang's voice trembled with emotion. Su Mo nodded silently, retrieving the Nian Chuan spirit jade from his bosom. The jade glimmered with a flowing light. He regarded the heartbroken man before him, realizing he could grant him one last glimpse of her. In his memories, Ing Wang was momentarily taken aback. He perceived Su Mo's intentions, understanding that Su Mo wished for him to witness her once more. Fear gripped Ing Wang, an anxiety born from the dread of confronting the sight he could scarcely bear. Yet, the opportunity to see Tong Tong one final time was within reach. In an instant, the father's countenance contorted with anguish. After a prolonged internal struggle, he drew a deep breath and nodded to Su Mo. In silence, Su Mo raised his hand, elevating the spirit jade between them. The Nian Chuan spirit jade seemed to respond, and two beams of light emanated, intertwining the spiritual consciousness of the two men. In an instant, the king of Ing found himself ensnared in Su Mo's memories. Beside him, Lu Cheng observed their actions with a sullen expression, one hand supporting Lu Feng while the other discreetly crushed a jade slip within his sleeve. As the Nianchuan spirit jade began to resonate, Su Mo's mind retraced the moment he encountered the spirit of Tong Tong. The recollections of Tong Tong's understanding, her obedient demeanor, her innocence, her nursery rhymes, her anxiety, her fear of death, and the sorrow of her disappearance unfolded before him. Su Mo's connection with the ghost was profound, akin to having experienced it firsthand. His empathy towards the departed was not mere sentimentality, but a deep resonance of shared emotion. Once the Nianchuan spirit jade commenced its operation, the king of Ing was engulfed in darkness. Suddenly, a glimmer of light emerged, revealing a frail Su Mo clad in black, shivering amidst the night. Almost immediately, a petite figure appeared, grasping Su Mo's trembling hand. "Brother, I am scared. Brother, where is this? It's so dark. I have walked for so long to find you. There is nothing here, only an expanse of darkness." The small figure trembled with fear. With a thunderous crash, the king of Ing felt as though struck by lightning, his mind going blank. "Tong, Tong Tong," he choked out, gazing at the diminutive figure. He rushed forward, desperate to communicate with this small entity. Alas, memories could only remain as such. Memories, like poison, sever the heart. They are like clouds, elusive and unattainable. The pitiful little figure could not see him, clinging tightly to the trembling hand of the black-clad Su Mo, despite his frantic shouts and gestures. The king of Ying's heart shattered, gradually quieting as he stared at the child, unwilling to miss a single glance, yearning to etch this image deep within his soul. "Brother, I want to go home. I sneaked out for so long. If I don't return soon, mother and father will worry," the small figure lamented. "Tong, Tong." The eyes of the 7-foot man misted over, his eyelids swelling. "Brother, can you take me home?" In that abyss of darkness, little Tong Tong looked up with hope. "All right, I will take you home." In that enveloping darkness, the black-clad Su Mo took the small Tong Tong by the hand and began to walk out. The king of Ing stumbled in close pursuit. They emerged from the underground passage into a courtyard, where 3 figures in black robes barred their way. These 3 foundational cultivators obstructed the path home for the 2 frail silhouettes. Consumed by rage, the king of Ing yearned to vanquish these 3 cultivators. Yet, they remained mere echoes of memory, and memories, once formed, are forever out of reach. In the midst of his futile rage, the king paused, trembling as he gazed upon the two frail and pitiful figures. Observing the silhouettes stranded in the stormy night, a profound sorrow welled within him. They merely wished to return home, just to return home. Amidst the rain, the figure clad in black, Sumo, summoned an uncanny power, rendering three cultivators immobile, their faces etched with terror. Witnessing the fear and unease on the countenances of the three cloaked figures, the king, with reddened eyes, erupted into laughter. A nursery rhyme echoed, a tender voice piercing through the rain-soaked night, resonating within this diminutive world. It was a melody taught to her by her mother. Sumo, cradling the little child, began to dance, albeit with an odd rhythm. Yet, the king found no fault in its appearance. Rather, he found it delightful. As he followed the melody, he watched Sumo's peculiar dance in the rain, gradually joining in the movement. One cloaked figure collapsed, lifeless, but the king could not spare a glance. His gaze remained fixed on the one singing and the two children dancing in embrace, fearing to miss a single moment. Gradually, the child's song faded, ultimately coming to a halt. The remaining two cloaked figures fell to the ground, lifeless. The little one felt an overwhelming weakness. The child sensed that returning home was no longer an option. She whispered. The king approached, observing the child's frail state, his heart wrenching in agony. How could this be? Brother promised to take her home. The figure in black raised her head, amidst the desolate rain-soaked night, devoid of a single star. Only boundless sorrow remained. Brother is deceiving. The child is already gone. How could brother take her home? The little one's form began to dim, droplets of rain beginning to seep through her, falling to the ground. A lost soul, merely a lost soul. The king, upon hearing this, sat in a daze upon the ground. The 7-foot prince could no longer contain himself, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. Memories carried the wind, and the breeze within these memories made the king tremble. Is the child afraid? Sumo lowered her head, holding the little one tightly, pressing her cheek against the child's forehead. The child is very afraid. She fears that her parents cannot find her, and feels sorrow and worry. She fears that the other world is shrouded in darkness. She is most afraid of the dark. The child also fears that the other world holds nothing, and she fears being alone. Brother, what is the other world like? When grandmother passed away, mother once said, the other world is very beautiful. The little one clung tightly to Sumo's neck. The Prince of Ing gazed at the trembling little Tong, attempting in vain to shield her from the biting cold winds that assailed her. Your mother is right, murmured the enigmatic Sumo, cloaked in black. In another world, there is an abundance of delightful sustenance and fields adorned with beautiful flowers. The inhabitants of that realm are benevolent, treating you with the same kindness as your own parents. The Prince of Ing, witnessing Sumo's gentle words of comfort directed towards the frail child, felt an overwhelming sense of anguish and helplessness. Brother, I wish to hear a song. Little Tong's voice grew ever weaker. Very well, Sumo responded. A melancholic tune began to play, echoing the desolation of the surroundings. As the melody faded, so did the mist and clouds. Chapter 46. The rising cold gun. The ethereal brilliance of the Nianchuan spirit jade receded, and Sumo, alongside the King of Ing, returned to the realm of reality. Silence enveloped the hall. A profound stillness lingered. No one was privy to the visions the King of Ing had encountered within the Nianchuan spirit jade. The king trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. The oppressive atmosphere was so palpable that even the resplendent sun hanging high in the east could not alleviate the weight of despair that enveloped the hall. The king's disheveled hair danced lightly with his quivering form, his expression gradually shifting from grief to madness. They merely wished to return home. That was all. With a slow turn of his head, the king cast an impassive gaze toward Lu Cheng and his son, Lu Feng. The faces of those present shifted dramatically. Lu Cheng was tense, rendered speechless. There was no necessity for words. The king's family had only just arrived in the imperial city, and few recognized his daughter. Upon hearing the news of her disappearance, he immediately deduced that she had likely been mistakenly captured by his own men in the dense woods to the west of the city. Yet, all he could do was conceal this grim reality. At this moment, Lu Cheng remained oblivious to what the king had witnessed within Su Mo's Ninchuan spirit jade, leaving him at a loss for explanation. He signaled to a trusted aide, who stepped forward to address the king. Your Majesty, the facts are yet to be concluded. We await the emperor to ascertain the truth. The fate of the princess will undoubtedly provide you with clarification. The king turned his chilling gaze towards the speaking official, his voice hoarse and low. So, you were already aware? The official's complexion shifted drastically. Only I remain in ignorance. Only I remain in ignorance. Had he known, the capital would have already been thrown into chaos. Ha ha ha, you all are aware. Only I remain in ignorance. With his head bowed, the king's shoulders trembled, his long hair cascading wildly, an aura of fury rising like a ferocious beast awakening from slumber. The spiritual energy in the hall became tumultuous and restless. This overwhelming presence left everyone gasping for breath, and the official turned pale, desperately urging, Your Majesty. This is merely Su Mo's word. This person spreads deceitful words to incite chaos within our realm. He possesses no evidence linking this matter to any present here. I implore you not to heed his malicious words. Heh. Su Mo chuckled softly, the sound grating on the ears. In that moment, both Su Mo and the king resembled two blazing flames atop a tumultuous sea, poised to overturn the murky depths of this chaotic abyss. Deceitful words, lacking evidence. Su Mo's laughter gradually subsided, his gaze directed downward, lost in thought. Indeed, I have no proof. However, Su Mo raised his hand, pointing towards Lu Feng, who was still calming the tumultuous blood within him. He possesses it. The official glared furiously at Su Mo. What do you mean by this? You have now pointed your finger directly at Lu Feng, yet you claim he has evidence. Do you expect Lu Feng to confess his involvement in this matter? Su Mo shook his head and spoke in a deep voice. There is no need for his admission. The lingering aura of the blood essence, forged from the lives of thousands, still resides within him. He merely needs to channel his spiritual energy, and the crown prince will surely sense it. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Lu Feng's face turned as pale as death, while Lu Cheng's demeanor finally altered at that moment. No further proof was necessary. Everyone comprehended the gravity of the situation. The Lu family audaciously exploited their own affairs to commit such heinous acts, inciting the wrath of heaven. Unforgivable. The emperor, seated upon the throne, cast a cold, piercing gaze at Lu Cheng and the others, his voice chillingly authoritative. Lu Cheng, do you have anything to say? I grant you this opportunity. At this juncture, Lu Cheng ceased to conceal his intentions and instead broke into a maniacal laughter. His arrogance was palpable. The incident involving Princess Tong was indeed an unfortunate accident, yet the other individuals were merely commoners. For them to serve as stepping stones for my son's ascent is their utmost honor. Commoners, once again commoners. Indeed, in their eyes, the lives of mortals are as insignificant as weeds. Su Mo closed his eyes, a surge of fury swelling within his heart. The ministers' faces turned ashen. Among them were those of resolute integrity, who, witnessing Lu Cheng's rampant behavior, were filled with indignation. Your admission suffices. The crown prince laughed, a maniacal glint in his eyes as he recalled the image of his beloved Tong Tong, who longed to return home even after death. Her countenance marked by fear and sorrow. A brilliant light erupted, and spiritual energy surged wildly as the crown prince remained steadfast amidst the tempest. A chilling spear, exuding an aura of frost, materialized from the golden light that emanated from his brow. Clang! The spear struck the ground with a forceful thud, its tip piercing the earth before the crown prince. The mere impact of the spear unleashed a wave of spiritual energy, causing the crowd to retreat and clearing a vast space in front of the hall. For reasons unknown, a black mist inexplicably enveloped Su Mo, dissipating the spear's spiritual wave. Lu Cheng waved his hand, deflecting the spiritual wave, his face a mask of fury as he glared at the crown prince. Only Su Mo, the crown prince, Lu Cheng, and Lu Feng remained, poised in a tense standoff. The sacred king's spear. The sacred king's spear. It is the sacred king's spear of Shumi Mountain. Someone cried out in astonishment. How could the sacred king's spear be in the hands of the crown prince? The emergence of the sacred king's spear. Chaos is imminent. Upon witnessing the spear, Lu Cheng could no longer maintain his composure and exclaimed, Crown Prince, the incident involving Princess Tong was indeed an accident, and I shall offer you compensation. My son Lu Feng is about to enter the sacred sect and become a disciple under the esteemed elder of the sacred sect. I urge you to reconsider your actions." At this declaration, all present were left in shock. The sacred sect. Lu Feng is actually set to join the sacred sect. The sacred sect, the Tao sect, and the demon sect are the three foremost sects of the realm. These three sects possess unrivaled power, towering above all, deserving of reverence, but never to be desecrated. The Tao sect primarily cultivates the profound path, pursuing the mysteries of the Tao, while the demon sect emphasizes the heart's path, seeking to align with the heart's desires. The sacred sect, devoted to the path of transcending humanity, aspires to elevate mortals to the heavens. Thus, the emergence of the sacred sect is akin to the obliteration of a nation. Yet, this Lu Feng dares to seek initiation into the sacred sect, even aspiring to become a disciple under the venerable third elder. The faces of the dignitaries turned pale, as an overwhelming sense of impotence enveloped them in the presence of the exalted sacred sect. In an instant, silence descended upon the assembly. Observing the stillness, Lu Cheng proudly raised his head. This was his trump card. The sacred sect is a force that no nation of Dahua can provoke. As long as Lu Feng embraces the path, he harbors no fear, even if the truth were to surface. At this moment, the Prince of Ying erupted in laughter. Wild and unpredictable, the sacred sect. Haraha. He lightly caressed the sacred king's spear before him, his palm gliding along its shaft as he gazed at Lu Cheng, his blood-red eyes betraying an insatiable thirst for vengeance. "So, you intend to use my beloved daughter to concoct blood elixirs for your son's advancement?" Lu Cheng furrowed his brow at the prince's peculiar demeanor. The incident concerning the young princess was merely an accident. "My Lu family shall surely compensate you, prince." "Compensation?" The prince's laughter resonated with madness. "You speak of compensation? Very well, let it be the heads of your entire Lu clan that serve as recompense." Lu Cheng's countenance shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "My son shall be a disciple of the sacred sect. Do not deceive yourself, prince." The prince offered no further reply but tightened his grip on the sacred king's spear, slowly lifting it from the ground. The spear trembled lightly, glimmering with a chilling light. Two golden rays shooting forth from its tip, akin to a divine weapon capable of cleaving the heavens. The wind surged. The clouds stirred. A long song arose. The prince, brandishing the sacred king's spear, looked upon Lu Cheng and his son, tears of sorrow cascading from his eyes. Rain fell. The sea surged. The sacred king wept. Chapter 47. The isolated goose, a brilliant flash of gunlight, surged forth. Entwined with the ferocious energies of the heavens and earth, its golden radiance searing to the eyes. The spear unleashed the severing soul. As the spear's light pierced through the air, a thunderous roar reverberated across the heavens, akin to a bolt of lightning shattering the silence. The spear's might swept through like a tempest, obscuring the sun. "King Ying, my son is about to enter the sacred sect. Do you dare to harm me?" Lu Cheng bellowed, hastily raising his hand to counter, wrapping Lu Feng beside him and pushing him aside. A colossal cold blade materialized in Lu Cheng's grasp, and he wielded it to shield his chest, conjuring a gust of blade wind to impede King Ying's furious thrust. Yet, how could Lu Feng easily withstand the wrathful strike of King Ying, a prodigy who had cultivated since childhood on Mount Shumi, armed with the legendary sacred king spear? Though both were at the nascent soul stage, Lu Cheng was merely in the late stage, while King Ying had reached the pinnacle of nascent soul, merely a step away from transcending to divine consciousness. Even if their cultivation were equal, King Ying's combat prowess far exceeded that of Lu Feng. The spear light penetrated the blade wind, a beam of gold piercing through, causing Lu Cheng to stagger backward, a crimson stream oozing from his shoulder. "Haraha!" King Ying laughed in fury. "Not only is he about to enter the sacred sect, but even if he has already entered, you all shall undoubtedly perish today. King Ying, I advise you not to overestimate yourself. The sacred sect is not something a mere prince from Huagua can provoke." Lu Cheng shouted anxiously. "You should not." King Ying gripped his spear, gazing up at the blinding red sun, disregarding lives. "You should not pave the way with lives. You should not bring disaster upon my daughter." As the red sun hung high, King Ying envisioned the smiling face of that little child. Even more so, he should not prevent them from returning home. With a leap, King Ying transformed his thrust into a slash, the spear's brilliance flashing as it tore through the void. A force akin to a startling swan, unleashing boundless fury toward Lu Cheng. They merely wished to return home, King Ying recalled. Those two pitiful children on that rainy night, confronted with the severance of life and death, yearning for home, yet trapped within that dilapidated courtyard. The cold of that rainy night, the ruthlessness of the beasts, the despair of being unable to return home. King Ying's sorrow morphed into unbridled madness. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted, dust swirling. In the midst of that cataclysmic aura, Lu Cheng was sent flying, crashing against the palace wall before him, kneeling and spitting blood. The chasm of power rendered Lu Cheng utterly defenseless. At that moment, Lu Feng's face turned pale, witnessing his father's battered form, fear gripping his heart, leaving him paralyzed. As boundless regret surged within him. Yet, his regret was solely for having captured King Ying's daughter. Given another chance, he would urge his father to act with greater caution. He must enter the sacred sect at all costs. Su Mo observed the frenzied King Ying from behind, his heart a tumultuous sea of conflicting emotions. To the outside world, the Prince of Ying appeared invincible. However, Su Mo perceived him as merely a grieving father mourning the loss of his beloved daughter. No matter how formidable he may be, he could ultimately do nothing to revive that precious little soul. All he could do was unleash his boundless fury and seek vengeance for his daughter. Yet, once the storm of anger subsided, what remained for him? The Prince of Ying, with his lance in tow, advanced step by step towards the fallen Lu Cheng, the weapon carving a long scar upon the earth. She was still so young, untouched by the myriad wonders of the world. The prince's voice resonated with a somber tone as he approached Lu Cheng, causing officials to retreat in fear along the way. How could you possibly bring harm to such an obedient and understanding child? As the prince reached Lu Cheng, who was coughing up blood, he lamented, "You must pay for this. You truly must." With that, he thrust his spear forward, a golden light eclipsing the sun. Suddenly, a sheet of plain white paper descended from the heavens, gracefully akin to a white crane. This unadorned page appeared to be nothing extraordinary, yet it positioned itself before the wounded Lu Cheng, halting the lethal strike of the sacred lance. Clang! The paper, light and thin, emitted no trace of spiritual energy, yet it managed to obstruct the full force of the sacred lance. It was as if the weapon had struck against an impenetrable wall, and the lance could advance no further, protecting Lu Cheng from harm. "He cannot die," a gentle voice echoed from above. The Prince of Ying looked up, following the sound. A magnificent white crane, wings outstretched, descended gracefully. Upon its back stood a woman clad in a flowing white gown, exuding an ethereal beauty, accompanied by an elderly man with white hair. The woman gazed at the Prince of Ying and sighed, reiterating, "They cannot die." "Is it the holy sect?" the prince inquired. "Indeed," the woman replied. The emperor, rising from his throne, stepped down and gravely questioned, "Does your holy sect intend to meddle in our affairs?" The woman met the emperor's gaze and gently shook her head, responding calmly, "No, it concerns not just your affairs." She gestured towards Lu Feng, stating, "He is to join our holy sect, thus it becomes our concern." The white-haired elder beside her waved his hand lightly, conjuring yet another sheet of white paper. This new page floated to Lu Feng, encircling him before swiftly drawing him to the elder's side. Transformation into the divine. A divine transformation expert. The officials gasped in astonishment. The arrival of the holy sect included a practitioner of divine transformation. Observing Lu Feng being whisked away, the Prince of Ying positioned himself between Lu Cheng and the group, determined to prevent any further abduction. He fixed his gaze upon the woman and spoke ominously. "Are you aware of what they have done?" The woman regarded the prince standing protectively before Lu Cheng and sighed. "I was once ignorant, but now I am aware." "Even so, you still wish to save them?" The woman nodded. "Even so, they cannot perish. Has your holy sect extended its reach too far? Can you truly represent your holy sect?" The emperor stepped into the arena, approaching Su Mo, adorned in a dragon robe, exuding an extraordinary majesty. "I am the contemporary saintess of the holy sect. My name is Ning Baixue. I believe I can represent the holy sect," she stated calmly, devoid of any sense of superiority that her status might confer, merely articulating a fact. "The holy sect's saintess. It is indeed the holy sect's saintess," an official murmured in shock. So, it is the holy sect S. Sanctus, accompanied by a formidable guardian. What are we to do now? The officials exchanged glances, a chill creeping into their hearts. The holy sect is too exalted. It looms like a blazing sun suspended in the sky, and even a mere title is enough to leave one gasping for breath. Moreover, the holy sect S. Sanctus is present. Should the holy sect choose to act irrationally, we common folk would be utterly powerless. Prince Ying's eyes burned with fury as he fixed his gaze upon the trio on the white crane, one who had been rescued. Lu Feng, the holy sect S. Sanctus, and an elderly man with white hair, a being of transcendent strength. Just one of these beings is beyond what the might of Huagua could contend. A being of transcendent strength is a legendary existence. The presence of such a guardian for the Sanctus speaks volumes of the holy sect's transcendence. Yet, Dahua remains merely a realm of mortals. However, even the smallest of insects can harbor its own wrath. A fierce light ignited in Prince Ying's blood-red eyes. He turned to the emperor, clad in his dragon robe. The emperor of Dahua perceived the intensity in Prince Ying's gaze and nodded. The emperor looked at the trio on the white crane. A sense of tragic grandeur overcame him. He turned back to Sumo and spoke slowly. You say, it is better to be shattered jade than to remain whole as a tile. Yet, you do not realize that the destruction of jade and stone is merely the wishful thinking of an ant. The heavens are unattainable. Nevertheless, today, I too wish to reach for the heavens. The emperor pointed toward the sky, a beam of golden light illuminating the air. Across the realm, is there not the king's land? The imperial city trembled as the nation's strength awakened. Chapter 48. The cry of the ghost, a mysterious resonance reverberated through the air, illuminating the imperial city with a golden glow. In an instant, the entire capital seemed to awaken like an ancient mythical beast. A certain consciousness suddenly manifested in the realm, vast and overwhelming, as if it were a divine presence surveying the land and its myriad subjects from above. The citizens of the imperial city sensed this phenomenon, gazing skyward with expressions of bewilderment. What is this? On the white crane, the holy maiden of the sacred sect, Ningbaishua, furrowed her brow and looked towards the horizon. Beside her, the elder with white hair, a transcendent figure, also knitted his brow. The power of national fortune. Although the Huagua is a mortal realm, it has nonetheless gained the recognition of heaven and earth. The emperor, as the sovereign of the nation, despite not having embarked on the path of cultivation, can still wield the power of national fortune. In my name, I shall borrow the strength of the nation through the prince, the emperor declared softly. Boom. As the emperor finished speaking, a golden halo appeared around the prince, and a golden rune flickered upon his forehead. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to oppose the sacred sect? The elder with white hair reprimanded. His brow furrowed. We dare not. The emperor replied, his expression bittersweet, yet calm. We only seek to eradicate the traitors of the nation. Humph. The elder scoffed coldly. We have stated that they will be of the sacred sect, and they are not for you to kill. They must die, proclaimed the prince. Humph. Ignorant of their fate. The elder's demeanor turned frigid as he raised his hand, ready to strike. Imperial city, banishing the divine. The emperor uttered softly. Buzz. A sound echoed through the heavens and the earth. A yellow talisman flew forth from the rear mountain of the palace, racing like a shooting star. This resplendent yellow paper, adorned with radiant runes, shone with dazzling divine light, nearly blinding those who gazed upon it. The talisman hovered above the imperial city, spinning gracefully, as a surge of spiritual energy descended, instantly suppressing the elder's transcendent power. That is, one official remarked in astonishment. The divine decree of the Academy's president. With the issuance of the divine decree, no transcendent being could exist in Huagua. Though Huagua is merely a mortal realm, it possesses an academy. The academy transcends the celestial gates, neither entering the immortal realm nor being part of the mundane world. The elder, with white hair, let out a suppressed groan, his entire transcendent cultivation unexpectedly constrained beneath the level of transcendence. His face turned pale as he stared in disbelief at the divine decree above him. Merely a piece of paper, yet it has truly suppressed a transcendent cultivator's power beneath the level of transcendence. What a remarkable feat! The holy maiden Ning Baishua's expression also shifted slightly as she contemplated the divine decree. Suemo gazed at the radiant yellow talisman above. His heart stirred. Is this the power of a great cultivator? The few people on the back of the white crane fell into silence as they observed the scene below. The prince, wielding the Holy King's spear, had his eyes gleaming with golden light. Today, they were undoubtedly doomed. As Ing Wang turned to gaze upon the protected Lu Cheng, he raised the Holy King's spear and leapt into the air. Boundless, holy retribution. A single thrust. A glimmer of cold light erupted, and thunder descended upon the world. A spear of light, magnified countless times like the Holy King's spear, solidified in the void, radiating dazzling golden brilliance, its luminosity undulating. With the motion of the Holy King's spear, the colossal spear of light pierced toward the incapacitated Lu Cheng. No! Lu Feng cried out from atop the white crane. The sound of tearing paper echoed, as the Holy King's spear shattered the protective white paper surrounding Lu Cheng, followed by a piercing noise. The Holy King's spear plunged into Lu Cheng's chest. Lu Cheng's eyes widened, his gaze gradually fading to a pallid gray. Before he could utter another word, he took his last breath. No! Lu Feng stared blankly at the scene before him. Ning Bai Shui, seated on the crane, furrowed her brow and cast a disdainful glance at Lu Feng, then turned to the white-haired elderly man and uttered, "We must depart." "Wait." Ing Wang raised his head, looking at the trio upon the crane. Ning Bai Shui, her delicate brows knitted, spoke coolly. "Is Lu Cheng's death not sufficient? Must Lu Feng also remain?" Ing Wang met the saintess's gaze directly. "I can pretend Lu Cheng's demise never occurred, but I must take Lu Feng with me." The saintess replied indifferently. He was a crucial element in her mission. He must perish, or I would be too ashamed to retrieve my beloved daughter's remains. Ing Wang rasped, a trickle of blood seeping from his lips. With his cultivation, he was incapable of breaking through the white paper wielded by the elderly man. Though he had drawn upon the strength of the nation to breach the barrier, he was not an emperor, and the burden of such power surpassed his physical limits. "We shall leave. You cannot obstruct us," the white-haired elder declared, anger boiling within him, for Lu Cheng's death had struck him a significant blow. Despite the suppression of his cultivation, he was still not someone you could provoke. A transformation master is a transformation master, even when restrained by the divine prohibition edict. He remains incomparable to one at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Ing Wang inhaled deeply, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, raising the Holy King's spear to confront the elder. Today, even if the heavenly Tao were to manifest, he would leave a mark upon it with his ant-like form. He cannot escape. A gentle voice rang out. Everyone turned to look. There stood the youthful Su Mo in white robes, lifting his head to gaze at Lu Feng atop the crane, declaring, "You cannot leave." Clad in flowing white, the delicate Su Mo appeared serene. "Su Mo." Lu Feng glared at Su Mo, enunciating each syllable with palpable hatred. Had it not been for Su Mo, today's events would not have unfolded as they did, and his father would still be alive. He orchestrated everything today. He was the architect of his father's demise, the one who ruined everything. "Su Mo." Ning Bai Shui furrowed her delicate brows and softly murmured, gazing at the youthful figure below, filled with confusion. To her, Su Mo was merely a novice qi refining cultivator. Why would he dare to speak in such a moment? It hardly seemed appropriate for him to voice his thoughts. "How dare you?" The white-haired transformation elder spoke coldly. Yet, Su Mo did not regard the elder but fixed his gaze upon the contorted face of Lu Feng, as if conversing with himself. "I know you despise me. You blame me for your father's demise. You resent me for shattering your bright future. But, what right do you have?" Su Mo lowered his head. Visions of thousands of souls materializing before him. "Do you hear the lamentations of the countless souls beneath the western city? The cries of women and children. The elderly, the innocent. Their unwilling howls, their fearful wails. Can you hear them? Their lingering attachment to this world. Their reluctance to part from their loved ones. Can you hear them? You cannot." Lifting his gaze once more, he looked at Lu Feng, whose pale countenance was marred by hatred, and offered a smile that brimmed with an unsettling strangeness. "Since you cannot hear, then I shall make you listen." The woman said, "Simply channel your spiritual energy beside the one who consumes the blood pill." She said, "Your spiritual energy carries their overwhelming resentment." She said, "Do not suppress it, let it be released. In time, dust returns to dust." Ning Bai Shui, frowning deeply, discerned an unsettling note in Su Mo's words. She turned to the white-haired transformation elder and said, "We must leave." The elder nodded. Preparing to summon the white crane to depart, when he noticed Su-imo closing his eyes. A wisp of black smoke inexplicably rose behind him, and an extraordinarily eerie aura ignited around Su-imo. This smoke was bizarre, evoking a sensation as though it did not belong to this world. It was haunting and ancient. Suddenly, all present inhaled a fragrant aroma, the scent of incense. For reasons unknown, this fragrance instilled a chilling air. At that moment, a thick black mist suddenly enveloped Lu Feng, who stood atop the massive white crane. The mist surged, swiftly cloaking his entire form, and within it, innumerable presences seemed to writhe. What is this? Ning Baishui stared in disbelief at this scene unfolding before her. The swirling black mist enveloping Lu Feng exuded an aura eerily reminiscent of the dark smoke trailing behind Su-imo, both unsettling and perilous. It instilled a profound sense of dread, as if any attempt to approach might unleash some malevolent force. Such nefarious practices. The silver-haired expert of divine transformation scoffed, raising a hand to strike at the ominous black mist from a distance. Yet the smoke merely quivered, remaining intact, continuing to envelop Lu Feng in its ominous embrace. Suddenly, a pale, elongated hand emerged from within the black fog, reaching up to grasp Lu Feng's shoulder. A collective gasp of terror rippled through the onlookers as a second pale hand appeared, followed by a third. Lu Feng's complexion turned ashen. All he perceived was an abyss of darkness, while faint echoes of a woman's piercing shriek began to resonate, growing ever closer. Then came the anguished howls of a man, the cries of a child. It is you, you who have brought about our demise. You who have forged blood pills from us. The voices grew more insistent. I have yet to return home with the day's earnings. I have yet to savor a jug of Xinghua village wine. My parents await my return. It is all your fault, all your fault. Abruptly, he felt a hand settle upon his shoulder, cold and pallid. Lu Feng cried out in terror. Oh! In the depths of the black mist, he shouted. What is this? Begone! Begone! He felt another hand grasping at his feet. Get away! Lu Feng screamed in terror amidst the fog. Begone! Soon, a third hand. A fourth hand. More and more hands reached for Lu Feng, until he was entirely engulfed by a multitude of grasping limbs. Ning Baishui and the silver-haired elder gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Leave me! Leave me! Do not touch me! Within the black mist, Lu Feng's frantic cries gradually weakened, his shouts dwindling into silence. The mist swirled, and after a quarter of an hour, it dissipated, revealing Lu Feng, his face pale and stricken with terror, having succumbed to the backlash of the blood pill. Ning Baishui cast a curious glance at Su-imo below, her expression a mix of intrigue and astonishment. Chapter 49. The departure of paths. Su-imo gazed at the lifeless form of Lu Feng, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. Beyond a profound sense of injustice for those who had perished unjustly, he felt no further turmoil within. The trepidation that accompanied his first act of taking a life had dissipated, as had the guilt and the empathy that once haunted him. Was this the price of growth? Su-imo sighed deeply, contemplating. I merely witnessed and acted upon my desires. Consider this a form of retribution for you. May you now find peace. Suddenly, a crimson glow emanated from the deceased Lu Cheng, igniting an unknown fire. Was it the flames of karma? The dark red flames burned with an exquisite restraint, seemingly consuming only the lifeless body without inflicting harm upon anything else. As the fire danced, Lu Cheng was swiftly reduced to ashes. With the whisper of the wind, those ashes were scattered into the void, transforming into specks of light that vanished from sight. Among those luminous fragments, phantoms began to emerge. What are these? Ning Baishui watched the specters materializing, her voice filled with wonder. The elder with flowing white hair sighed softly. The grievances that have found release. These phantoms filled the expanse above the hall, casting a melancholic aura. The apparitions gazed at the boundless azure sky, their expressions a blend of confusion and longing. Beneath the brilliant sun and clear skies, one phantom, cradling an infant, gradually shed its bewilderment. As it surveyed the scene below, its gaze fell upon a youthful figure clad in a white robe, hair elegantly styled. The person's eyes reflected complexity, sincerity, and profound compassion. The phantom, seemingly enlightened, directed a gaze of tender gratitude toward the figure below. Gradually, the specter bowed towards Su-imo. The myriad of bewildered phantoms, their confusion slowly fading. All turned their attention to that familiar silhouette below, a figure both frail yet resolute, standing upright with a gentle demeanor. They too appeared to grasp certain truths. One phantom of a swordsman looked down at Sumo, opening his mouth as if recalling that Sumo owed him a jar of apricot blossom wine. Yet, given that he had avenged his own grievances, perhaps this debt was now settled. The swordsman phantom waved his empty sleeves at Sumo, as if still wielding a sword. Observing Sumo's puzzled expression, the swordsman phantom let out a hearty laugh. Sighing deeply, he bent towards Sumo. A frail, ethereal figure gazed intently at Sumo below, emanating a familiar aura. It was the comforting presence from that cherished night. Grandmother had promised to prepare dumplings for you. You had expressed your desire to savor the dumplings made by grandmother. That gaze was filled with reluctance. A delicate, ethereal figure regained its composure, directing its gaze downward at the elegantly clad Sumo and the imposing figure of King Ing, who stood resolutely with a spear in hand. Unlike that fateful night when he was shrouded in black, he now donned white garments, reminiscent of a beloved family member. Alongside that towering figure, a man stood with an expansive heart, embodying the essence of one who occupies the space between heaven and earth. Brother, father. King Ing stared vacantly at the diminutive, ethereal figure above, trembling uncontrollably on the brink of collapse. Tong Tong, my poor Tong Tong. My lamentable daughter. King Ying's eyes fixated on the small, ethereal figure, afraid to blink, lest that gentle presence vanish from sight. Tong Tong, Tong Tong. Suddenly, a figure floated gracefully into the courtyard, hair disheveled as if long neglected. The newcomer possessed striking beauty and a tall stature, yet her pale, sorrowful face was adorned with tears, weeping profusely as she gazed at the small, ethereal figure above. Despite her formidable prowess, it could not bring her daughter back home. Mother. The small, ethereal figure looked at the three below, tilting her head and breaking into a radiant smile. This smile was akin to the awakening of spring, as if 100 flowers had bloomed. Tong Tong has returned home. As thousands of ethereal figures hovered above the imperial palace, citizens within the royal city cast their gazes upon these apparitions, bewildered by the unfolding events. Until someone, amidst the multitude of ethereal forms, recognized a familiar silhouette. A woman beheld a butcher-like ethereal figure, covering her face in tears. That is, the father of my child. That is, the father of my child. Child, child. The woman turned toward the house, crying out, "Come forth. Come forth, to see your father, to see your father." A child rushed out from within, and the woman pulled him down to kneel on the ground, gazing up at the ethereal figure in the sky. "Father," the child whispered softly. The figure resembling a butcher in the void beheld his kin below, breaking into a smile. In the innocent mind of the child, a semblance of understanding seemed to dawn, and with tears streaming down, he bowed deeply towards the vast emptiness. "Dear child, I bid farewell to my father." A throng of students emerged from their classroom, spotting the ethereal silhouette of their teacher in the sky. Outside the classroom, they arranged themselves in orderly rows, mirroring their posture within the classroom, seated upon the ground. Before their celestial instructor, they began to recite, as they had in the past, the disciples' regulations, which they had previously been reluctant to learn. Disciples' regulations, the teachings of the sages. First, filial piety and brotherly respect. Next, prudence and trustworthiness. Embrace all with love, and be close to the benevolent. If strength permits, pursue learning. When parents call, respond without delay. When parents command, act without laziness. When parents teach, one must listen with respect. When parents reprimand, one must accept with compliance. In winter, provide warmth. In summer, offer coolness. In the morning, reflect. In the evening, settle. The teacher's ethereal silhouette in the void smiled through tears. The students bowed deeply towards the sky. "Students, bid farewell to our teacher." A scholar sat slumped by the roadside, clutching a wine jug, gazing at the delicate figure amidst the vast ethereal realm above. His eyes were filled with boundless affection. The fragile silhouette in the heavens regarded the scholar with a gentle smile, imbued with infinite tenderness and reluctance. "In this life, I have wronged you. In the next life, I shall not again be a scholar. Let us." The scholar produced a black pill, placing it in his mouth, followed by a swig of wine. The celestial figure above shook her head, sighing softly. Until we meet again in the next life. Until then, farewell. The entire imperial city descended into a profound tranquility, a silence not devoid of sound, yet undeniably absolute. Farewells unfolded slowly, each unique in its sorrow. In this world, there is suffering, yet there is love in every corner. Are we not akin to one another? We are but reflections in this vast universe. Some in pain, others in joy. Amidst the tapestry of joy and sorrow, we seek that elusive sentiment, seemingly intangible, yet potentially a companion for a lifetime. With deep affection, we embrace the act of bidding farewell. Chapter 50 in the scholar's attire, do not lift your head. The cold sun drips remnants of snow. Do not look back. The gentle breeze chills the ethereal garments. The sentiment of parting is inherently poignant. Do not claim it to be merely the cool wine that stirs the heart. Beneath the high-hanging spring sun, the phantoms in the void gradually begin to fade into obscurity. It is time to depart. The lingering soul turns back, gazing upon the slender figure clad in white, graceful as jade, Sumo. The cold cicadas lament. As twilight descends upon the long pavilion and the sudden rain ceases. In the capital, the banquet loses its cheer, and in the places of nostalgia, the orchid boat hastens to set sail. Hand in hand, they gaze at one another with tear-filled eyes, rendered speechless, choked with emotion. Thoughts drift away. 1,000 miles of misty waves, as twilight envelopes the expansive Chu sky. Sumo observes the farewells exchanged between the living and the departed, recalling the lines of the rain on the bell, and cannot help but murmur softly. Affection has always been a source of pain at partings. How can one endure the desolation of the autumn season? Where will I awaken from this night's intoxication? At the willow-fringed bank, under the waning moon and the lingering dawn breeze. As the years pass, it seems that beautiful times and sights are merely illusions. Even if there are 1,000 nuances of sentiment, with whom can one share them? Ning by Shui's gaze faltered, recognizing the verse. The candidates present trembled upon hearing Su Mo's recitation. The frail figure standing tall, that graceful figure in white. What extraordinary talent do they possess? Today's scenes will forever be etched in their memories. The emperor gazed intently at Sumo, his eyes filled with boundless anticipation. Jingyan, I bid farewell to you all. Sumo spread his arms wide in front of him, clasping his hands, bowing deeply to the phantoms above. These are but pitiful souls in this cruel world of cultivation. What are those unseen? If there exists a yellow springs, it must be overflowing with souls in anguish. Lamentations echoing throughout. The injustices of the world render the lives of its people tragically sorrowful. Ah, cultivation. In the clear sky, 1,000 souls stirred. They heard Sumo's farewell words, understanding the sacrifices he made for them. That frail figure, that person in white must have endured great suffering. In this vast world, there exists someone who dares to speak for these mundane beings. The bright sky seems to shine more brilliantly than ever before. The phantoms in the void bowed deeply to Sumo. Day and earth, separated yet close. As the years pass, it shall surely be a time of beauty. In the gaze of the female phantom, it seems she wishes to etch Sumo deeply into her soul. I shall witness you transform this world into a realm of clarity and brilliance. The small phantom gazes longingly at the three figures below, her innocent face filled with reluctance. Father, mother, farewell. Brother, farewell. A gentle breeze wafts by, dispersing the phantoms, leaving only a ground strewn with sorrow and separation. The apparitions in the void dissipate, and upon Sumo, a radiant light glimmers. This light transforms into threads, weaving garments for Sumo from afar. The threads, born of the luminous essence, are exquisite beyond compare, akin to all the emotions and sentiments left by humanity in this world, destined to be fashioned into a warm attire for Sumo. They witness Sumo clad in nothingness. As the white light fades, a pristine, snow-white scholar's robe materializes upon him. This robe, tailored specifically for Sumo, serves as a gift from the thousands of souls, a token of their gratitude intended to keep him warm. Entangled with spirits, one may yet find a favorable end. Some stand in stunned silence, the remnants of souls. Others exhibit a complex expression. With this robe upon him, he shall be impervious to malevolence. Some recall Sumo's prowess, yet I sense he himself embodies an enigma. In the midst of it all, Sumo caresses the white robe, filled with profound emotions. The robe billows, radiant in the sunlight. A scholar? Ning Baishue, perched upon the white crane, gazes at Su Mo's white attire and softly speaks. The elderly figure with white hair observes Su Mo's robe, a glimmer passing through his eyes. As he addresses Su Mo below, we require a scholar for our endeavors. Originally, Lu Feng was deemed a scholar. Since Lu Feng has perished, you shall accompany us on this journey. The words of the elder with white hair darkened the expressions of all present. What is the intention of the holy sect? The previously sorrowful countenance of Prince Ing swiftly transforms into one of fury as he brandishes his spear, blocking the path between Su Mo and Ning Baishue. Su Mo looks at Prince Ing standing before him, a warmth flickering in his heart. He lifts his gaze towards the two upon the crane. An instinct within him warns, he must not accompany them. Ning Baishue sighs, speaking calmly. We harbor no ill intent. We merely seek the cultivation of a scholar for our purpose. In this world, scholars are exceedingly rare. I can promise you a place in our holy sect afterward. This is also a transaction between me and the Lu family. And if I refuse? Su Mo inquires. Looking up, Ning Baishue shakes her head. You cannot refuse. Prince Ying's voice turns frigid. Will your holy sect still insist on forcibly taking someone? We intend to take him. Do you dare to obstruct me? Ning Baishue's breathtaking visage gazes earnestly at Prince Ing. Beneath her flawless beauty lies an unmistakable pressure. Su Mo has no deep ties to you. Must you stand in my way for him? Prince Ing turns back, looking at the queen by his side, his only wife. Once again, he gazed at Su Mo's youthful visage, then turned back and spoke in a somber tone. Tong Tong. Call him brother. Memories flooded back to him, images of that night. The frail figure of Su Mo in black, nestled close to Tong Tong. Their unwavering desire to return home. Thus, he was indeed Tong Tong's brother. I am the son of the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince turned to look at his beloved wife, who nodded gently, her gaze towards Su Mo filled with warmth. The Crown Princess stepped closer to the Crown Prince. And in an instant, her long hair billowed, revealing a blue divine pattern on her forehead. Sumi Dao, the sky is without order. As her words fell, a magnificent aura awakened, an overwhelming power manifesting within the Crown Princess. It was the transformation of the divine. Everyone stood in stunned silence. The Crown Princess was indeed a being of transformation. As she beheld her own divine prowess, her expression dimmed. Had it not been for her secluded cultivation, Tong Tong would not have encountered any peril. What use is this power now? Yet, as soon as the Crown Princess's transformation was unveiled, a flash of yellow talisman appeared above her, and a wave of energy descended, instantly suppressing her power beneath the transformation threshold. Under the decree of the divine restriction, no transformation is permitted. The Crown Princess turned to gaze at Su Mo, her eyes radiating unparalleled tenderness, as if she had found a new purpose. In the gaze of Tong Tong's ethereal figure and her husband's assurance, she discerned much. Good child. The Crown Princess lifted her gaze towards the two on the white crane and calmly declared, Today, you shall not take him away. The white-haired being of transformation regarded the Crown Prince and Crown Princess blocking Su Mo's path, anger flashing across his countenance as he waved his right hand, conjuring a sheet of white paper in midair. Do you wish to oppose the sacred sect? He exclaimed vehemently. We dare not. We simply do not wish to lose another child. The Crown Prince replied resolutely. Do you comprehend the dire consequences of opposing the sacred sect? Can your humble Hua kingdom endure such wrath? The white-haired elder remarked coldly. We willingly accept the consequences. Su Mo, standing aside, observed the two blocking his path, his heart a tumult of emotions. The sacred sect loomed high above. If he did not accompany them, these individuals would be unable to withstand the sacred sect's fury. At the very least, this was not a burden they should bear. Yet the actions of the Crown Prince and Crown Princess added two hues to the solitude of Su Mo's heart. His circle of concern was few. Initially, it was only the girl, but now, it had expanded to include two more. I will go with you. Su Mo stepped forward. He could not drag others down with him. Just then, a surge of ethereal energy rippled through the air. Amidst the fluctuation of spiritual power, two figures stepped through the void, one clad in green, the other in red. Chapter 51. The common folk Guyu, draped in a flowing red gown, stepped into the arena, her gaze immediately drawn to Su Mo, who was clad in a white scholar's robe. Ah, little Su. With a flash, Guyu gracefully approached Su Imo, scrutinizing him. Why do you appear even thinner? Su Imo, witnessing the radiant smile of Guyu, felt a surge of complex emotions within. He raised his hand in a respectful gesture, saying, I have the honor of meeting you, esteemed Gu. Fairy. Unable to refer to her as third senior sister anymore seemed inappropriate, especially since their paths had diverged. A playful thump resounded on Su Mo's head as Guyu glared at him. Address me as third senior sister. I must remind you, now that you have entered our academy, you must adhere to the rules. No more informalities. Confusion flickered in Su Mo's eyes. Wasn't it said that he could not enter the academy? The headmaster, donned in a green robe, entered the arena, stifling a yawn. I am quite fatigued. Guyu cleared her throat twice. The headmaster immediately regained his composure, waving his sleeve as an ethereal aura enveloped him. Upon seeing the headmaster, the gathered officials promptly bowed in respect. We pay our respects to the headmaster. The royal couple, Wang and his wife, also respectfully greeted him. We pay our respects to the headmaster. The emperor of Huagua, upon encountering the headmaster, seemed to exhale in relief. We pay our respects to the headmaster. The enormous white crane above, upon the headmaster's arrival, seemed to sense a formidable presence and ceased its aerial dance, stealthily descending to the ground. Once the two individuals aboard disembarked, they quickly sought refuge to the side. We pay our respects to Headmaster Imo, Ning Baishui said with humility and courtesy. The headmaster acknowledged the bowing individuals with a slight nod, exuding an air of celestial pride. Approaching Su Imo, the headmaster regarded him, clad in white and exuding gentility, and nodded in satisfaction. You have performed admirably. We shall discuss the rest upon our return to the academy. Headmaster. Su Imo looked up at the kind-faced headmaster. Could it be that he would return to the academy? Another playful thump struck Su Mo's head, as Guyu, filled with exasperation, lamented his lack of awareness. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Imo promptly bowed to the headmaster, exclaiming, Yes. The headmaster, visibly pleased, nodded approvingly, contemplating a stretch but reconsidering due to the formality of the occasion. Glancing around, the headmaster cheerfully declared, Since we are all gathered here, I shall speak a few words. Guyu's lips twitched in annoyance as she covered her face. Su Imo, observing Guyu's reaction, appeared utterly perplexed. The way of heaven is to diminish the surplus and replenish the deficit. The way of humanity is to diminish the deficit and bestow the surplus. The headmaster spoke, his words profound and enigmatic. Coughing lightly, Guyu once again cleared her throat. The headmaster cast a mildly reproachful glance at her, sighing with a sense of unfulfilled anticipation. The dean cast a glance at Su Imo and addressed the crowd, stating, I believe everyone is already acquainted. This is my newly accepted disciple, surnamed Su, named Imo, styled Jingyan, and he ranks 7th in our academy. As for other skills, well, he possesses a talent for composing poetry and prose, which can be considered a modicum of scholarly achievement. The dean then glanced at Ning Baishui and another individual nearby, his implication clear, and continued, I do not mean to boast, merely to inform you. Our academy, though small in number, possesses a certain depth of heritage. As for the various sections, I am well acquainted with the ancestral graves of the 7 and 8 sects. Guyu covered her face in exasperation. Su Imo suddenly grasped the reason for the academy's dubious reputation. It seemed the leadership was rather questionable. He pondered whether this pristine lotus of his would be tarnished by the institution. Taking a deep breath, he exhibited a complex expression. As for you all, the dean turned his gaze towards Ning Baishui and the other individual, his demeanor unusually solemn. I am aware of your intentions for this journey. However, I strongly advise against venturing into that cursed place. Your ancestors perished within. Why would you wish to place yourselves in similar peril? Ning Baishui shook her head and replied calmly, The divine realm is about to open, and the remains and relics of our ancestors still lie within. We must reclaim our forebears' remains and possessions. The dean sighed, If you must go, then go. Opportunity and danger coexist. However, he shot a sidelong glance at the elderly cultivator with white hair, curling his lip in disdain. Do not assume that having a transcendent guardian will avail you much. Ning Baishui sighed, a bitter smile gracing her lips. The younger generation understands this well. In the divine realm, all are mundane. She then turned her beautiful eyes towards Su Imo, adding, Except for Confucian cultivators. All are mundane in the divine realm, except for Confucian cultivators. Upon hearing their exchange, a flicker of clarity ignited in Su Mo's eyes. He suddenly comprehended the transaction between the sacred sect and the Liu family. The Liu family was aware that the sacred sect intended to enter the divine realm, which necessitated the assistance of Confucian cultivators, yet such individuals were scarce in this vast world. Thus, they preemptively arranged for Liu Feng to enter the path as a Confucian cultivator, thereby securing a connection to the sacred sect. However, although Liu Feng was indeed a scholar, he could not enter the path through literature. The path of Confucian cultivation diverged from others. It demanded personal enlightenment, which accounted for the scarcity of Confucian practitioners. Consequently, they orchestrated the bloodshed in the western part of the city, utilizing blood pills as a catalyst to enter the path through literature. Once Liu Feng entered the Confucian path, he could then reach out to the sacred sect, leading to the current predicament. This elucidated why the illustrious sacred sect would accept a mere Liu Feng as a disciple. As it was part of the transaction, it also clarified why, despite being the son of the Minister of War and possessing abundant resources, Liu Feng could not even step into the path. In truth, he was not incapable of entering the path, but rather, the Confucian path remained elusive to him. Perhaps the Liu family harbored further schemes. They aimed for Liu Feng to leverage the sacred sect to enter the divine realm and seek his own opportunities. However, a flicker of doubt passed through Su Mo's eyes. Why is it said that within the divine realm all is mundane, yet Confucian practitioners are considered exceptions? What makes them so extraordinary? The dean glanced at Ning Bai Shui, who was fixated on Su Mo, and waved his hand dismissively. You may enter if you wish, but our Shaoqi will certainly not accompany you. Although it is claimed that Confucian practitioners are exempt, that wretched place is inherently unsuitable for any human to tread. Otherwise, you would not even be able to find a single Confucian practitioner willing to enter the divine realm with you. Though Confucianists may be somewhat timid, they are not foolish. Su Mo stared at the dean with wide, astonished eyes. How could Confucianists be timid? The dean continued, over the years, how many Confucian practitioners have perished within that realm? Ning Bai Shui sighed. Thus, when the Liu family approached us, claiming that Liu Feng had embraced the Confucian path, we agreed to facilitate Liu Feng's entry into the sacred sect in exchange for his company in the divine realm. Yet with Liu Feng's demise, finding another Confucian practitioner has become exceedingly difficult. This matter has no bearing on our Shaoqi. I advise you to abandon this notion. The dean waved his hand impatiently. Ning Bai Shui sighed once more, bowing deeply to the dean. The younger generation understands. She summoned the enormous white crane that had been lurking nearby, and along with the elderly white-haired transformation master, they ascended onto the crane's back. The crane cautiously glanced at the dean, and upon receiving no response, it flapped its wings and took off as if fleeing for its life. As a divine creature, it sensed an overwhelming and perilous aura emanating from the dean. Volume 1. The Village of Apricot Blossoms comes to a formal conclusion here. Volume 2. Night Parade of 100 Demons is about to commence. As for the issue regarding the protagonist's character design, well, this is a matter of perspective. Let us not view him through the lens of our current mindset. Rather, let us reflect on our own youthful exuberance, filled with fervor. He is a quintessential scholar, both in his past life and this present one. His disposition inherently shapes his approach to challenges, as well as the opportunities and perils he encounters along his journey. Chapter 52. Return to the academy. As the white crane swiftly vanished into the horizon, the dean murmured softly. Beside him, Su Mo widened his eyes and caught the words. Is that old fellow Ning Wuyo still alive? How has he not yet perished after all these years? The dean shook his head, turned to face the emperor clad in dragon robes, and after a moment's contemplation, spoke. I have set an apprenticeship challenge for the 7th prince, requiring him to secure the position of the top scholar. I wonder if his talents are sufficient. Alas, I merely mentioned it casually. There are no ulterior motives. The emperor bowed slightly, affirming, Su, the top scholar, is indeed deserving. The other candidates present held no resentment, for they had witnessed Su Mo's exceptional talent and felt that he was undeniably worthy of the title. Su, the top scholar, truly deserving. Yet, Su Mo harbored a different sentiment. His bright, glistening eyes reflected incredulity. After the dean's proclamation, the title felt like a burden to him. Regardless of whether he was initially capable of achieving the top scholar position, The mere mention of it would lead others to believe that the emperor had conferred it upon him due to the dean's influence. My reputation in this life. Suemo cast a somewhat aggrieved glance at Guyu. Guyu's lips twitched, his gaze towards Suemo filled with sympathy. I said, given the dean's nature, he would surely create a predicament. I just didn't anticipate it would be this. The dean shot a glance at Suemo, seemingly grasping his thoughts, and slowly intoned, know this. The way of heaven compensates the insufficient by diminishing the excess. The way of man diminishes the insufficient while favoring the excessive. The dean looked at Suemo's immaculate white attire and sighed, hinting, you are dressed too purely. Others perceive you as overly pristine. A touch of darkness would serve you better. Suemo glanced down, momentarily stunned. The moon waxes and wanes. Extremes inevitably lead to reversals. Too much brightness is prone to breakage. Observing Suemo lost in contemplation, the dean nodded with satisfaction. Guyu sighed, recognizing the naivety of Suemo. I suggest you use a red ribbon for your future hair ties, the dean continued. What? Suemo instinctively began to agree, but suddenly realized, bewildered. Why is that? The dean stepped forward and disappeared from sight, his voice resonating from the void. Red is aesthetically pleasing, though I also like green. I suspect you would not favor that. Suemo turned to Guyu, who grimaced again and sighed. In truth, the dean has a point. You are indeed too white. Suemo pondered for a moment and nodded. Let us go. Back to the academy. The dean, that old fellow, unexpectedly departed without taking us along. Guyu turned her head, glanced around, and noticed the Ying Wang couple nearby. She bowed respectfully and then turned to Suemo. Suemo nodded in acknowledgement. The Ying Wang couple approached, gazing at Suemo's delicate features. The princess wore a sorrowful expression, seemingly unable to rise from the agony of losing her daughter, yet her eyes softened as they fell upon Suemo. Come home and sit for a while. Suemo's heart was instantly filled with a warm softness, a sensation that felt eerily familiar from a distant past life. All right, Suemo replied. And the Ying Wang, with a look of despondency, stated, you need not concern yourself with the matters regarding the Liu family on the west side of the city. I shall handle it myself. Suemo nodded again, understood. Come home and sit for a while. The Ying Wang repeated, tilting his head slightly. All right, Suemo agreed. Her heart filled with complex emotions as she turned to leave the palace with the red-clad Guyu, unimpeded by any obstacles. Once outside the palace gates, Guyu stood still, her posture unwavering. After a moment of waiting, Suemo curiously inquired, Third senior sister, what are you waiting for? A carriage. Guyu replied succinctly. Suemo's lips twitched slightly. Do cultivators still ride horses? Aren't you able to fly, third senior sister? She asked cautiously, aware that while her senior sister was quite amiable, her temper could be rather sharp. Little did Suemo know, Guyu actually preferred wielding a sword to combat. With an eye roll, Guyu recalled the relentless days of traveling with the dean, feeling a surge of frustration. I'm tired, and besides, can you fly? If you think I look good carrying you through the skies, I wouldn't mind exerting myself a little more. Where's that carriage? Suemo gazed toward the street, waving her sleeve with an air of scholarly dignity. As soon as she finished speaking, a black horse could be seen galloping down the street, dragging a carriage behind it, making a clattering sound. However, the horse appeared rather agitated, arriving before Suemo and Guyu with its mouth agape, tongue lolling, and breathing heavily. Suemo turned to Guyu, perplexed. Why does this horse look so dog-like? Guyu seemed to comprehend Suemo's confusion and patted her shoulder, speaking earnestly. Little Su, you must learn to adapt. The things in our academy are far from normal. As Guyu boarded the carriage, Suemo remained bewildered. She gazed at the black horse and suddenly remembered that it was the same horse that had taken her to the spring examination previously. The horse recognized Suemo, nudging its head toward her, as if inviting her to mount. With a slight twitch of her mouth, Suemo shook her head and climbed aboard the carriage. The black horse, seeing her settled, scraped its hooves against the ground, seemingly eager to spring into action. As I was about to take a step forward, I suddenly heard Suemo exclaim, Let us stop by the boat loft first to fetch the girl. The black horse nearly stumbled, casting a resentful glance back, as if blaming Suemo for not mentioning it sooner. Was it not evident that we were headed in two different directions? The carriage swiftly altered its course and sped toward the boat loft. Upon our arrival at the boat loft, Suemo and Guyu disembarked. only to be met by a small figure darting out from within, rushing into Su Mo's embrace. "Young master." The little girl clung tightly to Su Mo's waist, burying her head deep in his chest. Su Mo gently caressed the top of her head, feeling his heart swell with tenderness as he inhaled deeply. He resolved to approach matters with greater prudence in the future. Luo Yin emerged from the boat loft, her long skirt trailing behind her. Observing the girl nestled in Su Mo's arms, her expression bore a hint of exasperation. "You have not yet arrived." And this child was already proclaiming that the young master had come. Su Mo chuckled, affectionately patting the girl's head as she lifted her gaze to him. "How did you fare in today's palace examination, young master?" Beside them, Guyu chimed in with a grin. "Your esteemed young master has secured the top position." Su Mo's face darkened, resembling one who had just swallowed a whole, dead chicken. "In the future, do not mention those two words. They make me uneasy." The little girl looked up at him, her small head filled with great confusion. Su Mo promptly shifted the topic, saying, "Let us return to the academy." "All right." The little girl nodded eagerly, her joy evident as she adored that place. Su Mo glanced at Luo Yin, inquiring, "You?" "I will fetch the ink chin," Luo Yin replied, turning back toward the boat loft. Guyu immediately narrowed his eyes, casting a wary look at Su Mo, an aura of danger emanating from him. Su Mo. Chapter 53. The Academy. The melodious chirping of birds echoed through the misty mountains, where the trees swayed gracefully in the breeze, and the water danced like a flowing garment under the sun. The sky was a deep azure, unlike the drifting clouds. On the stony path winding through the mountains, Su Mo gasped for breath, his face etched with despair as he gazed at the seemingly endless trail ahead. "Senior sister, why must the academy be constructed halfway up the mountain?" Gu Yuhong, draped in flowing red robes, led the way ahead. Upon hearing Su Mo's inquiry, she turned back and pondered briefly before replying. "The dean mentioned that the mountainside is neither in the clouds nor in the realm of mortals." Pausing for a moment, Gu Yu continued, realizing that since Su Mo was now her junior disciple, there were certain truths that could not be concealed. "However, I have heard that there was once an academy situated here, but as time passed, it became deserted. The dean couldn't be bothered to rebuild it, so he simply moved in. Moreover, he couldn't even be bothered to change the name. Thus, when the dean speaks of the mountainside and the human realm, do not take it too seriously." Sumo's gaze turned vacant. It seemed that this academy was not a true academy after all. He glanced back down the mountain. "Is it too late for me to regret coming here? Never mind. It's not every day one gets to cling to a powerful figure." With a sigh, Su Mo laboriously ascended a few more steps, only to look ahead and realize the path had not grown any closer. Sigh. These steps seemed to have been in vain. Guyu observed Su Mo's foolish antics, her lips twitching slightly. "But why don't we simply take a carriage up instead of trudging along this difficult path?" Su Mo could not help but ask. The trail was exceedingly arduous. "This is your first time ascending the mountain, your first time awake on this journey. I am merely showing you the way." Su Mo inhaled deeply and trudged a couple more steps, feeling his legs grow sore and tremble incessantly. He then cast a pitiable glance at Guyu, senior sister. Guyu turned her head away. "I am tired today and do not wish to carry anyone." Su Mo then turned to Luo Yin, senior sister Luo. Luo Yin, carrying her inkstone, walked with steady steps, her demeanor calm and composed, exuding an air of fragility. She lowered her gaze to her feet, rubbing them gently against the ground while murmuring, "Men and women should not have physical contact." Guyu rolled her eyes. Su Mo then glanced at the little girl. "Young master." The little girl, with her innocent and naive eyes, seemed to understand Su Mo's plight. "I'm still small. I can't carry you." With a sigh, Su Mo turned back to the distant steps that seemed to stretch into oblivion, his expression one of utter hopelessness. "Little Su, your constitution is exceptionally frail." Guyu sighed. The little girl, upon hearing her words, covered her face and chuckled lightly. Luo Yin, having heard Guyu's remark, looked at the panting Su Mo and nodded in agreement. Su Mo's expression shifted dramatically. How could a son of the Flower Nation endure such indignity? He sprang into action, ascending the 100-stone steps in a single breath, surpassing Guyu before coming to a halt, his numb legs trembling incessantly. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth. "Damn it, I shall give it my all." Witnessing the sudden transformation in Su Mo, Gu Yu and the others were left speechless. Without pausing, Su Mo continued to sprint until he reached the mountainside, where he spotted the bamboo pavilion from his last visit. And the dean was observing him from the courtyard in front of it. Su Mo's eyes reddened, his legs weakened, and he fell to his knees. I have finally made it. The dean swiftly appeared before Su Mo, gazing down at the kneeling figure, his emotions complex. At last, I have found a disciple who understands the value of respecting his teachers. Gu Yu and the others approached, watching the intense exchange between Su Mo and the dean, bewildered. Gu Yu hesitantly inquired, "What is happening?" "Oh no." Upon hearing the voice behind him, Su Mo's complexion changed. He promptly bowed to the dean. Disciple Su Mo pays respects to the dean. I am certainly not weak-kneed. I am merely showing reverence to my master. Kneeling to heaven, to earth, to parents, and to teachers, it is entirely justified. Good child, good child. The dean's eyes brimmed with tears as he raised Su Mo to his feet, then cast a disdainful glance at Gu Yu. Gu Yu's lips twitched. All right, go fetch your fellow disciples. The dean instructed Gu Yu. Rolling his eyes, Gu Yu replied helplessly, The eldest is still asleep. I cannot wake him. The second and sixth are who knows where honing their skills. And the fourth and fifth are still under your confinement. The dean sighed, waving his hand, and two figures suddenly emerged from an obscure corner. As they landed, they immediately spotted the elegantly dressed Su Mo. These two were indeed the fourth and fifth disciples of the academy. The fourth and fifth disciples first bowed to the dean, then turned their curious eyes to Su Mo. Is this our junior disciple? The dean nodded, introducing him. Su Mo, the top scholar of this year's examination. Su Mo grimaced. Dean, could you refrain from mentioning that title in the future? The eyes of the fourth and fifth disciples brightened as they gazed at Su Mo's white scholar's robe, asking, A Confucian practitioner? Su Mo, bewildered, nodded. The two disciples exchanged glances, each seeing a spark of excitement in the other's eyes. They raised their voices in a jubilant cry. Heaven has shown mercy. Our academy finally has a Confucian practitioner. Who would dare say our academy lacks substance from now on? Su Mo looked at the dean in confusion, who sighed, Your fourth and fifth senior brothers. Su Mo promptly bowed to the fourth and fifth disciples. Junior disciple greets fourth and fifth senior brothers. Come, come, come. The fourth and fifth disciples enthusiastically draped their arms around Su Mo's shoulders. The senior brother confided in you, stating that henceforth, it would be just the two of us traversing this path, as the others in our academy are rather frivolous. Only the two of us embody normalcy. Henceforth, follow us, and we shall lead you to uncover the fabled lands. This is no idle boast. No one is more familiar with the majority of these realms than we are. When the time comes, the three of us, united as brothers, will undoubtedly sweep across the world as treasures. Haraha. The dean gazed skyward at the sun, feeling an overwhelming sense of foreboding for the future. With a heavy sigh, he waved his hand, and the fourth and fifth disciples immediately soared into the air, unwittingly plummeting down the mountainside. Little junior brother, wait for us. Once we finish our contemplation, we shall sweep through. Their voices faded into the distance, becoming increasingly faint until they vanished entirely. Su Mo looked at Gu Yu with a bewildered expression. Gu Yu sighed. Do you remember what I told you? You must learn to adapt. Aside from me, our academy harbors little that is normal. It would be wise to keep your distance from them, lest they lead you astray. Su Mo, in his innocence, nodded in agreement. Beside him, Luo Yin could not suppress an eye roll. What exactly is this fabled land? Su Mo could not contain his curiosity regarding the fabled lands mentioned by the fourth and fifth disciples. Luo Yin's lips twitched. It's merely grand tombs, ancestral graves, and such. Su Mo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The dean, observing the shift in Su Mo's demeanor, was immediately struck by a vivid image. Clad in flowing white scholar robes, Su Mo stood alongside his two senior brothers, pointing at a grand tomb and proclaiming, This shore and the other shore. Your grave and my family's open. The dean felt an immediate pall of gloom descend upon him, suddenly losing interest in all matters. He took a step forward and vanished, leaving only an echo of his voice in the void. I am weary today, let us rest. Tomorrow, I shall teach you the ways of Confucian cultivation. Su Mo and the others exchanged glances, each lost in contemplation. Chapter 54. Life and Death as a Game. First, settle down. I will arrange for you to meet your other senior brothers and sisters when the opportunity arises. Guyu said, looking at Su Mo with a resigned shrug. All right, Su Mo nodded in agreement. Luo Yin, carrying her, found an empty room to make herself comfortable. The little girl turned to Su Mo and said playfully, I want to stay with you, young master. Guyu observed the pair and, with a weary nod, replied, Do as you wish. I'm tired and will rest now. You can find your own accommodations. Choose whichever you prefer, as there is no one around. There is a lake behind, and several houses by the lakeside are unoccupied. You may go and take a look. Furthermore, do not be alarmed by anything unusual you may encounter. You will gradually become accustomed to it. This academy is devoid of anything normal. With that, she turned and walked away. The little girl was ecstatic to hear they would be by the lakeside. We will stay by the lake, she exclaimed joyfully. Very well, Su Mo said indulgently, ruffling her hair before taking her hand and heading towards the houses indicated by their third senior sister. Su Mo and the little girl found 2 adjacent houses by the lake, settling in comfortably. As twilight descended, after ensuring the little girl was resting, Su Mo sat cross-legged on a stone by the lakeside. The wind rustled the trees. Was it the trees swaying or the wind itself? Gazing at the darkening sky, Su Mo fell into deep contemplation. Although on the surface, the matters in the west of the city seemed to have reached a conclusion, several perplexing questions lingered in his mind. Firstly, why did the emperor suddenly present a blank scroll during this spring examination? This was quite illogical. Secondly, why did his seemingly exploratory essay, which bore no real significance, manage to make the list? Thirdly, why did the emperor entrust him with the Nian Chuan Lingyu, tasking him with its revelation? Fourthly, regardless of how negligent the prince and princess of Ying might have been, Tong Tong should not have encountered any mishap. Even if something did occur, given their prowess, they should have been able to perceive the signs in the west of the city, unless a formidable individual deliberately concealed everything. Fifthly, how did the woman cradling a swaddled infant manage to escape from such a place beneath the city, ultimately finding her way to the streets? Lastly, why was the academy prohibited from intervening in matters of national destiny? With eyes closed, Su Mo meticulously pondered each detail of the entire incident, weaving them together. He decided to analyze each point systematically, setting aside unrelated issues for the time being. The question of the Academy's inability to engage in national affairs could be disregarded for now, as it bore no logical connection to the overarching events. At least on the surface. Let us commence by analyzing the initial inquiry, beginning with a reverse analysis of the results. The enigmatic Wuji scroll serves as a pivotal indicator of certain truths. Su Mo furrowed his brow, grappling with the elusive answer. It appeared that something crucial was missing, an essential element that could weave the entire narrative together. Su Mo meticulously retraced the sequence of events, as vivid images flickered through his mind like frames of a film. Suddenly, 2 particular scenes emerged distinctly from the tapestry of recollections. Abruptly, Su Mo rose to his feet. The first image depicted himself being whisked away by the esteemed eunuch Ji from the front of a pleasure boat to the imperial palace. Inquiring of Ji how such a feat was accomplished, eunuch Ji had uttered a phrase, "Under heaven, all land belongs to the king." The second scene illustrated the emperor, under the pressure of the holy ancestor in the court, proclaiming the might of the nation's fortune with the same phrase, "Under heaven, all land belongs to the king." Su Mo murmured to himself, "Under heaven, all land belongs to the king. Under heaven, all land belongs to the king." The power of national fortune. Suddenly, a lightning bolt seemed to flash through his mind, sending a chill coursing through him. Confucian cultivation. What sets it apart from others? Su Mo wished fervently that he could instantly access information online in his previous life to discern the distinction between Confucian cultivators and other practitioners. Ah, yes. There was a great calamity within the spiritual sea. Su Mo's consciousness plunged into the depths of the spiritual sea, where he immediately beheld the ominous book of life and death suspended above him. The tome's cover was an inky black, seemingly crafted from a type of wood, with subtle and unpretentious patterns visible upon its surface. Secured by 3 bronze rings along its spine, it exuded an aura of extreme antiquity. Wisps of dark smoke coiled around the book, within which flashes of brilliance danced. The smoke appeared to ebb and flow, as if caught in an endless cycle. The 3 characters' book of life and death shimmered with a dim crimson light. resembling an ancient creature drawing breath. An utterly bizarre essence emanated from the book, oscillating between vitality and the pallor of death. Beneath the book of life and death, a woman of alluring grace and voluptuous form lay serenely upon the surface of the spiritual sea, her figure appearing grand and magnificent from a side view. Suemo wiped his nose, urging himself to remain calm. He resolved to address the matter at hand. He found himself no longer fearful of this great calamity, whether from numbness or from having witnessed the treachery of human hearts. If his conjecture held true, it would serve as a profound lesson on the terror of human nature. In contrast, this great calamity seemed almost endearing. It appeared the great calamity sensed Sumo's arrival, opening its eyes to cast a sidelong glance at him. "Oh, our little brother has finally finished his tasks. Remember to check your own spiritual sea?" The great calamity spoke with a teasing tone. "Look, is this book not magnificent? Your sister procured it for you." Before Suemo could utter a word, the ominous figure pointed towards the book of life and death above, and as she raised her hand, the loose sleeves fell gracefully. Suemo inhaled deeply, turning his head away. Amitba, one must not gaze upon the unseemly. At this moment, he could hardly afford to ponder the book of life and death. Resolving his uncertainties took precedence. "I have 2 inquiries I wish to pose," Suemo stated, regarding the ominous figure with a serious tone. The figure cast a sidelong glance at him. "Address me as sister." Sumo's lips twitched. "Sister Ominous, I have 2 questions I wish to ask. Speak." The woman, seemingly unoccupied, showed no reluctance to entertain Sumo's inquiries. "Are you familiar with the power of national fortune?" Suemo inquired. The ominous woman rolled her eyes. "If you were to ask me about the power of heavenly laws, I would be far more pleased. Who do you look down upon?" Nevertheless, she languidly sat up, pondering before responding. "You may perceive it as a kind of unconscious force recognized by heaven and earth, wielded by the emperor of a nation." Suemo took a deep breath and continued. "What can an emperor accomplish with this power? It can govern many aspects within the realm, such as teleporting oneself or others to any location within the nation, concealing the unique aura of any place, or..." The ominous figure seemed to imply something significant, gazing into Sumo's eyes, surveilling all mortals within the realm. Suemo, seemingly validated by her answer, felt a chill sweep through him. He then ventured, "Is there anything special about Confucian cultivators?" Upon hearing Sumo's query regarding Confucianism, the ominous woman's expression turned grave. "There are numerous distinctions between Confucianism and other forms of cultivation. Simply put, Confucian cultivators do not enter the cycle of reincarnation, nor do they shatter the divine essence." As she spoke, a teasing glint appeared in her eyes. "Confucianism is better suited to the power of national fortune." If Suemo regarded the ominous woman, what might be the reason someone would go to great lengths to usher another into the path of Confucianism? The ominous woman squinted, moving closer to Suemo. "Either that person is your father, or he desires your foundation in Confucianism." Sumo's expression became vacant, a chilling sensation coursing from his head to his toes, his heart inundated with unparalleled horror. So it is. Their objective was to create a Confucian cultivator. Yet the one they sought to cultivate was not Lu Feng, but rather me, Suemo. They utilized the power of national fortune to observe every mortal within the nation, selecting those with the most potential to embrace the path of Confucianism. Through the Lu family and the intricate web of life and death involving thousands, they aimed to lead me into Confucianism. That woman cradling an infant was merely a pawn sent to me. The answers to those questions could be elucidated in an instant. The wordless scroll is the final examination, testing my choices. Being on the list and the presence of Nian Chuanling, you are both integral parts of advancing the game. This also elucidates why Tong Tong unexpectedly entered the fray, managing to deceive the Wang couple. The force of national fortune can obscure the unique aura emanating from the western part of the city. Heh! Suemo chuckled, his laughter tinged with desolation. Chapter 55. Life is like a game of chess, how wonderful. Suemo trembled all over. He actually did this for me, to guide me into the path of Confucianism, for the foundation of my Confucian Tao. Reflecting on this, I realized that within the courtyard in the west of the city, I was never truly in danger. They would never allow me to perish. Even without the monks and Taoists, they would intentionally create a flaw to let me descend into the underground palace to take a look. No wonder the defenses in the west of the city were so feeble. only one foundational practitioner and a mere dozen individuals. Moreover, there was not a single soul underground. Thus, the subsequent 3 foundational practitioners were not there to kill. They merely came to investigate when the previous foundational practitioner deviated from their established rhythm. Everything became clear, interlinked, and logically coherent. He even calculated my disposition. Sumo's expression fell into desolation as he embraced the enigmatic woman known as Great Misfortune, burying his head deeply in her long hair, resembling a heartbroken child. Yet, in essence, was he not just a child? I once believed I was blameless before humanity, the heavens, Confucianism, and the countless wandering souls. I never anticipated that they would perish because of me. A flicker of irritation crossed the eyes of the Great Misfortune woman. But as she gazed at the disoriented Sumo, her demeanor softened once more. He was merely 16, still a child with an incomplete understanding. He was simply too frightened. You need not blame yourself. Their deaths are not your fault. In a chess game, there can never be just one pivotal piece. Even without you, other pieces would still enter the fray. They would still meet their demise. Great Misfortune spoke. Moreover, granting those departed souls liberation is, for them, an immense fortune. Great Misfortune recalled the grievances dissipating in the void above. Did you not see? In this world, countless resentful spirits bear endless grievances, unrelenting and trapped between life and death, unable to reincarnate. Indeed, I underestimated the complexity of an emperor. Sumo, nestled in the embrace of Great Misfortune, inhaled the faint, ethereal fragrance from her long hair, as if, in that moment, he had matured. How could an emperor be a mere simpleton? The Liu family truly staged a remarkable performance for the emperor. What could have driven them to willingly embrace death? Confucian scholars are so rigid. My own scholarly integrity has become my greatest flaw. Thus, even if I do not act, they would still possess means to advance the game. For instance, to abduct me, or perhaps, a deep terror flickered in Sumo's eyes. To take the girl away. A wave of inexplicable dread washed over Sumo. If I had not ventured there that day, they might very well have seized the girl underground. They would care not for her life or death. I cannot believe, this world truly believes, that an emperor of a nation cannot attain the way. It is not that he cannot attain it, but rather, he seeks to embrace the Confucian way. After a bout of emotional release, the spiritual sea fell into an abyss of silence. Within this ethereal ocean, no wind stirred, the waves surged, raising tendrils of mist. This extraordinarily bizarre realm appeared remarkably simple when juxtaposed with the world outside. The ominous woman gazed up at the vast stars above the spiritual sea, a hint of complexity surfacing in her enchanting eyes. As if reminiscing about past events, she sighed. The human heart is akin to the deep sea. One can only perceive the tranquility or turbulence upon the surface. The chasms beneath the deep sea remain forever unseen. The world is like a chessboard, with grand schemes controlling the smaller ones, each move influencing the next. The player is also a piece on the board. How can he not be a pawn of other players? This game may seem intricate, yet it is, in truth, quite superficial. It is riddled with flaws, otherwise, you would not perceive it so readily. Sumo's expression grew vacant as he solemnly inquired, "This game is superficial?" The ominous figure sighed, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. Some games can span millennia in a single move. Countless individuals live a lifetime, unaware that they are merely pawns in the game of certain existences. A single move spanning millennia. A chill enveloped Sumo. The ominous figure turned her gaze to Sumo, her expression suddenly serious. Remember, the human heart is far more intricate than you can imagine. There is no clear demarcation between pieces and players. A player may become a pawn in an instant, while a pawn may one day ascend to the status of a player. Sumo nodded gravely, etching the words of the ominous figure deep into his heart. If my foundation in the Confucian way were to be seized by him, what would become of me? Sumo asked. You would perish. The ominous figure replied. Sumo murmured, how should I navigate this game? I do not wish to die. He has the girl. He has the crown prince and his consort. The image of the crown prince and his consort standing before him, resisting the holy sect, was deeply imprinted in his mind. He had also promised the woman cradling the swaddled infant to provide this world with a clear and bright sky. He cannot die. The ominous figure observed Sumo's demeanor and could not help but burst into laughter. So now you comprehend fear? The great misfortune laughed heartily, causing waves of laughter to echo like a tempest. Suemo felt his emotions shattered in an instant, watching the slender figure of great misfortune, whose delicate attire could not conceal her voluptuous form swaying. He inhaled deeply and lifted his chin. Rest assured, you shall not perish. With me by your side, what is there to fear? As great misfortune concluded her laughter, she couldn't help but chuckle at Suemo's expression. You? Suemo merely glanced down momentarily before raising his head once more. This trivial game of chess cannot accommodate me. I assure you, you are safe. The words of great misfortune alleviated Suemo's worries significantly. After all, that night in the western part of the city, despite his unwavering consciousness, he was keenly aware that the terrifying methods of murder were indeed wielded by this very great misfortune. Moreover, your academy will not allow you to come to harm, your dean. Speaking of the academy, Suemo was instantly reminded of his final query. Why cannot the academy interfere in national affairs? I understand your concerns, great misfortune explained, yet your apprehension is unwarranted. This is due to the immense causal influence of the national fortune. Your academy cannot engage in such matters, as it would disrupt the dynamics of your chess game. Suemo exhaled. For as long as the academy remained uninvolved, it would serve as a sanctuary for the time being. If even the academy were entangled, he truly would not know how to navigate his existence. The academy is also engaged in chess. What kind of game is the academy playing? Upon hearing that the academy was also partaking in a game of chess, Suemo could not restrain his curiosity. Great misfortune sighed. Silly child, life is a game of chess in every aspect. A flicker of complexity crossed great misfortune's gaze as she regarded Suemo. Your concern should not be this minor game, but rather the grander scheme above it. The lives entwined in that larger game exceed your imagination. The repercussions of that game are so vast that even I find it challenging to ensure your safety. Chapter 56 The Emergence of Necromancy. Suemo nodded in a manner that suggested understanding, albeit faintly, before directing his gaze towards the tome titled The Book of Life and Death. The mere mention of the Book of Life and Death profoundly impacted Suemo, for in his previous life, it was universally acknowledged. However, this particular tome diverged significantly from the conceptual notion of the Book of Life and Death that he had in mind, for this volume was immense, towering to a height of 1.5 men, suspended in the void of the spiritual sea like a colossal, ancient door that remained firmly shut. The ebony cover of the book bore intricate and enigmatic patterns that evoked an indescribable sensation, akin to some arcane runes existing in the ether. The dark crimson characters spelling the Book of Life and Death glimmered with a faint, ominous light, as if inscribed upon a tombstone. Wisps of black smoke coiled around the tome, imparting an eerie ambience. Suemo furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by an idea. He turned to the great misfortune, astonished, inquired, "Does this not resemble two tomb gates fused together?" The woman known as Great Misfortune paused, her expression momentarily faltering as she scrutinized the book. Indeed, there was an air of funerary ambience about it. It hardly resembled anything of the mortal realm. Turning back to Suemo, Great Misfortune urged, "You should attempt to discern its utility." Very well, Suemo acquiesced, gazing blankly at his own Book of Life and Death. After a spell of silence, Great Misfortune could no longer restrain herself. "Why are you not trying it out? How do I use it?" Suemo queried. "You are a scholar. Why must I explain its usage to you?" Great Misfortune retorted. "But I am at a loss," Suemo replied, his innocence shining through. "Simply cast a spell, and it shall respond accordingly." Great Misfortune rolled her eyes, elaborating. "However, I have yet to learn any spells," Suemo admitted, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. "Perhaps I should try again tomorrow? The dean will instruct me in cultivation then." "That will not do," Great Misfortune interjected, her impatience palpable. "I can no longer wait." Ever since Suemo embarked on his path, this peculiar Book of Life and Death had materialized within his spiritual sea, inciting an insatiable curiosity within Great Misfortune. The sensation was akin to 100 claws scratching at her heart, a torment beyond measure. Although Great Misfortune sensed that Suemo's initiation into the path had undergone some peculiar transformation, likely linked to her own presence, the nature of Suemo's scholarly evolution was exceedingly bizarre, leaving the source of the issue shrouded in mystery. First and foremost, this enigmatic tome was the most perplexing element. After a moment of contemplation, Great Misfortune turned to Su-mo and declared, "Allow me to instruct you." Su-mo's eyes widened in disbelief. "Due to certain circumstances, there is no one in this realm more suited to teach you than I," Great Misfortune stated with an air of detachment. A flicker of skepticism crossed Su-mo's eyes, which was keenly perceived by Great Misfortune. She immediately narrowed her gaze, a hint of menace creeping into her expression. "Even the dean is not as capable?" Su-mo asked earnestly, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. Great Misfortune shook his head and remarked, "Your dean follows a rather unique path. He can teach you, yet he is not a Confucian adept, and thus may not impart knowledge effectively. However, without my presence, he would indeed be the most suitable teacher for you." Su-mo gazed at Great Misfortune and inquired, "And what about you? What is your path?" "You need not concern yourself with my path at present. Suffice it to say that my teachings closely align with the Confucian way, so instructing you poses no issue." Furthermore, Great Misfortune shot Su-mo a disapproving glance, evidently displeased with his demeanor. "Were it not for my eagerness to unravel the peculiarities of your tattered book, I would hardly take the trouble to teach you. My willingness to instruct you personally must surely stem from some fortunate legacy of your ancestors. Sit down. Allow me to first elucidate the remarkable aspects of the Confucian path." Great Misfortune seemed to find standing while speaking rather tiresome and settled down cross-legged, then directed Su-mo with a commanding tone. As Great Misfortune sat, the turbulent waves could not be entirely concealed by an ethereal veil, and Su-mo, from his elevated position, beheld it all. "I am but a child." Su-mo felt a slight warmth rise to his nose, inhaled deeply, and swallowed the heated breath. Great Misfortune appeared to notice Su-mo's discomfort, casting a fleeting glance downward, and chuckled. "At such a tender age, you possess quite a multitude of thoughts. Would you care to draw a little closer for a clearer view?" Su-mo's nose flushed again, and he took a sharp breath, waving his sleeve with a scholarly air. "Alas, we Confucian practitioners are imbued with righteous vigor. Dear Sister Great Misfortune, I implore you to refrain from such jesting. I truly cannot endure it." "Oh!" Great Misfortune laughed lightly, choosing not to expose the jest. Once Su-mo settled cross-legged, she began to explain the characteristics of the Confucian path. Confucian practitioners, as the name implies, enter the way through literature. Yet, the Confucian path is distinctly different from all other paths. Typically, practitioners cultivate their own strength, breaking through limitations to elevate their realms. While Confucian practitioners must also transcend their own constraints, they do so not through personal might, but rather through their comprehension of the principles governing the universe, enabling them to break through limitations and ascend in their cultivation. Confucian practice revolves around the understanding and mastery of these cosmic principles. "I have a question," Su-mo interjected. "Ask away." Great Misfortune nodded, clearly pleased with Su-mo's promptness in raising questions. "What are the principles governing the universe?" Su-mo asked, a touch of shyness evident in his voice, fearing his inquiry might seem rather naive. This question can be clarified with a few examples. Great Misfortune offered. "Why does 1 + 1 = 2, and not 3? "Because it simply equals 2. Su-mo replied. "Why must water always flow downhill?" "Because water flows downward." "Why does the practice of cultivation exist in this world?" At this, Su-mo's expression shifted. The final question seemed entirely unrelated to the previous two. But is there truly no connection at all? What gives rise to the path of cultivation? It exists already. Why must water flow downward? Because gravity is already at play. Why does 1 + 1 = 2? Because 1 + 1 has always equaled 2. The rules, in essence, are pre-existing regulations. Might there be worlds where 1 + 1 does not equal 2? Could there be realms devoid of gravity? Is it possible that in some worlds, the path of cultivation does not exist? Yes, that is the ultimate answer. Su-mo knows. It seems as though Su-mo has grasped something from the void. Is this the law of heaven and earth? Deshion gazed at Su-mo, who was lost in contemplation, with an expression of disbelief. She perceived that Su-mo appeared to understand. Such insight. Deshion looked in astonishment at the gradually brightening eyes of Su-mo, fearing that Su-mo's comprehension might not be profound enough. She was about to continue explaining when, unexpectedly, Su-mo, seated in a meditative posture, suddenly extended a finger towards a void between Deshion and himself. In this space, there should be fire. A surge of spiritual energy converged from the surroundings, gathering at the point before Su Mo's fingertip. At that moment, a tremor rippled through the ledger of life and death above them, and a peculiar, eerie fluctuation infused itself into the spiritual power that was coalescing around them. The two forms of energy intertwined, amalgamating at the tip of Su Mo's finger. With a whoosh, an enigmatic, inky flame ignited in the air before Su Mo's fingertip. De Xiong watched in horror as the ink-colored flame, altered by the intervention of the ledger of life and death, transformed before her eyes. The Nether Fire. Chapter 57. This shore and the other shore the beings entered the river of oblivion, and the ghostly flames ferried the wandering souls. This is impossible. The great misfortune gazed vacantly, suddenly recalling something. He abruptly lifted his head to look at the register of life and death, remaining silent for a long while. After a spell of silence, try once more to sever your connection with this book in your heart, and then attempt the incantation again. The great misfortune spoke with utmost seriousness, and Su Mo sensed a peculiar tension. Following the instructions of the great misfortune, Su Mo mentally disconnected from the register of life and death and attempted again. Here, there should be fire. Whoosh. This time, the register did not interfere with Su Mo's execution of the Confucian Taoist technique. The flames that appeared were merely a cluster of red fire, bright and serene. The great misfortune let out a soft sigh of relief. Thankfully, it could still be controlled. Otherwise, it would pose a significant dilemma for Su Mo. With a grave expression, the great misfortune regarded Su Mo and spoke each word deliberately. From now on, you should avoid using this book whenever possible. If you can discard it, then do so. For the first time, Su Mo witnessed such a demeanor from the great misfortune, causing his heart to leap. Cautiously, he inquired, "Is there a problem? The causality of this book is far too great. You cannot bear it." The great misfortune cast his gaze towards the eerily suspended register of life and death in the void. Su Mo furrowed his brow. "What exactly is this causality you keep mentioning?" Causality is exceedingly elusive and cannot be precisely articulated. The great misfortune began. But it is akin to consuming a fruit by the roadside. You must be prepared for someone to come seeking payment from you. That is causality. For reasons unknown, Su Mo felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing the great misfortune speak of fruit, someone, and payment. It seemed she was not merely referring to fruit, someone, and payment. The implications behind those words were obscured, yet they felt profoundly ominous. Su Mo nodded, half comprehending. The great misfortune observed him thoughtfully for a moment. Without the ability to use his life-bound spiritual object, he lacked certain means of self-preservation. Since this is Confucian Tao, you should be able to employ my techniques as well. I will prepare, and tomorrow night, come to me, and I shall teach you some methods of assassination. Assassination methods? I thought we were discussing self-preservation? Su Mo was taken aback. The great misfortune gazed at Su Mo with utter seriousness. I know your Confucian Tao is filled with righteousness, and that your heart is clear. However, you must always remember, this is a world that devours without leaving bones. All methods are employed for survival. The greatest means of self-preservation is to eliminate your enemies. Su Mo nodded earnestly, grasping the essence of the great misfortune's words. After experiencing the events of this period, he now understood the paramount importance of strength in this world. It may be unnecessary, but it must not be absent. One must inevitably grow and shed the rigid thinking of a past life. Su Mo sighed. In this world, there are no laws, only the rules of the strong. Thus, safeguard the spark that resides within your heart in this world. Let thunder shatter thunder, and darkness dispel darkness. Upon realizing this, De Xiong subtly nodded in approval. He was benevolent, yet not naive. She feared that Su Mo would be as obstinate as other Confucian cultivators, for such rigidity would render one ineffectual in this world, especially when one is already treading the path of immortality. Very well, you may leave. Sister needs to rest. De Xiong waved her hand dismissively, seemingly a bit impatient. She then stretched languidly, and the surging waves appeared as mountains from afar and peaks up close, quite a sight to behold. Su Mo felt a warmth in his nostrils and immediately tilted his head towards the vast expanse of stars. De Xiong cast a glance at Su Mo and gently waved her hand, expelling the dazed Su Mo from his own spiritual sea. Su Mo regained his senses, albeit with a tinge of regret. Nevertheless, the confusion in his heart was finally resolved, and the burden regarding the academy had lifted not to mention the assurance for his safety. After all, De Xiong had vowed to protect him. Once he set aside his numerous worries, Sumo's playful spirit, reminiscent of a child, came alive again. Here, there should be light. With a flourish of his hand, a wave of spiritual energy rippled forth. A glimmer of light materialized before Sumo, akin to a candle in the dark, igniting a flicker of warmth in his heart. After a moment, the light gradually faded, plunging Sumo into contemplation. The realm of Confucianism was indeed peculiar. The arts of Confucianism did not draw from the internal spiritual energy, but directly engaged with the spiritual forces of the universe to achieve the desired effects. It was akin to an unconventional path of cultivation, a favored child of the cosmos. Since Confucianism communicates with the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, primarily through perception. Might the outcomes differ based on the words spoken? After some reflection, Sumo addressed the pitch-black surface of the lake. The road ahead is vast. The stars ought to be brilliant. The spiritual energy upon the lake transformed into undulating waves, ultimately coalescing into countless shimmering stars that illuminated the entire surface. Each star resembled a firefly from a past life, glowing brightly, seemingly illuminating the path home within Sumo's heart. Sumo was left speechless, gazing at his own hands. He murmured to himself, "I, Su, have finally hung one. Ha ha ha." Suppressing his excitement, Sumo turned to the great tree beside him and tentatively spoke. At this moment, there should be wind. A gentle breeze arose, swaying the branches and leaves of the tree, causing Sumo's white Confucian robe to flutter lightly. By the lakeside, under the starlit sky, Sumo, clad in white, swayed in the gentle breeze, becoming increasingly entranced by the starlight and the wind. When he finally came to his senses, the twinkling lights upon the lake had vanished. Sumo pondered again, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. The time has come to unleash my imagination. I refuse to believe that Confucianism and Taoism merely confine one to the menial tasks of gathering firewood and fanning flames like a mere cook. On this shore and the other, I ought to be on the opposite bank. With a surge of spiritual energy, Sumo blinked, and in the moment he regained his senses. He found himself on the opposite shore of the lake he had just been at. Sumo was dumbfounded, gazing across the lake at the distant shore. He was too astonished to utter a word. Can Confucianism and Taoism truly be wielded in such a manner? Sumo raised his hand and pinched himself fiercely. Ouch! That hurt. Rubbing his reddened arm, he fell into a daze. Indeed, the realm of Confucianism and Taoism is expansive. The breadth of one's imagination determines the extent of their abilities. However, upon closer inspection, this resembles a type of character from a game in a past life, supportive, flashy and ornate, yet lacking in any real damage. Sumo could hardly believe that merely shouting at an adversary, "Heavenly Tao, you shall perish," would be sufficient to vanquish them. Confucianism is not a path of murder. To vanquish foes, one must rely on what great calamity tomorrow may offer him. Suddenly, Sumo felt the exhilarating urge to share the good news of his newfound understanding of Confucianism with his third senior sister. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself, murmuring, "On this shore and the other, I shall appear before my third senior sister." With a flash before his eyes, when his vision cleared, he beheld a graceful figure, a dazzling sight of pure white. Guyu lifted her head, gazing at the suddenly appearing Sumo, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Sumo wore a dazed expression. Guyu turned away, silently drawing her long sword. Chapter 58. Laughter and Tears. The following day, the dean gazed at the bruised and battered Sumo, utterly perplexed. What on earth had transpired? Unable to contain himself, Sumo cast a glance at his third senior sister, Guyu, only to find her squinting at him, her eyes brimming with a menacing threat. Last night, the moment Sumo saw his third senior sister draw her sword, he was instantly jolted into clarity, inwardly lamenting his fate. He hastily exclaimed, "On this shore and the other, I shall remain outside." As soon as Guyu donned her attire and pursued the fleeing Sumo, she sealed his cultivation. Although she refrained from striking him with her sword, she certainly vented her frustrations with a thorough beating. Turning away, Sumo dared not meet Guyu's gaze and muttered sulkily, "It was too dark at night. I tripped." The dean, wearing a skeptical expression, turned to the third disciple, only to find her coldly scrutinizing him. Clearing his throat, the dean dared not inquire further. Today, I shall impart to you the initial understanding of Confucian Taoism. He began, taking his seat to commence the lesson. Confucian Taoism, unlike other doctrines, is unique in its essence. The dean spoke eloquently. With his swollen face, Su Mo listened attentively, gradually realizing that the content echoed the great danger from the previous night. Surely, they were utilizing the same teaching materials? While other cultivators focused on personal refinement, Confucian Taoism emphasizes the comprehension of celestial principles, right? Su Mo inquired cautiously, his face still bruised. The dean paused, regarding Su Mo with a look of approval. However, to manifest the arts of Confucian Taoism is an arduous endeavor, requiring one to first grasp the significance of celestial rules, then perceive the spiritual energies of the cosmos through personal experience, and finally to project one's thoughts into the manifestation of Confucian arts, akin to creating a small and fleeting set of celestial rules. The dean continued. After a moment's hesitation, Su Mo felt compelled to demonstrate his current progress, lest he squander the dean's valuable insights. Like this, he said, extending a finger towards the void. Here, there should be fire. A small flame ignited, flickering with a reddish glow. The radiant firelight cast a painful hue upon the dean's visage. Snapping back to reality, the dean chuckled awkwardly and nodded approvingly at Su Mo. It seems your comprehension is quite commendable. However, do not let pride consume you. The path of Tao is profoundly mysterious. Different realms yield different terminologies and results. My heart as the guide, the universe as the fuel. Ignite. With that, a surge of spiritual energy rippled through the void, and flames erupted spontaneously, transforming the air into a vast sea of fire. The dean stared in astonishment at the fiery expanse above. Guyu, standing nearby, smirked knowingly. She was aware that Su Mo's capabilities extended far beyond this. The dean waved his hand, dissipating the ocean of flames. After a moment of silence, he retrieved a book and a jade flute from his robes and presented them to Su Mo. This book contains some introductory practices of Confucian Taoism. Study it on your own, given your aptitude. This heart flute is bestowed upon you. It should harmonize well with your Confucian and Taoist practices. The dean appears somewhat melancholic. This young disciple proves difficult to teach. Do you have any questions? Su Mo nodded, recalling the little girl still indulging in slumber, and inquired of the dean, "Am I permitted to let her learn the cultivation techniques from the book given to me by Senior Sister San?" The dean was immediately enveloped in silence. In this stillness, Su Mo's once eager smile began to stiffen. What is it? Is it because the girl is not enrolled in the academy and thus cannot learn its techniques? Guyu could not help but furrow her brow, directing her gaze at the dean. In her recollection, the dean held no such reservations, and his current reaction certainly hinted at a deeper issue. The dean sighed, looking at Su Mo with an expression tinged with complexity as he shook his head. It is not that. Rather, the girl is fundamentally incapable of cultivating. Su Mo was taken aback. Why? I observed this when you were unconscious in the academy, the dean said slowly. The girl has certain issues that prevent her from cultivating. As Su Mo listened to the dean's earnest words, his heart gradually sank, and he forced a couple of dry laughs. Hee. What problems could the little girl possibly have? The dean regarded Su Mo's expression and sighed deeply. Her soul is incomplete. To be precise, she possesses only a fragment of a soul. Thus, she cannot retain memories, nor can she grasp any knowledge. No texts, doctrines, or cultivation methods can leave an imprint upon her soul. Su Mo's gaze became vacant, recalling how the little girl could not even remember her own name and could not read any books. He felt despondent, lowering his head and murmuring to himself, if she cannot remember, then so be it. I shall find a way later, even if it requires various rare materials. I will ensure the little girl becomes a cultivator. The dean, upon hearing Su Mo's soliloquy, sighed once more. She cannot afford to wait. Su Mo raised his head to look at the dean, his face a canvas of confusion. An incomplete soul means she will not live past 12. The dean's words struck Su Mo like a thunderbolt, exploding in his heart. He began to laugh, shaking his head. This is impossible. The girl is perfectly fine now. How could she not live past 12? She is unwell. Her amnesia is already exceedingly severe, and it will only worsen, until she forgets everyone and everything, ultimately fading away. The dean continued to shake his head, his cruel words slicing through Su Mo's soul like a curved blade. Suemo bowed his head in silence, as if he were a withered tree. A gentle breeze stirred, causing this desolate tree to tremble. The joy that had arisen from enlightenment vanished in an instant, as if the very reason for his path had become irretrievable. I merely aspire to cultivate my abilities and to live a fulfilling life alongside my dear companion in this world. Suemo gazed at the ground beneath his feet, a chilling sensation inexplicably creeping up from the earth. He lifted his gaze towards the dean, seeking affirmation. Surely, there must be a solution, mustn't there? The dean, enveloped in silence, shook his head in resignation. Observing Suemo on the verge of despair, a deep sigh of helplessness escaped him. Perhaps it was premature to disclose this to him. Suemo shook his head, forcing a smile. In his eyes, the reflection of the crimson twilight shimmered. I refuse to believe it. In this vast and uncertain world, how could there be no remedy for a fragmented soul? Guyu watched as Suemo spiraled into madness, her previously simmering resentment transforming into profound sorrow. Little Su. Suemo turned to his third senior sister, tears glistening in his eyes. Third senior sister. I cannot accept this. There must be a way, right? In that moment, Suemo seemed to revert to a child, utterly helpless as his beloved sister faced an insurmountable crisis. The once spirited genius of cultivation was now transformed into a sorrowful child. Little Su. Guyu gazed at the heartbroken Suemo, her voice trembling with emotion. I refuse to believe it. Suemo raised his head, his expression resolute. Suddenly, from a nearby corner, a soft sob broke the silence. Everyone turned to see a small figure emerging, her face adorned with tears. The little one looked at Suemo's anguished expression and mustered a feeble smile. Young Master. Chapter 59, The Little Boat. Young Master. I wish to have a chicken leg. The little girl wiped the tears from her face and smiled, as if she had heard nothing moments before. All right. Suemo slowly approached and took the tiny hand of the little girl, a smile gracing his face. The young master will take you to buy some. It was as if nothing had been said moments prior. Hand in hand, the pair descended the mountain together. On this day, it seemed as though nothing had transpired. Merely a gluttonous little girl had sought out her tutor, who had just finished his lessons, insisting on a chicken leg. And the elegantly attired young master, unable to resist the little girl's pleas, led her into the town. With smiles adorning their faces, the little girl and Suemo both radiated joy. Yet their steps lacked the carefree spirit they once possessed. Observing the retreating figures of the big and small, bound to each other, those behind felt the beauty of spring diminish, even taking on a tinge of melancholy. A nest perched atop the treetops stirred as its inhabitants were awakened by the warm spring breeze, peering out to see two silhouettes making their way down the mountain. The birds displayed a look of confusion, shaking their heads before retreating into the nest, burying their heads beneath their wings, gradually drifting back into slumber. They did not understand why those two chose to wander in this chilly spring day instead of remaining in their warm abode. They did not comprehend why, if they chose to leave, they did so at such a leisurely pace. Young master, carry me. The little girl lifted her gaze to Suemo. Appearing weary, Suemo affectionately ruffled her hair, eliciting a satisfied smile, before crouching down to hoist her upon his back. A heavy sigh escaped him, though it went unheard. The little girl pouted, seemingly displeased with her hair being tousled, yet she offered no resistance. She had never resisted. What Suemo said was law to her. Young master, the little girl called out, relishing in the sound of it. She could only recall matters pertaining to him. Young master was the phrase she uttered most frequently each day. Suemo turned to behold the little girl, her face blooming with joy. Am I heavy? She inquired. Heavier. Suemo playfully shifted her weight on his back. Can the young master still carry me? She asked, tilting her head. Even if you grow as hefty as a pig, I shall still bear you, Suemo declared, continuing down the mountain. How rude. The young master is the one turning into a pig. The little girl pouted, evidently not pleased with his description, thoroughly dissatisfied. Even if the young master becomes a pig, I shall still be carried. Suemo chuckled. Then, will the young master carry me for a lifetime? Indeed, once I become a master of the scholarly way, I shall carry you to conquer the world. All right, it is settled then. The young girl nestled against Suemo's back, resting her head sideways, so the young master would remain oblivious to the tears that streamed down her cheeks. Little did she know that those tears soaked through Su Mo's scholarly robe, reaching the depths of his heart. In the future, when the young master became a master of Confucianism, carrying her on his back as he traversed the world, her eyes brimmed with immeasurable hope and regret. Feelings Su Mo could not perceive, yet he understood. The melodious calls of birds echoed, seemingly attempting to awaken the slumbering forest. The path leading to the academy and the road descending from the mountain remained unchanged, yet it was revealed that descending was far more arduous than ascending. In the bustling city, voices mingled amidst the clamor. Vendors set up their stalls, and passers-by ambled along. "Ah, candied hawthorn!" the little girl suddenly exclaimed, pointing excitedly. The candied hawthorn vendor, noticing Su Mo carrying the girl, promptly approached. "Would this young master like to buy a skewer for this little miss?" "It's a maidservant," the girl corrected from Su Mo's back. The vendor was taken aback, seemingly perplexed by the sight of a young master carrying his own maidservant. Su Mo turned his head, affectionately ruffling the girl's hair, and addressed the vendor. "Please, give me one skewer." Two, the girl interjected. The vendor glanced at Su Mo, awaiting his confirmation. Su Mo smiled. "Then let it be two." "Certainly." The vendor cheerfully handed 2 skewers of candied hawthorn to Su Mo. As he offered one to the girl, she only accepted a single skewer. After Su Mo settled the payment and began to leave, the vendor, lowering his head to tuck the coins away, suddenly felt a sense of familiarity about the young master. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his head and muttered to himself, gazing in the direction Su Mo and the girl had departed, that is, Su Zhuangyuan, gently placing the candied hawthorn aside. The vendor brushed off the dust from his clothing and slowly knelt on the ground, bowing deeply towards the direction in which Su Mo had disappeared. On that day, amidst the ethereal realm above the palace, one figure was that of his wife. The events in the western part of the city and those within the palace had become common knowledge. They recognized that the frail scholar standing against the aristocratic cultivators was none other than Su Zhuangyuan. The palace had displayed the gold list, featuring Su Mo's likeness. They understood that Su Zhuangyuan was the young man clad in white, Su Mo, who shimmered like sunlight. He embraced the world with his heart, and the world reciprocated with affection. Carrying the little girl, Su Mo seemed to wander aimlessly, simply indulging her whims. He purchased chicken legs and candied hawthorn, continuing to roam and buy, as if determined to acquire everything that the girl cherished. As Su Mo strolled through several streets with the girl on his back, countless individuals recognized him as the esteemed Su Zhuangyuan of the day. The gazes directed at the 2 small figures were filled with admiration and reverence. As the day drew to a close, Su Mo felt no fatigue whatsoever, while the little girl clutched an assortment of delectable treats in her hands. "Young master, shall we return to our quaint painting boat?" she suggested. "Certainly." Su Mo acquiesced, always compliant to her wishes. He had consistently yielded to her whims. Yet, he pondered whether that boat still awaited them. Upon their return to the familiar riverbank, the modest painting boat lay quietly moored, its tether seemingly reinforced by recent hands. A path had been cleared along the bank leading to the vessel's bow, as if it were anticipating the return of the Su siblings to their home. Turning back, Su Mo noted the radiant smiles among the crowd, their warmth particularly illuminating. You see, the human heart harbors not only malice but also kindness. Even the ordinary folk understood who among them was sincere. They recognized that those who gather wood for others should not be left to perish in the tempest. They knew this was the abode of Scholar Su and his devoted maid. Chapter 60. The burden of grief. The melodious chirping of birds heralds the arrival of spring, while the hum of insects signals the warmth of summer. In the courtyard, Luoyin delicately plays the guqin, the ethereal notes meandering through the mountainous landscape. Clad in crimson, Guyu gracefully approaches. Casting a glance at Luoyin before lifting her gaze towards the distant library, she sighs softly. Is he still up there? Luoyin's attention follows to the library, her fingers ceasing their dance upon the strings, and she exhales a gentle sigh. 3 long months have elapsed. He has not stirred an inch. Guyu's expression is a tapestry of emotions. Su Mo asserts he refuses to believe that no means exists to save the young girl. Su Mo insists he would sacrifice everything just to secure her safety. Su Mo declares, even if the entire world offers no solution, he shall unearth a way, regardless of the cost. The library, brimming with countless tomes, is where Sumo is convinced he will discover the answer. For these past 3 months, the academy has been enveloped in an unprecedented pall of sorrow. The eldest senior brother has awakened briefly, meeting with Sumo, only to retreat back into slumber. He remarked, should there be a need for his assistance, one may summon him with a heartfelt melody. The second and sixth brothers have also returned to the academy during this period. Yet, the second brother's bird has mysteriously vanished. The sixth brother, too, has lost his usual cheerfulness. It appears this journey has altered them significantly. Neither has spoken much about it. After meeting Sumo, the second brother shook his head, sighing as he descended the library steps, simply stating that it is best for him to remain there. It poses no harm to him. The fourth and fifth brothers have been released by their master, exuberantly wishing to invite Sumo to explore the royal tombs, only to be halted by Guyu. Upon hearing of Sumo's plight with the girl, the two brothers could only exhale a sigh, departing alone. They mentioned their intent to scour the various blessed lands for any treasures that might lend assistance. The headmaster, too, frequently ventures out, occasionally returning to offer a fleeting glance before hastily departing once more. Sumo has spent 3 months ensconced within the library, tirelessly poring over its myriad volumes, delving into the realms of medicine, alchemy, spirit arts, and botany. Without a specific aim, he engages with every text he deems remotely relevant. Thanks to his mastery in Confucianism, he possesses an extraordinary capacity for retention, able to comprehend and memorize content with but a single glance. From spirit arts to botany. As he continues his relentless reading, his cultivation has progressed, reaching the pinnacle of qi training, merely a step away from foundational establishment. Young master, perhaps you should take a sip of water, the girl gently offers, presenting a cup as she ascends to the library. Sumo, disheveled with unkempt hair and his white robes in disarray, sits cross-legged upon the library floor, encircled by towering shelves of books, each tome appearing to have been perused thoroughly. Gazing intently at the myriad of books, Sumo was enveloped in a profound obsession and bewilderment, reflected in the eyes of the young maid. She yearned to halt Sumo's fervent pursuit of knowledge, to implore him, young master, I fear not for my life. There is no need for such sacrifice on my behalf. I am but a humble maid you rescued from the roadside. Yet, the little maid also longed to remain by his side. What if, by some miracle, he were to discover a solution? Moreover, her second elder brother had assured her that this endeavor posed no detriment to Sumo. Thus, this notion lingered quietly in her heart, a small act of selfishness. However, witnessing Sumo's relentless study brought her profound sorrow. Oh, I am here. Sumo turned to the maid, beckoning her over. Come, come. He invited her to sit beside him, gesturing towards the tome he was perusing. Today, I have read about the nurturing aspects of the soul path. Did you know that one's spirit can be fortified with divine elixirs? Sumo's delight was palpable, and the little maid's heart swelled with joy at his happiness. Please, young master, have a sip of water, she offered, presenting him with a cup. Very well, he replied, taking a sip before setting it aside to resume his reading. The maid stood, carefully stacking the books he had already consulted, placing them aside. You need not revisit those, Sumo remarked. She was aware of his remarkable memory. Yet as she glanced at the towering stack of tomes, a flicker of despair crossed her mind. Had he truly exhausted every possibility? Could any solutions be hidden among the remaining volumes? Watching Sumo's hurried page-turning, the little maid felt a profound sense of reluctance. If no remedy existed, merely encountering him in this lifetime had already fulfilled her heart's desire. With tears brimming in her eyes, she retrieved a comb and approached him from behind, gently untangling his flowing hair. Outside, the chirping of insects resonated, as if sharing their innermost feelings, yearning to convey more in their fleeting existence. Young master, your hair has turned considerably grayer, she observed softly while tending to his locks. Sumo waved dismissively. What of it? Let it be. The more there is, the less one can pluck away. The maid nodded, continuing her delicate ministrations. Her technique remained as graceful as ever, and as she secured his hair, Sumo appeared ever so slightly more refined. Upon fully gathering his long hair, she realized with a pang that nearly half of it had turned white. Though the majority remained dark, the strands of silvery white had cast a muted grayish hue over his once lustrous mane. The sight of Sumo's prematurely aged hair ignited a tumult of emotions within the maid. At last, the young girl spoke. Young master, perhaps you should take a break. Is it really necessary to rush? What is the matter? Suemo turned his head to look at the girl, only to find her eyes brimming with tears. My dear girl, she inhaled deeply, as if her nose were slightly congested. I simply do not wish for you to be so fatigued. Hearing her words, Suemo chuckled lightly and shook his head. This book contains a myriad of wonders. Though I have already achieved the lofty title of the top scholar, I yearn to learn even more. He refrained from expressing his desire to find a remedy for the young girl, but how could she not understand? He merely wished to relieve her of any burdens in her heart. He did not want her to be constantly reminded of the brevity of his life. He wished for her to believe that his relentless pursuit of knowledge was not a consequence of her plight. The young girl remained silent, tears glistening in her eyes. Suemo shook his head with a smile and asked, "Have you written your journal today?" The girl shook her head. Suemo feigned anger, saying, "Then hurry and write." The girl retrieved the journal she had penned, where she had only inscribed a few words. Today, the summer cicadas sing long. Yet I see the young master's hair has turned white. Chapter 61. This year's snow, the chirping of insects gradually quieted, and the leaves swayed in the autumn breeze, painting the mountains in hues of yellow. The fallen leaves spread like a crimson tapestry, while the birds sang longingly. A single autumn leaf was blown into the study, drifting gently to rest upon Suemo's long hair, which he seemed to disregard. Looking around, the open window of the study was already blanketed with fallen leaves. A gust of wind stirred them slightly, as if the breeze lacked the strength to displace them. It was uncertain whether it was the wind, the leaves, or the boy seated like a withered tree that imparted a sense of melancholy to the scene. A mesmerizing, ethereal figure gradually materialized behind Suemo, observing him as he perused a book titled The Compendium of Flora. It sighed and remarked, "There is no need to examine this. It bears little difference from the Flora manuscript you perused a couple of days ago." Suemo shook his head, continuing to turn the pages. Though the Compendium of Flora was indeed similar to the Flora manuscript, it contained additional entries on various plants. I shall continue to look. Perhaps I might uncover some clues, he thought. The enchanting figure sighed again, gazing at the now graying Suemo. I have long stated that your little girl is not a fragment of a shattered soul. She is merely a complete yet imperfect spirit destined to dissipate, a fate beyond human control. Finishing the Compendium of Flora, Suemo set it aside and picked up a book on pharmacology. I do not believe in fate. Do not neglect your cultivation, either. You should also peruse the books I have given you. The beguiling figure sighed, leaving behind this admonition before vanishing from sight. Suemo silently nodded. He had only glanced through the book bestowed upon him by the ominous figure, committing its contents to memory, though he had yet to find the time to experiment with them. The book detailed techniques of murder, albeit distinct from the mundane paths. Its methods were peculiar, seemingly allowing the teachings of Confucianism to amalgamate with all other disciplines, such as enabling Suemo to wield swordsmanship through Confucian principles. As for the ledger of life and death, aside from its ability to disrupt Suemo's techniques and induce anomalies, it appeared to serve no other purpose. Despite his attempts, it hung there indifferently, as though it were unconcerned with the affairs of the world. Young master, a little girl entered the study, sitting beside Suemo and gently resting her head upon his shoulder. Her cascading hair brushed against his arm, swaying softly with the breeze. Suemo turned his head, smiling as he affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair, pushing aside the unruly strands that the wind had tousled against her face. Word has spread that the entrance to the divine realm has opened. Many have entered, but countless have perished. It is said that few have returned, causing quite a stir in the world. The girl gazed up at Suemo's pale face, gradually recounting the happenings beyond their confines. Suemo paused, shaking his head. It has nothing to do with us. Indeed. The young girl nodded slightly, then lowered her head, seemingly somewhat despondent as she continued. It seems I've forgotten many things lately. Some of them are very important, yet I simply cannot recall. A hint of wistfulness flickered across her innocent and naive face. Suemo felt an overwhelming tenderness surge within him. He set aside the book in his hands and embraced the little girl in his arms. With a gentle smile, he reassured her, "It's all right. Haven T, I always encouraged you to keep a journal. If you forget, you can always glance at your notes, and the memories will surely return." However, the little girl's eyes could not help but shed a couple of tears. "I am so afraid that one day I will forget about you, young master," She pressed her head tightly against Sumo's chest, wishing to permanently etch his scent into her memory. If that happens, I would truly have nothing left. Sumo's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he looked up and smiled faintly. Then, will you forget about me? The little girl raised her head to meet Sumo's gaze, where she saw boundless affection reflected back at her. I will not. I will never forget you, young master. Even if I forget everything else, I will always remember you. She spoke with the solemnity of a child making a promise to an adult. All right, then we have an agreement. I must never forget you. Otherwise, you will have nothing left. A gust of autumn wind swept through, rustling the leaves that had gathered in the library, passing by the two who clung to each other, bound by fate. The wind seemed to shake its head gently, sighed, and departed through the opposite window, leaving behind 2 more leaves caught in the library and a sense of desolation. As autumn leaves finally fell, the birds ceased their songs. The northern winds grew cold, heralding the arrival of the first snow upon the mountains. In a world blanketed in white, the view from the academy revealed a landscape of pure, unblemished snow. The library stood tall beside the academy, offering a far-reaching vista. Yet all that met the eye was a monochromatic realm. In the courtyard, Luo-Yin, dressed in a white gown, caressed the inkstone in the snow, the melodies intertwining with the snowy mountains. The others at the academy watched the 2 figures atop the library, shaking their heads with a sigh. The falling snow seemed almost ethereal, as if it were not snow at all. Suemo, with his head of white hair, sat by the window, cradling the small child in his arms, gazing out at the sunlit snow with a pallid countenance. The empty shelves in the library spoke of a year spent poring over every tome, leaving only a single volume, the Compendium of Divine Herbs, beside him, with naught else surrounding it. All the other volumes lay piled high to one side, resembling an insurmountable wall that obstructs the path to life, rendering it impossible to traverse or enter. Yet, the Chronicles of Divine Herbs rests there, with a page turned to a few poignant words, flowers of the other shore. When the flowers bloom on the other shore, they bloom unseen. The flowers do not reveal their leaves, nor do the leaves show the flowers. We cherish each other in longing without sight. Yet, they may linger in spirit, mending the fragments of the soul. Alas, following these words, a striking line of red annotation reads, After Confucius severed the heavens, the world shall know no more of the flowers of the other shore. Young master, it seems the little girl has forgotten many things. The young girl lay in Sumo's embrace, gazing vacantly at the expansive whiteness outside the window. Suemo lowered his head, observing the tiny figure in his arms, and could not help but gently caress the girl's cheek, smiling softly as he mused. If forgotten, let it be forgotten. It is not of great significance. The little girl looked at Sumo's head of white hair, which appeared so mournful and desolate amidst the swirling snow. Yet, it seemed she had already forgotten the scene of their first meeting. Chapter 62. As Suemo gently caressed the long hair of the little girl nestled in his embrace, he tenderly tucked it aside and softly spoke. If forgotten, then let it be forgotten. What matters is that the young master remembers. The little girl nuzzled against Sumo's chest, finding comfort in its warmth. Could you tell me a story, young master? She inquired softly. Of course, Suemo replied, his fingers brushing through her hair, the fragility of her presence stirring emotions within him. It was during a winter much like this, blanketed in white. The little girl's eyes sparkled with wonder as she gazed out at the snowy landscape, imagining its beauty. At that time, I had just arrived in this world. Lost and bewildered, Suemo drifted into reminiscence. Why did you just arrive in this world, young master? The little girl asked. Because. Suemo gently touched her cheek. The young master is not from this world. This was a truth he had never shared with anyone. The little girl's eyes sparkled with understanding. Then you must be a celestial being from the heavens. No, Suemo chuckled, playfully pinching her delicate nose. It is you who are the celestial being. And then what happened? She pressed eagerly. Later, I spotted an incredibly adorable little girl on a street corner. I told myself I must win her over. Suemo continued. You are so lucky, the little girl exclaimed. But that little girl seemed quite hungry. I bought 2 buns, but alas, she only ate 1. A glimmer of memory danced in the little girl's eyes, though she struggled to recall the details. Speaking slowly, but she couldn't eat them all, otherwise, the young master would go hungry. Suemo tilted his head back, tears brimming in his eyes. So, I bought 2 more buns. Only then did the little girl agree to eat another. Just then, two starving wild dogs attempted to snatch the remaining bun from him. No, the little girl suddenly cried out, her gaze lifting to meet Sumo's. That cannot happen. Otherwise, the young master would be left hungry. Sumo looked down at the tiny figure in his arms, and before him appeared the image of that brave little girl who had valiantly defended him from the hungry dogs. Unable to contain his tears any longer, they cascaded down his cheeks. The little girl reached out and wiped away the tears from Sumo's face, pressing her head firmly against his chest. Do not cry, young master. I remember now. You said you wanted to go to the capital to serve as an official and asked if I wanted to accompany you. Thus, she became the young master's maid. Sumo nodded. Indeed, you became the young master's maid, and you shall always be the young master's maid. Yes, yes. I will forever be the young master's maid, the little girl declared earnestly. The young girl nestled her head against Sumo's chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, inhaling the fragrance that enveloped him, and gazing out at the snow-draped landscape, feeling an unparalleled sense of tranquility. Lying here in the embrace of the young master, drifting away. It seemed rather pleasant. In truth, there was no need for the young master to feel sorrow for her, she declared. Sumo looked down at her. Had she not encountered him, she might have perished long ago. The moments spent with the young master were the most fulfilling of her life. The little girl smiled as she continued, her countenance serene and peaceful. Even though she had not yet departed this world, she would not live beyond the age of 12. To have met the young master before her time came with surely a fortune earned through several lifetimes. And then there were her senior sisters, Sister Luo, the dean, who had all treated her with great kindness. They were like family to her. She felt overwhelmingly content. The little girl feared nothing, save for the thought of forgetting everyone in the end. Forgetting the young master, Sumo extended his hand, and a notebook flew into his grasp. He held the notebook before the little girl, opening it to reveal pages filled with her handwritten entries. Do not fear when you forget. The young master shall read your notes to you. He had long known of her affliction with forgetfulness, and thus had encouraged her to keep a diary each day. Yet, the contents of that diary were filled entirely with memories of Sumo. On the 6th day of the 12th month in the 25th year of the Yuanqing era, while journeying to the capital with the young master, they encountered an elderly woman washing clothes by the riverside, only to see her garments swept away by the current. Without a moment's hesitation, the young master stepped into the icy water, still clad in his boots, to retrieve her belongings. At the inn, they requested a fire pan to dry the young master's soaked boots, but he inadvertently charred them instead. On the 26th day of the 12th month, the winter snow fell continuously, and the cold was biting. Throughout the night, the girl's feet remained icy. Thus, the young master offered warmth by placing his own feet against hers, which were delightfully warm. However, that day he caught a chill himself, so later he procured a wine pouch filled with hot water to place at their feet, ensuring that neither felt the cold. The young master was truly clever. On the first day of the first month in the 26th year of the Yuanqing era, the young master remarked that it should be New Year's Day, yet they found no inns along their route. Instead, he sought refuge in a dilapidated temple. The elderly monk there remarked that the young master possessed a Buddhist nature, to which he humbly replied that his senses were impure. Although their meal consisted solely of vegetarian fare that year, it was fragrant and delectable. Finally, on the 26th day of the first month, they arrived in the capital. Without hesitation, the young master treated her to a lavish feast, albeit he had indulged a bit too much in wine and purchased several bottles, leaving their funds rather depleted. Nevertheless, the young master skillfully crafted a painting, trading it with a wealthy gentleman for 2 taels of silver. To my surprise, the young master's painting is worth such a fortune. On the 6th day of the second month in the 26th year of Yuanqing, after entering the capital, the young master purchased a painted pleasure boat, claiming it to be an investment. He believed that when the time came to leave the capital, he could sell it for silver, thus saving the cost of lodging in an inn. Unbeknownst to him, I was aware that his true intention was to remain close to the boat pavilion, enabling him to listen to music without spending a penny. As the snow fell gracefully, it drifted into the study. Sumo continually perused the notes of the little maid, softly reciting the events inscribed within. The mist rising from his eyes condensed into dew upon his lashes, only to be transformed into frost by the chilling wind. The beloved in his arms listened with great interest as Sumo recounted tales of his northern travels. As long as it pertained to Sumo, she would never tire of hearing it. The snowflakes danced upon Sumo's hair, rendering it indistinguishable from the white surroundings. As the snow continued to fall, a figure rushed into the study. News from the divine realm had arrived, revealing that someone had seemingly spotted the mythical blooms of the other shore within its confines. Suemo lifted his gaze, his long white hair fluttering. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. Chapter 63. The Divine Realm. In the midst of a snowy expanse, two figures emerged, one clad in azure, the other in white. The figure in azure stood poised, hands clasped behind, their garment billowing like a winter holly amidst the snow. The figure in white, adorned with a jade flute at the waist and draped in scholarly robes, had hair of silvery hue elegantly tied back, while a crimson ribbon danced gracefully in the swirling snow. From a distance, that striking flash of red appeared incongruous against the pristine white backdrop of the snowy day. The footprints trailing behind them quickly vanished, hastily obscured by the relentless gusts of wind and snow. You wish to enter the divine realm. I shall not impede your journey, the figure in azure remarked, gazing at the youthful figure beside them, whose flowing red ribbon contrasted sharply with their white hair. A deep sigh escaped their lips. However, the divine realm. There was a glimmer of nostalgia in the azure figure's eyes. Despite its exalted name, it was far from a benevolent place. Suemo turned to the dean, inquiring, "What exactly is the divine realm?" The dean shook his head slowly, responding, "The divine realm is extraordinarily unique. While we may access it from our realm, it does not reside within this sphere of existence." "Not within this realm? What does that mean?" Suemo asked, perplexed. The dean regarded Suemo and queried, "Have you ever heard of the phrase 9 heavens and 10 earths?" Suemo shook his head. The dean sighed, "At your current level of cultivation, I should not divulge such matters. Yet, since you seek to enter the divine realm, I shall impart to you a brief overview to help you comprehend its essence." Suemo nodded and bowed respectfully to the dean. He understood that the dean's reluctance to speak of the divine realm was justified, but the dean's willingness to share now was undoubtedly due to his own pursuits. This world is vast, legend has it. It is composed of 9 heavens and 10 earths, yet we inhabit but a mere corner of it, the dean remarked, casting his gaze towards the distant snowy landscape, where a few dilapidated temples stood stark against the white. "Do you perceive any inconsistencies in the phrase 9 heavens and 10 earths?" The dean turned back to Suemo, asking. Suemo pondered deeply. 9 heavens, 10 earths. Suddenly, he looked up at the dean, a sense of clarity dawning upon him. "There is one earth without a heaven." The dean nodded. "That earth devoid of heaven is the divine realm." Sumo's gaze became vacant. "Why is there no heaven in the divine realm?" he murmured. The dean shook his head. "Perhaps when the cosmos was first formed, the divine realm was never graced with a heaven, or perhaps it is due to other reasons. Who can say? And what of the other 8 realms beyond our own and the divine realm? What are they like?" Suemo inquired further. The dean again shook his head. "Our realm is disconnected from the outer world. Beyond our boundaries, everything seems to be shrouded in taboo. All records are blank, and no one knows. Why is it said that all within the divine realm are mundane, save for Confucian cultivators? Are all others' powers suppressed within the divine realm?" Suemo recalled the words exchanged between the dean and the saintess in front of the palace on that day. The saintess had proclaimed, "Within the divine realm, all are but mortals, save for the Confucian practitioners." The dean cast a profound glance at Suemo and remarked, "Not so. The cultivation levels in the divine realm bear no distinction from the outside world. They are not suppressed. Rather, when confronted with certain peculiarities within the divine realm, the disparity in cultivation becomes irrelevant, akin to that of mere mortals. Only the Confucian practitioners exhibit differences when faced with these anomalies." Sumo's gaze reflected his confusion as he looked towards the expanse of white ahead. If that is the case, then can Confucian practitioners traverse the divine realm unimpeded? The dean shook his head with a sigh. "Not at all. Although Confucian practitioners are indeed different from other cultivators in the divine realm, it remains a perilous place. Those Confucian practitioners who venture into the divine realm meet with death or injury, and those who emerge do so in a frenzied state. Even those who have not succumbed to madness become entirely different individuals, thereafter remaining mute on the matters of the divine realm. It seems to have become a taboo of sorts. Thus, it is evident that the divine realm is not a place for mortals to enter." Suemo raised his head and inquired further, "Then why do so many desire to enter the divine realm?" The dean responded, Because within the divine realm lies a plethora of opportunities. Humans perish for wealth, just as birds die for food. These opportunities are sufficient to drive the world into madness. Suemo nodded, understanding this phenomenon given his knowledge of the world. Suddenly, a pivotal question struck him. How often does the divine realm open? The dean pondered briefly before replying. Since records began, it has transitioned from opening once every few thousand years to once every century, and now to once every few decades. The duration of its opening has also shifted from several months to several years. It is becoming increasingly frequent, with each opening lasting longer. Suemo fell into deep contemplation. Might it be possible that at some point in the future, the divine realm will enter a state of perpetual opening? The dean gazed at Suemo, his eyes filled with profound concern, and earnestly cautioned, "Remember, upon entering the divine realm, you must be wary not only of the anomalies, but also of people. Sometimes, humans are far more terrifying than the peculiarities. The news of the other shore flower has arrived unexpectedly. You must proceed with caution." Suemo solemnly nodded and knelt deeply before the dean, offering a gesture of profound respect. The dean helped him to his feet, letting out a sigh. "I cannot enter the divine realm, for my involvement would only complicate your search for the other shore flower. You must rely solely on yourself. As for the girl, I will trouble you to look after her." Suemo recalled the reluctant gaze of the little girl as he prepared to depart. The dean nodded. "I shall seal the little girl to delay her decline, but your time is limited. If one cannot find what they seek, it is perhaps best to return early, at least to bid her farewell." A profound struggle flickered in Suemo's eyes. This presented a dilemma of utmost difficulty. On one hand, he could accompany the young girl for the fleeting moments that remained, a path he was unwilling and indeed unable to confront. On the other, he could venture into the divine realm in search of the elusive, ethereal flower, yet the thought of failure was too harrowing to entertain. "I must procure the ethereal flower at any cost." With a stoic demeanor, Suemo turned and took a heavy step towards the divine realm. From a distance, his white scholarly robe and flowing white hair appeared to merge seamlessly with the snowy landscape. Yet, amidst the wintry scene, a striking red ribbon danced in the wind, standing as the solitary beacon of hope in an otherwise frigid tableau. Small, yet resplendent. There remains one more chapter. The preceding ones merely served as a prelude. Suemo has finally entered the divine realm, and the second chapter, the night parade of 100 demons, has officially commenced. As for the rest, crossed out, never mind. It is of no consequence. A humorous aside, this world is vast, and the intricacies of its schemes are complex. The narrative will gradually unfold. Chapter 64. Foundation laying. Suemo treaded through the swirling snowflakes, drawing ever closer to the dilapidated temple, isolated amidst the vast expanse of white. Within this forsaken structure lay one of the minor entrances to the divine realm. As Suemo approached, he discerned that the ground concealed beneath the snowy blanket was far from level, revealing remnants of crumbled walls and broken stones. This place had once been a humble village, now reduced to rubble by the throngs of practitioners drawn to the entrance of the divine realm, leaving only the portal behind. As for the original inhabitants, perhaps they were forced to relocate, or perhaps, who truly cares? But Suemo cares. Yet, what could he possibly do? Such tragedies may unfold daily. He is but a humble cultivator, and should the events of the western city repeat themselves before him, he would be unable to make the same choice again. The righteous spirit of Confucianism no longer beckons him towards reckless demise. Instead, it has transformed into the driving force propelling him forward. He had promised that woman to bring clarity to this chaotic world. He had vowed to the little girl to carry her as he swept through the realm. He has become bound by numerous unbreakable ties. As Suemo stepped into the crumbling temple, his gaze fell upon a dilapidated statue of a deity. Its once vibrant red cloth now tattered and covered in a thick layer of dust, as if long neglected. Beside the statue stood a dark, gaping crack, resembling a doorway, silently awaiting those who would enter or exit. A chilling breeze emanated from this abyss, as if it were a portal to another world. "Do you seek to enter the divine realm?" rasped a voice from a shadowy corner. The speaker, clad in rags, squatted in the corner, their gaze vacant, seemingly addressing Suemo while avoiding his eyes. Above the figure, a roof tile had broken, allowing snow to fall, blanketing the strange individual in white. I advise you to reconsider. The divine realm is an enigmatic and perilous place. You will regret your decision. The figure continued, still not meeting Sumo's gaze. As if lost in their own thoughts. I must enter the divine realm. Sumo replied cautiously, his tone firm. The figure fell silent, fixated on the dark crack, their expression vacant. It was as though they merely aimed to caution Sumo, yet they did not impede his resolve. Sumo regarded the individual with a puzzled expression. They were indeed peculiar. At that moment, two sets of footsteps approached from outside the temple, accompanied by voices. Unprincipled, that celestial lord. This cursed weather is unbearably frigid. One voice echoed into the temple, sounding vaguely familiar to Sumo. Are your celestial lords truly unprincipled or boundless? Another voice chimed in. It matters not. They are one and the same. The first voice responded. The sounds drew nearer. A slender Taoist entered the temple and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the white-haired Sumo. Your celestial being is truly unfortunate. Just then, a portly monk stepped into the temple, immediately recognizing Sumo and exclaiming joyfully, Su benefactor. Sumo quickly recalled that these were the same individuals he had encountered in the courtyard west of the city, the Taoist Muda and the monk Zhixian. Their unexpected presence piqued Sumo's curiosity as to their purpose in entering the divine realm, a journey typically reserved for those seeking entry into that sacred domain. However, he felt little apprehension towards them, knowing their natures were fundamentally good, or else they would not have appeared in the courtyard that day. Moreover, their light-hearted demeanor brought Sumo a sense of warmth. It is delightful to see you again. Sumo greeted with a smile. Haraha. Both the monk and the Taoist appeared genuinely pleased. Muda chuckled. The day I saw you faint, I intended to assist, but alas. This hefty fellow blocked my way with his golden bowl. Thankfully, Sister Gu and Fairy Luo arrived to take you away. It is truly regrettable that we did not have the chance to converse properly. Zhixian, overhearing, turned to Muda and remarked, Weren't you hiding inside my golden bowl? Too afraid to come out? It was only after Sister Gu and Fairy Luo appeared that you dared to show yourself. Muda's lips twitched in disbelief at the monk's audacity to reveal such an embarrassing truth. Zhixian, with earnest sincerity, stated, A monk speaks only the truth. Muda awkwardly chuckled, then continued addressing Sumo. However, I later heard that you achieved the highest honors. Congratulations. Sumo grimaced slightly. He was not fond of that phrase. Zhixian cautiously leaned closer, inquiring softly, Do you have any updates regarding that ominous presence from that night? Sumo gently shook his head. I have not heard anything further. The matter of the ominous presence residing in his spiritual sea was something he could never disclose to anyone. That is a relief. The monk sighed, clearly still haunted by the memory of the ominous presence. What troubles you? Sumo asked, puzzled. At that moment, the Taoist approached, whispering, Afterward, this hefty fellow and I meticulously examined the feng shui of the western city. We discovered that the ominous presence is far more complex than simply being ominous. It has been underground for an unknown duration, profoundly influencing the geographical contours and the flow of the land. Zhixian added, Neither of us dared to speak of this to our sect upon returning. No one would believe us, so we deemed it unnecessary to mention. The fact that the ominous presence did not harm you, Su benefactor, is nothing short of miraculous luck. Muda stated, with Zhixian nodding in agreement. Sumo's lips twitched again. Indeed, the ominous presence had not inflicted any harm upon him, merely residing within his spiritual sea. Are you both also seeking entry into the divine realm? Sumo deftly shifted the topic. The words of these two individuals were laced with venom. Their seemingly pleasant remarks left Sumo feeling as though he were being metaphorically slapped in the face. With a sigh, the monk expressed his helplessness. Is it not because none of the elders from our sect have returned after entering? We are preparing to venture in ourselves. A chill coursed through Sumo's heart. At that moment, the eccentric figure in the corner suddenly spoke again, echoing his previous sentiments. You wish to enter the divine realm? Both Zhixian and Muda were taken aback, turning to the peculiar being. However, the stranger remained fixated on the dark fissure, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. I advise you to reconsider. The divine realm is a place of enigma, not meant for mortals. You will regret entering. The stranger continued in a hoarse voice. What is happening? Zhixian and Muda exchanged glances before looking back at Sumo. Sumo subtly shook his head, indicating he was equally perplexed. Muda cautiously addressed the eccentric figure. Senior, we must enter the divine realm. We hope for your understanding. The strange man fell silent once more, appearing to revert to his earlier state of bewildered madness, fixated on the dark rift as snowflakes from the roof above accumulated upon him. As the topic of entering the divine realm arose, Ji Xian and Muda's expressions grew grave. Ji Xian turned to Su Mo, curiosity evident in his eyes. Why does Su Shizhu wish to enter the divine realm? You do not seem like someone willing to risk everything for mere opportunities. Su Mo's countenance darkened as he recalled the small, obedient girl still at the academy. I have compelling reasons to enter, he replied. Muda glanced at Su Mo's head of white hair, unable to suppress a sigh. Surely, Su Shizhu has endured much. Ji Xian sighed, hesitated, and after a moment's deliberation, spoke. Although I do not know why Su Shizhu feels compelled to enter the divine realm, it is certainly not a benevolent place. I would advise against entering before reaching the foundation establishment stage. Su Mo regarded the two with a faint aura emanating from him. Ji Xian and Muda both inhaled sharply. Hiss. Foundation establishment. Hiss. Late stage. The eccentric figure in the corner turned his head towards Su Mo, a flicker of awareness crossing his dazed expression as he murmured softly, Confucian Tao. Chapter 65. The Domain of Spirits. Shall we join forces? It would be beneficial to look out for one another, proposed Muda. Agreed. Ji Xian nodded in assent. All right. Su Mo hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. Having support would indeed be advantageous. Muda then addressed Su Mo, saying, once you enter the divine domain, please remain close to us. The Confucian Tao lacks combat prowess. Does the Confucian Tao truly lack combat capacity? Su Mo nodded again, not voicing any objections. After the trio reached a consensus, they stepped into the black fissure and vanished from sight. After they departed, the strange figure in the dilapidated temple gazed at the rift with a bewildered expression, murmuring to himself, within the divine domain, all is mundane, save for the Confucian practitioners. That is because it only gazes upon the Confucianists. The figure tilted his head towards the gaping hole in the ceiling, through which snowflakes continually drifted, each flake reminiscent of fleeting memories. Lowering his head, he murmured, you wish to enter the divine domain? I advise you to reconsider. The divine domain is peculiar, a realm unfit for humanity. You shall regret your entry. As Su Mo and his companions stepped into the black fissure, darkness enveloped them. When their vision returned, they found themselves in a dimly lit world. This realm was starkly different from the outside, where snow fell incessantly. Here, the atmosphere was murky, shrouded in mist. Looking up, Su Mo observed that the sky lacked color, appearing as if veiled by a thick haze, utterly indistinct. Scattered trees stood in desolation, entwined with wisps of fog drifting among them. Is this truly the divine domain? Su Mo pondered, struggling to reconcile the current scenery with the notion of divine domain. Beside him, Muda and Ji Xian immediately adopted serious expressions upon entering the divine domain. Muda elucidated, although it bears the name divine domain, it is, in truth, a realm most fittingly described as a domain of spirits. Indeed, Ji Xian interjected, apart from the cultivators who have entered from the outside, there are no living beings within this divine domain. Then why is it called the divine domain? Su Mo inquired, confused. That is because, beware, something approaches. Muda, sensing danger, suddenly adopted a vigilant stance, eyeing a particular direction. Su Mo and Ji Xian immediately tensed. From the depths of the mist emerged a figure, drenched in blood. Clutching a blade, the bloodied individual ran towards the trio, his expression a mix of savagery and red-eyed fervor as he demanded, what fortunes have you acquired in the divine domain? Hand them over. Ji Xian responded. We have only just arrived in the divine domain and have not obtained any fortunes. The bloodied figure appeared ready to erupt in anger, but in the next moment, he suddenly contorted in agony, his eyes flashing with fleeting clarity amidst the crimson haze. Clutching his head, the figure oscillated between madness and lucidity, displaying profound torment. Please, end my suffering. The man crouched down, clutching his head, suddenly letting out a hoarse scream. Kill me. Something is in my head. I can no longer contain it. The expressions of Su Mo and the others shifted dramatically. Hurry. I can no longer restrain it. Let me die? Let me die awake. The struggle in the man's eyes intensified. Suddenly, he bellowed, damn the divine realm. You shall not control me. Kneeling, he raised a long knife before Su-mo and the others, plunging it violently into his chest, blood gushing forth. Ha ha ha, divine realm. You shall not control me. A look of liberation washed over his face as he gritted his teeth and twisted the blade fiercely. His hands gradually lost strength, falling limp at his sides, kneeling on the ground devoid of life. The horrific scene was almost unbearable to witness. The sudden spectacle before them felt like a thunderous blow to Su-mo and his companions. The bizarre nature of the divine realm was far crueler than they had imagined. Monk Ji Xian swallowed hard, glancing at Taoist Muda. Should we proceed? I feel that. The elders of our sect would not wish for us to take such risks. Taoist Muda nodded in agreement. Monk Ji Xian, astonished, looked at Taoist Muda and said, in spirit, you do not hope for your sect's elders to watch over you? Taoist Muda let out a dry laugh. It's all the same, all the same. The two exchanged glances before turning to Su-mo. Su-mo shook his head, his expression resolute. I must venture deeper. As a Confucian cultivator, I seem to possess an advantage in the divine realm. This place is fraught with danger. You should leave. With a sigh, Muda and Ji Xian nodded. Then take care. We shall withdraw. Su-mo acknowledged with a nod. Ji Xian produced a vial of medicine from his robe. Presenting it to Su-mo, this is our Buddhist healing elixir. Take it. It can replenish your spiritual energy when depleted. Su-mo accepted the vial with a nod, uncertain if he would need it, but choosing to keep it as a precaution. Ji Xian and Muda clasped their fists in respect to Su-mo before turning and stepping into the dark fissure behind them, disappearing from sight. They arrived, only to leave. Yet, Su-mo did not harbor any disdain for the two. They had merely made a prudent choice. His decision to remain was also a choice. An irrational yet steadfast choice. Wait for me, my dear. Su-mo stepped forward, suddenly noticing a piece of white paper affixed to the back of the corpse. The aura emanating from the paper was identical to that of the sacred sect individuals he had encountered in the palace. The sacred sect. Su-mo narrowed his eyes and strode deeper into the divine realm. Behind him, the lifeless body knelt on the ground, its eyes a dull gray. Yet its face bore an expression of endless relief. In the realm of divinity, a breeze stirred, sweeping in a veil of mist that enveloped the kneeling corpse. Su-mo traversed the ethereal domain, encountering naught but the thick fog, devoid of any other souls. Suddenly, a peculiar sensation urged him to glance back. Yet all he beheld was an endless expanse of obscurity, nothingness. He turned forward once more, only to glance back again, and still, the mist prevailed, shrouding all in its embrace. A frown creased Su-mo's brow. An unsettling feeling lingered within him, as if something unseen were observing his every move. This was merely an enigmatic intuition, lacking any tangible proof of its veracity. Yet, Su-mo could not shake the conviction that he was being scrutinized. Great Calamity, sister, I sense a presence watching me. Have you discerned anything? Su-mo inquired in a low tone. He scanned his surroundings, and the voice of Great Calamity echoed in his mind. I too have sensed it, but cannot trace its origin. This realm is peculiar. Tread cautiously. I sense something amiss. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su-mo pressed onward. He possessed no clear destination, merely the whispers of rumors that spoke of the elusive ghost flower within this divine expanse, yet no precise location accompanied the tales. Forward was the only path. According to the Divine Herb Chronicles, the ghost flower is a celestial bloom, unique to its locale, heralding extraordinary phenomena where it blossoms. Su-mo needed only to persist in his journey. If the ghost flower indeed existed within this realm, he would inevitably witness the signs as he drew nearer. Should he encounter others who had long since arrived in this divine domain, he might glean further knowledge. A sudden thought struck him, and he tentatively uttered, "This shore and the other, I stand before the ghost flower." As the words left his lips, an intense agony surged through Su-mo's being, a violent turmoil racking his very insides. He could not suppress a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The backlash of his own magic. Fool! The voice of Great Calamity rang in his mind once more. You are of the Confucian path, not the heavenly, by invoking your arts in such a manner. What destination do you expect the forces of order to convey you to? The Confucian path can only forge rules of existence from that which you understand. Do you even know where the ghost flower resides? You simply call out. Without clarity of purpose, how can you expect the rules you have created to guide you? Moreover, even if you did know the whereabouts of the ghost flower, with your mere foundational cultivation, should the distance be too great, you would only meet your demise through the depletion of your spiritual energy. The alluring great calamity berated him fiercely within the ocean of his spirit. Though her words were harsh, Suemo sensed a thread of concern woven within. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he smiled brightly. I understand. I simply wish to experiment. What if it proves effective? Suemo continued onward, a chill wind brushing past him, causing an involuntary shiver. As the mist before him dissipated, he beheld a desolate village amidst the barrenness, utterly devoid of life, enveloped in an eerie silence. Chapter 66. The murder of Confucianism and Taoism. The dilapidated village loomed ominously within the dim confines of the divine realm, shrouded in wisps of fog that rendered it somewhat eerie and foreboding. As Suemo contemplated stepping toward the desolate village, he hesitated, retracting his foot instinctively. After a moment of reflection, he turned away, reminding himself that he had come in search of the elusive flower of the other shore, and there was no need to court unnecessary peril. A gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. Wait. The voice of De Xiong echoed in Sumo's mind. What is it? Suemo paused, puzzled. Go. De Xiong replied succinctly. I won't go? There is no flower of the other shore there. What purpose would it serve? Suemo firmly declined. De Xiong took a deep breath, seemingly irked, and said, There is something of use to you at the entrance of the third house inside. Suemo was taken aback. However, gazing at the fog-laden, sinister village, he felt a strong aversion to approaching it. What is it? Suemo scrutinized the entrance of the third house, but the fog obscured his view, making it impossible to discern. A stone tablet, De Xiong revealed. Sumo's expression turned perplexed. There is a hair upon it. De Xiong gasped. Sumo's confusion deepened. What would he need a single hair for? De Xiong sighed. That is a strand of the Confucian sage's hair. It retains a trace of his will, which may be of significance to you. Sumo's countenance hardened. Why would the Confucian sage leave a hair in such a place? Cautiously, Suemo approached the crumbling village, and as he did, nothing extraordinary transpired. Yet the atmosphere grew increasingly bizarre. This village once appeared to be a tranquil haven, complete with various facilities, poultry enclosures, water channels, and vegetable gardens. Suemo found it hard to fathom what calamity could have transformed such a place into its current state. As Suemo continued to inch closer, the winds he stirred swept the lingering fog behind him. Upon entering the village, he was met with an overwhelming stench of decay, yet nothing unusual occurred. Reaching the front of the third house, he indeed discovered a stone tablet, forcibly embedded in the earth, and atop the tablet lay a single hair, which Suemo carefully collected and tucked away in his garment. Now was not the time to sense the lingering will of the Confucian sage. However, as his gaze inadvertently lowered, he was suddenly seized by a jolt, frozen in place. Deeply engraved upon the stone tablet were the words, I, within 3 days of heavenly change, slaughtered 86 souls in this place. My heart aches profoundly, leaving a strand of hair to honor the departed. What does this mean? A chill coursed through Sumo's body, and a grotesque sense of absurdity flickered in his mind. De Xiong claimed this hair belonged to the Confucian sage. Yet the inscription on the tablet suggested that he had slaughtered 86 people and left behind a hair as a memorial for their souls. Had the Confucian sage annihilated everyone in this locale? The sage, revered as the master of all Confucians, transcended the mortal realm. How could he possibly massacre an entire village without reason? Suemo was suddenly captivated by the first words inscribed on the stone tablet. The sky changes for 3 days. The phrase sky changes inexplicably sent a chill down Sumo's spine, as if these words represented some kind of forbidden existence. What does this mean? Suemo, perplexed, inquired of the ominous spirit residing in the spiritual sea. A captivating, ethereal figure appeared beside Suemo, gazing intently at the characters on the stone tablet. After a long pause, it shook its head. I do not know. It is indeed strange. There is no lingering aura of malice from the Confucian sage upon this tablet, as if he bore no intention of murder after committing such acts. This divine domain was originally the realm of the Confucian sage, separate from your world. However, there are rumors that one day, the Confucian sage went mad and severed the heavens of this divine domain, thus cutting off the connection to your realm. The ominous spirit explained. Why would the Confucian sage do such a thing? Suemo asked. No one knows. All that is understood is that after the sage severed the heavens, the divine domain became isolated from the outside world. It was not until a millennium later that a faint connection re-emerged, and when someone entered the divine domain, they discovered it had transformed into a wasteland. Suemo listened, his heart pounding with trepidation. Suddenly, in the distance, a radiant light soared into the sky. An extraordinary phenomenon was unfolding. The other shore flower. Suemo's expression shifted, and he rushed towards the source of the spectacle. The matters concerning the Confucian sage faded from his mind. He could not forget his singular purpose for entering the divine domain. The other shore flower. Before the other shore flower, nothing else mattered. The enchanting figure of the ominous spirit observed Suemo's frantic demeanor and sighed, vanishing back into his being. That girl always had a way of throwing him off balance. With the full force of his late-stage foundational cultivation unleashed, Suemo sped towards the anomaly, the swirling mist of the forest rising around him like crashing waves. He had perused countless tomes within the Academy's library, his cultivation continuously ascending. When he broke through to the foundational stage, it seemed he encountered no obstacles, smoothly advancing to that level. As he diligently turned the pages of the texts, his cultivation reached the late foundational stage by the time he had exhausted the library's offerings. This late-stage foundational cultivation allowed Suemo to move with remarkable swiftness, akin to an arrow released from a bow, soaring forth. Suddenly, two young men clad in resplendent garments blocked his path. Suemo came to a halt. The two youths exchanged glances, assessing Suemo's late-stage foundational prowess. One of them smiled and addressed Suemo. "May I ask, esteemed friend, what matters compel you to hurry so?" Suemo's expression hardened, and he coldly replied, "Step aside." He had no desire to engage in idle conversation with these two. His sole focus was to reach the site of the celestial phenomenon and determine whether the extraordinary sight was indeed the other shore flower that the young girl from the academy sought. The man's expression turned cold, and both individuals at the late stage of foundation establishment advanced in unison. One of them spoke with a smile. "We are both at the late stage of foundation establishment. I advise you to speak calmly. You stand alone against us too. And if we decide not to let you go, escaping will prove quite arduous." Suemo took a deep breath and slowly replied, "What do you wish to do?" Seeing that Suemo seemed to yield, the duo laughed heartily. "Now that is more like it. We, as brothers, harbor no ill intent. We merely seek to engage you in a transaction." "What transaction?" Suemo inquired, his smile lacking genuine mirth. His only desire was to reach the phenomenon swiftly. Should it be the elusive other shore flower, he could not afford to delay. One of the elegantly dressed individuals tossed a bag of silver towards Suemo, which landed at his feet. "We wish to purchase all your opportunities upon entering the divine realm with this bag of coins." Suemo shook his head firmly. "I refuse." "You may step aside." The man chuckled softly. "You still fail to comprehend the consequences of rejecting us." The two elegantly attired individuals exchanged a disdainful glance before continuing. "Someone else recently turned us down, and do you know what happened? We grievously injured his divine sense with a sacred paper, leaving him vulnerable to a bizarre attack due to his shattered spirit." Ha ha! Their laughter was wild and unrestrained, their gazes fixed on Suemo as if he were already theirs. "Ah, so it is you. The holy sect." Suemo immediately recalled the individual he had encountered upon entering the divine realm, who had taken his own life. A frigid glare directed at the two ensued. "You truly are lawless. In that case, there is nothing more to discuss. If we kill you, we will naturally acquire your opportunities." Noting Suemo's seemingly reckless demeanor, the two elegantly dressed men exchanged cold smiles and raised their long swords. Locking eyes, they charged at Suemo with lethal intent. Their blades gleamed with golden light. One slashed while the other swept, enveloping the air with a torrent of sword chi directed at him. Observing the duo's coordinated assault, Suemo shook his head and softly uttered, "But," as his voice faded, his figure vanished, reappearing several dozen meters behind them. The two men struck air, their expressions sharpening as they beheld Suemo's sudden relocation. One narrowed his eyes. A Confucian cultivator? Suemo remained silent, gazing intently at them. The two exchanged serious glances. While Confucian cultivators may lack offensive prowess, their escape skills were unparalleled. If they allowed him to flee, it would be a grave loss. Raising their swords, they intoned, "Holy decree, swords arise, capture the foe." In an instant, their blades erupted in sacred light, soaring through the air towards Sumo with great speed. Indeed, they were of the holy sect. The aura of the two long swords exuded a profound essence, reminiscent of the ethereal energy wielded by the silver-haired elder in front of the imperial palace during his incantation of the white paper doctrine. Sumo's gaze grew colder. He harbored no affection for the lofty sacred sect. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the dean last time, he would have undoubtedly been forcibly taken to the divine domain. Why not surrender willingly? The two sneered. As Sumo sensed the murderous intent locking onto him from the two flying swords, he exhaled softly, but in an instant, Sumo vanished, reappearing several dozen meters to the side, prompting the swords to pivot and pursue him. Your actions mirror those of your saintess. Sumo mocked. Saintess? She is barely able to protect herself. My brother and I merely seek to seize some opportunities and escape this damned divine domain. One of them retorted with a cold chuckle. Their words revealed a crucial piece of information to Sumo. They were indifferent to the fate of the so-called saintess. However, the fact that the saintess, protected by divine guardianship, still faced a life-threatening crisis indicated an overwhelming peril in their midst. As the two flying swords approached, Sumo's gaze sharpened, and he uttered a single word, control. The swords halted midair, ceasing their advance towards him. The expressions of the two young men in brocade garments shifted dramatically. Impossible. As late-stage Foundation cultivators, you, a Confucian practitioner, cannot possibly control our swords. One exclaimed in disbelief. Sumo shook his head. You do not understand the sword. He turned his attention to the dimming celestial phenomenon in the distance before coldly addressing the two in brocade. I had intended to inquire about the direction of your saintess's peril, but time is of the essence. Allow me to demonstrate the true essence of Confucian swordsmanship before your demise. Extending his hand forward, he softly intoned, Wind rises. Form the sword. A transparent, handleless sword materialized in midair, delicate as a cicada's wing, sharp as frosted steel. From the side, it resembled not a sword, but rather a chilling blade forged from pure energy. Swift. Sumo uttered another word. The ethereal sword surged towards the two young men with silent swiftness. Arriving in the blink of an eye, their faces paled as they attempted to evade, only to hear Sumo softly call out once more, Bind. The true words of Confucianism echoed, and suddenly, several strands of rule-bound power manifested in the space around them. Their movements faltered as they were ensnared by an inexplicable force. Though they regained their mobility swiftly, the handleless spirit sword afforded them no opportunity to act further. A flash of cold light, and the spirit sword dissipated. They exchanged glances, each realizing that blood was gradually seeping from the other's neck. Thud, thud. Their heads tumbled to the ground, followed by the lifeless bodies collapsing. Sumo shook his head, stepping over the lifeless bodies of the two individuals, making his way towards the radiant anomaly. His expression was eerily calm. A beguiling figure materialized behind him, observing the gradually cooling corpses and then the departing Sumo. With a sigh and a shake of her head, she hastened to catch up, merging into Sumo's being. She recognized that he was indeed evolving. In moments of necessity, he exhibited no hesitation, and his mastery of Confucian principles harmonized exquisitely with his swordsmanship. Yet, she discerned that beneath his tranquil facade, his heart was still burdened. He still abhorred taking lives. Chapter 67. Unclear visions. The radiant phenomena of Huaguang lay far beyond Sumo, who had been racing towards it for a full hour. The luminous brilliance, emanating an alluring glow, resembled a bonfire, drawing Sumo closer like a moth to a flame. As he advanced, the surrounding mist thickened, and the sensation of being observed intensified. The nearer he approached, the denser the fog became. Raising his gaze, Sumo perceived the ethereal light as if it were within arm's reach. He continued to speed towards the brilliance until he found himself encircled by a shroud of thick mist, obscuring the wondrous light from view. A wave of anxiety surged within Sumo. He halted, meticulously scanning his surroundings. The landscape was a white expanse of fog, revealing nothing, yet upon closer inspection, he discerned scattered withered trees faintly visible within the haze. Caution! This dense fog is exceedingly strange. A warning echoed in his mind, proclaiming great peril. Sumo nodded silently, proceeding with utmost care towards the unknown ahead. Suddenly, he felt his footing give way. A A sensation of plummeting coursed through his body. Be cautious. The foreboding voice in his mind abruptly ceased. Darkness enveloped his vision, plunging him into chaos. This shore is the same as the other. I should remain where I was. Suemo summoned his cultivation. As the Confucian Taoist incantation flowed from his lips, a ripple of spiritual energy surged forth, only to meet with an utter lack of response. It seemed that the incantation he had just invoked was obliterated by some unseen force. Crash! Suemo felt as though he had plummeted to the depths. A violent impact rendered him momentarily dazed, his vision darkening as he succumbed to unconsciousness. A thick fog descended upon him, enveloping him entirely. Silence reigned in the surroundings. A most peculiar stillness. There were no whispers of the wind, no chirps of insects, no songs of birds. Only a pair of unseen eyes observed quietly, gazing upon the unconscious Suemo. The mist roiled, and he vanished from sight. The ringing of bells resounded urgently in Suemo's ears, rousing him from his stupor. He blinked, confronted with a familiar yet distant scene. A girl with a ponytail gently tapped him on the shoulder. Suemo, the holiday begins tomorrow. Do you have any plans? She inquired with a smile. Suemo shook his head in bewilderment, feeling lost in the moment. The girl, somewhat bashful, added, Then let us go out together. My dad said he would take me abroad for a trip. Would you like to join? Suemo stared blankly at her, then, as if on reflex, slowly shook his head once more. Disappointment flickered in her eyes as she picked up her backpack and quietly exited the classroom. Suemo remained seated at his desk, watching the figures file out of the room, some exchanging farewells with him, yet he remained oblivious, as if in a trance. Merely sitting there in a daze, the sky gradually darkened, leaving Suemo alone in the classroom, resembling a lifeless wax figure. Slowly, he rose, departed from the school, and made his way towards the familiar yet alien street etched in his mind, a place that instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Upon entering the residential complex and ascending the stairs, he pushed open the door, only to find two individuals seemingly embroiled in a heated argument. A woman, wielding a broom, incessantly swept the floor, muttering, "Oh dear, why is it so exhausting for you to clean? I might as well do it myself. Look beneath the coffee table. It's littered with sunflower seed shells, and why on earth are your smelly socks here? Did you even sweep under there? I told you not to toss your socks around. Is it so burdensome to place them in the balcony sink?" The woman continued her tirade, while the man, meek and submissive, seemed to muster the courage to resist, only for his words to morph into explanations. "I didn't overlook the coffee table. I distinctly remember placing those socks in the sink. Could the wind have blown them here?" In a fit of fury, the woman retorted, "Can your house wind really carry a pair of socks from the balcony sink to the coffee table? Speak again, and I swear I will strike you." The man hastily waved his hands, smiling obsequiously. "No more words, no more. I'll definitely put them in the sink next time." At that moment, he spotted Suemo at the doorway and exclaimed, Hey, Xiaomo has returned. Why are you so late today?" The man bounded towards Suemo, casting desperate glances as if seeking salvation. Suemo's gaze fell upon him, blank and vacant, his eyes gradually reddening, and he softly uttered, "Dad." Dad was taken aback. The woman approached, her tone sharp as she questioned, "Why are you home so late? Where have you been wandering?" Suemo looked at her, eyes glistening with tears, his voice choked, "Mom." Mom froze, her fierce demeanor vanishing in an instant, replaced by a look of fluster. She cast aside the broom and rushed to support Sumo's arm, her concern palpable. "What's wrong? Did someone bully you at school?" Dad mirrored her worry. Their lively and kind-hearted son appeared to be in a state of distress. Suemo shook his head, stepping forward to embrace his parents tightly, as if he were a wayward child returning home, terrified that if he let go, they would vanish. Dad's rigid arms seemed poised to encircle Sumo's back, but hesitated. However, Mom did not hold back, gently patting Suemo's back. It's all right. Let us have dinner." Yes. Your mother has prepared a plethora of your favorite dishes. Let us dine together. Let us feast." Suba chimed in. "Indeed. Let us eat. Suemo followed the elders to the table, gazing at the array of familiar yet unfamiliar delicacies, his heart a tempest of emotions. As Suemo picked up dish after dish, the familiar flavors incessantly stimulated his senses, as if attempting to unveil the depths of his soul, leaving an indelible mark upon his spirit. "Eat slowly, take your time. No one is competing with you. Suma placed a piece of meat into Sumo's bowl. Suba also reached for some meat, only to be playfully swatted away by Suma. Look at you. You've gained enough weight. Why eat more meat? Suba glanced at his belly, feeling a bit aggrieved, and instead picked up a piece of green vegetable. Sumo, in a gesture of kindness, placed a piece of meat into Suba's bowl, instantly brightening his father's expression. Upon witnessing this, Suma rolled her eyes. But Sumo then added a piece of meat to Suma's bowl as well, encouraging everyone to partake, to indulge. Suma's face lit up with joy, and she began to eat with a smile. The family shared a warm and harmonious moment together. Chapter 68. The Unseen Path. After finishing his meal, Sumo was urged by his mother to watch television. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on his parents bustling about in the kitchen and living room. His expression was one of profound yearning, as if merely observing them could stretch into eternity. Are you a fool? I asked you to bring the dishes in, and you only brought the bowls. Suma's voice resonated with a tone of discontent directed at Suba. Are you planning to wash those plates yourself? Suba, looking somewhat chastened, emerged from the kitchen, carefully gathering the plates from the dining table and returning to the kitchen. Sumo distinctly observed his usually stern father acting quite playfully towards Suma, only to be met with a curt dismissal. Sumo watched in a daze, a smile gracing his lips. A sigh broke the moment, and a captivating figure appeared beside him. The figure gazed at Sumo's parents, and the enchantment that held him in thrall seemed to envelop her as well. Is this his childhood? No wonder it shaped him into such a sincere and tranquil individual. Yet, why have I never encountered such scenes anywhere else? Turning to face the entranced Sumo, the figure sighed. This is merely an illusion. Sumo continued to silently observe his frolicking parents, the fascination in his eyes gradually giving way to a tinge of reluctance. I know. How could he not? In his previous life, he had already reached adulthood. If he truly returned to that longed-for home, it would be as an adult. Yet, the scene before him felt so vividly real, making it unbearable to shatter this illusion. Experiencing this feeling once more, even within a mirage, was enough. In their lives. And then escape the illusion. The figure urged with a sigh. Sumo shook his head in refusal. He could not bring himself to do it. They are but an illusion. The figure grew anxious. If you do not end their lives, how can you escape the illusion? Turning to the ominous presence, Sumo stubbornly shook his head. He then redirected his gaze to his busy parents, the affection and reluctance in his eyes deepening. In that moment, he felt like a child with a home. Yet, alas, one beloved person was missing. A girl whose presence was impossible, yet whom Sumo longed to see. I have a plan. I just want to take one last look. Just one final glance, Sumo spoke softly. His eyes etched the silhouettes of his industrious and fulfilling parents deep into his memory. One last glance. Mom, Dad, I wish I could stay and be with you. But, Sumo whispered gently, a little girl awaits my return. I must go back to rescue her. Should fate allow, I shall bring her back with me, and we shall reunite joyfully. Sumo reluctantly made her way to the balcony, gazing up at the ink-black night sky, her eyes seemingly capable of piercing through the lofty stars, transcending illusions to glimpse the enigmatic eyes that lie beyond. Thank you. Sumo turned back for one last lingering look at the elderly couple, then leapt from the balcony with a resounding cry. The scene collapsed with her jump. Yet, the shattered fragments of that moment reassembled, conjuring a new tableau. Sumo found herself on a bustling street, surrounded by a throng of passers-by, yet she could not recall ever having beheld this scene before. Glancing at herself, she noticed her hair had turned entirely white in this illusion. Why do I appear in such a form within this vision? Sumo lifted her gaze into the distance, momentarily transfixed. Outside a gambling den, a little girl clutched several paintings, persistently soliciting the gamblers entering and exiting. Yet she was met with indifference. As a gambler approached the entrance, the little girl cheerfully ventured forth. Brother, would you like to purchase some art? The gambler's expression soured, and he cursed under his breath, leaving without even stepping inside the casino. The little girl's face fell, and as more gamblers came and went, she greeted them all with a bright smile, yet still no one showed interest in her paintings. After a long time, she scratched her head, seemingly perplexed as to why so many people were around, yet none wished to buy her art. Unable to bear the sight, Sumo was about to step forward, when she suddenly recalled that her once lustrous hair was now a cascade of white. Suemo approached a nearby stall and purchased a mask to conceal her face. She then turned and walked slowly towards the despondent little girl standing at the entrance of the casino. The little girl, upon noticing a figure with flowing white hair and a masked face approaching, felt no surprise. After all, masked gamblers frequently entered and exited the establishment. Her eyes brightened, and she eagerly approached. "Brother, would you like to buy a painting?" Suemo gazed at the little girl, momentarily lost in thought before finally speaking in a hoarse voice. "How much for them?" Suemo deliberately altered her tone, yet the little girl remained unaware. She simply assumed Suemo was a gambler interested in art and immediately brightened. "These are the creations of my young master, and they are exquisite. I am selling them at a significant loss, only 5 coins each." "Why so inexpensive?" Suemo gently inquired of the little girl. "Because my young master once said that sometimes incurring a small loss is also a form of profit." The little girl, with a beaming smile, seemed to believe that whatever her young master said was beyond reproach. "Fetch me 2 paintings." Sumo's expression was a tapestry of complexity as he withdrew 10 coins and handed them to the girl. Ecstatic, she accepted the money and then unfurled another painting for Suemo to inspect. Satisfied by his nod, she carefully rolled up the 2 scrolls and presented them to him. "Why does your young master have you selling paintings?" Suemo inquired, observing the girl's unbridled joy. She shook her head, pondering before replying. "The young master did not say. But I know. He must think my health is fragile, hence he encourages me to move about more. In truth, he does not truly care whether the paintings sell." At that moment, Suemo felt as though a heavy weight had lodged itself in his heart, a suffocating sensation enveloping him. The girl, thoroughly content, tucked away the silver and dashed towards the small painting boat. Watching her skip away, Suemo couldn't help but murmur, "Little girl." A wave of bitterness washed over him, prompting a frantic swipe at the inexplicably wetness on his face. As she ventured further, he hastily followed. The girl hopped back onto the painting boat, where she found the young man reclining in a rocking chair, sipping wine. "Young master, you ought to drink less. We have no more silver," she chattered. The young man, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, turned to her with an exasperated sigh. "Did I not instruct you to sell the paintings?" From a distance, Suemo observed the unfolding scenes aboard the painting boat, which felt like a vivid recollection of his past, plunging him into a peculiar sensation, whose memories were being enacted in this illusion. His own. Yet why did they manifest from a third-person perspective? Confused, he yearned to summon the great evil from the spirit sea for clarification, but the spirit sea remained eerily silent, devoid of any response. He lifted his gaze to the small figure on the painting boat, watching her intently, as if a single glance could span eternity. Time slipped away, and the cycle of day and night continued. Suemo remained fixated on the little girl, absorbing her laughter and her chatter. Gradually, he lost track of time, and he was no longer Suemo. His perspective elevated until he could behold the vast expanse of the universe. Yet his attention remained solely on that diminutive figure, her joy, her exuberance, until he beheld a white-haired youth stepping into a dilapidated temple amidst a vast expanse of snow. Abruptly, Suemo jolted awake. "Who am I?" The scene flickered, and the illusion vanished. Chapter 69. The third. As Sumo's consciousness returned to the divine realm, he experienced a moment of disorientation. The second illusion felt exceedingly peculiar, as if it were observed through the lens of some ethereal presence, transcendent and exalted. This sensation ensnared him, yet simultaneously instilled a profound sense of detachment. After lingering in a stupor for what seemed like an eternity, Suemo finally emerged from the reverie. Upon regaining his senses, he beheld 2 familiar faces before him, Taoist Muda and Monk Zhixian. In a daze, Suemo queried, "Did you not return? Why are you still in the divine realm?" With a grave expression, Monk Zhixian replied, "There is a problem in the divine realm. Currently, one can only enter but not exit." Taoist Muda nodded in agreement, stating, "We should have returned to the dilapidated temple after passing through the fissure, yet we found ourselves here instead." As Suemo surveyed his surroundings, he realized that he was not alone with Muda and Zhixian. Dozens of others were present as well. They have reported that every exit has encountered issues, and regardless of which path one takes, they all lead back here. Zhixian elaborated, gesturing toward the others. "We suspect this to be the second layer of the divine realm." Suemo was taken aback by this revelation. "What does the second layer imply?" he inquired. Taoist Mu Da elucidated, we theorize that some anomaly has occurred within the divine realm, resulting in the activation of the second layer. Consequently, all exits from the first layer have transformed into entrances to the second layer. Therefore, to escape, we must locate an exit within this second layer. The term anomaly captivated Su Mo's attention. Noticing his distraction, Muda inquired with concern, Su, what troubles you? Shaking his head, Su Mo refrained from responding. He harbored the unsettling notion that this anomaly was connected to the presence he felt watching him from the shadows. What of your elders? Su Mo hesitantly asked. With a heavy sigh, Muda's countenance darkened. Su Mo, feeling a wave of sorrow, offered my condolences. Monk Shi Xian, perplexed, gazed at the two of them, who were mired in melancholy. What is the matter with you? He questioned. Su Mo sensed something was amiss. Have your elders not met with misfortune? He probed. Not at all. The elders of our sect likely arrived here long before us, and are probably searching for an exit deeper within, Jixin clarified. Sumo's lips twitched, and he turned to Muda, whose expression was laden with gravity. Why do you appear so disheartened? Are you disappointed that your elders yet live? Coughing discreetly, Muda was about to speak when suddenly, a dense fog enveloped the area. Their expressions shifted dramatically. As Suemo opened his mouth to speak, Jixin swiftly covered his lips, his face taut with urgency. Do not speak, do not move. There is something in the fog. Suemo was taken aback, immediately falling silent and motionless, merely waiting for a moment, when he suddenly sensed something amiss. The two individuals, Jixin and Muda, who had just been by his side, seemed to have vanished without a trace. Suemo scanned his surroundings, engulfed in a blanket of white mist, and dared not move, a peculiar sensation creeping into his heart. Yet, before long, the thick fog gradually began to dissipate. When the mist fully cleared, Suemo found himself standing in a sparsely wooded area. Not far ahead, there stood a crimson flower, radiating an extraordinary luminescence. The Higanbana. Suemo fell into a daze. It seemed that he had never fallen when approaching that radiant phenomenon. It appeared he had never been ensnared by illusions. He seemed not to have encountered Jixin or Muda, nor had he ever visited the second layer of the divine realm. He had merely experienced a fleeting dream. Yet that dream felt strikingly real, and the Higanbana he had longed for was right before his eyes. The flower indeed resembled the descriptions found in books, blooming without leaves. A solitary blossom stood there, starkly out of place amidst everything else. The Higanbana's dozens of narrow petals spread outwards, the tips slightly curling upwards, resembling two hands joined together, fingers outstretched to cradle the void. Rays of brilliance emanated from the petals of the Higanbana, forming this breathtaking spectacle. In a trance, Suemo stepped forward, crouching down to pluck the Higanbana. The moment he did, the flower lost its luminous glow and extraordinary essence, transforming into a mere ordinary herb. Suemo tucked the Higanbana away, dazedly turning around and racing back the way he came. Wait for me, dear girl. The young master has found the Higanbana. After Suemo departed, the spot from which the flower had been plucked was soon shrouded in thick fog once more, and within that mist, it seemed as if a pair of eyes watched him hastily retreat. Suemo sped away, passing by the corpses of the sacred sect members he had slain, not pausing even for a moment. It was as if he had not seen them at all. The dilapidated village soon appeared before him. He cast a glance, but did not linger, continuing onward. In no time, he spotted the body of one who had committed suicide, kneeling before a dark fissure. The crack stood there quietly, seemingly waiting for someone to enter or exit. Suemo fell silent, stepping alone into that rift. In a flash, as his vision cleared, he found himself back in the dilapidated temple he had come from. So he had returned. Suemo glanced back at the dark fissure. It remained steadfastly in place, unchanged in the slightest. Yet the peculiar figure that once huddled in the corner of the dilapidated temple had vanished without a trace. Suemo, in a daze, emerged from the crumbling sanctuary, greeted by an expanse of white. He stepped into the snow, his white garments billowing as he hastened towards the academy, the crimson ribbon atop his head fluttering in the wind. The footprints he left in the snow existed but for a fleeting moment, soon concealed by the hurried gusts of snow and wind. Upon returning to the academy, the dean regarded Suemo with astonishment. How is it that you have returned so swiftly? He inquired. Gu Yu and Luo Yin, alerted by the commotion, also emerged. Suemo produced the elusive flower from his bosom. The faces of those present lit up with surprise. Could it truly be the otherworldly flower? He handed the blossom to the dean, who accepted it, and, with a wave of his hand, summoned a small figure, long ensnared in slumber by an ancient seal, to materialize before Suemo. The dean nodded at Suemo and placed the flower before the tiny being. The flower visibly dissolved, transforming into a radiant stream of light that entered the little girl's body. Gradually, she stirred awake, her gaze meeting Suemo's, filled with concern. Pouting, she called out, "Young master." Suemo immediately stepped forward, cradling the longed-for child in his arms. "I want to eat chicken legs," she declared. Suemo gently stroked her head and replied, "Very well." In the blink of an eye, months had passed since Suemo brought back the flower. One day, he stood by the lake, gazing at the tranquil surface that mirrored the sky, lost in thought. He sighed deeply, and, as he lifted his eyes to the heavens, a small figure embraced his arm from behind, shaking it gently. "Young master, what are you thinking about?" she asked. Suemo turned to look at the little girl, his expression softening as he caressed her head. Slowly, he replied, "I was thinking, how wonderful it would be if all of this were truly real." Chapter 70. The illusion of the divine realm. The little girl, her face a mask of confusion, inquired, "What does the young master mean? Am I not real?" Suemo smiled gently, assuring her that in the young master's heart, she would forever be real, whether in reality or an illusion. "What illusion?" the little girl asked, still perplexed. As Suemo gazed upward into the boundless sky, the summer breeze caressed him with a comforting touch. "This is the third illusion," he continued in a slow, somber tone. "However, the young master must return." "Where must the young master go?" the little girl queried. "To the divine realm." "But why must the young master return to the divine realm?" Tears welled in the little girl's eyes. Suemo knelt and tenderly caressed her cheek. "The young master wishes to stay with you always, but he must return to the divine realm. He has rested long enough. It is time to rescue you." Though the little girl did not fully grasp the young master's words, she nodded in agreement, her obedience unwavering even within the illusion. A cool breeze swept through, and time seemed to freeze in that moment. The wind, insects, birds, and beasts continued their ceaseless dance, yet for some reason, Suemo felt as if everything before him had been suspended in time. This scene appeared both real and beautiful, yet it was profoundly illusory. The emergence of the other shore flower in the divine realm, acquiring the other shore flower, saving the little girl. Everything Suemo desired seemed to be fulfilled by this world. However, the figure within Suemo's spiritual sea was absent. Since the second illusion began, the great calamity had been unable to enter his illusion. Yet if he truly returned to reality, she should not remain hidden. The three illusions seemed to unveil certain truths to Suemo. The first illusion revealed his longing. The third unveiled his hopes. As for the second, Suemo could not fathom what the divine realm sought to show him. As he surveyed the surroundings, aware that everything he saw was but a mirage, he found himself at a loss for how to escape this illusion. Countless times he had attempted to break free, yet this illusion mirrored reality so closely. No matter what Suemo did, he could not leave the illusion. He even leapt from heights, attempting to end his own life, but no harm ever befell him. It was as if he were invincible. It appeared that the divine realm intended to ensnare Suemo within this illusion indefinitely. He cast one last glance at the little girl, then resolutely surged forward in a determined direction. A bold thought emerged in Suemo's mind. He needed to verify something first. Suemo hastened to the western part of the city, and upon arriving at the entrance of a courtyard adorned with red walls and white tiles, he came to a halt. Before his eyes lay desolation. The once vibrant courtyard had been reduced to mere flat land. The dense forest had also succumbed to the same fate. Erected tombstones on the barren ground confirmed Suemo's suspicions. Gazing at the desolate western part of the city, Suemo chuckled softly. He tilted his head towards the vast sky and spoke, "Divine realm, to ensnare me, you resorted to fabricating illusions from reality to deceive me." What Suemo sought to verify was whether the illusion crafted by the divine realm mirrored his memories or was an accurate representation of reality. The academy within the illusion was identical to his recollections, leaving him unable to ascertain the truth. He had never visited certain places, thus remained oblivious to their true nature, which further complicated his inquiry. However, there was one location that could substantiate his doubts, a place he had frequented, yet he was certain it could never resemble his memories again. That place was the western part of the city. He was unaware of its current state, but he knew it could not possibly align with his recollections. Having pierced through the veil of deception, the corpses in the western part of the city could no longer be disregarded. As long as he witnessed the present state of the western city, he could ascertain whether the illusion depicted reality or mere recollection. Suemo smiled as he gazed at the heavens, seemingly unperturbed, and spoke softly to himself. "O divine realm, have you ever played with Russian nesting dolls?" With a chuckle, he rose, shook his head, and sped off in a determined direction. Upon reaching his destination, he found a dilapidated temple standing solitary amidst ruins. Suemo stepped slowly into the crumbling edifice. A black fissure loomed beside the shattered idol. Absent the radiant glow of reflected snow, the temple appeared dim and somber, far less luminous than before. The peculiar figure lurking in the corner had vanished, just as it had when he last exited the temple. The gaping hole in the corner had grown even larger. Suemo approached the black fissure and stepped into the temple. In a flash, he found himself immersed in the illusion constructed by the divine realm. The corpse, once kneeling in death, had decayed beyond recognition, a knife still embedded in its chest. Indeed, this third illusion was crafted by the divine realm according to reality. Shaking his head at the decaying body, Suemo departed. He then set forth towards the dilapidated village, which remained as eerie and foreboding as ever. Before the door of the third room stood the stone tablet, though the long hair of the sage of Confucianism inscribed upon it had vanished. Suemo strolled through the dilapidated village, his previous caution replaced by a sense of invincibility within this illusion, free from the fear of harm. After thoroughly investigating the desolate village, Suemo turned to depart once more. He delved deeper into the divine realm of the illusion, traversing one area after another, exploring every hidden corner. This divine realm resembled a long-abandoned world, replete with towns and villages. There were no signs of the bizarre. After all, it was merely an illusion. With each step, Suemo ventured further, drawing closer to the heart of the divine realm. In this illusory divine realm, Suemo wandered for an entire month, encountering numerous dilapidated and eerie villages or towns. Each place once inhabited exuded an aura of profound terror. In every such location, there lay a stone tablet left by the sage of Confucianism, inscribed with the haunting words, "I, in the transformation of heaven, within 3 days, slaughtered 86 souls in this land. My heart aches greatly, leaving a strand of hair to honor the departed souls." Each tablet recorded a different number of victims, ranging from dozens to tens of thousands. With every stone tablet Suemo encountered, his heart felt a sharp pang. He refrained from taking the hair from the tablets, knowing it was but an illusion. Suemo discovered several entrances to the second layer. After leaving his footprints throughout the first layer of the divine realm, he entered the second layer through one of these passages. The second layer mirrored the first, albeit on a smaller scale. It contained only one entrance leading downward to the third layer, and Suemo chose not to rush in. He completed his exploration of the second layer before finally descending to the third. Upon reaching the third layer, Suemo realized it was even smaller, reduced to a single grand and majestic palace. Entering the palace felt akin to an insignificant ant stepping into a royal abode. Within the towering and magnificent palace, Suemo's smallness starkly contrasted with the vastness of the structure, as if it had not been built for human use at all. He ventured deeper into the palace until he arrived at a terminus before a towering statue of the sage of Confucianism. A cluster of otherworldly blossoms, the higanbana, radiated a dazzling and ethereal light, blooming in full splendor. Suemo murmured to himself, "At last, I have found you." He did not approach to pluck the enchanting blossoms, fully aware that they too were mere illusions. Shaking his head, he sat down before the higanbana, smiling softly as he began to speak. "Oh, divine realm, now you comprehend why, upon realizing you are an illusion constructed from reality to ensnare me, I no longer felt such urgency to escape. For, if the illusion is also reality, it suggests that I can indeed find what I seek within this realm of illusion. Then, once I return to reality, I shall be able to pluck the flowers from the other shore, shall I not? You must be curious. What does it matter if I find them within the illusion, if I cannot escape it?" Suemo shook his head with a smile, continuing to speak to himself. We both know that as long as I perish within this illusion, I can break free from it. But what can I do if I cannot bring myself to kill my own self? Suemo raised his gaze towards the divine realm within this illusion, speaking with a smile. I cannot end my own existence, but you can. Suemo lifted his arms, extending them outward, and a powerful aura of foundational perfection radiated from him. Within the illusion, he had unknowingly reached the critical moment of breaking through the barrier. The Confucian path undergoes tribulations during the foundational breakthrough, and the death tribulation that your divine realm illusion has bestowed upon me, I shall not resist. Chapter 71. Ineffable. The breakthrough of Confucianism and Taoism in establishing a foundation is fraught with a perilous tribulation, whimsically named the withered leaf. This tribulation signifies that, during the process of foundation establishment, the internal organs of the practitioner will wither like autumn leaves, a unique calamity inherent to the path of Confucianism and Taoism. Since time immemorial, the reasons behind this phenomenon remain a mystery. Within the realm of illusion, he cannot perish. However, the tribulation still looms, threatening to bring about his demise and shatter the illusion. In this manner, Suemo not only discovers the location of the other shore flower, but also dispels the illusion, utilizing it to navigate through the withered leaf tribulation of Confucianism and Taoism. A masterstroke indeed. At this moment, Suemo exhibits the early semblance of a strategist. Upon hearing Sumo's words, the divine realm of illusion appears to grow exceedingly furious. The mists swirl violently, and suddenly, a searing pain radiates from Sumo's abdomen. As his organs begin to wither, inflicting a heart-wrenching agony that pierces his consciousness. Initially, his heart feels as though it is being torn apart, blood surging to his face, causing veins to bulge ominously. Suemo lets out a muffled groan, but refrains from resisting. Next, a wave of intense decay strikes his liver, causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. Suemo relinquishes all sensory perception and raises his head, exclaiming, "Is this all the power you possess?" The tumultuous mists become even more violent before surging dramatically. Simultaneously, the spleen, kidneys, and lungs within Suemo erupt in a chorus of agonizing decay, akin to 1,000 daggers twisting within him. Through gritted teeth, Suemo trembles incessantly, a stream of crimson flowing from his lips. His cultivation continues to ascend, as the vitality of his withering organs coalesces into a golden elixir within his abdomen. Just as the elixir forms, a lack of vitality overwhelms him, and darkness envelopes his vision, leading to the shattering of the illusion. Amidst a sea of chaos, Suemo gradually opens his eyes. He finds himself in the divine realm, confronted by two familiar faces, the Taoist Muda and the monk Zhixian. "Su benefactor, how is it that you have arrived at the second layer?" inquires monk Zhixian, drawing near. Suemo is taken aback, slowly responding, "What do you mean? Have we not met before?" Monk Zhixian scratches his head in confusion, replying, "When did we meet? We just saw you lying here. You have been in a state of unconsciousness. You have only just awakened." A change washes over Sumo's expression. Is the third illusion a direct continuation of the second? Is his exchange with monk Zhixian and Muda merely a figment of his imagination? Big sister de Xiong? Suemo calls out within his spiritual sea. "I am here." A familiar voice resonates from the depths of his mind. "I." Suemo tentatively inquires, "Am I in an illusion or in reality?" The voice of De Xiong gently replies, "In the reality of the divine realm." Sumo's mind races as he gazes upon his surroundings, feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality. After a brief pause, he turns once more to De Xiong in the spiritual sea, asking, "Do you possess any proof?" In the vast expanse of Sumo's spiritual sea, De Xiong rolled her eyes, her enchanting figure manifesting before him. "Can you prove it now? You appeared in my first illusion as well." Suemo posed a question. Muda and the monk observed Sumo's mutterings, utterly perplexed. "Master Su, to whom are you speaking?" inquired the Taoist Muda. Suemo looked at De Xiong, silently questioning, "Can they not see you? Can they not sense your presence?" "Of course not. Do you think everyone can see me?" De Xiong retorted sharply. "But during our first encounter in the western city, Muda clearly sensed your existence." Suemo pressed further. "That was because my spirit had nowhere to hide, and I needed your assistance to escape the mountains and rivers. Thus they could perceive a trace of my aura," De Xiong explained patiently. "However, my spirit now resides within your spiritual sea, and what you see is but a mere projection of myself. Naturally, they cannot see or feel me. Suemo inquired again. What proof do you have that I am not ensnared in an illusion? He found himself unable to distinguish between illusion and reality, akin to a startled bird caught in a trap. The ethereal figure, visible only to Suemo, approached him, bent down, and gazed intently at the seated Suemo, asking, "Do you believe me now?" Suemo turned his gaze towards the magnificent scenery, averting his eyes, and he believed. Observing Suemo's evident unease, Deshiong rose and sighed. Speaking gently, being cautious and contemplative is commendable, but do not be overly tense. When I am present, you may allow yourself to relax a little. Suemo shook his head. He had no privilege of relaxation as he transitioned from a mere pawn to a player. The burdens weighing upon him had multiplied, laden with unspeakable consequences. He glanced at Taoist Muda, recalling the events that transpired in the illusion, and tentatively asked, "Did you not leave? Why have you returned?" The monk Ji Xian interjected with a grave expression. "There is a problem in the divine domain. Entry is permitted, but exit is not." Ji Xian's response rendered Suemo's countenance grim. He turned to Muda, asking, "What of your elders?" Muda sighed heavily, his expression sorrowful. Suemo felt as though struck by lightning. Deshiong, observing Suemo's reaction, changed her expression and asked, "What troubles you?" "This scene. I have witnessed it in the third illusion," Suemo exclaimed, gazing at the chaotic divine domain surrounding him, a convoluted sensation causing his thoughts to spiral. "What a divine domain! How long have we been in this realm? When did you last see me here?" Suemo questioned Ji Xian once more. Ji Xian was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom why Suemo posed such a question. Had we not entered the divine realm together? Although he was uncertain of Suemo's intentions, after a moment of contemplation, Ji Xian responded, "We have likely been in the divine realm for several months. Just a mere quarter of an hour ago, when I saw you here, it felt as though you had materialized out of thin air. We thought you had also emerged from a rift in the divine realm, subsequently transported here. Several months. Thus, the intervals between the first and second illusions had not spanned much time. The third illusion appeared to synchronize with reality." Suemo's expression abruptly became rigid. "Little girl, time is running short. On this side and the other." Suemo unleashed her cultivation, and an aura of qi condensation awakened within her. Muda and Ji Xian gazed in astonishment at the qi condensation emanating from Suemo. When did she attain qi condensation? "I ought to be before the flowers on the other side." The tumult of spiritual energy conjured a force of Confucian principles, establishing a rule within the vast expanse of the divine realm. However, as soon as this rule manifested, it was obliterated by an unknown force lurking in the shadows. Confucian principles, rendered ineffective. Chapter 72. The Anxiety of Time. Suemo's expression turned ashen upon realizing that the Confucian techniques had proven ineffective. Gritting his teeth, he rose and addressed Ji Xian and Muda, urging, "We must depart from this place. It harbors some peculiarities." Ji Xian and Muda exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. "Which way shall we go?" "To the third floor." Suemo took the lead, stepping toward the entrance to the third level, as recalled from memory. "What?" Ji Xian and Muda stared at each other in disbelief. How did Suemo know the way to the third floor? They were unaware that Suemo had become intimately familiar with this divine realm. With heightened senses, Suemo meticulously surveyed his surroundings. The illusionary divine realm bore no immediate threats, yet it did not guarantee the same for the reality of the divine realm. Ji Xian and Muda promptly followed suit. Suemo advanced with caution, yet his pace was brisk, leaving a swift trail of scenery behind him. Witnessing Suemo's rapid movement through the divine realm, Ji Xian and Muda were taken aback. Why was this disciple moving with such speed? It seemed as though he was well acquainted with the divine realm. As they pressed onward, the skyless divine realm gradually dimmed, suggesting that the separation from the outside world was not entirely complete. The fog thickened, causing Suemo to unconsciously slow his stride. There was only one entrance leading from the second to the third floor, located quite near the center. In Suemo's recollection, while he had not encountered danger within the illusion, traversing the central area of the illusion had felt exceedingly eerie, as if other presences lingered nearby. Suddenly, Suemo discerned several figures ahead through the fog and immediately halted, signaling to the two behind him. Muda and Ji Xian cautiously approached, whispering, It seems there are people ahead, but we cannot ascertain how many. 6 individuals, Sumo replied. Muda paused in surprise. How do you know? Because there are 6 living auras. Sumo fixed his gaze on the 6 rigid silhouettes ahead. Oh, 6, Muda nodded, but then froze. Living auras? Ji also stood dumbfounded. What does 6 living auras mean? You cannot be suggesting that there are. The book of life and death within Sumo's spiritual sea, without any prompting, spontaneously established a connection with him. A strange black radiance emerged in Sumo's vision as he observed the 6 figures, noting, there were also hundreds of deceased auras. There are hundreds of ghostly presences surrounding those 6 figures. Sumo spoke softly. In Sumo's eyes, the area surrounding the 6 silhouettes was teeming with spectral entities. The divine realm, already imbued with an eerie atmosphere, felt even more chilling upon hearing Sumo's revelation. Sumo, what do you mean by the auras of the dead? Muda stammered, his voice trembling. Sumo shook his head and turned to the 2 individuals beside him. I am uncertain. Can you not see? Both Muda and Ji shook their heads in unison. Our cultivation is insufficient. However, those above the nascent soul stage can perceive certain unclean entities. After a moment of contemplation, Sumo sensed a reaction from the book of life and death within his spiritual sea, recalling that during his last encounter in the west of the city, he had been able to perceive certain things that eluded others. If I am not mistaken, those are all phantoms. Sumo spoke softly. Muda and Ji trembled at his words. You can see phantoms, Su benefactor? Ji hesitated, shaking his ample form as he approached for a closer look. Then turned back to inquire, Su benefactor, can you truly see them? Sumo gazed deeply at the 2, then slowly shook his head. I cannot see them, but I can feel their presence. He was unsure why he chose not to reveal the truth to them, not out of distrust, but rather a desire to avoid unnecessary complications. The slender Taoist Muda timidly approached Sumo, his voice quavering. Can we circumvent this? Sumo shook his head. We cannot. The entrance to the 3rd layer lies behind us. This is the only path forward. What then shall we do? Ji queried. Despite having survived in this divine realm for several months, the arrival of Sumo seemed to have stifled their independent thought, leaving them with a sense of helplessness and the instinct to follow. Wait a moment. Sumo gazed ahead, his eyes shimmering with ethereal light as various choices presented themselves in his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Muda and Ji crouched behind Sumo, seemingly reluctant to further ponder, leaving the decision-making to him. Suddenly, Sumo asked, do you know of an old monk draped in a red kasaya, wielding a staff in his left hand and a string of prayer beads in his right? Oh, that is my master. Ji waved his hand dismissively, then abruptly froze, rising in alarm. What? You have seen my master? Sumo nodded and continued, addressing Muda. Not only have I seen your master, but I have also encountered an elder from your sect. Muda was taken aback. You know our sect's elder? Sumo observed Muda, adorned with numerous copper swords, and thoughtfully replied, the elder clad in a Taoist robe, covered in copper swords. Oh, that is my master. Muda's mouth twitched, his demeanor nonchalant. Are you not anxious? Sumo inquired. Anxious about what? Muda retorted. Sumo pointed towards the 6 figures shrouded in mist ahead. It appears they are in trouble. What? Ji exclaimed, panic rising in his voice, while Muda's expression shifted to one of slight concern. What trouble have they encountered? Sumo responded. They are ensnared by those phantoms and are unable to escape. What shall we do now? The anxious monk Jishuan inquired. Sumo shook his head, lost in contemplation. Why would such a thing exist within the divine realm? Within the divine realm, all is mundane, which implies that no matter how high one's cultivation, it is of no use when confronted with such entities. Yet there is another phrase, except for Confucian cultivators, suggesting that these bizarre phenomena may not pose challenges to them. Sumo, consumed by urgency, longed to ascend to the 3rd layer to procure the other shore flower and hasten back to the academy to rescue the young girl. The dean had proclaimed that the girl would not survive past the age of 12, and a year had already elapsed within the academy's library, meaning she was now 11. Upon entering the divine realm, time had been further delayed by several months due to illusions. Without the other shore flower, the girl cannot live beyond 12. The implication of living past 12 is, she would perish before reaching that age. The lack of a specific time frame before 12. An overwhelming sense of anxiety surged within Su Mo's heart. Time is running short. Chapter 73. Scholar Su Mo gazed resolutely at the figures obstructing his passage to the third level, undeterred by any barriers that might impede his journey. Rising to his feet, he cautiously advanced towards the mist-laden expanse ahead. Upon witnessing Su Mo's daring approach, Ji Xian and Muda promptly followed suit. As Su Mo drew ever closer to the enigmatic domain, the circumstances before him gradually came into sharper focus. Before him loomed a multitude of peculiar specters, their vacant eyes wandering aimlessly, as if driven solely by an instinctual urge devoid of consciousness. Each of these 100 apparitions donned varied attire, yet all bore pallid visages, utterly devoid of vitality. Their long hair flowed eerily, enhancing their unsettling presence. Amidst the throng of spirits, 6 figures stood paralyzed, seemingly too fearful to engage with any of the phantoms surrounding them. As Su Mo neared the perimeter encircling these 6 individuals, he discerned their identities. There was an elderly Taoist priest, a venerable monk, a young man of exceptional bearing clad in resplendent robes, an old woman closely guarding him, a slender maiden adorned in a flowing purple gown, and lastly, a familiar face, Ning Baishui, the saintess of the holy sect. In that moment, Ning Baishui's expression was one of profound sorrow, entirely stripped of the haughty demeanor she had displayed earlier before the palace. The elderly figure with white hair, who had previously accompanied her, was nowhere to be seen. Su Mo harbored no fondness for the saintess, casting but a cold glance her way before diverting his attention. It was the maiden in the purple gown who piqued his interest. She exhibited no signs of distress amidst the confinement, instead appearing somewhat leisurely as she tended to her hair. The arrival of Su Mo and his companions did not go unnoticed by the 6 individuals. "Master?" Ji Xian called gently to the elderly monk among the encircled. The monk turned his gaze towards Su Mo, recognizing Ji Xian behind him, and inquired softly, "Ji Xian? Master?" Ji Xian exclaimed, eager to rush forward. However, he was swiftly restrained by Su Mo, while the monk urgently cautioned, "Do not approach." Ji Xian halted, a look of confusion crossing his face. "We are ensnared within an exceedingly bizarre formation, beset by hundreds of wandering spirits. It is imperative that we do not come into contact with these entities, or we shall face dire consequences," the monk explained to the trio outside. The elderly Taoist beside him also turned to look, his expression shifting upon recognizing Muda, and he erupted in anger. "How did you, the wayward disciple, end up here? This is no place for you." Muda retorted, "If you had already passed down the lower volume of the Daoxian scripture to me, I wouldn't have ventured into this wretched realm." "You." The old Taoist was nearly beside himself with rage, on the verge of lunging forward to chastise his rebellious disciple. At that moment, the monk interjected, "You must leave at once. Do not enter here. This formation is extraordinarily treacherous. We are trapped, and you should seek an exit to swiftly depart this divine realm." "Master." Ji Xian was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. Taoist Muda's gaze fell upon the elderly priest within the formation, his expression a tapestry of emotions. The old priest, observing the movements of several individuals outside, spoke to Taoist Muda with a flare of irritation. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and leave." Muda shook his head in refusal. "No, you have yet to pass on the lower volume of the Daoxian Sutra to me. If you were to perish, the sutra would be lost forever." The old priest pointed a trembling finger at Muda, but after a moment, he sighed. "I have transcribed the lower volume of the Daoxian Sutra and placed it beneath my bed. You will find it upon your return. Now go." Muda pouted. "Do not think you can deceive me. I have thoroughly searched your room and found nothing." The old priest, exasperated, found himself at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "I left it under the bed in your room before I set off." Taoist Muda stubbornly shook his head. "I have no interest in reading, and your handwriting is atrocious. If you do not personally teach me, I will undoubtedly fail to learn." The old priest's expression was a complex one. Su Mo shook his head, turning to Ji Xian and Muda, saying, "Stay close to me." Ji Xian and Muda immediately adhered closely to Su Mo's side. His words signified that he possessed a means to navigate their predicament. Cautiously, Su Mo advanced, approaching a wandering specter. The ghost seemed to sense his presence, its grayish-white eyes glancing at him. To his surprise, the specter made way. Suemo was taken aback. Within the divine realm, all is mundane, save for Confucian cultivators. In that instant, he comprehended the essence of that statement. The bizarre formations within the divine realm posed no threat to Confucian practitioners. Confucian cultivators were an anomaly within the divine realm. Suddenly, Suemo recalled something and turned back to Muda and Jixien, inquiring, "Have you encountered any illusions within the divine realm?" Jixien and Muda, perplexed by Suemo's sudden question, both shook their heads. Suemo gazed once more at the specter that had parted its form, seemingly grappling with an enigma. Why do other practitioners, apart from Confucians, face various bizarre dangers in the divine realm, while Confucians are exempt? Yet, why do Confucians encounter illusions that others cannot? Could it be due to the Confucian sage? Suemo's eyes flickered with realization as he continued onward. All the specters he encountered yielded passage, allowing Suemo to traverse freely, while Muda and Jixien closely followed in his wake, fearful of lagging behind. As Suemo advanced, the specters withdrew, as if these spirits harbored a profound respect for the Confucian way, an instinct that persisted even in their mindless state. Suemo proceeded with utmost caution, and with the retreat of the specters, he effortlessly reached the 6 individuals at the center of the formation. "Master," as the esteemed monk entered the formation, his expression shifted dramatically, and he rushed to the side of the elder monk, inquiring anxiously, "Master, what is the matter?" The elder monk appeared severely injured, with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, presenting a pitiful sight. The accompanying old Taoist was in a similar state. "It's nothing of concern. Merely a bit of trouble. My spiritual energy is depleted, and with a year or 2 of recuperation, I shall be fine." Muda slowly approached the wounded Taoist. The Taoist merely sighed at Muda, offering no further words. The elder monk cast a glance at Suemo, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Could it be that you, young benefactor, are a practitioner of Confucianism and Taoism?" "Confucianism and Taoism." The others exchanged looks, each revealing varied emotions. Dressed in a flowing white gown, Ning Baixue regarded Suemo with a complex expression, choosing silence. She recalled a year prior, when she had encountered Suemo before the imperial palace of the Huan nation. The unforgettable sight of thousands of lost souls bowing to Suemo lingered in her mind. She vividly remembered the white-clad youth standing in serene defiance against those souls, guiding them to their rest. At that time, she had desired to forcibly take Suemo to the divine realm, only to relent when the Academy's principal intervened. Seeing Suemo enter what they perceived as a deadly and bizarre formation, as if stepping into an uninhabited realm, Ning Baixue felt a wave of disorientation. Indeed, a practitioner of Confucianism was an exception. The young man in splendid attire observed Suemo, his gaze flickering before he turned to the elderly woman behind him. They exchanged a knowing glance, as if communicating in secret. The girl in purple, with her leisurely and radiant gaze, observed Suemo with a hint of curiosity. It was the first time she had encountered such a young practitioner of Confucianism and Taoism. Indeed, Suemo responded to the elder monk's inquiry, disregarding the others. At this moment, Jixien interjected, "This is none other than the top scholar of Dahua this year, the 7th apprentice of the Academy's principal, Suemo." The old Taoist was taken aback, exclaiming, "So this young friend is the renowned Su scholar? I have heard much about your remarkable talents." "Su scholar." The girl in purple displayed a teasing expression, hinting at some insider knowledge. Sumo's countenance stiffened, and he shook his head, insisting, "Let us exit the formation first. Stay close." With that, Suemo took the lead, advancing toward the exterior of the formation, and the group promptly followed. As Suemo forged the path, the myriad of spirits retreated in submission. Chapter 74. Gratitude and Betrayal. The group followed Suemo out of the formation, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief. Suemo turned to Muda and Jixien, stating, "Now that you have located your sect elders, you should depart with them." He gestured towards the west, and continued, "If you proceed westward, there lies an exit to the divine realm approximately a day's journey away. If you tread carefully, you should encounter no peril." "And what about you, Su?" Jixien inquired. "I." Suemo glanced into the depths of the divine realm. "Have my own matters to attend to." "Very well," Jixien replied, clasping his fists in gratitude. "Do take care, Su. The divine realm is fraught with mysteries, and we cannot be of any assistance." We shall not accompany you further." The old monk and the venerable Taoist also expressed their thanks. "We are immensely grateful for your aid, Su. In the future, we shall visit the academy to convey our appreciation." It was but a trifling effort, Su Mo humbly declined. The old monk and the Taoist, together with Ji Xian and Mu Da, departed toward the direction Su Mo had indicated. It was clear that these 6 individuals had not initially been a cohesive group, and their paths diverged naturally, especially considering the severe injuries sustained by the old monk and the Taoist. Ning Baishui cast a glance at the elegantly attired Su Mo, sighed softly, and followed after Ji Xian and Mu Da. Now, she found herself alone, devoid of any intention to delve deeper into the divine realm. However, as she departed, a voice echoed in Su Mo's ears. "Beware of the man in splendid attire and the elderly woman by his side. They are not of our realm." Taken aback, Su Mo paused. The girl in purple glanced at him with a radiant smile, seemingly unhurried to leave. Observing the remaining 3 individuals, Su Mo offered a slight bow and prepared to take his leave. Presently, his mind was solely focused on the flower of the other shore. As he stepped forward, the young man in opulent garments suddenly broke into a smile and remarked, "Might this young friend intend to venture further?" Su Mo turned back, frowning. "Is there an issue?" The young man elegantly fanned himself, a smile gracing his lips. "No issue at all. However, since you are a scholar of the Confucian Tao, I would hope you might escort us a little further, out of the divine realm." Su Mo's expression turned icy as he coldly interrupted, "I have no time." But please, allow me to finish," the young man continued with a smile. "I am not of your 9th realm. I am the son of the 9th elder of the Wenyang sect from the 3rd realm. Your 9th realm is currently severed from the outside world, yet one day, you shall reconnect. Why not seek an ally in advance?" With a haughty demeanor, the young man waved his feather fan, exuding an air of superiority. Su Mo regarded him coolly, responding with a slight shake of his head, "I am not interested." Having heard the dean speak of the matters concerning the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the mention by the young man stirred little response within him. Alas, youth is indeed a fleeting illusion. The elegantly attired youth remarked with a smile, seemingly oblivious to the vastness beyond the 9th realm. "Otherwise, you would be rushing to pledge your allegiance to me. Have I finished speaking?" Su Mo, disinterested, turned away and ventured deeper into the divine domain, expressing his desire to hear no more superfluous words. "You may leave now. I lack the time to escort you." Observing Su Mo's refusal, the elegantly attired youth momentarily faltered, a flicker of displeasure crossing his gaze. "Humph, unappreciative." The elderly matron beside him huffed coldly, gesturing with her hand as a strip of white silk surged towards Su Mo. With a swift utterance of "yet," Su Mo vanished from sight, reappearing several dozen meters away. The recently departed Taoist Ji Xian and his companions, alerted by the commotion, promptly returned. They approached Su Mo, positioning themselves at a distance from the elegantly attired youth and the matron. Meanwhile, the girl in purple stood aside, her expression one of curiosity, as if the unfolding drama bore no relevance to her. Casting a frigid gaze upon the elegantly attired youth and the matron, Su Mo spoke icily. "Do you seek to repay kindness with malice?" No. The elegantly attired youth shook his head, insisting, "The divine domain is perilous. I merely wish for you to escort us out of this realm. Compensation will be provided afterward. I have already stated, I lack the time." Su Mo inhaled deeply before continuing. "It seems you have yet to grasp my intent." The elegantly attired youth chuckled. "I shall be more forthright then. You cannot refuse." That demeanor, so arrogant and haughty, reminiscent of the day when Ning Baishui pressured Su Mo to enter the divine domain, exhibited a complete disregard for others. Su Mo glanced at Ning Baishui and the others before turning his attention back to the elegantly attired youth. The matron beside him subtly released a wave of her cultivation, causing the expressions of the others to darken considerably. Mid-stage transformation. In this world, the path begins with chi cultivation, followed by foundation establishment, then core formation, then nascent soul, and finally transformation. In the 9th realm where Su Mo resided, mid-stage transformation practitioners were exceedingly rare. Often, a sect would lack even a single one. Even within the holy sect, there were not many. Originally, there had been a mid-stage transformation practitioner beside Ning Baishui, but they were now absent, lost to the unknown. A testament to the formidable challenge of achieving transformation. Yet, this elegantly attired youth had a mid-stage transformation matron as a guardian. The son of a ninth realm elder from the Wentiang sect possessed such formidable protection. One could only imagine the strength beyond the ninth realm. The faces of Mu Da, Ji Xian, and the others turned grave in an instant. The old Taoist and the elder monk were merely at the initial stage of transformation. And currently, they were both severely injured, utterly incapable of mounting any resistance. The others' cultivation levels fell woefully short. In the face of a mid-stage transformation, should conflict arise, they would truly be akin to a flock of lambs led to slaughter. As the group looked to Suemo, he merely regarded the elegantly attired youth and the matron with cold indifference. Suddenly breaking the silence, "You do not genuinely wish for me to escort you out of the divine domain. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion?" The young man in the splendid attire was momentarily taken aback, his eyes soon revealing a glimmer of intrigue. "You possess mid-level transformation capabilities. Your presence here indicates you have numerous means of self-preservation," Suemo continued. "Surely, as long as you do not delve deeper into the divine realm and can retrace your steps, it shouldn't pose a significant challenge for you." A flicker of surprise crossed the haughty expressions of the young man and the old woman. "Proceed. Yet, you repeatedly insist on my assistance to exit the divine realm. What you truly desire is not merely to leave, but to further exert control over me, hoping I would guide you in exploring the divine realm to seize its myriad opportunities." Clap, clap, clap. The young man slowly applauded, shaking his head with a smile. "Indeed, you possess a measure of cleverness. I underestimated you. However, knowing the truth serves little purpose. Can you truly resist?" The young man mocked. "It would have sufficed for you to feign ignorance and assist us in seeking opportunities. But now that the mask is torn away, things have become quite complicated. I have already stated." Suemo spoke ominously. "I do not have the luxury of time. Ignorant of your impending doom." The old woman beside the young man let out a cold laugh, her transformative pressure bearing down upon Suemo. In an instant, Suemo felt as though he stood before a divine entity, an overwhelming force pressing him to the ground. His frail body, possessing only the cultivation of the golden core, felt like an ant beneath the weight of this transformative might. The countenance of all present shifted. Suemo struggled to rise, his face pale and contorted as he glared at the old woman. "I have stated. I do not have time." A yellow talisman slipped from Sumo's sleeve, which he forcefully thrust upward. The talisman erupted with an astonishing aura, soaring into the sky. It radiated brilliant light, hanging above the heads of the crowd in the divine realm, akin to a resplendent moon. As the talisman flashed, a force of order surged downwards like a torrential flood from the heavens. In an instant, the old woman beside the young man, amidst shock and trepidation, found her transformation cultivation suppressed beneath the threshold of transformation. "This is impossible," the old woman cried, her face ashen. The yellow talisman, suspended in the void, bore the two words, "Divine Restraint." Chapter 75, Does It Hurt? The divine talisman bestowed upon Suemo by the dean before his departure now manifested its power. This talisman bore an uncanny resemblance to the divine prohibition decree placed in the imperial palace by the dean. Suspended high above, the decree shone brilliantly in the dim expanse of the divine realm, akin to a radiant moon. The old woman gazed up at the decree, trembling with disbelief. What extraordinary means could possibly suppress a cultivator of the divine transformation realm beneath its level, merely through a single talisman? The identity of the one who inscribed this talisman. The old woman dared not ponder further, her eyes fixed on Suemo, filled with incredulity. "Who exactly are you?" she stammered in terror. The horror that this talisman evoked in others was nothing compared to the direct fear she experienced. The aura emanating from the talisman. The higher the cultivation, the smaller the courage. In her mind, a multitude of images surfaced, and in her gaze upon Suemo, she could almost perceive the towering existence standing behind him. Sumo's gaze was unwavering as he fixed his eyes on the old woman. With her cultivation suppressed by the divine prohibition decree, the oppressive force upon him diminished significantly. He rose to his feet and coldly declared, "I am the seventh direct disciple of the Academy." The Academy. The old woman was unfamiliar with its significance and knew little of the ninth realm. She had initially perceived the ninth realm as a realm of insignificance, but that notion was swiftly corrected in this moment. It seemed that the depths of the ninth realm were unfathomable. "Do you wish to continue?" Suemo inquired. In truth, he was apprehensive of any entanglement, for his companions possessed no combat prowess, even with the old woman suppressed beneath the divine transformation level. Furthermore, Sumo's sole desire was to swiftly ascend to the third layer, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications and delays. Before the girl, all matters appeared trivial. The old woman fell silent, casting her gaze toward the elegantly clad youth beside her. Fear gripped her. The ability to suppress an existence of the divine transformation realm with a single talisman left her devoid of any spirit to resist. It was evident that Suemo shared a profound connection with this terrifying force. The youthful figure in fine garments wore a grim expression, hesitating. Sister, the great ominous. Suemo silently called upon the presence within his spiritual sea, sensing that he might need to request her assistance. He observed the youth's shifting gaze before letting out a sigh. The great ominous was Suemo's greatest trump card, his source of confidence in the divine realm. Though Suemo was unaware of the true extent of the great ominous strength, he harbored an instinctive belief that even a late-stage divine transformation cultivator would find no avenue for retaliation before her. Yet, he was reluctant to call upon her unless absolutely necessary. The great ominous had once stated that she would not intervene unless faced with a life-or-death situation. Suemo could not afford to develop a dependence on her power. Otherwise, his own cultivation would stagnate. Now you think of me? The great ominous rolled her eyes within Suemo's spiritual sea, but added, however, I am unwilling to intervene at this moment. Why? Is this not a critical moment of life and death? Suemo was momentarily taken aback. As a mere foundation cultivator, a single slap from another could easily spell her doom. Just moments ago, the other party had merely attempted to restrain her. Otherwise, she would have already met her end. Firstly, you used the transformation token to suppress her beneath the realm of transformation before calling upon me. Do you hold me in such contempt? Secondly, there is something ominous fixating upon them. No need for my intervention. The ominous presence spoke slowly. What does this mean? Suemo was momentarily perplexed. At that moment, a thick mist suddenly began to swirl around them, and the temperature plummeted as if the very air had turned frigid. A collective shiver ran through the group. The old monk's staff trembled violently in his grasp, his expression shifting dramatically. Such a transformation had not been witnessed even in the face of the old woman's mastery of transformation. There exists a dreadful entity. The faces of the crowd paled in unison. The young man in luxurious attire and the old woman suddenly turned ashen. Slowly turning their heads, from within the thick mist, a diminutive figure emerged. The old woman's face shifted in horror, instantly attempting to flee with the young man, only to find her body unresponsive, utterly immobilized. The small figure stepped forth, lifting a finger to its lips in a gesture of silence. Shoo! Suemo gazed at the diminutive figure, instantly entranced. After the appearance of this small entity, the others found themselves rendered motionless, as if the very air around them had solidified, akin to a swamp pulling them deeper into its grasp. Only the small white stone resting against Suemo's chest flickered faintly, shielding her from any adverse effects. Yet, she remained transfixed, staring blankly at the emerging figure. The small entity came into view, appearing to be no more than 10 years of age, with a short sword embedded in its chest. The azure blade radiated a bluish glow, with dark crimson blood perpetually oozing from the wound. Strangely, the small figure seemed unfazed by the sword lodged in its torso, leisurely strolling into the sight of the onlookers. Shoo! Let us maintain silence. The diminutive figure softly instructed the old woman. Its voice was exceedingly sweet. Yet that sweetness sent chills down one's spine, as if it emanated from an unknown realm. The old woman opened her mouth, yet no sound escaped her lips. I am merely hungry. It will not be long before you feel no pain. The small figure approached the old woman, offering a slight smile. Do not cry out. Should you awaken it, I too shall find myself in a predicament. The old woman, gripped by terror, found herself utterly paralyzed, her eyes betraying an endless well of fear. Indeed, it was so. The diminutive figure broke into a smile, raising its right hand and slowly reaching towards the old woman. As onlookers beheld this scene, the delicate, pale hand, upon making contact with the old woman's chest, effortlessly pierced through her ribcage as if it were mere parchment. It plunged deeply into her heart, and crimson blood flowed from that tender hand, trickling down the slender arm and falling to the ground. Plop! Plop. Each droplet of blood echoed in the hearts of the witnesses, resounding like a drumbeat within their souls. The elegantly dressed young man beside the old woman felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He wished to move, yet found himself paralyzed. Wishing to scream, but unable to utter a sound. He could only watch in horror as that fragile, white hand extracted a still-beating heart from the old woman's chest. The old woman's eyes gradually dulled to a grayish hue, devoid of life. The diminutive figure weighed the heart in its hand, seemingly dissatisfied, then cast its gaze upon the immobilized, terrified young man. It extended another slender, pale hand. Repeating the grim act, it plunged into the young man's chest, blood gushing forth. The young man stared at the hand that delved into his own ribcage, only to witness the extraction of his heart. His eyes slowly lost their vitality, lifeless yet upright. Those two presences, which had once seemed insurmountable to Suemo, transformed within moments into lifeless corpses. The crowd felt a chill grip their limbs, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed upon the peculiar, diminutive figure with a short sword protruding from its chest. The figure weighed the two hearts in its hands, a satisfied smile gracing its features. The spectators watched as the hearts visibly withered in those delicate, pale hands, eventually turning to ash. The small figure raised its hand, scattering the ashes as the wind whisked them away. Observing the remnants vanish in the breeze, it clapped its little hands, smiling with contentment, as if it had just indulged in a hearty meal. When the diminutive figure turned to face Suemo and the others, it suddenly froze. Among the crowd, a youth clad in white, with hair to match, fixed an unwavering gaze upon it, slowly approaching. "Can you move?" the small figure inquired. The white-clad youth remained silent, simply staring at her in a daze. "Aren't you afraid of me?" the diminutive figure pressed on. "What is that expression?" It noticed the profound tenderness reflected in the eyes of the approaching youth. Yet he offered no response, continuing to walk toward her until he stood directly before her. Suddenly, the small figure caught sight of a white stone hanging from Sumo's chest, causing it to tremble violently. In the eyes of the diminutive figure, a white pebble emitted a radiant beam, gently soaring towards another white pebble that hung upon its chest. This luminous stream merged seamlessly with the small stone at the heart of the figure. As the light fully integrated, a myriad of fragmented memories flickered within its gaze. After a long pause, the little figure lifted its gaze towards Suemo, its expression transforming. In its eyes resided an infinite depth of longing and infatuation. Sumo's gaze fell upon the short sword embedded in the chest of the little figure. "Does it hurt?" The once ferocious little figure now exhibited a blush of crimson in its eyes. "It hurts. It hurts immensely." Chapter 76. A Farewell Child. Suemo softly called out. The small figure gazed at him with an overwhelming sense of affection and gentleness, unabashedly meeting his eyes. In Sumo's eyes, she resembled his little girl perfectly, a child of the same age, bearing the same features, and adorned with a small white stone upon her chest. Equally adorable, equally obedient. The little girl looked at Suemo and slowly shook her head. "I am not the little girl." Suemo fell silent, fully aware that the person before him was not his beloved child. His little girl would never take a life, nor possess the capacity to do so. Yet, the longing he felt for her led him to perceive this identical small figure as his cherished girl. "Little girl." Noticing the melancholy in Sumo's eyes, the small figure's gaze dimmed slightly. "Who are you?" Suemo gently inquired. The little one shook her head slowly, remaining silent, then cast a glance at the individuals behind Suemo before turning and gradually walking into the thick mist. The group regained their composure, and Suemo remarked, "You may leave the divine realm now, Su Master," they murmured, still unable to fully recover from their fear, immediately astonished by the demeanor of the fearsome creature towards Suemo. It seemed that this formidable being exhibited an unexpectedly amicable attitude towards him. "It's all right." Suemo reassured them with a simple phrase before pursuing the small figure into the fog. He had many questions to ask pertaining to her. Regarding his little girl, he followed the diminutive silhouette to the edge of a precipice, where the small figure sat, her feet dangling above the abyss. She gazed into the swirling mist below, surprisingly tranquil, devoid of the eerie and fearsome aura she had possessed when effortlessly taking two lives. Suemo approached slowly and sat beside her, staring into the depths. The little girl gently rested her head on Sumo's arm and softly spoke. Please don't ask me, all right? I cannot reveal anything. Suemo hesitated for a moment. All right. The little figure turned her head to look at Sumo's profile, her eyes brimming with an unending affection, an affection that did not belong to her. How wonderful. She smiled faintly, then resumed her gaze towards the churning mist below, as if she could see beyond its veil. She truly was fortunate to encounter. The little girl's murmured words trailed off momentarily. Master. Suemo shuddered at the sound of those two words, for he discerned much from them. He opened his mouth, wishing to respond, yet found himself at a loss for words. In the vast realm of the divine, two figures nestled closely together. One, a frail scholar, supported his companion, offering her a sense of stability. The other, a creature of formidable ferocity, appeared delicate beside him. The divine realm was shrouded in an eerie darkness, enshrouded by thick fog. Amidst this uncanny atmosphere, the two silhouettes savored a rare moment of warmth. The swirling mist settled, seemingly reluctant to intrude upon their serene presence. A cool, windless night enveloped them, while the specter leaned affectionately against her brother. Time passed without the warmth of the sun, as the pale figures, draped in white, lingered by the abyss, unaware of how long they had sat there. Suemo remained quietly beside the petite figure, refraining from inquiring about her identity, her connection to the little girl, or the girl's true nature. He regarded her simply as another child, secure in the knowledge that she meant him no harm. In the shadows, a tattered and disheveled figure observed the two figures entwined, his previously vacant gaze gradually revealing a flicker of clarity. He muttered to himself, "You wish to enter the divine realm? I advise you to reconsider. It is a strange and unearthly place, and you will regret your decision once you have crossed its threshold." The figure silently turned and vanished into the fog. The little girl nestled against Suemo seemed to sense the departure of the strange figure, but did not look back. Time continued to elapse in silence as they sat at the edge of the abyss. Suddenly, the little girl spoke softly. "In the divine realm there are no blooms of the other shore." Suemo shuddered, his complexion paling. "That cannot be. I have surely seen them." He shook his head in disbelief. The little girl's expression turned complex. "I have spent a long time in the divine realm, a very long time, and I have never encountered the blooms of the other shore." Suemo gazed down at the little girl beside him, his eyes betraying his inner turmoil. "But I distinctly saw them on the third level." That place, the little girl observed the panic in Suemo's eyes, a flicker of an unfamiliar emotion igniting within her. "It is not the third level. It is the Confucian Holy Palace. It does not reside on any level. It chooses not to reveal itself, and thus you shall never find it." Suemo trembled at her words. The little girl, seeing his despondent expression, gently inquired, "What price would you pay to save her?" Sumo's mind conjured the image of the sweet, charming little girl, and a smile graced his lips. "Any price." The little girl regarded Sumo's earnest demeanor with a hint of envy in her gaze. "How fortunate, she truly is lucky. No, the fortunate one has always been me." Suemo replied, shaking his head. The small figure glanced around, then turned to Suemo, revealing a hint of reluctance that had never been seen before. The little one removed the small white stone from her chest, gently leaned against Suemo, and placed the stone before Sumo's own small stone. Astonishingly, the two white stones merged into one. The little figure smiled brightly, as if she had never been a terrifying creature. She dimmed slightly, her gaze fixed intently on Suemo. Suemo looked at her actions in confusion. The little figure stood, her eyes filled with tenderness and sorrow as she beheld Suemo, clad in white, with white hair. "There truly are no flowers of the other shore, but if you wish to see them, I shall summon them for you," the little one said with a smile. In Sumo's dazed gaze, an overwhelming and eerie aura erupted from the little figure. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed throughout the divine realm. A majestic palace, grand as a mountain, gradually appeared and descended. An essence emerged above the newly arrived palace. As it landed, it stirred up a cloud of dust. The palace doors swung open on their own. From within, a strand of long hair flew out, drifting through the doorway like a feather, heading towards the little figure. Suemo watched as that strand of hair pierced through the little one's form like a sacred sword. The little figure smiled gently at Suemo and softly asked, "Would you call me girl as well?" Suemo felt as if struck by lightning. His gaze reflected the little one gradually beginning to dissipate. "Girl," he choked out softly. "Young master, I am truly fortunate." At that moment, the little one could no longer discern whether she was herself or the cherished little girl in Sumo's heart. She envied that little girl who could bask in the embrace of the young master, while she herself was left to experience boundless loneliness in this vast divine realm. The little figure smiled at Sumo before slowly fading away. A short sword clattered to the ground. The sound echoed like a blow to Sumo's heart. Girl, girl. Thick fog rolled in, leaving no response. Sumo stood in a daze, bewildered. After a long while, a strange aura awakened within him. He slowly turned to gaze at the resplendent palace, his eyes revealing a madness previously unseen. Divine Realm. A colossal black book materialized in the air behind Sumo. Chapter 77. The black attire. The shadow of a black tome materialized behind Sumo, enveloped in swirling black mist that exuded a faint aroma of incense. The ominous character's Book of Life and Death stood out eerily against the dark cover. Sumo gazed ahead at the Confucian Saint Palace, silently advancing toward it. The palace gates swung open without hindrance. Upon entering, he found the hall before him utterly desolate. In his recollection, there should have been a plant of the other shore blooming in that very spot. Yet, as he turned his gaze there, his heart sank into an abyss of despair. The flower was absent. Indeed, the flower was nowhere to be found. Sumo raised his eyes to the colossal statue of the Confucian saint, remaining mute. An empty palace, a towering statue, a figure clad in white with silver hair, and the Book of Life and Death hovering ominously behind him. The palace was enveloped in an unsettling silence. Suddenly, breaking the stillness, Sumo's voice resonated throughout the Confucian Saint Palace. Did you not summon me here? Now that I have arrived, why do you not show yourself? Scenes from before and after entering the divine realm flashed vividly in his mind, intertwining into yet another game of chess. Great calamity, it was said. Is life not a game of chess everywhere? I had thought the emperor would be the one to lead me into the divine realm, under the assumption that he sought to seize my foundation there. Little did I expect that it would be you, the divine realm itself, orchestrating this. You are aware of my connection to the girl, cognizant of her fleeting life, and you also know her ties to that. Sumo hesitated, still uncertain of that child's name. You are aware of her connection to her. Thus, you conjured the illusion of the other shore flower, luring me into the divine realm, allowing me to behold the mirage of the flower, ultimately coaxing me to bring her forth, so that you could annihilate her. I surmise her demise would grant you something of value. She too was foolish, fully aware of your scheming, yet willingly walking to her own demise. All because she had glimpsed the little stone belonging to the girl. Sumo lowered his head, gently caressing the small white stone. It seemed to encapsulate everything about the two little girls. The divine realm remained eerily quiet, offering no response. Having come to this realization, Sumo found little to anticipate. This divine realm had never held any other shore flower. You plotted against me, using me as a pawn. And this holds little significance. After all, I am but a mere piece on the board. However, Sumo gradually lifted his gaze, his breath growing increasingly fervent. You should not have calculated against me based on my bond with the girl. Boom. The shadow of the Book of Life and Death behind Sumo quivered violently, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy, a resounding roar echoing as the divine realm trembled. Sumo ascended, standing poised in the void above. The white scholarly robe, a remnant of divine grace, instantaneously transformed into a shade of black, as dark as ink and night itself. Within the depths of Sumo's spirit, a voice rang out. What do you intend to do? Sumo replied solemnly. I shall shatter this divine realm. A mesmerizing figure gradually materialized before Sumo, gazing at him with a complex expression. Are you serious? Sumo nodded. Is it merely for venting your anger? Inquired the entity known as the Xiong. Sumo shook his head, directing his gaze toward the divine realm beneath him. No. Then what is the reason? A barely perceptible glimmer of apprehension flickered in Sumo's eyes. There is something amiss with this divine realm. Though he could not pinpoint the exact nature of the flaw, an instinctive feeling gripped him. This divine realm harbored profound issues. From its various manifestations, it appeared as if the divine realm had birthed an exceedingly strange consciousness, one that posed a significant threat to all beings within this world. Though small, the divine realm constitutes a world of its own. Beyond expressing your wrath, you are powerless to effect change, the Xiong stated calmly. Sumo nodded. pondering deeply. While I may be incapable of much, I possess a hypothesis. Perhaps my intervention is not even necessary. De Xiong's expression shifted. What do you mean? All I need is to ignite a spark. Suemo lowered his head. Yet, as a mere core formation cultivator, it seems even that is beyond my capability. He turned to regard the book of life and death behind him. However, I have a strong intuition that it can. De Xiong looked at Suemo and slowly spoke. I recall telling you that the causality contained within this tome is beyond your endurance. Suemo shook his head and asserted, all myriad causalities. I shall bear them. With a sigh, De Xiong began to dissipate, no longer obstructing him, but instead contemplating how to mitigate the aftermath, striving to minimize the impact. She understood that once Suemo had made a decision, no one could dissuade him. Then, let us see how brilliantly he can shine. Countless images flickered through Suemo's mind, igniting a deep sorrow within him. Gazing at the divine realm below, he softly uttered, humanity and the book transform into the Tao. A force of regulation was established between Suemo and the book of life and death, and an ethereal consciousness surged forth, attempting once more to erase Suemo's scholarly power of the Tao. In a flash, the book of life and death repelled the consciousness. The power of regulation was completed, and a dark glimmer flashed in Suemo's eyes. Boom! The divine realm trembled, the sound of thunder resonating endlessly. In the grand palace of Dehua, the emperor, adorned in a dragon robe, gazed toward the horizon, two scrolls laid open before him. One was a painting by Suemo, the other a copy of it. The emperor surveyed the two artworks, shaking his head with a sigh. I am inferior to you. Summon someone. A figure emerged behind the emperor. Your Majesty. In the academy, the young girl lay on the bed, her complexion suddenly shifting. The headmaster gazed at her, momentarily stunned, before hastily stepping forward to place his hand on her forehead. After a brief moment, a peculiar expression crossed his face. How could this be? The divine realm resonated with continuous thunderous roars, and beneath Suemo, the earth gradually revealed a colossal visage. The face was grotesque and chilling, as the mountains and veins of the earth seemed to awaken. The entire divine realm suddenly transformed into a conscious entity. In the void above, Suemo and the book of life and death faced each other, unleashing a formidable aura. On the immense black book of life and death, the three characters erupted with blinding radiance. The tomes slowly unfurled. An aura reminiscent of the netherworld swiftly spread, becoming the heavens of this divine realm. Heaven and earth. Positioned in distant opposition, the figure of Suemo in black transformed into twinkling starlight, merging with the horizon. Shortly thereafter, an awe-inspiring voice resonated from the skies. 1. The sound reverberated throughout the divine realm, deafening in its intensity. A gigantic foot descended from the heavens, landing upon the divine realm. Boom! The realm trembled. Another colossal foot followed suit, crashing onto the divine realm. Boom! The realm quaked once more. An immense figure materialized within this divine realm, towering and majestic. The realm seemed unable to contain this gigantic form, as the upper half remained shrouded in mist. With a mere wave of its hand, the figure dispersed the clouds, revealing the entirety of the giant's visage. The apparition bore an uncanny resemblance to Suemo. Standing tall, the black-clad Suemo surveyed the divine realm below, his eyes reflecting the continuous evolution of the power of rules. A colossal brush appeared in his hand. The giant Suemo slowly lifted the brush, gracefully sweeping through the void. Where the brush touched, a crimson brilliance manifested in the air. As the brush danced, the resulting gusts of wind surged with ferocity. The giant seemed ill at ease with its own enormity, the act of wielding the brush appearing clumsy. Yet, it still managed to complete a vast rune. Seal. The enormous black-clad Suemo spoke softly, his voice resonating like thunder, echoing across the heavens and earth. The immense rune surged with overwhelming might as the word seal was uttered, plummeting downward. The grotesque visage upon the earth, fixated on the descending rune, immediately transformed the mountains into a gigantic arm, reaching out to confront the radiant rune. However, the rune pressed downwards unimpeded, as if no obstacle could deter it. The mountains crumbled, and the rune struck the ground. Chapter 78. The Sage of Confucianism. With a thunderous sound, a colossal rune descended, stirring up an overwhelming cloud of dust and debris. The The runic energy transformed into a magnificent golden net, continuously expanding until it formed a vast web that seemed intent on ensnaring a certain consciousness within the divine realm. The enormous visage formed from the earth of the divine realm struggled against the colossal net, pushing against it with a pronounced bulge. Another mountain-like hand emerged, desperately attempting to tear through the runic web. The imposing figure of Sumo, cloaked in black, gazed down at the writhing giant beneath him and raised a massive brush, poised to inscribe a rune. At that moment, a voice resonated from Sumo's spiritual sea, declaring, "You cannot shatter the divine realm. Even if you harness the power of the Book of Life and Death, you can strike twice at most. With just one blow remaining, you will inflict no substantial damage. After that, you will either perish or suffer grievous injuries." The towering figure of Sumo regarded the giant visage on the verge of breaking through the net and shook his head, replying within his spiritual sea. "Who said I intend to continue striking? What then do you plan to do?" inquired the voice of great calamity. Without answering, Sumo lifted his brush and delicately traced a line in the air, murmuring incantations. Blossoming on the other shore, the river of forgetfulness flows backward. As the 8 words were spoken, the brush fell. Above the void of the divine realm, devoid of a firmament, a profound river of stars began to materialize. The celestial river flowed from the horizon and back towards it, seemingly crafted solely for Sumo's leisurely stroll through the divine realm. Within the waters of the river that poured into the divine realm, countless obsessions swirled. "Awaken," Sumo gently intoned. Suddenly, a figure clad in white robes of Confucianism appeared above the divine realm, manifesting as if from thin air. Dressed in pure white, the figure exuded an aura of wisdom. The robes billowing without wind, radiating a holy light, as if a sage had returned to the mortal world. The white figure cast a fleeting glance at Sumo before turning its attention to the struggling giant visage on the ground. With a faint sigh, the figure extended an arm slightly to the side. Sumo observed as, with the outstretched arm of the white figure, a small Confucian sword materialized in its hand. The figure glanced at Sumo with a hint of resignation before raising the Confucian sword and gently waving it towards the colossal figure below. On that day, countless souls across the 9th realm of heaven and earth witnessed a gigantic Confucian sword appearing from the heavens, descending with an uncertain fate. On that day, all entrances to the divine realm mysteriously vanished. Awakening amidst intense pain, Sumo surveyed his surroundings and realized he remained within the divine realm. However, the eerie atmosphere that had once pervaded was now absent, along with the sensation of being watched. 2 figures sat facing each other on the ground, seemingly engaged in a game of chess. A figure of enchanting grace and grandeur, another draped in purest white, exuding an air of erudition. "Oh, it seems one has finally awakened." The alluring figure, known as the Xiong, cast a sidelong glance at Sumo before seizing a phantom white chess piece and placing it upon the ethereal chessboard before them. "I thought you were on the brink of death," the Xiong remarked with a smirk. At that moment, the white apparition turned its gaze upon Sumo, then directed a question towards the Xiong. "Is this your disciple?" The Xiong shook his head in utter disdain. "Would I ever take such a fool as my disciple? Lacking any wit. All he knows is to charge ahead recklessly." The Xiong added with a scoff. The white apparition frowned, conjuring a black chess piece from thin air and placing it on the board. "If your disciple were not dim-witted, how could he have discerned my existence? You ought to. Give me some credit, perhaps?" The Xiong rolled his eyes. "What need have you for a disciple, being but a lingering remnant?" He continued, "Moreover, your essence is on the verge of dissipating." With a mocking tone, the Xiong spoke, yet his hands remained busy, tossing another white piece onto the board. The white apparition sighed and shook its head. "You, my dear, possess a truly venomous tongue." Ignoring the white apparition, the Xiong called out to Sumo, "Come here." Sumo, filled with confusion, approached and sat beside the Xiong. "What is the current situation?" The Xiong shot a glance at Sumo, gesturing toward the white apparition across from them. "Did you not already surmise? This is the Confucian sage." The white apparition interjected, "Merely a remnant of the Confucian sage." Instantly, Sumo rose and bowed respectfully to the remnant. "Esteemed elder, I pay my respects." The remnant waved a hand, holding a black chess piece which it cast into the chessboard. "Please, be seated." How did you deduce that there was an issue between the divine realm and myself? Su Mo turned to De Xiong, adopting the demeanor of an obedient child. If you would speak, just do so. De Xiong replied irritably. After a moment's contemplation, Su Mo spoke. It was due to the 3 illusions. To be precise, 2 illusions. Oh, the remnant of the Confucian sage grew curious. Although it appeared as 3, in truth, there were but 2. The first illusion revealed my past, but the second detached from my perspective, inducing a sense of estrangement. The third illusion seemed intent on obscuring the feelings evoked by the second, ultimately blurring the lines between illusion and reality, seeking to ensnare me. Thus, I surmised that 2 consciousnesses were attempting to manipulate my illusions. What solidified my certainty regarding the anomalies of the illusions was the long hair left by the Confucian sage was certainly not intended for acts of violence. Yet the Confucian palace had employed a strand of the sage's hair to slay little girl. After my fury subsided, my suspicion only grew stronger. From the reflections of the Confucian sage, the enigmatic domain of the divine, and the protection afforded to Confucian cultivators within this realm, I am certain there exists a profound issue within the divine domain. The lingering specter of the Confucian sage turned to De Xiong and spoke. Is this truly not your disciple? If not, I shall claim him. De Xiong coldly averted his gaze, casting a disdainful glance at Su Mo before discarding a white piece. What concern is it of mine? The Confucian sage's lingering spirit chuckled with delight, discarding a black piece and looking expectantly at Su Mo for a response. Su Mo cautiously turned his gaze towards De Xiong, only to find him frowning, squinting at the chessboard, and irritably dropping a white piece. Su Mo sighed softly, shaking his head slightly. The Confucian sage's lingering spirit sighed, glanced at De Xiong, and resignedly placed a black piece on the board. De Xiong observed the black piece laid down by the Confucian sage with a satisfied nod. The Confucian sage then looked at Su Mo, expressing some frustration. Why do you grip so tightly to him? A mere Confucian cultivator? My Confucian legacy would suit him perfectly. De Xiong rolled his eyes and tossed a white piece onto the board, retorting, what good is your broken Confucian legacy from something that has been dead for over 10,000 years? My little brother does not require it. The Confucian sage's lingering spirit shook his head with a sigh, addressing Su Mo. Feel free to inquire about anything while I can still endure for a while. Su Mo focused his thoughts and asked, what has transpired in the divine domain? Unclear, responded the Confucian sage. Why did the sage sever the heavens and isolate the divine domain from the realms? Su Mo inquired further. I do not know. The sage's reasons for exterminating the inhabitants of the divine domain? This should relate to the events occurring within the divine domain. But I am not privy to the specifics. De Xiong furrowed his brow, looking at the Confucian sage with obvious disdain. How can you be so uninformed? The Confucian sage's lingering spirit innocently shrugged. I am but a remnant. How could I possess such knowledge? My existence is solely for the sage's quest for legacy. Yet, before the legacy was found, I was utilized to seal the consciousness of the divine domain, a useless entity. You may take your leave. De Xiong said irritably. Patience, patience. We can still finish this game. The Confucian sage's lingering spirit shook his head, discarding a black piece. Su Mo, observing the sage's game, felt a flicker of hope rekindle within him, asking, Senior, are there still the other shore flowers in the divine domain? The Confucian sage turned to Su Mo. The other shore flowers are far too mysterious. I eradicated them all when I severed the heavens. Su Mo's expression grew vacant, a chill enveloping him. He rose to his feet, his white hair billowing, gazing towards the heavens of the divine domain, as if he could perceive the smile of that tiny figure above. I beseech you, esteemed sage, to escort me from the divine domain. Su Mo spoke in a somber tone. Patience, patience, let me finish this game. The Confucian sage's lingering spirit waved his hand, speaking, I implore you, esteemed sage, to escort me from the divine domain. Su Mo stubbornly reiterated. The sage of Confucianism sighed, casting a glance at De Xiong. De Xiong met Su Mo's eyes briefly before gesturing dismissively towards the sage. No more delays. Please escort us out. Honestly, I feel as though I am on the brink of death, yet you still refuse to linger with me a moment longer. The sage of Confucianism sighed once more. With a wave of his hand, a dark rift materialized. As Su Mo prepared to step through the rift, De Xiong suddenly called out, Wait. Turning his gaze towards the sage, De Xiong added, Since you are destined to perish, might you bestow upon me the Confucian legacy? I shall discern if there are any worthy individuals among them. The corner of the sage's mouth twitched as he glanced at Su Mo, casually tossing a spectral tome. De Xiong caught the book with ease. De Xiong continued, "After all, you are nearing your end." The sage's expression darkened. "As for the consequences of that book, you shall bear them." Upon uttering these words, he disregarded whether the sage consented, seizing Su Mo and departing the divine realm, leaving behind a solitary and forlorn sage of Confucianism. The sage gazed at the unfinished game of chess and took his seat once more, lifting a black piece to continue playing. "You are destined to lose, yet." The sage pondered, waving his hand to summon the essence of Su Mo's fated life ledger from the void of the divine realm. A Confucian scholar, yet engaging in such peculiar matters. With a sigh, the sage lifted another chess piece, intending to place it on the board. However, before he could set it down, a gust of wind swept through, dispersing all, leaving behind an empty, desolate divine realm. Chapter 79. That Smile in a Dense Forest. An elderly man was foraging for herbs accompanied by a young boy. The old man, slightly hunched over, carried a basket of herbs on his back while holding the hand of a child, approximately 6 or 7 years old, as they progressed slowly through the woods. "Grandfather, how much longer must we gather?" the child asked, weariness evident in his voice, longing to return home. The old man glanced at the sky, noticing the dawn was approaching. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and replied, "Let us gather a little longer. Once the sun rises, we shall head home. The morning light will cause the dew to dissipate, and the potency of the herbs will diminish." "All right." The child's spirits lifted, and his attention was captured by a vibrant flower nearby. Intrigued by his curious nature, he began to move toward the striking bloom. "Be careful," the old man suddenly shouted. Before them, the flower was abruptly consumed by an unseen force, revealing a pair of sinister eyes. It was a colossal venomous snake, the bright flower serving as its tongue to lure in prey. The old man swiftly stepped forward to shield the child, brandishing a machete, his gaze fixed warily on the serpent. The snake's cold, malevolent eyes locked onto the two potential victims, its body rising to a height surpassing that of 2 men. The child, paralyzed with fear, shrank into the old man's embrace, trembling uncontrollably. Cold sweat broke out on the old man's forehead. He had never encountered such a monstrous serpent before. The enormous snake narrowed its eyes, its tail swaying slowly as it inched closer to the two. The old man waved his machete in a display of bravado, but as he observed the serpent encircling them, panic surged within him. He realized that once targeted by the snake, survival was nearly impossible, and he regretted bringing his grandson along. In the vast forest, there was no one to come to their aid. The snake seemed unwilling to wait any longer. It flicked its tongue and slightly opened its jaws, raising its body in a poised, diving stance. The old man immediately pulled the child behind him, knowing that the serpent would not attempt to swallow both at once. As long as the snake focused its attack on him, there remained a glimmer of hope for the child to escape. "Wait for your chance, and run without looking back. Do not worry about me," the old man instructed the boy. From behind, the child watched his grandfather, who could barely stand yet was determined to protect him, tears welling in his eyes. "Grandfather, listen to me," the old man chastised. The child shook his head slightly, unwilling to abandon his grandfather. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the mist. A dark crack appeared in the air. The venomous snake instantly stiffened, sensing an innate fear emanating from the black fissure. Its gaze fixated on the ominous opening, neglecting the two would-be victims. After a brief pause, a figure clad in a flowing white robe, with silver hair cascading down, stepped forth from the dark crack. As the white-clad figure emerged, the child and the old man instantly perceived a glimmer of hope. The old man cried out, "Immortal, please save us." He was uncertain whether the celestial being before him was benevolent or malevolent, but surely it was better than being swallowed whole by a serpent, was it not? As long as there remained a glimmer of hope for survival, who would willingly surrender? Su Mo stepped forth from the divine realm, only to find himself amidst a dense forest. Hearing cries for help, he glanced around and spotted a colossal venomous serpent encircling an elderly man and a young boy. The serpent regarded Su Mo with a wary demeanor, prompting him to furrow his brow. Channeling his spiritual energy, he uttered a few words. "Human flesh is foul. Perhaps you should embrace a vegetarian diet." A surge of spiritual force rippled through the air, establishing a connection between the laws of nature and the serpent, which momentarily appeared bewildered. In an instant, Su-mo ascended into the sky, vanishing from sight, eager to return to the academy. The elderly man and the child, witnessing Su-mo's indifference, turned as pale as ghosts, shaking their heads in despair. How could a celestial being possibly care for the lives of mere mortals? As the elder grasped his hatchet, prepared to fight the serpent for his grandson's chance at life, he noticed the serpent gazing at them with a look of confusion. Suddenly, the serpent lunged toward the elder, who was struck with terror, finding his hatchet seemingly paralyzed in his grip. Just as he braced himself for death, he observed the serpent eagerly devouring the herbs from the medicinal basket strapped to his back. Momentarily stunned, the elder swiftly discarded the basket, tossing it far away. The serpent cast a disdainful glance at the two, then dove headfirst into the basket he had thrown. It suddenly found itself questioning why it had ever consumed meat. Realizing that the herbs were far more delectable, the elder stared in astonishment as the serpent enthusiastically feasted on the herbs. And a memory struck him, the words of the celestial being in white, with white hair, who had advised, "Human flesh is foul. Perhaps you should embrace a vegetarian diet." The sage wisdom of Confucianism reverberated in his mind. The elder jolted as if struck by a revelation, raising his gaze towards the direction in which Su-mo had departed. Confucianism, white attire, white hair. That was Scholar Su. The elder pulled his grandson close and knelt down, bowing deeply towards the path Su-mo had taken. "Grandfather," the boy queried, bewildered. With a solemn expression, the elder replied, "You must forever remember the celestial being who appeared before us. That was Scholar Su. Our esteemed Scholar Su from the Great Hua." "Yes, yes." The boy nodded earnestly. "Among the celestial beings, the presence of Scholar Su is a blessing for us mortals. Just now, it was Scholar Su who saved us." The elder murmured, "My grandson, may you never forget." The elder gazed longingly towards the direction Su-mo had vanished, where no trace of him remained. Yet he felt as though he could still see Su-mo's silhouette. Scholar Su has returned to the capital. The days ahead will surely be difficult for those arrogant disciples from the sects who have come to the capital. Scholar Su must set things right and showcase his grandeur to those individuals, on this side and the other. Su-mo aspired to utilize the teachings of Confucianism and Taoism to return to the academy. However, the ominous presence within the spiritual sea interrupted him. The distance to the academy was too great. If he wished to avoid peril, he was advised to approach closer before attempting to manifest his powers. Su-mo continued to unleash his core formation prowess, transforming into a radiant arc as he soared towards the academy. The swiftly flying figure resembled a stream of white light, carving a long shadow across the void beneath. The mortals below gazed upwards in slight awe. This side and the other, still too distant. A myriad of miles condensed into mere inches, a single step spanning 3,000 miles. The white figure above was instantly elongated, resembling a white rainbow traversing thousands of miles. With each stride covering vast distances, Su-mo felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Sensing the depletion of his spiritual energy, he promptly retrieved the recovery elixirs bestowed upon him by Muda and Ji Xian, consuming them. A comforting warmth surged within the spiritual sea. A myriad of miles condensed into mere inches, a single step spanning 3,000 miles. With another stride, he crossed yet another expanse. The sensation of weakness reemerged, prompting Su-mo to once again take a recovery elixir. He lifted his gaze, realizing he was now perilously close to the academy. He spoke softly, this side and the other. A sudden wave of trepidation enveloped Su-mo's heart. He was afraid, a fear he had never encountered before. "I should be within the academy." As the surge of spiritual energy and the rules of the cosmos manifested, Su-mo vanished from his original position. That white figure materialized within the courtyard of the academy. Su-mo looked up to behold a black horse frolicking in the courtyard, carrying a small child. The black horse reared high, and the little one laughed gleefully, firmly gripping the reins while riding atop the steed. That smile caused a mist to well up in Su-mo's eyes. Little Girl. Chapter 80. The girl's spell upon the back of a horse. The little figure suddenly heard a voice, profoundly familiar, and turned to behold. The silhouette of a figure clad in white, with hair as pale as snow, etched into the very fabric of her soul. "Young master," the little one murmured softly. The black horse, having ceased its frolic, turned to gaze at Sumo, momentarily taken aback. "Girl," Sumo called gently, his eyes fixed on the little one. "Young master." The girl leapt down from the black horse, her small form soaring into the embrace she had long yearned for. With hair flowing like silk, Sumo held the little one tightly, fearing that if he released her, she might vanish into thin air. This embrace felt eternal, as if it could stretch into infinity. A few figures entered the courtyard, witnessing the tender reunion. They fell silent, simply observing the two figures entwined in their embrace. The beauty of the spring day was nothing short of enchanting. The little girl buried her head deep in Sumo's embrace, inhaling the familiar scent and fighting back tears. "Young master, I missed you so much." A wave of tenderness washed over Sumo, and he shakily lifted his hand to caress the top of her head, a sense of unreality washing over him. "I know, dear girl," tightening her hold around his waist. The little one could no longer contain her tears. They said, "All the exits to the divine realm are closed. I thought I would never see you again." Sumo shook his head. "How could that be? Did I not return?" "Young master, I want to eat chicken legs." "All right, I shall fetch some for you. And candied hawthorn. Of course, I shall buy that. And braised pig's trotters. Yes, I will get that too. And anything the girl desires, I shall procure." A flower, basking in the warm sunlight of spring, slowly unfurled amidst the grasses. As it opened its eyes, it beheld a landscape awash with colors, vibrant and resplendent. The sun shone brightly, heralding the awakening of spring. How did the girl recover? Sumo crouched on the ground, his white robe trailing behind him, his gaze fixed intently on the frolicking little one. Though the third senior sister had assured him that the girl's spiritual issues would not pose a problem in the immediate future, a twinge of worry lingered in his heart. Upon his return to the academy, a celebration ensued among the students. They procured all the delicacies the girl wished to savor, and she reveled in delight. In the days that followed, Sumo remained by her side. Whenever there was a moment to spare, she would rush off to play with the little black horse, which had become her cherished companion, never straying far from her side. Several individuals lingered nearby, the second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth of the academy squatting alongside him. Loine stood quietly to the side, her demeanor unpretentious, yet the smile gracing her face was breathtakingly enchanting. Though she had not formally entered the academy, she had been residing there all along. In this moment, Sumo felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Everyone in the academy was present, and the young girl was happily playing. At this instant, the academy felt like a complete home. How wonderful it is to be alive. Old Five glanced at Sumo, casually plucking a blade of grass from the ground and popping it into his mouth. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "I don't know." The third senior sister, Guyu, rolled her eyes in response. Old Four, with a grave expression, pondered for a moment before replying. "I also do not know." Sumo turned his gaze towards the third senior sister, who was clad in red. She pouted slightly and shook her head, saying, "A couple of days ago, the dean suddenly discovered that the little girl's fragmented soul had unexpectedly strengthened a bit, but the dean is unclear as to the reason." "I certainly have no idea." Sumo then looked at the second senior brother, who, unbeknownst to him, had acquired a vibrant, multicolored bird in his hand. He amusedly teased the bird, and upon noticing Sumo's gaze, he shook his head, saying, "I don't know." Sumo continued to observe the bird in the second senior brother's grasp. The bird, noticing Sumo's fixation, suddenly spoke. "Dimwit, why are you staring at me? I'm just a bird. What do I know?" Sumo, taken aback, was momentarily speechless as he pointed at the bird. Calm down. Calm down." Old Four and Old Five patted Sumo on the shoulder. "I told you before, aside from us brothers, there's nothing normal in this academy." Taking a deep breath, Sumo glanced over and noticed sixth senior sister staring intently at the bird in second senior brother's hand, with drool trickling from her mouth. "Sixth sister?" Sumo called out in confusion. "Huh." The sixth senior sister turned around with a bewildered expression. "What did you say?" "Nothing." Sumo shook his head. The sixth senior sister responded with an "oh," then returned her full attention to the bird held by second senior brother. However, before departing, the dean had mentioned that the little girl would not encounter any issues in the short term. He advised her to focus on her cultivation and not to worry. Sumo observed the frolicking young girl and nodded absently. Suddenly, it seemed he recalled something, pulling out the small white stone from his pocket. He remembered the little girl from the divine realm, who bore a striking resemblance to the young girl. She had taken off her own small white stone and merged it with this one resting against his chest, sacrificing herself in the process. It appeared that Sumo began to understand something profound, his expression becoming complex. Was this what she desired to achieve? To use her own soul to replenish the young girl's essence? She must have loathed the solitude of the divine realm, envying the little girl. Who were they truly? Young girl. Sumo softly called out to the little girl. Young master. Upon hearing Sumo's call, the little girl immediately abandoned her small black horse and leaped into his embrace. Sumo crouched down to match her height. He gently caressed the little girl's head, tousling her hair in the process. The little girl pouted, a look of reluctance on her face, yet she did not resist. Is something bothering you? Sumo inquired. The little girl shook her head, then, biting her finger in contemplation, remarked, I feel like I've grown a little. Does that count? Sumo was taken aback, observing the little girl and realizing, to his surprise, that she indeed seemed to have grown taller. Is there anything else? He asked again. The little girl pondered for a moment before joyfully exclaiming, I've learned magic. Sumo turned to glance at the third senior sister and the others, sensing an ominous premonition as he noticed their lips twitching. Anxiously, he turned back to the little girl and asked, What kind of magic can you do? I can talk to animals. She replied. Sumo was momentarily stunned. The little girl, brimming with enthusiasm, looked at Sumo and asked, Shall I show you, young master? He nodded, still bewildered. The little girl immediately dashed towards the second senior brother, pointed at the bird in his hand, and asked, Little bird, am I pretty? To his surprise, the vibrant bird seemed far more enthusiastic about the little girl than about Sumo. Upon hearing her question, the bird excitedly exclaimed, Pretty, you are the prettiest. Nearby, a little black horse trotted over, nuzzling the little girl's hand in a bid for affection, which made her giggle with delight. The onlookers at the academy could not help but twitch their lips in amusement. Chapter 81. The Treasure Hunting 9. Come on, little bird. Let us go play. The young girl called out to the bird. Instantly, the creature flapped its wings and perched itself proudly upon her shoulder, gazing down at the group squatting on the ground. Young master, look. The girl has become quite impressive. The little girl dashed to Sumo, eagerly awaiting his praise. Indeed, Sumo affectionately patted the top of her head. Our little girl is the most remarkable. Shall I take them to play then? She asked, seeking Sumo's approval. With a smile, Sumo nodded in agreement. Go ahead. But be careful. Let us go. Little bird. We are off to have fun. The young girl led the little black horse and the bird away. Playing joyfully, the 7 disciples of the academy watched the innocent frolic of the girl, 6 of them squatting on the ground, the scene exuding warmth. Where's the dean? Sumo suddenly inquired. Oh, Guyu replied, pouting slightly. I heard that the sacred sect's ancestral land has a divine herb, and the dean mentioned going to, borrow it for us. Borrow? Can such a thing truly be returned once used? However, upon hearing that the dean had ventured to their ancestral land, Sumo's eyes brightened. He turned to his companions, the 4th and 5th brothers. 4th brother, 5th brother. Last time you mentioned taking me to sweep through the blessed lands. When shall we depart? Sumo felt a pressing need for rare materials, hoping to find resources to elevate the girl's cultivation. The 4th and 5th brothers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with emotion. Junior brother, we are touched that you still remember our previous conversation. With tears glistening in their eyes, they embraced Sumo's shoulders, speaking with righteous fervor. We can depart at any moment. Which sect's ancestral land do you wish to visit? We shall strike forth immediately. Hey. Do not act recklessly while the dean is away. You'll have to answer for it when he returns, warned Guyu, clad in red, as she observed the 4th and 5th brothers along with the 7th. Suddenly, she perceived that this junior brother was not entirely upright, despite being a scholar. How could he conspire with the 4th and 5th brothers? What a disgrace for a scholar. Where is your Confucian integrity? Sumo looked at his 3rd sister with an innocent expression. 3rd sister, would you care to join us? Guyu paused, her face reflecting disbelief. How could I, a distinguished 3rd disciple of the academy, partake in such sordid affairs? However, considering the dean's absence, she mused that if all of them went, he would be none the wiser. Moreover, she had heard that the blessed lands were filled with treasures. What if they encountered a magnificent sword? Guyu's resolve visibly wavered as she turned to the 2nd and 6th brothers. Sumo then inquired of the 6th sister, 6th sister, shall we go together? The sixth sister looked at him, bewildered, and innocently asked, "Where are we going?" The fifth brother chimed in, "To eat." Instantly, the sixth sister's eyes lit up, and she sprang to her feet. "When are we going?" Suemo cast another glance at his second senior brother, who furrowed his brow. Under the scrutiny of 5 gazes, he pondered for a moment before speaking. "I shall go to protect you. Your combat prowess is insufficient. Should danger arise, I will be able to intervene." The third senior sister rolled her eyes. "Then let us proceed." Suemo then turned his attention to the ethereal figure of Luo-yin standing nearby, hesitating to speak. "I shall retrieve the ink chain." Luo-yin turned and entered the house. Guyu observed Luo-yin's departure to fetch the ink chain and shifted her gaze to Suemo, narrowing her eyes. This was entirely uncharacteristic of Luo-yin. Suemo, puzzled by the dangerous glint in the third senior sister's eyes, glanced at the little girl playing nearby and turned back to ask fourth and fifth, "Will there be any danger? If not, I would like to bring the little girl along. I am uneasy leaving her alone at the academy." At that moment, Guyu interjected, "Let us all act together. As long as we avoid the 3 major sects, we can freely enter and exit the ancestral grounds of the smaller sections. Besides, with you, a Confucian practitioner, accompanying us, exploring the blessed lands is practically cheating." "Little girl," Suemo called out to the child. "Young master." The little girl immediately bounded to Suemo's side. "Would you like to accompany me to explore the blessed lands?" Suemo gently patted her head, inquiring softly. The others observed Suemo's affectionate gesture, wondering if this would lead to the little girl losing her hair. Yet, the little girl was unfazed. Upon hearing that the young master would take her to explore the blessed lands, she was filled with excitement. Yes, I want to go with the young master." Suemo chuckled and patted her head once more. Just then, a black horse arrived, puffing and pulling a massive cart before the group, sticking out its tongue at Suemo and the others. Suemo winced at the sight, slowly saying, "Perhaps you should stay behind. It would be inconvenient to bring you along." The black horse immediately looked dejected, nudging its mouth and pointing with its hoof at the cart behind it, seemingly pleading, "Don't leave me behind. I specially brought the largest cart." Suemo turned to the third senior sister, who pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Why not take it along? It can carry items that are inconvenient to bring with us." At that moment, the second senior brother suddenly spoke. "What if we summon the first senior brother?" The group exchanged glances and then made their way toward the first senior brother's loft. Upon arriving at the first senior brother's sleeping quarters and seeing him in a deep slumber, Suemo asked, "How do we wake him?" The third senior sister pulled out a jade slip from her pocket, saying, "The first senior brother is a heavy sleeper. Last time, before he fell asleep, he gave me this jade talisman, saying that if anything were to happen, I could crush the jade slip to enter his dream and awaken him." Suemo hesitated, wondering if it might be inappropriate. What if there were secrets hidden in the eldest brother's dreams that we might inadvertently uncover? Suddenly, the eyes of the group sparkled with intrigue. The fourth and fifth brothers exchanged mischievous smiles and, with a righteous tone, declared, "Then we must venture in. If the eldest brother is tormented by nightmares, we can assist him within his dreams." Guyu, observing the group's impish expressions, felt a surge of indignation. "How can you all be like this?" she exclaimed, before resolutely shattering the jade slip. In an instant, darkness enveloped them, and they found themselves within the confines of the eldest brother's dream. The scene before them caused their lips to twitch involuntarily. They beheld a chubby child cradling a spirit tablet, his mouth adorned with glistening drool as he slept soundly. After a moment of silence, Suemo broke the stillness, asking, "Why is the eldest brother still sleeping in his dreams?" The second brother sighed, "No wonder we can't wake him." The third sister lamented, "Why is he just a child?" The fourth and fifth brothers sighed, "Why is he holding onto the spirit tablet?" The sixth brother pondered, "Why isn't he eating anything in his dream?" A little girl gazed at the sleeping child and joyfully exclaimed, "This little brother is so adorable." The group's expressions twitched again. Luo-yin turned her head away, remaining silent. "Eldest brother, wake up." Guyu stepped forward and shook the child gently. Receiving no response, she shook him again. "Eldest brother, wake up." Still, the child remained unresponsive. Just as Guyu was about to call out once more, the spirit tablet in the child's arms slowly opened its bewildered and vacant eyes, startling everyone. To their astonishment, the eldest brother's dream self was not the child, but rather the spirit tablet. Was he truly so insecure, even in his dreams? The The spirit tablet, startled by the 8 pairs of eyes fixed upon it, quickly wriggled out from the child's embrace. The scene shattered in an instant, and the group found themselves back in the eldest brother's room. He opened his eyes, gazing at the others with a hint of crimson creeping onto his cheeks. "What happened? Why did you wake me?" he inquired, his voice filled with confusion. The 4th and 5th brothers chimed in. "We are planning to explore a blessed land together. Eldest brother, will you join us?" The eldest brother's expression was one of bewilderment. "Is that all? Should I go?" Guyu, growing impatient, pressed on. "Of course. There's nothing else to do," he replied nonchalantly. Thus, the group set off in a grand procession, boarding a carriage. The black horse felt no burden in pulling 9 passengers. With its hooves pounding the earth, the 9 of them swiftly departed from the academy, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Not long after their departure, the air around the academy shimmered with disturbance. The dean, clutching a sprig of celestial herbs, stepped into the academy as if from thin air, gazing at the tranquil surroundings with a perplexed expression. "Third brother? Little girl? Xiaoqi?" No one responded. The dean stepped forward into the boss's empty office, momentarily engulfed in silence as he surveyed the desolate space. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed deeply, gazing upwards. Life is indeed devoid of interest. Chapter 82. The transformation of heaven. The black horse galloped furiously, pulling the cart as it raced out of the academy and into the bustling streets of the capital. The throng of people and the palpable essence of worldly life left Su Mo's fellow disciples feeling somewhat disoriented. The 9 of them sat within the cart, a little girl reclining on Su Mo's lap, engaging in animated chatter with the 2nd brother's bird. The 6th brother leaned against the window, gazing hungrily at the various delicacies outside. Luo Yin sat quietly, cradling the inkstone, seemingly lost in thought, or perhaps in a state of tranquil emptiness. The eldest brother leaned back against the cart, drowsily teetering on the edge of sleep. The 4th and 5th brothers unfurled an enormous map, densely marked with blessed lands. As they deliberated on which blessed land to visit first, Su Mo observed the lively scene beyond the cart. The presence of cultivators among the crowd seemed markedly more abundant than before. Turning to inquire, he asked, "Why are there so many cultivators in the capital?" In her crimson attire, Guyu shook her head, replying, "It is said that this year's sect competition is being held in our great Hua, attracting many young disciples from various sects to our city. Divine beings clash, and mortals suffer." Su Mo pondered, lost in thought. Suddenly, he noticed several cultivators nonchalantly taking items from a roadside stall without rendering payment. Turning to depart as if nothing had transpired, the vendor opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. "Stop the cart," Su Mo commanded. Guyu, observing Su Mo's grim expression, sighed. "Why concern yourself with such trivial matters? Even if they had paid, the vendor would likely not dare demand it. Such occurrences are rampant throughout the world." With a flick of his snow-white sleeve, Su Mo dismounted the cart. The vendor, upon seeing the cart halt before him, instantly became anxious. Dressed in flowing white robes, with his silver hair cascading behind him and a delicate hairstyle adding to his scholarly appearance, Su Mo descended gracefully. The vendor, suddenly recognizing him, exclaimed, "I have seen Scholar Su." Waving his hand dismissively, Su Mo casually inquired, "What did that person take from you?" The vendor hesitated, seemingly grasping Su Mo's intent, and quickly replied, "It was merely a few trinkets, hardly worth a coin. Scholar Su need not trouble himself over such trivialities." With a sigh, Su Mo produced a handful of silver and placed it in the vendor's palm. "Close up shop early. It would be wise not to remain out here for a while." Turning back to the cart, Su Mo reboarded, and the cart resumed its journey. The vendor stood dazed, staring at the silver in his hand, enveloped in a daze. Watching the cart fade into the distance, he felt a lump in his throat, murmuring softly, "It was but a small matter. We are mere mortals. What merit do we possess?" His concern was not for the silver itself, but rather that Su Mo had noticed and been moved. Pretending not to see or choosing ignorance, who could truly know? On the cart, Guyu gazed at Su Mo, sighing, "What purpose does this serve you?" Su Mo shook his head, considering it a loan from them. Guyu and several others were momentarily taken aback. A loan from them? What does that mean? Su Mo leaned closer to the map of the blessed land that Lao Si and Lao Wu had spread out, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Since it is a loan from them, wouldn't it be entirely justifiable to reclaim the principal along with a bit of interest? Lao Si and Lao Wu's eyes brightened, gazing at Su Mo as if he were a marvel. A legitimate cause for action, indeed. Ha ha. I understand now, I understand. They exchanged glances and immediately began searching the densely packed dots on the map. Henceforth, venturing into the blessed land must be justified, and this way, no grudges would linger. Truly benevolent. Seventh junior brother, your talents in Confucianism have been underappreciated. Those individuals belong to the Falling Sunset sect. We shall reclaim our principle and interest from their blessed land. Quite reasonable. The group nodded in agreement. The grand palace of Da Hua shimmered with opulence. Yet within its vast halls, silence reigned supreme. A figure draped in a dragon robe casually perched upon the threshold of the palace gates. A diminutive golden dragon's ethereal form coiled beside the emperor. The emperor gazed into the distant sky, his expression one of despondency as he sighed deeply. The golden dragon's apparition leaned closer, affectionately nudging the emperor's cheek with its horn. The emperor, smiling, gently brushed away the spectral dragon, murmuring softly, "You safeguard the foundation of a nation, while I protect its people. Yet, with a mere thought, I may sacrifice those bewildered and innocent souls. Is this truly right? After all, they are my subjects. To gamble the lives of these living beings for a fleeting glimmer of hope, does it hold value?" The golden dragon's apparition also gazed into the vast emptiness, its countenance filled with sorrow. The emperor reached out to caress the little golden dragon, which turned its head towards him, its eyes continuously evolving with unspoken thoughts. The emperor shook his head. "The future you perceive is far too bleak. I must seek a sliver of hope for this realm, even if it requires sacrificing everything I possess." The golden dragon's apparition sighed, its foreclaws gesturing as if to communicate something. "You need not speak. I merely hope that when that day truly arrives, you will cooperate with me." The golden dragon stared blankly at the emperor, remaining in silence for an extended moment before slowly nodding in agreement. The emperor gazed into the distant horizon, murmuring softly, "The heavenly secrets reveal no hope, nor does the Huolong see a glimmer of possibility. Yet, I refuse to believe it. In the dream of 1,000 rivers, I seem to glimpse a pure white figure among the countless lonely graves. Oh, little one, do not blame me. Your growth has been too slow. The spring days pass without the falling of trees, yet the scattered blossoms still bring sorrow to the ground. Butterflies seek the fragrance of flowers, and the remnants of red are still heart-stirring." The headmaster of the academy sat upon the ground, gazing at the desolate halls, overwhelmed by sorrow. The celestial herb, borrowed from elsewhere, was torn apart and fed piece by piece into his mouth. Once the herb was consumed, the headmaster looked up at the vast and boundless sky and sighed deeply. "Revel while you can. There is little time left for such folly. Even if you cannot see it, that day shall inevitably come. The heavens will indeed change, yet in this lifetime, there shall be no sage to sever the heavens." At the edge of the sky, a bird rested quietly in its nest upon a tree branch, basking in the warmth of spring. The gentle breeze ruffled its feathers, and the bird, dissatisfied, lifted its head to carefully arrange its plumage. Another gust swept through, disheveling its feathers once more. The bird meticulously preened itself again and adjusted its position to sleep in alignment with the direction of the wind. Suddenly, a crack appeared, no longer resembling the black entrance to the divine realm of before, but revealing a dim world beyond. Figures, shrouded in darkness and mystery, emerged from the fissure, their expressions dazed as they murmured, "Lord of the underworld, where are you?" Chapter 83. The Way of Feng Shui. Why is the ancestral land of the Falling Sunset sect located outside its territory? A black horse galloped along the forest path, pulling a colossal cart, stirring up a slight cloud of dust. Sumo gazed out at the scenery, filled with curiosity. Upon hearing Sumo's question, the fourth and fifth brothers instantly perked up. "We know this. It's because most sects' ancestral lands were small places during their founding periods. As the sects expanded, these small locales became unsuitable, prompting most sects to relocate. This results in the ancestral lands of the majority of sects being separate from their current locations. Doesn't that mean the ancestral lands are heavily guarded?" Sumo inquired further. "Not at all. Most ancestral lands are either watched over by a handful of old monsters or are completely unguarded," the fourth brother replied, shaking his head. Sumo's interest was piqued. "And why is that?" "Because every sect inevitably makes enemies. Having too many people could draw the attention of rival forces. Furthermore, ancestral lands typically only house the remains of the sect's forebears. After a sect relocates, deceased members are generally not buried in the ancestral land. Thus, the ancestral lands of most sects remain closely guarded secrets, known only to the leaders of each generation. Suemo slowly lowered his gaze to the large map in the hands of the fourth and fifth brothers, which was marked with numerous symbols, and looked incredulous. Are you certain that the ancestral land is a secret for each sect? Is this map genuine? The fifth brother waved his hand dismissively. It's not just talk. My senior brother and I are well aware of the ancestral lands of various sects, big and small. We could even approximate the location of the imperial mausoleum. Suemo turned to the third senior sister, Guyu, with a puzzled expression. Guyu sighed and slowly asked, "Do you know what path your fourth and fifth senior brothers practice?" Suemo silently shook his head. I know. Suddenly, the silly girl, the sixth brother, chimed in. Suemo looked at him expectantly. I bet it's the path of grave robbing, the sixth brother declared proudly. The fourth and fifth brothers furrowed their brows, immediately refuting, nonsense. There is no such sordid practice. Guyu sighed again and clarified. The fourth and fifth brothers practiced the path of feng shui. Suemo was taken aback and weakly asked, what distinguishes it from grave robbing? The fourth and fifth brothers' expressions soured, and they quickly began to explain. The path of feng shui involves observing the orientation of mountains and the flow of earth veins, harnessing these natural energies for cultivation. We can utilize the power of the earth veins for our own benefit. The exploration of auspicious sites is merely a part of the ability to observe the interplay of yin and yang. Suemo nodded, albeit somewhat confused. The fourth and fifth brothers were animated as they continued. Brother, we assure you that wherever we go, no grand tomb or auspicious site can hide from our sight. Suemo pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, where is the ancestral land of our academy? Silence abruptly enveloped the carriage, as everyone gazed at Suemo in disbelief. Sumo's lips twitched slightly, and he offered an awkward smile, saying, I merely asked out of curiosity, just a casual inquiry. Only the eyes of the fourth and fifth brothers began to gleam with increasing brightness, as if struck by a revelation, perceiving Suemo as a pioneer in their field. Guyu observed the trio of Suemo, the fourth, and the fifth brothers, and suddenly turned to the sixth brother, quietly suggesting, why don't you relinquish your spot? Allowing these three siblings to sit together? Suemo immediately looked at the sixth brother with eager anticipation. The sixth brother shook his head vigorously, resembling a rattling drum. I refuse. It took me a great deal of effort to become the senior sister. By the way, Xiaoqi hasn't called me senior sister Lu yet. Hurry, say it so I can hear. Instantly recalling this, the sixth brother turned back to Suemo with a face full of expectation. Suemo, though reluctant, weakly called out, Senior Sister Lu. Very obedient. From now on, stick with me. Senior Sister will take care of you, ensuring you never go hungry. The sixth brother joyfully leapt up, reaching out to pat Suemo's head. Suemo felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Suddenly, Suemo recalled something else and asked, by the way, I have always been unaware of the real names of the first senior brother, second senior brother, fourth senior brother, fifth senior brother, and sixth senior sister. Why has no one ever mentioned them? The third senior sister, Guyu, suddenly froze, caught in a moment of perplexity. She realized she too did not know. They had always referred to one another as the first, second, fourth. Suemo glanced at his senior brothers and sisters, suddenly noticing their reluctance to discuss this matter. The first senior brother quietly closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. The second senior brother sighed deeply, speaking in a cryptic manner. A name is merely a moniker. It holds little significance. We come into this world with nothing and leave with nothing. What matters is our bond as siblings. Meanwhile, the fourth and fifth brothers spread out a map, engaging in a fervent discussion. Suemo slowly turned his gaze towards the sixth sister, who pondered cutely before declaring, Oh, but no one has ever asked me. After a brief hesitation, Suemo inquired, What is your real name, Senior Sister Lu? Ernyo. The sixth sister replied candidly. The first senior brother opened one eye slightly before promptly closing it again. The second senior brother continued to gaze upward at the ceiling of the carriage. The conversation between the fourth and fifth brothers momentarily faltered before intensifying once more. Observing his fellow senior brothers and sisters, Suemo seemed to grasp a deeper understanding. Guyu gently patted the sixth sister's shoulder and said, From now on, I shall continue to call you Lu Lu. It feels more intimate. All right. The sixth sister replied adorably. Also, let us refrain from mentioning this real name. We must maintain an air of mystery. Oh, the carriage was enveloped in an eerie silence. Suddenly, the little girl sprang up, exclaiming, I know. Know what? Suemo inquired. The innocent child looked at Suemo and asked, surely. Several of the senior brothers and sisters have forgotten their names, just like me, right? Suemo chuckled awkwardly, his lips twitching as he gently patted the girl's head. Turning his gaze towards the fourth and fifth brothers, who were fervently discussing the map, Suemo tactfully diverted the conversation. Since you two are practitioners of geomancy, you must possess a keen awareness of whether significant tombs lie buried within the terrain. The fourth and fifth brothers immediately swelled with pride. Indeed, we are not boasting. Not only do we know where the grand tombs are located, but we are also quite knowledgeable about which areas are suitable for burial. Come, let me show you. The fourth brother pulled Suemo down to the map, pointing at a specific region as he began to speak. Look here, this is Hengduan Peak. This area at the mountainside is backed by Hengduan and faces Chifeng, with mountains and waters intertwining. It is an exceptional burial site. When our time comes, we must ensure that our descendants enter us here. The fifth brother lifted his head, his face brimming with anticipation as he looked at everyone. Shall we all be buried here together in the future? The group silently averted their gazes. It's all right. The fourth and fifth brothers blinked. We don't mind being cramped. Chapter 84. Opening the tomb, Guyu silently turned around and drew the long sword that had remained sheathed for an extended period. The fourth and fifth members immediately fell silent, and the journey continued in hushed tones. The black horse pulled the cart, eventually arriving at the foot of a mountain, where it gradually came to a halt in a desolate expanse devoid of human presence. The group dismounted and surveyed the barren land before them. Are we certain this is the correct location? Suemo asked, holding the little girl's hand and glancing at the fourth and fifth members with curiosity. The two exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with a hint of certainty, before nodding affirmatively. If all goes as expected, the grand tomb lies beneath our feet. Suemo looked around. A frown of skepticism etched across his face. Yet, this place hardly resembles a site of great tombs. The fourth and fifth members turned to the others, only to find them all nodding in agreement. You fail to comprehend. This location is encircled by mountains on three sides, forming a cradle-like terrain. Moreover, to the west, it opens up, resembling the scene of a setting sun. The fourth member elaborated. Wait a moment. Suemo suddenly interjected, as if realizing something amiss. What is it? The fourth member inquired. On what basis do you assert that this grand tomb belongs to the ancestral grounds of the Falling Sunset sect? Suemo questioned. Because this place bears the resemblance of a setting sun. The fourth member replied. I see. Let us clarify the logic. Suemo began to analyze. Could it be that the name of the Falling Sunset sect did not originate from the burial site of its ancestor in the setting sun's embrace? Is it possible that the name was coined by the ancestor while still alive? After all, who would consider where they would be buried when naming their sect? A heavy silence enveloped the group, and they gradually turned to the fourth and fifth members with stiffened expressions. This is indeed a possibility. The fifth member nodded. Suemo pondered for a moment, then continued his analysis. So, could it be that this grand tomb beneath the setting sun does not actually belong to the Falling Sunset sect? The fourth and fifth members contemplated, pulling out a map and scrutinizing the densely packed annotations in deep thought. The fourth member pointed to a location on the map, saying, then this place may also not be the ancestral ground of the Clear Wind Mountain. The fifth member nodded and pointed to another spot on the map, stating, this should not be the ancestral ground of the Infinite Courtyard either. I recall now. The Infinite Courtyard comprises monks. They do not possess an ancestral ground. And what of the Imperial Tomb? The Imperial Tomb is undoubtedly the right place. The dragon energy is too potent. The fourth and fifth members became engulfed in a frenzy of correcting the map before them. Suddenly, the group began to perceive these two as rather unreliable. An hour later, when the fourth and fifth members regained their composure, they found the others had returned to the cart. Hey, we have sorted everything out. Come down and take a look. Hearing the call from the fourth and fifth members, the group reluctantly dismounted from the cart. Young master, I feel so drowsy. The young girl descended from the carriage, rubbing her eyes as she gazed at Suemo. He gently patted her head and softly suggested, why don't you rest in the carriage for a while? Allow me to take her to rest. Luo-yin offered as she approached, taking the little girl by the hand. All right, Su-emo nodded in agreement. At that moment, Luo-yin and the little girl shared a bond akin to that of sisters. Thus, the little girl followed Luo-yin back to the carriage to rest. Su-emo turned his attention to the fourth and fifth brothers, who unfurled a map before the gathered crowd. After sorting through the errors, we have identified over 100 ancestral grounds of various sects located here. They pointed to specific places on the map, meticulously showcasing each one to the audience. After their explanation, Su-emo hesitated and inquired, so, this grand tomb? It should not belong to the Falling Twilight sect, the fourth brother replied. Shall we explore further? Su-emo asked. Beside him, Guyu, appearing somewhat fatigued, waved her hand and sighed. Dig, let us dig. We're already here. Very well. Su-emo rolled up his sleeves. Upon seeing this, everyone promptly stepped aside, anticipating Su-emo's display of prowess. By the light of the bright tomb, I call forth the means to open the door, Su-emo chanted. Luoyang shovel. The words of the Confucian Tao resonated. A surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, establishing a connection between the memory of an object and the world around him. The energy concentrated before Su-emo, and to the astonishment of all present, a shovel materialized out of thin air. Su-emo beamed at the Luoyang shovel before him. But upon turning, he noticed the perplexed expressions on everyone's faces. What are you standing around for? Get to work, he admonished, proudly gesturing toward the shovel. You've surely never seen such an advanced tool. The fifth brother slowly began. What is it used for? This is a specialized tool for archaeological drilling. Su-emo clarified. Are you suggesting, the fourth brother hesitated, that you intend to manually excavate with this specialized tool? Isn't that the case? Su-emo asked, puzzled. Yet, the fifth brother pondered, don't you think there is a problem? You are a scholar. You possess cultivation. Why would you dig like a mere mortal? Su-emo was taken aback. He had forgotten, too engrossed in showing off. He then looked down at the earth beneath his feet, contemplated for a moment, and pointed at the Luoyang shovel, declaring, all things possess a spirit. You should learn to dig for yourself. The words of the Confucian Tao echoed again, and another wave of spiritual energy surged, establishing a connection between the Luoyang shovel and the world. Suddenly, the shovel shimmered with brilliance, rising upright, and under the control of spiritual power, it began to dig into the earth, one scoop at a time. Su-emo was filled with pride, while the onlookers stood in stunned silence. At last, the enchanting voice of a figure from the Sea of Spirits echoed in Su-emo's mind. Why not simply attempt to open this tomb directly? Su-emo was momentarily taken aback. Ultimately, he had succumbed to the allure of tales from his past life, which spoke of uncovering hidden treasures. This shore is the same as that shore. This tomb is indeed my home. Su-emo ventured to utter, open. Once again, a phrase imbued with the essence of Confucian and Taoist wisdom escaped his lips. A surge of spiritual energy rippled forth, and a force of regulation was established between the earth and the heavens. The spiritual energy surrounding the crowd began to stir restlessly, as waves of regulatory power rampaged uncontrollably. The ground trembled, and a cacophony of thunderous roars ensued, startling everyone present. Fool, what do you mean this tomb is your home? Be wary of the consequences. The ominous voice berated Su-emo within his Sea of Spirits. With an innocent scratch of his head, Su-emo uncertainly inquired, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Suddenly, the ground gave way, revealing a dimly lit passage before the astonished crowd. Chapter 85. The Stone Gate. With the emergence of the corridor, an ethereal aura began to pervade the air, extending endlessly. This essence, imbued with a profound sense of tranquility, resembled an ancient tome, long sealed, now being gently unfurled. Within its pages lay boundless tales of sorrow, yearning to be shared with the world. Unbeknownst to Su-emo and his companions, at this very moment, several locations within the Great Hua realm were collapsing, revealing mysterious passageways. In an old mountain, within a quaint pavilion, an elderly gentleman clad in elegant attire was brewing tea, the fragrance wafting through the air. A young man sat opposite him, observing the elder's graceful tea-making ritual, hesitating to speak. Master, if you continue brewing the tea, it will turn bitter, the youth remarked helplessly, noticing that the elder had yet to pour the tea despite his prolonged brewing. The elder cast a sidelong glance at the young man and replied leisurely, your temperament mirrors that of your mistress. You rush into everything. Why not learn from your master? One must approach all matters with a tranquil heart to attain mastery over the realms. But the young man paused, reluctantly adding, Mistress says you take your time with everything and advises me not to emulate you. What does a woman know? The elder scoffed lightly. In our Shin sect, we emphasize controlling all things within the heart while relying on the external. Only with a calm mind can one pursue the profound mysteries of the way. But you are too slow. If you keep this up, the tea will be overcooked. The youth retorted, somewhat indignant. I must tell you. The elder began to impart wisdom to his disciple when suddenly, he turned sharply towards the horizon, his expression shifting dramatically. What on earth? How has the divine domain reopened? The elder sprang to his feet, staring in astonishment towards the distant expanse of the great Hua kingdom. The young man was taken aback and weakly inquired, Hasn't the divine domain already opened? Not the same. This time, it is the true divine domain. The elder clarified. What do you mean by true divine domain? The youth was perplexed. The elder, with urgency, turned back to explain. After the Confucian saints severed the heavens, a new realm emerged. This realm is the divine domain. Yet few are aware that, in truth, the divine domain has two facets. Historically, it has only revealed one side, but 3,000 years ago, the other side suddenly manifested. The world refers to it as the divine domain, but in reality, it is the ghost domain. What they do not realize is that the other side of the divine domain is the genuine ghost domain. It has only appeared once before. Why has it returned so swiftly? The young man pondered for a moment, grasping the crux of the matter. 3,000 years ago. Master, how long have you truly lived? Quickly, we must go to the divine domain. The elder urged, neglecting to answer the youth's question. His demeanor now far from the previous calm. The young man hesitated, confused. Why? The elder seized the youth's arm, propelling them toward the horizon, their figures transforming into streaks of light. For it is said that the other side of the divine domain harbors secrets of the gods who perished millennia ago. In truth, the other side of the divine realm bears a more fitting title, the divine tomb. Within a colossal sect, a girl clad in purple sways in her rocking chair, her mind wandering aimlessly through her thoughts. Suddenly, the void before her quivers, and an elegantly dressed elderly woman materializes out of thin air. The purple-clad maiden, lost in contemplation, fails to notice her arrival. The elderly woman stands for a moment, clearing her throat twice. Ahem, ahem. The girl snaps back to reality, staring at the old woman in surprise. Master, what brings you here? The elderly woman gazes intently at the purple-clad girl, seemingly probing for the secrets hidden within her heart. Master? The girl feels a chill at the penetrating gaze of her mentor. The elderly woman withdraws her eyes, gazing towards the vast expanse of the great Hua realm, and slowly speaks, The divine realm has opened. Accompany me on a journey. The girl hesitates, perplexed. Did I not just emerge? How can it be opening again? The elderly woman responds, This time is different. We shall explore another facet. Another facet? The purple-clad maiden's face is a canvas of confusion. I shall explain on the way. We must depart quickly. The elderly woman shakes her head gently. This time, we shall both travel in our true forms. Looking down the passageway from above reveals an abyss of darkness, a chill rising that tingles the nerves. The fourth and fifth elders exchange glances, their eyes shimmering with a strange light as they behold the newly revealed passage. The crowd exchanges puzzled looks, then glances at the dazed Sumo. So, can the Confucian path truly cheat in tomb exploration? The fourth and fifth elders share a knowing look, and the fifth one speaks. Why does this grand tomb feel somewhat amiss? The fourth nods in agreement, stating, I feel the same unease. Turning to Sumo, the fifth elder queries. Could it be that you miscast your spell? I sense a shift in the atmosphere of this grand tomb. Sumo, taken aback, responds, Surely not. I merely opened a door. It cannot be that a single spell could alter the essence of the tomb. Guyu gazes at the passage, which looms before them, an inky void that seems to lead to another world. The group exchanges glances. Let us descend and investigate. Guyu proclaims, her red garments fluttering as she tosses her head with flair. Child, we are descending into the blessed land. Sumo calls back to the carriage. Luoyin, leading a young girl, steps out from the carriage, her frail form approaching Sumo with uncertainty. Have they unearthed it so swiftly? The young girl gazes at the passageway. her brow furrowed with curiosity as she questions Su-imo. Su-imo lifts his chin confidently. Indeed. With your young master at work, what challenge could possibly remain? Young master is truly remarkable. The young girl looks at Su-imo with admiration. Guyu and the others rolled their eyes and shook their heads. Leading the way into the passage, Su-imo took the little girl by the hand and, after a moment's thought, turned to the black horse and said, "You should find a place to wait for us. If anything happens, return to the academy." The black horse nodded promptly, twisting its head before vanishing swiftly from Su-imo's sight. It had spotted an exceptionally beautiful mare on the way here. Su-imo shook his head, guiding the little girl gently into the passage, with Luoyin silently following behind. The passage sloped downward, seemingly deep, with a cool breeze wafting up from below. The walls were earthen, carrying the fresh scent of damp soil that was both refreshing and invigorating. Guyu led the way, cautiously descending, while the others followed slowly behind. As they continued downward, the passage widened, resembling an inverted conical hollow. "Isn't this getting a bit deep?" one of the group remarked after about half an hour of descent. Su-imo pondered for a moment and nodded, relieved that they were not actually digging with their hands. That could take an eternity. Suddenly, Guyu pointed ahead and said, "It ends up ahead." The group turned their gaze to see a massive, ancient stone door before them. The door stood about 30 feet tall and 20 feet wide, adorned with countless intricate patterns that appeared exceedingly bizarre. A narrow gap in the door emitted a faint aura, and Su-imo felt an oddly familiar sensation wash over him. Standing beneath the stone door, Guyu and the others appeared minuscule. It seemed that 6 or 7 people stacked atop one another would barely reach the top. How does one open such a grand door? Old 4 and Old 5 stepped forward, pushing with all their might, yet the door did not budge, seeming immovably heavy. The eldest brother and the second brother also advanced, channeling their perfected spiritual energy towards the stone door, but upon contact, their power dissipated as if striking a cotton surface, leaving the door unresponsive. The eldest brother slowly shook his head, a hint of drowsiness in his voice as he remarked, "Only those of the transformation stage can open this door." Su-imo was taken aback. What sort of peculiar tomb was this that even its entrance remained closed? As Su-imo approached the stone door with the little girl, ready to reach out and touch it, a sudden rumble echoed through the passage. Then came a series of cracking sounds from the stone door. To their astonishment, the door began to open slowly on its own. Chapter 86. Everlasting lamp. The rumbling sound pierced the air, and the grinding of the stone door against the ground sent a sharp pang through the heart. As the stone door fully opened, a black barrier that undulated like water waves came into view. The aura emanating from this barrier struck Su-imo as increasingly familiar. The group exchanged glances, the more oblivious members of the academy utterly bewildered by the self-opening ancient stone door. Only the perceptive Luo-yin regarded Su-imo, who wore an expression of confusion, with thoughtful consideration. It seemed that the moment Su-imo approached the ancient stone door, it opened on its own. "Should we enter?" Old 4 spoke hesitantly, sensing something amiss about this grand tomb, which appeared to be even more expansive than anticipated. The very entrance was so peculiar that it seemed it was not a place meant for them to enter. The group hesitated. After all, it was merely tomb robbing, and there was no need to court danger. "Let us not go in. Let us head back. I have a feeling this tomb is rather strange." Su-imo glanced at the young girl beside him, shaking his head slightly. He could not risk bringing her into danger. He understood all too well that curiosity could lead to peril. Even if the young girl had not accompanied him, he would still refrain from taking any risks. After all, he had her to look after. This hard-won life. In Su-mo's spiritual sea, great misfortune observed his retreat with a slight sigh. Yet she made no attempt to urge him forward. She understood his thoughts all too well. His fear in the face of the unknown stemmed from the desire to protect those beside him. Even though he was aware of the safeguard that he provided, he still dared not take the slightest risk. He was unwilling to expose the young girl to any danger. Great misfortune recalled Su-mo's first dream in the divine realm. A remarkably serene and warm family. What kind of family shaped the person Su-imo had become? He was calm, tranquil, emotional, at times childish, at times mischievous, yet also imbued with a profound sense of righteousness. She recognized that Su-imo was merely an exceedingly ordinary person living in peace. What remarkable and singular personality could an ordinary person possess? Complexity and multifacetedness were the hallmarks of normality. When confronted with beauty, one may feel desire. When faced with injustice, one may feel discontent. When touched, one may shed tears. In moments of relaxation, one may indulge in playful antics. When faced with life and death, one may crumble. When danger looms, one may retreat. Great misfortune gazed out at the stars within the spiritual sea, sighing silently. I comprehend your thoughts and feelings, but when will you come to realize? This world of cultivation is strewn with the bones of the fallen. Every inch of land harbors the ashes of the deceased. Danger and opportunity coexist. Only by ascending can you safeguard that which you wish to protect. As you continue to retreat, what you cherish will drift ever further away from you. This place will never be reminiscent of your peaceful youth. You may spend your days in safety. Yet one day you shall confront a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. In that moment, what shall you wield to protect that which you hold dear? The ominous figure did not convey these words to Suemo, for she understood that truth is only grasped when one truly encounters it. A sigh escaped her lips, transforming into endless regret within the sea of spirits. I feel the same. Guyu nodded. We couldn't even open the door. It opened on its own. To enter recklessly would be unwise. The fact that we couldn't open the door suggests that the danger behind it is certainly greater than the act of opening it. The second one affirmed. The group reached a consensus and turned to leave. However, as Suemo pivoted, the fluid, water-like black barrier within the door suddenly expanded and bulged outward. Before anyone could react, several were engulfed, and after a brief tumult, tranquility was restored, leaving behind an empty corridor. At that moment, a ragged figure appeared in the corridor, murmuring, "You wish to enter the divine realm? I advise you to reconsider. The divine realm is strange, an unearthly place, and you will regret entering." The figure slowly approached the undulating black barrier, lost in thought, before gradually sitting down. You have opened it as well. The path to the divine realm is not the same as theirs. This path is one they cannot tread. Suemo and her companions were engulfed in a dizzying whirlpool, only to suddenly crash onto the hard stone floor. They heard the cries of the little girl and the sixth one in distress. "Little girl, are you all right?" Without regaining her senses, Suemo anxiously called out. In a state of panic, Suemo rushed forward and, upon regaining her sight, saw the little girl clutching her forehead, sprawled across the back of the sixth one. Suemo hurriedly lifted the little girl, asking with concern, "What happened?" The little girl, pouting with grievance, replied, "I bumped my head on Sister Lu's back. It's all right. It's all right. Let me rub it for you." Suemo gently massaged the little girl's forehead, only to see the sixth one looking back at her with a hurt expression, full of indignation. "Am I not the one who was hit?" The sixth one grimaced, rubbing her back. Suemo chuckled awkwardly, realizing her lack of courtesy. Once everyone had regained their footing, Guyu inquired, "Is everyone all right?" "Fortunately, we are alive," came the chorus of relief. "Did we just get forcibly pulled in?" The fourth one asked innocently. "What a welcoming tomb owner. This is my first encounter." The fifth one remarked in astonishment. Suddenly, Suemo shivered, looking at the others, and slowly uttered, "It seems we are not in anyone's tomb." A moment of astonishment swept over the group. This presence belongs to the realm of the divine. Suemo slowly spoke, his gaze surveying the inky darkness surrounding them. Instantly, the others were petrified. Suddenly, 2 oil lamps ignited on either side of the group, casting flickering flames. The illumination from these lamps revealed a small patch of ground beneath Sumo's feet. It was then that they realized they stood upon a flat stone bridge, which seamlessly extended into the abyss of darkness ahead. On either side of the bridge lay an unfathomable, murky flow of water, nearly level with the bridge's surface, threatening to submerge it at any moment. The water appeared endless, stretching out in both directions, cloaked in a shroud of blackness. As Suemo observed this scene before him, he found it impossible to connect it to any memory of the divine realm. He pulled the young girl behind him, his expression grave as he cautiously took 2 steps forward. With each step he took, another pair of oil lamps flared to life. Peering ahead, he finally discerned that rows of stone pillars flanked the stone bridge, each adorned with its own lamp. Turning back, he addressed the young girl and the others, saying, "You all stay here. I shall advance a couple more steps to investigate among them." He was the only one who had ventured into the divine realm. Although he had never witnessed this particular scene, he was the most experienced in facing such a domain. "Be careful, young master," the young girl called out. Suemo nodded, taking another 2 steps forward as yet another pair of oil lamps illuminated. The stone bridge was flanked by the same impenetrable darkness, leading into an unknown that stretched infinitely before him. The lamps on either side seemed to serve as eternal guides, awaiting the moment to illuminate the path ahead for Suemo. Wherever he tread, the eternal flames ignited in response. Chapter 87. Epitaph. The stone bridge stretched towards an impenetrable darkness. The depths of the water flanking the bridge seemed to extend infinitely, akin to the bridge itself. If this water were a river, how vast would its unfathomable expanse be? As Suemo traversed the bridge, water flowed gently from the left to the right, the surface only a finger's breadth below the bridge. Flanking the bridge at intervals were pairs of oil lamps perched atop stone pillars. Each time Suemo advanced between these pillars, the lamps flickered to life, as if awaiting a passerby. What lay at the end of this bridge? Amidst the boundless darkness, it appeared that only this unseen stone bridge existed. Seeing that Suemo encountered no peril, the others behind him also stepped forward. Is this truly the divine realm? Guyu inquired, a note of skepticism in her voice. Suemo, momentarily bewildered, nodded slowly before shaking his head. The aura is indeed of the divine realm. Yet I have never encountered this place before. At that moment, the senior brother suddenly spoke up. I recall the dean mentioning that the divine realm has 2 facets. One is the ghost domain, and the other is the divine tomb, which is infinitely larger than the ghost domain. The true extent of the divine tomb remains unknown, but it is said to hold the secrets of the god's demise from millennia past. The 4th and 5th disciples paused, then slowly articulated, So, you mean to say we inadvertently unearthed the tomb of the gods? But why have we entered the other facet of the divine realm? Guyu pressed, her brow furrowed in confusion. The senior brother shook his head. It is said that the divine tomb manifested once before, 3,000 years ago, when the divine realm was unveiled. If all goes as foretold, this marks its 2nd appearance. The divine realm, the divine tomb. The 4th disciple glanced at the 5th, his eyes alight with fervor. So, we have unearthed the largest grave in the world? However, the senior brother's expression grew grave as he continued. The emergence of the divine tomb 3 millennia ago did not merely create an opening. It is said that chaos reigned. Rivers ran red with blood, and countless beings perished. A multitude of immortal cultivators surged in, resulting in catastrophic losses. Thus, the interior of the divine tomb is exceedingly perilous. Why do so few venture into the divine realm? Yet when the divine tomb appears, everyone rushes towards it. The 4th disciple queried. The others turned to the senior brother, their expressions mirroring their perplexity. For after reaching the realm of transformation, one enters the realm of questioning the void, yet no one knows what lies beyond that. It is rumored that within that realm resides the secret to immortality. Once the sage of Confucianism severed the heavens, no one has reached that realm since. Whispers abound that within the secrets of the god's fall lies the opportunity to attain that realm. All 4. Immortality. Sumo's expression grew complex as he turned to glance at the innocent, naive little girl. Immortality. Was the unlocking of this other facet of the divine realm mere coincidence or an inevitability? The 2nd disciple inquired. Sumo's gaze flickered. He did not believe in coincidence. When more than 3 coincidences occur, Suemo concluded they are the product of inevitability. Either it is some unknown insider information, or perhaps a strategic maneuver by someone. At that moment, Luo-in, cradling the inked Qin, inquired slowly. If that is the case, aside from us, will others soon arrive? Perhaps even some ancient figures from various sects? The expressions of the group shifted noticeably. Luo-in turned to survey the desolate expanse behind them. No doors, no pathways, indicating that this stone bridge seemed to reach its conclusion right here. Let us proceed forward and see if there is another exit from this divine realm, Guyu suggested. The others nodded in agreement, while the 4th and 5th members approached Suemo, taking the lead. They felt that Sumo's cultivation was too low, merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, rendering him incapable of swift reactions in times of peril. Deep down, they believed it was their responsibility to protect the junior brother, standing in front of him during dangers. However, after taking a couple of steps, they paused in surprise, realizing that the oil lamps on either side of the stone bridge had not reignited. They exchanged puzzled glances. Seeing this, Suemo furrowed his brow and cautiously moved closer to the 4th and 5th members. As he approached, The oil lamps on the two stone pillars instantly flickered back to life. The dim red glow illuminated the side of Sumo's face, and it appeared that the oil lamps lining the endless stone bridge awaited Sumo's presence to ignite them. Others did not possess the privilege to awaken them. It was the first time the group had encountered such a phenomenon, momentarily lost in thought. The second member pondered aloud. Could it be that Shaoqi holds a special status due to his Confucian Tao? The others nodded, albeit with skepticism. Shall I lead the way? I have been to the divine realm before and possess some experience with its wonders, Sumo declared. Then turned to Luoyin. If any danger arises and I fail to react in time, I hope you can look after the little girl. The little girl, Luoyin, was the one he knew best, and entrusting her to her care gave Sumo a sense of reassurance. Primarily, he felt that Luoyin, being the most grounded among his senior brothers, would be more reliable. Luoyin took the little girl's hand, nodding earnestly, softly advising, "Be careful." Sumo acknowledged her with a nod and proceeded forward, the others closely trailing behind him, ready to assist should any unexpected circumstances arise. Together, they formed a robust bond, capable of transforming a crisis into mere shadows. Suddenly, the usually quiet sixth member pointed at a nearby stone pillar and exclaimed, "Look, there are words on this stone column." The group immediately halted, following the direction of his finger to the stone pillar, where indeed, beneath the oil lamp, several large characters were inscribed. As they gathered closer to the pillar, Sumo discerned the characters. Yue Sheng, a wandering swordsman of the sword Dao, the foremost in the 9 realms swordsmanship. In the calamity of the celestial transformation, 6,000 foes were vanquished, yet he ultimately perished amidst the same upheaval. I am filled with sorrow, and thus inscribed these words as a memorial. Those few grand characters seem to narrate the illustrious life of a once great hero. It appears that these words are all that this era's extraordinary figure has left behind. The eternal flame upon the stone tablet flickers without the breath of wind, as if weeping for something, or perhaps yearning to convey a message. No one knows. It can only await the passage of souls, igniting its faint glow to inform passers-by that beneath lies a once mighty champion. Sumo rose in silence, and then, as if recollecting a thought, hastened to another stone pillar, squatting before it. Indeed, there too were inscribed a few significant words. Chu Hong, a man from Jiangnan, an extraordinary figure of the Xian Dao. In the calamity of the celestial transformation, he safeguarded over 70,000 lives, yet ultimately fell in battle, and I am filled with sorrow. Thus inscribed these words as a memorial. Sumo remained silent, lost in contemplation. This one too. Old Lu shouted as he pointed at another stone pillar. There's also this one. Old Si remarked. And this here. Old Wu added. Sumo gazed at the seemingly endless stone bridge, flanked by a dense array of stone pillars in the encroaching darkness, and slowly spoke. No need to look further. If my intuition serves me right here, every stone pillar bears such inscriptions. The group fell into a sudden silence, gazing at the pillars, a profound respect swelling within their hearts. They were unaware of the identities of those who left these marks, yet the countless stone pillars lining the interminable bridge stood resolutely, like unyielding predecessors. Sumo surveyed the innumerable pillars, seemingly perceiving an epitaph upon each one. A sense of tragic grandeur ascended within him, as he envisioned a brutal battlefield, where valiant forebears willingly embraced death for their unwavering beliefs. This is the essence of cultivating immortality, rather than each practitioner pursuing selfish gain, wielding their prowess to oppress the mundane. If the scene were to unfold anew, would the current generation of cultivators possess the same valor as their predecessors? Sumo, with a gaze laden with complexity, turned back to glance at the young girl. If that day were to come, how would I choose? Chapter 88. Have you arrived? What is the matter? Perceptive Luoyi noticed Sumo lost in thought and gently approached him, holding the little girl's hand. Sumo shook his head, offering no further explanation, and affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair, saying softly, "Let us go." As Sumo resumed his stride, Luoyin sighed lightly, tugging at the little girl. The group followed Sumo along the stone bridge, where lanterns flickered to life as he drew near, illuminating the path ahead. In the enveloping darkness, only 2 flickering lights danced in the stillness. Silence enveloped the group as they cautiously advanced. Suddenly, Lao Lu pointed towards the water beyond the bridge, exclaiming, "Look!" Something is drifting over there. The others followed his gaze, and indeed, a pale object floated towards the stone bridge across the dark river. It appeared to be heading directly for Sumo, and whether by coincidence or fate, it was intercepted by the bridge at the very spot where he stood. Sumo approached slowly, discovering that the object was a woman's handkerchief, gently bobbing on the water's surface, remaining afloat without sinking. He retrieved it effortlessly, the delicate fabric seemingly untouched by water. As he carefully unfolded the handkerchief, he was struck with a jolt. Embroidered on it were 3 elegant characters. "You have come." Sumo stared at the inscription in astonishment, envisioning a poignant and sorrowful scene encapsulated within those simple words. However, what truly shocked him was the handwriting. He recognized it all too well. No one in the world could be more familiar with those characters than he, for they belonged to the little girl. Sumo stood frozen, overwhelmed and bewildered. Why was there a handkerchief embroidered with the little girl's handwriting drifting in a river within the divine tomb, right before him? And previously, why had he encountered another little girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to her in the divine realm? Did this imply that there were other little girls existing elsewhere? For instance, was there another little girl upstream? Who exactly was the little girl? Would these other little girls have any impact on her? The others approached, glancing at the handkerchief in Sumo's grasp. Lao Si inquired curiously, "What do the words on this handkerchief mean?" They did not recognize the handwriting, but were intrigued by the 3 characters. "You have come." Who has come? Who embroidered this? Who cast it away? Sumo swiftly tucked the handkerchief away, suppressing his astonishment and confusion. He shook his head and urged, "Forget it. Let us keep moving." He continued onward, unwilling for the little girl to see the handkerchief, only wishing for her happiness and well-being. However, upon discovering that the young girl was entangled in certain confusions, he instinctively shied away from such matters, or rather, was unable to confront them. The onlookers wore expressions of bewilderment, failing to comprehend Sumo's actions, yet they did not dwell on it excessively. If Sumo chose silence, then so be it. After all, everyone harbors their own secrets, don't they? Suddenly, the 6th one exclaimed again. "Look!" The others instinctively turned their attention, as this 6th individual was always so easily startled. "Something else is drifting over." He pointed towards the surface of the water, where yet again a white handkerchief floated, conveniently resting beside Sumo. Such a coincidence seemed uncanny. Taking a deep breath, Sumo rose once more to retrieve the handkerchief. After a fleeting glance, he quickly concealed it, his gaze flickering. Inscribed in the same handwriting were the words, "I await you at the end of the long river." Sumo remained silent, continuing onward. As he advanced, the eternal lamps flanking the stone bridge flickered to life in succession. The others chose not to inquire further. In the boundless darkness, Sumo, clad in pure white, appeared strikingly solitary. Amidst the infinite blackness, the rows of everlasting lamps illuminated one after another, casting a stark contrast against the figure of Sumo, draped in white garments and hair. "Young master." The young girl broke free from Luo Yin's grasp and rushed to Sumo's side, seizing his hand. Feeling the familiar warmth in his grasp, Sumo glanced down to see her beaming face. "Young master, I shall walk alongside you." "Very well." Sumo's once turbulent heart began to find tranquility, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The girl silently vowed that she would always accompany her young master. The group traversed the lengthy stone bridge, which seemed to stretch on indefinitely. As they progressed, the number of eternal lamps surpassed thousands. At last, they arrived at the bridge's end. Sumo led the way, drawing ever closer to the threshold, where he discovered only a solitary door, a stone table, and 2 stone chairs. Beyond that lay an abyss of darkness and unfathomable waters. It appeared that passage could only be attained through that stone door. As the group reached the bridge's end, 2 everlasting lamps illuminated, revealing an ethereal figure seated at one of the stone chairs by the table, while the other chair remained vacant, seemingly awaiting a visitor. They paused momentarily, regarding the apparition with quiet vigilance. After 3,000 years, at last, someone has traversed this path again. The spectral figure regarded Sumo and his companions, its voice resonating like an echo from another realm, grand and mysterious, akin to that of a deity. The apparition gestured towards the chessboard set upon the stone table and spoke. "If you are not in haste, would you indulge me in completing this endgame? Should you triumph over me, I would be inclined to grant you a small token." Guyu leaned closer to Sumo's ear and whispered, "It seems there is someone of great significance. I cannot discern his cultivation." Sumo gazed upon the ethereal figure, sighing, "Indeed, it is beyond your perception." He settled into the vacant chair at the stone table, cradling the little girl, and spoke slowly. "If the sage of Confucianism does not mind, might I have the honor of playing a game with you?" "What? The sage of Confucianism?" A few individuals behind him stared at Sumo in astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief. Hadn't the sage already perished long ago? The ethereal figure paused, revealing itself as a man clad in immaculate white robes, exuding an extraordinary presence. "Do you know me?" the white-robed sage inquired, puzzled. Sumo nodded. "I had the fortune of encountering another remnant of your essence in the ghost domain." The white-robed sage hesitated, then gave a slight nod, gesturing to the chessboard. "Then let us commence a game." "Very well," Sumo replied, holding the little girl, who quietly observed him. He raised a black piece, contemplating the position for an extended period, seemingly lost in thought. The white-robed sage appeared unperturbed, patiently awaiting Sumo's move. However, after a considerable time had elapsed without any action from Sumo, he could no longer contain himself and urged, "Do make your move." "Oh, just a moment." Sumo silently called out within his spiritual sea, "Sister Deshiong, please teach me how to play." The sage across the board puffed out his cheeks in irritation. "No cheating allowed." Chapter 89 of Dream of the Red Chamber. Open up, open up. I shall challenge him. The enchanting figure of great evil materialized beside Sumo, who promptly lifted the little girl in his arms and vacated his seat. The individuals behind him were bewildered as to why Sumo had risen again. Wasn't he supposed to be playing chess? However, the Confucian sage's remnant stared wide-eyed at Great Evil in disbelief. "How are you still alive?" Great Evil casually waved a hand and sat down, speaking, "Enough about me. How many remnants have you left behind?" "How would I know? I am merely a remnant." The Confucian sage's remnant replied, shaking his head. The little girl nestled in Sumo's embrace gazed at the alluring Great Evil in awe, exclaiming, "This sister is so beautiful." Everyone froze at her words, the scholars from the academy appearing as if they had seen a ghost. "What sister?" They could not perceive Great Evil, so when the little girl remarked on her beauty, they suddenly found the dark and desolate realm to be rather eerie. Sumo and Great Evil exchanged incredulous glances at the little girl. Great Evil leaned towards the little girl and asked, "Can you see me?" The little girl innocently nodded. This was her first encounter with Great Evil. Although Great Evil had seen her within Sumo, the little girl had never laid eyes on Great Evil before. Sumo's lips twitched, and the scholars behind him were once again taken aback by the little girl's earnest expression. The sixth member, trembling, stammered, "Little girl, what sister do you see?" The little girl turned around and earnestly pointed at the empty chair, saying, "This sister right here. Can't you see her?" The corners of their mouths twitched as they shifted their gaze to Sumo. With a resigned and awkward smile, he explained, "There is an esteemed figure here, akin to the Confucian sage's remnant, but alas, everyone else cannot see her." The others immediately withdrew their skeptical gazes, choosing not to inquire further. They refrained from questioning who this esteemed figure was or why Sumo and the little girl could perceive her while they could not, treating it as one of Sumo's little secrets. Only Luoyin gazed at Sumo's face, momentarily lost in thought, before letting out a soft sigh. Great Evil rolled her eyes. Now they called her an esteemed figure, yet they did not refer to her as Sister Great Evil. She disliked the term esteemed figure as it made her feel aged. With a huff, Great Evil shot Sumo a glare and then turned to the Confucian sage's remnant, saying, "Shall we play or not? If not, we shall take our leave." "Let us play, let us play." The Confucian sage's remnant seemed delighted, preparing to engage in a match with Great Evil. As Great Evil made a few moves, she slowly added, "I don't care what kind of trap you're setting. Just do not involve my little brother." Great Evil looked at the Confucian sage's remnant with utmost seriousness. The remnant, taken aback, glanced at Sumo and then remarked, "Your brother? How long have you been alive to have such a young brother? He appears to be no older than 17 in soul power. That is none of your concern." In a moment of exasperation, Deshiong displayed a protective demeanor reminiscent of a doting sibling. "Indeed, he was my younger brother." The remnant spirit of the Confucian sage sighed, pondering. "What schemes he possesses, how would I know? I am but a lingering thought, awaiting the arrival of a Confucian disciple on this path to offer a few tokens of goodwill." The entity referred to as he was, of course, understood by Dexiong to be the Confucian sage who had perished millennia ago. After thousands of years, still plotting. How tiresome that must be, thought Dexiong disdainfully. In a hushed silence, Dexiong and the remnant of the sage commenced their game of chess, taking turns with deliberate moves. Suemo, cradling a young girl in his arms, observed with keen interest. He was not incapable of playing, but was acutely aware that he could not match the sage's remnants in skill. He yearned for Dexiong to emerge victorious over the sage's specter, curious to discover the nature of the gifts the sage had alluded to. As the game progressed, Dexiong grew increasingly irritable. She had little fondness for chess, and even if she could play, the game did not captivate her. Unlike the sage, she had no patience for strategies that unfolded over millennia. If a problem could not be resolved, why bother with it? After all, the burden of worry did not rest upon her shoulders. Abruptly, Dexiong stood up, her impatience palpable. No more games. If you have something to give, then give it. If not, so be it. The sage's remnant looked taken aback, his expression one of pitiful surprise. You have not changed at all. Still so impatient even for a simple game. Dexiong rolled her eyes, retorting, who knows if you are weaving yet another scheme. I refuse to play along. The sage glanced at Suemo, sighing with a hint of meaning. In this game of life, sometimes one must engage, regardless of obstacles. Without experiencing certain trials, a child shall never truly grow. Dexiong turned to regard Suemo, sighing as well. He, however, remained perplexed, unable to grasp the nuances of their conversation. Sensing an air of mystery, looking at the sage's remnant, Dexiong declared her intent to depart. You may continue your game. We shall take our leave. She did not inquire how to exit the divine realm, whether she had forgotten or chosen not to ask. Wait. The sage's remnant called out to Dexiong, sighing before speaking again. I have accumulated a bit of soul power. Perhaps I should bestow it upon you. Without waiting for her consent, an indistinguishable brilliance surged into Dexiong, causing her ethereal form to solidify slightly, her expression becoming momentarily dazed. As the sage's remnant vanished, Dexiong, regaining her composure, regarded Suemo with a serious demeanor. I have been ensnared by that old trickster. He has given me all his soul power, and I shall soon be compelled to fall into a deep slumber to absorb it. Suemo furrowed his brow, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation. Dexiong nodded. Continuing, I will soon be lost to sleep, and within this divine realm, you will have to rely solely on yourself, regardless of the life and death tribulations you may face. I cannot assist you. Take care. Before she could finish her warning, Dexiong's figure dissipated into the surrounding darkness. Sumo's consciousness sank into the sea of spirits, where he beheld Dexiong seated amidst the ethereal waters, ensnared in the slumber she had foretold. Suddenly, a wave of anxiety surged within him. Originally, with Dexiong present, he felt little trepidation in the face of peril, for he was assured that should danger arise, Dexiong would undoubtedly rescue him. Yet now, in this perilous divine realm, Dexiong had been ensnared by the Confucian sage, forcibly cast into slumber. It was as if he found himself in a treacherous locale, knowing he was impervious to danger, only to discover that his safeguard had been rendered ineffective. The feelings of panic and helplessness intensified under this unforeseen turn of events, as he observed the fading remnant of the Confucian sage and the troubled expression upon his face. His third senior sister approached and inquired, "What troubles you?" Suemo subtly shook his head, suppressing the turmoil within, and glanced at the little girl in his arms. "It's nothing. Let us depart." The little girl, sensing Sumo's stiff demeanor, clung tightly to him. Gu Yu and the others nodded in agreement, directing their attention to the door beside them, and rose to push it open. Once they had all exited, a faint, white remnant of the Confucian sage gradually materialized before the now vacant stone table and chairs. The remnant shook its head, momentarily lost in thought as it gazed at the unfinished chess game upon the table. "I merely wish to indulge in a game of chess. Why must it be so difficult?" The remnant appeared to struggle with its essence, wavering and on the verge of dissolution. Having relinquished its spiritual energy to Dexiong, it too could not escape the fate of fading away. Straining to maintain its presence, the Confucian sage slowly seated itself, tenaciously lifting a black piece and placing it upon the board, murmuring, "Clearly you are destined to lose. Just look, how else can you play?" The remnant chuckled softly, then turned its gaze to the dim rows of perpetual lamps flickering uncertainly, as if they might extinguish at any moment in the surrounding darkness, letting out a deep sigh. In that moment, the remnant began to hum a tune from an opera. Throughout my life, poetry and literature have been my companions, and ink and brush have become my kin. I recall the chrysanthemum poem that claimed the prize, while the Begonia Society engaged in fresh debates. In the Yihong courtyard, new rules were established, and in the Shaoxiang pavilion, old verses were reminisced. A lifetime of effort crystallizes into words, hoping they may meet a kindred spirit amidst the mountains and flowing waters. Before the melody could conclude, the remnant could no longer sustain itself, gradually dissipating. The chess game remained solitary, gazing upon the landscape of despair that surrounded it, leaving behind a poignant sense of unfulfilled potential. Chapter 90. The village. In a quaint village of Dahua, wisps of smoke curled lazily into the air. A few women gathered by a narrow ditch, diligently washing their garments while engaging in light-hearted conversation about their husbands and children. Among them, an unmarried woman often concealed her face, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, eliciting playful laughter from the others, who seemed to revel in her bashfulness. As a group of men returned to the village, their hands laden with either game or farming tools, one of the women washing clothes nudged the unmarried girl with her elbow and discreetly gestured towards the men. The girl glanced over and immediately lowered her head, her face turning crimson, prompting a chorus of laughter from the married women nearby. Among the men, a robust young man caught sight of the unmarried woman by the waterway. His eyes sparkled with interest as he approached her, only to be met with a fierce glare that compelled him to retreat. He sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled, as an eruption of laughter filled the tranquil village. The unmarried girl, still blushing, lowered her head even further. The village exuded an aura of peace and joy, save for an elder, resembling a chieftain, who gazed with worry at a mysterious, dark passage that had seemingly materialized in the village. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from outside the village as dozens of practitioners surged in, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the dark passage. "At last, we found it," an elderly practitioner exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the enigmatic entrance. "Is this the legendary passage to the divine realm?" inquired a youth beside him. The elder nodded affirmatively. "It must be. There are several such passages in Huagua, and I can sense the aura of the divine realm emanating from this one." "Ha ha ha," another young man exclaimed with excitement. "Let us enter swiftly. The secrets of the divine realm await us. A tremendous opportunity indeed." The elder nodded again, but his gaze shifted to the villagers, his brow furrowing with concern. At that moment, the villagers became aware of their unexpected guests. The elder, resembling the village chief, approached with trembling steps, speaking respectfully. "We are unprepared for your esteemed presence. Please forgive our lack of proper welcome." Esteemed presence? The villagers, upon hearing the chief's words, began to murmur amongst themselves, their fear palpable. The elder practitioner regarded the anxious, feeble village chief with a critical eye, a glint of coldness flashing in his gaze as he turned to the young man beside him. The youth furrowed his brow, looking at the elder and asking, "What shall we do? These mortals could easily expose the existence of the divine realm's entrance. If other practitioners follow us in, they may compete with us for this opportunity." In that moment, all efforts would be in vain. The chieftain of the mortal clan, upon hearing the words of the young cultivator, turned pale as a ghost and urgently implored, "Immortal, spare our lives. I assure you that we shall not speak a word. We have lived in this village for generations without ever leaving. We will never divulge the whereabouts of the immortals or the existence of this great cavern." The elder cultivator's gaze flickered coldly as he addressed the others behind him, stating indifferently, "Eliminate them all. Only the dead can keep secrets." His tone suggested a mere discussion of livestock rather than human lives. The expressions of everyone in the village instantly drained of color, facing a ferocious beast. They might have had a chance to fight back, but against an immortal, should the immortal desire their demise, they would stand no chance of survival. "No, please. I implore the immortal to spare the villagers. We will not utter a word. If the immortal must kill, let it be me. Do not harm the villagers." The chieftain trembled as he knelt on the ground, banging his head against the earth in sincere desperation. With only a few strikes, he cracked his skull, blood streaming down his face. If it must come to this, the immortal could simply cast a spell to render the entire village mute. All he sought was to spare the lives of his people. His frantic pleas were solely to ensure a chance for his villagers. with not a single thought given to the implications of the entire village becoming mute. Surely it was better than total annihilation? The villagers bore no guilt. They were merely unfortunate to have encountered this cavern in their midst. As the elderly chieftain continued to plead, a celestial sword suddenly pierced through his back, emerging from his chest. Kneeling on the ground, he gazed at the blade protruding from his heart, his expression sorrowful as he turned to look back at the villagers, his face etched with remorse, as if to apologize for failing to secure a path to safety for them. With the sword withdrawn, the chieftain collapsed lifelessly to the ground, his eyes reflecting boundless sorrow and regret. Chieftain, a robust young man from the village, witnessing the chieftain's death, was overwhelmed with grief and rushed forth with his scythe, determined to perish alongside these cultivators he deemed beasts. Yet, just a few steps forward, a flying sword pierced his chest, returning to the indifferent hand of the young cultivator. The young man stared blankly at the gaping hole in his chest, realizing just how vast the chasm between mortals and immortals truly was. He struggled to turn his head, hoping to catch a glimpse of his beloved, but alas, he would not see her one last time. Darkness enveloped him as he fell lifelessly to the ground. I shall wait below for you. But if I am destined to wait forever, what a tragedy that would be. In an instant, the women of the village were thrown into chaos, crying out in panic, while the men brandished their tools and charged towards the immortal cultivators, hoping to confront those who viewed them merely as livestock in a desperate gamble for survival. The unmarried woman in the village gazed upon the robust young man before her, tears glistening in her eyes. Had she known it would come to this, she would not have refused him earlier. Yet, it mattered not. Wait for me. They shall all perish. The elder practitioner observed the group of coarse mortals with a cold expression, indifferently instructing his disciples behind him. Consequently, dozens of celestial swords surged forth, mercilessly slaughtering the unfortunate villagers. Unlike the other women who screamed in panic or the men who engaged in futile struggles, the unmarried woman simply watched the celestial beings, yearning to engrave their visages upon her very soul. She beheld those lofty beings, who regarded human lives as mere refuse, and her gaze was filled with boundless hatred as she slowly uttered, I curse you. May you meet a wretched fate. Look, even a mortal's curse is so utterly mundane. A celestial sword came flying, piercing through the woman's chest, and she fell to the ground in a lifeless heap, her eyes forever wide open. This village, an entire community, has fallen. Chapter 91. Spiritual ginseng. As Sumo and his companions crossed the threshold, they found themselves enveloped in a vast forest. This realm appeared to be entirely comprised of woods, distinct from the ghostly territories of the divine domain. Even in the absence of a sky, the trees soared majestically, flourishing with vigor. The undergrowth was so dense that it seemed untouched by human presence. While a mere mortal would have to carve their path through the thickets with great effort, those adept in cultivation could soar through the air, unperturbed by the tangled vegetation beneath. Shall we seek an exit from the divine domain, or delve deeper into its mysteries? The fourth brother inquired. Initially, none had intended to enter the divine realm. Their purpose had merely been to plunder a tomb, yet by a twist of fate, they found themselves in a divine sepulchre. Let us depart from the divine domain, Sumo replied, casting a glance at the young girl. Though he had contemplated exploring the divine realm, the slumber of Da Xiong extinguished that desire. Without a means of self-preservation, he harbored no faith in his ability to confront formidable opponents, especially since his life-bound artifact, the Book of Life and Death, was rendered unusable the last time he had invoked its power to strike at the divine realm. He had felt the sheer terror of the book's might. It was less accurate to say that Sumo had wielded the power of the book to draw out the remnants of the Confucian sage. Rather, it had been the book utilizing Sumo's consciousness to wreak havoc. Ultimately, the remnants of the Confucian sage bore the blame for the consequences of using the book. His nascent cultivation was utterly inadequate within the divine realm, and with Da Xiong now dormant, he could not risk venturing forth with the girl. The others shared no dissent. Each was bound by their own paths, and the opportunities presented by the divine realm bore little significance for them. The first brother shook his head, as he cultivated within dreams, finding greater utility in seeking a tranquil place to rest than in the divine opportunities. The second brother pursued a rather peculiar path that rendered the divine realm's fortunes unnecessary. The third brother, Guyu, simply sought to venture out and deal with nefarious brigands as needed. The sixth sister's opinion was inconsequential, She would remain indifferent regardless. And what of you two? Suemo turned to the fourth and fifth brothers, recalling that they had always been focused on tomb raiding, seemingly reliant on the opportunities it provided. To his surprise, both shook their heads. All we need is to plunder tombs. The principles of feng shui, through constant validation, serve as our cultivation. The treasures within the tombs hold little significance for us, the third sister remarked, her lips twitching as she envisioned the tomb owners being desecrated for the sake of mere validation of one's path. Then let us find an exit from the divine domain. There is more than one entrance to this realm. The way we came may be inaccessible, yet other paths surely exist. We shall not contend for the opportunities of the divine realm. The consensus was clear, with the first brother yawning, eager to return to the academy for some rest. Little girl, do you wish to fly? Suemo inquired, directing his gaze towards the young girl. Among those present, with the exception of the little girl, everyone possessed the ability to fly. Suemo wished to allow the little girl to experience the joy of flight herself, rather than merely carrying her aloft. Can I fly too? The little girl asked, her large eyes filled with excitement. Suemo smiled and nodded. I want to fly? I want to fly? She exclaimed, shaking his arm with enthusiasm, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Suemo gathered his spiritual energy and, addressing the excited little girl, softly intoned, spirit energy transforms into wings. Wings take form. As the words of the Confucian Taoist incantation left his lips, a force of regulation coalesced between the little girl's back and Suemo's spiritual energy. Ethereal flecks of white starlight began to gather on her back, ultimately forming a pair of transparent wings. Curious, the little girl turned her head to gaze at the wings sprouting from her back and joyfully shouted, "Ah, ah, ah. I have wings. I have wings." Guyu observed the wings behind the little girl, shaking his head with a wry smile. You truly have a knack for wasting spiritual energy, he remarked, but was glad to see her happiness. Suemo chuckled and encouraged her. Go ahead and give it a try. The little girl nodded enthusiastically and attempted to control the wings on her back. The wings fluttered gently, and with a surge of spiritual energy, her feet gradually lifted off the ground. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she soared to the same height as Suemo, squealing with excitement. Ah, ah, ah. I'm flying. I'm flying. Try to fly a bit higher. Suemo urged, his face alight with joy. Okay. The little girl increased the flapping of her wings, ascending above the trees. Suemo and the others took to the air, joining her side, only to find her face contorted in distress. What's wrong? Suemo inquired, noticing her troubled expression. The little girl pouted and pointed towards the ground, expressing her fear. It's too high? I'm scared. Laughter erupted among the group, and Suemo flew closer to her, grasping her small hand. Don't be afraid. I'll take you flying. As his hand enveloped hers, her fear dissipated entirely. The two figures transformed into radiant streaks, soaring into the sky above the divine domain, resembling two birds in flight. The others chuckled and shook their heads, but quickly followed suit. The group flew together, searching for an exit from the divine domain. In the divine domain, a mischievous little spirit ginseng emerged from the earth. Noticing the surroundings were clear, it inhaled deeply, savoring the spiritual energy. It scooped up a handful of soil and tasted it, only to spit it out, dissatisfied with the flavor. Suddenly, a bird flew by, and the little ginseng, startled, promptly burrowed back into the ground. After a while, seeing no sign of danger, it cautiously peeked its little head out again. Upon realizing it was merely a bird resting on a tree, the little ginseng let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the little spirit ginseng spotted a mound of spiritual soil on a nearby rocky beach, and its eyes sparkled with golden light. For a divine herb such as itself, spiritual soil was an irresistible temptation. The little spirit ginseng hesitated for a while, contemplating the mound of soil on the rocky expanse. It was aware that the rocky beach posed a significant danger, as it would be unable to swiftly burrow into the ground if threatened there. The rocky beach was indeed the most perilous place for such divine herbs. After a moment of reflection, the little spirit ginseng decided to burrow into the earth and concealed itself among a clump of weeds beside the rocky beach, waiting patiently. Time passed. As it sensed no immediate danger on the rocky beach, the little spirit ginseng could no longer contain its curiosity and stealthily approached. However, as soon as it stepped onto the rocky terrain, it quickly retreated back to the safety of the grass to continue its observation. Seeing that there was still no threat, the little spirit ginseng ventured out once more, stepping onto the rocky beach again. It advanced cautiously, taking just a few more steps than before hastily retreating once again to observe from a distance. After a prolonged wait, the absence of danger seemed reassuring. The little spirit ginseng carefully approached the rocky beach once more, only to retreat again. After several back-and-forth attempts, convinced that the rocky beach was indeed safe, it appeared to relax. Rushing to the mound of spiritual soil, the little spirit ginseng gleefully scooped up a handful and tasted it, smacking its lips in delight. It savored the soil, visibly swelling as it consumed. After a while, feeling satiated, it gazed at the remaining mound of spiritual soil, pondering its next move. Suddenly struck by an idea, the leaves atop its head rapidly expanded, enveloping the soil as it intended to take some back to share with its mother. At that very moment, several figures descended from above, encircling the little spirit ginseng. Panic-stricken, it attempted to burrow into the ground, but realized it was trapped in the center of the rocky beach, unable to escape. "Ha ha," laughed one of the figures, a bearded cultivator whose eyes gleamed with excitement as he observed the frightened little spirit ginseng. "Our efforts to procure spiritual soil from the sect have not been in vain. We have finally captured this divine herb." In a state of alarm, the little spirit ginseng looked around desperately, seeking an escape, only to find itself completely surrounded. For the first time, a wave of regret washed over it amidst the panic. It shouldn't have disobeyed its mother's advice. Chapter 92, The White-Clad. White-haired being, it seemed to have foreseen the fate that awaited it, being vivisected and transformed into elixirs, or perhaps being devoured alive. The potency of divine herbs dissipates upon their demise. Only while they remain alive do they retain their medicinal qualities. Thus, being captured assuredly promised a grim and possibly brutal end. It was acutely aware of its value to other species, its divinity being of immense worth. Its mother had once imparted wisdom, explaining that any creature, when faced with the brink of death, could harness their essence to resurrect the deceased. Therefore, it was imperative to exercise caution, particularly in the presence of humans. The little spirit herb trembled with fear and despair as it gazed upon the figures encircling it, its expression pleading for mercy. It feared death, but even more so, it dreaded a fate worse than death. The bearded man, observing the little herb's terror-stricken visage, chuckled with delight. "Look, this little creature displays emotion. Truly a divine herb. Capturing it will surely yield great fortune for the three major sections. In this entire divine realm, there may only be a handful like it. Who would have thought we would encounter one? Our efforts have not been in vain." The men gradually approached the cornered little spirit herb, their eyes filled with avarice. The little herb, engulfed in despair, shut its eyes tightly, recalling its mother's words, which sent shivers coursing through its body. Suddenly, another spirit herb appeared behind the men, launching a surprise attack on the bearded man. Thud! The bearded man's back was sliced open by a leaf, blood oozing forth as he swiftly turned around. In that moment, a gap appeared in the encirclement surrounding the little spirit herb. The little herb was taken aback, recognizing its mother was there to rescue it, and it dashed towards the feet of the bearded man, fleeing alongside her towards the stony shore. The bearded man, seething with rage, bellowed as the two spirit herbs neared their escape. "Kill them!" Yet, one of the men hesitated, realizing that the divine herb would lose its potency upon death. The bearded man, feeling the sting of his wound, roared with fury, "Then kill them anyway." One man sighed, drawing back his longbow, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy. An arrow, imbued with lethal intent, locked onto the little spirit herb as it fled beyond the stony shore. The elder spirit herb turned, witnessing the inevitable arrow, and with a swift motion, positioned itself behind the little one. Squeak! Whether it was the sound of the arrow piercing flesh or the elder's anguished cry remained unclear. That sound shattered the innocence of the little spirit herb's heart as the elder was struck, rolling off the rocky shore. The little herb stumbled out of the stony expanse, grasping the fallen elder and darting into the underbrush, vanishing from sight. The bearded man and his companions immediately plunged into the thicket, searching fervently for a whole hour, yet they found nothing. How unfortunate! The bearded man touched the wound on his back, cursing under his breath. After another fruitless search, they left in despair. Once they had departed, the little spirit ginseng dragged out the lifeless body of its once vibrant mother from the grass. gazing upon the deceased form of its mother. The little spirit ginseng sank despondently to the ground, an unfamiliar wave of sorrow washing over its being. With the death of its mother, it realized that it was now the sole spirit ginseng remaining in this divine realm. Its consciousness was not fully developed, leaving it unable to grasp many concepts. Yet, the death of its mother imparted a profound understanding. It meant that it would never again see her. It also signified that, from this moment forth, no one would converse with it, nor would anyone caution it against the dangers of humanity. It was it that had caused its mother's demise. The little spirit ginseng, bewildered, rose and began to dig into the earth with its hands, excavating a pit. It recalled its mother's words, for beings like them, the best return was to dust. With its mother gone and unable to return to the earth, it could only bury her beneath the soil. Suddenly, a voice called from above, "Hey, there's a little spirit ginseng here." Instinctively, the little spirit ginseng burrowed underground. The great spirit ginseng was lifeless, leaving it incapable of retreating into the earth alongside its mother. Sumo and his companions descended into the forest, discovering a spirit ginseng lying on the ground, devoid of life and medicinal properties, alongside a small pit. They looked around and spotted a tiny head peeking out from the earth in the distance, gazing at them with profound sadness. The little head was filled with sorrow as it looked at the lifeless form of its mother at their feet, brimming with reluctance. The spirit ginseng had perished, a great pity indeed. The second man sighed as he observed the deceased great spirit ginseng beneath him. Guyu also examined the lifeless ginseng, extending her consciousness slightly, and remarked, "Indeed, it's dead, pierced through by an arrow, its roots irreparably harmed, its medicinal essence completely dissipated." The sixth man, gazing at the deceased great spirit ginseng, let a crystalline tear fall, exclaiming, "Yet, it still appears quite delectable." Suemo lowered his gaze to the great spirit ginseng, then lifted it to the distant, cautious little spirit ginseng. All of them noticed the pitiful little spirit ginseng watching them. Tears glistened in the eyes of the divine herb, as it shook its head in desperate pleading, seemingly imploring them not to take away the body of its mother. Suemo observed the little spirit ginseng from afar, and a passage from a tome he had read in the academy regarding divine herbs surfaced in his mind. Spirit ginseng, the pinnacle of divine herbs. This herb possesses sentience and comprehends the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Rare in the world, it can master the art of earth evasion, making it exceedingly difficult to capture. Consuming it can prolong life and heal grave injuries. Legends say it can resurrect the dead, though this remains unverified. Sumo's gaze grew somber. It indeed possessed the 7 emotions and 6 desires. "Senior brothers and sisters," Suemo addressed the group, "could you grant me the deceased spiritual ginseng?" The 6th elder was momentarily taken aback, reluctantly diverting his gaze from the ginseng to Suemo, and asked, "Do you wish to consume it as well?" "Very well, I shall give it to you. However, I advise against ingesting it directly, for it has perished and its medicinal properties have largely dissipated. It would serve better in alchemical preparations, potentially enhancing the efficacy of other herbs." Suemo glanced at the others, who voiced no objections. After all, the medicinal properties had long faded, though remnants remained. If the junior disciple desired it, it should be given to him. With a sigh, Suemo looked towards the distant, sorrowful little ginseng, imagining the events that had transpired here. He could not cast blame upon anyone. Differing perspectives meant that all were striving for a better existence. Slowly, Suemo crouched down, extending his hands towards the lifeless large ginseng. The little ginseng, observing Sumo's actions from afar, vigorously shook its head, its face a portrait of pleading. It recognized its inability to reclaim its mother's remains from the hands of the others, fearing that such an attempt would only lead to its own peril. All it could do was watch as they took away its mother's body. Suddenly, the little ginseng's expression shifted from sorrowful pleading to astonishment as it witnessed the white-clad figure gently cradling its mother's body and tenderly placing it into the grave that had been dug, covering it with earth. The others were momentarily stunned. With a gentle sigh, Suemo remarked, "Since the medicinal properties are no longer present, why should we take the body of its mother before the child?" The group nodded in agreement, then ascended into the air, transforming into streaks of radiant light as they departed. Once they had gone, the little ginseng waited for several days, ensuring that no danger lurked nearby before cautiously approaching the mound of freshly turned earth. It burrowed into the soil, and found its mother's body, leaning against it with affection, as if it could still hear her gentle admonitions. The little ginseng began to dig beneath its mother, burying her even deeper. Emerging from the ground, it gazed at the overcast sky, its innocent mind forever imprinting the image of the white-haired figure. Chapter 93. The quiet village in the realm of the divine. The sky above was shrouded in a murky haze, the destination unknown. Sumo and his companions tirelessly sought an exit, remaining at the periphery and steering clear of the central area of the divine realm. Thanks to the protective measures employed by the fourth and fifth, they had not encountered any peril thus far. 3 days later, a glimmer of azure light flickered in the fourth's eyes as he suddenly proclaimed, "We are on the brink of finding the exit." He then produced a map, upon which he began to mark various points. Sumo observed that it was evidently a newly drawn map, adorned with numerous circles and lines, all confined to the edges, while the center featured but a vague circle. "What purpose does this map serve?" Guyu inquired with a slight curl of her lip. The fourth lifted his head, brimming with pride, and declared, "It is, of course, to validate our methods. We are to create a map of the divine realm. I have marked all the locations we have explored and uncovered many intriguing sites. Should we have the opportunity to return, we can verify them one by one." The fifth then joined the discourse, pointing to several locations on the map as he addressed Sumo and the others. "Behold these spots. They are places of great danger that the fourth and I have identified, and we have prudently avoided them." Stepping forward, Sumo pointed to a large circle at the center of the map, his curiosity piqued. "This area lies at the deepest part of the divine realm, a place we have yet to explore. Why have you drawn a circle here?" The fourth and fifth exchanged a solemn glance before responding. "We have inferred this from the geological formations and the flow of energy patterns in the divine realm's periphery. It reminds us of a remarkably bizarre topography described in ancient texts." "What sort of topography?" Both the first and second brothers were now intrigued. "The Ghost Gate Formation. It is undeniably a place of great misfortune." The fourth and fifth, abandoning their usual jest, pointed to several lines sketched along the edge of the map. "Do you see these 9 lines? Do they remind you of anything?" Sumo focused intently, but after a prolonged moment, he shook his head in confusion and remarked, "Your drawing is so poorly done that it's indistinguishable." The fourth glared, retorting, "Can you not see? These are the tails of 9 dragons lined up in a row." Sumo leaned in closer, scrutinizing the drawing. A flicker of realization crossed his face as he acknowledged that, when considering the lines as dragon tails, there was indeed a resemblance. However, he mused that had no one suggested they were dragon tails, he would likely never have deduced it, even if he were laid to rest in a grave. "What significance does this hold?" Guyu inquired. "We have not ventured inside. We are merely searching for an exit at the dragon tails," the fourth explained. "However, we can faintly discern that this depicts the posture of 9 dragons in worship." Sumo paused, intrigued. "Isn't the worship of dragons indicative of auspiciousness? How can it be a place of great misfortune?" Laosi cast a serious glance at Sumo and shook his head gravely. "If it were a place worshipped by 8 dragons or fewer, it would be deemed highly auspicious. But this is 9 dragons, 9 in total, a place of worship for an entire assembly." Sumo, bewildered, shook his head in confusion, unable to comprehend the implications. At that moment, the eldest disciple's expression turned grave as he slowly spoke. "The number 9 is considered the ultimate. When something reaches its peak, it inevitably reverses. Thus, a site revered by 9 dragons must surely be an unfathomable land of peril." Lao Wu nodded in agreement. "We encountered the phenomenon of 9 dragons worshipping in a book on feng shui. The text described this occurrence as a theoretical geospatial aspect within the realm of feng shui, a configuration never before witnessed. It posited that this site corresponds to the very circle I have drawn, a manifestation of the Ghost Gate. Alas, we cannot verify it with our own eyes." Lao Si and Lao Wu gazed at the central circle on the map they had drawn, their eyes reflecting regret. Sumo shook his head slowly, suggesting, "Why not venture inside? We shall await your return outside." Immediately, Lao Si and Lao Wu shook their heads vehemently. "No, no. In a place like this, we will wait until we reach the Sage of Confucianism realm before we dare to enter. Going now would be akin to courting death. Truly unwilling to go, once we leave the divine domain, we may never have another chance." Guyu teased with a playful smile. Lao Wu cleared his throat, discreetly folding the map, and pointed assertively ahead. "Ah, the exit lies just ahead." Let us hurry out. Before the others could react, Lao Si and Lao Wu moved as swift as arrows, dashing toward the front. The group followed with laughter. Amidst a chaotic pile of stones, a dark door, undulating like rippling water, quietly stood before them. They halted before this enigmatic portal, and the eldest disciple extended his consciousness beyond the door before retracting it. He nodded to the others. All is well. Beyond this door lies the outside world. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten out. I yearn to return to the academy for a meal. Upon hearing this, Lao Lu promptly strode toward the door. As he approached the undulating black portal, it seemed to offer no resistance. With a gentle ripple, he exited the divine domain. That Lao Lu. Guyu chuckled ruefully before following suit. One by one, they emerged from the divine domain. Suemo picked up the little girl and also made his way toward the water-like portal. Upon reaching the threshold, he stepped into the undulating black barriers suddenly, just as he was about to cross out of the divine domain. An instinctive sensation compelled him to glance back at the realm he was leaving, an electrifying chill coursing through his being. The water-like barrier rippled as Suemo stepped beyond the divine domain. At that moment, an overwhelming sensation of being watched enveloped him, akin to his previous experience within the divine domain. As his vision flickered, a dark corridor materialized before Suemo and his companions. The corridor ascended at an angle, imbued with the faint scent of fresh earth. Several individuals waited within the passage for Suemo, and upon seeing everyone emerge, they collectively exhaled in relief. Suddenly, the sixth among them pointed to the ground and exclaimed, "Look, there are footprints." Suemo glanced down, and indeed, there were several footprints leading downward, unmistakably left by those who had entered the divine realm. "The presence of footprints is perfectly normal," remarked the leader. "The divine realm has more than one entrance. This must be one of the discovered entrances, hence the passage of others." The group nodded in agreement, shifting their focus away from the footprints as they proceeded upward through the corridor's exit. Upon stepping out of the divine realm, they were greeted by the sight of a tranquil village, yet its silence was profoundly unsettling. Chapter 94. The Inner Demon. As the sun dipped behind the distant mountains, a splendid crimson hue adorned half the sky. This exquisite twilight informed Suemo and his companions that evening had descended. The flowers beside the pathway, seemingly weary from the day's relentless exposure, curled their petals and unfurled their green leaves, absorbing the evening's nourishing essence from the earth. Observing the tranquil village before them, the group exchanged indifferent gestures. The third senior sister closed her eyes, as if awaiting something. The other disciples of the academy squatted down, idly passing the time, while only Luo Yin stood quietly to the side. Luo Yin, watching the peculiar actions of her fellow disciples, appeared somewhat puzzled and timidly inquired, "What are you all doing?" The sixth brother looked up and replied, "We are waiting for the third senior sister to summon the little black horse. It's quite a distance. Who knows how long it will take for it to arrive?" Luo Yin couldn't help but grimace at his remark. Having spent considerable time at the academy, she had gradually adopted its mannerisms. Were it not for her desire to remain true to herself, she would have certainly joined the others in squatting on the ground. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder, why not simply fly back? After some contemplation, she finally voiced her thought, "That sounds exhausting. Indeed, such a distance. I don't want to move anymore. I'm tired." The others chimed in, their responses remarkably synchronized. With a resigned expression, Luo Yin covered her face and glanced at Suemo, only to be momentarily taken aback. She found Suemo staring blankly at the serene village before them. "What's wrong?" Luo Yin approached, observing Suemo's profile and then the village he was fixated on. She detected nothing amiss. Turning to face her, Suemo spoke slowly. "There's no smoke rising from the chimneys." "No smoke? What do you mean? It's not even mealtime yet. It's still early." The group directed their gazes toward the village and, indeed, noticed the absence of smoke, momentarily taken aback. Suemo cast a glance at his senior brothers and sisters. Though the academy aspired to exist as a bridge between the realms of immortals and mortals, they had never lived in the mundane world and were unfamiliar with the rhythms of ordinary life. Ultimately, Suemo was the only one among them with a mortal background. The lives of rural folk differ vastly from those in the capital. In the countryside, the common people rise with the sun and rest at dusk. The women at home prepare meals long before their husbands return, ensuring that dinner is ready well before the brightly lit streets of the capital come alive. Gazing at the unusually quiet village, Sumo remarked, "At this hour, there should be a few wisps of smoke rising. Moreover, it's too quiet." With determined strides, Sumo began to walk towards the village, his white garments and hair gently billowing in the breeze. Upon seeing him move, the others promptly rose to follow. It seemed that Sumo's observations had stirred within them a sense of unease. An air of tranquility enveloped the village. The newly cultivated land beside the house appears to have been sown with vegetable seeds. A clear stream flows gently through the ditches, producing a soft and tranquil gurgling sound. The cattle in the pen seem a bit hungry. They do not shy away when they see someone approaching, stretching their heads out to lick their noses. Each household has its doors wide open, without the need for any precautions. The village emanates an air of tranquility, seemingly perfect. Except for one thing, there is no one around. Where have all the people gone? Following Sumo into the village, the scholars from the academy also furrow their brows. Sumo calmly approaches the door of a house and gently knocks on the frame. No one answers. He knocks again, yet still, no response. With a heavy heart, Sumo steps inside. The house is furnished, but devoid of inhabitants. He glances at the dust settled on the table, momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Luoyin inquires. It seems no one has cleaned for 2 or 3 days. Sumo turns and exits this house, entering another, finding the same desolate scene. All the furniture remains untouched. But once again, not a soul in sight. Dust on the tables and chairs indicates neglect. Sumo slowly steps out, standing in the courtyard, gazing at the setting sun. A chill suddenly enveloping him. Could it be that an entrance to a divine realm has appeared here, causing the villagers to evacuate? The naive sixth brother asks. Sumo shakes his head and sits slowly on the stone steps, watching the sun dip below the horizon, his heart heavy with sorrow. If they had moved, they would not have left everything behind. The scholars frown, while only the young girl looks at Sumo with concern. She notices that the collar of Sumo's snow-white robe, a vestige of his divine essence, seems to have lost its brilliance. What do you mean? Luoyin softly inquires. They are all dead. All of them. Sumo's voice is low and mournful. At that moment, the eldest brother strides over, holding an array plate, and says, "I have discovered an array in the village that conceals its aura, preventing cultivators from outside from detecting the entrance to the divine realm." Huh. Indeed, someone wishes to keep this entrance hidden from future seekers, resorting to the massacre of the villagers to ensure silence, and then employing the array to mask the presence of the divine entrance. The immortal beings, high above, would not concern themselves with a quiet village, nor would they investigate, thus failing to discover the entrance. Sumo speaks slowly. It is my unintentional awakening of the divine realm that has caused their demise. Sumo bows his head, his expression filled with sorrow. The young girl observes Sumo's demeanor, reminiscent of that desolate rainy night when he wore a similar expression. That incident was not Sumo's fault. He simply witnessed the injustice. Yet this time is entirely different. This time, it was Sumo who opened the divine realm. Or rather, he feels directly responsible for these people's deaths at least. That is how he perceives it. I do not slay Boren. Yet Boren perishes because of me. Sumo cast a sorrowful glance at his fellow disciples, his expression filled with anguish. Gradually, an eerie aura began to rise around Sumo, a presence both ethereal and enigmatic. The faces of those present changed dramatically, and Guyu urgently exclaimed, "Little Su, remain composed. The awakening of the divine realm may merely be a coincidence. Furthermore, even if these individuals truly perished, it was not by your hand. Do not burden yourself with this fate." Sumo shook his head, his gaze fixed upon the tranquil village, his countenance a tapestry of shifting emotions. "This is dire." The eldest, observing Sumo's demeanor, paled and shouted, "Little Seven's Tao heart is showing signs of corruption." Within Sumo's spiritual sea, the peculiar book of life and death shimmered in response to his turbulent thoughts, the characters glowing with a dim crimson light. The book trembled violently, a scent of incense wafting forth. As several sought to console Sumo, they noticed a black radiance manifesting in his eyes. It was a phenomenon never before witnessed, the melding of darkness and light. Yet, the brilliance in his gaze was undeniably black. With the emergence of this darkness, a plume of black mist began to rise from the ground nearby, gradually transforming into the figure of a woman, her eyes clouded with confusion, devoid of consciousness and memory. This apparition was none other than the betrothed woman from the village, consumed by endless resentment. The scholars of the academy stood frozen, beholding the spectral figure of the woman cloaked in mist. A vengeful spirit, the eldest murmured, observing the swirling shadow of the woman, then turned his gaze towards Sumo, whose eyes now mirrored the encroaching darkness. Little Seven's Confucian path is fraught with peril. He possesses the ability to summon the spirits of the deceased. Only those who die laden with boundless hatred can transform into vengeful spirits. What shall we do? Guyu inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. The eldest shook his head gravely. Little Seven remains lucid. It does not appear to be madness. Let us refrain from acting for now and observe. The young girl looked at Sumo, her eyes brimming with worry. Slowly, Sumo approached the vengeful spirit, extending his hand toward her forehead. As his fingers made gentle contact, the spirit's eyes flickered with memories of her life before death. Sumo produced a piece of spiritual jade, placing it upon the spirit's brow. This jade was the Nian Chuan jade bestowed upon him by the emperor, which he had carried with him ever since. The Nian Chuan jade radiated with a resplendent light, several beams spiraling around Sumo before soaring skyward, transforming into a luminous veil that obscured the heavens. Within this veil, memories began to unfold. Sumo and the scholars beheld a tranquil and harmonious village, where the men toiled from dawn till dusk to provide for their families, while the women tended to the domestic affairs. Life in this village appeared serene and comfortable. One fateful day, the ground suddenly collapsed, revealing a tunnel. That day, several cultivators appeared in the village. To conceal the presence of this tunnel and prevent the villagers from disclosing any information, they ruthlessly slaughtered nearly all the inhabitants with their celestial swords. As the illusion of the Lingyu dissipated, a chill swept across the faces of the onlookers. Sumo retracted his hand, the dark light in his eyes fading away. Observing the expressions of anger and concern from the scholars, Sumo offered a faint smile. Rest assured, I am unscathed and have not succumbed to madness. This is merely a peculiar aspect of my Tao, he proclaimed cheerfully. The scholars sighed in relief. Yet the fury of having witnessed the massacre of mortals by the cultivators still burned within them. What do you intend to do? The third senior sister inquired, her face pale with concern. She understood Sumo all too well. Even if he were not the cause of this calamity, his sense of righteousness would compel him to take action. Moreover, in Sumo's heart, he felt responsible for the events that transpired. A black horse galloped towards them from the distance. Sumo gazed at the approaching steed and calmly declared, "Return to the academy." The others paused, seemingly perplexed by Sumo's words. Guyu studied Sumo's beaming expression, furrowing her brow in confusion. The fourth and fifth members nodded slowly. Very well. Let us return to the academy and deliberate further. The group agreed. The black horse, pulling a carriage, arrived breathlessly before them. They boarded in silence, only to turn back and find Sumo standing still. Did you not say we were returning to the academy? Guyu asked, noticing Sumo's immobility. Sumo shook his head and replied calmly, I meant for you all to return to the academy. I shall return to the divine realm. Chapter 95, Cause and Effect. In the dark attire, the members of the academy gazed solemnly at the composed Sumo, letting out a soft sigh. They discerned the seriousness in Sumo's demeanor and recognized the damage to his Tao heart. It was imperative that they align with his intentions, lest he succumb to inner demons in the future. If he wished to proceed, then let him do so with resolve. The third senior sister dismounted from the carriage and approached Sumo, her expression equally earnest. I shall accompany you. Sumo gently shook his head. It must be just me who goes with you. You must adhere to your Tao heart, and I too must adhere to mine. If you do not allow me to accompany you, my Tao heart may falter as well. Sumo's words momentarily stunned her, and after a brief pause, she slowly nodded. This reasoning was irrefutable. I shall go too, chimed in the young girl. I will accompany as well. Then let us go together. Indeed, it should be so. A great virtue. The members of the academy all disembarked from the carriage and approached. Sumo warmth blossomed within him. Yet he resolutely shook his head. Behave, return to the academy with your senior brothers and sisters, and await my return. I am of the Confucian Tao. While there are dangers in the divine realm, they are not insurmountable. Sumo earnestly assured the young girl. This was meant to comfort her. But who could truly claim that dangers in the divine realm were not significant? Besides, with the third senior sister's protection, They could contend with any peril that might arise. The young girl gazed deeply at Suemo and then slowly nodded. She would follow whatever he decreed, as was her custom. She did not wish to become a burden to Suemo at any moment. Suemo then turned to his senior brothers and sisters, casting a glance at Luoyin. I hope my senior brothers and sisters can escort the young girl back to the academy. I and the third senior sister will descend and return promptly after addressing the cause and effect. The group regarded Suemo with profound seriousness, his countenance exuding an unyielding authority. They suddenly perceived that Suemo bore an air of a higher being. They looked towards Guyu, who nodded in agreement, prompting them to sigh and silently return to the carriage. The fourth elder extracted the newly drawn map from the fifth elder's embrace, pointing at several marked locations. These are perilous areas deduced from ancient texts by me and the fifth elder. Avoid them if possible, especially this location known as the Nine Dragons Worshipping, a place of utmost danger that must be evaded. Suemo nodded, stowing the map away and offering a slight bow to his senior brothers and sisters. All except Guyu boarded the carriage, and as the black horse cast a glance at Suemo and Guyu, it gradually began to pull the carriage away under Guyu's subtle cue. As the carriage departed, a cloud of dust billowed behind it. The once serene village was now left with only Suemo and Guyu. Once the others faded from view, Suemo could no longer contain himself, a crimson droplet escaping from the corner of his mouth. Guyu gasped in alarm and rushed forward to support Suemo. What is wrong? Suemo slowly shook his head. He had been suppressing the turmoil of spiritual power within him, unwilling to reveal his injuries in front of others. That was a wound of the great Tao. The dean once remarked that the wounds of the great path are indeed wounds. Initially, as a mere mortal, Suemo could not comprehend this. Yet, upon embarking on the journey of cultivation, he discovered the profound severity of these wounds. Suemo turned his gaze toward the forlorn spirit of the solitary woman and spoke slowly. Sister, why must there be cultivation in this world? Guyu fell silent, unable to respond to such profound inquiries regarding the great path. You all speak of causality, but what precisely is causality? Suemo inquired further. Ultimately, he found himself ensnared in a labyrinth of thoughts, his heart troubled by the convoluted nature of cause and effect. The unexpected awakening of the divine realm is the cause, while their demise due to the divine realm's emergence is the effect. Their deaths are also a cause, and my subsequent return to the divine realm is the effect. The greed and murderous intent of those cultivators is the cause, while the slaughter of this village is the effect. Their act of annihilating this village is likewise a cause, and the effect is my return to the divine realm. Causality. Causality. Suemo muttered, his expression one of bewilderment. What exactly is causality? Suddenly, the scholarly robe bestowed upon him by the thousands of souls in the imperial palace began to darken to black. Yet, after a few moments, it transformed back to white. As Sumo's thoughts wandered, the robe oscillated between black and white, flickering erratically. Observing this, Guyu anxiously called out, "Wake up! Stop pondering. Such profound matters of the great path are beyond your current capacity for contemplation. Be wary of falling into madness. I find myself amidst causality, clouded from perceiving the truth." Causality. Suemo gazed at the solitary woman's spirit, her expression lost in confusion, when suddenly he shuddered. It appeared that he had uncovered something within the intricate web of causality. The cause begins with me, the effect culminates with me. I am both cause and effect. A strange and ethereal aura awakened within Suemo, and his robe transformed completely into a deep shade of black. Calmness enveloped him as mysterious runes danced in his eyes, shifting incessantly. He turned to the worried Guyu and spoke, a hint of otherworldliness in his voice. Sister, I believe I have grasped a fragment of the power of causality. What? Guyu was taken aback in astonishment. Is the power of causality something a mortal can wield? Are you jesting? After a moment of disbelief, she managed to voice her incredulity. Suemo shook his head. I am uncertain. The enigmatic runes in his eyes continued to swirl and transform as he stepped forward slowly towards the spirit of the woman. If it is causality, then by tracing the effects you experienced, I shall uncover the causes behind your demise. Suemo surveyed the silent village, his expression serene. Contemplating deeply, he extended his hand and gently grasped at the void. Guyu immediately sensed an inexplicable essence within the village's void that seemed to be drawn into Su Mo's grasp. Su Mo examined the peculiar sensation that surged through him, lost in profound thought. After a moment, Su Mo raised his gaze to the vengeful spirit, his eyes serene. Guyu looked at Su Mo, suddenly struck by how eerily calm he appeared. At this moment, Su Mo was devoid of emotion, anger, and fear. His sense of righteousness had vanished. It seemed that having grasped a fragment of causality, Su Mo could now confront all matters through the lens of cause and effect. His gaze upon the vengeful spirit was no longer filled with anguish or guilt, but solely with the essence of causality. He was engaging with all things through this profound understanding. Su Mo surveyed the village before him and the solitary, bewildered spirit. The sun had long set, and the night enveloped the earth. What should have been a tranquil and harmonious village had transformed into an eerie silence. Not even the birds or insects dared to make a sound. Shao-Chi, Guyu called out to Su Mo. What is it? Su Mo turned his head, his tone calm. Guyu gazed at Su Mo with a complex expression, finding him somewhat unfamiliar. Are you all right? She inquired softly. Su Mo nodded. I am quite well. I feel remarkably strange at the moment. Guyu sighed, uncertain how to respond to Su Mo's stoic demeanor. She could discern that he had not succumbed to madness. Rather, he had merely acquired a fragment of the power of causality, which seemed to have affected his emotional state. The path of causality was profoundly intricate. When every occurrence could be elucidated through cause and effect, it naturally led to a disregard for the 7 emotions and 6 desires inherent to humanity. Guyu understood this, but did not agree with it. Observing Guyu's silence and concern, Su Mo felt a stir in his thoughts regarding causality, yet it quickly stabilized. Senior sister, please take a few steps back. Guyu's face reflected confusion. Su Mo spoke calmly. Soon, there will be no room for anyone here. Chapter 96. The journey of the 100 ghosts. As the sun sets in the spring, warmth envelopes the evening, while the night dew meets the wind. Inked whispers of clouds lament, casting a solitary shadow against the cold moon. There are no lights, no flames, and no words spoken. A ghost, a village, a pair of figures. When Su Mo remarked that there was no room left for people here, a breeze swept in, yet Guyu, despite her advanced cultivation at the late stage of Dan, felt a chill creep upon her. Slowly, Guyu retreated a few steps, creating space between herself and Su Mo. Su Mo gazed into the horizon, his ink-black robe billowing gently with the wind, as if it bore witness to the deep yearning of thousands of lost souls for him. He felt the weight of countless eyes upon him, filled with hope and support for all his decisions. A Taoist elder once said, "A scholar must be broad-minded and courageous, for the path is long and arduous." Is it not a heavy responsibility to take benevolence as one's duty? To die without regret? Is it not a distant pursuit? Sister, Su Mo turned to Guyu and spoke softly. I actually possess 2 paths. Guyu paused, shaking her head slightly. That is impossible. No one can have 2 paths. Su Mo offered no explanation, but instead began to reminisce. Sister, I remember you once told me that cultivating the Tao is essentially cultivating the heart. Guyu nodded. Indeed, she had conveyed this to Su Mo during their first encounter. I have always adhered to this belief, allowing my heart to guide my path, with Confucianism intertwined within my essence, Su Mo continued. Yet, I have come to realize that cultivating the heart is far more challenging for Confucian practitioners than for ordinary individuals. The essence of the Confucian heart comprises benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, trustworthiness, forgiveness, loyalty, filial piety, and fraternal duty. Benevolence stands paramount, yet Confucianism often feels antiquated and incompatible with the realities of the world. My intentions have often been met with chaos. Thus, upon merely glimpsing the threads of causal power, I suddenly comprehended the purpose of my second path. When the Confucian way does not align with my will, the path of ghosts is also a path of Confucianism. I can wield my second path to replace propriety with force. Standing against the wind, Su Mo's slender frame appeared both fragile and grand, as he faced away from Guyu and slowly spoke. Sister, would you care to witness my second path? Listening to Su Mo's words, Guyu's breath caught in her throat. Could it be that the junior brother truly possesses a second path? Before Guyu could respond, Su Mo gently addressed the void. Book of life and death, manifest. With a hum, the spiritual energy in the void trembled, resonating through the air with a deep rumble. Several strange forces of order materialized abruptly, and a dark, ancient book began to materialize behind Suemo. Its cover was black, its pages shrouded in darkness, and the crimson seal upon it flickered with an enigmatic glow. Wisps of azure smoke swirled around, and the entire tome exuded an eerie yet distant aura, as if it had emerged from the realms of the underworld. Prominently displayed on the cover were three bold characters: the Book of Life and Death. Guyu stood in astonishment. Is this the fated spiritual artifact formed by the convergence of the two paths of my junior disciple? Why does it appear so uncanny? Is the second path he speaks of the ghost path? Guyu gazed blankly at Suemo ahead, seemingly perceiving a shift in his aura, perhaps due to the black attire he wore. Typically, Suemo exuded an air of scholarly elegance, akin to a modest gentleman, enveloped in the fragrance of ink. Yet at this moment, while he retained his grace and tranquility, he no longer resembled a humble scholar. Instead, he embodied a bizarre figure from a realm beyond. A spectral ink artist. The scent of books lingered, yet it felt ghostly. One could not ascertain if the divine realm experienced night. Suemo murmured softly, casting his gaze upon the desolate village. With his hands slightly extended, a fine blue-black mist from the Book of Life and Death flowed into his palms. And with a gentle wave, he dispersed the incense that enveloped the village. A chilling wind swept through, and from an ancient well within the village, a thick blue-black fog suddenly stirred, rising over the well's edge and slowly spreading along the village path. The dense mist enveloped the ground around Suemo, gradually coalescing into ethereal figures. These phantoms bore a striking resemblance to the vengeful spirit of the woman from before. There were hundreds of vengeful spirits. Guyu watched in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. He turned to Suemo again, incredulous that this was his doing. The hundreds of vengeful spirits appeared vacant, devoid of awareness, merely existing in a state of confusion. The Book of Life and Death, the chain of causality. Suemo extended a hand towards the multitude of vengeful spirits, gently grasping at something, and the book behind him flickered, as if obscure rules were being established in the void. Boom! Suddenly, the eyes of the hundreds of vengeful spirits seemed to gain a hint of color, revealing a faint blue-black character for fruit. They all turned in unison towards the passageway in the village, taking deliberate steps towards the divine realm. The vengeful spirits murmured in unison, neither life nor death, endless causality, not entering the cycle. Neither life nor death, endless causality, not entering the cycle. As you all wish, not released, not returned. Sumo's gaze flickered, and the Book of Life and Death behind him vanished. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Guyu rushed forward to support Suemo. Suemo had merely glimpsed a fragment of the power of causality, which he had maximally utilized. With the aid of these hundreds of vengeful spirits, he sought to uncover their own fruit. Yet, this power of heaven and earth was beyond Sumo's control. His exploratory attempt nearly exhausted his spirit sea, and the backlash of his Tao injured him. As the thread of causality faded, a look of pain emerged on Sumo's face. Senior sister, let us venture to the divine realm. Suemo smiled. No smiling. Guyu chided lightly. The smile on Sumo's face instantly faded, revealing the facade of joy that masked his sorrow. It was utterly insincere. In a certain part of the divine realm, a group of sword-wielding cultivators cautiously traversed the expanse, seeking opportunities. Originally a dozen strong, only 8 remained, having suffered significant losses in this divine domain. Among the surviving 8, each bore their own wounds. Yet, the elderly sword cultivator appeared undeterred, his face aglow with pride and excitement. If we deliver this broken sword to the sacred sect, our sect will surely align itself with them and become their vassal. At that point, will Qingzhou not be ours to command? The young cultivators behind the elder shared his fervor. One of them exclaimed, "Truly, Master possesses foresight in locating the sacred sect's relic using the fishbirth plate. Were it not for your insistence on employing a few wandering cultivators to navigate that accursed place, we might never have procured this broken sword. Though we have lost several brothers, it has been worth it." Humph. The elder sword cultivator scoffed. Those who aspire to greatness do not concern themselves with trifles. Sacrificing a few wandering cultivators and losing some lives is a small price to pay for the grand aspirations of our sect. Indeed, Master speaks wisely. The young ones echoed in admiration. The elder, brimming with enthusiasm, sword on his sword, and gradually spoke. The sacred sect's holy maiden has also entered the divine realm. All we need do is locate her entourage and present this object to the sacred sect to fulfill our objective. However, we do not know the whereabouts of the holy maiden's group. A hesitant young sword cultivator voiced. Gritting his teeth, the elder's gaze turned resolute. Let us venture deeper. The sacred sect's party must be headed toward the opportunities at the altar deep within the divine realm. Chapter 97. The 100 Demons Seeking Lives. The venerable sword cultivator was about to turn and proceed when suddenly, a young disciple beside him pointed at the elder's forehead. Trembling as he spoke, Master. Master. The sword cultivator furrowed his brows, observing the terror etched on his disciple's face, and reprimanded. What are you acting like? Speak plainly. Master. There is black smoke on your forehead. As soon as the young sword cultivator uttered these words, he noticed a change in the elder's expression, who stared vacantly at the young man's forehead. There, wisps of black lines, resembling smoke, began to emerge, continuously shifting until they coalesced into the character, Een. Suddenly, the sword cultivator seemed to sense something and touched his own forehead, yet found nothing amiss. Master, the black smoke on your forehead has transformed into the character. The young sword cultivator exclaimed in horror. The elder's face turned ashen. He had already surmised what the character on his forehead might be, for he observed that every member of their party bore the same character on their foreheads. The disciples exchanged glances, their eyes drawn to the ominous, dark green characters, a strange sensation creeping into their hearts, rendering them icy with dread. Is this a curse? One disciple queried nervously. I sense it is indeed a curse, though I have never encountered such a thing. The sword cultivator, his countenance darkening, scrutinized the peculiar characters adorning his disciples' foreheads, frowning as he pondered where they might have encountered something unclean. Master, could it be that the haunted place where we retrieve the relic of the sacred sect holds some misfortune? A disciple speculated. The others immediately found merit in this suggestion, recognizing the uncanny nature of the divine realm they inhabited. The sword cultivator reached out with his senses, but found no tangible harm emanating from the curse. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, let us find a place to dispel this curse before seeking the remaining members of the sacred sect. The group promptly descended on their flying swords, locating a cave where they sat in meditation, endeavoring to dissolve the curse. The sword cultivator, channeling his nascent infant stage cultivation, summoned a sword shadow above his forehead and directed it toward the character. However, the dark green appeared to be nothing more than a wisp of smoke. The sword shadow passed through it effortlessly. The disciples mimicked their elder, conjuring sword shadows in an attempt to sever the curse. Yet, as the sword shadow made contact with it was as if they had swung a blade through mere smoke, passing through without resistance, leaving the character entirely unaffected. The sword cultivator's expression shifted, darkening further. Although he felt no immediate harm from the curse, its inexplicable appearance was indeed unsettling. Particularly, the eerie sensation emanating from the curse rendered him restless. He closed his eyes once more, attempting again, but the outcome remained unchanged. The character showed no signs of alteration, and upon glancing at his disciples, he discovered they too had met with failure. The elder swordsman, with a grim expression, pondered for a moment before speaking. Try to absorb and refine it. Yes, several disciples responded in unison. They closed their eyes, beginning to absorb and refine the curse marked by the character above their heads. Within the cave, spiritual energy surged rhythmically. Suddenly, one disciple, while refining the curse, violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze vacant. During the process, he had faintly heard over 100 strange voices whispering in his ears, neither life nor death. An endless cycle of cause and effect, not entering the reincarnation. The voices seemed to draw ever nearer, eerie and unsettling, causing him to falter in his efforts. Soon, several others also erupted in blood, their eyes wide with terror. They exchanged glances, each perceiving the fear reflected in the other's eyes. Turning to the elder swordsman, they saw his countenance shifting between dark and light as he slowly opened his eyes. The elder's expression was grim, and without uttering a word, he stood up decisively, saying, "Let us first return the relic of the holy sect to them, and see if they have a means to dispel the curse. After all, we acquired it while retrieving their relics. They are unlikely to refuse." The disciples nodded, summoning their flying swords. which transformed into streaks of radiant light heading toward the center of the divine realm. Neither life nor death, an endless cycle of cause and effect, not entering the reincarnation. At the entrance of the divine realm, 100 eerie, vengeful spirits entered, murmuring incantations. As these spirits entered, they seemed to resonate with the essence of the divine realm, their ink-blue figures solidifying. Neither life nor death, an endless cycle of cause and effect, not entering the reincarnation. The 100 vengeful spirits advanced with slow, measured steps, their voices in unison echoing throughout the divine realm, rendering the already strange domain even more bizarre. Amidst the murky expanse of the divine realm, this peculiar sight immediately drew the attention of several onlookers. "What is happening?" one person asked, wide-eyed. "I do not know. Could something be amiss in the divine realm? Let us follow and see. Perhaps there is some opportunity." A few scattered individuals trailed behind the wandering spirits, seemingly oblivious to their presence, as the 100 vengeful spirits continued their relentless march toward a specific direction. They traversed the terrain effortlessly, as if it were level ground. In the divine realm, a young man lay on the ground, battered and bloodied. He coughed up blood, his expression one of despair, yet his eyes radiated defiance and resentment. A scarred man stood over him, a fellow foundation-building cultivator, grinning mockingly at the young man beneath him. Spitting on the ground near the young man's head, he jeered, "Avenge yourself. Come on, seek me out for revenge. Weren't you supposed to avenge your junior sister? Why are you down so quickly?" The young man, enduring excruciating pain throughout his body, turned his head to glare at the scarred man trampling on his back, and with deep resentment, uttered, "Emo Dao, even if I cannot kill you today, I shall transform into a vengeful spirit to exact retribution for my junior sister." "Vengeful spirit? Ha ha ha." The scarred man laughed heartily. "You couldn't kill me while alive. How do you expect to do so after death? Why hasn't your junior sister come to seek vengeance? Before her demise, she certainly relished my affections. That figure, that lusciousness. I regret it truly. I should not have dispatched her so easily. I ought to have savored her more, only to slay her once I grew weary. Ha ha ha." The scarred man's words provoked the youth beneath him to tremble violently, striving to rise, only to be pressed down again by the scarred man's foot. "Emo Dao, I curse you to be haunted by vengeful spirits and meet an untimely death." The young man gasped, his voice strained with fury. The scarred man sneered. "What vengeful spirits exist in this world? If they truly did, I, Emo Dao, would exterminate them all before your eyes. However, I fear you shall not live to see that day. Ha ha ha." As the scarred man raised his blade, poised to deliver the fatal blow, he suddenly heard eerie voices emanating from behind him, growing closer, neither living nor dead, endlessly intertwined, not entering the cycle of reincarnation. Turning to look, the scarred man beheld hundreds of ink-blue figures slowly advancing, shrouded in a mist of the same hue, resembling a multitude of individuals draped in ink-blue cloaks, their faces obscured. "Who dares to play tricks?" The scarred man frowned, reprimanding them. Yet, the figures continued their chant, unresponsive, steadily approaching. Neither living nor dead, endlessly intertwined, not entering the cycle of reincarnation. As the figures drew nearer, the scarred man's expression soured. "Get lost. I have matters to attend to." But the multitude remained indifferent, seemingly oblivious to him, continuing on their path, precisely where he and the young man lay, seeking death. The scarred man sensed no cultivation from the figures, assuming they were merely the young man's accomplices masking their true strength. He looked down at the youth with a cold smirk. "Are these your mere phantoms meant to frighten me? I shall slay them all, and then come for you." With that, the scarred man brandished his long blade and charged at the throng of figures. The young man struggled to raise his head, stunned, as he witnessed. The scarred man rushed towards the figures, swinging his blade at them. Yet, the moment his weapon made contact, he abruptly froze, his eyes turning pale before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Those few who had been covertly observing from a distance were instantly gripped by terror, neither living nor dead, endlessly intertwined, not entering the cycle of reincarnation. The 100 vengeful spirits appeared wholly unaffected, continuing their slow march, stepping over the scarred man's corpse as if it were nothing. Vengeful spirits demanding retribution, let no outsiders interfere. Chapter 98. A segment of cause and effect. The venerable sword cultivator, accompanied by several disciples, cautiously approached the heart of the divine realm. As they ventured deeper, The pressure from the void intensified, rendering them unable to fly with their swords. They proceeded with utmost care through the forest, treading upon paths previously traversed by others, which offered a modicum of safety. The colors above the divine realm grew increasingly murky, descending into profound darkness, and a chilling breeze swept through, sending shivers across their skin. Master, Master, the strange voice in my ears grows ever clearer. It seems something draws closer to us. A young disciple uttered, his voice trembling with fear. For reasons unknown, the peculiar curse that loomed above them evoked an ever stronger sense of unease. The sword cultivator's expression darkened as he surveyed his disciples, a troubled look etched upon his face. We must hasten to locate the holy sect's party. Only by finding them and presenting the relics of the holy sect can we hope to have them dispel this curse. The sword cultivator spoke slowly. His disciples nodded earnestly, and they resumed their cautious advance. As they neared the center of the divine realm, the oppressive force from the void grew more pronounced, making every step increasingly laborious for the disciples, thus slowing their pace. The sword cultivator, glancing back at his lagging companions, felt a surge of urgency and implored, "Move faster." The incessant, echoing voice in his ears grew alarmingly near, as if it were right behind them, ready to overtake their group. Yet, his disciples appeared weary, struggling against the thickening void that felt as though they were wading through mire, impeding their movement. The sword cultivator, feeling helpless, cast a glance toward the chaotic expanse ahead, gritting his teeth in regret for entering this divine realm. At that moment, he found himself in a dilemma. Before him lay the enigmatic divine realm, while behind, the unknown entity related to the curse approached ever closer. His nascent soul's cultivation had awakened a divine sense, warning him of the terrifying presence lurking behind. Suddenly, as the sword cultivator's foot struck something beneath, he looked down to discover a bronze formation disc. With a thunderous boom, the disc erupted, triggering a chain reaction of formation discs around them. A deep rumble echoed through the air as spiritual energy surged, and several golden formation patterns shot skyward, intertwining to form a grand array that ensnared the sword cultivator and his disciples within its confines. This grand array, woven from countless golden threads, resembled an immense cage. "This is bad. It's the dragon-binding array." The sword cultivator's countenance shifted dramatically as he shouted to his disciples, "Be on guard." The disciples immediately drew their swords, positioning themselves back-to-back in a defensive stance, their faces etched with terror. Suddenly, one disciple pointed behind the sword cultivator and exclaimed, "Master, someone approaches from behind." At this, the sword cultivator lunged forward, creating distance between himself and the ominous presence, then turned sharply to face whatever lay behind him. He beheld two figures emerging slowly from the chaos beyond the formation. One, a woman clad in crimson attire, and the other, a youth dressed in black. The woman, adorned in a flowing red gown, possessed a countenance of exquisite beauty, reminiscent of a being stepped out from a painting. The youth, in his ink-colored robe billowing in the wind, had his white hair tied back with a red ribbon, his demeanor calm as he regarded them. "The sword fairy? Is that not Guyu?" The elder swordsman recognized her, his expression darkening. Sword Fairy is the title bestowed upon Guyu in the outside world, attributed to her mastery of the stunning swan sword and her penchant for heroism, thus earning her the moniker. In secular circles, she is also known as the Sword Demon. What purpose does the Sword Fairy have in trapping us within this formation? The elder swordsman inquired, his face a shade of iron. Guyu merely cast a cold glance at the assembly and refrained from responding, instead turning to her companion, Suemo, seeing Guyu's reaction. The elder swordsman redirected his gaze towards Suemo, realizing that the young lad seemed to be the one in charge. It was perplexing. How had the esteemed sword fairy come to defer to this youth? "Might I inquire as to your identity, young sir? What business do you have with this old man?" He questioned Suemo, scrutinizing the latter's cultivation level, which appeared to be merely at the early stage of the core formation, prompting him to narrow his eyes. Suemo did not answer the elder's inquiry but turned to Guyu, asking slowly, "How long can this dragon-trapping formation hold them?" The array crafted by Sixth Sister can contain a cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul for a quarter of an hour without issue. Guyu explained with deliberation. How can Sixth Sister's formation possibly entrap someone at the early nascent soul stage? Suemo inquired further. Because Sixth Sister is at the middle stage of the nascent soul. Among us disciples, her cultivation is the most formidable. Guyu clarified. A quarter of an hour. They should be able to arrive in time. Suemo ceased his questioning, astonished that the seemingly simple sixth sister possessed such prowess. The elder swordsman, observing the two figures outside the formation who paid him no heed, felt his composure falter. Yet, from the exchange between Suemo and Guyu, he discerned that this youth was also affiliated with the academy. Memories of the newly accepted seventh disciple of the academy flashed through his mind. However, rumors suggested that the seventh disciple donned a white robe. Why then was this individual clad in black? Pray tell, what offense have we, the ancient sword sect, committed against the academy? The elder swordsman asked, taking a deep breath. Suemo regarded the individuals within the formation, slowly shaking his head. Then why confine us? The elder swordsman pressed again. Suemo gazed towards the horizon and spoke in a low voice, a matter of cause and effect. What cause and effect? The individuals within the formation were befuddled. When they arrive, you shall understand. Suemo fell silent, his gaze turned toward the divine realm, as if awaiting something. Cause and effect. The elder swordsman shuddered, his hand instinctively touching his forehead where the character for cause lingered in his mind. Raising his eyes to the black-clad figure of Suemo, his expression darkening. Was it you who orchestrated this? Suemo remained silent, merely gazing at them, tacitly acquiescing. At this moment, he possessed no desire for conversation, only a yearning to witness the resolution of this entangled fate. The sword-wielding elder, a master of the nascent soul stage, posed a formidable challenge to both him and Guyu. They were no match for his prowess. However, they had moved too swiftly, leaving the vengeful spirit unable to chase them down. Their only recourse lay in employing the formation to ensnare their pursuers, awaiting the spirit's arrival to take matters into its own hands. Break the formation quickly. The elder's face twisted with malice as he glared at the two young ones outside the array, vowing to exact vengeance upon them once the formation was shattered. Instantly, within the confines of the array, the elder and his disciple commenced their assault on the formation, unleashing a dazzling display of sword light as formidable energies surged forth from within. Chapter 99. The Awakening of Spirits Neither Alive Nor Dead. Entangled in an endless cycle of cause and effect, not entering reincarnation. As a few individuals within the formation were attempting to break it, a multitude of figures cloaked in a deep azure hue gradually approached from a distance, their murmurs incessant. They traversed through thickets and glided past trees as if treading on level ground. Turning their heads, the individuals in the formation felt a chilling terror as the dissonance between their thoughts and the sounds in their ears converged into a singular source. Watching the 100 eerie figures draw ever closer to the formation, an icy dread enveloped them, for the curses upon their foreheads revealed a profound fear of the approaching phantoms. What manner of specters are these? A frightened disciple of the sword exclaimed. Suemo tilted his head and inquired, Do you truly not recognize them? Why should we recognize these wretched beings? Another disciple shouted in response. Such a pity. I never imagined you would forget so swiftly, yet they shall never forget you. Suemo sighed deeply, gazing at the vengeful spirits drawing nearer, his eyes filled with sorrow. The executioner might easily forget those they have slain, but those who have been forgotten will forever remember their executioners. A once tranquil village now lay in such disarray. Oh, how ironic. Neither alive nor dead, entangled in an endless cycle of cause and effect, not entering reincarnation. The 100 vengeful spirits advanced upon the formation, their pace quickening, as if they had found their target in this vast divine realm. The characters of fruit in their eyes morphed into cause, then reverted back to fruit, continuously shifting as they approached. Allow me to offer you a hint. The entrance to the divine realm, the village. Suemo smiled at the multitude of vengeful souls that had drawn close, addressing those within the formation. The individuals within the formation faltered in their efforts, suddenly recalling something as they gazed incredulously at Suemo, staring at the 100 figures of varying sizes. They could not comprehend why those mortals they had annihilated would manifest in such a form. They were even more bewildered as to why the academy would seek trouble over a mere village of mortals. We merely eliminated a few mortals, the elder swordsman declared, channeling his spiritual sword, which instantly erupted with a formidable force, piercing towards the formation's barrier. Boom! Another resounding crash echoed, stirring up a whirlwind of dust within the formation. causing it to tremble violently. Just a few mortals. Sumo's expression darkened. Once again, this phrase. Those who cultivate the Tao truly consider themselves above all. With a wave of his hand, the 100 azure-hued vengeful spirits halted just beyond the formation. Sumo approached the barrier, regarding the individuals within. Mortals, were you born with cultivation? Do you ascend the path only to look down upon mortals as mere ants? By what right? The elder within the formation stepped forward, standing opposite Sumo across the barrier, his expression cold and disdainful as he proclaimed, by virtue of my superiority over them. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, is the eternal principle of the immortal path. Sumo fell into a moment of silence before nodding slightly, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Jingyan, for your teachings. In that case, seeking revenge upon you aligns with the eternal and unchanging causal laws of the immortal path. With a wave of his hand, the multitude of vengeful spirits began to stride forward once more, advancing toward the formation as if the barrier posed no hindrance. The few individuals still engaged in breaking the formation abruptly halted, their caution heightened as they scrutinized the eerie assembly of vengeful spirits. A chill coursed through them, and they huddled closely together, facing the haunting spectacle, a scene they had never before witnessed. Suddenly, the leading vengeful spirit seemed to awaken with intent, transforming into a swirling mass of black mist that lunged fiercely toward one of the disciples. "Humph, heretical fiends!" exclaimed the elder sword cultivator with a cold snort, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that sliced through the air, forming several arcs to shield the disciples from the advancing spirit. The sword energy, bursting with a formidable aura, surged toward the dark mist. Without sound or obstruction, the sword strikes effortlessly dispersed the black fog. A collective sigh of relief escaped the assembled disciples, yet their eyes widened in alarm. The dispersed black mist swiftly reformed, hurtling toward them once more. The elder's expression changed dramatically as he retrieved a jade plate from his robes and offered it forth. Instantly, the jade plate radiated a brilliant golden light, from which emerged two ethereal golden fish, gliding gracefully through the air, weaving around the disciples like ripples on water. Upon contact with the golden fish, the black mist emitted a hissing sound, releasing a cloud of dark smoke as a portion of its essence seemed to dissipate, retreating slowly. The fishborn plate? Guyu, observing from outside the formation, narrowed his eyes at the sight of the two golden fish protecting the group. How did they come to possess the fishborn plate? A bane to spectral entities? This complicates matters. Inside the formation, the disciples felt a sense of relief as the vengeful mist was momentarily halted. Sumo shook his head slowly, his eyes shimmering with arcane runes, causing the multitude of vengeful spirits to transform into swirling shades of dark mist. The amalgamation of ghostly vapor appeared to harbor countless vengeful eyes, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. The massive cloud of mist surged violently towards the golden fish. Boom! Dust erupted, and rocks were flung about. The golden fish trembled violently, a colossal sound resonating throughout. The elder sword cultivator controlling the fishborn plate spat out a mouthful of blood, casting a resentful glare towards Sumo outside the formation. In the dimly lit realm, chaos reigned amidst the disordered trees, while the area enveloped in golden light remained eerily silent. Occasionally, a cautious passerby would tread lightly, wary of making any noise. Suddenly, a few individuals, drawn by the commotion, approached slowly to investigate. Within the formation, the colossal black mist, having crashed against the fishborn plate, seemed to have diminished significantly under the influence of the golden light. "Fishborn, transcend!" cried the elder sword cultivator, unleashing another spurt of blood. The fish spirit plate does not belong to their sect. Its usage imposes a tremendous burden, having already inflicted severe injuries after 2 consecutive employments. However, at this moment, they have no alternative, as only this fish spirit plate can counter the ghostly entities. The 2 golden fish, gracefully swimming in circles, responded to the elder sword cultivator's gentle command by slightly parting their mouths. 2 golden cores were expelled from their mouths, slowly soaring forth to obstruct the vast mass of ghostly fog. Suddenly, the 2 golden cores erupted with a blinding golden light, piercing directly toward the colossal ghostly mist. Boom! Another resounding explosion echoed, as the immense ghostly fog was scattered by the golden radiance, transforming back into hundreds of vengeful spirits. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the multitude of vengeful spirits seemed to be influenced by the purifying golden light, gradually regaining their consciousness and the memories of their former lives. The spirits gazed at one another in confusion before turning their attention to the line of sword cultivators ahead. A primal fear of mortals facing celestial beings awakened within them. They were but mere mortals. How could they contend with immortals? As the awakened spirits recoiled in fear, losing the courage to confront the sword cultivators, Guyu, observing from outside the formation, sighed. These spirits, having regained their awareness, will find it difficult to battle their foes. Watching the retreating spirits with sorrow in his eyes, Suemo felt a deep sadness. The fear mortals harbor towards celestial beings, even after becoming vengeful spirits, renders them powerless the moment their consciousness returns. Humanity has long suffered under the weight of celestial beings. Suddenly, among the hundreds of vengeful spirits, a female spirit caught sight of the sorrowful Suemo beyond the formation, her form coming to a sudden halt. She awakened to memories of her human life, simultaneously recalling her existence as a vengeful spirit. She remembered. It was this immortal who witnessed the tragedy in her village and sought to aid her in avenging the wrongs, a celestial being unlike any other. He seemed more like a mortal. Thank you. The female vengeful spirit appeared to whisper. She gently knelt, offering a slight bow to Suemo. Then, rising, she cast a gaze filled with boundless resentment toward the group of sword cultivators, transforming into a wisp of ghostly mist and charging forth with fervor. Sizzle! The ghostly mist collided with the golden fish, resolute, dissipating into a wisp of smoke. This was her choice. Chapter 100 on this day. As the vengeful spirit of the woman dissipated into the ether, the multitude of resentful apparitions quivered, an unfamiliar sensation washing over their souls. A middle-aged male ghost turned his gaze towards Suemo, imitating the woman's gesture, and gradually knelt in reverence before transforming into a wisp of ghostly mist, hurtling towards the twin fish. With a hissing sound, as the mist made contact with the twin fish, a plume of azure smoke erupted. The ghostly essence was significantly weakened. Yet it rose once more, mouth agape as if to emit a furious roar, though no sound escaped its lips. It charged again towards the twin fish, but this time, it did not return. Such is the wrath of the insignificant, humble yet tragically beautiful. The few individuals shielded by the twin fish stood aghast, their faces etched with terror, unable to comprehend why two of the recently awakened mortal ghosts would dare to embrace death. The remaining specters, however, refrained from advancing further, perhaps paralyzed by the dread instilled in them during their mortal existence by the celestial beings. They stood there, lost and bewildered. Celestials are celestials, and mortals are mortals. Even in death, transformed into terrifying vengeful spirits, the innate fear of the celestials still permeated their very souls. Celestials are irreversible. Celestials are untouchable. Ha! Observing the fear of the ghosts, the elder swordsman chuckled, casting a derisive glance at Suemo beyond the formation. These mere mortals? You expect them to avenge you? Even as vengeful spirits, they remain nothing more than pitiful insects. Once we break the formation, we shall slay both of you youngsters, teaching you what it means to respect your elders. What of the academy? Cultivation is the sole righteous path in this world. Suemo regarded the apparitions within the formation, sorrow evident in his eyes. Beside him, Guyu sighed softly, urging him to leave. We must go. Once they break the formation, we will be in trouble. Without the formation, the nascent soul is beyond our capacity to contend with. Reluctantly, Suemo allowed himself to be led away by Guyu, his heart heavy with the realization that his cultivation was indeed insufficient to confront the ancient nascent soul, with his trump cards dwindling. Aside from the Book of Life and Death, he possessed little else. Yet, after the last episode in the Divine Realm, the book had metamorphosed into a rather simplistic passive spirit tool, conferring only bizarre alterations to his techniques, and was no longer usable in the same manner. As Guyu guided him further away, Suemo's countenance darkened. In this battle, he was utterly defeated. A certain conviction within him wavered as the vengeful spirits retreated. The color of his ink-hued scholar's robe gradually faded, transforming into a pure white. In that moment, Sumo's dark attire seemed no longer necessary, and thus, he donned the white robe anew, elegant and serene, at peace with his circumstances. Suddenly, among the throng of resentful ghosts, an elderly apparition fixed its gaze upon the retreating figure of Sumo, the sight of his white robe and white hair embodying a poignant solitude. The aged specter gazed at Sumo's distracted figure, suddenly shuddering, letting out a piercing howl directed at his departing silhouette. The wail, rendered high-pitched and strained, was devoid of articulate speech. It resonated with awakening, imbued with gratitude, and suffused with respect. This howl appeared to implore Sumo to linger a while longer. Sumo's steps faltered, and he halted, pulling Guyu to a stop. Bewildered, he turned around. He beheld the specter kneeling before him in supplication, then rising and transforming into ghostly mist, charging toward the celestial beings who had wrought their demise. This marked his first and final act of defiance against the celestial beings, triggered by another celestial. In this act, regardless of life or death, there would no longer exist a mortal clan leader who would bow obsequiously before the celestial beings, only a mortal specter daring to resist them. As the azure smoke ascended, the specter dissipated. The golden light above the twin fish, which had been relentlessly extinguishing the specter's resentment, seemed to be eroded by that very malice, dimming in luster. Among the unseen observers, a girl clad in purple surveyed the poignant scene unfolding before her, her eyes alight with curiosity. Previously, in the divine realm, she had sensed something unique about him, and this time was no different. Are you practicing the Confucian way? What makes you so extraordinary? Did you summon these resentful spirits? The girl tilted her head in contemplation, pondering what he was validating. Beside the purple-clad maiden stood an elderly woman, observing the fluctuations in the girl's gaze. She rolled her eyes but refrained from interrupting her scrutiny. Witnessing another's path to enlightenment would serve the girl well. As they watched the venerable specter embrace death with valor, the remaining spirits seemed to grasp a profound understanding in that moment. Some celestial beings regarded them as mere insects, wishing for their demise. Yet one celestial wished for their deaths to be meaningful, encouraging their resistance, granting them the means to rebel. How could they bear to let the one who championed their cause succumb to despair without having fought valiantly? In the terrified gaze of the sword cultivators, the spirits knelt before the white-haired, white-clad youth beyond the formation. This act of kneeling was one of gratitude, repentance, awakening, blessing, and farewell. They hailed from an isolated village, unaware of the identity of this celestial figure. Yet they understood that this white-haired youth was acting for their sake, even daring to oppose celestial beings of greater cultivation than himself. In his eyes, they saw only their own kind. Sumo trembled, his eyes reddening, and he offered a slight bow to the multitude of resentful spirits. This act of kneeling was one he could endure, and he must accept it. This was the law of cause and effect. The girl in the shadows, clad in purple, watched Sumo in his flowing white robe and the hundreds of spirits bowing in homage. The poignant farewell exchanged from within and beyond the formation suddenly caused her nose to feel slightly congested. This was her first time truly acknowledging mortals. As the multitude of vengeful spirits bowed deeply to Sumo, they slowly rose and turned their gaze towards the group of sword cultivators sheltered by the twin fish. The elder of the sword cultivators was overtaken by a sudden change in expression, an ominous premonition creeping into his heart. Watching the approaching spirits, he immediately transmitted spiritual energy to the immense golden twin fish, which erupted forth with dazzling golden light. The 100 spirits surged forth, charging at the cultivators. This venture was one they never anticipated would allow them to return. Their sole purpose was to convey their gratitude to the immortal who had championed their cause. They could not betray his sacrifice. The resounding booms echoed relentlessly. Clouds of azure smoke billowed upwards. Sumo observed the courageous souls embracing their fate with a smile, a glimmer of light appearing in the corners of his eyes as he softly murmured, "Sister, this embodies my resolve, the will of mortals. This is also the essence of my second path, to safeguard these ideals." Guyu gazed at her junior disciple with a dazed expression. "Yes, sister understands." On this day, the 100 spirits marched through the divine realm. On this day, the 100 spirits charged forth to avenge their fallen. On this day, the 100 spirits and the immortals met their end together. On this day, the will of mortals awakened throughout the heavens and the earth. Chapter 101. The Art of Darkness. As the fish life plate descended, the multitude of vengeful spirits dissipated, the dragon-binding array unraveled, leaving a scene of utter devastation. Only the trails of lingering azure smoke remained, awaiting a gentle breeze to carry them away to a place of unparalleled beauty. Yet, one wonders whether there might still be celestial beings present. A few individuals, covertly observing from the shadows, gazed upon the vanishing spirits with expressions of astonishment. Perhaps this was not a cataclysmic battle, but rather one that touched the very essence of the human heart. They could hardly fail to recognize the terror that mortals experience in the face of the divine realm, nor could they underestimate the courage required to face death with valor. Though mere mortals, they were worthy of respect. Cough. At that moment, a figure rose from the chaos, battered and bloodied, with wisps of azure smoke still swirling around him, indicating his severe injuries. The elder swordsman slowly rose, his countenance twisted in rage as he fixed his gaze upon Suemo. He had survived by using his disciple as a shield when the vengeful spirits attacked, but he was gravely wounded, his spiritual energy nearly drained by the fish life plate. Seeing the elder swordsman rise, Guyu's expression shifted dramatically as she positioned herself protectively in front of Suemo. Despite the elder's injuries, he was still far beyond the capabilities of Suemo, a scholar, to contend with. Suemo regarded the dissipating azure smoke, sighing with calm resignation. The next steps are mine to take. Assist me. He is wounded, and we can seize an opportunity in a 2-against-1 scenario. Guyu, eyes fixed intently on the elder swordsman, whispered to Suemo behind her. Sister. Suemo addressed Guyu, who stood resolutely before him. What is it? She replied, her brow furrowed without turning back. May I step in? Suemo inched closer to Guyu's side. What? The way of the scholar is not one of murder. What do you intend? Guyu was taken aback. He is gravely injured, and I too wish to refine my own skills. Moreover, Suemo cast a glance at the elder swordsman, who was watching them like a hawk. I possess the art of killing. Suemo smiled at Guyu, his expression brimming with defiance. If I find myself in peril, you may come to my aid. Guyu hesitated for a moment, recognizing the elder's injuries and the golden opportunity for growth it presented, and thus stepped aside. Suemo gazed intently at the elder swordsman and spoke slowly. I am Suemo, and I implore you to perish. The elder swordsman retorted, his face a mask of derision. It appears you are unaware of the vast chasm between the nascent soul and the core formation. Even in my weakened state, the divide between these realms is as profound as heaven and earth. Very well, if you seek death, I shall oblige you. At that moment, the elder swordsman, free from the constraints of the dragon-binding array, unleashed his nascent soul power, sending the surrounding world into turmoil. A sword materialized before him, its intent aimed directly at Suemo, exuding a terrifying aura. Suemo let out a muffled grunt, feeling the oppressive sword intent emanating from the nascent soul. His heart filled with trepidation. Indeed, the gap between core formation and nascent soul was not something ordinary techniques could bridge. With a sigh, Suemo felt his entire being resonate with an overwhelming aura, a breath of Confucianism and Taoism ascending, rendering his initial stage of Dan formation seemingly insignificant beneath the presence of the nascent soul. He extended his hand towards Guyu, gently pushing her away through the air, and she immediately sensed an invisible force propel her back several dozen zhang. The proximity to the center of the divine domain rendered flight impossible, thus forcing the battle to unfold upon the ground, a circumstance advantageous to Suemo confronting the elderly sword cultivator from a distance. The two exchanged glances as their consciousnesses clashed. One sword, 9 provinces, the sword cultivator declared, refraining from advancing, wary of the peculiar white-clad youth before him. Reluctant to approach Suemo too closely, the strike he prepared was lethal. The sword erupted with a thunderous aura, soaring upwards, its entire body aglow with golden radiance, akin to the sun ascending the heavens. The blade tilted slightly, its tip aimed at Suemo, plummeting with ferocity like the waters of the 9 provinces, carrying an indomitable while cascading downwards. The void resonated with a deafening roar, a relentless echo in the air. Be cautious. Guyu's expression shifted drastically, anxiety flooding her heart as she observed the overwhelming sword intent descending upon them. She was uncertain of Suemo's confidence in confronting a being of the nascent soul, but the sword intent evidently surpassed the limits that a mere Confucian cultivator such as Suemo could withstand. Just as she was about to step forward, She noticed Su-imo slowly closing his eyes, one hand extending to gently point ahead. Cage. As Sumo's voice fell, a tremendous rumble reverberated through the earth. The ground trembled violently, and with a resounding crash, 9 colossal chains of darkness erupted from the soil surrounding Su-imo. The massive chains clattered ominously as they ascended into the sky, then abruptly twisted and plunged back into the earth, forming an impregnable cage that ensnared Su-imo within. Unbreakable, unyielding, these 9 dark chains exuded a chilling and eerie essence, appearing as instruments of punishment designed to bind some fearsome entity. The impenetrable cage forged from these cold, sinister chains remained steadfast against the overwhelming sword intent of the elderly cultivator. Yet to be trapped is to be safeguarded. What kind of Tao technique is this? Gu Yu and the onlookers, who observed from the shadows, were left in stunned silence at Su-mo's display of this sorcery. Is this a technique of Confucianism and Taoism? The woman in the purple dress gaped in astonishment. They were unaware that this was a unique technique, an amalgamation of Su-mo's Confucian truths and the formidable essence of the Great Calamity. On that day within Su-mo's spiritual sea, the Great Calamity instructed him to return to the spiritual sea the following day, to ponder how to craft a method for Su-mo's survival. Thus, a night was spent creating a compilation that fused Confucianism and her own Tao techniques into a lethal art. Su-imo grasped it effortlessly, yet had never employed it until now. This was his inaugural use of this enigmatic killing technique. However, he ensured to sever any interference from the Book of Life and Death, for had it intervened, this nether technique, Cage might have mutated, inflicting harm upon himself. The elderly sword cultivator's expression shifted dramatically as he witnessed Su-mo's bizarre Tao technique successfully countering his lethal strike. A mere youth in the core formation stage, he effortlessly nullified a lethal strike with a peculiar technique. If this boy survives today, he shall undoubtedly become a formidable threat in the future. Kill. The elderly sword cultivator uttered a sharp command, gripping his long sword, which he then gently thrust forward. The blade transformed into vapor and vanished, materializing as a small sword outside Su-mo's prison. This diminutive blade, infused with the essence of a nascent soul, radiated a blinding brilliance, intent on piercing through the gaps of the cage to strike Su-imo. Demon Guardian. Su-mo's mind raced as he addressed the small sword outside the cage. A figure clad in ebony armor, wielding a massive sword, materialized before him. This guardian, akin to a messenger from the underworld, emerged from the shadows of the cage, solidifying once more in armor, and fiercely slashed at the small sword conjured by the sword cultivator. A burst of golden light erupted as the small sword was sent flying. Merely defending was not a viable strategy. Just as Su-imo prepared to cast another spell, he realized with astonishment that the ebony-armored guardian had not dissipated but seemed to possess awareness, turning to gaze at him. A shiver ran down Su-mo's spine as he recognized that this conjured guardian was indeed corporeal. Lord of the underworld. The guardian knelt before Su-imo, driving the massive sword into the ground, the heavy clang of its black armor resonating with each movement. Su-imo was momentarily taken aback, about to speak, when he noticed the guardian cast a profound glance in his direction, yet it felt as if the gaze was not truly directed at him. The guardian rose and turned its icy gaze toward the distant sword cultivator, raising its sword in a single hand, pointing it towards the adversary, its voice echoing like a chilling whisper from the depths of the abyss. Heaven's punishment. Suddenly, a wave of debilitating weakness surged through Su-imo, accompanied by a disorienting dizziness, as if the guardian's sustained presence had drained him of much of his spiritual energy. The guardian seemed to sense this, casting one last look at Su-imo before dissipating into a wisp of shadow. The appearance of the guardian sent chills through those lurking in the dark, as they realized they could not ascertain the guardian's cultivation level. Su-imo had no time to ponder the guardian's existence. His focus shifted to the distant sword cultivator, seizing the initiative as he spoke softly. Radiant dawn. The dim divine realm trembled violently, as all present witnessed a crimson sun slowly rising from the ground behind the sword cultivator. Initially revealing just a sliver, it illuminated the surrounding woods, gradually unveiling itself until the entire sun ascended, appearing serene and harmless. The sword cultivator furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the radiant orb behind him, seemingly devoid of malice. Just as all present were engulfed in confusion, The crimson sun suddenly flickered, unleashing a searing beam of light that pierced through the sword cultivator's chest. Puffed. Blood gushed from the sword cultivator's mouth, his body visibly scorched. He raised his sword to shield against the scorching light, only to witness the crimson sun abruptly vanish. Suddenly turning around, it became evident that it was Su Mo who had collapsed, his powers dissipating, thus narrowly escaping calamity. A figure clad in crimson approached Su Mo, anxiously assisting him to his feet. The aged sword cultivator, his body heavily injured, turned and fled deeper into the divine realm. Su Mo's presence exuded an unsettling aura. It seemed that should he fail to recover, he might indeed be unable to contend with him. This was an unparalleled talent, possessing an invincible demeanor even among peers. Moreover, with Guyu by his side, in his current wounded state, it was certainly not the opportune moment for a direct confrontation. Watching the sword cultivator retreat into the depths of the divine realm, Su Mo, filled with reluctance, attempted to cast a spell, only to be interrupted by Guyu. Wait until you regain some spiritual energy before pursuing him, she advised, for his grievous injuries rendered him incapable of swift movement. Su Mo nodded and sat cross-legged to commence his recuperation. Guyu thoughtfully stood guard nearby. Suddenly, two figures emerged from the shadows, their expressions curious as they observed Su Mo, a young woman in a purple skirt, and an elderly lady. Chapter 102. Entanglement. The junior, Guyu, greeted the esteemed Master Chung. Upon seeing the two figures before her, Guyu promptly bowed to the elderly woman. Chung Hongye slowly nodded, and then turned her gaze towards Su Mo, who was meditating to restore his energy, and asked indifferently, "Is this the new disciple taken in by Mo Shangao?" Guyu clasped her hands and confirmed, "Indeed. This is our academy's junior brother." The girl in the purple dress, upon hearing the name Mo Shangao, suddenly paused and cast a peculiar glance at her master. "How is Mo Shangao faring these days?" Chung Hongye waved her hand at Su Mo. In that instant, Su Mo, still in meditation, felt his depleted spiritual energy being swiftly replenished. He opened his eyes and recognized the two figures before him. The girl in purple was the same one he had rescued during his previous encounter in the divine realm. At that time, she seemed unfazed by her entrapment in the ghostly array. "Master as well," Guyu replied with utmost respect. "Humph, he appears to be living quite freely," Chung Hongye scoffed, her tone laced with apparent resentment towards the academy head. Guyu felt awkward and refrained from responding. Su Mo slowly rose to his feet, sensing that the elderly woman seemed to have a familiar rapport with the headmaster, and respectfully clasped his fists in greeting. Junior Su Mo pays his respects to the esteemed elder. Chung Hongye scrutinized Su Mo intently before waving her hand dismissively. "Enough of the formalities. I am not fond of such elaborate gestures." Su Mo, feeling embarrassed, turned to Guyu with a puzzled expression. "What exactly is the relationship between this elder and the headmaster?" Guyu lowered her head, casting a sidelong glance at Su Mo, and subtly shook her head. "Oh, did not expect to see you again, did you?" The girl in purple bounded forward to greet Su Mo, her face radiant with a smile. Guyu was left in a state of confusion, squinting her eyes and looking at Su Mo, filled with questions. "Greetings, senior sister." Su Mo returned the gesture. "My name is Chung Inen. You may simply call me Inen." The girl in purple said cheerfully, "This divine realm is fraught with peril. Would you care to travel together?" Su Mo remained silent, turning his gaze towards the direction from which the elder swordsman had fled, slowly shaking his head. "Thank you for your kind offer, senior sister Inen. But I have matters of my own to attend to. The cycle of causality has yet to be fully resolved." Chung Inen shrugged nonchalantly. "Very well. We shall meet at the Ghost Gate." "What Ghost Gate?" Su Mo inquired, puzzled. Chung Hongye looked at her disciple, then at Su Mo, and slowly spoke. "Please inform your master that I will seek him out for a proper discussion when I have the time." The last two words seemed to carry a hint of gritted teeth as she took Chung Inen's hand and stepped forward, disappearing from sight. Su Mo glanced at Guyu, who nodded in acknowledgement. Guyu understood that if the elder swordsman survived, it would undoubtedly disturb Su Mo's Dao heart. To probe into causality would invite its repercussions. Consequently, they set off in pursuit of the direction the elder swordsman had fled, as he was heavily injured, presenting the perfect opportunity. No one would believe that at this moment, a scene was unfolding in the divine realm where two core formation cultivators were pursuing a nascent soul, unrelated to enmity. It is solely for the sake of cause and effect. Sumo followed the aura of the sword cultivator, steadily approaching the heart of the divine realm. He walked alongside Guyu, but soon noticed she had fallen far behind. Surprised, he returned to her side, discovering Guyu was progressing slowly and with great effort. "Sister, what troubles you?" he inquired. The center of the divine realm was increasingly solid, each step akin to traversing through a quagmire, impeding swift movement. Just as Guyu was speaking, she suddenly snapped to attention, gazing at Sumo. "Do you not feel this?" Sumo paused, took a step forward, then retraced his steps. "Not at all. Isn't it quite normal? Aside from the inability to fly, it feels no different from the outside world." Guyu regarded him in astonishment, suddenly recalling that Sumo was of the Confucian Tao. The Confucian Tao held a unique status within the divine realm. After a moment of contemplation, Sumo extended a hand towards Guyu. "Sister, grasp my hand and give it a try." Guyu turned her head aside, then reached out to take Sumo's hand. He pulled her along for a couple of steps, but she shook her head. "It's still no use. I cannot move swiftly. Perhaps you should proceed on your own. If you eliminate that sword cultivator, we can escape the divine realm." Sumo shook his head and crouched down. "I shall carry you. If you do not walk, you should not be affected." After a moment of contemplation, Guyu nodded. She was decisive in battle and did not indulge in trivial feminine pretenses. At such a time, Sumo carrying her was indeed the wisest choice. However, as Guyu settled onto his back and he stood, holding her securely, her heart trembled violently. Unbidden, memories of the last encounter at the academy, where Sumo had recklessly barged into her room, flooded her mind, causing her body to stiffen. Noticing that Sumo remained oblivious, she slowly exhaled a sigh of relief. With Guyu on his back, Sumo advanced rapidly into the depths of the divine realm. The realm was perilous, and he dared not use Confucian incantations to teleport directly to the sword cultivator's side, proceeding with utmost caution. The trees beside him receded, and he encountered none of the dangers lurking in the divine realm. Before long, Sumo, still bearing Guyu, arrived before the sword cultivator. Yet, not only did he see the sword cultivator, but he also recognized a familiar face, the holy maiden of the sacred sect, Ning Bai Shui. At that moment, an elderly woman stood beside her, while the sword cultivator knelt before them, respectfully cradling a broken sword and conversing earnestly with Ning Bai Shui. With a face full of excitement, Ning Bai Shui accepted the broken sword, nodding in acknowledgement to the sword cultivator. Watching from a distance, Sumo furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. Once again, it was the sacred sect? Was the sword cultivator affiliated with them? Sumo set Guyu down and slowly stepped forward, entering the line of sight of the few individuals present. The elderly sword cultivator glared at Sumo, his face contorted with malice, and sternly addressed Ning Bai Shui. "It is this man who has employed treacherous arts to unjustly slay several disciples of our sect. I implore the holy maiden to enact justice upon this villain." However, when he lifted his gaze, he discovered that Ning Bai Shui was not attending to him at all. Instead, her expression was one of complexity as she regarded the young man clad in white with white hair. An intricate array of emotions surged within Ning Bai Shui's heart. During their first encounter, she had disregarded the moral order in her desire to have a Confucian cultivator accompany her into the divine realm, leading to a clash with him, who had only recently established his foundation. A year later, he had advanced to the stage of core formation, exhibiting an extraordinary prowess that saved her and others in the divine realm. In merely a year, he had transitioned from a foundational cultivator to one of core formation. It appeared that cultivation came effortlessly to him. Now, upon their reunion in the divine realm, it seemed that his cultivation had further progressed in just a few days. Ning Bai Shui observed the calm demeanor of Sumo, suppressing the anger that simmered beneath. To him, she bore resentment, yet he repaid it with kindness. This meeting felt reminiscent of their first encounter. Sumo approached the group and fixed his gaze upon Ning Bai Shui, speaking in a low voice. "Are these individuals from your holy sect?" Ning Bai Shui nodded. She had just consented to allow the sword cultivator's sect to become an affiliate of the holy sect, so it was not inaccurate to refer to them as such. "Very well," Sumo acknowledged, inquiring, "Is your holy sect aware of what he has done outside the divine realm?" Taking a deep breath, he pressed on. Ning Bai Shui shook her head, genuinely ignorant of the matter. He slaughtered an entire village of mortals to conceal the entrance to the divine realm. Sumo's gaze bore down on Ning Baishui, chilling her with his words. Ning Baishui was momentarily taken aback, slowly turning her attention to the elderly sword cultivator before her. She was well aware of Sumo's bond with mortals. The haunting image of the thousands of souls bowing in farewell to him within the royal palace was forever etched in her memory. The expression of the sword cultivator shifted dramatically, and he cried out, "Absurd! When have I ever committed such an atrocity?" Disregarding the sword cultivator's protest, Suemo continued to address Ning Baishui. "Therefore, I must kill him now. Will you still attempt to stop me?" Ning Baishui opened her mouth to speak, but found no words to express, falling into a profound silence. "Humph, a mere child. Even so, what can you do?" The elderly woman scrutinized the complexity of Ning Baishui's expression, furrowing her brow as she admonished Suemo. Ning Baishui glanced at the old woman beside her, reflecting on the historical parallels that were so strikingly similar. Suemo regarded the elderly woman with a cold stare before turning back to Ning Baishui. Nodding slightly, "I understand." He ceased speaking and simply turned away. As Ning Baishui watched Suemo depart, she was torn between words unspoken, her expression a tapestry of complexity. He had shown her kindness, while she had persistently harbored resentment towards him. This time, his impression of the holy ancestor has likely plummeted to its nadir. Chapter 103. The eccentric after Suemo departed. The elderly woman observed the complex expression on Ning Baishui's face and spoke. "Saintess, why must you lower yourself before such a rustic villager? When has our sacred sect ever needed to heed the opinions of others?" Her tone was condescending, as if accustomed to the reverence and humility of all who faced the sacred sect. Ning Baishui sighed, feeling a sense of rebellion stir within her for the first time at the elder's words. The identity of the sacred sect's saintess, for the first time, felt like a constraint upon her. "He saved my life in the divine realm," Ning Baishui stated calmly. The elderly woman was momentarily taken aback, but dismissed it without concern. Moreover, Ning Baishui turned to the elder, her previous respect for the sect's elder evaporating into a cold demeanor as she continued. "He is not merely a rustic villager. He is the seventh direct disciple of the esteemed Mo Shangao." The elder gasped in shock, her teeth clenched in frustration, yet utterly powerless. "That old thief stole our sect's celestial medicine, and I cannot fathom why the sect leader does not demand an explanation." Acting as if nothing has transpired, Ning Baishui chose not to respond further, even though she was aware of certain reasons. She glanced at the sword-wielding elder, whose gaze was filled with resentment as he stared at Suemo's departing figure, and slowly spoke, "You shall take your own life." "What?" The sword-wielding elder was momentarily stunned, incredulity etched upon his face as he turned to Ning Baishui. "Saintess." Even the elderly woman beside her was taken aback, only to be interrupted by Ning Baishui. With indifference, Ning Baishui addressed the sword-wielding elder, "Return the relics of our sect, and I shall agree to allow your sect to become an affiliate of the sacred sect. However, your slaughter of mortals, while not expressly forbidden by our sect, is something I cannot condone." She cast a glance in the direction of Sumo's departure, sensing that he was changing all those who interacted with him. Ning Baishui did not follow the conventional path of questioning the sword-wielding elder about the truth of Sumo's words. Instead, she accepted his words as truth. "I will fulfill my promise to you. Upon my return to the sect, I will naturally ensure your sect's integration into ours. In light of your return of our relics, I permit you to take your own life. However, should you refuse..." Ning Baishui did not continue, but the implied threat in her words was unmistakable. The elderly woman gazed at Ning Baishui in confusion, realizing that the saintess before her had undergone a transformation. The sword-wielding elder, upon hearing Ning Baishui's words, despondently sank to the ground. The sacred sect loomed high above, rendering their small sect akin to mere ants in comparison. The adage of "to accompany a ruler is to tread with a tiger" now felt bitterly ironic. With a desperate smile, the sword-wielding elder gradually raised his long sword, plunging it into his chest. Faced with the threat of the sacred sect, he saw no hope for survival. All his efforts had ultimately been in vain. Yet this outcome was not what he had anticipated. Where had he gone astray? As the scenery before him gradually faded into darkness in his final moments, he recalled the figure of a youth clad in white, with hair as pale as snow. Was it because of you? Throughout it all, He never truly felt that slaying a mere village of mortals was anything amiss. The swordsman collapsed, his life extinguished. Ning Baishua slowly turned her head, continuing deeper into the unknown, while the old woman shook her head and followed suit. Su Mo returned to Gu Yu's side in silence. Gu Yu sighed softly and inquired, "What shall we do next?" "Cultivate," Su Mo replied, raising his gaze. At this moment, Su Mo felt an insatiable yearning for strength. He recalled the villagers, slaughtered without resistance before the immortal. Would there come a day when he too would find himself helpless against those of greater cultivation, much like that village? In this world, strength is paramount. No one will heed your reasoning. They only regard whether you possess the qualifications to engage with them. The tragedy of that village was enough to witness just once. Observing Su Mo's relentless pursuit of power, Gu Yu felt a pang of sorrow rather than joy. "Very well. We shall resolve this cause and effect once your cultivation permits," Gu Yu promised, gazing at Su Mo. Su Mo nodded, embodying the scholar's path. To gather strength in preparation for confrontation. Just as Su Mo was about to step forward, he suddenly halted, whirling around to glance in the direction where Ning Baishua had been. "What's wrong?" Gu Yu asked. Su Mo murmured, "The cause and effect has been severed." Gu Yu was taken aback, about to inquire further when a thunderous roar echoed throughout the divine realm, shaking it to its core. The sound resonated like the furious bellow of a primordial beast, deafening and soul-shattering. This singular roar caused both Su Mo and Gu Yu to tremble violently, their internal energies surging uncontrollably. Blood spewed forth from their mouths, their eyes wide with shock. They looked up towards the source of the sound and beheld the mountains quaking and then collapsing, as a colossal, pitch-black dragon erupted from the earth, roaring angrily into the void. Su Mo focused intently, noticing a figure suspended in the emptiness opposite the dragon. This figure stood in stark contrast to the dragon's immense form, appearing almost insignificant. Clad in tattered garments, with disheveled hair, the figure seemed dazed and lost, hovering above the tumultuous depths of the divine realm where movement was a struggle for Su Mo and Gu Yu. Su Mo stared blankly at this individual, suddenly recollecting that this was the strange person he had encountered previously at the entrance of the divine realm, seated in a corner of a dilapidated temple, oblivious to the snowflakes falling upon him, seemingly devoid of any cultivation. Yet now, he defied gravity, confronting the terrifying dragon. Amidst Su Mo and Gu Yu's astonishment, the strange figure gazed at the colossal dragon and spoke slowly. "You may summon the gates of hell. I do not wish to kill you." The colossal dragon unleashed a thunderous roar towards the grotesque figure, its 5 claws thrashing defiantly. This deafening bellow caused Su Mo and Gu Yu to spew forth blood in shock. "If you do not summon the ghost gate forthwith, I shall be compelled to take matters into my own hands." The grotesque figure shook his head and pointed skyward. Suspended in midair, his garments billowed as he slowly intoned, "Words are forbidden, movement is prohibited." With that seemingly casual utterance, the void erupted with a resounding boom, and a torrent of rule-based power surged forth, ensnaring the massive dragon. The dragon thrashed desperately, opening its maw to roar, yet under the overwhelming force of the rules, it could neither vocalize nor struggle. Boundless infinite ghost gate arise. Boom, boom, boom. As the figure spoke, the very mountains shook, and the cascading ranges began to crumble. Su Mo beheld the divine realm tremble, the earth fracturing beneath. Chasms thousands of feet deep gaped open at the heart of the divine realm, radiating outward, as if the entire domain was on the brink of collapse. The reverberations echoed continuously, and dust swirled into the air. "This is disastrous," Su Mo exclaimed in alarm, seizing Gu Yu as they fled. They were perilously close to the epicenter, and Su Mo recalled the map provided by the 4th and 5th elders. They had evidently ventured into the very core. Before Su Mo and Gu Yu could escape far, the ground began to quake, and before Su Mo could react, the earth beneath them gave way. He quickly enveloped Gu Yu in his arms as they plummeted into the abyss below. As the dust settled, the chasm fused back together. The land, compressed by the divine realm, formed a series of undulating mountains. Yet, these peaks bore no semblance of life. Chapter 104. The Ghost Gate. As Su Mo embraced Gu Yu and plummeted, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a peculiar figure casting a distant glance in his direction. In that moment of descent, he distinctly felt as though he had traversed a strange portal before arriving at this desolate place. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the two of them crashed to the ground, causing a jolt that reverberated through their souls. Sumo, landing beneath, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Guyu sprang to her feet, swiftly assisting him, her voice laced with urgency. Are you all right? Are you injured? Shaking his head, Sumo sat up, retrieving a medicinal pill from his robe and swallowing it down. Taking a deep breath, he gradually regained his composure. Where's this? He wondered aloud, surveying the surroundings, which stretched into an endless expanse of barrenness. Before him lay a desolate ancient land, where the ground was strewn with sand and abandoned weapons. Beneath a dim sky devoid of avian or beastly life, bones littered the terrain, exuding an aura of lifelessness. As he gazed further, the landscape extended for miles, marred by decay. A colossal axe, towering 100 feet, was embedded in the earth, its handle reaching towards the heavens, resembling a ridge that spanned the ground. This was the Ghost Gate, the site of an ancient battlefield, the very place where, a millennium ago, the sage of Confucianism had repelled foreign invaders. At that moment, a voice emerged from a nearby pit. Sumo turned to see a hand struggling to claw its way up the rim, followed by another. And soon a youthful face appeared. The young man, though unremarkable in appearance, emanated a distinct aura of Tao. How unfortunate to fall here of all places. Ouch, that hurts. The young man grimaced as he rose unsteadily, then glanced back at his rear, only to discover two broken swords lodged in his backside. Brother, do you have any healing medicine? The young man inquired, turning to Sumo, with a slight twitch of his mouth. Sumo tossed a bottle of medicinal pills towards him. Without examining the contents, the young man hastily poured the pills into his mouth. He then twisted his body, grasping the two broken swords protruding from his rear, and yanked them out with a sudden jerk. Ouch, that really hurt, he exclaimed, gritting his teeth as he hurled the swords back into the pit, gazing enviously at the seemingly unscathed Sumo and Guyu. He couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Why is it that among all this debris, they encountered not a single weapon? My name is Dao Hua from the Dao sect. May I ask how to address you, brother? He said, clasping his hands in greeting. Sumo from the academy. Sumo replied, Thank you. I've heard of you, the esteemed scholar from Dahua. I owe you a favor, Dao Hua remarked, leaning closer to Sumo and glancing at Guyu. Are you two the only ones who entered the divine domain? Sumo's lips twitched as he stiffly nodded. Dao Hua gave Sumo a thumbs up, exclaiming, You are impressive. You dared to enter the divine domain without any elders accompanying you. Are you not? Sumo retorted. I entered alongside my master, but he has just rushed off to join that peculiar senior, leaving me all alone in the divine realm. Dao Hua wore a helpless expression, and I must certainly report his behavior to my master's wife. You're unlikely to win that complaint, remarked Guyu with a dismissive curl of her lips. From what I know, no matter how much your master's wife scolds him, your master remains indifferent. Sumo glanced at Guyu with a look of skepticism, as if she were acquainted with this individual. Sensing his curiosity, Guyu elaborated, He is the disciple of the Dao sect, and his master is none other than Dao 12, the current leader of the sect. Dao 12 Sumo's expression darkened upon hearing the name. Dao Hua, perceiving the change in Sumo's demeanor, looked up with a sorrowful expression, turning his gaze away in silence. Confused by Dao Hua's behavior, Sumo turned to Guyu, asking, Is there a particular significance to this name? Guyu hesitated, seemingly unsure how to respond. I know this. A familiar figure appeared, bouncing over in a vibrant purple dress. And then, Dao Hua's face paled at the sight of her, swiftly darting to the side, gazing at Chung Anin with a look of sheer terror. TCH, what a coward! Chung Anin scoffed as she watched Dao Hua flee, then turned to Sumo with eager curiosity. I know why Dao Hua avoids the title of Dao 12. Why? Sumo's interest peaked as he observed Dao Hua's reaction. Because the title of the Dao sect leader is passed down through generations. His master is Dao 12. And once he inherits the position of sect leader, he will become Chung and covered her face in laughter, leaving the conclusion unspoken. Dao 13 Sumo looked at Dao Hua with a sympathetic gaze. Dao Hua trembled as he pointed at Chung Anan, his face a mask of indignation. Yet he remained rooted in place, as if she were some kind of demon. Chung Anan, ignoring Dao Hua, leaned towards Sumo with a beaming smile, saying, So, what do you think? I told you we would meet again at the gates of the underworld, didn't I? Indeed, I hadn't anticipated this, Su-Mo sighed. Feeling a wave of weakness wash over him. The two dragon roars had inflicted significant harm, and now this fall had compounded his injuries. Noticing Su-Mo's precarious state, Guyu and Chang'an rushed to support him, one on each side. In the distance, Dao Hua gazed in disbelief at the concern etched on Guyu's face and the nonchalant demeanor of Chang'an. When did the sword fairy and the demoness start aiding a man in unison? Guyu narrowed her eyes as she looked at Chang'an, who was still holding on to Su-Mo. Chang'an seemed to sense something amiss, casually releasing her grip, then turned to Dao Hua with a slight narrowing of her eyes, exuding a subtle threat. Oblivious to the tension, Su-Mo, once he regained his composure, sighed again, reflecting. Though I am a scholar, it appears my physical form requires cultivation as well. Sister Inen, where is your master? Su-Mo inquired, noticing that Chang'an was also unaccompanied. Chang'an's complexion seemed somewhat unwell. My master has gone to mingle with that strange senior. Sumo's lips twitched as he glanced at Dao Hua, both feeling like kindred spirits in a world of misfortune. However, Dao Hua merely smirked and remarked, "What are you afraid of? Haven't you always traversed the world using your Dao body? Encountering danger and having your Dao body perish merely results in some injuries." Chang'an was about to unleash a tirade, but upon noticing Sumo's gaze, she promptly changed her tone. "Oh dear, this time, I am using my true form. If I were to perish, it would indeed be fatal." Dao Hua wore a look of astonishment, as if he had never truly comprehended the essence of the person before him, often referred to as the demoness. "Are you still that demoness that people dread?" Dao Hua inquired cautiously. "What demoness?" Su-Mo asked, puzzled. Chang'an's expression shifted, and she narrowed her eyes, harboring a hidden menace. Dao Hua, seemingly oblivious to the threat in Chang'an's gaze, turned to Su-Mo and said, "Brother, are you unaware? The person before you is Chang'an, the sole direct disciple of the demon sect's leader, also known as the demoness." "Oh," Su-Mo nodded, offering no further reaction. Chang'an, observing that Su-Mo did not appear to harbor any aversion towards the demon sect, secretly felt relieved. "Then your master is the leader of the demon sect?" Su-Mo turned to Chang'an. Chang'an nodded affirmatively. "How did you know this was the Ghost Gate? Furthermore, how did you know we would meet here again?" Su-Mo cast a glance over the desolate ancient battlefield. Chang'an pondered for a moment before explaining, "Actually, I did not anticipate falling here. The center of the divine realm is also referred to as the Ghost Gate. However, that is outside the Ghost Gate, while this is within. So, the Ghost Gate you initially mentioned is the center of the divine realm?" Su-Mo furrowed his brow and inquired slowly. Chang'an nodded once more. Chapter 105. The Three Trials. As Su-Mo surveyed the desolate expanse surrounding him, his heart began to sink. "How shall we escape?" Su-Mo pondered, feeling his insufficient cultivation made it unwise to attempt using the Confucian Tao's true words to exit this place. This realm was severed from the outside world, rendering any measurement of distance futile. A reckless endeavor could very well lead to his demise, leaving behind only a lifeless shell. "Oh, it is quite simple," Dao Hua interjected. "My master once mentioned that at the center of the Ghost Gate lies an altar, a site of inheritance left by the ancient predecessors during a great war. Within those inheritances, each one possesses an intrinsic awareness that guides one to leave the divine domain. As long as the inheritance is obtained, one shall be automatically transported out of the divine domain." Chang'an continued, "But what if one cannot obtain the inheritance?" Su-Mo contemplated aloud. "Then they shall merely become a heap of bones here." Dao Hua shrugged. "However, it is said that after the Confucian saint severed the heavens, he established a prohibition within this Ghost Gate. Those above the nascent soul stage shall not be transmitted into this Ghost Gate. Only those at the core formation stage and below will fall into this gate when it opens. Those above the nascent soul level, if they fall, will only be transported out of the divine domain. Yet, those below the core formation stage cannot enter the center of the divine domain. Those who can reach the center of the divine domain at the core formation stage must possess considerable talent. I estimate the ones who have entered the Ghost Gate are likely just as few. Therefore, obtaining the inheritance and exiting the divine domain should not pose a significant issue." Sumo's heart grew heavy, lost in thought. Beside him, Guyu chuckled, saying, "Then let us proceed. Let us seek the altar and claim the inheritance." "Not so fast. I need to rest a moment. I just had quite the fall," Dao Hua exclaimed, wincing as he rubbed his backside. Humph! Chang'an scoffed disdainfully. Laughter erupted among them, and the atmosphere felt remarkably light. Yet, beneath Su Mo's smile lay a profound worry. After half a day's recuperation, the group set forth toward the center of the Ghost Gate. Su Mo gazed at the barren land of the Ghost Gate, littered with skeletal remains and the remnants of tragic battles. With each step, he could see scattered bones and weaponry, conjuring the grim imagery of the ancient war. After walking for half a day, they were halted by an immense battle axe, towering several hundred feet high, its handle reaching into the murky heavens. The axe lay across the ground, forming a mountain that spanned hundreds of feet, its blade marked by countless nicks and scars from various swords. What kind of person could wield such a massive axe? Standing beneath it, the group felt as diminutive as ants gazing up at a mountain. Dao Hua looked up at the colossal axe, unable to suppress his awe. It is said that the ancient giant race had members standing 1,000 feet tall. Yet, the entire race perished in the ancient war. I presume this axe must belong to the ancient giants. Then why do we not see the bones of the giant race? Su Mo suddenly inquired. The group fell into a stunned silence. Indeed, why have we not encountered the remains of the ancient titans? Towering at a height of 1,000 feet, their bones should be visible from afar. It is perplexing that not a single fragment can be found. Dao Hua pondered aloud, striking his forehead in confusion. Could it be that the ancient titans are merely a myth? Guyu inquired, her brow furrowed in doubt. But how do we account for this colossal axe? Dao Hua countered. Su Mo contemplated for a moment before tentatively suggesting. Could it be that the Ghost Gate is merely a fragment of an ancient battlefield? The group paused, struck by the novelty of this perspective, which had never crossed their minds. Regardless, let us first locate the altar and attain the legacy of this divine realm. Chang'an declared. Sigh, let us proceed. It seems we cannot soar within this Ghost Gate, and must rely on our feet, which is truly exhausting. Dao Hua expressed in resignation. The others nodded in agreement, maneuvering around the base of the massive axe. After approximately 2 hours of walking, they finally circumvented the obstruction. As they passed the axe, the view beyond it unfolded before them, prompting each to take a deep breath. Su Mo turned to Dao Hua, exclaiming, "No one ever mentioned how grand this altar is." Beyond the axe loomed a magnificent altar, rising like a colossal peak that pierced the heavens. Towering thousands of feet in both height and width, it stood as the solitary entity within this divine realm of the Ghost Gate. Hiss! Dao Hua gasped, murmuring to himself, "This altar must have been constructed by the ancient titans. My doubts regarding their existence have now been dispelled." Su Mo, deep in thought, addressed Dao Hua. "You previously mentioned that your master informed you of an altar within the Ghost Gate?" Dao Hua nodded affirmatively. "Yes, what of it?" Su Mo pressed on. "Did your master ever visit this place and ascend the altar?" Dao Hua paused. Then realization dawned upon him. It is quite possible. Have you inquired how he managed to reach such a lofty altar when flight is not an option? Su Mo continued. Dao Hua's lips twitched as he shook his head. "What did you ask him then?" Su Mo inquired further. "I asked him how long he had lived." Dao Hua replied candidly. Su Mo slapped his forehead in exasperation, lamenting the inability to grasp the crux of the matter. Nearby, Guyu, witnessing Su Mo's look of despair, could not help but chuckle. She knew how much Su Mo dreaded climbing. Ascending such a towering altar would likely leave him breathless. The last time, merely scaling the hill to the academy had consumed half a day. This altar must exceed the height of the academy by an immeasurable degree. "All right, let us first make our way to the base of the altar," Guyu said with a comforting smile. Su Mo inhaled deeply, nodding as he trudged forward with heavy steps. The towering altar loomed above, and with just a glance, Su Mo felt an overwhelming fatigue enveloping his body. A few of them raced towards the altar, traversing for a grueling span of over 10 hours before finally arriving at its base. Su Mo, observing the breathless Dao Hua, couldn't help but smile joyfully, as if he had encountered a kindred spirit. "Brother, what are you laughing at? Aren't you tired?" Dao Hua gasped, looking at Su Mo, struggling for breath. Su Mo propped himself up and found a stone step to sit upon, slowly nodding. "I am indeed weary. However, seeing that you are equally exhausted brings me some solace." Dao Hua, puzzled, imitated Su Mo by sitting down on the step. "What is it that you find reassuring?" At that moment, Guyu, observing the two breathless men, chimed in with irritation. "You two are utterly pathetic. Even we women fare better. Suemo pointed towards Guyu and remarked to Dao Hua, "See, I am reassured. It's finally not just me who is struggling." Dao Hua shook his head with a wry smile. As someone who practices the mystical path, it's only natural for my physical condition to be lacking, isn't it? Isn't that the truth? I, as a scholar, face my own challenges. Suemo leaned against the stone step and suddenly noticed inscriptions on the stone tablet behind him. Turning to inspect it, he read the engraved lines. In the battle of the heavens, all gods have fallen. In their final moments, gather the bones of the gods and condense their legacies upon the altar of existence. Future generations shall take their own path through the three trials. Chapter 106. The beings that must be crossed. What does the three trials signify? Suemo raised his head, questioning with a hint of confusion. The inscriptions on the stone tablet were executed with a robust and vigorous hand, reminiscent of a master calligrapher's work. Yet, the character evoked myriad thoughts in Suemo, as if this very character was ubiquitous throughout the divine realm. While he could not ascertain the identity of this, a vague notion began to form in his mind. Dao Hua pondered for a moment before tentatively suggesting, "Must one undergo three trials to ascend the altar and receive the inheritance? Why dwell on such matters? We shall find out once we ascend," Guyu remarked, her crimson attire flowing gracefully, her demeanor serene. "Senior sister," Suemo replied with a rueful expression, "shall we take a moment to rest?" Dao Hua quickly nodded in agreement, expressing his concurrence. Among the four present, two men were unable to proceed further. Chunganen, with a gentle smile, feigned weakness and said, "Oh dear, even I cannot move any longer. A short rest would suffice." Suemo felt a surge of gratitude, while Dao Hua regarded her with suspicion. Noticing Dao Hua's questioning gaze, Chunganen narrowed her eyes and shot him a fierce look, concealing her intent. Dao Hua chose to ignore her, turning away to recuperate. Guyu rolled her eyes and sighed. "Very well, let us rest for a while." The four rested for a full half-hour before rising to approach the altar. The altar's walls stood steep and imposing, with only a singular path leading upwards, resembling a heavenly staircase. The group ascended step by step towards the altar's pinnacle, the stone steps stretching endlessly skyward. In a hidden corner, a disheveled figure observed their ascent. His expression one of solitude, softly murmuring, "How will you choose? This divine realm is peculiar, a place beyond human comprehension. To acquire something, one must relinquish something else. To exit, one must leave something behind. Equivalent exchange, the cycle of cause and effect. This is the eternal truth of the universe." A gust of wind swept through, stirring up dust and obscuring the figure's vision. He closed his eyes, his fingers trembling, a visage marred by sorrow and regret. Suemo had anticipated the staircase to be arduous, yet at this moment, it felt remarkably effortless, as if he were walking upon level ground. Even Dao Hua wore a look of confusion, exchanging glances with Suemo, both bewildered. At the very least, the first trial was not a test of stamina. This realization certainly eased their burdens. Suemo shrugged. Dao Hua nodded in mutual understanding, recognizing a kindred spirit. Meanwhile, Guyu rolled her eyes, contemplating how to enhance Suemo's physical prowess upon their return to the academy. Time was of the essence. The group continued to ascend the stone steps, when suddenly, a pavilion appeared ahead on the staircase. Four individuals ascended to the pavilion, only to discover a stone table within, adorned with an intricate carving. To their astonishment, a door appeared at the foot of the stairs beyond the pavilion. It seemed that only by pushing open this seemingly ordinary door could they proceed. Approaching the entrance, they found it utterly unyielding, despite their efforts. Turning back, they gazed at the stone table, entranced by the artwork depicted upon it. The painting portrayed a young boy, clutching an exceptionally ordinary long sword, which, astonishingly, glimmered with a radiant light. Tears streamed down the boy's face as he stood amidst a sea of fallen bodies. What could this possibly signify? Chunganen looked at the scene within the painting, her expression filled with confusion. Dao Xian and Guyu exchanged puzzled glances, shaking their heads, while only Suemo remained transfixed by the tears cascading from the boy's eyes. Suddenly, he trembled, pointing at the tears and exclaiming, "Look at this tear." The others followed his gaze, and they too were taken aback. Those tears were indeed real. Chunganen reached out slowly towards the droplet, and the moment her fingers brushed against it, their surroundings dissolved in an instant. The altar, the stone steps, the divine realm, all vanished. When Sumo and the others regained their sight, they found themselves in a village, their bodies transformed into that of a youth. Yet, he was unable to control the boy's actions, relegated to the role of a mere observer. The boy joyously bounced through the village, seemingly elated as he made his way home. Upon arrival, he excitedly knocked on the door, calling out, "Mother! Mother! I'm back! Open the door!" After a brief moment, the door creaked open, revealing a woman whose face lit up with joy, though she chastised him with a hint of displeasure. "What a ruckus you make!" She ushered the boy inside, noticing his disheveled attire, and adjusted his clothing while saying, "Now that you have entered the celestial sect, you are an immortal. You must not present yourself in such a careless manner. It would be quite the embarrassment if others were to see." The boy suddenly leaped into her embrace, playfully declaring, "I shall only act this way before you. I won't behave like this at the sect." The woman chuckled softly, shaking her head. "Oh, how you still possess the demeanor of a child. I shall never grow up before you." "Mother," the boy replied with a smile. The woman, with a hint of exasperation, gently inquired, "Since you are back, why not stay a few days? I shall prepare some delicious food for you. I am already an immortal, so I do not require sustenance," the boy asserted. Noticing the shadow that crossed her face, he quickly added, "However, I would still like to taste the egg drop porridge you make." The woman's face brightened as she took his hand. "Very well. I shall make you egg drop porridge." Leading him to sit down, she hurried off to the kitchen to begin her preparations, oblivious to whether it was indeed mealtime. It seems that whenever her son returns home, regardless of the hour, a meal must be prepared for him. The woman bustles about in the kitchen with a clattering of pots and pans, her voice never ceasing as she speaks to the youth outside. "I have heard that a plague has spread in the neighboring village. When you return to the sect, take care to avoid it. You mustn't catch the illness. It's said to be quite fearsome. No one infected has survived. You must be cautious." The young man discreetly retrieved a pill from his pocket, ensuring that his mother was unaware, and stealthily placed it into her cup before pouring in some tea. Once the pill dissolved, he entered the kitchen, holding the cup of tea. "All right, I understand," he declared as he presented the tea to her. "Mother, have a sip." Seeing her son's eager expression, the woman reluctantly drank the tea in one gulp before returning to her tasks, her words flowing incessantly. "You must not merely claim to have heard it. Keep it in your heart. Remember, remember." I shall," the young man replied with a smile. Chapter 107. The art of letting go. As the scene shifts, a woman lies ill before the bed, while a young man, his temples touched with gray, kneels beside her, gazing sorrowfully at the unconscious figure. An elderly man, his hair a cascade of silver, gently releases the woman's hand and slowly shakes his head at the youth. The young man collapses onto the floor, screaming at the elder, "Why? You gave me the elixir, and I administered it to my mother, yet she still succumbed. She is not a cultivator. This plague is insidious, beyond her grasp. The elixir may merely prolong her life, but cannot shield her from calamity." The elder shakes his head slowly, letting out a deep sigh. The youth, as if awakening from a dream, gradually rises, his gaze fixed upon the pained visage of the woman, his vision clouded by the shimmering tears that threatened to spill. "There must be another way, right?" he implores, his eyes locked onto her, turning to the elder for hope. "Unless..." The elder's gaze pierces the young man, his calm demeanor sending chills down the spine. "You must slaughter thousands of mortals, gather their essence to forge a blood elixir for your mother to consume, thus enabling her to transcend death." The young man whirls around, eyes wide with disbelief. The elder remains serene, his silver hair gently swaying in the breeze that wafts through the room. He simply watches the youth, leaving the choice in his hands. The art of letting go, an exchange of equivalence. What you seek to gain, you must be willing to sacrifice. This is the immutable law on the path of immortality. If you wish to save your mother, you must trade the lives of others. Turning back, the young man gazes at his suffering mother before silently stepping outside. Upon exiting, he encounters a little girl, joyfully skipping past with a string of candied hawthorns in her hand. She looks up at him and cheerfully exclaims, "Brother Ziyu, you've returned." The young man slowly sinks to the ground, staring at the girl before him, tears streaming down his face in silence. The little girl, noticing his tears, becomes flustered, glancing at the candied hawthorns in her hand, seemingly pained. After a moment's thought, she extends the treat toward him, her voice sweet and clear. "Brother Ziyu, don't cry. Have some candied hawthorns." With trembling hands, the young man accepts the candied hawthorn from the girl, while simultaneously plunging a long sword into her chest. The girl, bewildered and confused, looks at him, her expression one of innocence and misunderstanding. She cannot fathom why, after offering Brother Ziyu a treat, he would choose to harm her. The piercing agony in her chest and the terror of life slipping away enveloped the young girl's heart. Yet, upon witnessing the trembling boy, his face awash with tears, she mustered a faint smile. Brother Ziyu, do not cry. Yao Yao is not afraid. Gradually, the little girl collapsed, her lifeless visage still adorned with that resolute smile. The boy crouched at the threshold, gazing at his blood-stained hands and the skewered candied hawthorn that bore the marks of crimson. Trembling, he brought the confection to his lips, only to find that what should have been sweet was laden with bitterness. Ah! The boy let out a mournful cry, brandishing his sword as he plunged into the throng. The scene shifted once more. A woman stirred slightly, her gaze falling upon the boy, now graced with strands of silvery white. She shuddered violently. Rushing towards him, she enveloped him in her embrace, tenderly caressing his frost-kissed hair, tears streaming down her face. What has happened to you? Why has your hair turned white? The boy concealed his profound sorrow, smiling as he shook his head. It's merely the toll of my training. It's nothing to worry about. Many of my seniors in the sect have white hair too. It will gradually return to black. Yet the woman remained unconvinced, shaking her head through her tears. Is it because you endured so much for your mother? The boy continued to shake his head slowly, remaining silent. Silly child, she exclaimed, holding him tighter. Your mother is but a mortal. There is no need for such sacrifice on her behalf. You must have suffered greatly. His head buried in her long hair. The boy's eyes were void of spirit, lost in silence, unsure of what to say. They held each other for a considerable time before the woman finally rose, looking at him and asking, You must be famished, right? Let me prepare something for you. The boy nodded and replied, I would like some egg drop soup. Very well, I shall make it for you. The woman descended to the kitchen, bustling about with a cacophony of sounds. As the boy observed her busying herself, he slowly raised his hands, contemplating. Was it regret for having taken the lives of so many innocents to save his mother, or gratitude for her recovery? Or had he truly killed those people? A sudden confusion washed over him. He could not recall. Listening to the sounds of her labor in the kitchen, the boy lay his head on the table and fell into a deep slumber. A little girl peeked through the door of his room, her eyes widening in confusion as she beheld the sleeping boy. Days turned into weeks, and years passed in a blur. The seasons changed, as fleeting as a galloping horse. The boy aged gradually, while the woman remained ageless, her beauty untouched by time. Yet, as the boy grew older, the smile that once graced her face had long since faded, replaced by a persistent shadow of sorrow etched between her brows. On this day, the boy awoke, dragging his weary body from the bed, only to find the woman absent from sight. The young boy slowly stepped outside, entering the courtyard. Unbeknownst to him, a flurry of snowflakes had begun to fall, blanketing the small courtyard in a pristine white. The snow climbed upon the gnarled tree and the artificial hill, covering the grass below. In the courtyard, a figure sat before a stone table laden with snow. The boy approached the woman from behind and gently called out, Mother. The woman turned her head, gazing at the youthful face now marked with the silver strands of age, her expression tinged with sorrow. How did you manage to bring me back from the brink of death? She asked. The boy's demeanor shifted as he looked at the swirling snow, feeling the weight of his impending mortality. In the face of death, it seemed there was no longer a need for pretense. He struggled to recall, uncertainly beginning to speak. I killed thousands, concocting blood pills to save you. Tears flowed from the woman's eyes as she slowly shook her head. Do you still wish to deceive me? The boy looked at her tears in a daze, opening his mouth but finding no words. He could not remember clearly. If you truly had killed thousands to create those blood pills, why then did you appear so aged? Why do I seem younger than you? The woman, her face streaked with tears, continued to question him. The boy's expression grew hazy, as if recalling something from a distant past. He had never killed anyone or created blood pills. Those violent images were merely a horrific dream. He had only relinquished his own powers, transferring his entire essence along with his foundation to his mother. So that was it. But were those visions of murder truly just a dream? The woman, observing the bewildered visage of the aged boy, rose to her feet and gently caressed his cheek, her face filled with compassion. You are not my you are. Who are you truly? At her words, the boy halted abruptly, as a myriad of images flooded his mind. I. He looked at the woman and slowly spoke. I am Suemo. From the moment the boy had wished to wield his sword and kill, he had become Suemo, and all subsequent experiences were the choices of Suemo himself. Good child. Good child. The woman embraced Suemo tightly, holding him close. You have suffered, in this life. I am immensely satisfied. It is time for you to return. Suemo looked up at the woman before him, a wave of warmth surging through his heart. He then turned to gaze at the cascading snowflakes, murmuring softly, Indeed, it is time for me to return. Chapter 108. The mortal realm. The cold plum blossoms defiantly amidst the winter's chill, while the white snow bids farewell to those departing. Frost clings to the branches late in the season, as the wayward son returns to his southern home. Long has he dwelt in the dreams of others, parting with a bittersweet joy. With every 2 steps, he bows deeply, laughter and tears intertwining. Suemo, having shed his youthful visage, returned to his true form, clad in flowing white, his silver hair elegantly tied back. In the courtyard blanketed by snow, the figure that once appeared as a boy gently pushed open the door, his eyes brimming with joyful tears. In the warm embrace of a woman's smiling face, he cried out, Mother, I have missed you dearly. Nestled in her arms, the young man's laughter was choked with emotion. The woman paused for a moment, her hand tenderly patting the boy's back as she softly murmured, It is well that you have returned. It is well. They stood in each other's embrace for a long while. The young man gradually turned to Suemo, his voice steady as he spoke, Thank you for crafting this conclusion. Suemo silently shook his head, reflecting on how the journey into dreams had been the first trial at the altar, albeit one set within another's dream, perhaps within the reverie of one who had long since departed from this world. From the moment he entered the dream, Suemo was uncertain how he had influenced its unfolding. Perhaps he merely acted as he believed he ought to. Yet he remained unaware of the choices the boy had made back then. Were they right? Were they wrong? Or perhaps they were indifferent to such judgments. This dream spanned a lifetime, akin to traversing a cycle of rebirth. The young man gazed upon his mother, whose beauty had not faded with time. As if this were the choice he had made in the past, at the very least, it represented a choice. He looked to Suemo and spoke slowly. I will guide you through this trial. Beyond this, the gates of the underworld shall hold no further challenges. The woman also regarded Suemo, her eyes filled with concern. Suemo nodded, and the scene began to dissolve. In his ears, he heard the young man's voice advising, Remember, within these gates, the principle of equivalent exchange reigns supreme. Pursue that which you deem right, and do not allow yourself to harbor regrets for a lifetime. As the vision vanished completely, Suemo found himself once more in the pavilion upon the stone steps of the Divine Realm's gate. The others awakened from their dreams, or rather, emerged from their trials. Suemo observed them, noting that their expressions still bore the weight of profound sorrow. He could not discern what choices they had made within the boy's dream, or if their experiences diverged from his own. The barrier that had obstructed Suemo gradually faded, and the group ascended in silence, their earlier joy extinguished. Unbeknownst to Suemo, a fleeting glance from Guyu revealed a deep sense of reluctance and bitterness as she looked at him. After the departure of Suemo and his companions, the engraving upon the stone table transformed into a poignant image of a boy and a woman embracing amidst the snow. In the painting, there exists a youthful figure clad in white, with hair to match, viewed from behind. The group, enveloped in silence, ascends the stone steps that lead to an altar, now appearing distant and profound. After a lengthy journey, they finally arrive at the second pavilion. This pavilion resembles the previous one, with a door obstructing their passage behind it and a stone table within. However, upon this table rests a chessboard, one that contains only white pieces. Outside the board lies a solitary black piece, starkly contrasting the white. It is evident that this marks the second trial of the altar. The group refrains from testing the door's ability to be pushed open and instead exhales deeply, casting their gazes upon the black piece. Clearly, this represents yet another entrance into a dreamlike challenge. Uncertain of what awaits them in this dream, Chang'an reaches for the black piece. Noticing no objections from the others, she gently grasps it. Suddenly, a blinding flash envelopes them, and they lose consciousness, seemingly entering a cycle anew. At this moment, Ning Baishue, adorned in a flowing white gown, steps onto the pavilion, observing her four companions in a state of unconsciousness, filled with bewilderment. Abruptly, the black chess piece on the stone table flickers, causing Ning Baixue to lose her awareness as well. The chessboard, now illuminated with a myriad of white pieces, begins to draw the five souls into its embrace, weaving a magnificent tapestry of reincarnation. The stone steps leading to the altar now seem to lead either to the ethereal summit of the altar or the journey of life itself. The pavilion, elevated high, allows the wind to dance through the garments of the unconscious individuals, their hair swaying gracefully, with the sound of two infant cries echoing. An opulent palace is immediately enveloped in jubilant festivity. It is twins, a pair of dragon and phoenix. The midwife, filled with exhilaration, cradles one infant and approaches the emperor, kneeling before him and presenting the child. Another maid swiftly follows suit, lifting the second infant and kneeling before the emperor, showcasing the newborn as the midwife had done. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. The empress has given birth to a prince and a princess, a pair of dragon and phoenix twins." The emperor gazes upon his children, trembling with emotion, extending his hand cautiously to caress their tiny faces, unfazed by the remnants of amniotic fluid. He withdraws his hand suddenly, as if fearing that his trembling and excitement might inadvertently harm the infants. "Ha ha ha." The emperor laughs heartily. "Heaven has eyes. I, Pei Hongyi, finally have heirs." At that moment, a faint call emerges from the dragon throne. "Hongyi." The emperor rushes to the side of the throne, grasping the weak hand of the empress in urgency. "Yinner. Hongyi is here. Hongyi is here. Quickly, let me see our children." The queen, weakly opening her eyes, was met with the anxious face of a man filled with concern. The midwife and maidservants immediately brought forth the two newborns, cradled in their arms, before her. As the queen gazed upon her offspring, her expression gradually turned to one of enchantment. At that moment, the twins astonishingly opened their eyes simultaneously, neither crying nor fussing, merely observing the queen, whose face was drenched in sweat and showing signs of fatigue. "Hong-yi, look, our children have opened their eyes." The queen seemed to find solace in this sight, her breath growing faint. "Bring assistance." The emperor's countenance changed drastically as he witnessed the queen's deteriorating condition, and he frantically shouted for help. A physician hurried forward, but after a prolonged silence, he sighed sorrowfully and slowly spoke, delivering news that struck the emperor like a thunderbolt. The queen's frail body had little vitality left after the birth of the dragon and phoenix twins. The emperor's eyes widened in fury as he roared at the physician. "You vile wretch, dare you speak such nonsense? Bring someone." "Hong-yi," the queen called softly. The emperor instantly subdued his rage, turning to the queen with a forced smile, responding gently. "Hong-yi is here. Hong-yi is here." The queen, perceiving the unspoken bitterness and sorrow behind his smile, summoned her strength to lift her hand. The emperor immediately cradled her outstretched hand with both of his, gently pressing it against his cheek, fully aware of her thoughts. "Do not blame them. Yinner understands her situation. How could I not know? To have given birth to a son and daughter for Hongyi, I am immensely content." The queen's hand, gently caressed by the emperor's face, brought her a profound sense of reassurance. "Yinner." They exchanged tearful glances, rendered speechless by their shared sorrow. "Promise me, do not blame them." The queen, embodying kindness and maternal love, was well known to the world. "Very well." The emperor assented. "Yinner wishes to name our children." In her final moments, the queen looked towards her two children and spoke softly. "You may name them." Hong-yi is listening. With a heavy heart, the emperor replied, "Our daughter shall be named Ping Lu, and our son shall be called Minin." On this day, the emperor was blessed with a daughter and a son. On this day, the queen departed from this world. Chapter 109. Adulthood, Spring Flowers, and Autumn Moons. Autumn cicadas and winter snow. Time flies swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, several years have passed. The princess and the prince have both entered their childhood. Following the queen's departure, the emperor has not taken another wife or concubine, thus leaving him with only a son and a daughter. Yet, for reasons unknown, the princess is enamored with red dresses, while the prince is resigned to wearing white garments. In the imperial garden, the prince, clad in white, exudes an air of scholarly elegance as he sits atop a rockery, engrossed in a book. As he shakes his head, his peripheral vision catches sight of the princess in her flowing red dress entering the courtyard. Instantly, He hides within the crevices of the rockery, muttering to himself with unwavering determination, "You can't see me. You can't see me. Mingyan, come out this instant." The princess calls out, her voice echoing through the garden. The prince, concealed in his hiding spot, pouts in disdain, thinking, "Why would I go out and get punished? Only a fool would do that." The princess, her red dress billowing, scans the surroundings while declaring, "I've already spotted you. If you don't come out, don't blame your elder sister for being merciless." The prince shudders, as if haunted by a nightmarish vision. He cautiously peeks out, his brow furrowed with worry, and addresses the princess, "Sister, could you refrain from spanking me?" At that moment, the princess notices her brother's delicate white attire perched upon the rockery and adopts a serious demeanor, saying, "No, come down at once, and I shall be gentle." With a heavy heart, the prince descends from the rockery and slowly approaches the princess, willingly walking into her trap. The princess raises her hand sharply, causing the prince to flinch, yet she refrains from striking him. Instead, she gently brushes off the leaves and dust from his clothing and softly remarks, "You, my dear brother, possess none of the regal demeanor expected of a prince. Your father has arranged for the grand tutor to teach you the ways of cultivation. Why do you not attend?" The prince, adorned in pristine white, acknowledges that such attire is not customary, yet he insists on wearing it, and the emperor has indulged him. Mingyan does not wish to cultivate. "I only desire to read," he replies innocently, his eyes glimmering with a hint of scholarly ambition. "You are the only prince your father has. You must inherit the throne in the future. What will become of you if you lack the skills?" Princess Pinglu sighs, adopting a tone of a miniature adult in her admonition. "But," the prince raises his head thoughtfully and counters, "didn't father also refrain from cultivation? If Mingyan follows in his footsteps, wouldn't that suffice?" Princess Pinglu ponders for a moment, but struggles to find a rebuttal. The prince, beaming, tugs at the princess's red dress and points toward the rockery behind them, saying, "Sister, let us go to that rockery. The view up there is splendid, and the gentle breeze is quite soothing." Unable to resist the prince's playful insistence, the two climb the rockery. They sit together, nestled against the wind, one dressed in red, the other in white. "Sister, did you not wish to practice swordsmanship? Why have you not done so?" The emperor remarked that I am still too young and advised me to wait until I am older to practice. "Oh, then my elder sister will have no time to play with Minin while training with the sword." "No, one can practice swordsmanship and still enjoy Minin's company." No backing out now. Time flies like a fleeting shadow, and 100 generations pass in an instant. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have slipped away. By this year, Prince Minin has transformed into a refined young gentleman. For some reason, his gathered long hair appears particularly elegant, and his handsome visage exudes an air of scholarly grace at all times. Meanwhile, Princess Pingle has blossomed into a poised young lady, her red gown billowing as she wields a long sword, embodying a spirited demeanor. Prince Minin, clad in flowing white garments, stands still, gazing at the heavens, lost in thought. "Why are you still standing there?" The emperor has taken his seat, and the officials are waiting outside. "Today is your coming-of-age ceremony. Do not play tricks on me, understand?" Princess Pingle, her red attire fluttering, approaches with her long sword in hand. Seeing Prince Minin staring blankly at the sky, she cannot help but urge him. Prince Minin lowers his head, observing the graceful approach of Princess Pingle, and inquires, "Sister, what do you believe is the purpose of life?" Taken aback by the confusion in Minin's eyes, Princess Pingle quickly regains her composure. "Do not dwell on such matters now. After your ceremony, we shall ponder together." Prince Minin nods, yet the bewilderment in his gaze remains unshaken. As his sister enters the hall, a eunuch promptly announces, "Commence the ceremony." Prince Minin stands elegantly, and the venerable grand tutor steps forward to wash his hands and take his place at the western dais. Draped in his flowing white attire, Prince Minin strides gracefully into the hall, facing south to bow to the distinguished guests. He then turns to face west, taking his seat before the grand tutor. The grand tutor gently takes a jade comb, meticulously styling the prince's long hair. Observing the now adult prince, he lets out a soft sigh and sets the comb aside. The officials enter the hall, wash their hands, and take their positions. A maid presents a silk scarf and hairpin, approaching the prince. The chancellor steps forward, reciting auspicious verses aloud. "On this propitious day, you begin your formal attire. Abandon youthful folly and embrace the virtues of maturity." May you enjoy longevity and boundless blessings. The chancellor then kneels and receives the scarf and hairpin from the maid, using them to adorn the prince's hair before rising and returning to his place. Prince Minin slowly stands and returns to the eastern chamber. After changing into a plain ceremonial dress, he emerges once more, facing the elevated throne where the emperor sits, accompanied by a portrait of the empress. The emperor glances at the portrait of the empress before returning his gaze to Minin, speaking slowly. Your mother has passed, thus. This portrait is here. Prince Minin nods, and, bowing deeply toward the emperor and the portrait of the empress, pays homage to his parents. After rising, he takes his place at the eastern position while the grand tutor stands behind him. The chancellor washes his hands once more, and the maid steps forward to present the hairpin. The chancellor takes the hairpin and approaches Prince Minin, reciting aloud, on this auspicious month and day, you don your formal attire, honor your dignity, and cultivate your virtues. May you enjoy a long life, forever blessed. The grand tutor, behind Minin, arranged her hairpin. The prime minister knelt down and adorned Minin with a hairpin before rising to resume his place. The grand tutor adjusted the hairpin on Minin's head. Minin then stood and faced the grand tutor and the prime minister, performing a respectful bow. This bow was in reverence to her teachers and elders. The prime minister promptly approached to place a cap upon Minin's head. Minin rose to pay homage to the fluttering national scarf outside the hall, executing another bow. This bow was in devotion to the nation and its people. The maidservants entered the hall, setting up a banquet, and Minin took a cup of wine, gently spilling a few drops onto the ground. The emperor gazed at his now-adult son below, slowly turning his head to look at the portrait of the late empress. With a soft sigh, our child has finally grown up. Today, my son has matured, bestowed with the title of crown prince, and given the name Jingyan. Boom. A thunderous echo resounded in Minin's mind, revealing an infinite confusion in his gaze. Why does this name resonate so profoundly within me? The ceremony concluded. A eunuch in the corner called out. After the banquet dispersed, Minin exited the palace, strolling in the imperial garden with Princess Pingle, her expression increasingly bewildered. Minin had already changed back into his beloved white attire, and gazing at the graceful and poised Pingle beside him, he slowly inquired, Sister, have you ever pondered who we truly are? Are we not simply ourselves? Pingle responded, puzzled. Minin turned his gaze towards the boundless sky, softly murmuring, Are we truly just ourselves? Chapter 110. The Fate of Destiny. We. If not ourselves, who else could we be? Princess Pingle pondered, her gaze revealing a sense of bewilderment. She found it difficult to comprehend why Minin suddenly harbored such contemplations. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that we are more than just ourselves. Minin settled by the pond, gazing into the boundless sky. His eyes filled with confusion. Ping Lu joined him by the water's edge, observing the fish swimming in the pond, occasionally a school frolicking, and at times a fish leaping above the surface. It seems there is a certain significance to my existence in this world. As the sun sets between the clouds and the moon rises above the willow branches, the two, one clad in red and the other in white, spent an entire day by the fish pond. Minin looked up at the myriad stars emerging in the night sky, remaining silent for a long while. Have you come to understand? Ping Lu turned her face to gaze gently at Min's delicate features. He slowly shook his head, the brilliance of the stars mirroring his thoughts, distant, profound, and elusive. I often feel a sense of familiarity with the occurrences in my life. Yet upon reflection, I find it slips through my fingers, as if they had transpired in some ethereal moment long ago. Only, I have forgotten them. A cool breeze swept through, sending ripples across the surface of the pond, akin to the shattered reflection of the moon whispering secrets to Minin. Ping Lu propped herself up, contemplating before inquiring. For instance, the name bestowed upon me by Father today, the spring flowers and autumn moon, or this white attire. Ping Lu sighed softly and replied, The spring flowers and autumn moon always bear similarities. Perhaps you are merely expressing your sentiments during certain moments. Yet when we look back, do the spring flowers and autumn moon remain the same? Are they still the original spring and autumn, flowers and moon? Minin remained silent, the two of them finding solace in each other's presence. Sister, I wish to venture out, Minin suddenly declared. To see what? Ping Lu asked. To leave the imperial city, to witness the common folk, the mountains and rivers, to explore this vast world. I seek to uncover that answer. Minin turned, his face radiant with sincerity. Ping Lu shook her head. In this life, why must one be so fixated on these intangible matters? In this life, if I cannot pursue the truths of certain questions that reside within my heart, then what purpose does my existence serve? Minnan insisted. Ping Lu gazed deeply into Min An's eyes, perceiving an unprecedented seriousness. With a gentle sigh, she softly replied, "Tomorrow, Father will select a consort for you. The visitor is a direct disciple of the Yun sect. You should meet her, as it is Father's wish." Very well. The following day, the emperor sat upon his throne in the inner hall, flanked by a young woman and an elder on one side of the palace. The young woman, clad in an elegant white gown, stood gracefully, exuding a serene and refined aura. Her skin was as pure as freshly fallen snow, and her long hair cascaded down her back like a water lily, captivatingly beautiful. Behind her stood an elderly woman, seemingly devoted solely to the young lady. Together, they formed a striking tableau, radiating an ethereal grace. The young woman possessed an unparalleled beauty, her hands delicate, her skin smooth as cream. Even before the formidable emperor, her gaze remained calm and unafraid. She spoke with serene composure, addressing the emperor. "Your Majesty has shown benevolence to the Yun sect, and the sect leader has agreed to grant one of your requests. It is a request that ought not to be denied. Yet your wish for Yun Shui to marry the crown prince as his consort. I must beg your pardon, for it is a command I cannot fulfill." The emperor sighed, recalling his son's disinterest in cultivation, a mere mortal in his eyes. It was no surprise that the promising young sect leader would not find him worthy. Resigned, he replied, "Very well, I shall not press further. When I abdicate, and my son ascends the throne, should he find himself in a predicament, I hope the Yun sect may offer assistance to alleviate his troubles." To this, Yun Shui could agree on behalf of her sect. Draped in her flowing white gown, she nodded slightly. The emperor lifted his teacup, as if awaiting something. The two representatives of the Yun sect remained unperturbed, for Yun Shui, astute as she was, understood that the emperor wished for his son to meet her. Ensuring that their future interactions would not be awkward, the hall fell into silence, and after a period of waiting, the sound of calm and tranquil footsteps approached. Clad in pure white, Minnan entered the chamber, nodding slightly to the two representatives of the Yun sect in greeting before turning to face the emperor seated upon the throne. With graceful elegance, he spoke, "Father, you summoned me." Upon seeing the refined Minnan, Yun Shui felt a sudden tremor, a profound sense of connection welling up within her heart. It seemed that this bond was intertwined with feelings of guilt, gratitude, admiration, and hope. These emotions mingled together, creating a complex tapestry that ultimately transformed into an indescribable sentiment. As if it were innate, the emperor remained oblivious to Yun Shui's unusual reaction, nodding at Minnan, as if he were gazing upon his late wife. Minnan, much like the emperor's departed spouse, exuded tranquility, kindness, and a sense of righteousness. "I had summoned you to meet the young master of the Yun sect to discuss certain matters, but it seems that is no longer necessary," the emperor remarked, a note of regret in his voice. "However, in the future, you will have dealings with the Yun sect, and it would be beneficial for you to become acquainted." The emperor gestured towards Yun Shui, introducing her to Minnan. "This is the young master of the Yun sect. Should you encounter difficulties, you may seek their aid once." Minnan turned to regard Yun Shui anew, only to find her gazing at him with a complex expression. He was momentarily taken aback, as that familiar feeling surged once more within him. "I shall marry." Yun Shui fixed her gaze upon Minnan and spoke slowly to the emperor. The emperor was taken aback, while the woman behind Yun Shui changed her expression, looking at Yun Shui in disbelief. Yet, Yun Shui earnestly reiterated, "I shall marry." A profound sense within her suggested that should she not proceed, there would be no room for regret in this moment. That year, the emperor selected a crown princess for the crown prince. That year, the Yun clan proclaimed to the world that the young scion of the Yun clan would wed the crown prince. That year, auspicious days were celebrated, and the entire realm rejoiced. That year, the crown prince entered into matrimony. That year, on the night of their union, the crown prince departed the imperial city. That year, the crown prince traveled the world. That year, the crown prince befriended two companions, a lady in a purple dress and a gentleman in splendid attire. Chapter 111. Discovering the true self. A small boat gently swayed upon the lake, where three friends reveled in wine and laughter. As the oars drifted away with the wind, one of them, Minnan, sighed helplessly, Chung Pingping, you have cast aside our oars. How shall we return? Chung Pingping, her cheeks flushed from the wine, smiled dreamily at Minen's profile. Fear not. We shall have Chung Chao Chao retrieve them shortly. Chung Chao Chao, slightly intoxicated, roused himself and stood unsteadily, causing the boat to rock perilously. He struggled to regain his balance and cautiously approached the stern, dipping his hand into the lake only to withdraw it swiftly. Shaking his head, I shan't go. The water is too cold. As your elder brother, do not lead me to my doom. Chung Pingping turned to Minen, who shook his head in response. I cannot. I do not know how to swim. Then let us drift with the current. Whenever we reach the shore, we shall disembark. Chung Pingping's smile was enchanting. Are you not cultivators? Why then must you plunge into the water to retrieve the oars? Minen inquired. Path is determined by the heart. At this moment, our path suggests there is no urgency to return. Chung Chao Chao laughed as he settled back into the boat, cross-legged, raising a cup of wine to his lips. Minen pondered for a moment, then slowly asked, what does it mean that the path is determined by the heart? It signifies seeking the true self within the path, transcending the external, engraving the path within. Chung Pingping looked at Minen, her face radiant, and asked, Minen, what is your true self? Me? Minen paused, then shook his head in confusion. I do not even know who I am. How can I know my true self? Are we not all on a journey to discover our true selves? Cultivation is the same. Chung Chao Chao interjected with a smile. Everyone possesses a true self. They have merely forgotten it or have yet to discover it. Then, Minen contemplated and asked, what is your true self? Chung Pingping pondered deeply, then surrendered, saying, I do not know. That is something for the future. For now, I simply wish to follow my heart and embrace whatever comes. Chung Chao Chao, reflecting thoughtfully, remarked, I too do not know, but I believe that one day my path will allow me to ascend toward the heavens, seeking the true essence of the Tao. And in doing so, I shall find my true self. Minen, struggling to grasp their musings on the Tao and the heart, naively inquired, is it possible that your heart's movement and your quest for the Tao's true essence could indeed be your true self? Boom. 2 breaths awakened, and both individuals abruptly turned their gazes toward Minen, a profoundly mysterious sensation enveloping them. As the 3 exchanged glances, Chung Pingping and Chung Chao Chao gradually rose to their feet. It became evident that the true self we had been seeking had always resided beneath our very feet. How enlightening! How enlightening! You, not being a part of this realm, possess the clarity to perceive the matters within it. Suddenly, a look of confusion crossed Chung Pingping's face as she murmured incessantly, Pingping. Anin, Pingping anin. Chung, anin. Meanwhile, Chung Chao Chao appeared to be entranced, lost in thought. Who am I? Why am I here? I am Daohua. The 2 turned their eyes toward Minen, as if recalling something, their expressions revealing an intricate tapestry of emotions. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the 2 figures like whispers upon the wind, leaving Minen, stunned and speechless, gazing at the vanishing forms. Murmuring to himself, to depart so suddenly, must it be so abrupt? Looking at the already invisible oars, he sighed, at least return me to the shore. Minen journeyed southward from the imperial city, solitary in his travels. On one fateful day, he encountered bandits, only for them to unexpectedly perish in a sudden twist of fate. Observing the inexplicable demise of the bandits left Minen in a state of bewilderment. Yet, thoughts of his 2 adventurous friends clouded his mind, prompting him to ponder, what is my true self? Is it to punish the wicked and eradicate evil? Shaking his head, he continued on his path. It seems, that is not quite right. Unbeknownst to him, a graceful figure in a flowing white gown watched him from the shadows, her own eyes reflecting a similar confusion. On another day, Minen encountered starving refugees and secretly extended his assistance. Witnessing the smiles of the refugees, their faces alight with satisfaction due to the Lord's generosity, a warm feeling blossomed within him. Could my true self be in performing good deeds? He mused as he departed, yet again concluding, it seems, that is not quite right. On yet another occasion, Minen arrived at Peach Mountain, where the vibrant pink blossoms adorned the barren branches, painting the hills in splendid hues. Overjoyed, he ventured into the mountain, following the fragrant scent of peach blossoms as he gradually delved deeper into its heart. The mountains were awash in a sea of pink, the fragrance enveloping him in an ethereal ambience. Wandering amidst the blossoms, he came upon an elderly man sitting alone, engrossed in a game of chess. Intrigued, Minnan approached respectfully, inquiring, "Elder, how can one person play chess alone?" The old man looked up, chuckling. "Why cannot one play chess alone? Whether one wins or loses, the victor is still you, and the vanquished remains you as well." Minnan, perplexed, asked, "But how can that be?" The old man replied, "Every move I make is a contest against my previous self. As long as I continue to play, a victor will eventually emerge. The moment of victory signifies that I have already triumphed." The elder continued to chuckle and said, "As long as there exists a victory and a defeat, I am the victor. The one who loses is the me of the previous moment. But what relevance does that me hold to the me of now? You are not you, and I am not I. In this game of chess, one engages not only in the pursuit of immortality, but also in the cycle of reincarnation." In a moment of days, Suemo found the old man had vanished without a trace. That year, the crown prince journeyed southward, traversing from the imperial city to the southern rivers and mountains. That year, the prince beheld the breathtaking beauty of the landscapes and the grandeur of the rivers. That year, he witnessed the mundane cycle of life and death among ordinary mortals, the myriad facets of existence. That year, he also encountered the merciless yet tender nature of immortal cultivation. Throughout his travels, the prince entered the path of enlightenment, though he remained unaware of the specific path he had taken. That year, amidst the secular world, he became subtly entwined with human sentiments. As time passed, turmoil erupted at the borders, and the emperor personally led the troops into battle. Though victorious, he returned gravely wounded. After years of wandering, the crown prince ultimately failed to discover his true self. Upon hearing the dire news, he rose and made his way back to the imperial city. Chapter 112. The emperor of the mortal realm. The crown prince rode swiftly, returning to the imperial city. "Your Highness, His Majesty, time is of the essence." Several court physicians knelt in the emperor's chamber, and upon seeing the crown prince's return, the eldest physician sighed deeply. "His Majesty has been waiting for you." Beside them, Princess Ping Lu gazed at her returning brother, shaking her head in bitter resignation. Their father lay on the bed, while her brother returned with a weary demeanor. At this moment, the opulent palace walls seemed to cloak them in a veil of illusion. Those inside could not perceive the outside, yet those outside could see within. The crown prince, as if ensnared in a dream, slowly approached the dragon throne. The emperor's complexion was pallid, no longer the imposing figure he once was, but rather frail and emaciated, exuding an air of decay. "You have returned." Upon seeing the crown prince, a flicker of awareness ignited in his listless eyes, yet his voice was weak, like a bowstring at the end of its tension. "Yes, I have returned," the crown prince softly replied. "What have you come to understand?" The emperor's gaze was unfocused, as if struggling to concentrate on his son. The crown prince gently shook his head, succumbing to silence. The two seemed to share an unspoken understanding, as if all awaited the course of nature. One awaited the return of the other, and one knew that the other was waiting. What was there to await? Merely a final farewell. Draped in a flowing white gown, the enchanting crown princess gracefully entered the hall, her heart tightening at the sight of the father and son. "Yinner, Hong Yi has come." The emperor's eyes slowly closed, as if the burdens he had long carried had finally been laid to rest. He had no further reason to endure. The crown prince, witnessing his father's departure, stood in a daze, unmoving, unsure of how long he remained that way. Sighs echoed, stirring the autumn winds throughout the imperial city, the crimson leaves swirling down like the cycle of life. Yet, those leaves, destined to touch the ground, were unaware of when or where they would fall into silence. That year, the emperor passed away. The crown prince sat by the emperor's tomb for several days, devoid of joy or sorrow, simply seated in tranquility, his expression revealing no trace of grief. This led the palace inhabitants to doubt the crown prince's feelings for the emperor, and whispers began to circulate. The crown princess accompanied the crown prince for 3 days, observing his silence as he sat motionless, before deciding to return to her own palace. She understood. Profound sorrow often yields no tears. She needed to address the malicious rumors. After the crown princess departed, Princess Ping Lu returned to sit beside the crown prince, offering her silent companionship. The silver moon rose, casting a serene stillness over the royal mausoleum. The crown prince gazed at the stars, and the princess quietly remained at his side. "Elder sister, why do I feel no sadness?" he inquired amidst the silence. Because great sorrow brings no tears. Princess Ping, Lu replied softly. The crown prince bowed his head, gazing at his father's gravestone, enveloped in silence. Ping Lu slowly rose, her eyes fixed on the emperor's tombstone. Her expression steeped in sorrow. The emperor was her father as well, and her heart ached just the same. Yet, having honed her swordsmanship, she had become remarkably resolute, masking her emotions beneath a calm exterior. The crown prince, however, was different. He had always been gentle and refined, embodying a tranquil, scholarly demeanor. He was not a man of fortitude. Come back, Ping Lu softly urged. You ought to meet your crown princess. The crown prince slowly shook his head. I will remain with father for a while longer. Very well, Ping Lu sighed, continuing, tomorrow is your coronation, do not be late. The crown prince nodded, leaning against the mausoleum, gazing into the distance. Ping Lu shook her head and took her leave. That night, the crown prince sat in stillness before the tomb of the late emperor, lost in contemplation. That year, Minin ascended to the throne. Following the late emperor's wishes, he bestowed the title of empress upon Yun Shui. Minin sat upon the throne, listening to the counsel of his civil and military officials, gradually infusing his scholarly demeanor with an air of imperial authority. Your Majesty, the northern plains have invaded our territory, led by their ruler with an army of 300,000, intending to encroach upon our lands. We await your command, an official reported. Emperor Minin intoned deeply. Wei Qili, Si-Tu Gong, stepped forward. I am here, responded the two military generals, bowing before the emperor. I decree that Wei Qili shall be the commander of the northern front, with Si-Tu Gong as his deputy. They are to march northward to confront the northern plains. Is there any objection? We obey, the two generals affirmed, retreating swiftly from the court. Over the years, they had come to understand the young emperor's strategies and decisions. No words were needed, only obedience. The officials raised no dissent. Si-Tu Yong, Emperor Minin called again. I am here. I command you to venture to the western Liao to ascertain their intentions and whether they conspire with the northern plains. Understood. Zhang Jin, I am here. You are to head to the southern valley and inform the ruler there that the agreement from last year still stands. Understood. Once all arrangements were made, Emperor Min returned to the palace alone, dismissing anyone who might accompany him. He entered his chamber to find his empress diligently writing, clad in a flowing white gown, her skin like finely polished jade. Her graceful posture emanated an ethereal elegance. Min gazed at his empress and sighed gently, as the esteemed leader of the Yun sect. Why must you lower yourself within this modest palace? Yun Shui turned her head at his words, shaking it defiantly, her captivating beauty concealing a complexity of emotions. You seek your true self, and I seek mine. What is your true self? Min inquired. Yun Shui's luminous eyes bored deeply into his, yet she remained silent. Time passes swiftly, and the years slip away. In the blink of an eye, a decade had passed. As Minin steps into middle age, Yun Shui remains youthful and beautiful. The couple has been married for over a decade, yet they have not borne a son or daughter. Pingle has also not wed, dedicating herself to perfecting her swordsmanship, seemingly disinterested in matters of marriage. Minin sits atop a rock formation in the imperial garden, gazing at the stars, a place he cherished in his youth. Time has passed, and that feeling seems elusive now. Yun Shui squats beside him. Throughout these years, apart from accompanying Minin to court, she has remained by his side. Have you found your true self? Minin inquires softly. Yun Shui gazes at his profile, nodding before shaking her head. When I journeyed south, did you follow me closely? Minin continues. Yun Shui nods in affirmation, not denying it. After their marriage, she has been at his side, secretly addressing numerous dangers, such as those posed by bandits. Let us return. Minin whispers. Return where? Yun Shui gently asks. Return to reality. To the gates of the underworld. Minin's words are startling as he looks skyward. Boom. In that moment, Yun Shui's breath trembles, only to regain its calm instantly. When did you awaken? She hesitantly asks. Just now, Minin replies slowly. And when did you awaken? Ning Xianzi? 3 years ago. Upon realizing she had awakened long ago, why does she not leave? Ning Baishui gazes at Minin, or rather Su Mo, with a complex expression. 3 years prior, she became conscious and discovered that this life she lived was merely an ethereal dream. Yet her husband, who stands before her, is the very Su Mo she finds difficult to confront. She is unsure why, after awakening, she chooses to remain, at that moment of consciousness. She could have exited the dream, and upon awakening, she ought to return to reality. Yet she deliberately chooses to continue this dream, perhaps due to her complex feelings towards Sumo, or perhaps in search of that elusive true self. This world within the trial, although illusory, feels all too real. Having spent over a decade in this illusion with Sumo, their entangled emotions of love and enmity are now inextricable. Let us return. Sumo sighs. Ning Baishiwe gazes deeply at Sumo, then slowly nods, her form dissipating as her consciousness returns to the realm of the divine and the gates of the underworld. In this place, fate dissipates. Chapter 113. The Quest for the Path, 2 chapters combined. A figure clad in crimson dances gracefully amidst the snow, her sleeves swirling like tears of cold. A couple of silver flasks warm the fragrant plum wine as the wind beckons for the return of those lost. The lady, Minin, stands to the side, savoring the warmth of the plum wine, her gaze entranced by her elder sister in red, frolicking in the vast expanse of white. A profound confusion reflected in her eyes. How long have we lingered in this realm? Minin muses, peering into her glass, where the endless white is mirrored. It seems. I cannot quite recall. The lady in red appears to tire of her dance, turning to sit before Minin, observing the confusion mirrored in her cup. She lets out a soft sigh. Sister. Minin pours a glass of wine and places it before Ping Lu, gently inquiring. Has your heart ever felt lost in the pursuit of your sword? Ping Lu drains the glass in one swift motion, placing it back down with a calm shake of her head. Never. What does your sword seek to sever? Minin asks. Ping Lu gazes at her thoughtfully and replies. Who says the pursuit of the sword must always be to sever? What does that mean? Minin queries, perplexed. The heart of the sword is simply the heart of the sword. It may sever or it may protect. It cleaves what it desires to cut and guards those it wishes to shield, Ping Lu states with tranquility. Minin pauses, looking at Ping Lu and softly says, Sister, have you awakened early? Ping Lu silently nods. Why not return? Minin asks. Because you have yet to grasp the truth. I am the heart of the sword, and I can aid you. Minin nods, her gaze drifting to the swirling snow, and gently proposes, Sister, could you watch over this realm for me? I wish to explore beyond. This is but an illusion. Why concern yourself with these ephemeral things? Let this realm be as it is, Ping Lu questions. Minin gazes into the distance, where 3 or 4 children frolic in the snow, their laughter echoing as an adult brushes off the snow that clings to them. After a few words exchanged, the children dash back into the snow, playfully engaging with their companions. Look at this world, so vivid. Is it truly merely an illusion? Ping Lu reflects, her heart stirring with confusion as she observes the interconnected lives around her. Life may merely be a dream. Could it be that the splendid scenery beyond is also a dream? Life is but a dream, and dreams are akin to life. If it is indeed just a dream, then the dreamer must possess deep affection. Ping Lu shakes her head with a wry smile. Whose dream is this, then? Minin replies with a light-hearted shake of her head. Who knows? It could be yours, perhaps mine. It may even be the dreams of countless beings. Even if it is just a dream, why not see it through to the end, granting those within it a cherished thought? Ping Lu turns her head back, staring blankly at Minin, who is filled with profound insight. This dream has indeed fostered your growth. Looking back at the imperial city, Princess Ping Lu nodded. I shall guard this realm of dreams for you. You may pursue your path with peace of mind. In this year, Princess Ping Lu took charge of the state affairs. In this year, Minin ventured beyond the imperial city once more. In this year, Minin journeyed to the south again. Within the ghostly gates of the divine realm, upon the altar's blue stone steps, 3 individuals had awakened. Cheng Yinan and Dao Hua were the first to regain consciousness, and their eyes fell upon Ning Baishui, adorned in a flowing white gown. The holy maiden of the holy sect? Observing that Ning Baishui remained in slumber, Cheng Yinan's eyes sparkled with mischief as she casually reached behind her, retrieving a sturdy wooden stick from an unknown source. Cheng Yinan brandished the stick and cautiously advanced towards Ning Baishui, only to be halted by Dao Hua. What are you planning to do? Dao Hua inquired, a look of confusion etched upon her face. To deliver a proper thump, Cheng Yinan replied matter-of-factly. Dao Hua's mouth twitched, perplexed. Why would you strike her? She is the holy maiden. I find the holy sect quite displeasing. Their members are excessively pretentious. I intend to give each one a good knock, Chang'an stated with unabashed confidence. However, isn't it somewhat dishonorable to ambush her while she is still regaining her senses? Dao Hua questioned. What does that matter? The people of the holy sect deserve to be thumped. Chang'an smirked mischievously, shaking off Dao Hua's grip and inching closer to Ning Baishui. Dao Hua shook her head and covered her eyes, seemingly unable to bear the sight of such brutal and bloody antics. Chang'an, with a sinister grin, stood before Ning Baishui, raising the stick to strike when she noticed Ning Baishui slowly opening her eyes. Her bright gaze filled with confusion as she looked at her. Chang'an then gestured towards a pillar of the nearby pavilion with her wooden stick, turning to Dao Hua and proclaiming, "See, I told you this pavilion's pillars are made of rosewood. They are identical to the piece in my hand." Dao Hua, caught in a moment of indecision, observed Chang'an's frantic gestures and quickly concurred. That may not be the case. The hue of the rosewood in your hand is lighter than that of the pillar. I still believe this pillar is crafted from Wensong wood. Impossible. I insist it is rosewood. It's far too precious to be used in the construction of a pavilion. Bluestone is even more expensive. Look beneath our feet. Your argument does hold some merit, Dao Hua conceded. Ning Baishui, watching the back-and-forth debate between the two, recognized, with her keen intellect, that this was merely an act. Yet, she chose not to expose them. Her nature was one of indifference, as if nothing held significance in her heart. Disregarding the mundane and the rational led to her conflicts within the imperial palace with Suemo. To her, mortals and reason were but ephemeral illusions. Only the path and the sect represented her true convictions. She had always existed as a machine devoid of self, solely devoted to cultivation and the sect. Having encountered Suemo only a few fleeting times, and later having spent years together in that ethereal realm, the once steadfast resolve of the Tao heart has begun to waver. Thus, upon awakening in the illusion, I continued to accompany Suemo for several years. Ning Baishui gazed at the still slumbering Suemo, letting out a soft sigh as she gradually took a seat at the stone table. Her eyes filled with a tumultuous array of emotions as she looked upon him. Chang'an, who had been arguing with Dao Hua for quite some time, fell silent, surprised to see Ning Baishui staring blankly at the sleeping figure. Why does Ning Baishui appear so different today? In Chang'an's memory, Ning Baishui had no friends and was exceedingly aloof. Yet today, she seems transformed. How much longer will they remain in slumber? Dao Hua and Chang'an also settled down, observing the still unconscious Suemo and Guyu. Chang'an murmured to herself, indeed, their comprehension is lacking, unlike us, who awakened our consciousness long ago. Dao Hua scoffed, seemingly forgetting that her own awakening had been aided by Suemo. Ning Baishui turned her gaze to Dao Hua and spoke slowly. He has already awakened. For reasons unknown, her heart stirred uneasily at Dao Hua's words, prompting her to speak out. Chang'an and Dao Hua were momentarily taken aback. Then what is he still doing in there? Ning Baishui turned her attention back to Suemo, responding softly, in search of the Tao. Min'in journeyed southward along the river, not lingering along the way, but instead heading straight for the Peach Mountain of his memories. However, the scenic beauty of Jiangnan offered no trace of the Peach Mountain. It seemed as if the mountain had never truly existed, but was merely a figment of Min'in's dream within a dream. What am I searching for? Ultimately, Min'in could not find the Peach Mountain from his memories in Jiangnan, and relinquished his fixation, embarking on a solitary journey through the world. Wind and flowers, snow and moon, morning dew and evening twilight, mountains and rivers, the language of beasts and the words of men. In all the myriad sights of the world, none matched his longing. In the myriad emotions of humanity, none were unthought of. It felt as though everything he encountered was not what he sought, and all he heard was not what he wished to see. It seemed both right and yet entirely wrong. Min'in was enraptured by the world, yet could not transcend it. On one fateful day, relentless rains besieged the land, causing the river to swell. Min'in stood by the riverbank, observing the murky waters relentlessly battering the shore, while the waves occasionally surged high into the air, only to crash back down. The sound of the rushing water echoed along both banks, yet was overshadowed by the soft patter of the falling rain in the distance. It seemed that only Min'in, standing by the river, could perceive the hidden dangers of the waters. The sights I behold are merely reflections of what lies before me. Min'in sighed and shook his head. Yet I yearn to seek the Tao through what I see, ultimately falling into a lower realm. Humanity is both enriched and ensnared by the five senses. The world is blind to that which lies beyond its gaze, deaf to sounds that fall outside its hearing. Thus, human cognition is inherently constrained by the five senses. If I confine myself to what is visible, I shall forever remain distant from my path. My path transcends mere flora and fauna, transcends every trivial matter. The limitations of my senses cannot fathom the boundless quest for enlightenment I pursue. In a state of bewilderment, Minin glanced back, disheartened, yet as he took 2 steps forward, he abruptly halted, turning back in astonishment. He beheld a floating log adrift in the tumultuous river, seemingly ensnared by the jagged rocks beneath, rendering it immobile in the current. Upon this log rested several nameless creatures, while beneath the surface of the water, others struggled. It appeared that the log could scarcely bear the weight of additional beasts. Should more mount its surface, it would inevitably sink or be swept away by the rushing waters. The creatures in the river desperately sought to climb onto the log, while those upon it vehemently resisted their ascent. This was a deadlock. A voice resonated behind Minin. Turning to look, he saw an elderly man holding 2 chess pieces, smiling at him. "I have seen you before, venerable elder." Minin bowed respectfully. This man was the very hermit Minin encountered deep within Peach Mountain, engrossed in solitary chess. The elder waved his hand and, gazing at the scene unfolding in the river, spoke slowly. "The log can only sustain those creatures already upon it. Should another attempt to ascend, it shall sink. Therefore, to survive, those on the log must prevent any from the water from climbing aboard. Conversely, those beneath can only strive desperately to reach the log, seeking a glimmer of hope. One cannot adjudicate this matter through notions of right and wrong. It is merely a matter of differing perspectives. This is indeed a deadlock, for from their viewpoint, one side must perish. Or perhaps, all shall perish. Bound by their limited sight, they are left with but 2 options." Minin turned again to witness the fierce struggle in the river, lost in thought. This grand world resembles a flowing river, and inevitably, it shall rise, sweeping away all living beings. The elder observed the river, his words veiled in profundity. The log mirrors the current state of the celestial path, narrow and precarious. The creatures represent life itself, all merely striving for survival. Yet, inevitably, some must die. Who among them wishes for such an end? However, if left unchecked, they shall all meet their demise. Minin, shrouded in confusion, slowly inquired, "Is there no way to reconcile this?" The elder, smiling at Minin, offered no reply. Minin returned his gaze to the river, where the struggle upon the log escalated into a life-and-death contest, seemingly an unsolvable dilemma. Suddenly, Minin jolted, turning to the elder, and asked, "If the river symbolizes the grand world, the log the celestial path, and the creatures the populace, then what are we?" Gazing at the river from the riverbank, the old man burst into hearty laughter, observing the incessant rain cascading from the dim sky. He extended one of the 2 chess pieces in his hand, a black one, towards Sumo, proclaiming, "We are the players of this game." Minin received the black piece, and a thunderous realization echoed within him as he turned to behold the river. In that fleeting moment, the river transformed before his eyes, becoming something beyond mere water. Everything around him grew indistinct yet remarkably vivid. "What can the players of this game accomplish?" Minin asked, his voice wavering. The old man stroked his beard, responding slowly, "The players must adhere to the laws of nature. You cannot transform all the strange creatures in the river into players and compel them to come ashore. However, you can choose to eliminate one side. For instance, you could slay the creatures of the river, allowing those on the driftwood to survive. Alternatively, you could eradicate the creatures on the driftwood, permitting those in the river to ascend to it." Minin shook his head. "Neither of these choices resonates with me." The old man raised an eyebrow and remarked softly, "That poses a dilemma. If this continues, they will all perish." Minin beheld the scene within the river, his understanding of the path intertwining with the sight before him. It seemed that unless he unraveled this knot, he could not imprint the obsession dwelling in his heart. As time flowed on, the branches of the driftwood appeared increasingly incapable of sustaining the conflict between the 2 factions of creatures. In a daze, Minin extended his hands, and suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. He turned to the old man and gently returned the black chess piece. "In truth, there is yet another choice," Minin declared with a smile. "Oh, what might that choice be?" The old man inquired with curiosity. The player descends into the river to support that piece of driftwood. But who among the players would dare to enter the river? The old man questioned. Minnan gazed at the driftwood, and the image began to blur. Upon looking again, the creatures upon the driftwood had transformed into familiar visages. His dear sister, his senior, the dean, and the king and queen. Each one represented a bond and affection he cherished. I am willing. Chapter 114. The Altar of All Beings. Ha ha. You are the second to make such a choice. The old man chuckled. Now return. Sumo turned away, and the scene before him began to blur. The image of the stone steps at the ghost gate gradually emerging. The two images overlapped, and the torrential rain from the illusion was slowly replaced by the vision within the ghost gate. Sumo opened his mouth to inquire further, but a gust of wind swept by, and the illusion in his eyes completely vanished. Upon opening his eyes, he found 4 pairs of eyes fixed upon him. Cheng'enin and Dao Hua appeared innocent. Guyu looked concerned, and Ning Baishue wore a complex expression. Did you find your true self? Cheng'enin and Dao Hua asked, their curiosity evident, while Guyu shared their concern. Meanwhile, Ning Baishue turned away, remaining silent. Sumo slowly shook his head. He had not found his true self. What began as a quest for authenticity culminated in this introspective scene. For some reason, he felt that the second trial at the Ghost Gate was a pursuit of the true self for others, yet held a distinct intention for him. What that intention was, he could not articulate. The second trial's illusion felt strikingly real, akin to the visions experienced in the divine realm, seemingly constructed from reality itself. And who was that old man? He claimed to be the second. Who was the first? Ha, I told you your understanding was insufficient. We have all found it. Dao Hua laughed heartily, only to be abruptly struck by Cheng'enin from behind. When Dao Hua turned to face her, he noticed her enigmatic smile. Sumo shook his head, choosing not to speak further. Ning Baishue rose, casting a profound glance at Sumo before walking gracefully towards the altar. Her white dress billowing in the wind, creating a solitary silhouette. She had never had friends, only her sect and her solitary path. Watching Ning Baishue depart alone, Sumo shook his head and remarked to the others, let us ascend as well. There is yet another trial, though its nature remains unknown. The others nodded in agreement and rose to follow. The Ghost Gate was devoid of day and night, enveloped in a gloomy atmosphere that seemed to merge the two into one. After journeying for nearly half a day towards the altar, they expected to encounter a third pavilion and trial, but instead, they were led directly to the summit of the altar. If this were to be called an altar, it would be more aptly described as a vast platform. The surface of this altar was remarkably flat and expansive, spanning hundreds of feet, adorned with a roof of blue stone. Dozens of towering stone statues, each uniquely shaped, formed a circle. Some depicted figures wielding massive swords, piercing the ground, while others stood empty-handed, a bird perched upon their shoulders. Still, others grasped circular discs, each with a corresponding disc beneath their feet. These statues, both male and female, faced the center, where a stone tablet appeared to reside. What of the third trial? Dao Hua inquired, observing that they had already reached the pinnacle of the altar. Perhaps it has already been broken by those who came before? Cheng'enin replied. Sumo slowly shook his head, gazing at the towering stone statues. Guyu, upon ascending the altar, seemed to exhibit an unusual demeanor. The longing in her eyes, as she looked back at Sumo's silhouette, was palpable. Yet Sumo remained oblivious. A sigh escaped, leaving only regret. The altar was exceedingly high, and the winds atop it were stronger than those below. The breeze stirred Guyu's crimson dress, causing it to flutter like a delicate butterfly in flight. Little Susu, Guyu called softly, repeating her address once more. Sumo turned, meeting Guyu's radiant smile, and responded, Senior sister, what is it? Guyu slightly shook her head and stepped forward to adjust Sumo's collar, saying, The wind is strong, your clothes are disheveled. Sumo was momentarily taken aback, watching Guyu as her image began to merge with that of the Empress in the illusion. Ning Baishue, walking ahead, remained silent, proceeding directly towards the center surrounded by the colossal statues. Let us go. Out of the divine realm. Guyu grasped Sumo's hand and followed Ning Baishue forward. Cheng'enin exchanged a glance with Dao Hua, and they too followed suit. Cheng'enin furrowed her brow at Guyu's retreating figure, her feminine intuition sensing something amiss. The group passed beneath the feet of the stone statues, entering the circle formed by them. Upon entering, two statues caught Su Mo's attention. One depicted a colossal figure holding a book and a brush, while the other wielded a massive axe. Each statue bore a crystal gem upon its forehead, shimmering with a faint divine radiance. However, the statue with the book and brush was unique. It possessed two gems, not on its forehead, but within its eyes. Most strikingly, Su Mo felt an inexplicable familiarity with this statue, yet could not place it. The statue with the axe bore no gems. Instead, a single drop of crimson floated above a stone at its feet. Heritage Divine Stone. Chung Enin murmured, gazing at the glimmering gems atop the statues. Su Mo, fixated on the statue wielding the axe, contemplated the suspended drop of blood and slowly spoke. I understand now why no remains of the ancient giants are found within this ghostly gate. Why? Dao Hua asked, taken aback, turning to inquire. Do you recall the inscription upon the stone tablet beneath the altar? Su Mo questioned the group. He continued. There was a phrase on the tablet. In the twilight of my existence, gather the bones of the gods, and condense their legacies upon the altar of all beings. The group pondered for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. The phrase implied that it had distilled the legacies of the gods from their bones, yet the ancient giants were unlike other practitioners. Their path was their very flesh. Thus, I surmise that the Yu has distilled the remains of the ancient titans into that drop of divine blood. The legacy of the ancient titans resides within their very bloodline. Dao Hua's eyes sparkled as he gazed upon the suspended droplet, exclaiming with fervor, if we obtain this blood, shall we not be invincible? Su Mo shook his head, responding, our bodies cannot withstand it. Chung Enin, observing the excited Dao Hua, let out a derisive laugh. Why do you think the last visitors failed to acquire the Titan's legacy? I was merely jesting, huh? Dao Hua chuckled awkwardly, then pointed towards the central stone tablet. Let us see what is inscribed upon that tablet. He promptly dashed to the stone monument, only to be momentarily taken aback. Su Mo and the others followed, and beside the stone tablet lay a long-decayed skeleton propped against it. The withered remains, discernible as feminine by the tattered garments that had not yet succumbed to decay, seemed to retain the posture of its former life. With hollow eyes fixated on a certain point beyond the gates of the underworld, lingering until death. The stone tablet bore the inscription, received from all beings. Return to all beings. Chapter 115. Unfettered. How did this venerable one meet their end? Chung Enin gazed upon the solitary skeleton, her heart heavy with sorrow. Surely, within the gates of the netherworld, one must feel profoundly alone. Su Mo slowly shook his head and offered a slight bow to the remains. He was uncertain why this skeleton had come to rest here. It was likely that this was a predecessor who had traversed the path of cultivation. Before the altar of all beings, she gazed not only at the multitude, but perhaps at a singular soul among them. To perish and become mere bones yet refuse to surrender must signify an unwavering devotion to something, a devotion worthy of reverence. The others also bowed gently before the remains. Unbeknownst to them, within Gu Yu's bow lay an essence of endless desolation and reluctance. After their reverence, they raised their eyes to the glimmering legacy stones atop the colossal statues. How does one acquire the legacy? Su Mo inquired. By revealing one's foundational path. One will naturally attract the legacy stones, Gu Yu replied, her gaze fixed on Su Mo. How do you know this, senior sister? Su Mo asked, puzzled. Gu Yu shook her head, opting for silence, and continued. Why not give it a try? Ning Baixue, with a complex expression, cast a glance at Su Mo before stepping forward onto the elevated stone platform at the center. With a slight motion of her hands, an incredibly pure surge of spiritual energy erupted from her. Boom. A golden divine pattern manifested upon Ning Baixue's forehead, glowing with a soft radiance. Her white dress fluttering gracefully, embodying the visage of a celestial maiden. TSK, TSK, TSK. This sacred sex Dao techniques truly exude an impressive facade. Chung Enin remarked disdainfully, curling her lips in contempt. Beside her, Dao Hua's lips twitched, feigning ignorance. Su Mo turned to cast a glance at Chung Enin, his brow involuntarily arching. Gu Yu kept her head down, choosing not to speak. Suddenly, the legacy stone atop the feminine statue erupted in a dazzling brilliance. Boom. A beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Ning Baixue. She floated involuntarily within the light, her white dress soaring upward. The legacy stone atop the statue released streams of luminous energy, cascading like dancing peach blossoms, mysterious and beautiful. I remember now, Cheng Inen exclaimed excitedly. What have you recalled? Dao Hua queried, puzzled. Cheng Inen, observing the ethereal flow of energy, spoke slowly. In ancient times, it was said that among the Confucian sages' beloved companions, there was a female cultivator who remained unheralded, standing quietly behind the sage, perceived by the world as merely a beautiful yet ordinary woman. However, during the great battle of antiquity, this woman, with her own cultivation, braved the enemy's realm alongside the sage, instilling fear in their hearts. Later, when the sage was gravely wounded and in peril, she sacrificed her own life to save him. Suemo lifted his gaze to the statue, reverence evident in his eyes, and turned to Cheng Inen, asking, what was the great battle of antiquity? Cheng Inen shook her head and remarked, there are no records regarding this matter. However, I have heard my master speculate that it may be an invasion from realms beyond our own. The sage of Confucianism led the deities in resistance, ultimately severing the heavens when all else failed. Suemo nodded, lost in thought. Cheng Inen gazed enviously at Ning Baixue, who was ascending into the sky. With this inheritance, Ning Baixue's cultivation would soar to unprecedented heights, but as a member of the holy sect, her future might not be so bright. Why do you say that? Suemo inquired. The holy sect is inherently cold-hearted. They will go to any lengths for the sake of cultivation. With such an inheritance, who knows how the sect will treat her? They might elevate her, or they might seek to extract the inheritance from her. Cheng Inen responded. But isn't she the holy maiden of the sect? Suemo asked in disbelief. The holy maiden is merely a cultivated disciple of the holy sect. They can choose one holy maiden and replace her with another at will. Dao Hua sighed. She is just a pitiable soul bound by the sect. You both are the young master of the Dao sect and the young master of the demon sect. Is it not the same? Suemo remarked, looking at Cheng Inen and Dao Hua. It is different. Cheng Inen shook her head. In the Dao sect, the young master is a direct disciple of the sect leader, embodying the sect's legacy. However, the holy sect operates differently. It has no sect leader, and the elder council holds the power. Thus there is no concept of a young master. The holy maiden is merely a pawn selected from countless disciples, holding a high position within the sect. Yet she is not irreplaceable. Suemo pondered this, casting his gaze towards Ning Baixue in the void above. So, this inheritance may not necessarily be a blessing for her. Yet, she must obtain it. Otherwise, she cannot escape this divine realm. Upon hearing the words escape this divine realm, Guyu's eyes glimmered with sorrow. Suemo looked at Guyu, who smiled back without revealing any signs of distress. Our academy is truly better, Suemo said with a smile directed at Guyu. Our academy has no inheritance whatsoever. Huh? Guyu chuckled softly at Suemo's jest about the academy, shaking her head slightly, yet she remained unusually silent. Ning Baixue ascended to the height of the divine stone's forehead, and the radiant light enveloping her danced around before converging towards her. Boom! The void erupted with a blinding radiance as the streams of light from the divine stone merged into the golden patterns on Ning Baixue's forehead. A life-bound spiritual entity emerged behind her, though it appeared shrouded in some mysterious force, obscuring it from view. Ning Baixue closed her eyes, her entire being radiating divine light. She has begun to accept the inheritance. The others were not in a hurry, choosing instead to observe as Ning Baixue embraced her legacy, waiting to see the outcome of her inheritance. 15 minutes later, beneath Ning Baixue's feet, an intricate array manifested, and with its emergence, the space around her erupted in turmoil. As the void distorted, Ning Baixue gradually dissolved into nothingness, vanishing from sight. Having completed her inheritance, she departed from the divine realm. Cheng Inen shrugged. With Ning Baixue's disappearance, the radiant pillar of light also faded away. Suemo gazed at the spot where Ning Baixue had vanished, momentarily taken aback. He perceived that, just before her disappearance, Ning Baixue cast a glance in his direction, as if uttering something. Let us embark together, Dao Hua remarked, directing a glance at Cheng Inen. Cheng Inen nodded in agreement, both ascending the elevated stone platform, channeling their spiritual energy to reveal their foundational essence. Boom! Two distinct essences of foundational energy manifested, resonating as thunderous roars emanated from the foreheads of the colossal stone statues. The two inheritance stones embedded in the foreheads of the statues erupted with dazzling divine light. Twin beams of light cascaded down from the heavens, enveloping Dao Hua and Cheng'enin, lifting them skyward. Wow, wow, wow. I feel that my inheritance is remarkably profound. Just as splendid as Ning Baishue's. Cheng'enin exclaimed as they ascended. Me too, Dao Hua shouted with excitement. Of course. Just look around. We are in the divine realm. This is the inheritance of the gods. Suemo could only shake his head in exasperation, turning to Guyu with a smile. Senior sister, shall we join as well? Guyu nodded in agreement, and together they ascended the stone platform, revealing their foundational essences. Boom! The void trembled violently, and the giant stone statue, which Suemo had previously focused on, emanated an unprecedented brilliance from the two inheritance stones embedded in its eyes, as if the statue had suddenly awakened and opened its eyes. A long-forgotten sensation surged within Suemo, causing a shiver to run down his spine. It was that uncanny feeling of being observed, from one side of the divine realm to the other. Suddenly, Suemo realized why this statue appeared so familiar. It was the youthful visage of the sage of Confucianism. Boom! A colossal beam of light shot down from above, enveloping Suemo. He involuntarily began to ascend, drawn upward by the beam. Turning back, Suemo felt a jolt of shock. He observed that Guyu was not being drawn by any beam of light. Chapter 116. Speak no more. Guyu appeared unsurprised by her inability to be drawn by the luminous pillar. She merely observed Suemo being elevated by its light. There was no excessive astonishment in her demeanor, as if she accepted the scene before her with serene composure. Halting her flow of spiritual energy, Guyu gazed up at Suemo and offered a faint smile, one that held both anticipation and melancholy. Senior sister, Suemo called anxiously to the motionless Guyu below. Quickly, circulate your foundation. Guyu slowly shook her head, responding, it is futile. Senior sister has long been aware. This divine realm I cannot leave. Why is this the case? Suemo struggled against the pillar's pull, attempting to ascend, but found himself beyond control. Guyu cast a glance at the skeletal remains beside the stone tablet, withdrawing her gaze as if envisioning the next individual destined to sit there. Surely, it would be an experience steeped in solitude and desolation. Do you recall the 3 trials inscribed on the stone tablet? Guyu asked softly as she gazed at Suemo. Before he could respond, she continued, the first trial is forget oneself, the second is seek oneself, and the third is abandon oneself. You've often wondered why you ascended the altar after only passing 2 trials, but in truth, this is the 3rd trial. Abandon oneself. Suemo stood in stunned silence, watching Guyu grow more distant, his eyes gradually misting with tears. Why, must it be you? Do you remember the 2nd trial? Seek oneself? After you departed the imperial city, I discovered my true self and perceived the profound meaning of these 3 trials of the underworld. To leave, one must leave something behind. An equal exchange. To gain something, one must relinquish something. This is the immutable law upon the celestial path, as well as within this underworld. My true self is the heart of the sword, capable of both offense and defense. It can sever for love, yet also sacrifice for gain. One among us is destined to remain, and it merely chose me. As the brilliant light swirled, Cheng'enin and Dao Hua rose to a height equal to that of the foreheads of the colossal stone statues, where the divine stones emitted countless streams of light, enveloping the heavens. Several beams of brilliance merged into Cheng'enin and Dao Hua's bodies, allowing them to witness the unfolding scene below. Yet they were left uncertain of how to proceed. Suemo lifted his gaze toward the myriad of luminous thoughts of inheritance cascading from above, slowly articulating. I do not agree. Guyu shuddered, observing Suemo ascend higher into the sky, her bright eyes piercing through the mist. This is the price that all who enter the underworld must pay. One must remain behind. Ultimately, one will be left behind. It just so happens that I was chosen. Senior sister was never meant to leave, and this underworld seeks to retain you. Is it not a blessing that you can obtain the inheritance of the Confucian sage? I say, I do not agree. Suemo lowered his head, trembling all over. Why must we pay the price of our senior sister for our freedom? Guyu shook her head with a gentle smile, tears streaming down her cheeks as she softly said, perhaps it's because I am connected to it. Senior sister. Sumo's voice caught in his throat. Guyu gazed intently at Suemo, reminiscent of a skeleton beside a stone tablet, looking longingly into the distance. She comforted him softly, "This is my own choice. I know you possess great talent, and I am aware that my poetry cannot compare to yours. Yet, after you left the royal city, I composed a poem. Would you like to hear it?" Suemo shook his head, replying, "Recite it to me when we meet face to face." Guyu, however, shook her head as well, saying softly, "If I do not recite it now, I fear there may not be another chance." A breeze swept through, lifting Guyu's crimson attire, making her appear ethereal and solitary upon the altar. This altar, once a place of human sacrifice, bore another name, the altar of all beings. Dusty winds caressed the jade, cleansing the frost's brilliance, with white hair greeting the moon, painting the homes of men. In the fleeting life beyond, we may not meet again. If there is a next life, let us not become immortals. Guyu watched as Suemo ascended slowly, retreating until she rested against the stone tablet, sitting down gently, mirroring the lifeless corpse beside her. The vast path to immortality could only be traversed by oneself. Senior sister awaits your supremacy over the world. A gentle breeze arrived, and radiant light flashed as formations ignited beneath Chung Unin and Dao Hua's feet, vanishing into silence as they departed the divine realm. Suemo gazed down at the isolated Guyu, his heart wrenching, and looked up at the majestic statue of the sage of Confucianism, its eyes shimmering with brilliance. "Is this your scheme?" Suemo closed his eyes, a wave of ethereal incense enveloping him, and suddenly he opened his eyes wide, a spirit of defiance awakening within him. "Why should I heed your commands? This broken inheritance is of no interest to me. I, Suemo, shall carve my own path." Boom. Suemo swung his arms, unleashing the power of the rules, causing the void within the ghost gate to tremble. An eerie force of causality arose above the altar. "The cause begins with me, and the effect shall end with me. I refuse your inheritance. Let me and my senior sister exit the divine realm together." Crack, crack. As Suemo finished speaking, the power of the rules manifested as dark chains. These chains shimmered with a black light, enveloped in azure smoke. The pitch-black chains extended from the void around Suemo, binding him, attempting to drag him into the inheritance of the sage of Confucianism. Buzz! The void roared, and the forehead of the colossal statue holding the brush quivered, conjuring an ethereal figure clad in white robes. The apparition pointed towards Suemo from afar. "Receive." Waves of radiant light filled the void, then surged wildly towards Suemo above. Crack! The chain of the Suemo D rules snapped, dissipating into wisps of blue smoke. The inheritance of the Confucian sage forcefully infused its intent. Waves of consciousness began to surge into Suemo's spiritual sea. "Roll, roll, roll." Suemo bellowed in rage, declaring that even if you are the Confucian sage, I will not allow you to impose this upon me. Below, Guyu watched Suemo's struggle, tears streaming down her face, urging him not to resist, for this is the inheritance of the Confucian sage. Moreover, if you refuse, you will not escape this divine realm. I have said, I do not consent. Suemo shouted defiantly, "If I cannot leave, then I shall not." The ethereal figure clad in white robes seemed devoid of awareness, merely executing the remnants of its will. Streams of radiant light surged towards Suemo, dazzling brilliance erupting. In an instant, Suemo's consciousness became overwhelmingly heavy, as though he were on the brink of slumber. The book of life and death. As the wind blew, dust danced, and blue smoke rose. Transcendence. Suemo endured the oppressive force of the inherited will, shouting. White hair, dark robes. The book of life and death manifested. Boom. A pitch-black and eerie tome materialized behind Suemo's head, shrouded in swirling black mist. The appearance of the book of life and death immediately countered part of the inundating consciousness. The three characters inscribed upon it seemed to resonate with Suemo's indomitable spirit, bursting forth in a blinding crimson light. The book of life and death slightly opened a crack, from which an infinite stream of mysterious power surged forth. This arcane energy flowed into Suemo's being, igniting an endless well of resentment in his eyes. In an instant, the entire ghost gate descended into darkness, filled with eerie, ghostly light. At this moment, the ghost gate transformed into a true domain of spirits. Crack, crack. A series of thunderous sounds echoed from the heavens, reverberating throughout the divine realm, deafening and stirring up clouds of dust. Ghostly winds arose, and towering black mists surged around the statue of the Confucian sage. An ominous black stone door appeared amidst the fog, accompanied by a rumbling sound as it swung open. At some point, the statue of the Confucian sage had indeed materialized within the stone door. Amidst the swirling dark blue mist, myriad rays of light danced, and a teleportation array illuminated beneath Su Mo's feet. Another thunderous sound erupted as the stone door closed. Su Mo vanished along with the statue of the Confucian sage. As the thick fog dissipated, the altar returned to its original state. Yet one statue among the myriad of divine figures was missing. Silence enveloped the ghost gate, exuding a sense of solitude. Guyu gazed at the sky where Su Mo had vanished, murmuring to herself, "Little Su, take care. Do not be saddened because of your senior sister. Your senior sister will always accompany you in the divine realm." A cool breeze swept by, and Guyu felt a wave of fatigue wash over her as she slowly rose, sensing the stillness within the ghost gate, which seemed somewhat desolate. Atop the altar, the crimson robes fluttered gracefully. Guyu stood there, the wind lifting the fabric as she gazed longingly at the place where Su Mo had vanished. "Senior sister." A sound emerged from behind Guyu. She turned in astonishment and beheld a figure, worn yet smiling radiantly. Tears streamed down Guyu's face as she shook her head in sorrowful reproach. "How could you be so foolish? That is the legacy of the Confucian sage." "The Confucian sage's legacy," the individual replied with serene composure, "is insignificant compared to you, senior sister." Guyu choked on her words. "Originally, I alone could not escape, and now you cannot either. If I leave, this divine realm will be left with only you." The person smiled gently. "If I remain, there is still hope, is there not?" Guyu buried her face in her hands, weeping, the crimson fabric swirling around her as she collapsed into that person's embrace. Chapter 117. The eccentric's words fool. Clad in crimson, Guyu leaned against the wind, cradling Su Mo, her stunning visage adorned with glistening tears. "With a heart as pure as mine, how could I be a fool?" Su Mo gently embraced Guyu's delicate waist, murmuring softly. Guyu released Su Mo, gazing into her refined features and the twinkle in her eyes. Unable to suppress the tumult within her soul any longer, she held Su Mo tightly, lost in silence. Su Mo, equally speechless, continued to hold Guyu. The playful breeze seemed to rouse, swirling around the two intertwined figures, one in red, the other in white. The red-haired maiden flowed like a sheathed sword, while the white-clad scholar exuded an air of elegance, akin to ink upon parchment. After a moment, the two sat entwined. Guyu tilted her head towards the silent, ethereal realm, sighing softly, "What shall we do now?" Su Mo, surveying the vast expanse of the ghostly gate, replied, "We can still find a way, can't we?" Guyu gazed deeply into Su Mo's eyes and nodded. At that moment, a voice drifted into their ears, soft and whispering, almost like a confession. "You wish to enter the divine realm? I advise you to reconsider. It is a place of enigma, not meant for mortals. You may regret your choice." Su Mo froze, recalling the words of the eccentric. However, following that warning came an unheard declaration. "But if you wish to go, I shall accompany you." Clatter, clatter. A figure ascended the altar, eyes clouded, demeanor weary, yet exuding an overwhelming aura amidst decay. Guyu instantly recognized him. She remembered how he had confronted a five-clawed golden dragon alone and subsequently opened the ghostly domain within the divine realm. The eccentric, in a state of daze and hesitation, stepped towards the center, seemingly facing something he both needed and feared to confront. At last, under Su Mo and Guyu's watchful eyes, the eccentric beheld the skeletal remains leaning against the stone tablet, trembling profoundly. He gazed at the bones, yearning to approach yet held back by trepidation. Shaking, he finally steeled himself and slowly advanced. Before Su Mo and Guyu, he knelt reverently before the remains, his voice choked with emotion. "Junior sister, your elder brother has returned." Su Mo and Guyu shuddered, disbelief etched upon their faces as they regarded the eccentric. The bones appeared to have existed for millennia, yet he claimed to be her elder brother. Su Mo recalled the eccentric lost in thought at the dilapidated temple outside the divine realm, remembered how he had opened the ghostly gate with a mere gesture. Rising, the eccentric settled beside the remains, staring vacantly into the void, lost in contemplation. With a soft sigh, Suemo began to piece together the unfolding tale, remaining silent as she and Guyu continued to observe in stillness. The wind whispered through the hall, resonating with haunting melodies. Amidst the desolation, a day slipped by. "You surpass me in every regard," the eccentric murmured to himself. Suemo was taken aback, glancing at the peculiar figure, while Guyu nestled closely against him. The eccentric lifted his gaze, observing Suemo and Guyu, his eyes betraying boundless sorrow and regret. If only regret were remedied. How many heartbroken souls would this world be spared? Would you care to hear a tale? The eccentric spoke with a melancholic expression, his voice slow and deliberate. Suemo nodded, pulling Guyu to sit cross-legged before the eccentric. The eccentric tilted his head, lost in contemplation, and began his narrative. 3 millennia ago, a young lad immersed himself in countless tomes, traversing vast distances. While gazing at the rain, he absorbed knowledge through literature and philosophy, his spirit soaring with ambition. In a world where Confucianism and Taoism were scarce, he was taken under the wing of a sect, which treated him like kin and devoted abundant resources to his training. In this sect, the youth and the sect leader's daughter, his junior sister, developed mutual affections. Yet, the junior sister's talents paled in comparison to the youth's, prompting him to seek ways to enhance her foundation and elevate her abilities. Despite exhaustive efforts, all proved futile. One day, the divine realm opened. The youth sought to enter, but his junior sister intervened. "The divine realm is enigmatic, a realm not meant for mortals. I advise you to reconsider." Yet the youth, resolute in his desire to seek opportunities within, compelled his junior sister to relent and allow him entry. Unbeknownst to him, the divine realm harbored a formidable consciousness, intent on luring those of Confucianism and Taoism to entangle them in fate's web. In the divine realm, the youth sustained grievous injuries but stumbled upon significant revelations, ones that affected countless beings. He narrowly escaped back to his sect, where, under his junior sister's devoted care, he eventually healed. However, not long after, the divine realm opened once more, this time under different circumstances. Witnessing his junior sister's gradual decline, the youth resolved to re-enter the divine realm to secure a glimmer of hope for her. This time, his junior sister declared, "If you go, I shall accompany you." Yet, this entry into the divine realm was unlike the last. The youth found himself unfamiliar with its depths. Within the realm, he encountered other prodigies from rival sects and inadvertently entered the Ghost Gate. This gateway held the legacy of an ancient battle, but the youth remained unaware that to exit, one must be left behind. The legacy commenced, yet his junior sister failed to inherit it. The youth's anguished screams echoed, but he could only watch helplessly as he was forced to accept the legacy and exit the divine realm. His junior sister was forever trapped within the Ghost Gate. Though it was not the youth's intention, it stemmed from his actions. He yearned to re-enter the divine realm. But in the subsequent openings, the side where his junior sister remained never reappeared. He waited, enduring over 3,000 years. And so, the tale concluded. The eccentric fell silent, lost in his thoughts. Suemo lowered his head, glancing at Guyu beside him. If he had not possessed the Book of Life and Death, would history have repeated itself? Without the book, he would surely have departed the divine realm, leaving Guyu behind. Suddenly, a chilling thought struck Suemo, sending shivers down his spine. Was it he, Suemo, who was breaking the impasse, or was it the Book of Life and Death? This seemingly trivial question left him with a sense of manipulation. If it was indeed the book, then it had also been the catalyst on the other side of the divine realm. Although he could not typically control the book, why did it manifest its power at such a critical moment? Cause. Could it be that the Book of Life and Death represented not the cause, but the effect? What, then, was the cause of its emergence in his spiritual sea? This question could not be answered for now. It had to remain a warning in his heart. The strange figure gazed at the bones beside him, slowly leaning closer, as if seeking a familiar scent. Sumo's expression grew perplexed, a mixture of sentiment and sighing rendering him momentarily speechless. Surely, the strange figure had opened the Ghost Gate to return to it. It seemed the figure understood Sumo's thoughts and spoke softly. "Do not blame me. I merely wish to return and accompany her." Sumo shook his head, feeling no inclination towards blame, especially since this was a pitiable elder. Suddenly, Sumo looked at the strange figure, anxiously asking, "Elder, since you are of Confucian Tao, what is your current cultivation level?" Transformation into God, the figure replied. If you have attained transformation into God, how did you enter this ghost gate? Is it not accessible only to those at the golden core stage? I exhausted my cultivation and forcibly broke through. The figure raised his head and stated, "Could you use the true words of Confucian Tao to help my sister and me escape?" Su Mo inquired, with Gu Yu's eyes lighting up beside him. The strange figure shook his head, saying, "Within this ghost gate, I cannot restore my cultivation nor assist you in leaving." Sumo's gaze went blank, and Gu Yu's expression darkened. Is it not said that Confucian Tao does not lead to transformation into God? How did you achieve it? Sumo pressed. The figure lifted his gaze to meet Sumo's, revealing an unfathomable sorrow within his eyes. Confucian Tao does not lead to transformation into God. The cost of achieving it through Confucian Tao is far too great. You cannot bear it. Suddenly, Sumo's eyes were drawn to the massive stone statue wielding a colossal axe nearby. The droplet of suspended blood at the feet of the statue. Sister, I may have found a way to exit the divine realm. What? Gu Yu was taken aback. Ordinary Confucian Tao cannot withstand the backlash of such true words from the divine realm. But what if an ancient titan practiced Confucian Tao? Chapter 118. Melancholy, what does it mean? A sense of foreboding took root in Gu Yu's heart. Sumo raised his delicate and frail hands, his voice heavy as he remarked, "The corporeal form of the Confucian Tao is too weak to withstand the backlash of the Confucian Tao's true words, far exceeding one's own cultivation. However, the ancient giant gods possess unparalleled physical strength. If I were to inherit the bloodline of the ancient giant gods, we might just withstand the backlash of the Confucian Tao's true words and emerge from this divine realm." At this moment, the peculiar figure beside them also lifted his gaze towards Sumo, a flicker of surprise illuminating his eyes. In this dire situation, he had unexpectedly discovered a glimmer of hope. Gu Yu gasped in disbelief. "Are you mad? Do you think you can bear the bloodline inheritance of the ancient giant gods?" Sumo shook his head, his eyes shimmering with the light of rule calculation. "I am not insane. The ancient giant gods have perished. There is no longer a giant god clan in this world. Yet, the inheritance remains here, which signifies something." Gu Yu paused, and Sumo continued. "It indicates that the one known as you believes the bloodline heritage of the ancient giant gods is attainable. If it can be obtained, what prevents me from claiming it?" The peculiar figure sighed and shook his head. "But if you forcefully acquire the bloodline inheritance of the giant gods, its overwhelming power will inevitably lead to your demise, leaving you with no chance of survival." Sumo nodded in agreement. "Thus, I cannot rely solely on my corporeal form to endure the bloodline inheritance of the giant gods." Gu Yu observed Sumo's serious demeanor and earnest tone, sensing a profound transformation in him compared to the previously weak and fearful Sumo. Furthermore, Sumo turned to Gu Yu and declared, "Acquiring the bloodline inheritance of the giant gods would bring me nothing but benefits." "What are your plans?" Gu Yu asked earnestly. Sumo lowered his head in contemplation, the rules of evolution swirling in his mind, and after a moment's reflection, he discerned a path forward. "I shall cultivate, elevating my cultivation to the late stage of the Yuan-ing. During this time, I will continuously refine my physical form while adapting to the power of the giant god's bloodline." Gu Yu gazed deeply at Sumo, who appeared resolute. "Very well. I can teach you how to refine your body." Gu Yu nodded in agreement. The peculiar figure shook his head, refraining from further comment, instead leaning quietly against the stone tablet, accompanying the skeletal remains in silence. The ghostly gate lay desolate, the altar towering into the clouds, as the corpses and weapons scattered across the ground were cloaked anew by dust stirred by the wind. The chirping of insects harmonized with the songs of birds, while the hues of the mountains reflected upon the flowing waters. A little girl squatted by the lakeside, lost in a daze as she gazed at the sunlight fragmented by the wind upon the lake's surface. Luo-yin, adorned in a flowing white dress, caressed the inked sheen in her hands beneath the willows by the lakeshore. The melodies resonated around the lake, mingling with the calls of birds and insects. Echoing a pool of sorrow, a black horse stealthily entered a medicinal herb garden, and upon realizing it was unobserved, quickly snatched a sprig of spiritual herb. Eager to consume it, a little bird alighted upon the garden wall, witnessing the black horse pilfering the herbs, and immediately cried out, "Help! A thief is stealing the herbs." Startled, the black horse bolted, hastily fleeing towards the entrance of the herb garden. Upon arriving at the entrance of the medicinal garden, a figure swiftly approached, prompting an immediate turn of the horse's head to face inward, feigning that it too had just entered the garden. The bird perched atop the high wall of the garden attempted to call out, but the black horse quickly tossed a piece of the unconsumed elixir over the wall, silencing the creature. Who stole the medicine? Old Six grumbled as he rushed into the garden, surprised to find the black horse had arrived before him. The black horse snorted and shook its head, seemingly conveying that it had just arrived and seen nothing. Old Six turned his gaze towards the bird on the high wall, which squawked in a fluster, declaring it had misjudged, and fluttered away. After all, one cannot easily resist the allure of delicacies. Noticing Old Six's intention to enter the garden, the black horse promptly tugged him away towards the lakeside. There, Old Six spotted the little girl lost in thought beside Luoyin, instantly forgetting his concerns about the garden. He plopped down beside the little girl and casually remarked, "Are you thinking about little Seven again?" The little girl snapped back to reality, gazing at the carefree Old Six, and nodded, "Yes, I wonder when the young master will return." Oh, Old Six's expression stiffened as he nodded, refraining from mentioning that the divine realm had already closed. Luoyin ceased playing her zither, letting out a soft sigh as she gazed at the tranquil lake nestled in the mountains, her heart heavy with worries. Silence enveloped the lakeside once more, each person lost in their own thoughts and concerns. Suddenly, a ripple in the air announced the arrival of a figure clad in azure, who joyfully exclaimed, "Come quickly and see what I've brought back." The group turned to see the dean holding a vial of elixir, his expression filled with pride as he waved it before them. "What is this?" Old Six inquired with curiosity. "Solidifying spirit pill," the dean declared, gesturing grandly towards the heavens, exuding an ethereal presence. "Solidifying spirit pill." Old Six hesitated before asking, "What is it? Is it tasty?" The dean paused, his mouth twitching in exasperation as he glanced at Old Six and replied, "This solidifying spirit pill is a remarkable item that helps one solidify their foundation upon breaking through to the divine transformation stage." "Oh, it must taste terrible." Old Six shook his head, lacking enthusiasm. Luoyin interjected, "It is still too early for divine transformation." The dean felt a pang of solitude as a bead of sweat formed on his forehead. Just then, the little girl approached thoughtfully, eyeing the solidifying spirit pill in the dean's hand. Noticing her interest, the dean eagerly waved the vial before her, asking, "Little one, would you like to try it?" Unexpectedly, the little girl shook her head, saying, "I don't want to eat it, but we can save it for when the young master breaks through to divine transformation." The dean's lips twitched as he tossed the pill to her, letting out a soft sigh at the quietness of the academy without the presence of little Three and little Seven. "Where are eldest and second brother?" the dean inquired, glancing around. "Oh." Old Six settled back down and replied, "Eldest brother is still asleep, and second brother thought it would be dull since the little black horse can't speak. So he went to concoct a potion that might make the little black horse talk." The black horse beside them paused, a flicker of fear crossing its mind, before it bolted away in an instant. The dean's lips twitched as he took a deep breath, pondering the whereabouts of the fourth and fifth disciples. His senior brothers had declared the maps a chaotic mess and had ventured off to redraw them in various blessed lands. The sixth disciple regarded them as peculiar beings, unable to comprehend why they could not simply enjoy their meals like he did, with both rapid cultivation and contentment. The dean let out a profound sigh, feeling a distinct sense of ennui. At that moment, a little girl beside him suddenly inquired, "When will the young master and the third senior sister return?" The dean nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the academy lacked much without the third disciple and little seventh. Thus, he calculated with his fingers, muttering under his breath, "What are they scheming? I cannot seem to divine it." The little girl gazed at him with a puzzled expression. The dean cleared his throat and said, "Ahem. It's nothing serious, nothing serious. Ha! They will return soon." With a swift step, the dean vanished from sight, and tranquility returned to the lakeside. Observing the dean's departure, the sixth disciple suddenly recalled something and remarked with a hint of disappointment, "Why did he leave? I had just devised a new formation array that I wanted him to see." "What kind of array?" inquired Luoyin, intrigued. The sixth disciple produced a formation plate equipped with a pointer. "This is an array that can automatically locate delectable food. The pointer indicates the nearest delicacy. I have named it the Dragon-Seeking Ruler." Luoyin turned away, falling silent. The little girl gazed at the serene surface of the lake, letting out a soft sigh. Young master, it seems the girl has recalled something. Chapter 119. The Blood Chi of the Giant God in the Realm of the Ghost Gate. Suemo found himself enveloped by swirling voids adorned with various divine patterns, each exuding an elegant and scholarly aura. As he channeled his cultivation, he delved into his spiritual sea, gazing at the slumbering great calamity within. With a sigh, he pondered that if great calamity were awake, she might possess a means to liberate him from this divine domain. After a fleeting glance, he dismissed the thought and returned his consciousness to his body, steadfastly enhancing his own cultivation. In this world of cultivation, reliance on external forces was futile. One must cultivate strength from within. As he circulated his spiritual energy, the death ledger in the spiritual sea seemed to succumb to slumber as well. Observing the gradual ascension of his cultivation, Suemo fell into contemplation. Realizing that he had never relied on meditation for his practice, this methodical approach felt excruciatingly slow. Suddenly, he heard the peculiar figure beside him speak. The Confucian way diverges from ordinary cultivation. Mere meditation seldom yields advancement. Opening his eyes, Suemo turned toward the eccentric individual. Suddenly recalling that he was a venerable figure of the Confucian way, he promptly requested, "I humbly seek your guidance." The eccentric man, eyes closed, inquired, "Did you attain your current foundation through meditation?" Suemo shook his head. He had never meditated. "Then it is as I suspected. The Confucian way cultivates the power of principles, relying on comprehension. Thus, it is unshackled by the typical bottlenecks of ordinary cultivators. Enlightenment can lead to breakthroughs." The peculiar figure seemed to offer a kind-hearted reminder, stating that while some may never attain the Tao in their lifetime, a practitioner of the Confucian way might ascend to the nascent soul in a mere instant. This is the unique essence of Confucian cultivation. However, if mere enlightenment suffices for advancement, why is the attainment of the divine transformation in the Confucian way regarded as one of the greatest challenges? It is often said that the Confucian way does not reach the divine transformation, Suemo inquired. At this moment, the eccentric opened his eyes, gazing at Suemo with profound sadness, and slowly asked, "What do you consider the most difficult truth for mankind to comprehend?" Suemo pondered for a moment and tentatively replied, "Causality?" The eccentric shook his head, his expression heavy with sorrow as he solemnly stated, "It is life and death." Those three brief words struck Suemo's heart like a hammer. Human language, at times, is deceptively simple, limited in its capacity to convey meaning. Yet, the weight of those three words from the eccentric filled Suemo with a sense of melancholic separation. The peculiar figure regarded Suemo, seemingly recognizing his past self. A glimmer of compassion in his eyes as he quietly said, "Your life and death, or that of those around you." In a daze, Suemo listened as the eccentric continued. The journey to attain the divine transformation in the Confucian way entails far more than you can imagine. After a moment of silence, Suemo looked up and said, "I am grateful for your teachings. But how may I swiftly elevate my realm?" The eccentric gazed toward the steps leading to the altar and replied slowly, "The two trials upon the altar may pose challenges to others. Yet for a practitioner of the Confucian way, they represent an excellent training ground. In that illusionary realm, one can grasp the essence of life, achieving results with half the effort." "Thank you, esteemed elder." Suemo expressed his gratitude respectfully. At that moment, Guyu unexpectedly appeared with a dilapidated giant sword. Rushing to the front of Suemo, with a thunderous crash, Guyu hurled the giant sword to the ground before Suemo, producing a deafening roar. "Senior sister, what is the meaning of this?" Suemo asked, bewildered. "This giant sword still possesses remnants of its former might and can help strengthen your physique," Guyu replied matter-of-factly. Suemo gazed at the giant sword, this time not exhibiting his usual levity, but instead nodded solemnly. His earnest demeanor surprised Guyu. "From now on, you shall train while carrying it," Guyu declared. "All right," Suemo replied, "but before that, I need to acclimatize to the bloodline aura of the giant god race." "And how do you intend to do that?" Guyu inquired. Without answering, Suemo stepped forward to the foot of the colossal statue wielding a giant axe, gazing intently at a droplet of giant god blood. That vivid red blood hovered above a stone tablet, and although it was merely a single droplet, the oppressive aura emanating from it felt as though Suemo were confronting countless formidable transformation realm experts. The blood radiated an ancient and powerful essence, Beneath the suspended droplet was a stone tablet inscribed with the words, "In the war of celestial change, the giant god race fell entirely. The remnants of the slain giant gods condensed into a drop of inherited blood. Those who possess the blood of the giant god shall inherit the will of the giant god." Suemo had already read this tablet. Yet he remained uncertain about the true nature of the giant god's will. The droplet of giant god blood exuded an aura that warned mortals to keep their distance, making it impossible for Suemo to approach. It seemed that in the presence of this giant god blood, even cultivators were but mere mortals. "How do you plan to acclimatize to the bloodline of the giant god?" Guyu asked, stepping beside Suemo and gazing at the droplet of blood from a distance. Suemo replied softly, "The collection of 10,000 poisons records that all manner of poison in the world can be adapted to. This implies that by regularly ingesting non-lethal amounts of various toxins, one will ultimately become accustomed to their effects." Having perused all the texts in the academy, Suemo was well versed in the contents. Guyu paused, staring at the distant droplet of giant god blood, seemingly grasping something profound. "Are you saying that you will treat this giant god blood as a poison and gradually acclimate to it?" Suemo nodded in affirmation. Guyu then asked, "How will you gradually acclimate to it?" "I will find an object to be imbued with the essence of that droplet of blood, and then I will absorb the aura of the giant god blood," Suemo explained. "But what object could withstand and absorb the essence of giant god blood?" Guyu shook his head in confusion. From his robe, Suemo produced a long strand of hair and held it up before Guyu. "What is this?" Guyu asked, taken aback. Suemo took a deep breath and slowly replied, "A single hair from the sage of Confucianism." This strand of hair was obtained by Suemo upon his entrance into the divine realm in a dilapidated village of gods. At that time, the great malevolence had asserted that this hair would prove invaluable to Suemo, yet the anticipated utility had not materialized, and he could glean nothing from the lingering will of the sage of Confucianism embedded within. However, little did he anticipate that today it could serve as a tool. With determination, Suemo summoned the long hair of the sage of Confucianism, and it instantly appeared to come alive, propelled by the force of his Confucian principles as it surged toward the distant drop of divine blood. The divine blood hovered silently, and the hair of the sage pierced through it, returning to Suemo, imbued with a trace of the divine blood's essence. The strand emanated a faint dark red aura, and Suemo, observing this sanguine essence, inhaled deeply, his expression grave, as he slowly extended his hand to make contact with it. As he reached out, he grasped the essence, drawing it into his being from afar. Boom! As that essence entered Suemo's body, an immense and violent force erupted within him. It seemed that even this mere trace of divine blood's essence was beyond the reach of an ordinary mortal. Puffed! Suemo coughed up blood, his skin ruptured, and blood gushed forth from his body. Chapter 120. The heart's thought. Guyu's countenance changed dramatically, and as she attempted to approach, she was halted by the strange figure. "Do not go near. You cannot touch him now." The peculiar individual stepped forward, observing Suemo, who lay on the ground, his skin cracked and blood oozing from every fissure. He furrowed his brow. Raising his hand, he made a pulling motion through the air. Suddenly, a verdant leaf materialized, drifting towards Suemo. Upon contact, it transformed into countless specks of green luminescence, enveloping Suemo and beginning to mend his injuries. However, the moment the wounds were repaired, they shattered again under the destructive influence of the remnant divine blood within him. Blood pooled on the ground, staining it crimson. Guyu's heart plummeted to despair. Her entire being chilled as though she had entered an ice chamber. "I am fine." At this moment, Suemo slowly sat up, disregarding the gaping wounds across his body, and settled into a meditative position. Covered in blood, he resembled a victim of relentless torment, every inch of him marred. The strange figure sighed, retreating a few steps while guiding Guyu back. A scholarly aura began to emanate from Suemo, intertwining with the essence of the divine blood. Yet, that seemingly minuscule divine blood aura possessed an arrogant consciousness that resisted Suemo's attempts to assimilate it. Grinding his teeth, Suemo resolved not to focus on the haughty essence of the divine blood, allowing it to wreak havoc instead. He engaged in a continuous cycle of destruction and restoration, simultaneously adapting his own bloodline to it. Suemo never entertained the notion of absorbing divine blood through the lineage of an ordinary human. That was an impractical endeavor. His aim was to reverse the process, transforming his own bloodline through the inheritance of the divine blood, facilitating its gradual assimilation. Just as one cannot compel the world to change for them, one must instead adapt oneself to fit the world. As Suemo progressively adjusted to the divine blood, its destructive influence upon him diminished. The scholarly elegance surrounding him gradually melded with a magnificent and formidable aura. Half a day later, under Gu Yu's anxious gaze, Suemo opened his eyes. "How do you feel?" Gu Yu rushed forward, noting a newfound resoluteness amidst his previously gentle demeanor. Suemo nodded. "I've adapted somewhat. Now I must synchronize my physical training with my cultivation." "Very well." Gu Yu observed Suemo's transformation with a twinge of concern. Suemo rose, shouldering the enormous sword Gu Yu had procured, and began his arduous training upon the altar, each step laborious, the weight of the sword a considerable burden. The strange figure watched Suemo's struggle and determination, slowly nodding. Glancing at the skeletal remains beside him, and then at the vacant space where the colossal statue had once stood, he murmured, "Oh, Sage of Confucianism, was your choice right or wrong? Does this world truly require your design? Will he truly follow your path?" A sigh escaped his lips, the only sound echoing in the silence shared between him and the skeletal remains. The next day, Suemo arrived at the pavilion atop the stairs, gazing at the chessboard upon the stone table, taking a deep breath. The eccentric had mentioned that this illusion could hone his state of mind. A breakthrough in Confucianism and Taoism was tantamount to a breakthrough in cultivation. He had also cautioned him, one must not linger in the illusion, for if memories within the illusion overshadow those of reality, it would lead to a loss of one's true self. At that point, the boundaries between illusion and reality would blur. If a person lived in reality for decades yet resided in the illusion for several lifetimes, how could they ascertain which was the true illusion? Suemo solemnly regarded the black piece, slowly reaching towards it, and in an instant, his consciousness sank into the illusion. Within the realm of ghosts, there was no distinction between day and night, leaving him uncertain of the passage of time. All he could do was gaze at the endless desolation within the ghostly gates. The eccentric looked at the withered bones beside him, his expression filled with anguish. Each moment spent in the barren despair of this ghostly realm seemed to carve a deeper wound of regret in his heart. How had he endured these years? He could not fathom how his junior sister had traversed the endless years, ultimately relinquishing everything to depart. He dared not contemplate how long she had spent alone in the ghostly gates before her departure, nor could he bear to think of her thoughts at that moment. Gu Yu stood at a distance, watching the eccentric and the skeletal remains, her expression one of confusion. Just then, Suemo ascended the stairs bearing a colossal sword upon his back. Gu Yu looked over and noticed that the aura of the mortal world around Suemo had grown remarkably intense. During this time, Suemo had continually harnessed the essence of the Confucian sage's long hair to absorb the aura of the divine giant's blood, enabling him to draw closer to that droplet of divine essence, which seemed no longer to resist him. The haughty aura of the divine giant's blood intensified around him. Yet Suemo simultaneously delved into the illusions above the steps. Each time he emerged from the illusions, he carried with him a rich aura of the mortal realm. The convergence of these two energies created an extraordinarily peculiar sensation. He appeared to be a Confucian cultivator from the mundane world, yet intertwined with a solitude and pride befitting a deity. Like an emperor of the mortal realm, Suemo approached Gu Yu, and upon sensing his aura, she was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "Have you broken through?" Suemo nodded. "I have advanced to the mid-stage of the core formation." Dressed elegantly in Confucian robes, with his snow-white hair tied back delicately, there was no trace of delicacy about him at that moment. Observing Gu Yu's expression, Suemo gradually spoke, "This place must have wind." With that, the power of rules surged forth, and the aura of his mid-stage core formation erupted wildly, a tempest sweeping through the ghostly gates, stirring the desolate dust and debris, clashing like weapons in battle. The true words of Confucianism were not meant to be wielded in such a manner. The figure beside him, with eyes closed, suddenly spoke. Although he had not gazed at Suemo, his attention had been unwaveringly fixed upon him. Suemo turned his head to regard the enigmatic figure, bowing respectfully as he implored, "I humbly seek your guidance, esteemed senior." The power of Confucianism and Taoism is governed by rules. Such rules should not arise carelessly from the mouth, but rather from the heart. A flicker of enlightenment sparked in Sumo's eyes, yet confusion lingered. He grasped the essence of the stranger's words, but was uncertain how to implement them. If rules could only be vocalized, then in the face of life and death struggles, one would be rendered incapable of any resistance. The mysterious figure opened his eyes and slowly uttered a single word: sword. Without warning and devoid of any manifestation of rule power, a massive sword, forged from spiritual energy, materialized before Sumo, its tip pointed directly at him, gleaming coldly. Sword. The figure repeated softly, again without any sign of rule power, and once more, without forewarning. Another slender sword appeared, this one formed in motion with spiritual energy surging upwards, coalescing into a spiritual sword that shot towards the sky. Do you comprehend? Why does my identical Confucian and Taoist incantation yield two distinct swords? He inquired, gazing steadily at Sumo. Sumo pondered deeply and suddenly exclaimed, "You have concealed the implicit rules of the sword's size, state, and so forth, within a single sword." The figure shook his head, this time remaining silent as he pointed forward. Yet another spiritual sword materialized before his fingertip. He spoke not a word. The Confucian incantation arose spontaneously. "The rules manifest from my intent. Some simple rules need not be vocalized. What I envision can be realized." A tremor coursed through Sumo's body, and gradually, clarity dawned in his eyes. He extended his right hand, allowing his heart's intent to guide him. As his thoughts stirred, a vibrant flame erupted in his palm, brilliant and blinding. With the shifting of his intent, the flame morphed into various shapes. Guyu, observing from the side, was left utterly astounded. As he beheld the transformations of the fire in Sumo's hand, the enigmatic figure gently remarked, "You are now prepared." Sumo nodded, and as the flame dissipated, his gaze fell upon the towering stone statue ahead, which wielded a colossal axe, and at its feet lay a droplet of the blood of the giant deity. Chapter 121. Severing the mortal coil. A gentle breeze stirred, causing Sumo's scholarly robes to flutter gracefully. Standing before the divine blood beneath the towering statue, his white garments and hair billowed in the wind, presenting an image reminiscent of a monarch preparing for battle. "Do not force it. If it proves too difficult, relinquish it in due time," Guyu called out from a distance, her gaze fixed on Sumo, unable to approach the divine blood due to its overwhelming pressure. She could only watch from afar. Turning back, Sumo beamed a smile and raised his hand towards the droplet of blood. In an instant, a tempest roared. The winds howled, and amidst this realm devoid of heavens, the ominous sound of thunder resonated. Boom! The divine blood erupted, lightning striking the ground. A mysterious figure waved his sleeve, whisking Guyu away from Sumo's side. The altar trembled violently, and amidst the chaos above the ghostly gate, flashes of lightning illuminated the darkened skies, revealing towering silhouettes that loomed like giants. Some wielded colossal axes, while others brandished massive swords, standing defiantly, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. A resounding echo reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, deafening in its intensity. This singular sound was akin to the onset of a hurricane, sweeping across every corner of the ghostly gate. Giant phantoms, clad in armor and towering over the altar, descended upon the ghostly gate, their gazes fixated on Sumo, the focal point of the inheritance. These were the lingering remnants of colossal deities. One of the giant remnants pointed towards Sumo at the altar's center and spoke softly. Although its voice was not loud, to an ordinary person, it reverberated like an earth-shattering drumbeat. This towering figure, scarred and bare, with robust arms and flowing hair, wielded a massive sword, directing its gaze at Sumo as if contemplating an insignificant insect. The mysterious figure surveyed the altar, surrounded by the imposing remnants of giants. And upon hearing the voice, his expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, "This is not good." "What is it?" Guyu, alarmed by his cry, felt her complexion pale. The divine inheritance seeks to sever Sumo's mortal blood and intentions, enabling him to wholly inherit the divine blood of the giant race. The mysterious figure discerned the remnant's intentions through the power of the rules. Guyu, in a state of urgency, inquired, "What is the problem with severing mortal blood and intentions to inherit divine blood?" Mortal blood and intentions bear his cultivation and will. If these were to be severed, Sumo would cease to exist as he is, replaced by a mere scion of the divine race. Gu Yu's countenance shifted drastically as she anxiously glanced towards the distant figure in white, feeling utterly powerless. Is there any way to intervene? She asked in a panic. The mysterious figure shook his head, unless he can resist the will of the divine race. Despair etched across Gu Yu's face. She understood that Su Mo had never been a person of unwavering resolve. He would crumble under the weight of others' lives, become mentally disarrayed over trivial matters, and shrink back in the face of danger. Now, could he truly defy the will of the divine race? At this moment, Su Mo, trapped within the heart of fury, is enduring the overwhelming pressure from the God clan. This force is distinct from any he has encountered among the Transformation Realm cultivators. It is akin to an authentic divine lineage, one that is innately powerful. Before this God clan, the Transformation Realm cultivators are but mere impostors of divinity. Su Mo kneels upon the ground. The azure stones beneath him have already fractured, and several bones within his body have shattered, causing excruciating pain that surges through his mind. The intent of the giant divine remnant became clear to him the instant he uttered that word. He longs to resist, yet he cannot even lift his head, rendered powerless to alter his fate. Flash! The resounding roar resonates in his ears, akin to a thunderclap. Before Su Mo stands the colossal divine remnant, its feet planted firmly beneath the altar, while its upper body towers above it. As the command to slash escapes his lips, the remnant raises an ethereal colossal sword and brings it down with ferocity, appearing merely as a fleeting shadow. However, when that ephemeral blade sweeps across Su Mo's form, he trembles violently, sensing something within him vanish without a trace. A pained groan escapes Su Mo's lips, his teeth shatter under the strain, yet no blood flows. With this strike, he visibly withers, as if the very essence of his blood has been siphoned away, leaving him desiccated and pallid, devoid of vitality. This sword has cleaved the blood from Su Mo's mortal being. Witnessing Su Mo's transformation, Gu Yu covers her mouth in horror. Flash! Another blade sweeps through, causing Su Mo's flesh to dissolve, leaving him as nothing more than a skeletal remnant, teetering precariously in the heart of fury. Su Mo grits his teeth and closes his eyes, his gaze now deeply sunken. This strike has severed the flesh from Su Mo's corporeal form. Gu Yu gazes at Su Mo, now unrecognizable, her face awash with tears, engulfed in anguish. Flash! The giant divine remnant, devoid of emotion, maintains a cold visage as it wields the ethereal divine sword and sweeps it toward the parched figure. The thunderous sound reverberates through the heavens and earth. With this strike, Su Mo's body instantly transforms into a withered leaf, bereft of blood, flesh, and bones. This sword has excised the bones from Su Mo's mortal vessel. Ah! Gu Yu exclaims in shock. Don't go. She attempts to rush forward, but is halted by the strange figure. You can do nothing to aid him. Gu Yu stands frozen, gazing at Su Mo, who now lies on the ground like a desiccated leaf, entirely stripped of humanity. He should not endure such torment. She shakes her head, saying, one must remain within this ghostly realm. It merely happened to choose me. Yet, I merely foresaw this within the illusion. The strange figure sighs, casting a glance at the withered bones beside the stone tablet. Did she, too, possess a premonition in her time? Is it that those who cannot escape this ghostly gate are all granted foresight? Is this a preordained arrangement of fate, or merely the capriciousness of fortune? Suddenly, the bloodlight at the heart of the tempest blazed fiercely, and a drop of divine blood transformed into an endless essence of bloodline, merging into the form of Su Mo, which had long since lost its human shape. Divine light shimmered as the divine blood began to reconstruct the flesh and bone of Su Mo, who, despite being emaciated like a withered leaf, emitted a haunting cry of immense agony. Yet, without flesh and bone to sustain him, even amidst his boundless suffering, Su Mo could not utter a single sound. As the divine light flowed, Su Mo's body gradually manifested a skeletal structure, the once desiccated form acquiring the semblance of bone. Slowly, through the transmutation of the divine blood, Su Mo's withered body began to regain its vitality, flesh and blood returning to fullness. It seemed as though everything had returned to its original state. However, the all-encompassing divine light revealed to Gu Yu that Su Mo's flesh and blood were no longer of the mortal realm. His body had already transformed into that of a nascent deity. Everything had seemingly reverted, yet Su Mo remained in a kneeling position. The three swords had severed his mortal blood. Next would be the severance of his mortal essence. The enigmatic figure spoke in a low tone. What exactly is mortal essence? Gu Yu, witnessing Su Mo endure the three strikes, became alarmed upon hearing of the impending severance of his mortal essence. It represents the 7 emotions and 6 desires of humanity. The enigmatic figure replied gravely. The mortal body will be replaced by a divine form, and the 7 emotions and 6 desires will be supplanted by divine will. Henceforth, he shall become a pure descendant of the divine lineage. Chapter 122. The severance of intent. From this moment forth, he shall cease to be himself. The enigmatic figure spoke softly. Gu Yu's eyes brimmed with sorrow. If his mortal essence were to be severed, how would Su Mo differ from the dead? The inheritance of the giant god clan, while seemingly a legacy, was in truth a mere pretext for the emergence of a new divine lineage. It is a matter of relying solely on oneself now. The enigmatic figure sighed gently. Gu Yu gazed intently at the figure at the center of the turmoil. The remnant of the giant god raised the colossal sword in its hand once more, and the enigmatic figure regarded the sword, radiant with divine light, and slowly uttered, "Here it comes." The forthcoming strikes would cleave away his mortal essence. Gu Yu stood transfixed, speechless. This sense of helplessness had never before enveloped him, even in the face of his inability to exit the divine realm. After all, being unable to leave the divine realm would entail a protracted and agonizing wait. Yet, the ordeal that Su Mo was enduring now brought forth a wave of powerlessness, as if a pair of colossal hands had blocked all avenues of escape. Sever. A thunderous roar erupted as the ethereal colossal sword whistled through the air, causing Su Mo to tremble violently, an overwhelming sensation of terrifying memory fragmentation washing over him. This is dire. As the inheritance of the giant god severed his mortal essence, it would simultaneously erase the memories that his essence bore. The enigmatic figure exclaimed in alarm. Gu Yu's countenance turned ashen, and he abruptly glanced at Su Mo in the arena, his mouth opening in a silent gasp. "Little Su, will you forget me? And what of that little girl?" A crystalline teardrop fell, heralding a profound sorrow. Meanwhile, at the center of the storm, Su Mo's expression flickered with confusion. In Su Mo's vision, all was void. There was no divine realm, no altar, no remnant of the giant god, only an expanse of blinding white, within which stood numerous familiar figures. There was the little girl, Gu Yu, Luo Yin, the dean, the senior students of the academy, the Wang couple, Ning Baixue, Chengenen, Dao Hua, and the departed souls from the west of the city, as well as everyone he had encountered. And within that blinding whiteness stood 2 distant figures. These individuals seemed to gaze at Su Mo, their faces adorned with smiles, yet within those smiles lingered an unmistakable sense of reluctance. A magnificent sword descended, and amidst the white expanse, some figures began to fade away. Suddenly, he forgot why he had come to the divine realm. Yet, it did not seem to matter much. Chengenen, Dao Hua. Su Mo found himself murmuring 2 names, his tone seemingly bidding farewell. As those names escaped his lips, a look of bewilderment settled upon Su Mo's face. Who is Chengenen? And who is Dao Hua? Why must I utter these names? It seems I recognize them, yet their identities elude my memory. Su Mo gazed upward. The figures shrouded in a white haze bore no resemblance to the 2 familiar faces. Forgotten, or perhaps never known. It matters not. The Titan of Remnants raised the colossal sword of void once more, its blade piercing the heavens, shattering the firmament. As the sword ascended, an overwhelming sense of panic surged within Gu Yu, an inexplicable feeling of rupture enveloping her heart. A fissure emerged in Gu Yu's sword heart, from which 2 glistening tears cascaded down her cheeks. Little Su, do not forget your senior sister. Perched atop a mountain peak, a resplendent palace soared into the clouds, seemingly reaching the very heavens. The mist enveloping the mountainside obscured the mortal realm, revealing only the celestial. Utterly unique and isolated, within a sacred palace, the elders convened in a circle, gazing down upon Ning Baixue, clad in a flowing white gown. She appeared somewhat out of place under the scrutinizing gazes of the assembly. It is unclear when this sentiment of dissonance first emerged. 2 elderly figures among the elders exchanged glances, and one crone addressed the solitary Ning Baixue. Baixue, did you glean any insights from your journey to the divine domain? Ning Baixue nodded, producing a broken sword as an offering. The crone, fully aware of the acquisition of the broken sword, nonetheless feigned ignorance, eliciting a sense of irritation in Ning Baishui. She had been present at the time, yet still insisted on asking her to respond. The crone nodded, gesturing for the broken sword to fly into her grasp, passing it among the other elders. One elder exclaimed with excitement, This is an artifact of our ancestors. Excellent. Baishui, you have performed admirably, truly worthy of being our sect's saintess. Observing the fervor among the elders, the crone cleared her throat, fixing her gaze upon Ning Baishui once more. Baishui, do you have any other matters to report? Indeed, Ning Baishui replied, her voice calm as she glanced at the crone. This broken sword was obtained from a minor sect, and I have promised to allow them to become affiliated with our holy sect. The elders nodded in agreement. This action is not unwarranted. Having recovered the relic of our ancestors, they rightly deserve to be associated with our sect. Yet the crone suddenly narrowed her eyes, speaking in a low tone. And what of the one who returned the ancestral relic? The crone was fully aware that Ning Baishui had forced the sword-wielding elder to his demise. Her deliberate mention of it was a pointed attempt to reproach Ning Baishui for her previous insolence. However, Ning Baishui found the exchange rather tedious. She lifted her gaze towards the crone, her expression serene, and stated slowly, I killed him. The hall fell into a profound silence, and then an elder, furrowing her brow, turned to Ning Baishui and inquired, Why did you take his life? He slaughtered an entire village of mortals. Ning Baishui replied nonchalantly. The elderly woman continued, Have you verified this? Even so, you should not have killed him. After all, he is affiliated with our holy sect. One must ascertain the truth before making such a decisive action. Ning Baishui lifted her gaze to the elder, and what was once a calm demeanor now bore a hint of resistance. Resistance against the lofty airs of those before her, resistance against their hypocrisy. This feeling of defiance was inexplicable, as if influenced by some unseen force. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of panic surged within Ning Baishui's heart. It felt as though an invisible connection to someone was on the verge of severance, a sensation that pierced her soul. Suamo. Ning Baishui abruptly turned her head towards the horizon outside the hall. White Snow, why do you not answer my question? The elder's voice was insistent. Another elder, also frowning, regarded the momentarily distracted Ning Baishui with a cold tone. White Snow, what do you mean by this? I am questioning you. Ning Baishui turned back, meeting the gazes of the elders with unflinching resolve, and coldly declared, I killed him. And so be it. Then, without a backward glance, she gracefully departed the sacred hall, leaving a group of astonished elders in her wake. This marked her first act of defiance against the Council of Elders. Chapter 123, Severing Memories in the Academy. A haunting melody resonated throughout the mountains. A young girl rested her chin on her hand, quietly observing Luo Yin as she delicately played the guqin. Within the confines of the academy, Luo Yin's daily ritual was to caress the strings of her instrument, each note expressing a myriad of emotions, sometimes melancholic, other times tinged with sorrow. If Gu Yiru were present, she would undoubtedly comment that every note was steeped in longing. With Gu Yu and Su Mo absent, the academy felt markedly desolate. The second, fourth, and fifth brothers were away, while the eldest was often lost in slumber. Left unaccompanied, the sixth sibling resorted to incessant snacking. Luo Yin had only the young girl to listen to her play, and the girl no longer persistently called out for her young master as she once did. With a soft sigh, Luo Yin gently stroked the strings of her guqin, noticing that although the girl was listening, her mind had already drifted far away. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of panic surged within her, causing her hand to tremble violently, and the music ceased abruptly. Luo Yin looked up in confusion, her spirit adrift. The young girl abruptly raised her head, and 2 tears streamed down her enchanting eyes. She wiped her face with her hand, feeling the dampness. A sudden flurry of unease enveloped her as she gazed towards the horizon, murmuring softly, Why am I suddenly crying? Young master, have you abandoned me? Sever. That cold, emotionless voice echoed once more from the lips of the ghostly deity, reverberating through the heavens and earth. The colossal sword rose high, embodying an irresistible will. Amidst the expanse of white, Suemo felt a sharp pang in his heart as he turned to see a figure clad in flowing red amidst a throng of heads. The red figure gazed at Suemo, her smiling visage marred by tears, as if this strike signified a farewell. Forgetfulness. Could it not also be a parting? To forget was the most distant farewell, surpassing even life and death. The great sword descended, cleaving through the altar, striking Sumo and slicing through the red figure in the white haze. Crack! Guyu shuddered, as if a profound connection had been severed. Little Su. Guyu closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. The red figure within the white mist slowly dissipated, transforming into smoke. Her smiling face, the sword, fleeting as a wisp, carried away by the wind. Sister. Sumo watched the red figure vanish, feeling a profound sense of loss. When he turned back, the red figure had completely disappeared. It seemed as if something had fallen from the corner of his eye. He raised his hand to wipe it away, unable to articulate the bittersweet sensation that lingered. Sister, who are you? A flicker of confusion passed through Sumo's eyes. It felt as though something significant had been forgotten. Was it truly important? Sumo pondered sadly, his expression heavy. It must hold significance, otherwise. Why would I feel this sorrow? The wind lifted his garments, transforming the white into red, as if it were a reminder of something. Sever. Once again, a streak of sword light swept across the expanse, and within that blinding whiteness, several figures began to fade away. Among them were a woman clad in green, a couple, a girl bearing a dark guqin on her back, and a fairy in white, her expression imbued with complexity. A violent pain surged through Sumo's mind, causing him to clutch his head in anguish, his face contorting with a struggle he could no longer contain. What am I enduring? Why must I forget these memories? Dean, Luo Yin, Ning Bai Shui, the royal couple. Who are they, truly? Sumo collapsed to the ground in torment, his hands desperately clawing at the earth as if trying to grasp something elusive. Who am I? What am I doing? 2 tears fell to the ground, and in a moment of clarity, Sumo trembled violently. Young master, do you not want the girl anymore? Amidst the vast whiteness, a small figure slowly approached Sumo, squatting before him with an earnest gaze. The child's face was streaked with tears, her eyes solely reflecting Sumo, little girl. Sumo looked up, shaking his head urgently, declaring, it cannot be, it cannot be. How could the young master forsake the girl? Yet, the small figure tilted her head, gazing at Sumo with a mixture of longing and reluctance as she whispered, the young master is about to forget the girl. It cannot be, it cannot be. Sumo shook his head frantically, wishing to voice his thoughts, yet no words escaped his lips. Flash! A sound echoed, and the sword light swept through once more. The little figure began to vanish, looking down at her fading form before raising her gaze to Sumo. She appeared lonely and helpless, yet could do nothing to halt her dissolution. Young master. The little girl smiled sadly. Her voice choked. Do not forget the girl. The girl has only the young master. If the young master forgets the girl, then the girl will have nothing left. The cool breeze swept through, cleansing all, yet leaving behind an indelible attachment upon the ground. Girl. Sumo frantically reached out his hands, yearning to hold on to something in the wind, yet nothing remained. Stunned, he knelt there, his expression increasingly dazed as he glanced around. The vast whiteness had become desolate. Only 2 indistinct figures lingered in the distance. Girl, who are you? A wave of excruciating pain surged, making it difficult for Sumo to breathe, his vision blurred, as if something obscured his sight, rendering everything unclear. The little girl fell to the ground, her expression one of profound sorrow, turning to Luo Yin, her face awash with tears. Sister Luo. The young master has forgotten me. He has forgotten me. Luo Yin gazed skyward, speechless, her eyes filled with a profound bewilderment. A sensation emanating from the depths of the void informed her that Sumo had likewise forgotten her. Throughout her life, it seemed she had finally discovered a soulmate in the realm of music. This musical path was, in truth, the path of love. To find one who resonated with her musical essence was to find the very companion of her heart's desires. This companion could only be a person. The concept of love is ethereal and elusive. It may manifest as a mere smile or as the discontent of a mortal soul. Yet love can also be resolute. Perhaps it is severed only by the fact that he has forgotten her. The world speaks of her as the reincarnation of the goddess of music. But what is reincarnation in this world? Merely a pitiable woman who harbors music in her heart and intertwines it with her emotions. The little girl sobbed uncontrollably, collapsing into Luo Yin's embrace. Young master, he has forgotten me. Gently, Luoyin stroked the girl's long hair and reassured her. How could he ever forget you? He has merely encountered some circumstances that caused him to temporarily forget us. The little girl lifted her head, her tears wiped away. I must seek out the young master, she declared. But what purpose would that serve? Luoyin shook her head. I possess a journal, a record of everything between the young master and me. The little girl, weeping, produced an already worn journal from her bosom, filled with accounts of Sumo. She had kept it close, aware of her own poor memory, fearing she might forget him. But do you even know where to find your young master? To the north, replied the little girl. The little stone said, to the north. I will go with you. The two figures transformed into streaks of light, exiting the academy and heading northward. A figure clad in green watched the departing silhouettes and sighed. This time, the academy shall be even more desolate. Chapter 124. Mo. In a vast expanse of white, a sense of desolation pervaded the atmosphere. Sumo's eyes brimmed with confusion, as if in this endless whiteness, nothing remained. The only vestiges left were two indistinct figures in the distance, shrouded in a mist that rendered them nearly invisible, though they were seemingly within reach. They felt eternally unattainable. These two silhouettes represented the last remnants of Sumo's mortal ties. Flash, as the word echoed through the eerie silence. A colossal sword's radiance pierced Sumo's vision, aimed at those two figures. Quietly, without stirring ripples or invoking tumultuous emotions, it effortlessly cleaved through the shadows. Father, mother, Sumo whispered softly. With the descent of the giant sword, those two figures vanished, just like those who had come before them. Thus, all mortal ties were severed. A divine brilliance enveloped Sumo, marking him as the sole descendant of the divine lineage in this world, bearing the weight of the entire divine will. He touched the corners of his eyes, perceiving nothing, yet feeling an indelible presence that lingered. Who am I? An orphan, bereft of parents. What sense of self could he possess? As the divine light faded, Sumo's vision returned to the desolate altar of the ghostly realm. A figure clad in red rushed towards him and collapsed into his embrace, tears streaming down her face, words choked in her throat. Sumo gazed at the woman in red with a bewildered expression, feeling an unsettling unfamiliarity. Yet, in her eyes, there was an unmistakable depth of connection. Who am I? Sumo gently inquired. Guyu trembled, recognizing her little junior brother, yet his gaze felt strikingly foreign. Waves of anguish washed over her, overwhelming and consuming. With a soft sigh, a peculiar figure approached them, observing Sumo's vacant stare without uttering a word. The figure extended a hand, and specks of starlight shimmered in the void. These glimmers coalesced into a small, crystalline stone that fell into the peculiar figure's grasp. This is the essence of the mortal ties he severed. I have condensed these remnants into this stone. You shall safeguard it. Perhaps it will prove useful one day. The figure placed the small stone into Guyu's hand. It was an unassuming white stone, seemingly akin to the one resting upon Sumo's chest. Guyu accepted the stone, turning to the dazed Sumo, shaking her head in silence. Sumo, with a bewildered expression, gazed at the two figures, yet upon seeing the small stone, he sensed its profound significance. Noticing Sumo's fixation on the stone, Guyu slowly extended it toward him. Sumo stared at the small stone. A deep sorrow emanated from it, resonating within the core of his being. This stone held great importance, though he could not fathom why it was so vital. Sumo raised his gaze to Guyu and the peculiar figure, catching a glimpse of towering, majestic phantoms standing beyond the altar. The ethereal figures bore a cold demeanor, yet their gaze was fixed upon him. An overwhelming sense of resistance surged within Sumo's heart, compelling him to flee this place. Escape, escape, escape. This singular thought dominated his mind. An instinctive reaction welled up within Sumo, seemingly devoid of contemplation, as he exclaimed, "This shore is the other shore. I exist beyond this realm." A formidable force of cosmic law was effortlessly established, transcending the boundaries of the divine domain. As these words escaped his lips, Sumo's spiritual energy was instantly depleted, swiftly draining his vitality to a mere flicker. A flash of divine light surged forth, as a power that transcended worldly confines resisted the backlash of this overwhelming force of law. A formation array glimmered beneath his feet, intertwining with the force of law, serene yet profound. Suddenly, Sumo turned his gaze to the figure in red, and for reasons unknown, a voice surged within him. Take her. Take her. The insistence of that voice echoed like a deep-seated obsession within his heart. Suemo reached out, grasping the figure in red and pulling her into the formation beneath his feet, holding her firmly. Guyu looked at Suemo, tears welling in his eyes. He had not forgotten. Guyu then glanced at the strange figure, who shook his head and retreated. He was unwilling to leave the divine domain. For within this realm lay her presence, his sanctuary. Divine light illuminated the space as the force of law constructed by the formation tore through the air, causing the entire ghostly gate to tremble. This force of law was akin to forcibly reconnecting two worlds that had long been severed, compellingly intertwining them. As Guyu entered the formation, it seemed that the force of law required more spiritual energy for sustenance. Yet Suemo was already drained of his power. Suemo and Guyu began to gradually dissipate with the transporting force. The strange figure furrowed his brow, extending a hand, channeling a pure and immense spiritual energy into the formation. Boom! The force of law surged exponentially, and just as Suemo and Guyu vanished from sight, the strange figure was drained by this overwhelming power, collapsing to the side. With the depletion of the strange figure's spiritual energy, the force of law fractured. The void appeared to regain its tranquility. The strange figure gazed into the abyss, his expression complex, and sighed softly. I hope you have successfully exited the divine domain. This divine realm, this world, what truly exists as a divine domain, is merely a realm of the inhuman. Turning back, the strange figure's gaze fell once more upon the desolate skeleton nearby, murmuring, You wish to enter the divine domain? I advise you to reconsider. The divine realm is strange, a land devoid of humanity. You will regret entering. If you wish to go, I shall accompany you. The strange figure staggered toward the skeletal remains, leaning against the stone tablet, staring vacantly at the lifeless form. As the remnants of the colossal deities surrounding the altar were swept away by the wind, the breeze also caressed the figure of the strange man, who tightened his cloak and curled his form. Having forcefully breached the gates of the underworld to enter this realm, he had also infused his own spiritual energy into the Confucian and Taoist rules to aid Suemo and his companion. Yet now his energy was utterly depleted. The enigmatic gates of the underworld rendered any restoration of his energy impossible. This seemed to be yet another rule woven into the fabric of fate, though its purpose remained elusive. How much longer could this exhausted elder endure? Junior sister brother truly regrets. The strange man gazed into the void above the gates, slowly closing his eyes. His once unruly long hair had turned completely white. Red silk hands, yellow wine. The city is adorned with the spring colors of willow trees along the palace walls. The east wind is cruel, and joy is fleeting. A heart full of sorrow. Years of longing. Mistakes, mistakes, mistakes. Spring remains as before, yet the soul grows thin, with tear stains soaking through the delicate fabric. Peach blossoms fall, idle pavilions and corridors. The oath of the mountains remains, yet the golden letters cannot be entrusted. Do not, do not, do not. Chapter 125. The snowy expanse in the vast northern realm, where the white snow blankets the earth, the fragmented clouds are whisked away by the relentless wind, cascading softly to the ground, forming an endless sea of pristine white. The expansive plains are draped in a shroud of snow, and the biting cold of the icy winds gnaws at one's bones, inflicting a sharp chill. Amidst this boundless, desolate whiteness, a figure clad in crimson trudges forward, bearing another upon their back, stepping cautiously yet resolutely against the fierce gusts. The howling blizzard shows no mercy, its frigid breath composing a mournful melody of the North's chill. While the world recognizes the harshness of the northern territories, few comprehend the warmth that may linger within the cold. Who are you? Suemo inquired weakly, nestled against Guyu's back. Guyu turned her head, gently brushing the snowflakes from Sumo's silvery hair, and continued her arduous journey. I am your senior sister. A veil of confusion lingered in Sumo's eyes, the biting wind causing him to shiver. And who am I? Guyu's expression darkened with sorrow, her silence stretching into a heavy pause. The force of the rules governing the passage from the netherworld had not fully coalesced, and the insufficient spiritual energy caused it to fracture. This rupture plunged the two into the chaotic void, ultimately casting them into the desolate northern expanse, gravely wounded. Suemo, drained of spiritual energy and suffering a shattered soul, found himself in a body devoid of power amidst the tumultuous void. Even the mighty form of a giant god was being torn apart, teetering on the brink of death. He had initially resisted the backlash of the rules with his divine body, only to confront the chaotic void. Guyu, too, bore the scars of a wounded spirit and lacked the strength to fight, yet she continued to carry Sumo, striving to escape the vast northern wilderness. How much longer could Sumo endure in this unforgiving realm? And how much longer could she persist? You are Sumo, your courtesy name is Jingyan, the foremost scholar of the Great Hua, a master of the literary and Taoist arts. Guyu pressed on into the wind, her red garments swirling chaotically. But why? Do I remember nothing? Sumo murmured, feeling Guyu's long hair, tousled by the wind, brush against his face. The breeze carried an inexplicable fragrance, soothing his troubled heart. You sacrificed so much to bring me out of the divine realm. Guyu paused, her steps faltering under the weight of her burden. The injuries to her spirit rendering her struggle through the snowy expanse increasingly arduous, the legacy of the giant god having severed her memories. What is the divine realm? What is the legacy of the giant god? Sumo felt a sense of familiarity with these terms, yet their meanings eluded him. The divine realm is. Guyu patiently answered Sumo's myriad questions, as though addressing a bewildered youth grappling with the complexities of existence. The snowy plain bore witness to the long, deep footprints left behind, each impression etched deeply into the ground, the wild northern winds unable to completely obscure their passage. In the midst of the vast, swirling snowstorm, a distant figure appeared, clad in a striking red garment. The individual, adorned with white robes and white hair, seemed to merge seamlessly with the snowy expanse, rendering them nearly invisible. Sumo, resting heavily upon Guyu's back, breathed faintly. Guyu gently set Sumo down, removing her own crimson attire to envelop him, leaving only a thin undergarment. With tender care, she lifted him once more, her footsteps heavy as she proceeded in a deliberate direction. As the light of day gradually faded, the haunting howls of wolves echoed through the snow-laden terrain. Glancing back at Sumo, Guyu noticed a snow cave, propped open by two fallen, desolate trees not far ahead. She adjusted her course towards this refuge. The snow cave formed a high cone, with snow accumulating atop, creating a sheltered hollow below. Upon entering, Guyu carefully laid Sumo down, gathered dry branches from the dead trees, and ignited a small fire at the entrance of the cave. This shallow sanctuary became their haven for the night. As dusk deepened, the endless white snow obscured the sunset and hid the rising moon. A heavy gloom enveloped the landscape, and the icy wind howled through the cave's mouth. Fortunately, the cave's sheltered entrance kept the falling snow at bay. Guyu gazed outside, spotting several snow wolves with glimmering green eyes. A soft sigh escaped her lips, pondering how she had come to shy away from even the meager threat posed by these wolves. The memory of a smile from the underworld, belonging to one who would rather forsake the Confucian legacy than depart alone, softened her resolve. The wolves, wary of fire, could only watch from a distance, their presence a reminder of the perilous world outside. Sumo slowly opened his eyes, taking in the sight of the thinly clad Guyu, a wave of familiarity washing over him, albeit with a sense of confusion. You're awake? Guyu turned her gaze to meet his. He nodded weakly, observing his battered form before rasping, I won't last much longer. Guyu trembled at his words, shaking her head slowly. No, it's just a minor injury. Your divine body is resilient. Sumo, however, shook his head gently, fully aware of his own condition. He seemed to glimpse a ray of light upon the distant mountains, feeling himself being drawn towards it by unseen hands. Behind him, a throng of people stirred, calling his name and urging him to turn back. In regard to life and death, he felt indifferent, as if he had forgotten everything, akin to a drifting reed without roots, aimlessly floating through existence. Memory is the vessel of life. Without it, what remains of humanity? The flickering fire cast a warm glow, illuminating the sorrow etched upon Sumo's face. Senior sister, he murmured softly, recalling Guyu's claim of kinship. He believed her, for there was no reason for deceit. The visage of her being resonated within him, though clarity eluded him. Guyu shivered, a blush rising in her eyes, and responded gently, Your senior sister is here. I feel as though there are many things I wish to accomplish, yet I cannot remember, Sumo said softly. Do not rush. Take your time to ponder. If you cannot recall, Let me assist you, Guyu said, gently wiping the beads of perspiration from Sumo's forehead with the sleeve of her garment. Sumo closed his eyes, and a hazy image began to materialize in his mind. I see two elderly figures, gazing at me from a great distance, just beyond my reach. Their expressions are remarkably gentle, as if they harbor words they long to share with me. I also perceive a little girl, seemingly advancing toward me, accompanied by many others. I further glimpse a figure clad in blue, another in red. Just as the thought lingers, Sumo succumbs once more to the depths of slumber. Guyu gazed upwards at the blinding expanse of white snow that still illuminated the night, her eyes shimmering with an enchanting brilliance. Little Seven, do not fear. Your elder sister shall guide you home. As dawn broke, Guyu hoisted the slumbering Sumo onto her back and ventured forth into the vast, snowy wilderness. A chilling breeze swept through, revealing a figure in red, moving slowly ahead. That year, the northern winds howled fiercely. That year, the figure in red and the one in white traversed the 3,000 snowy realms. That year, both the red and white figures fell together into the snow. Chapter 126, Soul Wounds Beyond a small town in the northern region. A donkey slowly approached, pulling a cart. Originally intended for firewood, the cart now carried two individuals, one clad in white and the other in red. An elderly woman, hunched over, unsteadily led the emaciated donkey into the town. Grandma, you ventured outside the town again? A meat vendor by the roadside, upon seeing the elderly woman return with the donkey, immediately dropped his knife and hurried over to assist her. At your age, you should refrain from entering the snowfields. The winds are fierce and the snow perilous. It's nothing to worry about. I merely went to see if I could find some dead branches to collect. The old woman replied with a smile, her aged face radiating kindness. This year's chill has arrived earlier than usual. It seems we are in for a long winter. We must gather more firewood. The meat vendor shook his head vigorously. Oh, what you say? If you need firewood, come to my place. I have plenty to spare, just don't venture into the snowfields again. I've heard unsettling tales about them lately. At that moment, the vendor's wife emerged from the house across the street, chiming in, Indeed, please don't leave the town again. We have ample firewood. Come to us for some. There's no need. Truly, there's no need. The elderly woman shook her head, her face creasing into a smile. With a quivering hand, she guided the donkey cart toward the house opposite. The meat vendor paused, staring at the two individuals lying in the cart. Grandma, who are these two? Turning slightly, the old woman sighed. I found them lying in the snow and brought them back. If it weren't for the girl's red clothing, I might not have noticed them at all. Seeing their luxurious attire, the vendor's wife approached, assessing the two figures on the cart. I wonder who they are. They must be the offspring of a wealthy family. I don't know, and I don't concern myself with it. It was merely an act of kindness. The old woman chuckled and shook her head. With a tremulous grip, she led the donkey cart into the house, while the meat vendor and his wife exchanged glances. Shaking their heads, the vendor's wife, ever curious, remarked, Could it be that a young lady from a wealthy family eloped with a man and collapsed in the snow? I told you to listen less to those storytellers. Such melodrama is improbable. The vendor rolled his eyes, casting a resigned glance at his wife before returning to his stall to attend to his work. His wife, displeased, followed him back to the meat stall, muttering, How can it be impossible? I believe they are indeed runaway lovers. Sumo gradually awoke, drawn by the enticing aroma of porridge and vegetables. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was in a modest dwelling. The dimly lit room was filled not only with the scent of the food, but also a faint, familiar fragrance that lingered in the air. Turning his gaze, he noticed Guyu, dressed in red, lying beside him. With delicate brows and a graceful neck, her enchanting visage bore a hint of pallor, and amidst her tousled long hair wafted a faint, ethereal fragrance. The furrowed brow revealed her deep-seated worries, heavy yet unyielding. Sumo stirred slightly, attempting to rise, inadvertently awakening Guyu. As Guyu opened her eyes and beheld Sumo beside her, she softly inquired, Where are we? Sumo gently shook her head in response. At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing an elderly woman who entered, cradling two steaming bowls of porridge. Upon seeing Sumo and Guyu awake, she exclaimed, Ah, you're awake. Come, have some porridge to regain your strength. The elderly woman placed the bowls on the bedside, each adorned with a generous layer of vegetables. Guyu, drawn by the aroma of the warm porridge, felt a pang of hunger. having long forgotten its sensation during her cultivation. She now rediscovered it due to her weakened state from injury. Supporting herself, Guyu propped Suemo up and gently asked the elderly woman, "Grandma, where exactly are we?" "This is a small town in the snowy region, my home," the elderly woman replied with a smile, her heart evidently warmed by the presence of her newfound guests, dispelling the solitude that had once enveloped her. "I found you both collapsed in the snow and brought you here." Guyu, touched by the elderly woman's kind demeanor, felt a wave of warmth within her. She attempted to rise but was gently urged back down by the woman, who insisted, "Just rest, just rest." "Thank you for saving us, Grandma." Guyu expressed her gratitude, to which Suemo added, "Thank you as well, Grandma. Such trivial matters require no thanks." The elderly woman's weathered face bore a nonchalant expression. "Now, drink your porridge to warm yourselves." Guyu nodded, lifted a bowl, and after blowing gently on a spoonful, fed it to Suemo, who instinctively opened her mouth to accept it. The elderly woman watched the charming pair with a beaming smile, shaking her head and chuckling. "Ah, such a loving couple, just like I was with my husband in our days together." Clearly, she had indulged in her share of tales. Seeing a man and woman unconscious in the snow, especially with Guyu clad in red, led her to presume they were a couple fleeing from an unwanted marriage. Guyu paused momentarily, a flicker of unease stirring within her as she glanced at Suemo, yet she refrained from contesting the assumption. Suemo gazed back at her, confusion clouding her features. Without any recollection, she remained silent. Guyu continued to feed Suemo in silence. After finishing a bowl, a wave of fatigue washed over Suemo, and she gradually reclined, surrendering to slumber once more. As Suemo drifted into unconsciousness, a shadow of sorrow flickered in Guyu's eyes, an unshakable feeling. She understood the truth in Sumo's words. Indeed, her time was fleeting. Despite having inherited the legacy of the divine, her divine body was worn down, and the essence of life and cultivation had been nearly depleted by the overwhelming force that pierced through the divine realm. Furthermore, her spirit had sustained grave injuries upon exiting the divine realm, making recovery a daunting challenge. With a heavy heart, Guyu lifted another bowl of steaming porridge and sipped slowly, only to find the once fragrant concoction now tasted bitter and cold. Observing the sorrow etched upon Guyu's face, the elderly woman sighed softly and shook her head gently. It was evident that the runaway bride was engulfed in sadness over her family matters. "Fear not, if you have nowhere to go. You two may take refuge here with me. I happen to have 2 rooms. I shall sleep in one, and you both in the other," the woman reassured them. Guyu looked at her, slowly nodding in acknowledgement. At this moment, both individuals had lost their cultivation and could hardly traverse the snow-laden landscape to return to the academy. Moreover, Guyu was significantly injured. It would take a considerable amount of time for her to recover her abilities, necessitating a stable place to reside. Once her powers were restored, they would consider their next steps. The academy head, she surmised, must have deduced their predicament in the snow, yet if he intended to come, he would have done so by now. Perhaps he harbored other intentions. The elderly woman gazed out at the darkening sky and remarked, "This winter has arrived earlier than usual, and the days are shorter. You should rest early. I too shall retire for the night." "Thank you, dear grandmother, for your assistance." Guyu expressed her gratitude once more. "It was but a trivial matter," the elderly woman replied, swaying slightly as she pushed the door open and gently closed it behind her. The room fell silent again, and Guyu gazed at the sleeping Suemo, her thoughts lingering in the stillness. As night deepened, the sounds of the town gradually faded, and the lights in every household extinguished one by one. Guyu shook her head with a soft sigh, lying down beside Suemo, and gazed at his delicate profile. Fatigue washed over her, and she too gradually succumbed to slumber. It seemed that the life of mortals was not without its charms. As the candle flickered out, casting the room into darkness, a captivating and voluptuous apparition slowly materialized within. The figure stretched languidly, her sheer gown failing to conceal the alluring curves of her form. "Little fledgling, how long have I been asleep to find such a situation unfolding?" she mused, casting a glance at the slumbering Suemo and the resting Guyu beside him, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. What a stroke of good fortune! With a wave of her hand, the small stone nestled in Guyu's embrace floated effortlessly into her grasp. A gentle squeeze transformed the stone into starlight, which then coalesced at Sumo's forehead, vanishing without a trace. Hoping to forget me? Not a chance. I wonder how long it will take for you to recall these mortal sentiments and memories. Do not keep me waiting too long. My temper is rather volatile. She quipped, her expression a mix of annoyance and amusement. Upon observing Sumo's form, she frowned, noting, this severe spiritual injury poses quite the dilemma. But what concern is it of mine? He is not my disciple. With a resigned sigh, she decided, very well, I shall devise a solution for you. With that, she soared out of the room, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the vast expanse of the snowy domain. Chapter 127. Tranquility Before Dawn. The rooster heralded the arrival of the sun. The remnants of candlelight lingered, casting a warm glow upon the paper windows. In the serene little town, the first rays of sunlight broke through, infusing the morning with vitality as they crept through the paper screens and gently illuminated the sleeping face of Guyu. As Guyu stirred, her eyes fluttered open, and memories of the past slowly returned to her hazy consciousness. Turning her head, she noticed the absence of Suemo. Rising from her slumber, she opened the door to find Suemo standing alone outside. Clad in flowing white garments, he appeared ethereal and isolated, as if yearning to merge with the world, yet unable to find harmony. What has awakened you? Guyu inquired as she approached Suemo, gazing at the vast expanse of white that lay before him. Suemo raised his hands, examining them closely, and softly remarked, I don't know why, but I feel as though I've regained quite a bit. Guyu nodded in agreement, noting the marked improvement in Suemo's demeanor. Then why do you still seem melancholic? I have forgotten my past, as though I have lost my soul, drifting aimlessly in the wind, lost and bewildered. Sumo's expression grew somber, his eyes vacant. With a gentle sigh, Guyu felt equally uncertain about their situation. Let us find a place to stay for now. It wouldn't be appropriate to keep troubling the old woman. We will figure out the rest gradually, she suggested. Suemo nodded, seemingly at peace with the circumstances. The two waited for the sun to rise fully before bidding farewell to the elderly woman. If you have nowhere else to go, it would not be too bad to stay here, she kindly offered. Suemo shook his head. It wouldn't be right to continuously trouble you. It is somewhat inconvenient. Understanding their predicament, the elderly woman did not insist on their stay, but inquired with concern, have you thought about where to go? Suemo lightly shook his head, admitting, with my memories lost, I truly do not know where to turn. After pondering for a moment, the elderly woman recalled a possible refuge. The teacher at the town school passed away recently, and the back rooms of the school are currently unoccupied. You may temporarily reside there. Exchanging glances, Suemo and Guyu nodded in agreement, recognizing it as a suitable temporary abode. Thus, under the guidance of the elderly woman, they made their way to the town school. The ancient building exuded a sense of antiquity, imbued with the scent of ink from years of scholarly pursuits. Observing the empty classrooms, the elderly woman sighed and explained, originally, there was only one old teacher here. After his passing, there have been no instructors, and the students have been left without guidance. As Suemo and Guyu scanned the classroom, they noted ink stains still lingering on the desks, while dust-covered books lay forgotten on the shelves in one corner of the academy. The elderly woman, trembling slightly, led them to the back rooms of the school, pointing out several empty chambers. These rooms have remained vacant. The late teacher did not reside here. You may settle in with peace of mind. Thank you, dear lady. Suemo expressed with a bow, and Guyu followed suit, showing her gratitude. In the present moment, Suemo is gravely injured, while Guyu has yet to regain her strength, making it difficult for them to depart from this snowy domain. Finding a tranquil place to settle temporarily is undoubtedly the wisest course of action. After bidding farewell to the old woman, the two began to organize the back residence, as they would remain here for some time. After half a day of diligent preparation, Suemo entered the study in the front hall, gazing at the assortment of books. He selected a few and, seated at the teacher's desk, began to leaf through them leisurely. Each word and sentence resonated with a sense of familiarity, as if he had not truly forgotten. It appears that while memories may be severed, knowledge remains intact. Just as a person who has lost their memory still knows how to walk, eat, and dress themselves, some things are too deeply rooted to be relinquished. At that moment, Guyu approached the front hall and observed Suemo engrossed in his reading. I am going to the market to buy some daily necessities, she announced. I shall accompany you, Suemo replied, setting down the books and rising to his feet. Guyu nodded in agreement, noting that a stroll would indeed benefit him. Together, They exited the study and ventured onto the streets. The thoroughfare was not particularly crowded. Perhaps the early winter chill deterred people from venturing outside. Or perhaps this place simply had a sparse population. Occasionally, a vendor's call could be heard, mingled with the hurried footsteps of passers-by. The sight of the strikingly handsome couple inevitably drew the attention of those who crossed their path, as this area had not seen many visitors for quite some time. Moreover, Gu Yu, resplendent in her beauty and clad in red, alongside Su Mo, whose refined demeanor and ethereal presence in white attire and silver hair were indeed eye-catching. They entered a fabric shop, where the proprietor, languidly humming a tune, was momentarily taken aback upon the arrival of two unfamiliar patrons. "You must be new here," he remarked with a welcoming smile, noting the extraordinary aura of the couple. Su Mo nodded in affirmation, inquiring, "Do you have blankets and clothing?" The shopkeeper, sensing their elegance, felt somewhat flustered but nodded. "We do have some, though they are merely the ordinary types used by common folk and not of the quality you possess." Su Mo smiled gently, shaking his head. "Common is perfectly fine. We are new to this place and simply need what is usable." The shopkeeper, relieved, responded, "Very well. Please wait a moment." He stepped away from the counter and entered a back room, returning shortly with some of the finest garments and bedding from his shop. Guyu selected several red garments for change and 2 blankets. Su Mo settled the bill, and together they exited the shop. The shopkeeper watched them leave, shaking his head slowly while gazing out at the pristine white landscape, sighing, "This year, winter has arrived much earlier than usual." Next, Su Mo and Guyu arrived at the butcher's shop, where the owner was momentarily stunned upon recognizing them. "Oh, aren't you the two whom the old woman brought back from the outskirts of town yesterday?" Su Mo nodded, realizing that the old woman had encountered this butcher on her journey to rescue them. "As we are new here, we hope for your kind assistance," he stated. Su Mo spoke with humility and courtesy, while Guyu remained silent beside him, seemingly just a woman accompanying her man. "What's the matter? Just call out if you need anything in the future. Are you still residing at Grandma's house?" The owner of the meat shop waved his hand jovially, appearing quite fond of having outsiders visit. "No, it has become rather inconvenient to stay at Grandma's. Currently, we are lodging in the back of the temporary school." The meat shop owner nodded, expressing his sentiment. It is indeed somewhat inconvenient for a young couple to stay at Grandma's. Residing at the school is certainly preferable. Neither Su Mo nor Guyu offered any explanations, merely nodding in agreement. "Boss, may I have 2 jin of leg meat, please?" "Do not call me boss. Just refer to me as Wang Lu. I am the 6th in my family, and everyone in town calls me Wang Lu," he replied with a smile. Swiftly chopping a piece of meat on the cutting board and handing it to Su Mo, neatly tied with string. "How much is it?" Su Mo inquired. Wang Lu waved his hand generously. "Since you are newcomers, I suppose you might not have much silver. Consider this meat my gift to you." Upon receiving the piece of meat, which was evidently more than 2 jin, Su Mo shook his head and insisted, "This is not acceptable." Seeing Su Mo's serious expression, Wang Lu pondered for a moment and said, "Then just give me 6 chien." 6 chien was the price for 2 jin. Yet the piece of meat he had given Su Mo far exceeded that weight. Su Mo glanced at Wang Lu and produced 10 chien to hand to him. Wang Lu refused vehemently, but Su Mo insisted, "I cannot let you incur a loss in your business." Reluctantly, Wang Lu accepted the payment, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the young man clad in white. At that moment, Wang Lu's wife entered the shop, leading a child, and upon seeing Su Mo and Guyu, she paused in surprise. Wang Lu promptly introduced his wife and son to Su Mo. Wang Lu's wife, gazing at Su Mo's pristine scholar's attire, hesitated to speak. Noticing her demeanor, Su Mo encouraged, "Sister Wang, please feel free to voice your thoughts." "Are you, sir, a scholar?" Wang Lu's wife inquired tentatively. Su Mo nodded. "Could you possibly teach our child to read? The local teacher has passed away, and with winter arriving early, there is no one available to educate the children here. We would like our child to learn some characters, lest he end up like his father, merely a meat seller." Wang Lu's wife pleaded, feeling somewhat embarrassed by her request, quickly adding, "We can pay you a tutoring fee." Wang Lu glanced at his child, scratching his head sheepishly. Su Mo looked at the child thoughtfully, and after a moment's reflection, he nodded. "Then let him come to the school 3 days from now. You may also bring along other children from the area who are currently out of school." "Very well, thank you so much." Wang Lu's wife expressed her gratitude profusely. Wang Lu's son looked up at Su Mo curiously, intrigued by his head of white hair. That year, Su Mo became a teacher in the mortal town of the snowy region. That year, the biting winds invaded the snowy realm, rendering it even colder. In that year, two figures, one tall and one small, stepped into the snow-laden realm. Chapter 128. The urgency of wind and snow, the rules for disciples, the teachings of sages. First, filial piety and brotherly respect. Next, prudence and trustworthiness. To love all broadly, yet cherish the virtuous. If one possesses spare energy, then let them immerse in scholarly pursuits. The snow reflects the sky's whiteness, while frost hangs from the beams. Within the classroom, a dozen young children chant the verses from their scrolls, their innocent voices echoing sweetly. Su Mo, clad in white robes with silver hair, stands at the lectern, observing the earnest recitation of the disciples' regulations by his students. Suddenly, a familiar scene materializes in his mind. Yet, upon closer examination, it eludes clarity, intangible and out of reach. Master, what does first, filial piety and brotherly respect? Next, prudence and trustworthiness mean? A young girl, with wide and innocent eyes, inquires of Su Mo in a childlike voice. Gazing at the child's query, Su Mo gently elucidates. First and foremost, it implies that within the home, one must honor their parents. Outside, one must respect their elder siblings. Subsequently, one should adhere to regulations in words and actions, upholding sincerity and trust. The little girl ponders, appearing to grasp some understanding, yet still bewildered. She gazes at the next line on the scroll and asks, "And what does to love all broadly, yet cherish the virtuous signify?" Without losing patience, Su Mo explains, this phrase bears multiple meanings. Firstly, it conveys a broad interpretation, advocating for the widespread dissemination of love and closeness to those who embody virtue. Secondly, it suggests loving the common people while cherishing one's kin. As humanity is a shared bond, yet not all are equal, the multitude is often commonplace, while the virtuous are rare. Indeed, the virtuous command both respect and honesty, devoid of flattery. Suddenly, Su Mo's words falter as that familiar sensation resurfaces. He seems to perceive himself seated below, with someone at his position elucidating this very phrase. Unconsciously, he murmurs, "To cherish the virtuous is infinitely good. Virtue advances daily, while transgressions diminish. Failing to cherish the virtuous brings infinite harm. The petty prosper, and all affairs falter." Once the class concludes, the students return to their homes. Su Mo remains seated at the desk, lost in thought, gazing at the dimming sky in silence. Guyu emerges from the back room, observing the dazed Su Mo without intruding. Wang Lu, the butcher, arrives with a knife of pork, noticing Su Mo's distraction. He remains silent and hands the meat to Guyu, who accepts it. Su Mo does not charge tuition for his teachings, so Wang Lu periodically brings pork, initially met with reluctance from Su Mo. However, Wang Lu's wife insisted that if Su Mo declined, their son would feel embarrassed about attending his classes, leaving Su Mo no choice but to accept. Other children's parents also occasionally bring items from home to the school under similar circumstances. Over time, the townsfolk became aware of the young and graceful teacher who wore white robes. Su Mo has grown closer to the people of the town. Wang Lu arrives in haste and departs just as swiftly. On this day, Su Mo sat quietly in the classroom throughout the night. The snowstorm intensified, with thick layers of snow weighing down the streets to 3 feet, and this year's snowfall seemed more ferocious than in previous years, as if lamenting its desolation. Due to the severe weather, Su Mo decided not to allow the children to attend classes, instead providing them with some books to study at home in advance. Meanwhile, Guyu meditated in her room, recovering her cultivation, having not ventured outside for quite some time. The snow clouds loomed ominously, casting a heavy gloom over the evening. A small boy peered cautiously into the classroom, shivering with apparent cold. "Tiger, why have you come to school in such weather?" Su Mo asked, taken aback upon seeing the boy. This little lad was the son of Wang Lu from the butcher shop, affectionately nicknamed Tiger. True to his name, he appeared somewhat naive, as if he approached everything at a slower pace. Tiger trembled as he approached Su Mo, exhaling frosty breaths, and raised a wine flask, speaking in a childlike voice. "My father said to bring a flask of wine for the teacher, to warm up in this cold." Su Mo shook his head with a wry smile, accepting the flask. Where is your father? Why didn't he come himself? Tiger scratched his head, shaking it in confusion, then seemed to recall something and slowly replied, My father said, this year's snow is too heavy. He fears the wild beasts in the snow might attack the town due to hunger. He went with the others from the town to set up a barrier at the entrance. Suemo gazed out at the incessantly falling snow, sighing deeply. Indeed, the snowfall was overwhelming. I shall escort you home, he said, turning to Tiger with a resigned expression. Tiger shook his head, insisting, No, it's not necessary. I can make it back. My mother said. The teacher is unwell, and not to let you escort me. Listen to me. Suemo grasped Tiger's hand, leading the wobbly child back to the butcher shop. Upon opening the door, Wang Lu's wife was taken aback to see Suemo. Did we not say not to let the teacher escort him? Tiger is well enough to walk back on his own. Suemo shook his head, declaring, I cannot leave him to wander alone. Wang Lu's wife opened the door wider, inviting Suemo and Tiger inside. However, Suemo paused at the threshold and inquired, Where is Brother Wang? He went with the men of the town to erect barriers at the east gate. She replied, pulling Tiger's hand and encouraging Suemo, Please, come in and rest. It is far too cold outside. Declining her invitation, Suemo stood up and left, stepping into the snow-laden streets. The rooftops of every household were already blanketed in a thick layer of snow. It was uncertain whether this was the norm for this region or a peculiarity of the year. As he walked, Suemo could not suppress a sneeze. Guyu proclaimed that he had inherited the bloodline of the Titan clan. However, he now lay grievously wounded, resembling a mere invalid, devoid of any cultivation. His divine body seemed but an exceedingly ordinary mortal form. The Titan's legacy appeared to bear no significance whatsoever. Tightening his clothing, Suemo gazed toward the street leading eastward and, after a moment's contemplation, made his way toward the entrance on the eastern edge of the town. Upon reaching the entrance, he observed Wang Lu and others diligently erecting a fence towering over 2 men in height, alongside which stood a platform. Seeing Suemo approach, Wang Lu exclaimed in surprise, Sir, you have come as well? Suemo ascended the platform beside Wang Lu, responding, I came to see if there is anything I can assist with. Wang Lu and several others promptly waved their hands, insisting, We can manage this ourselves. There is no need for your assistance, sir. You should return to the academy. Nodding in acknowledgement, Suemo noted that the fence had indeed been erected. Peering beyond it, he spotted a few white snow wolves lurking intently in the vast expanse of snow. Ah, just a few famished pups, he remarked. Now that we have erected this barrier, they cannot enter. There is no need for you to worry, sir, Wang Lu chuckled. Yet, as Suemo surveyed the relentless snowstorm, a frown creased his brow. If this snow continued to fall in such abundance, the concern would not merely be whether the wild beasts outside could breach their defenses. Rather, the pressing question would be how those within would endure the harshness of this winter. Chapter 129. The vast calamity. A relentless blizzard enveloped the snow-laden region, heralding an unprecedented snowfall in centuries. It seemed as though the heavens had torn open a portal, allowing millennia of accumulated snow to cascade down. The once vibrant town lay buried beneath a thick shroud of white, its warmth and life extinguished. The cold was piercing, compelling a fire to be kindled for warmth. Sumo's gaze grew increasingly unfocused as fragmented images began to emerge in his mind. Yet, these disjointed visions failed to coalesce into a coherent narrative. Time, sequence, and logic were absent, leaving Suemo feeling as if he were perusing a book torn asunder, chaotic and disordered. His body was gradually regaining strength, yet his cultivation remained elusive, and his spirit waned further. I shall not endure much longer, Suemo murmured. He gazed out at the falling snow, and in the silence, no one responded. The wind and snow intensified. In the evening, Wang Lu arrived at the schoolhouse, carrying a jug of wine, and plopped himself down on the straw mat opposite Suemo. Why has Brother Wang returned again? Suemo inquired, observing the troubled expression on Wang Lu's face. It's cold, so I brought you a jug of wine to warm your spirits. Wang Lu placed the wine before Suemo, saying little more. Noticing Wang Lu's apparent preoccupation, Suemo rose to warm the wine over the hearth. Once the wine was heated, he poured 2 bowls, returning to his seat and sliding 1 bowl towards Wang Lu. Wang Lu glanced at Suemo, shook his head with a bitter smile, clinked his bowl against Sumo's, and drank it in 1 gulp. Suemo followed suit, then asked, What troubles you? Grandma has passed away, Wang Lu replied softly. Suemo was taken aback, rendered speechless for a long moment. After moving to the schoolhouse, Suemo had visited Grandma daily, keeping her company in her solitude, sharing mundane conversations. When the snow became too fierce, Grandma would urge Suemo not to come, insisting it was too cold and too uncomfortable to venture outdoors. Suemo understood that she wished to spare him from braving the elements just to sit with her for a brief time. Yet, unable to refuse her request, he had brought her 2 quilts and some food. Little did he expect that after 2 days of absence, the kind-hearted woman who had saved his life would depart. Such is the unpredictability of life. It could be said she passed peacefully. Yet had it not been for the absence of smoke rising from her chimney today, her family might not have discovered her fate for some time. Wang Lu sighed, continuing, but the blizzard is too fierce to afford her a proper burial. We can only leave her be for now. Suemo remained silent, pouring himself another bowl of wine and consuming it in one go. Let us leave it for now. Once the storm has passed, we shall properly see her off. Wang Lu nodded, gazing at the incessant snowstorm outside, murmuring, one cannot tell when this tempest will cease. If it continues like this, the firewood in every household will soon run out. Suemo raised his eyes to Wang Lu, a hint of perplexity in his gaze. Wang Lu sighed initially. There was enough firewood for cooking. Each family should have had a surplus. Yet, the cold has driven them to use it for warmth, and should this storm persist, we may soon find ourselves without a flame. Suemo glanced at the beams of the schoolhouse and remarked, if it truly comes to that, we might as well dismantle this school and burn its timber for warmth. Wang Lu shook his head, asserting that the school must remain intact, for the children of the town needed a place to learn. Suemo replied, survival comes first. We can rebuild once the storm passes. Wang Lu still shook his head in disapproval. Moreover, families should cease living in isolation. If 3 or 5 households gather together, they could conserve some firewood. Suemo continued. Wang Lu nodded in agreement, falling silent afterward. After a moment's pause, he departed. As Suemo watched Wang Lu disappear into the snowstorm, an involuntary sense of desolation washed over him. Night fell, and Suemo sat within the schoolhouse. The small town was enveloped in profound silence. The only sound was the distant howling of wolves outside, a mournful lament that seemed to echo the severity of the storm. On another day, Wang Lu returned, bearing a jug of wine and a cut of fresh meat. His countenance seemed even more weathered, his furrowed brow etched with an inescapable gloom. He plopped down before Suemo, observing him alone, and inquired, "Where is your wife? It has been quite a while since she was seen." Suemo understood he was referring to Guyu, but since she was still in seclusion to recover her cultivation, he offered no further explanation, simply stating, "It is too cold, she remains indoors." Wang Lu nodded, handing the jug and meat to Suemo before turning to leave without another word. Suemo noted Wang Lu's peculiar demeanor, as if he favored his right foot, yet Wang Lu seemed intent on masking this injury, resulting in a stiff gait. Suemo regarded the cut of meat in his hand, still warm to the touch, and watched as Wang Lu's figure faded into the storm. A deep sigh escaped Suemo's lips. Where could one find fresh meat in this frigid landscape? That night, Suemo stepped out of the schoolhouse and into the swirling snow. The biting wind chilled him to the bone, frosting the white strands of his hair. He trudged through the snow, making his way to the quiet street, where he found himself alone. The faint lights from each household cast a soft glow upon the snow, creating a delicate crimson hue. Clad in white, with hair to match, Suemo walked towards the eastern exit of the town. Upon reaching it, he noticed that the barrier was nearly obscured by the snow, though faint footprints could still be discerned, hinting at comings and goings. Suemo sighed and turned to gaze at the faint lights flickering from the various homes. Indeed, has even food become scarce? That large chunk of fresh meat was evidently the result of a perilous hunt undertaken by Wang Lu and a few others from the town, during which Wang Lu sustained some injuries. It seems they must have successfully hunted down a snow wolf. In this frigid weather, with the pack of wolves being fierce, bringing back even one snow wolf is undoubtedly a blessing from the heavens. Yet, how much could each household possibly glean from a single snow wolf? Nevertheless, Wang Lu chose to keep that entire substantial portion of meat for himself. The weight of that meat pressed down on Suemo, making it hard for him to breathe. Outside the town, the howls of wolves persisted, echoing through the snow with a desperate lament. Suemo shook his head and returned to the schoolhouse. where the faint candlelight flickered precariously in the wind. When calamity arises from human folly, people may still rise to resist. However, when faced with natural disasters, what can humanity truly oppose? This overwhelming force of nature leaves one feeling utterly powerless. Chapter 130. No one comes. Wang Lu would occasionally visit Su Mo's classroom, sometimes bearing a jug of wine or a portion of meat. His visits were brief, both in arrival and departure. At times, he would leave after exchanging merely a few words, his footsteps growing heavier yet never ceasing to return every few days. Amidst the biting cold and relentless snow, Su Mo's spirit waned further, his colossal divine physique appearing exceedingly frail beneath the weakness of his soul. The unyielding wind and snow chilled the heart. On this particular day, Wang Lu arrived at the classroom empty-handed. He shook off the snow clinging to his clothing and slowly settled beside Su Mo, gazing blankly at the thick layer of snow outside. A few more people have perished in the town, he stated gravely. What transpired? Su Mo inquired. The accumulated snow collapsed several houses, burying families within. Su Mo remained silent for a long while, merely sitting quietly. After a brief moment, Wang Lu stood to leave, but Su Mo called out to him. Advise those whose houses are at risk to abandon them. They should seek an open space in town to construct igloo-like snow shelters, but ensure they are not too large. Pile thick snow around these shelters. The more snow, the sturdier they will be. Wang Lu paused, turning to gaze at the white-clad, white-haired Su Mo, and asked, How do you know this, sir? A deep confusion shone in Su Mo's eyes. He too was unaware of how he possessed such knowledge, but felt compelled that this course of action would prove beneficial. Let them build the snow shelters now, without haste to occupy them. Sprinkle some water atop the shelters, and once a thick layer of snow has formed to freeze them solid, they may then take refuge. Wang Lu scrutinized Su Mo for a moment, then nodded and departed, his heavy footsteps sinking into the swirling snow. Watching him leave, Su Mo's eyes reflected profound bewilderment as he murmured, Why do I know this? The snow continued to fall relentlessly, unresponsive to Su Mo's queries. A few days later, Wang Lu returned to the classroom, carrying a piece of fresh meat and limping, as if his wounds could no longer be concealed. He placed the meat upon a nearby table, observing Su Mo, who seemed unfazed by the cold as he sat on the stone steps. Following your advice, we constructed several snow shelters and sprinkled water on them. They quickly froze. The snow atop them has not caused any collapse. Instead, they are remarkably sturdy. Families whose homes were on the brink of collapse have built snow shelters in their backyards and taken refuge within. Surprisingly, these shelters are even warmer than their own homes. Su Mo nodded, noticing Wang Lu's stiff and peculiar posture, and asked, Did you venture beyond the town again? Wang Lu hesitated, then nodded, no longer concealing the truth. We ran low on provisions, so several strong young men from the town went out to hunt wolf cubs. Su Mo observed Wang Lu's stiff movements and inquired, Has the number of snow wolves outside the town been increasing? Wang Lu, perplexed, looked at Su Mo and nodded. Indeed, there are more of them. How did you know? Sir, there is a scent of blood. Su Mo sighed, refraining from further comment, and instead directed his gaze towards the butchered meat, asking, Were there any casualties? Wang Lu's expression darkened, and he remained silent. Take it away, Su Mo commanded. Wang Lu said nothing, but trudged away into the snow-laden winds with a heavy and peculiar gait. The meat remained unclaimed. Su Mo gazed at the meat, his expression tinged with sorrow. For several consecutive days, Wang Lu did not return to the school. Su Mo quietly observed the relentless snowfall that seemed to show no signs of abating, feeling the cold seep into his very soul, rendering his tightly wrapped layers of warmth futile. Upon returning to the back courtyard, Su Mo checked on Guyu, who was deeply engrossed in her meditation, with only the slightest hint of recovering spiritual energy, which was scarcely notable. The spiritual energy in this snowy domain was sparse, making the restoration of one's powers exceedingly challenging. On this particular day, a newcomer graced the school, yet it was not Wang Lu. Rather, it was the sprightly little Hooer. The child clutched a piece of fresh meat, swaying unsteadily as he lifted it high and placed it upon a table, next to a block of meat already frozen solid. Su Mo regarded Hooer's innocent face and asked, What brings you to the school today, Hooer? Mother said, To have Hooer bring this piece of meat to the teacher. Hooer panted softly, And where is your father? Hooer did not respond but turned and dashed into the snow, his small figure seemingly burdened by unspeakable emotions. Watching the little Hooer vanish into the swirling snow, Sumo turned stiffly to face the steaming piece of fresh meat. It lay there, beside the already frozen chunk. Slowly rising, Sumo departed from the school, stepping cautiously into the snow. The streets were blanketed with a thick layer of snow, making passage exceedingly difficult. Yet, the streets were devoid of people, though a few faint footprints indicated that some had passed by. The snow-covered streets transformed the quaint town, leaving Sumo momentarily bewildered as he struggled to discern familiar houses, relying solely on the recollections etched in his memory to locate the butcher's shop. Upon reaching the shop's entrance, Sumo felt a chill run through him. The door to the butcher's shop stood firmly shut, adorned with 2 strips of white silk. In a daze, he found himself devoid of the courage to knock upon that sorrow-laden door. He turned away in a stupor, slowly retracing his steps back to the school. The vast expanse of white snow intensified the cold that enveloped Sumo, who clutched his clothing tightly against his chest, yet could not fend off the biting winds and snow. The biting cold of the snow was unbearable. Upon returning to the classroom, Sumo sat in a daze. Days passed as he remained expressionless, fixated on the entrance, waiting for someone to knock upon the door, bearing a jug of wine. At last, a sound echoed from the door, prompting him to lift his gaze eagerly. Alas, it was merely a clump of snow sliding off the roof, striking the door knocker. Not the familiar figure he longed for. Sumo continued to sit in a stupor, realizing that the familiar presence would no longer arrive, bearing a jug of wine or a piece of fresh meat. As night descended, he turned to the 2 frozen pieces of meat. Seemingly coming to a realization, he rose slowly, pouring some warm water, and cautiously placed the frozen meat into the water to thaw. He kindled a fire, boiled water, and meticulously cut the thawed meat before placing it into a pot. As the delightful aroma wafted through the classroom, Sumo, in solitude, ladled a bowl of broth and drank it earnestly. The soup was exquisite, a taste beyond compare. 2 mysterious drops fell into the bowl, unnoticed by Sumo. Chapter 131. Frosty Thoughts. For an extended period, Sumo savored the meat soup, yearning for the moment when someone would come and knock on the courtyard door. He waited for an interminable time, until the firewood in the stove was adorned with frost. The soup in the pot had frozen into ice, and thick snow had accumulated both inside and outside the courtyard. As the wind and snow descended upon the world, a profound desolation enveloped the surroundings. After languishing in the courtyard for half a month, Sumo appeared exceedingly frail, as if teetering on the brink of death. Yet, within his corporeal veins, an enigmatic essence persistently mended his severely wounded body. After an indeterminate duration, the sound of 2 knocks finally echoed at the schoolyard gate. Sumo lifted his gaze, only to find no one entering. Hurriedly, he stood and stepped into the snow to pull open the gate, displacing the accumulated snow to either side. Teacher. Outside stood a woman, one whom Sumo recognized as the mother of a student from the school. Her face bore the marks of hardship and weariness, yet her eyes were filled with sorrow as they rested upon Sumo. Sumo, with a hoarse voice, urged her, "Please, come in and speak." The woman shook her head, seemingly burdened by profound anxiety. She parted her lips as if to say something, yet no words emerged. Observing her hesitance, Sumo insisted, "Speak your mind freely." The woman glanced inside the empty classroom and, after much deliberation, opted to remain silent, turning away and retreating into the storm. Sumo cast a final look at the deserted classroom, where the tables and chairs had long been distributed by Wang Lu to the villagers for firewood. Realizing something, he dashed into the snow, calling out to the woman. "Do you need firewood?" he inquired. Tears finally streamed down her face as she slowly nodded. "The firewood in the town has all been exhausted. I came to see if you had any tables or chairs left." "Follow me," Sumo urged, leading her back to the school. As he surveyed the surroundings, he finally spotted the bookshelf overflowing with books. Everything that could burn had already been dismantled and given to Wang Lu. Only this bookshelf remained. Sumo carefully wrapped the books in cloth and, under the woman's astonished gaze, dismantled the bookshelf into pieces of firewood, binding them together with a cloth bag. He handed the bundle of books and the bundle of firewood to the woman. Staring at the 2 bundles of firewood in her hands, she remained unsettled, lifting her gaze to the white-clad, white-haired Sumo, who, in this moment, bore an air of age. "Teacher," She attempted to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. "Survive first," Suemo urged. The woman wished to leave the books with him for warmth, but he insisted he still had firewood to spare. She nodded and departed with the 2 bundles of firewood. As Suemo opened the schoolyard gate and gazed at the vast expanse of white snow beyond, he lowered his head. The vital essence flowing within him continuously radiated warmth, sustaining his life. The snowstorm raged on, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the town lay silent, save for the howling winds and the relentless snowfall. At mealtimes, no smoke rose from the chimneys anymore. Lost in a daze, Suemo wandered into the snow, stepping out of the classroom. The biting cold swiftly coated his white hair with frost, a crystalline layer that rendered his long locks immobile beneath its icy embrace. With each step he took, the snow rose high above his legs, as if he were parting the drifts in a desperate bid to move forward. One step after another, the town was enveloped in an eerie stillness, utterly devoid of life. Icicles hung from the eaves of every home, resembling a village frozen in time. The snow-laden streets bore no traces of footsteps. In a state of confusion, Suemo approached the door of a house, its entrance sealed by ice as if it had not been opened in ages. He knocked, tap, 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 and the sound reverberated, dislodging a clump of snow that fell upon his head. Paying no heed to the cold, he awaited a response from within. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, no one answered, nor did anyone emerge. A gust of frigid wind swept through, prompting a fit of coughing from Suemo, a crimson phlegm staining the white snow beneath him. Dazed, he turned and knocked on another door, but still, silence met him. He lingered before that house for an interminable time, waiting as dusk descended and night enveloped the town. The long street remained dark, void of any flickering lights. Slowly, Suemo turned back to survey the desolate village and made his way to the butcher's shop. Inside, darkness reigned, and shaking his head, he mused that perhaps the townsfolk had extinguished their lights to conserve firewood. Gazing at the frozen white cloths hanging at the entrance, he absent-mindedly knocked on the butcher's door. Yet still, there was no response. "Tiger," Suemo called softly. "Sister Wong." In the midst of the silence, he pushed open the double doors, which were not locked but sealed by ice. Stepping inside, he found the interior barren, every source of fuel exhausted. In the center lay a heap of ashes from burnt firewood, and beside it, 2 figures clad in mourning garments, frozen in a tragic embrace. The child nestled tightly against the mother, who clung to her little one with desperation. "Tiger," Suemo whispered gently. The child remained silent. How could a lifeless, frozen body utter a sound? Wang's wife. A gust of cold wind swept into the room, and Suemo heard 2 voices echoing in his ears. "Sir, could you teach our children to read?" The teacher in this place had long since passed, and with the early onset of winter, no one could come to instruct the children here. "We wish for our children to recognize a few characters," my father said, to bring a flask of wine to the teacher. "It's cold. A sip would warm the body." My mother said, "The teacher's health is poor. He shouldn't be disturbed." Suemo gazed at the 2 frozen figures, choking back tears as he murmured to himself, "You always bring offerings to the school, yet you never come to collect anything from it." The crystalline snowflakes fell, startling the entire town into desolation. "You seek firewood, yet you come to me. Do I still possess anything combustible? But truly, did the school still hold anything to burn?" Suemo stumbled out of the house, standing dazed in the snow, gazing at the profound silence enveloping the town, letting out a mournful cry. "Why must I lose my cultivation at this moment? Why?" No one answered Suemo. Only the wind and snow accompanied him. He did not return to the school, but instead found himself at the center of the small town, standing upon the icy streets. Standing. As day transitioned into night, and night into day, Suemo resembled a lifeless ice sculpture. Time passed unmeasured until, at last, the storm abated. A piece of spiritual jade slipped from Suemo's embrace, resting upon the snow. The intricate patterns on the jade shimmered with radiant light, which burst forth, soaring toward the heavens. That light transformed into myriad rays of dawn, enveloping the entire town in its embrace. These myriad rays intertwined, weaving a scene reminiscent of spring. Figures began to emerge upon the streets, and the accumulated snow vanished without a trace. People engaged in lively exchanges, sharing stories, a vibrant tableau. Yet it seemed that no one noticed the scholar at the heart of the town, eyes wide open, adorned with a gentle smile. Amidst this flourishing vitality, an inescapable chill lingered in the air. Chapter 132. These people. The mournful sound of the cold plum blossoms resonated in the chilly night, as winter rain pattered against the pavilion beams. In the emptiness, the ears echoed. Startled, the short pavilion lingered longer. After the storm of wind and snow, an endless chill from the melting snow arrived. The entire snowy realm transformed into an icy expanse, yet within a small town, the spirit of spring flourished vibrantly. From a distance, the center of that town radiated a celestial charm. This lively little town stood in stark contrast to the frozen snow domain. As if a rare treasure had descended upon the earth. Clad in white, a youth gazed joyfully at the scenery before him and then returned to the academy. On this day, after the tempest ceased, a gap appeared in the sky above the northern domain, seemingly connecting to realms beyond this world. It appeared that the months of frigid snow had been unleashed through this very opening. Suddenly, several figures descended from the gap, both men and women, some youthful, others aged. Among the older arrivals, a formidable aura erupted, their brows furrowing as they surveyed the icy landscape. Accompanied by a few young companions, they soared into the air, transforming into streaks of radiant light heading towards the three great sects of this world. A few young ones remained, surveying the snowy expanse from their elevated vantage point, aimlessly searching for something. Their attire indicated that they were not of this ninth heaven. In the imperial palace of the Hua kingdom, the emperor, clad in a dragon robe, poised a brush over the ink-stained desk, where a vivid painting lay before him. The artwork depicted a youth in white, isolated amidst the snow, surrounded by endless foes and strewn with corpses behind him. The emperor sighed, gazing towards the horizon, yet his brush could not descend. A four-clawed golden dragon appeared behind him, affectionately nudging his back. The emperor turned to regard the dragon, which raised a claw to point northward. The emperor nodded and softly murmured, "This day has finally arrived." The dragon's eyes reflected sorrow, as if it could foresee the impending sorrow that would befall the world. The emperor looked towards the northern domain, envisioning the celestial opening, sensing an endless darkness poised to spill forth. "Do not fear. I am still here. It is too soon. He is not yet prepared. But the affairs of the world are ever unpredictable. Who will wait for your readiness?" In the academy, the headmaster sat solitary by the lake, casually plucking a weed from the ground to hold by his lips. Beside him, a black horse, listless, engaged playfully with the bird perched upon its back. The bird, adorned with resplendent feathers, emanated a dazzling radiance. With a flutter of its wings, the brilliance faded, revealing an ordinary-looking creature. The headmaster cast a glance at the black horse, which, with a start, transformed into a devoted companion and hurried to stand before him. With a pair of sparkling, bright eyes, she approached the dean, licking the end of a blade of grass that was nestled at the corner of his mouth. The dean, visibly annoyed, spat out the grass and cast a disapproving glance at the black horse, saying, "Go fetch those wayward disciples from the academy. I need to convene a meeting." The black horse immediately widened its eyes in disbelief, as if to say, "Why don't you go yourself? A mere gesture from you would bring them back." The dean seemed to understand the horse's gaze, shaking his head and replying, "I'm weary. I don't wish to move." The corners of the horse's mouth twitched as it looked around with a human-like expression of pity before it reluctantly trotted away, head hung low. Nearby, a bird watched with glee, fluttering to perch on the dean's shoulder, preening his long hair with its beak, and squawking, "Ha ha ha. That lazy horse finally has to work." It then called out to the departing black horse, "Go on, shine your light and warmth. Don't think too much about me. You should go as well," the dean remarked. The bird paused for a moment, then flapped its wings in a mock display of distress as it hopped onto the black horse's back. Together, the horse and bird ambled slowly down the hill. "Hurry up," the dean urged again. The black horse quickly nudged its hind legs and, with the bird in tow, vanished in a flash. Once the pair disappeared, the dean exhaled deeply, relishing the newfound tranquility. "At last, I can enjoy some peace. No, I can finally savor a long stretch of quiet." The dean glanced at the northern horizon, pursing his lips, a blend of resignation and longing flickering across his features. Alas, this burdensome life of mine. He reclined on the ground, casually plucking another blade of grass to chew on, resting his hands behind his head, crossing his legs with a gentle shake. The cold wind swept by, both refreshing and melancholic. On this day, Two figures arrived in the town of Snow Domain, one large and one small. The larger one donned a flowing white dress, carrying on her back, while the smaller one, charming and obedient, followed closely beside her. As they entered the town and beheld the serene scenery, a sense of chilling unease crept into their hearts when they glanced back at the icy wilderness outside. Luoyin, accompanied by the little girl, stepped into the town, where warmth enveloped each household. However, despite the smiles adorning the faces of the townsfolk, a heaviness settled within Luoyin's heart. An elderly woman led a donkey back into the town, the animal dragging an empty cart behind it. The woman walked unsteadily, and upon reaching the butcher's shop, the owner quickly set aside his knife and rushed to assist her, saying, "Grandma, you ventured out again? At your age? You shouldn't be out in the snow domain. The snow is fierce, and the winds are perilous." "It's nothing. I just went out to see if I could find some twigs or something," she replied. The elderly woman waved her hand with a gentle smile, her aged visage radiating warmth. It was evident from her every gesture that she was a highly esteemed elder in the town. This year's chill arrived earlier than usual, suggesting the prospect of a long winter ahead. Best to stock up on firewood. Luoyin and the young girl gazed at the old woman, an inexplicable sense of unreality washing over them. Yet, when Luoyin channeled her spiritual energy to discern any anomalies, she found none. The butcher, shaking his head, remarked, "Oh, if you're short on firewood, feel free to take some from my home. I have plenty to spare, just avoid the snow domain. I've heard it's been rather tumultuous there lately." At that moment, another woman emerged from the butcher's shop, chiming in, "Indeed, don't venture beyond the town. We have ample firewood. Come to our place for some." "No trouble at all," the elderly woman replied, shaking her head, the wrinkles on her face forming a smile as she led her donkey back to the courtyard across the street. The young girl watched the old woman depart, opening her mouth to speak, but ultimately falling silent. The butcher then noticed Luoyin and the young girl, instantly greeting them with a friendly smile. "You two seem unfamiliar. Have you just arrived in town?" The young girl observed the butcher's beaming expression, sensing an echo of Sumo within it. Turning her gaze to the faces of the townsfolk, she noticed their smiles bore striking similarities. As she took in the scene, a wave of sorrow surged within her, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. The young girl tugged on Luoyin's hand, eager to express her thoughts, but Luoyin gently restrained her. With a tender demeanor, she addressed the butcher respectfully. "Yes, we are looking for someone." The butcher, still smiling, inquired, "Who are you searching for?" "This town is small, with only a few hundred households. I know everyone. We seek a young man clad in white with white hair. He should have recently arrived in your town." Luoyin replied softly. "Oh." The butcher's eyes lit up with realization. "You must be looking for our teacher." "Our teacher? In our town? The only young man with white hair and white attire is indeed our teacher," the butcher affirmed with a grin. "Where might we find him?" Luoyin asked gently. "Our teacher is currently at the school teaching." The butcher mused for a moment before continuing. "If you would like, I can fetch a jug of wine and escort you there." "Thank you for your kindness." Luoyin expressed her gratitude. "Not at all. Not at all." The butcher waved his hand dismissively, then made his way back into the house. The young girl observed as the butcher disappeared inside, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Unable to contain herself any longer, she turned to Luoyin and whispered, "Sister Luo." Luoyin nodded with a sorrowful expression. "I know." Chapter 133. The continuation of legacy. In this world exists a precious jade known as Nianchuan. Ancient texts record that this jade is profoundly attuned to emotions. A single thought can arise with the wind, transforming memories into tangible existence. It is an illusion, yet not an illusion, a memory, yet not merely a memory. The butcher soon emerged from his abode, a wine jug in hand, and cheerfully addressed Luoyin and the young girl. "Allow me to escort you to the teacher. He is currently conducting a class." Observing the butcher leading the way, Luoyin slowly shook her head, a pang of sorrow gripping her heart as she whispered, "Why must it be this way?" She gazed at the bustling streets, where every passerby wore a smile, yet beneath that facade lay an indelible pain. The Nianchuan jade can indeed resurrect memories, but alas, they are ultimately but illusions. Unperturbed by the unusual demeanor of the two behind him, the butcher continued, "Our town's former teacher has passed away, yet fortuitously, a new teacher has arrived. Moreover, he charges not a single coin, generously teaching the children of our town. My son, who heir, is currently attending his lessons. Since you are acquainted with the teacher, you are esteemed guests of the town. I shall certainly guide you to him." Luo-yin, hand in hand with the young girl, followed slowly behind as the townsfolk cast admiring glances at the elegant duo. "Thank you," Luo-yin said gently. "It's nothing." The butcher waved his hand dismissively. They arrived at the entrance of the town's school, where the cheerful sounds of children reciting echoed from within. Dizi Gui, Teachings of the Sages. First, filial piety and brotherly love. Next, caution and trust. As the butcher listened to the harmonious voices emanating from the classroom, he turned to Luo-yin and the girl, saying, "The teacher is in session. Let us enter through the side door to avoid disturbing him." Luo-yin regarded the butcher with a sorrowful nod. Thus, he led them around to the side entrance of the school. Upon entering, they found themselves in a quiet corner, where Luo-yin and the girl beheld Suemo, his face adorned with a smile, guiding the children in their studies. Beneath his white attire and silvery hair lay an unfathomable depth of experience and profound sorrow. In just a few short months, he appeared to have endured the weight of countless lifetimes. "Master," the young girl whispered softly. Luo-yin and the girl made no further approach, but remained quietly in the corner, observing the eager children, their thirst for knowledge palpable, and watching Suemo as he nurtured their understanding. "Teacher, teacher," a little girl called out from below the platform, her voice innocent and tender. "What does first filial piety and brotherly love, next caution and trust mean?" In the hall, Suemo gazed at the young girl, smiling as he began to explain. "The principle of filial piety is paramount. It is said that one should honor their parents at home and respect their elder siblings outside. Furthermore, one must be cautious in their words and actions, upholding sincerity and trust." The young girl, bewildered, nodded thoughtfully and continued to inquire, "What does it mean to love all and be close to benevolent individuals?" Suemo, adorned in white and possessing white hair, pondered for a moment before elaborating. This phrase bears multiple meanings. Firstly, it signifies the broad dissemination of love and the nurturing of relationships with those who embody kindness. Secondly, it advocates loving the populace while cherishing one's kin. Luo-yin observed Sumo's guidance towards the innocent children below, captivated yet tinged with sorrow by his earnest teachings. To broadly spread love, to cherish the common people. Is this what you steadfastly uphold? Unable to contain herself any longer, the little girl stepped forward, entering the classroom and stepping into Sumo's sight. "Young master," she softly called. Suemo, momentarily dazed, looked at the little girl, and within him, a certain feeling stirred, yearning to awaken, yet was suppressed by an inexplicable force. Whether he feared awakening, was unwilling to, or simply could not, remained unclear. As he beheld the small figure, the sweet and endearing child, he involuntarily uttered two words, "Child." The little girl approached Suemo, step by step, drawing nearer. In his daze, Suemo found himself at a loss for how to respond. He felt an instinct to flee, yet found himself unable to. When the little girl's tiny hands clasped his, Suemo shuddered, looking down at the familiar visage, and the sorrow within him could no longer be contained. "Child." Suemo tightened his grip on her hand. "Young master, let me introduce you to a few people." Unbeknownst to him, the classroom had suddenly filled with numerous figures, both male and female. Holding the little girl's hand, Suemo approached an elderly woman who had appeared in the classroom, and the little girl allowed herself to be led to her. "This is grandmother. She is the one who saved me in the snowy region." Suemo gestured towards the woman as he introduced her to the little girl. The girl looked at Suemo and then, with utmost politeness, addressed the elderly woman. "Grandmother." "Good, very good. When you have time, come to grandmother's house. I will prepare delicious food for you." Suemo nodded, his body trembling slightly, his eyes glimmering with a hint of red. He then guided the little girl to a rather portly man, pointing at him as he stated, "This is Uncle Lee. During the bitter cold of the snowy region, it was Uncle Lee who provided me with many warm garments." The little girl respectfully addressed the man, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Lee." The man offered a gentle smile to Suemo and the little girl, appearing somewhat bashful as he quickly waved his hand. Suemo nodded and gradually led the girl to the butcher shop owner, who held a jug of wine in his hands. Staring blankly at the butcher, Suemo slowly remarked, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." The butcher scratched his head and chuckled, "Well, here I am." Suemo glanced down at the little girl, pointed at the butcher, and softly introduced, "This is the owner of the butcher shop in town, Wang Lu. You can call him Brother Wang. It is Brother Wang who has consistently brought food for the young master, allowing him to survive in the snowy realm." The little girl looked at Wang Lu, tears streaming down her face, and respectfully called out, "Brother Wang." Wang Lu, scratching his head, looked at Suemo and, noticing the little girl was crying, felt a sudden panic. Suemo crouched down to wipe the tears from the little girl's face and led her towards another person. "This is Brother Wang's wife. You may call her Sister Wang, who has also taken great care of the young master. Sister Wang. And this is Hu Er, Brother Wang's son." Hu Er. On the side, Luo Yin observed quietly, watching as Suemo solemnly introduced each person, recounting the kindness he had received, witnessing Suemo repeatedly narrating his sorrow. Finally, after all introductions were complete, Suemo stood there, holding the little girl's hand in a daze. The little girl gazed up at Suemo, waiting for him. "Am I really useless?" After an indeterminate time, Suemo gently inquired. The little girl shook her head. "How could that be? The young master is the best and most formidable person in the world, but I have not been able to help at all." Suemo replied softly. At this very moment, the young master lost his memory. At this very moment, he lost his cultivation. When faced with such calamity, the young master was powerless, merely able to watch helplessly. The little girl, observing the densely packed figures in the classroom, slowly spoke, "They." Suemo nodded, softly stating, "They are all gone." Boom. The illusion created by Yin Chuanlingyu faded, revealing a small town encased in white snow. The town was desolate, devoid of life. Only the piercing cold of the snow remained. There was no old woman, no Li Gu, no Wang Lu, no Sister Wang, no Hu Er. Only the overwhelming desolation and the sorrow of mortals. A divine aura emanated from Suemo, awakening all his memories and restoring his Confucian Dao cultivation. A resounding and magnificent voice reverberated across the heavens and the earth, echoing throughout the snowy expanse, transforming into a tempest that swept up countless snowflakes. A colossal figure, towering to the heavens, materialized in the snowy realm, standing 1,000 feet tall, imposing and majestic. With a swift motion, that grand silhouette raised the ethereal giant's sword in its grasp. Suemo coldly lifted his gaze towards the divine and martial apparition, bellowing, "Once was not enough for you to sever my mortal intent. Do you wish to strike me down a second time?" Chapter 134. The essence of the sword spirit. Suemo gazed upward at the colossal and majestic figure, his eyes filled with determination. A unique aura, akin to that of the divine giant's ethereal form, emanated from him, a manifestation of the divine lineage's blood power. The illusion of the great deity seemed to recognize the nascent divine essence that flickered weakly within Suemo, akin to a youthful giant. The enormous sword he wielded was raised high, towering above, making the snowy expanse below appear diminutive by comparison. In this moment, everyone within the snowy realm, and even those beyond the divine domain, beheld the imposing and grand silhouette of the divine giant, resembling a mountain. Suemo continued to gaze at the apparition, loosening the ties of his hair, allowing his long locks to cascade freely. Having received the bloodline inheritance, I am now the last of the divine lineage in this world, he murmured solemnly. He then unfastened his white scholar's robe, revealing the form beneath, imbued with the blood of the divine race, radiating the brilliance of the giant clan. I shall merge my shattered divine soul and blood power with my mortal intent. My divine essence, bloodline, and mortal purpose shall coexist. Suemo smiled at Luo Yin and the little girl, their expressions frozen in awe, before defiantly fixing his gaze upon the giant's apparition. As you sever my mortal intent, you shall also sever my divine soul and bloodline. He looked at the immense sword in the giant's grasp, its divine radiance blinding. In my current state, I cannot defy your edicts, yet I possess my own convictions. I cannot withstand your severance of my mortal intent, but I can choose to perish alongside it. Addressing the giant's apparition, he seemed to have seized upon its vulnerability. Either you allow me to carry forth my mortal intent, along with the bloodline of your divine race, or you choose to sever my mortal intent, thereby extinguishing the last vestige of the divine lineage in this world. Sumo's countenance was serene. This was a gamble that wagered his very life. He trusted that the legacy of the great deity would not bring about his demise. As he stood in opposition to the giant's apparition, and indomitable will graced his visage. The little girl and Luo Yin observed Su Mo's not-so-imposing figure. Sensing that he was no longer the naive scholar he once was, he possessed his own schemes and steadfastness. The divine giant's apparition loomed high, gazing down upon Su Mo, who appeared as insignificant as an ant, much like a parent observing a rebellious child. Yet, the colossal sword remained poised, hesitating to strike. In the snowy realm, several individuals who had recently descended from the upper realms floated aimlessly above, seemingly in search of some opportunity. After wandering for 2 days, the leader, feeling a tinge of boredom, could not help but voice his thoughts. Why did our ancestors go to such lengths to breach the millennial-old barriers, only for us to descend into this barren and desolate ninth realm? A bearded old servant behind him spoke. Young master, the ancestors of the various sects undoubtedly have their own plans. Although the ninth realm is exceedingly barren, it is said to be a land abandoned by the divine race, harboring celestial opportunities. Currently, the elders of both the Cloud sect and the Thunder sect have descended to the mortal realm, leading their disciples to the Sacred sect and the Tao sect of this ninth realm, aiming to seize the top sects of this world and thereby exert direct control over the ninth realm. We, however, should head straight to the Demon sect. Yet, our elders from the Rain sect are unable to breach the barriers at this moment, and so we must explore on our own, awaiting the arrival of our elders before proceeding to the Demon sect. The youth at the forefront yawned, his impatience evident as he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "In such a barbaric land, can't we simply overpower them until they submit? Must we split up to conquer each sect? This is merely due to the unstable barriers, preventing many from descending. Once the barriers are fully shattered, we shall descend en masse, and the ninth realm will be ours." The old servant behind him flattered, "Indeed, young master." The youth nodded in satisfaction, recalling the Cloud sect's visit to the Sacred sect, and with a tinge of reluctance remarked, "I have heard that the sacred maiden of the Sacred sect is an enchanting beauty, a most perfect vessel. I wonder if the Cloud sect will manage to capture her." The old servant, noticing the stirrings of ambition in the youth's eyes, chuckled, "Why concern yourself, young master? There are plenty of women in the ninth realm. Acquiring a vessel is but a trivial matter. Moreover, I have heard that the young master of the Demon sect is also a stunning young lady. There is also a renowned figure in the great Hua kingdom, known as Luo Yin, the reincarnation of the goddess of music, said to be an unparalleled vessel in the world, with divine skills and captivating grace. Once our elders descend, they shall all be yours, young master." The youth burst into laughter, joyfully patting the old servant on the shoulder. "Then let us first explore this Hua kingdom." "Yes." The old servant nodded in agreement. The group soared through the air toward the royal capital of Hua Kingdom. Suddenly, as they passed by a sect nestled within a snowy domain, something within the sect piqued the interest of the youth. Does this small sect possess a spiritual artifact? He squinted, and the old servant immediately offered, "Allow me to fetch it for you, young master." The youth waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, "Let us go together." The old servant nodded, and they sped toward the mountain peak of the small sect. "Who goes there?" "This is the domain of our cold sect, which shuns the outside world and does not entertain visitors. I kindly ask you esteemed guests to leave." A middle-aged figure soared into the air on a flying sword, blocking their path. "Cold sect?" The youth scoffed, shaking his head as he turned to the middle-aged figure and then back to the old servant, asking, "What is the cold sect?" The accompanying followers erupted in laughter, and the old servant replied, "Young master, the cold sect is likely just an obscure small sect in this ninth realm." The young man cast a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man wielding the sword, seemingly disinterested in engaging in conversation. He casually remarked, "Just kill him." "Yes." The old servant nodded and turned to face the middle-aged man who obstructed his young master's path. "What is your intent?" The middle-aged man furrowed his brow at the suggestion of violence, raising his long sword to reveal his yuan in cultivation. Soon, 3 more figures soared from behind within the sect, standing in the void beside the middle-aged man, all exhibiting yuaning prowess. "What do you intend to do?" The 4 confronted the youth from a distance. "For yuaning cultivators." The young man shook his head mockingly and nonchalantly replied, "I merely have my eyes set on a spiritual artifact from your sect. Are you after the Xuanwu sword?" The middle-aged man retorted sharply, "The Xuanwu sword is a sacred heirloom of our sect. Your aspirations are utterly delusional." The young man rolled his eyes, waved dismissively at the old servant, and closed his eyes, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. The old servant nodded with a cold sneer, revealing his own cultivation. The faces of the four turned pale instantaneously. Transforming spirit. The overwhelming power of the transforming spirit erupted from the old servant, resembling a dazzling rainbow piercing the void. In an instant, he appeared before the four, and before they could react, a flash of white light surged forth, echoing like thunder. For heads fell, followed by the headless bodies plummeting into the abyss. They had barely comprehended what had transpired. It was swift, decisive, and utterly simple. The disparity between transforming spirit and Yuan Ying was starkly evident in that moment. When faced with a transforming spirit, the Yuan Ying cultivators had no room for resistance. There would be no confrontation, no maneuvering, no defiance. They could only await their demise, and it occurred in an instant. A sudden uproar and screams erupted from within the sect behind the four. This was indeed a minor sect, so small that it lacked any transforming spirit masters, consisting merely of 4 Yuan Ying cultivators. The chasm between transforming spirit and Yuan Ying was not merely a matter of realm. It was an insurmountable divide. The old servant soared into the sect, and soon, a cacophony of anguished cries filled the air. Several figures attempted to flee into the sky, only to fall amidst the white flashes. Moments later, silence enveloped the once bustling sect. The old servant returned to the young man's side, wielding a long sword of azure and ink. The sword gleamed with the radiance of a spiritual artifact, seemingly imbued with a struggling sentience in the old servant's grasp. A spiritual artifact with a spirit. Congratulations, young master, on acquiring another spiritual artifact. The old servant respectfully handed the sword to the young man. Excellent. The young man expressed his satisfaction as he reached for the Xuanwu sword. Upon his touch, the spirit within the sword erupted in a burst of sword light, lunging towards the young man's hand. Wretched beast. The old servant let out a cold snarl, raising his hand to deflect the radiant sword light emanating from the Xuanwu sword. He then elevated his palm blade above the sword, coldly proclaiming, "Submit to my young master, or face death." The spiritual weapon possessed its own consciousness. It comprehended the implication of the old servant's threat and recognized the noble status of the youth. Following this young man could potentially allow it to showcase its own brilliance. However, it seemed to cast a profound glance at the tranquil sect below before a surge of azure light erupted. With a crack, the spirit sword's blade unexpectedly shattered on its own. Its consciousness dissipated, the brilliance dimmed. It chose to remain unyielding unto death. Chapter 135. The Divine Sun, 3 chapters combined. Observing the self-destructive Xuanwu sword, the young man scoffed disdainfully, unappreciative. The old servant, with a casual flick of his wrist, discarded the now lifeless sword that had lost its spiritual essence, casting it aside like a mere trinket. The broken blade fell precisely into the embrace of a lifeless middle-aged corpse below, resting silently. "Let us depart," the young man declared with a cold snort. The old servant nodded in agreement. Suddenly, they beheld a towering phantom of an ancient giant emerging not far from the snow-covered expanse. "The ancient giant," the old servant exclaimed, pointing at the majestic apparition. The young man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the colossal figure, exclaiming, "Come, let us investigate." In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a streak of light, arriving swiftly at the small town blanketed in ice and snow. Beneath the giant's shadow, they appeared as insignificant as ants. Upon entering the skies above the town, the young man spotted Luo Yin and the little girl within the town's central academy, alongside the radiant white-haired Sumo. As he beheld the breathtaking beauty of Luo Yin, a flicker of greed crossed his eyes, his gaze fixating on her, as if she were his very possession. Meanwhile, the old servant's attention was entirely captivated by the divine radiance surrounding Sumo, his astonishment evident as he exclaimed, "The divine clan's legacy." "What legacy of the divine clan?" the young man inquired, glancing back at the group from their elevated vantage point. "He is still undergoing the divine clan's inheritance. If he succeeds, he will become a descendant of the divine clan, posing a significant obstacle to our invasion," the old servant replied, his eyes locked onto Sumo's divine glow. "What threat? A mere core formation practitioner can be easily dispatched," the young man retorted nonchalantly, though a hint of jealousy flickered within his gaze. The fact that this mortal had acquired the divine clan's legacy irked him. The young man turned his attention to Luo Yin. irresistibly drawn to her delicate appearance and unparalleled beauty. Impulsively, he pointed at her and commanded the old servant, "Eliminate that man and seize the woman. I desire her as my furnace." The old servant shook his head, addressing the young man, "Young master, the man's inheritance is not yet complete. If you kill him now and usurp his bloodline power, you will be able to continue his legacy and obtain the complete divine clan inheritance. The woman can wait until you secure the inheritance to claim her as your furnace." "What?" The young man's eyes ignited with a fierce light. "You mean his inheritance is still unfinished?" The old servant nodded, explaining, "Indeed, I discern that he possesses only the bloodline power of the divine clan, lacking the soul power. This moment serves as the perfect opportunity to take his place." "Ha ha!" The young man erupted into laughter, his gaze turning menacing as he focused on the unsuspecting Su-mo below. He envisioned Su-mo's reluctant expression as he usurped his fortune and imagined the girl behind him becoming his furnace. He would snatch away his legacy and seize his woman. In the academy below, a few individuals had already caught sight of the newcomers descending upon the small town. The young girl, clutching Su-mo's hand tightly, looked at the towering apparition of the giant deity, then at the sudden arrivals, her eyes filled with concern. She sensed their ill intentions, as if they sought to bring harm to her master. Meanwhile, Luo-yin gazed at the young man above, detecting the stark greed in his eyes and a hint of lewdness directed at her. Gradually placing her before her, she stood ready to confront any sudden changes. The imposing figure of the divine race fixated its gaze on Su-mo, seemingly caught in indecision. Su-mo, however, remained steadfast, his focus unwavering. This moment was a matter of life and death, leaving no room for distraction. "What should I do?" The young man, eager and restless, looked down at Su-mo, inquiring of the elder servant behind him. "You would do best to take matters into your own hands, eliminate him, and seize his bloodline power, then absorb it into yourself." The young man nodded, regarding Su-mo with an expression that suggested he was already within his grasp, merely a mere core formation practitioner. With a flash of cold light, the young man lunged toward Su-mo in the academy below, unleashing a surge of nascent soul power that transformed into a drop of rain, piercing towards Su-mo. The young girl and Luo-yin gasped in horror, with Luo-yin instinctively stepping forward, raised to shield Su-mo. Boom. In an instant, the wind surged, and snow filled the sky. Suddenly, a figure clad in red appeared before them, a spiritual sword shimmering with golden light trembling slightly in hand, blood gracing the corner of their lips. Luo-yin's expression shifted dramatically as she rushed to support the suddenly materialized Guyu, noticing her trembling hands gripping the sword, indicative of severe injury. The young man landed gracefully, his excitement palpable upon seeing Guyu's emergence. How could such stunningly beautiful women be beside this native? Su-mo lowered his gaze to the two women standing protectively before him, then glared at the young man who had dared to attack him, furrowing his brow. "Who are you?" "Yuzong, Yuchi. Do you desire my inheritance?" Su-mo inquired. "And your women?" Yuchi chuckled. Glancing at Guyu and Luo-yin positioned in front of Su-mo, understanding dawned upon Su-mo. He turned his attention to the colossal, towering deity's apparition and spoke. "What say you? Do you still wish to strike me down? If you are in no rush, I would prefer to address a few matters first." The giant deity's raised sword did not descend, but instead turned its gaze to Yuchi standing opposite Su-mo. "Address a few matters?" Yuchi laughed heartily, as if finding Su-mo's words amusing. "A mere core formation practitioner, do you not comprehend the vast chasm between core formation and nascent soul?" Su-mo looked at Guyu, whose hands trembled, and gently asked, "Are you recovered?" Guyu turned slightly, shaking her head slowly. She had only regained a fraction of her strength. Having just emerged from seclusion, she witnessed someone ambushing Su-mo and, despite her grievous wounds, had intervened to avert the crisis. "What about you? Have you recovered?" Su-mo nodded slightly, drawing Guyu and Luo-yin behind him, calmly gazing at Yuchi as he spoke. "If you desire it, come and take it." Observing Su-mo's tranquil demeanor, Luo-yin suddenly felt a sense of reassurance. Yuchi, noticing Su-mo's composed expression, seemed to find interest in conversing, relishing the sight of others in despair, pleading for mercy. "You three are at the golden core stage, while I am at the nascent soul stage. Do you truly believe you can resist me?" He taunted. "What I just did was but a mere test." Su-mo remained silent, his gaze fixed on Yuchi. Yuchi gestured towards several figures hovering in the void behind him and continued. There are also a few at the golden core stage, and one at the transformation stage above you. Do you still think you stand a chance? Gu Yu and Luo Yin's expressions shifted, yet Su Mo continued to maintain his silence. He was not one for idle chatter. Yuchi's gaze flickered with a hint of lechery as he pointed at Gu Yu and Luo Yin behind Su Mo, saying, Do you know what I will do to you? I will first kill you, then take the two women behind you as my furnace. A daily symphony of indulgence. However, he was met with Su Mo's unwavering calmness, as if his words had failed to elicit the desired response. With a slight smile, Su Mo finally spoke. I dislike the look in your eyes. Furthermore, I do not believe the transformation stage has the opportunity to strike at me. He cast his gaze skyward, seemingly implying something significant. What do you mean? Yuchi furrowed his brow, questioning. Su Mo did not respond, but instead lowered his gaze to the little girl beside him, softly asking, Child, have you ever seen a young master slay evildoers? The little girl shook her head slightly. Would you like to see? Yes, she exclaimed. Then watch closely, for the young master will demonstrate. Su Mo smiled, and within his eyes, a trace of azure-black divine patterns emerged. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the azure-black divine patterns in Su Mo's eyes, Yuchi felt a sudden tightening in his senses, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washing over him. Suddenly, Su Mo vanished without a trace. Yuchi was taken aback, instantly soaring into the air. Looking down, he saw that Su Mo remained in place. Su Mo shook his head, having merely employed a small trick to elevate his opponent. He did not wish to battle on the ground, not wanting to witness the destruction of this small town. Gradually ascending into the air, Su Mo gazed at Yuchi and calmly declared, Come. As soon as the words left his lips, Yuchi snorted coldly, seemingly enraged, transforming into a streak of white light, accompanied by the overwhelming pressure of the nascent soul, charging towards Su Mo. Su Mo merely smiled, offering no resistance. A drop of rain formed at Yuchi's fingertips, morphing into a rain sword imbued with immense killing intent. The white light cleaved through the void, producing a sharp, piercing scream as it passed. When the white light flashed past Su Mo, a wound appeared on his chest, a trickle of blood seeping forth. Though injured, the wound was minor. How could this happen? Yuchi exclaimed in disbelief, his face a mask of astonishment. Under the force of his own strike, this individual merely drew a trickle of blood. However, Su Mo gazed in disappointment at the crimson stain trickling from his chest and directed his gaze towards the towering visage of the colossal deity, stating, Is the physique of the giant god clan so feeble? It can be wounded even by a mere Yuan-ing attack. As soon as his words fell, a glimmer of divine radiance flashed across the wound on Su Mo's chest, and astonishingly, the injury began to mend itself instantaneously. Yuching observed Su Mo's injuries healing autonomously, his eyes widening in astonishment, a glint of avarice crossing his gaze. Is this the legacy of the divine race? With a flicker of intent, countless droplets of rain cascaded from above Su Mo. Each drop bore the intent of slaughter, akin to 1,000 swords descending upon him. Drip, drip, the rain fell upon him, transforming into sharp sword auras that sliced through Su Mo's skin, revealing his bloodline shimmering with divine brilliance. Numerous droplets continued to fall, inflicting countless wounds upon Su Mo. Yet, in but a moment, all his injuries returned to their pristine state. Observing the efficacy of his bloodline, Su Mo nodded slowly. Now this shows some promise. He lifted his gaze towards Yuching and spoke deliberately. With your Yuan-ing, you cannot harm my divine body. Before Yuching could react, Su Mo softly uttered, Bind. A profound resonance echoed, and the void quivered. Suddenly, myriad strands of rule power manifested, solidifying into chilling iron chains that instantaneously ensnared Yuching within the ether. Before Yuching could comprehend his predicament, Su Mo surged forth like a long rainbow, charging through the air with the ferocity of an ancient wild bull, colliding with his opponent. In Yuching's moment of alarm, Su Mo struck him full force. A crisp crack resonated as several bones in Yuching's chest shattered, a mouthful of blood spewed forth, and he was hurled into the snow beyond the town, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater 100 feet wide. Dust and snow swirled violently in the aftermath. Upon witnessing Yuching's defeat, the old servant in the void immediately changed countenance, a flash of murderous intent igniting within him, as he unleashed his transformation into a higher realm. Intending to eliminate Sumo, he suddenly felt an overwhelming consciousness locking onto him, rendering him immobile. Following the source of this oppressive awareness, the old servant looked up, encountering a sight that sent shivers through his very soul. The towering silhouette of the giant god, with eyes akin to two radiant moons, coldly regarded him, emanating an unfathomable intent to kill. Flash! A thunderous roar erupted from the mouth of the colossal deity's phantom, transforming into a shockwave that resonated throughout the snowy expanse, scattering snow in all directions. The immense sword held by the giant deity finally descended, yet it did not strike at Sumo. Instead, it aimed directly at the old servant. In the remnants of the divine consciousness within the giant's apparition, despite Sumo's resistance, he was ultimately recognized as a member of the divine lineage. The matter concerning the severance of mortal ties was an affair of the divine clan, one in which mere mortals had no place. Moreover, Sumo was now the last vestige of the divine bloodline in this world, embodying the will of the entire giant deity clan. How dare this insignificant insect harbor murderous intent towards the last descendant of the divine race? The divine lineage would not suffer indignity. The divine sword radiated with an ethereal light, akin to divine judgment, its blade channeling boundless spiritual power from the heavens, descending with the force of thunder, directly cleaving through the old servant's form, vanishing into the void. As the divine sword passed, the transformed old servant stared wide-eyed, exchanging glances with the few companions beside him, gradually dissolving into nothingness, leaving no trace behind, as if he had never graced this realm. Though the act of annihilating the transformed servant and severing Sumo's mortal ties was executed by the same sword, the intent was entirely different. When striking Sumo, the sword was like a void, devoid of murderous intent, merely aimed at severing Sumo's mortal ties and other unwarranted attachments to the divine lineage. Yet, in obliterating the transformed servant, the sword was imbued with the murderous intent of the divine clan. Yuchi gazed in terror at the spectacle of the transformed servant disintegrating into nothingness above, an overwhelming sense of regret and fear enveloping him, rendering him icy cold. He should not have descended to this realm. He should not have come to this world. Observing the giant deity's phantom execute the transformed servant, Sumo let out a hearty laugh. Now this is something. I have finally discovered a sliver of interest in being a member of the divine lineage. Moreover, the robust combat style of the divine clan brings me immense satisfaction. Luo In and Guyu, along with the young girl, ascended into the air, staring blankly at Sumo in the distant void, then glanced down at Yuchi. Sumo turned his gaze towards Yuchi, who lay in a deep pit in the snow, leaping into the air and transforming into a streak of light, hurtling towards the injured Yuchi. Rain descends. Yuchi's complexion changed drastically as he shouted, attempting to conjure a spell, only to be ruthlessly interrupted by Sumo sealed. The Confucian Tao's prohibition halts all methods. Boom. Sumo's foot smashed into the pit where Yuchi lay, creating an even larger crater. Puff. Yuchi's bones shattered, blood spurting forth as he looked up at Sumo, who stood upon him, and roared with a twisted expression. Do you know who I am? You previously declared that you are Yuchi of the Rain sect. Sumo replied calmly. I am the direct descendant of the 9th elder of the Rain sect from the 8th realm. Now, our clan has breached the barriers of this realm, and soon we shall descend en masse. Should you dare to slay me today, when my Rain sect descends, I shall ensure the annihilation of all those beside you, rendering your existence a torment. Sumo furrowed his brow and, gazing at Yuchi, inquired slowly, where exactly is the entrance to this realm you claim to have breached? Noticing Sumo's frown instead of further inquiry, Yuchi, believing Sumo to be gripped by fear, erupted into maniacal laughter. You are indeed frightened. The entrance lies above your snowy domain. If you plead for mercy now, I might consider granting you a death less agonizing. Sumo turned his gaze toward the distant icebound town, as if grasping a connection, and continued with a haunting inquiry. How did your clan breach the barriers of this realm? We borrowed the sacred artifact Frost from the 7th realm, using it for months to shatter the barrier. Both the Cloud sect and the Thunder sect have already descended. When my Rain sect follows, it will signal your demise. If you kneel and offer your 2 women in surrender now, I might be inclined to allow you. Yuchi's visage twisted in malice as he regarded Sumo, but upon seeing the shift in Sumo's eyes, he amended his words. Accompany me. The sacred artifact. Frost. Suemo contemplated the lifeless town encased in ice. So that is why this snow seemed so unnatural. It was you. Suemo lowered his gaze to Yuchi, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. I appreciate your candor. It has illuminated certain truths for me. You may meet your end now. Dare you? Yuchi's complexion drained of color. I do not fancy the look in your eyes. Suemo called softly, sword, come forth. Instantly, a long sword forged from spiritual energy materialized in Suemo's grasp. He raised the ethereal blade high, poised to strike directly at Yuchi's forehead. Suddenly, a divine symbol shimmered upon Yuchi's brow, intercepting Suemo's sword, transforming into the spectral visage of an elderly man with white hair, appearing before Suemo. Upon seeing this apparition, Yuchi fell to his knees in tears. Grandfather, save me. Grandfather, rescue me. The spectral figure glanced at the prostrate Yuchi and then turned to Suemo, speaking slowly. Esteemed young friend, I am the 9th elder of the Rain sect. Might you spare my grandson's life? Suemo shook his head. What a pity, should you slay my grandson today. When I descend to this realm in the future, I shall undoubtedly seek vengeance upon your entire clan. The apparition regarded Suemo earnestly. Suemo stepped back, taking to the air, hovering in the void above. He understood that whether he killed Yuchi or not, the Rain sect would come for him when they descended. Seeing Suemo's departure, Yuchi breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Suemo had succumbed to fear. Yet, unexpectedly, Suemo's voice resonated from the heavens once again. Mountain, arise. Suemo pointed toward a distant mountain range, his eyes glimmering with brilliance. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently, resonating with an incessant roar. Before long, a towering mountain, rising hundreds of feet into the air, descended majestically upon Suemo. With a mere gesture, Suemo directed the mountain to crash down upon Yuchi. Boom! The thunderous sound echoed throughout the snowy expanse, causing the ground to shudder violently. Dust billowed as the mountain struck the earth, burying Yuchi alive beneath its weight. Manifest! Myriad swords! Suemo called out softly. The void quaked with intensity as countless ethereal swords appeared, soaring toward the mountain that had entombed Yuchi. The brilliant beams of sword light pierced through the mountain, driving deep into the ground and leveling the very peak that had concealed Yuchi. As the dust settled, Suemo sighed gently, gazing at the now silent town. The towering silhouette of a colossal deity cast a profound glance at Suemo, seemingly acknowledging his resolve in that moment. A thunderous proclamation reverberated across the snowy landscape, as dozens of towering deity apparitions emerged in the divine realm, encircling Suemo. Each apparition raised its immense sword, with their tips aimed directly at the heavens above Suemo. A divine radiance descended, illuminating Suemo's chest and transforming into a sacred seal. At that moment, Suemo finally comprehended the complete inheritance of the giant deity clan. This legacy was not meant to sever his mortal essence, but rather to instill in Suemo the indomitable spirit of the giant deity lineage. Once Suemo embraced this unyielding spirit, there was no longer a need to strip him of his humanity. The apparitions of the giant deities regarded Suemo with deep reverence before gradually fading from sight. Thus, Suemo emerged as the sole divine being in this world, embodying the will and aspirations of the entire giant deity clan. He was the only divine child of the giant deity lineage in existence. Chapter 136. Chaos arises. All becomes silent. Suemo stood motionless in the void, his white hair cascading and dancing with the wind. 3 women gazed at him from a distance. The young girl fixated on his figure clothed in white, sensing that he might depart at any moment. Young master, the girl called out to Suemo's retreating silhouette. He turned his head and offered a faint smile to the 3 of them. Then, closing his eyes, he began to plummet into the abyss. In a sudden rush, the 3 women reacted. Luoyin dashed forward to catch Suemo as he fell. Guyu, accompanied by the young girl, swiftly followed, her heart racing at the sight of the unconscious Suemo. What has happened to the young master? The girl exclaimed anxiously. He is fine. He merely overextended himself by employing the profound Confucian words beyond his capacity, resulting in temporary exhaustion. Luoyin reached out with her spirit sense to assess the situation and sighed with slight relief, but soon her expression turned dazed as she gazed at Guyu, slowly inquiring, how could it be like this? Guyu shook her head in sorrow. His soul is shattered. He has merely regained his cultivation and memories, but the injuries to his soul are irreparable. His current spirit cannot sustain the form of his divine lineage. The young girl looked at Guyu, her voice earnest yet cautious as she asked, "What will happen to the young master?" Guyu lowered her head, falling silent. Luoyin let out a bitter smile, her demeanor sorrowful. The young girl turned her gaze to the sleeping Suemo, striving to muster a smile, though beneath it lay profound affection and reluctance. "Do not fear, young master, I will find a way. Let us return to the academy for now. When he awakens, we can consult the dean. Surely, he will have a solution," Guyu suggested. Luo-yin nodded, and together they carried Suemo back to the small town, now shrouded in a blanket of ice and snow, which seemed to have deepened its desolation. 2 days later, when Suemo finally stirred from his slumber, the academy courtyard remained blanketed in unmelting snow. Slowly lifting his head, he saw Guyu and Luo-yin watching over him. Upon noticing his awakening, they hurriedly surrounded him. "How do you feel?" they asked. Suemo gently shook his head to indicate he was unharmed, then glanced down to find the young girl quietly resting against his chest. As she realized he was awake, she swiftly raised her head. "Young master," Suemo smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair, then gradually sat up. Looking out at the snowbound world beyond the courtyard, he spoke softly. "My dear, would you help me tie my hair?" "Of course." The young girl nodded, retrieving a red ribbon and a comb from her belongings. She always carried the essentials for Suemo: the ribbon and the comb. "Use the white one," he requested. Suemo gently spoke, aware that the girl must have brought a white ribbon as well. "Good." The young girl took out the white ribbon and climbed behind Suemo, carefully combing his silvery hair. As she gazed at his head of white locks, a pang of sorrow surged within her heart. Beside them, Guyu and Luo-yin remained silent, merely observing as the girl tidied Sumo's hair. She delicately arranged his white strands and, with a touch of melancholy, secured them with the ribbon, creating an elegant style. Satisfied, the girl smiled softly at her handiwork. "Let us return to the academy," Guyu suggested gently. Suemo shook his head and addressed the 3 women. "I shall see them off." Slowly, he stepped out of the classroom and onto the street, the 3 women trailing behind at a distance, watching him closely. They observed as he entered each household, cautiously carrying the frozen bodies outside the town. They watched him dig grave pits beyond the village, using his powers to mold the earth into earthen coffins. "The snow will eventually melt. They deserve a peaceful resting place," Suemo remarked. One by one, the bodies were laid gently into the coffins, covered with soil, and marked with headstones. Once he had buried the hundreds of souls from the town, this area outside became a graveyard. Suemo stood before the dense array of graves for a long time. The young girl approached him slowly, gazing up at his profile, and gently grasped his hand. Before they passed, "I could do nothing," Suemo murmured, seemingly to himself. "All I can do is ensure they find peace in death. There are many wolves in this snowy realm, and I cannot leave them unprotected." The girl nodded thoughtfully, her eyes fixed on the standing headstones. With reverence, she bowed deeply. The young master said that without them, he might have perished long ago in the snow. Suddenly, amidst the countless headstones, one bore the name Suemo prominently etched upon it. A wave of panic surged within the girl, and she immediately looked up at Suemo. Noticing the change in her expression, Suemo smiled and gently ruffled her hair, saying, "Someone must watch over them, right? What lies there are merely remnants of my past. Perhaps my own weaknesses and guilt. Once buried, they cease to exist." "That is ominous." The girl shook her head, protesting. A cold wind swept by, lifting the strands of her sorrowful hair. Yet Suemo, unconcerned, replied, "There is no such thing as auspicious or ominous. Every being must face death, even the divine. What more can I say of myself? Moreover, it was merely the erection of a monument. The young master would not perish," the little girl remarked. Suemo shook his head, a smile adorning his face, yet a lingering sorrow resided within his heart. He was well aware of his own circumstances. His present state surpassed that of the little girl, yet the ethereal flower of the other shore was no more. The great calamity within the spiritual sea had also vanished. Perhaps it had departed. Suemo sighed, turning to glance at Luo-yin and Guyu, who stood quietly not far away. Unbeknownst to him, he had become entwined in so many bonds in this world. Now, it seemed he could no longer face his impending demise with tranquility. How he wished to live a little longer. The little girl lifted her gaze to Sumo, her eyes reddening, and with great determination and sincerity declared, "The young master will not die." "Very well." Sumo gently caressed the little girl's head, softly affirming, "The young master will not die." In the distance, Luo-in and Guyu slowly turned their heads, gazing at the pale expanse of snow, sorrow welling up within them. The little girl looked deeply at Sumo, a glimmer of faint light shimmering in her eyes. At the very least, the young master would not depart before her. "Let us return to the academy and devise a plan." Guyu spoke. Sumo shook his head, gazing into the vast snowy landscape. "Not yet. I wish to wander this world." If the academy could mend the shattered soul, they would not have watched the little girl grow increasingly frail without any recourse. In this final moment, he wished to behold the beauty of the world once more. However, as Guyu was about to say something, she was interrupted by the little girl. "Senior Gu, allow the young master to wander for a while. I will accompany him, and when you find a solution, you can come for us. The dean will surely be able to locate us if he wishes, correct?" Guyu was about to protest, but Luo-in interjected. "Let him go. We shall return to the academy." Luo-in cast a deep glance at Sumo and the little girl, then took Guyu's hand, soaring into the sky, transforming into two radiant rainbows that vanished into the horizon. The little girl looked up at Sumo. "Young master, I will accompany you to explore the world." "Very well." Sumo nodded. "Where does the young master wish to go?" "Let us first visit the Tsangshan Mountains." Has the little girl not always yearned to see the peak of Qianjue? Yes, yes. On this day, Sumo and the little girl traversed the world. On this day, the Dao sect rang the protective spiritual bell, the great bell by Xiang. Dao 12 clashed with the outsiders in the heavens above. On this day, the outsiders entered the holy sect, seeking to wed the holy sect's saintess, Ning by Shui. On this day, the outsiders descended to the mortal realm, and chaos engulfed the world. Chapter 137. The Bodhi Tree, Combined. The Tsangshan Mountains stretch across several peaks, among which two rise prominently above the rest, with Qianjue Peak leading the way. Qianjue Peak pierces the clouds, or perhaps the clouds merely hover beneath its lofty summit. At the foot of Qianjue Peak lies a narrow path that meanders through the forest, winding its way to the pinnacle of the peak. Occasionally, a mountain stream disrupts the path, or meanders alongside it for a stretch. Sumo gently guided the little girl along the mountain trail, surrounded by the towering peaks. The steep paths of this towering mountain no longer posed a significant challenge for him. His spirit may have been weary, yet the strength of his divine form remained robust. "Young master, there's a stream ahead. I shall wash a couple of fruits," the little girl exclaimed, pointing to a delicate brook beside the path. This stream, scarcely a yard wide, carried crystal-clear mountain spring water, flowing gently along the trail and into the mountains. "Very well," Sumo replied, nodding. He turned to admire the breathtaking scenery surrounding them, and then continued with the little girl to the stream. The little girl retrieved two bright red fruits from her satchel, rolled up her sleeves, and carefully began to wash them in the water. The stream was remarkably clear, revealing a bed of fine pebbles and exposed rocks beneath the surface. Once she had finished washing the fruits, the little girl eagerly attempted to hand one to Sumo, but unexpectedly slipped, one foot plunging into the water and soaking her shoe. "Be careful." Sumo rushed forward, grasping the little girl to steady her. With a pained expression, she glanced at her drenched shoe, then placed the two clean fruits into Sumo's hands. Lifting her soaked shoe high, she pouted, "Young master, my shoe is wet." Observing the little girl's woeful expression, Sumo stifled a laugh and popped a fruit into her mouth, then freed one hand to accept the dripping shoe from her. "Oh dear, it truly is wet," he remarked. After swallowing the fruit, the little girl looked at Sumo with evident displeasure, her expression reflecting her dissatisfaction with his teasing. Sumo glanced ahead at a dilapidated temple not far off and sighed. "Let us head to that old temple to rest for a while and dry your shoes by the fire." Confused, the little girl asked, "Why doesn't young master use his power to dry my shoes directly? Then why didn't I simply carry you to the mountain top?" Sumo countered. The little girl pouted, "That would be so dull. And therein lies the charm of humanity." Sumo chuckled, squatting before her. "Come, my dear servant. Allow me to carry you." Her face brightened with joy as she clambered onto Sumo's back. Noticing that he held her shoe in one hand and a fruit in the other, she took the fruit from him, leaving the shoe still for Sumo to carry. With a resigned smile, Sumo stood, bearing the little girl on his back as he strode toward the distant, dilapidated temple. The little girl nestled against Sumo's back, wrapping her arms around his shoulders, and brought the fruit to his lips. Sumo turned his head and smiled before taking a bite of the fruit. "Ah," the little girl squealed. "Young master bit my finger." "Did I?" Sumo mumbled with the fruit in his mouth. "Let me see." The little girl held up her finger, which had been gently grazed by Sumo's teeth, seemingly accusing him of his brutality. "Look, it's all red. It's too far." "I can't see clearly," Sumo replied slowly. The little girl brought her hand closer, and as Sumo pretended to take another bite, she quickly withdrew her hand, unable to contain her giggles. Carrying the little girl, Sumo slowly walked into the deserted, dilapidated temple. Although abandoned, the temple appeared as if it had been frequently visited, with scattered firewood strewn about. It seemed that woodcutters often paused here for rest. Noticing remnants of charcoal and a worn mat left behind by previous visitors, Sumo set the little girl down on the mat, gathered some firewood, and kindled a small fire. The little girl sat on the mat, watching Sumo's busy profile, a look of contentment on her face. After vigorously shaking her drenched shoes to remove most of the water, Sumo placed them near the fire to dry. "Young master, you won't burn my shoes this time, will you?" the little girl asked anxiously. "I only have this pair. If they were ruined, the young master would have to carry her all the way." At this thought, she seemed to find a silver lining in the possibility of her shoes getting ruined. Sumo rolled his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. "I am exceptionally gifted. How could I possibly burn a mere shoe?" The little girl pondered for a moment and replied, "But last time, on our journey from Jiangnan to the capital, you burned your own shoes." Recalling that embarrassing incident, Sumo's lips twitched awkwardly before he confidently reassured her, "That was an accident. It won't happen again." The little girl nodded skeptically. A gust of wind swept through the temple, and before they knew it, the sky had grown increasingly overcast. "Ah," the little girl exclaimed, pointing at the darkening sky. "It looks like it's going to rain." Sumo looked up and, indeed, saw that rain was imminent but shrugged it off, saying, "Let it rain. We're not afraid of getting wet." However, the little girl replied, "But, if it rains, we won't be able to see the beautiful view from the peak. We can wait in the temple until the rain passes before heading up." Sumo gazed at the gloomy sky and continued, "Besides, it doesn't seem like it will rain heavily anytime soon." As if to contradict Sumo's words, the moment they fell, the sound of raindrops began to echo outside, and before long, a torrential downpour ensued. The rain cascaded down. Sumo's lips twitched as he gazed at the relentless downpour outside, his smile instantly stiffening. "Haraha!" The young girl, witnessing Sumo's expression, burst into fits of laughter. Sumo waved his sleeve and, adopting a serious demeanor, remarked, "This is what is meant by the heavens not aligning with one's wishes. Do you understand?" I understand, haha." The young girl disregarded Sumo's embarrassment and laughed unabashedly. Sumo could only manage a wry smile. At that moment, several woodcutters hurried into the dilapidated temple, seemingly taken aback by the sudden downpour. Spotting a fire already kindled in the temple, the woodcutters approached eagerly. "Brother, may we also warm ourselves by this fire? We've been drenched by the rain and feel quite cold." Sumo gestured towards the open space around the fire and said with a smile, "Not at all. Please join us." "Thank you, brother." The woodcutters cast their hatchets aside, delighted, and sat down by the fire. This rain came so unexpectedly, we were utterly unprepared. Luckily, we weren't far from this temple, or we would have had to brave the rain all the way home. One woodcutter rubbed his hands together, warming them by the roaring flames. "That's why I mentioned that the heavens do not align with our wishes." Sumo glanced at the young girl and shrugged. Indeed. Though we cannot articulate such scholarly thoughts as you do, brother, haha." Sumo chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to respond further. Just then, an elderly monk ambled leisurely into the rain. The monk entered the temple slowly, clad in simple, elegant robes, completely soaked, yet seemingly unperturbed. He stroked his white beard and looked at Sumo and the young girl with a warm smile. "Ah," the young girl exclaimed in surprise. "Aren't you that Master Huikong?" Master Huikong smiled at the young girl, and then at Sumo, gradually speaking, "Greetings, young friends. I hope you are both well. It is an honor to meet Master Huikong." Sumo rose and bowed respectfully to the monk. This monk was none other than Master Huikong, whom Su Mo and the girl had encountered in a temple while traveling to the capital through Jiangnan. At that time, both Su Mo and the girl were penniless and spent several days in Master Huikong's temple. He had remarked then that Su Mo was fated with Buddhism and possessed a profound wisdom. However, Su Mo, feeling unworthy, had expressed his fears of being led to monastic life, prompting him to flee with the girl. Little did he expect to encounter Master Huikong here. The monk approached the fire, smiling as he gestured towards it. May this humble monk also warm himself by the fire? Please, Master, Su Mo replied respectfully, knowing that he stood before a revered elder of the Buddhist community. Master Huikong nodded gently, slowly settling into a meditative posture. He placed his staff aside with care and regarded Su Mo and the young girl with a benevolent smile. Su Mo also took a seat and, with a respectful salute, inquired of the master, "Might I ask the purpose of your visit to this place upon descending the mountain?" With hands clasped in prayer, Master Huikong replied calmly, "Amit Ba. This humble monk has descended the mountain to guide one's soul." Intrigued, Su Mo leaned forward and asked, "Guide whom?" Master Huikong looked up at Su Mo, his demeanor serene and earnest, and stated, "To guide you." Both Su Mo and the young girl were taken aback. Su Mo, flustered as if caught in a tempest, waved his hand dismissively and laughed. "Guide me for what purpose? My senses are impure. I am unfit to be a monk." Indeed, the young girl chimed in. The young master could never become a monk. Master Huikong shook his head gently and turned his gaze towards the torrential rain outside, slowly inquiring, "What do you think of the rain falling beyond?" Su Mo glanced at the drumming rain and responded, "It begins in the heavens, falls into the void, and returns to the earth." Then, "Dear friend, do you believe this rain signifies the clouds above, the droplets in descent, or the waters that return to the ground?" Master Huikong asked. Su Mo contemplated the rain outside and mused, pondering that the clouds cannot be considered rain, nor can the water that has already gathered in rivers. Is it not the droplets in their descent that embody rain? However, one must recognize that this fleeting descent is merely a brief phase of rain. To define an entity by its process seems inadequate. Suddenly, a thought struck Su Mo, and he declared, "The entirety of this process, from beginning in the heavens, falling into the void, and returning to the earth, is the essence of rain, rather than a singular state." Master Huikong nodded approvingly and remarked, "If even the Dharma must be relinquished, why then should one cling to its forms? Why must you be so bound by the manifestations of the law?" Su Mo grasped the meaning behind these words, realizing that the essence of Buddhist teachings, much like rain, transforms upon reaching the earth. Ultimately, all teachings must be abandoned, and even more so those that are not the Dharma. The implication was clear: the teachings are but forms, and true practice ultimately transcends these forms. Even I, in the end, will cast aside the forms of the Dharma. Why then should I compel you to pursue enlightenment? A wry smile escaped Su Mo's lips. A notion so simple could be articulated in the realm of Buddhism as if it were a profound life philosophy. Since the master does not wish to guide me into the Buddhist fold, what then does he seek to guide me towards? Su Mo inquired. Amit Ba, Master Huikong, with hands still clasped, sighed softly. "The world is filled with suffering, and among the multitudes, the one who endures the most anguish is you, dear Su. I wish to guide you across the turbulent sea of suffering. Why am I the one who suffers the most?" Su Mo asked, curiosity piqued. "The Buddha is without form. Yet you, dear Su, are bound by form. Your form is that of a mortal, embodying the suffering of humanity. Like leaves drifting along the river, a life adrift, accompanied by none, reliant on no tree." Master Huikong gazed slowly at the young girl sitting quietly beside Su Mo, and spoke in a low voice. "My young friend, you are destined to traverse this life alone and to endure profound sorrow." The young girl stared blankly at Master Huikong, as if recalling something, then gradually turned her gaze towards Su Mo. Su Mo shook his head, looking at the enigmatic Master Huikong, as if he could perceive the subtle essence of Zen within his eyes, an essence capable of penetrating deeper truths. "Master, how do you intend to ferry me across this sea of suffering?" Su Mo inquired. "Observe the rain outside." Master Huikong gestured towards the temple door, indicating the dampness of his robe. "What do you make of this rain?" A similar question, yet it alluded to two distinct entities. Su Mo gradually articulated, "Beginning, falling, returning, is akin to birth, aging, illness, and death, reminiscent of life. Master Huikong nodded with a smile and further asked, "What do you perceive of the rain now?" Suemo rose and stepped outside the temple, standing beneath the eaves, gazing at the multitude of rain cascading down. Suddenly, clarity seemed to dawn upon him, and he turned abruptly to say, "A single droplet represents life, and thus these countless raindrops." Master Huikong, observing Suemo, chuckled softly while stroking his beard, acknowledging the depth of his insight and Buddhist nature. The descent of sentient beings is sorrowful, landing in the sea of suffering. Such is the origin of your lifelong anguish. The world, as the scriptures state, is not the world. This is called the world. Do you comprehend? Master Huikong inquired with a smile. "I understand, yet I cannot achieve it," Suemo replied softly. "Bodhi has no tree. The bright mirror is not a platform." Master Huikong sighed. A bewildered woodcutter, having listened to their conversation, remarked, "I have been listening for ages, yet I grasp not a word. How can we ordinary folk comprehend such profound mysteries?" Another woodcutter shook his head and took a swig from a flask. The first woodcutter snatched the flask and took a sip, exclaiming, "Ah, delightful. Why did you not bring this out sooner? I should not have brought it out at all." Suemo chuckled at the two woodcutters quarreling over the drink, then turned to Master Huikong and said, "I lack the master's insight. What I see is merely, the body is the Bodhi tree, the heart like a bright mirror." Master Huikong turned to regard the torrential rain outside, reflecting, "All conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, shadows, like dew and lightning. They should be viewed accordingly." "Master," Suemo glanced at the young girl and addressed Master Huikong, "in the sea of suffering, there are dreams. The girl and I are about to wander beneath the Bodhi tree. If the master has the time, would you not accompany us to see whether there lies a bright mirror beneath that Bodhi tree?" Master Huikong sighed deeply as he looked at Suemo and nodded. "Then this humble monk shall accompany you on your journey." Chapter 138. Chaos. A few woodcutters stared blankly at Suemo and Master Huikong, who had been engrossed in their discourse on Zen. They exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mixture of confusion and curiosity. "Young man, it's quite chilly on this rainy day. Would you care for a drink?" One of the woodcutters timidly inquired of Suemo, deliberately omitting any mention of Master Huikong. After all, a monk is not supposed to indulge in alcohol, is he? With a gentle smile, Suemo turned to the little girl beside him, who immediately understood his intent. She retrieved a flask of wine from her bag and handed it to Suemo. Accepting the flask, Suemo grinned at the woodcutter and remarked, "In the journey through the world, how could one not carry wine?" The woodcutter was taken aback, but soon all the woodcutters erupted into hearty laughter. "Haha, this young man is indeed one of us. Come, let us share a drink." Instantly, Suemo bonded with the woodcutters, and Master Huikong, observing their jovial exchange, sighed and said, "The mortal realm is like an ocean. Why must one become ensnared in its depths?" As Suemo clinked his flask with that of the woodcutter, he took a slow sip and replied, "Master, you said that when the wind stirs the banners. Is it the wind that moves, or the banners?" With a smile, Huikong replied, "It is neither the wind nor the banners that move. It is the heart of the benevolent that stirs. The heart of the benevolent stirs. Without attachment, the heart remains unmoved." Suemo nodded thoughtfully before continuing with a philosophical discourse. "Yet the Buddha also teaches that all phenomena are empty in nature, neither arising nor perishing, neither tainted nor pure, neither increasing nor decreasing. The true essence of all phenomena is emptiness. Thus, all phenomena inherently remain in a state of emptiness. Since all phenomena are empty, then, Master, in your view, is your entanglement in the mortal realm a matter of the wind moving or the banners moving?" Huikong was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled wryly, "My young friend, your Zen reasoning is somewhat strange." Suemo shook his head with a smile, choosing not to dwell on the matter any longer. He raised the flask and asked, "Master, would you care for a sip?" Huikong shook his head, and Suemo pondered before acknowledging, "I see now that I may have overstepped. The Buddhist path indeed advises against alcohol. However, I assure you, I would not violate my vows over a drink. I abstain from wine merely because it is an essence of grain, which seems somewhat wasteful to me." Gazing at Huikong's candid demeanor, Suemo sighed, "Master, your understanding of the Dharma is profound. I hold deep admiration." The woodcutters, witnessing the exchange between the two, shook their heads in resignation and feeling the effects of the wine, remarked, "If you ask me, grains are meant for sustenance, and wine is meant for enjoyment. There's no waste in that. Moreover, with the world in disarray, who knows what tomorrow holds? When there's wine, it ought to be savored. When there's joy, it ought to be embraced." The woodcutter's words resonated with Sumo, who raised his flask to clink with the woodcutter's before taking a hearty swig. Master Huikong shook his head in disapproval, while the young girl beside him, observing Sumo's excessive drinking, voiced her concern. "Young master, please drink slowly." Sumo nodded, setting down the wine jug, and turned to the woodcutter, inquiring, "What did you mean when you said the world is about to fall into chaos? Brother, you're not aware?" The woodcutter was taken aback, responding with a hint of surprise. "Aware of what? Our realm of sword cultivation is in utter turmoil." He spoke in a conspiratorial tone. "My wife has a distant relative whose child works as a menial servant in a sect of immortals. According to him, numerous celestial beings from the outside world have descended upon our realm. One group of these immortals assaulted the Tao sect, engaging in a fierce battle with the sect's master for 3 days and nights, prompting the Tao sect to sound the alarm of their protective spiritual artifact. Another faction of these outsiders has targeted the holy sect, claiming to be the young master of the Cloud sect, intending to marry the holy maiden of the holy sect." Suemo narrowed his eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, he let out a sigh. He harbored complicated feelings for the woman with whom he shared a fateful bond in the illusion, initially feeling aversion towards her, only to later realize she too was trapped by circumstances beyond her control. Nevertheless, his fondness remained elusive, likely due to the negative impact of their first encounter. Yet, upon hearing rumors of her potential marriage to the young master of the Upper Realms Cloud sect, an inexplicable discomfort stirred within him. What do the affairs of the immortals have to do with us mortals? Suemo shook his head, raising the wine jug to take a sip. How can it be unrelated? The woodcutter sighed, appearing hesitant before continuing. That individual working in the sect mentioned that there are additional groups of scattered immortals venturing into various mortal nations, seemingly aiming to exert control over our realms. I can't fathom the purpose behind such efforts. What use is it to dominate our mortal countries? Suddenly, Suemo recalled the scheming emperor seated high in the royal city. The power of national fortune. They seek to seize control of the national fortune. Even so, it shouldn't concern us too greatly. The woodcutter shook his head with a bitter smile. Originally, it wouldn't have, but I hear these foreign cultivators are brutal and merciless, treating us as less than human. If they were to seize control of our national strength, who knows what would become of us? I also heard that those outsiders claimed they were merely the first wave, with countless more to follow. He continued, that group attacking the Tao sect slaughtered all the affiliated sects and surrounding mortals, prompting the Tao sect's master to retaliate in anger. Suemo squinted, thinking of Dao Hua, and wondered how he was faring amidst such turmoil. What had become of that battle? I haven't heard of any outcomes. But those outsiders still remain entrenched beneath the Tao sect, refraining from further assaults. The Tao sect, too, has ceased its responses. Have you heard any news regarding the demon sect? Suemo inquired. The woodcutter shook his head and remarked, as for the demon sect, we have yet to hear of any celestial beings making their way to our great Hua. He sighed deeply, raising his wine jug to take a sip. In this world, everyone lives in fear, and the various sects and nations are in disarray. If more celestial beings from the outside world were to come in droves. The woodcutter trailed off, engulfed in a profound worry. The other woodcutters, seemingly familiar with his sentiments, remained silent. Suemo turned to Master Huikong and asked, Master, do you believe that the suffering in this sea of torment would be lessened by my presence? Not quite. It appears to me that your suffering is born from the multitude of humanity, yet the suffering of humanity is, in turn, rooted in you. A flicker of insight, as if capable of penetrating the void, flashed in Huikong's eyes. Suemo shook his head with a bitter smile, disbelieving. How could the world suffer because of me? What have you perceived, Master? The monk replied, the Buddha says, it cannot be spoken of. I can only lead you, dear Su, out of this sea of suffering, which in turn may allow me to help the world. As the rain ceased and the sun broke through, the woodcutters bid farewell to Suemo and departed from the dilapidated temple. Suemo gazed at the radiant sunlight outside the temple and inquired of Master Huikong. What is your current level of cultivation, Master? I am but an ordinary mortal, devoid of any cultivation, Huikong replied. Suemo smirked. Then, Master, accompany me to the Tao sect to witness the bitter fruits of enlightenment and the mirror of clarity. Very well, Huikong nodded in agreement. Turning to the little girl, Suemo noticed her lost in thought and asked, "What occupies your mind, little one?" She pointed at her shoe, which was drying by the fire, and lamented, "Young master, you have ruined my shoe." Suemo looked over to see that the once-soaked shoe had now shriveled into a charred mass. He couldn't help but chuckle at his oversight. That day, Suemo carried the little girl on his back, accompanied by Master Huikong, as they journeyed towards the Tao sect. Naturally, Suemo first led the little girl to the summit of Qianjue Peak, ensuring her satisfaction before they departed. Chapter 139. Conspiring with a tiger upon the sacred mountain of the holy sect, an aura of majesty and sanctity pervaded the atmosphere. The disciples scattered across the mountain seemed to be engaged in fervent discussions, for numerous unfamiliar figures had mysteriously appeared within the sect. As spring awakened, a playful tendril of a branch brushed against the eaves, greeting the inhabitants of a certain dwelling. Yet, those inside appeared oblivious, engrossed in their meditative practice. Suddenly, a white piece of paper materialized within the room, exuding an intangible sense of pressure. Ning Baishua opened her eyes and slowly gazed at the paper, which bore a few bold characters. "Hurry to the Elders' Hall." With a resigned sigh, Ning Baishua rose, pushed open the door, and transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the exterior of the Elders' Hall. Outside the hall, several women clad in pale yellow were engaged in their own discussions. One of them, upon noticing Ning Baishua's approach, immediately paid her respects. "Greetings, Senior Sister Ning." A fleeting glimmer of jealousy flashed in her eyes, quickly masked by composure. Ning Baishua, expressionless, nodded slightly and proceeded towards the hall's entrance. "Sister Ning," the woman in pale yellow called out, halting Ning Baishua in her tracks. Ning Baishua paused, turning slowly to face her. "Do you know why the Elders' Hall summoned you?" The woman seemed eager for information. "Not at all," Ning Baishua replied indifferently. The woman pondered for a moment before inquiring. "I heard that the outsider is the young sect master of Yun sect, and they seem to desire a marriage alliance with our sect. Are you aware of this, Sister Ning?" "It has nothing to do with me," Ning Baishua responded coolly, then turned once more towards the Elders' Hall. The woman's gaze followed Ning Baishua's departing figure, revealing the jealousy and dissatisfaction that brewed within her. Once Ning Baishua had distanced herself, another woman approached the one in pale yellow, her expression rife with indignation. "Our holy maiden truly seems to be oblivious to everyone around her. Indeed, I cannot fathom what the young sect master of Yun sect sees in her." Another woman whispered in derision. "What can one do when blessed with such looks?" The pale yellow-clad girl interjected, attempting to defend Ning Baishua while her tone dripped with subtle mockery. Just as Ning Baishua was about to disappear from view, she abruptly halted, turned, and addressed the girl in pale yellow. "Do you wish to become the holy maiden?" The girl's expression stiffened at the unexpected directness of Ning Baishua's inquiry. "Jiangyu." Ning Baishua continued calmly. "I offer you a chance. Simply answer with yes or no." In an instant, Jiang Yu's expression darkened as she gazed at the imperious Ning Baishua. After a moment of inner turmoil, she spoke, "And what if it is?" Ning Baishua nodded, turned, and proceeded to the entrance of the Elders' Hall, pushing the door open to enter. The others exchanged glances, and one woman asked Jiang Yu, "Sister Jiang, what does she mean by that?" Jiang Yu furrowed her brow and shook her head, choosing to remain silent. Inside the hall, everything appeared as it usually did. A circle of elders loomed high above, looking down upon those within. The only difference was the presence of several additional individuals nearby. A man clad in resplendent garments exuded an air of nobility, flanked by several attendants, both young and old. This elegantly dressed man was strikingly handsome, fanning himself gently with a folding fan, radiating an innate superiority and pride. Yet, his gaze was fixed intently upon the graceful and ethereal Ning Baishua. Having greeted the elders, Ning Baishua offered a slight bow. A few of the elders nodded in acknowledgement, while an elderly matron scrutinized Ning Baishua and then glanced at the opulent man beside her, her brow slightly furrowed, lost in thought. "White Snow, do you understand why we have summoned you?" An elderly elder spoke slowly, his resonant voice echoing throughout the hall. Replying to the third elder, "I do not know," Ning Baishua replied calmly. The third elder studied Ning Baishua intently and, after a moment, nodded. He then turned his attention to the elegantly dressed man, shifting the topic. This is the young master of Yun's sect from the 8th heaven. He has come to discuss an alliance with our sect, which we have already consented to. What do you think? Does the Grand Elder know of this? Ning Baishua raised her head to inquire of the 3rd elder. The Grand Elder has been in seclusion for many years and has yet to awaken. However, I believe that when he does, he will not oppose our decision. You need only express your thoughts on this matter, the elderly matron interjected lightly. Ning Baishua sighed inwardly. The Grand Elder referred to as Ning Wuyo, the former head of the academy, who had taken her in, and thus she bore his surname. It was he who had designated her as the Saintess. Previously, all major decisions within the Elders' Hall had been dictated by the Grand Elder, but with Ning Wuyo's seclusion, the elders had begun to act without restraint. Ning Baishua looked up at the lofty elders and then at the lavishly dressed man, a cold smile escaping her lips. Do the elders truly not comprehend their ulterior motives? This is akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. I believe we should await the Grand Elder's awakening before making any decisions. Chapter 140. The gentle breeze and the moon. Upon the utterance of these words, an immediate silence enveloped the hall. No one anticipated that Ning Baishua would voice such matters openly before all present. The elegantly attired gentleman's eyes flickered momentarily as he regarded Ning Baishua, yet he remained silent. However, the attendants behind him exchanged glances filled with a chilling light. The countenance of the elders seated above swiftly darkened, and an elderly matron slammed her palm upon the table, exclaiming loudly, "Preposterous!" Ning Baishua raised her gaze towards the matron, choosing not to respond. This was her deliberate intent. The sacred sect and the cloud sect each harbored their own agendas, yet she sought to prevent the sacred sect from becoming entangled with external factions due to certain relationships. Her aim was to place both parties in a position of discomfort in plain view, even though such actions might yield no tangible results. Do you truly believe that, bolstered by the favor of the Grand Elder, you can disregard the authority of our Elder Council? The matron continued, her words laden with severity. Previously, you confronted us, and the Elder Council has yet to settle the score with you. Do you genuinely think that as a mere saintess, you can flout the rules of our sect? Her words were indeed rather harsh. Had it not been for the Grand Elder's standing, I would have surely held you accountable for your transgressions. Baishua, you have overstepped, spoke the 2nd elder, joining the fray. Ning Baishua, gazing upon the multitude of elders rebuking her, suddenly felt a chill. She merely listened in silence as they surrounded her, their scolding unyielding, offering no resistance. In that moment, her slender figure appeared rather solitary within the grandeur of the resplendent hall. Enough, enough. The 3rd elder interjected, turning his attention to Ning Baishua. The sect possesses its own considerations. The 9 heavens have severed ties with the outside world for millennia, and before long, we shall reconnect. Such actions are ultimately for the benefit of the sect. The 3rd elder spoke without regard for the presence of the individuals from the cloud sect, seemingly intent on conveying the sacred sect's transparency. Or perhaps, there were ulterior motives at play. Ning Baishua found herself enviously reflecting on the Dao sect, which would rather strike the protective spirit artifact by Xiang than compromise with external threats. The leader of the Dao sect, Dao 12, had even battled against foes for 3 days, ultimately refusing to yield despite being besieged. Yet, the people of the sacred sect appeared eager to conspire with the tiger. Having become accustomed to their lofty position, the sacred sect had now lost its integrity. Since the elders have already made their decision, what further need is there to consult Baishua? Ning Baishua inquired calmly, directing her gaze towards the 3rd elder. She was fully aware of their intentions in summoning her, yet she was curious to see how they would articulate their demands, or how they might attempt to coerce her. The 3rd elder gazed intently at the composed Ning Baishua. The elderly matron, poised to speak, was silenced by a wave of the 3rd elder's hand. Allow me to introduce you to a prodigious young talent. The 3rd elder gestured towards the elegantly dressed gentleman seated nearby. This is Yun Yi, the young master of the Cloud sect, merely 26 years of age, yet already possessing the cultivation of the transformation stage, and he stands as the foremost among the younger generation of the 8th heaven. Ning Baishua's expression remained tranquil, devoid of any ripple, as she quietly regarded the 3rd elder. Baishua, what do you think? The 3rd elder inquired. Ning Baishua inexplicably recalled the figure clad in white, with white hair. That individual ascended from initiation to the golden core stage in merely 2 years. Given more time, he would undoubtedly surpass any young prodigy of the 8th heaven. A 26-year-old in the transformation stage indeed deserves the title of youthful genius. However, as the image of that white-robed, white-haired figure surfaced in Ning Baishue's mind, the notion of a youthful genius became increasingly unremarkable. She remembered the scene of thousands of lost souls bidding farewell to that white figure, her gaze becoming dazed. It was then that she had just embarked on her journey. Furthermore, the memories of their shared lifetime as husband and wife within the divine realm's illusion lingered, rendering that figure in her mind inescapable. Baishue did not comprehend the third elder's intention. Remaining composed, Ning Baishue spoke without ever glancing at the Cloud Sect's young master, Yun Yi. The third elder fixed his gaze intently on Ning Baishue's eyes, slowly articulating, "If the Cloud Sect wishes to ally with our sect, a marriage alliance is imperative. What are your thoughts, Baishue?" Ning Baishue nodded, seemingly oblivious to the underlying message in the third elder's words, and replied, "Our holy sect has numerous female disciples, many of whom possess striking beauty and exceptional talent, such as Jiang Yu, Shuang Li, or Yao Qing. The third elder may select from among them a disciple who would satisfy the young master of the Cloud Sect. I trust they would be most willing." Beside her, the young master of the Cloud Sect, Yun Yi, narrowed his eyes but remained silent. Yet, a subordinate behind him scoffed, saying, "Our young master is the next leader of the Cloud Sect, the foremost among the younger generation of the eighth heaven. He is not to be matched with ordinary female disciples." Ning Baishue turned her gaze toward the speaker and calmly responded, "And so? Naturally. Only the holy maiden of our sect is worthy to enter the young master's chambers as a concubine," the individual replied with an air of certainty. Ning Baishue then addressed the elders seated in the hall, asking, "What is the consensus among the elders? Given the esteemed status of the young master of the Cloud Sect, we believe that only our sect's holy maiden is suitable," an elderly matron commented. The third elder remained silent, merely observing Ning Baishue. As she looked back at him, her heart gradually sank. What was the third elder's true intent? Ning Baishue fixed her gaze on him and asked earnestly, "I share the same sentiment," the third elder replied with a calm demeanor. Ning Baishue then turned to the second elder, inquiring if he held the same view. The second elder sat in silence, offering no response. She then looked at the remaining elders, fourth elder, fifth elder, sixth elder. "Do you all share this opinion?" The other elders, perhaps recognizing the undue pressure exerted upon their holy maiden, remained silent, yet did not oppose. Ning Baishue forced a bitter smile, coming to understand. At that moment, she was but a pitiful woman, confronted by many who eyed her with predatory intent, yearning to control her life, unwillingly resisting something. Alone and cold, Ning Baishue unexpectedly recalled the Grand Elder, who had saved her and raised her, providing her with everything. If the Grand Elder were present, he would undoubtedly refuse their requests, perhaps even preventing these outsiders from entering the sect. Alas, the Grand Elder had sought to transcend his cultivation and had long since entered seclusion for several years, oblivious to when he might awaken. For cultivators, a century is but a fleeting moment. At this juncture, the third elder spoke softly, "We wish to hear your opinion, Baishue." "Does my opinion even matter?" Ning Baishue inquired. "If you have thoughts, please share them." Ning Baishue gazed at the assembly of elders encircling her. A gentle breeze seemed to inadvertently enter the hall, stirring her heart. Unbidden, the words of Su Mo echoed in her mind from the illusion of the ghost gate in the divine realm. "When I journeyed south, did you always follow me? As the esteemed leader of the Yun sect, why must you demean yourself within this humble palace? Have you found your true self yet? Since you have awakened, why not depart?" Ning Baishue's expression turned bewildered. "I had awakened long ago. Why did I not leave? True self, true self. Were those decades merely an illusion?" Another gentle breeze inadvertently swept into the hall, clearing the fog from her eyes, illuminating a bright moon within her soul. A smile broke upon Ning Baishue's lips, as if cold ice met warmth, as if white snow greeted the sun. "For me, those decades were not a dream." "I do not agree." A frown spread across the faces of the assembly, and the third elder asked, "Give me a reason." "I have long had a partner in the divine realm. Regardless of whether he acknowledges me as his wife in that illusion, to me, he is my only husband in this life." A gasp filled the hall. Everyone stared incredulously at the delicate figure in the center. The third elder coldly replied, "Clarify your words. If he wishes, I can be Ning Baishue. If he does not, I can also be Yin Shui." Chapter 141. The White Robe and the Old Monk Young Master. Is this truly the abode of the Tao sect? In a dilapidated city, only a handful of souls wandered amidst the ruins, their movements listless against the backdrop of shattered walls and the pervasive stench of blood. Suemo, accompanied by the little girl and Master Huikong, gradually entered the city. Upon hearing the girl's inquiry, Suemo nodded slowly, responding, "This is a town at the foot of the Dao sect's mountain. Why is it in such disrepair?" The little girl asked, gazing at the desolate scene before her. "Because of desire," Suemo replied, uncertain how to elaborate for the child. He turned to Master Huikong. "Master, what are your thoughts after our journey?" Accompanied by the little girl and Master Huikong, Suemo had traversed from Qinjue Peak to the base of Daoxin Mountain, pausing at various locations to contemplate the suffering that Master Huikong spoke of. Although the journey had been uneventful, the closer they approached Daoxin Mountain, the fewer inhabitants remained in the town. It appeared that, in search of refuge, families had migrated away from the vicinity of the mountain. Now, the area beneath Daoxin Mountain had transformed into a wasteland, with the world not yet plunged into chaos, merely waiting for the external cultivators to descend in mass. The world seemed to be brewing a tranquility that belied the impending turmoil. Amitba, Master Huikong clasped his hands together, gazing at the ravaged city with a flicker of sorrow in his eyes. All conditioned phenomena are like dreams and illusions, like dew and lightning. Thus one should perceive them as such. Suemo smiled gently, approaching a house that had been consumed by fire. He extended a finger, brushing away the ash that coated its surface. If all is but an illusion, then what is the significance of human existence? And why does the master wish to guide me? The mouth may deceive, but the heart of the wise acts, Master Huikong replied, his gaze fixed on Suemo. His message was clear. If one perceives wrongs and neglects to amend them, they do not grasp true Buddhist teachings. Nodding in understanding, Suemo refrained from further speech, instead stepping before the little girl to caress her face. He subtly smeared the ash from his finger onto her pristine cheek. In response to her puzzled expression, he regarded her painted visage with satisfaction. Master Huikong observed Suemo, perceiving him as a disciple lost in the worldly desires, and he sighed softly. At that moment, a group of individuals, seemingly former residents of the city, emerged from the street, cautiously dragging a cart. They glanced skyward, detecting no immediate threat, and with a collective sigh of relief, loaded their belongings onto the cart before pulling it toward the city gate. The elder at the forefront hesitated upon noticing Suemo and his companions standing in the street, wary of their presence. However, reassured by their kind countenance, he tentatively approached them, dragging his belongings along. As the elder passed by Suemo and his companions, Suemo called out, "Good sir, may I inquire about your intentions?" The elder cast a cautious glance at Suemo, then observed the obedient little girl she held by the hand, letting out a subtle sigh of relief. These individuals did not appear to be malevolent. "This place has become untenable. We must seek refuge elsewhere to secure our survival." The elder turned to gaze at the dilapidated city behind him, a flicker of reluctance evident in his eyes, for it was the place he had inhabited for a lifetime. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, an overwhelming sense of bewilderment clouded his gaze once more. With the world on the brink of chaos, where could we possibly go? What has transpired here? Suemo inquired. Noticing that Suemo was unaware of the events that had unfolded, the elder responded, "Do the three of you not appear to belong here?" Suemo nodded in affirmation. The elder sighed and advised, "Let us not linger any longer." A few immortals descended upon the city that day, mercilessly commencing their slaughter and destruction, capturing many young souls and casting them at the foot of Daoxin Mountain. It is said they did so to coerce the Dao sect into submission. He cast a respectful, sorrowful glance at the towering mountain beyond the city. This city lies within the jurisdiction of the Dao sect, which for centuries had provided protection, allowing it to thrive in peace. Yet now, even the Dao sect, one of the three great sects of the realm, faces an insurmountable foe. And those who were taken? The little girl asked softly, looking up at the elder. They were all slain. The elder lamented, his heart heavy with grief. Among those captured and murdered was his own child. The blood staining the rivers at the foot of the Dao sect's mountain. Suemo glanced at the elders accompanying women and children, letting out a deep sigh. To where do you intend to venture? I do not know. Perhaps we can only seek a temporary refuge for survival. The world is on the verge of turmoil. And where can we possibly go? This city, under the Dao sect's protection, evidently harbored more knowledge than the inhabitants of other regions. Amitba, intoned the monk Huikong. observing the elder and his companions. A glimmer of insight appeared in his eyes, as if he could glimpse some future. He then spoke slowly. If you have nowhere else to go, it may be wise to head south. Perhaps there lies a sliver of hope. The elder nodded thoughtfully at the monk's words. However, a woman among the elders' group hesitated, her face etched with concern as she spoke. But traveling south would lead us through the treacherous and vast Honghuang mountain range, where wild beasts are said to roam. We may not survive the journey. Su Mo pondered for a moment, extending a finger to summon a drop of shimmering blood. From within her robe, she produced a vial of elixir, emptying its contents before adding the drop of blood, sealing the vial, and handing it to the elder. If you encounter any wild beasts, open this vial. The elder received the vial, his expression one of confusion as he gazed at Su Mo beside them. Master Huikong gazed contemplatively at the vial in the elder's hand, containing a single drop of Su Mo's blood. He then turned his attention to Su Mo and addressed the elder, saying, "With this vial in your possession, the calamity of the beasts in the Honghuang mountain range shall pose no challenge." The elder fixed his gaze upon Su Mo and Master Huikong, as if he had finally grasped an important revelation. The trio of Su Mo slowly turned to depart, making their way towards Daoxin Mountain. The elder intently observed their retreating figures, that of the man in white and the old monk. Gripping the vial tightly, the elder trembled and gradually knelt down. Nearby, several women and children gasped in astonishment, eager to assist the elder, yet he commanded all his family to kneel. Upon hearing his words, they all bowed in the direction of Su Mo and his companions. "Grandfather, why must we kneel?" A child beside one of the women inquired, puzzled. "Because those three possess benevolent hearts. They are immortals. The immortals have shown us a path to survival." The elder, holding tightly to his remaining family, bowed deeply towards that direction. Chapter 142. Taoism. Su Mo and his companions exited the city, gazing at the towering Daoxin mountain that pierced the clouds. "Master, why did you give them a drop of blood?" The young girl inquired, her face a picture of confusion. "Is it because wild beasts fear those who cultivate?" "Wild beasts do not fear the blood of cultivators. Rather, they are apprehensive of the aura of the divine race," Su Mo explained with a smile. "What is the aura of the divine race?" the girl asked, her brow furrowed in perplexity. Gently ruffling her hair, Su Mo chose not to respond. Having inherited the bloodline of the Titan race, the drop of blood he bestowed contained the essence of the divine, thus prompting wild beasts to instinctively retreat upon encountering it. "Ba, young friend, your kindness is commendable," the monk Huikong remarked sincerely from the side. Turning to Huikong, Su Mo replied pointedly, "Did not the master also illuminate their path? One must be free of attachments." Huikong murmured, shaking his head slightly, hands clasped in prayer. "Without attachments, there is no fear, and one can distance themselves from inverted dreams. Yet the master still finds it difficult." Su Mo chuckled. "Is not all worldly phenomena merely an illusion?" "Ba," Huikong whispered, falling into silence thereafter. The young girl glanced between Huikong and Su Mo, biting her lip as she asked, "Master, where shall we go next?" "To the Dao sect," Su Mo replied, his gaze fixed on the distant Daoxin mountain, where he sensed the faint presence of several cultivators. Having inherited the bloodline of the Titan race, he possessed a keen intuition for the auras of cultivators around the world. Among those at the foot of Daoxin Mountain, he detected an immensely powerful presence. "What does the young friend intend to do?" Huikong inquired, observing Su Mo with keen interest. With a sigh, Su Mo lamented, "A great calamity approaches. The cultivators across the realm are too scattered." Huikong regarded Su Mo thoughtfully, then clasped his hands and fell silent once more. "But how shall we proceed?" The young girl pondered aloud. Did the old man not say that outsiders are gathered at the foot of Dao Sect Mountain? Furrowing his brow, Su Mo contemplated. He could use the Confucian Taoist incantation to transport himself before Dao Hua, yet he was uncertain of what Dao Hua was currently engaged in. Casting a glance at the girl, he mused, what if Dao Hua is in the bath? Su Mo had developed a psychological aversion to invoking the incantation without knowing the recipient's exact location. How wonderful it would be if there were a talking bird at this moment. A talking bird. Su Mo's eyes brightened as he turned to a few scattered sparrows nearby, calling out to one of them. As he chanted the Confucian Taoist incantation, the power of the rules surged forth, and indeed, the bewildered bird flapped its wings, fluttering into Su Mo's outstretched hand. Opening his palm to the bird, he instructed, "Go to the Dao sect and find Dao Hua. Tell him Su Mo requests that he dress appropriately and stand in a suitable place to receive guests." His eyes shimmered with the radiant power of the rules, more commanding and direct than the previous simple Confucian Taoist incantation. A subtle thread of spiritual energy transformed into a divine pattern, penetrating the eye of the sparrow. Immediately, the sparrow fluttered its wings and soared towards the summit of Daoshin Mountain. Su Mo observed the departing bird, nodding in satisfaction as he settled down to wait quietly. Within the confines of the Dao sect, thousands of disciples were present, enveloped in a weighty atmosphere of anticipation, as if bracing for imminent danger. The sparrow's gentle entrance into the sect aroused no suspicion among the disciples. In a secluded area atop the mountain, isolated from the sect, stood a modest bamboo cottage. An elderly woman was channeling her spiritual energy, surrounding a dignified elder clad in resplendent robes who sat cross-legged. Noticing the elder's lack of response, she anxiously intensified her efforts. Waves of runes surged in the surrounding void, causing the air to tremble, as if a chain reaction of spiritual chaos could erupt at any moment. Beside her, Dao Hua timidly spoke, "Master. The master says you are too hasty in your actions. Although I believe he is mistaken, I feel that healing requires patience." His voice trailed off. "Of course, I have never agreed with Master S' assessment of your impatience." Silence. The elderly woman cast a sharp glance at her disciple, who had inherited many of her husband's less desirable traits. All right. Dao Hua promptly complied, standing obediently to the side, refraining from further comment. After a moment, the elderly woman withdrew her energy and sighed. Indeed, the task of healing could not be rushed. Dao Hua glanced at her, hesitating to speak. Noticing his indecision, the elderly woman snapped, "If you have something to say, then say it." "Oh, how is Master?" Dao Hua inquired cautiously, wary of inciting her displeasure. "He is engaged in a fierce battle with that fellow from the Thunder sect during a critical breakthrough. Though his injuries are not severe, the backlash of his own techniques has affected his foundational energy, which is quite troublesome," the elderly woman stated plainly. "Oh, is there any remedy?" Dao Hua asked. "Do you think I would remain idle here if I had a solution?" She retorted, casting a disparaging glance at Dao Hua, as if regarding him as a simpleton. Dao Hua smiled awkwardly. "What about the sect's resources? Surely we could employ them. It is not yet time." Dao Hua suddenly reminisced fondly about the leisurely conversations with his master, finding the exchanges with the elderly woman rather daunting. "But are we to simply wait here?" he pressed, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "What other option do we have?" The elderly woman replied, her gaze sweeping over the tense atmosphere among the disciples below. "At present, we are merely in a phase of confrontation and tentative probing with those from the outside world. It is not yet the time for a life-and-death struggle. Your master has already expressed an unwavering resolve not to submit to external forces, so we must bide our time and await the unfolding of events." The elderly woman sighed deeply, lamenting that our realm is far too fragmented. The most effective strategy at this moment would be to unite and strike decisively, eliminating these outsiders entirely to instill fear in them. Yet, can you see? The other two sects of the three sects of the world have not sent any support. Perhaps they, too, are grappling with their own troubles from the outside. Dao Hua spoke uncertainly. Perhaps. The old woman sighed again, refraining from further comment. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed as she coldly regarded a sparrow that had alighted upon the courtyard wall. Dao Hua followed her gaze and was astonished to hear the sparrow articulate human speech. "I seek Dao Hua." The elderly woman was taken aback and turned to Dao Hua, who was equally astonished, having never encountered a talking bird before. "I am Dao Hua," he tentatively replied. "Su Mo has instructed you to dress appropriately and stand in a suitable place to receive guests." "Su Mo?" Dao Hua queried, his expression one of confusion. Was this bird associated with Su Mo? Had he come to the Dao sect? The old woman regarded Dao Hua with skepticism. Dao Hua, equally bewildered, glanced down at his well-arranged attire, unable to comprehend why Su Mo had emphasized the necessity of dressing properly. Surely, he had never been inappropriately attired before, had he? He pondered, recalling moments spent with Su Mo in the divine realm, and was confident there had been no such instances. Turning back, he noticed the old woman's inquiring expression and explained, "He is a friend of mine, a direct disciple of the headmaster of the Great Hua Academy." "A disciple of Amo Gaoshan?" "Yes, indeed. Why did he instruct you to dress appropriately? The elderly woman pressed for clarity. Dao Hua's lips twitched as he forced a stiff smile, replying, "Ha, he is rather fond of jesting." He then turned back to the bird and said, "Tell him I understand." The bird, as if satisfied with this response, flapped its wings and took flight. Moments later, a ripple in the void heralded the appearance of three figures before Dao Hua. It was none other than Su Mo, the little girl, and Master Hui Kong. Chapter 143. The Wound Without Solution. How did you come here? Upon seeing Su Mo, Dao Hua appeared exceedingly delighted. I heard you had a fierce battle with outsiders. So I came to see, Su Mo replied. This statement moved Dao Hua deeply, yet he was immediately reminded of their parting at the Gate of Ghosts, where Guyu had not emanated the light of inheritance. Furthermore, they had waited outside the divine domain without seeing Su Mo or Guyu return, which stirred a sense of worry within him. Is Guyu? We all made it out. Su Mo smiled gently. That is a relief, Dao Hua sighed, feeling a weight lift from his chest. Su Mo then turned to the elderly woman beside Dao Hua and respectfully bowed. I am Su Mo, the junior disciple, and I pay my respects to the esteemed elder. The elderly woman glanced curiously at Su Mo and nodded slightly. You are the seventh disciple of Mo Shan Gao. My master is indeed the... Su Mo said with utmost reverence. The elderly woman nodded again and scrutinized Su Mo closely, as though she had perceived the troubles plaguing his soul. You are on the brink of death, she stated bluntly. Dao Hua's expression shifted dramatically as he turned sharply to Su Mo. Yet, Su Mo remained composed, as if the elderly woman's words had elicited no surprise. However, the suppressed sorrow within him seemed to resurface with her proclamation. Beside them, Master Hui Kong cast a sympathetic glance at the white-clad, white-haired Su Mo, letting out a deep sigh. All things are illusory. Life and death are beyond one's control. The young master will not die. The little girl looked up at the elderly woman, her tone earnest and unwavering. Oh, is that so? The elderly woman gazed down at the little girl, who clutched Su Mo's clothing tightly. The young girl met the elderly woman's gaze with defiance. Dao Hua stared at Su Mo, gradually voicing his inquiry. What is the situation? There was a slight issue upon exiting the divine domain, but it is nothing to worry about, Su Mo said, shaking his head nonchalantly. Is it due to the rules of the Gate of Ghosts? Dao Hua asked, recalling what he had learned from his master upon returning to the Dao sect. The rule of equivalent exchange dictated that to gain something, one must sacrifice something else. He had always believed that both Su Mo and Guyu remained within the divine domain, nurturing a seed of guilt within himself. When they had first received the inheritance alongside Cheng'an, he had clearly seen that Guyu had not shone with the light of inheritance. Yet Su Mo insisted that both he and Guyu had exited the Gate of Ghosts. Now, observing Su Mo's current condition, it became evident that the Gate of Ghosts had ultimately claimed one of their party. Only the identity had shifted from Guyu to Su Mo. Dao Hua chose not to delve further into the matter, sensing Su Mo's reluctance to elaborate. He turned to the little girl and inquired, and who might this be? I am the young master's maid, the little girl answered on Su Mo's behalf. Su Mo affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair, gazing at her with fondness. What is the current situation? He asked, glancing down the mountain towards Dao Hua. My master fought fiercely against an old adversary, and in the end, they resorted to summoning the protective artifact of our sect, resulting in a mutually destructive confrontation. Dao Hua sighed, conveying the gravity of their predicament. What level of cultivation does the other party possess? Su Mo furrowed his brow and pondered before inquiring. Above the transformation stage, Dao Hua's expression turned grave. A weight settled in Su Mo's heart. He had never anticipated that the first wave of those descending from the upper realm would include beings of such formidable strength. He was even unaware of what lay beyond the transformation stage. Suddenly, Su Mo recalled the elder of the Rain clan, the ninth elder, whom he had slain in the snow domain. That elder surely also possessed cultivation above the transformation stage. It seemed that the foundation of the ninth realm was rather fragile. Since they had already suffered mutual injuries, why had they not retreated? A pivotal thought struck Su Mo. Dao Hua, taken aback by his words, reflected deeply before exclaiming. It seems they are waiting for something. Su Mo's gaze sharply turned to Dao Hua, his expression stiffening. They are waiting for the entire clan from the upper realm to descend. The two exchanged a glance, their limbs turning icy. Su Mo had initially believed that the descent of the upper realm's clans would not occur so swiftly. Yet their presence beneath the Tao sect mountain indicated that such a moment was not far off, perhaps imminent. The elderly woman beside them, upon hearing this, changed color and vanished in a single step, seemingly to inform her clan of this development. With Tao 12 gravely injured, it was imperative to relay this news to the clan for their preparations. Dao Hua turned to Suemo and asked, "What are your plans?" Suemo shook his head slightly. He was on the brink of death, with little time remaining. The future of this world seemed to bear little relevance to him now. He merely wished to savor the remaining moments by beholding the beauty of the world. As one approaches death, their cries are filled with sorrow. How magnificent could the final vistas be? Seemingly perceiving Sumo's thoughts, Dao Hua let out a deep sigh. The world was on the brink of chaos. How long could he guarantee his own survival? Who in this tumultuous world could assure themselves of enduring for long? An overwhelming sense of desolation seemed to spread across the land, reaching every corner of the Tao sect. What precisely is troubling you? Dao Hua gazed at Suemo, pressing for answers. Suemo slowly shook his head, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. Yet upon seeing the concern in Dao Hua's eyes, he finally spoke. "My soul is shattered." Dao Hua froze, his countenance stiffening. A shattered soul is incurable. The young girl lifted her gaze, observing Sumo's head of white hair, a hint of sorrow flickering in her eyes. "It matters not. I merely seek an unwavering heart of Tao," Suemo replied with a carefree smile, as if it were of little consequence. Dao Hua regarded Suemo intently before suddenly saying, "The Tao sect possesses a divine spring that can nourish the soul. Would you care to accompany me to try?" This divine spring lay within the sect's secret realm. Entry was forbidden to outsiders, save for the successive sect masters. And even he had never entered the secret realm himself. He had only heard of it from Dao 12. Dao Hua was acutely aware of the difficulties involved in bringing Suemo into the Tao sect, yet he still proposed this to him. In the realm of the underworld, Suemo had bestowed upon him a vial of healing elixir. Suemo cast a glance at Dao Hua, gently shaking his head. His own spirit was shattered, and merely relying on a divine spring to nourish it would prove futile. Having thoroughly perused the vast tomes of the academy, Suemo was acutely aware that there existed but one substance capable of salvaging his essence, the elusive ghost flower. Alas, such flowers had long since vanished from this world. "Let us give it a try," Dao Hua suggested. Yet Suemo shook his head once more. At that moment, the little girl tugged at the hem of Sumo's robe. Lowering his gaze, he saw her countenance alight with hope. "Master, please let us try." Suemo surmised that this divine spring was undoubtedly a closely guarded secret of the Tao sect, and he was reluctant to place Dao Hua in a difficult position. Moreover, he could not bear to see the glimmer of hope in her eyes extinguished by despair, thus he still declined. At that juncture, an elderly man adorned in splendid robes suddenly appeared behind them, fixing his gaze upon Suemo. "I shall escort you to the divine spring." The group turned to look, and Dao Hua, momentarily taken aback, soon erupted with joy. "Master, you have recovered?" While he might not have been able to lead Suemo into the secret realm himself, with his master's presence, entry into the divine spring was assured. Dao 12 waved his sleeve and nodded. "I have recovered." "How did this sudden recovery come to pass?" Dao Hua inquired, somewhat skeptically. Dao 12 did not respond to his question. Instead, he glided gracefully to stand before Suemo, an aura of profound Taoist principles emanating from him. "Let me take you to the divine spring," Dao 12 intoned languidly. "Why do you wish to assist me?" Suemo asked. "Because I owe Mo Shan Gao a debt of gratitude, one I have long wished to repay," Dao 12 replied, gazing contemplatively at the heavens. The little girl immediately tugged at Sumo's robe once more, her face a mask of earnest pleading. "Master," Suemo regarded her, seeing the desperation etched on her small face. Slowly, he turned to Dao 12 and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Dao 12 nodded, then waved his hand, and in an instant, both he and Suemo vanished from sight. Dao Hua and the little girl erupted in joyous exclamations, while Master Hui Kong, standing to the side, could only let out a soft sigh. Chapter 144. The poisonous flower of the other shore in a grove of bamboo. The ground was carpeted with a 3-foot-thick layer of fallen leaves, a rich earthy hue enveloping the landscape. The bamboo stood tall, adorned with dark green sword-like leaves, each resembling a verdant dagger. As far as the eye could see, the bamboo forest sprawled densely, within which a narrow path wound its way through the mountainous terrain. Sumo tread upon the path, feeling the softness beneath his feet, as if this little trail amidst the bamboo was also thickly layered with dry leaves. "Where are we, Senior?" Sumo inquired, turning to the elegantly attired Tao 12 by his side. With hands clasped behind his back, Tao 12's upright figure resembled the steadfast bamboo surrounding them. "This is the secret realm of the Tao sect," he responded, casting a wistful glance at the verdant bamboo grove. "Is there bamboo on Daoshin Mountain?" Sumo pondered, recalling that he had yet to encounter bamboo in this world. Tao 12 glanced at him and began to ascend the path slowly. "This is not Daoshin Mountain. It is the ancestral land of the Tao sect." Sumo was taken aback, not expecting Tao 12 to lead him to the sect's ancestral grounds. Shaking his head, he quickened his pace to follow. Tao 12 ambled ahead, showing no signs of urgency. Occasionally, dried leaves would flutter down from the sword bamboo, as if new shoots were perpetually sprouting while the old leaves fell, suggesting that time here passed at an extraordinary pace. Trailing behind Tao 12, Sumo often noticed the earth mounds scattered throughout the bamboo grove. Sensing Sumo's confusion, Tao 12 spoke softly about those mounds. "Those are the burial sites of the sect's venerable ancestors." Sumo paused, gazing at the mounds which were thickly blanketed with fallen leaves, resembling heaps of leaves swept together. "Why are there no tombstones?" he asked, noticing the absence of markers at the graves of the sect's ancestors. "There are too many," Tao 12 replied with a shake of his head. "Some were disciples of the outer sect who sacrificed themselves for the Tao sect's legacy, while others were not of our sect at all." He continued, "Though only a portion of the Tao sect members may enter the ancestral land after death, the number remains overwhelming. Some perished defending the sect, others in the eradication of evil, and some through acts of kindness. When there are many, the need for tombstones diminishes." Each gravestone would bear the words "Venerable Ancestors of the Tao sect." Respectfully, Sumo inclined his head in homage to the unmarked graves, and Tao 12 nodded slightly before proceeding onward. The two continued their leisurely walk to the end of the bamboo path, where they encountered a bamboo gate. Though it appeared quite low, Sumo could not discern the scenery beyond it. Tao 12 approached the gate and spoke solemnly. "Beyond this gate lies the Tao steps of the Tao sect, the lineage of every generation's sect master. On these stone steps, ancestors of the Tao sect will conduct assessments. Only those who pass the evaluations may ascend to the divine spring at the summit. As one not of the Tao sect, you will not inherit the sect master's legacy, yet you will still undergo those assessments." Tao 12 stood before the stone steps, hands clasped behind his back, and slowly began to speak. Sumo glanced at Tao 12, then lowered his head with a bitter smile, remarking that there was no need to ascend. "You must realize, Senior, that my soul's injury cannot be remedied merely by nurturing it. Indeed, in my eyes, your demise is inevitable." Tao 12 nodded, yet he added, "However, I am entrusted with a task, and I must fulfill it. Regardless of whether the divine spring proves effective for you, you must undertake this journey." Entrusted with a task. Sumo suddenly recalled the astonishment on Tao Hua's face upon witnessing Tao 12's recovery, immediately sensing a connection to what Tao 12 had just said. "Who has entrusted you?" Sumo inquired, gazing at Tao 12. Tao 12 shook his head, replying, "You need not concern yourself with that. You must simply understand that the trial upon these steps is both challenging and straightforward. It lies within your heart. Proceed on your own. Once you traverse the steps, you will naturally behold the divine spring." Sumo nodded, slowly pushing open the stone door and stepping inside. The bamboo door closed automatically behind him, as if sealing off two worlds. After Sumo vanished beyond the bamboo door, a woman in a flowing white dress appeared beside Tao 12. She was tall and elegant, her skin smooth as cream, with an unparalleled beauty. Her clear, cold eyes reflected a myriad of complexities, while her pristine white gown billowed gracefully, resembling an ethereal goddess. A gentle breeze stirred, illuminating her divine presence. The woman gazed thoughtfully at the bamboo door, uncertain whether she was observing the door itself or the person beyond it. "Who are you truly?" Tao 12 turned to the woman in white. Moments ago, she had appeared beside him, administering what seemed an ordinary elixir, which had instantly restored his cultivation. As part of their arrangement, he had consented to guide Sumo to the ancestral ground of the Tao sect. He sensed her power was on par with his own, yet behind her lay an unfathomable abyss. After careful consideration, he agreed to her request, feeling no malice from her. The woman in white turned her gaze towards Tao 12. Speaking softly, rest assured, I am neither one from your ninth realm nor the eighth. The disputes between your ninth realm and the others do not concern me. I shall not interfere in the impending conflict, and I will depart soon. What is your purpose then? Tao 12 trusted her words. Those of higher cultivation had no need to deceive those of lesser power, as it served no purpose. The woman again looked at the bamboo door, her bright eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. I have come to see the one who has been touched by the mortal world. The divine spring cannot save him. It can only nourish the soul, not mend its fractures, Tao 12 remarked. I am aware. The woman in the white dress lowered her head, the complexity in her eyes utterly unmasked. Only the flower of the other shore could rescue him. Yet, the flower of the other shore is poisonous. A gentle breeze arrived, stirring the long tresses of the woman's hair as they swayed softly. She gazed deeply at the bamboo door, fixating on the silhouette beyond it. I should not have come, yet here I am. 3,000 paths, 3,000 sorrows. Ultimately, I could not escape the fate intertwined with the 3,000 ways. A myriad of manifestations scattered across the heavens. A wisp of spirit tainted by the mundane world. How shall I confront this spirit, now stained by the earthly realm? In truth, the most effective solution would be to end your life, severing the ties to the mortal realm. But why do I hesitate? The breeze swept by, dislodging 2 withered bamboo leaves. In an instant, the figure of the woman in white vanished from sight. Chapter 145. The way of non-action. The stone steps ascend gracefully, flanked on either side by dense bamboo groves. Yet curiously, no leaves have fallen upon these steps. Sumo ascends the stairs slowly, as if traversing a realm steeped in profound Taoist principles. A gentle breeze stirs, causing Sumo's white hair to sway lightly in the wind. At last, he spots an elderly man with a head of white hair seated cross-legged upon a stone at the side of the steps. This venerable figure, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, emanates an aura of kindness, embodying the essence of a sage. Upon noticing Sumo's approach, the elderly man beckons him with a smile, inviting him to come closer. I, Sumo, pay my respects to you, esteemed elder, Sumo says with utmost reverence as he steps before the old man. Please sit. The elder replies with a smile, gesturing towards the ground before him. Sumo nods and settles down to sit. The elder nods approvingly, his discerning eyes seemingly capable of perceiving the mysteries of the universe. Are you a disciple of Confucianism? The elder inquires with a gentle smile. Indeed, I embraced the Tao through Confucianism, so I could be considered a disciple, yet it appears that Confucianism is scarce in this world, Sumo responds thoughtfully. The elder chuckles softly, and, with a knowing nod, poses another question. What do you perceive as the distinction between Confucianism and Taoism? Sumo ponders for a moment before articulating. Confucianism is rooted in benevolence and ritual, necessitating engagement with the world, seeking to utilize all things to achieve one's aims. Taoism, conversely, is founded upon nature and spontaneity, advocating for transcendence from worldly concerns, aiming to harmonize with the natural flow of existence. In essence, Confucianism is grounded in the principles of benevolence and ritual, emphasizing immersion in the complexities of life, often employing various means to fulfill one's objectives, thus highlighting the uniqueness of its practice. The methods of Confucian cultivation harness the spiritual energies of heaven and earth to establish rules for efficacy. Meanwhile, Taoism, rooted in nature, emphasizes transcendence and unity with the natural world, advocating for a spontaneous response to circumstances, embodying the principle of non-action to navigate the myriad changes of existence. The elder, after listening to Sumo's words, nods with approval and begins to speak. Your understanding is insightful, yet not entirely complete. Pray, allow me to enlighten you. Sumo, eager for knowledge, implores, I seek your guidance, esteemed elder. The elder continues with a smile. Imagine a river before you, where a Buddha, a Taoist, and a Confucian stand upon the banks, each wishing to cross. According to your thoughts, how would they proceed? The Buddha states, this shore is the same as the other. All phenomena are empty. There is no distinction between the two shores, hence the Buddha would not attempt to cross. Sumo recalls Master Huikong, who, despite expressing a desire to liberate others from worldly suffering, never imposed his will upon them. Instead, he simply accompanied them, entering the mundane world alongside them. The elder nods in understanding, encouraging Su Mo to elaborate. The Confucian, when faced with adversity, would employ all available means to navigate the situation, thus constructing boats and bridges, exploring every conceivable method to cross the river. The Taoist, adhering to the principle of natural law and non-action, would choose to wait, crossing the river only when a boat becomes available. The elder shakes his head gently and speaks. Your comprehension of Taoism is somewhat limited. Non-action does not equate to an action, nor does going with the flow imply merely waiting idly for nature to take its course. Su Mo, perplexed, gazed at the elder with white hair, awaiting his elucidation. The way of nature speaks of the connection between myself and all things. Everything follows a certain order, and so do humans. Thus, when the way wishes to cross a river, it perceives the water as part of itself, and consequently, the way descends into the river to swim across. The river, the path, and I are not fundamentally different. All things are interdependent, yet I stand apart. Do you comprehend? Suddenly, a thunderous realization flashed across Su Mo's mind, and a mist enveloped his eyes. The Confucianist traverses the river through all things, while the Taoist does so through the self. What is the way? The way is nature, and also the heart. The Buddha speaks of no self. Confucianism advocates responding to others, while Taoism declares the self alone. What constitutes the way? Lost in contemplation, Su Mo found himself momentarily entranced. A gentle breeze swept by, dislodging 2 withered bamboo leaves that drifted into Su Mo's line of sight. He stared vacantly at the leaves as they floated down, extending his hand to retrieve them, yet hesitating as his fingers approached the fragile foliage. These leaves had undergone the cycle of birth, growth, and decay. This epitomizes the way of nature. The sprouting bud signifies new life, the green leaves denote growth, and the fallen leaves represent death. Thus, countless collected leaves mirror the natural destiny of all beings. It is neither to be forced nor to be sought. It is the way of nature. Much like the journey of a human life, birth, aging, and death are the natural conclusion. Yet, why does this sentiment feel so familiar? Su Mo raised his gaze toward the bamboo branches overhead, lush with deep green, sword bamboo leaves. In this warm spring, where have the fallen leaves come from? Suddenly, he recalled the rain that fell during his discourse with Master Hui Kong in the dilapidated temple, abruptly plunging him into a stupor. Why do these leaves, symbolizing the way, resemble the rain they debated that day so closely? The Buddha states, the rain represents life. Accumulated rain creates the sea of suffering for all beings, and liberation from that sea embodies the Buddhist path. The way proclaims, fallen leaves symbolize life. Amassed leaves form the resting place of all beings. Returning to dust is the essence of the way. And what of Confucianism? Confucianism teaches to enter the mundane world with benevolence and propriety. The mundane world is life itself. One receives from all beings and returns to them. Ultimately, what truly is the way? Su Mo, awakening from his reverie, noticed that the elderly figure had vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. Only the wind rustled through the bamboo leaves, creating a soft sound. With a sense of confusion, Su Mo lifted his feet and continued ascending the stone steps. The summit lay not far above, visible to him, yet it seemed perpetually out of reach. The peak, seemingly within sight, felt infinitely distant. After a considerable time of walking, Su Mo looked up, realizing he appeared to be standing still. He observed the bamboo forest beside him, swaying in the wind, and suddenly recalled Master Hui Kong's words, when the wind stirs the flag. Is it the wind that moves or the flag? It is the heart of the benevolent that stirs. In that instant, Su Mo attained a profound understanding. All phenomena are fleeting illusions. This path of stone is also the path of humanity. It is the journey of the way and the enlightenment of life. In Su Mo's eyes, a brilliant divine light flickered, and a celestial symbol emerged upon his forehead. This symbol emanated an aura of supreme authority, yet it also bore a trace of mortal dust and a peculiar, ethereal essence. I feel as if I am on the brink of death. What purpose does understanding these matters serve? I shall simply traverse the final stretch of my life. At this moment, for me, Su Mo smiled with serene acceptance. I am the Tao. His eyes shone brightly. Though tinged with sorrow, he was no longer lost. I wish to soar high and return, daring to compel all paths to bow their heads. With a single step, Su Mo ascended to the mountain's peak. Turning back to gaze down the slope, he offered a carefree smile. Yet within that smile lingered an inescapable sorrow and reluctance. Chapter 146. Reminiscing of the past, a tranquil pool of spring water. Beneath the sun's embrace dawned a radiant cloak, while the rippling waves gently disassembled this luminous garment. Surrounding the pool, rugged stones stood sentinel, and beyond them, a dense thicket of bamboo soared skyward. Occasionally, patches of verdant moss adorned the stones, accompanied by delicate blossoms emerging from the crevices. The water of this divine spring appeared to be infused with celestial light, each flowing stream seemingly imbued with a hint of divine brilliance. As Suemo gazed into this sacred spring, he could not help but smile wryly before immersing himself in its depths. Once enveloped by the spring's waters, a series of ethereal energies penetrated his corporeal form, entering his being to commence the nurturing and restoration of his spirit. As he basked in the rejuvenating embrace of the divine waters, a sense of comfort washed over him, albeit gradually. A mere flicker of solace. In the spring, Suemo began to await the revitalization of his spirit. The nurturing effect of the spring water induced a gentle weariness within Suemo, prompting him to relax and float effortlessly upon the surface. The spring's sustenance slightly rekindled the fragments of his spirit. With eyes closed, he drifted, reflecting on the myriad moments of his existence, both sorrowful and joyous. Perhaps not all was as bleak as the monk Huikong had suggested. Thoughts of his parents from a past life surfaced, and a deep sigh escaped Sumo's lips. For this was an indelible wound, a profound regret of not being able to fulfill his filial duties. Contemplating his parents, he then recalled the couple, the prince and princess of Ing, who had lost their only beloved daughter. In their grief, they had shifted their affections and care towards him, simply because Tong Tong had called him brother. That utterance, made in their presence, seemed a deliberate gesture on Tong Tong's part. The understanding little girl perhaps sought to alleviate the pain of the prince and princess's loss. Suemo reminisced about the prince's declaration before the sacred sect, asserting that if Tong Tong called him brother, then he was indeed her brother, the son of the Prince of Ing. He also recalled the princess, who stood resolutely before him, unyielding in the face of the formidable sacred sect, attempting to leverage her meager power to shield him. It was evident to Suemo that their sentiments were genuine. This marked the first instance since his arrival in this world where he felt a profound parental warmth akin to that of his own parents in a previous life. Regrettably, ever since parting from the palace, he had not once visited the prince and princess of Ing. A deep-seated guilt plagued him regarding these elders, who regarded him as their own kin. One reason for his hesitation was his concern about the emperor's scrutiny of his foundation, which made him wary of getting too close to the royal family. Another reason was his uncertainty about how to convey his suspicions regarding the tragic fate of Tong Tong, especially since he possessed no concrete evidence to implicate the emperor in the calamity that led to her demise. He found himself at a loss when faced with the Wang couple, yearning to approach, yet paralyzed by fear. Consequently, a profound sense of guilt enveloped him, for they regarded him as their progeny, while he had never once returned home. But could he return now? Certainly not. Suemo reflected upon his shattered spirit, aware that time was fleeting. Must they endure the agony of loss once more? A bitter smile crossed his lips as he shook his head. As he pondered, his thoughts drifted to Xiong, the enigmatic woman who occupied his spiritual sea and often guided him. He had always been aware of her assistance, for his mastery of the mystical arts had allowed her to emerge from the shadows, enabling her to witness the world outside. Xiong had persistently introduced him to the spirits of the deceased in the underground west, all to illuminate his path, allowing her to tether herself to his being. This, he had always known. Yet without Xiong, those spirits in the underground might have long since faded, and he himself could have perished. Xiong had never divulged her past or her circumstances, but Suemo could discern a trace of sorrow in her words and actions, hinting at a history she wished to evade. Thus, he harbored no defenses against her. It was an inexplicable trust. He recognized the initial calculations of their acquaintance, as well as the genuine concern she later exhibited. Their relationship had consistently oscillated between that of teacher and friend. However, when he recalled Xiong revealing her alluring and voluptuous form before him, he could not help but wonder how their bond might have evolved into something peculiar had he not met an untimely end. Occasionally teasing him seemed to be one of Xiong's few pleasures, and Suemo instinctively complied. Yet, he could not fathom why. Upon awakening and returning to his spiritual sea, he found no trace of her captivating presence. Surely, she must be profoundly disappointed in him. Reclining within the divine spring, he allowed the waters to nurture his spirit, continuously reminiscing about the myriad scenes of the past. Akin to how mortals often reflect on moments of joy or regret before their demise. Lost in thought, he recalled Luoyin, the melancholic woman perpetually cradling an ink-black guqin, whose mind wandered aimlessly. She had entered the path through her music, filled with the complexities of love and desire, each note echoing the sentiments of the mortal realm. She had accompanied him to the academy, remaining there for 2 years, her melodies seemingly a constant presence in his life. Later, she traversed countless miles with him, braving the biting winds and snow to reach the snowy realm. Being human, Suemo could not fail to perceive the depth of her affection for him. Had he not been acutely aware of his impending demise, the words he whispered to Yu Qi, referring to her as my woman, would have surely erupted in a passionate declaration. Alas, what purpose does it serve for a dying man to entangle a fair lady in his fate? As for Ning Baishui, Sumo's feelings towards her were profoundly intricate. They evolved from initial disdain to the severance of karmic ties with the souls in the divine realm, culminating in their shared existence as a married couple within the realm of illusion. In that divine realm, as the vengeful spirit's karmic energies unraveled, it dawned upon Suemo that Ning Baishui must have been the one to slay the sword cultivator responsible for the massacre of a mortal village. Within the illusion, despite having awakened long ago, Ning Baishui chose to linger, remaining by his side for several years. This deepened Sumo's emotional turmoil towards her, erasing the earlier feelings of animosity. Moreover, upon hearing that someone from the Thunder sect might wed Ning Baishui, a disquieting sensation stirred within him, further complicating his heart's disposition, akin to a tangle of disordered threads, impossible to sever or untangle. Yet, facing his own mortality, he resigned himself to her fate. Then there was Gu Yu, who had guided him onto the path of cultivation, accompanied him into the divine realm, and, when both had lost their powers, had dragged him across 3,000 miles of snow-covered terrain solely by foot. And there was the dean, as well as his senior brothers and sisters from the academy. As he contemplated the multitude of individuals who occupied his thoughts, the weight of debt he felt grew heavy enough to rend his heart. To be on the brink of death, he mused, was a consequence of his own shortcomings towards others. In his reflections, he considered everyone, save for the little girl. It was not that he did not wish to think of her. Rather, it was a matter of fear. Chapter 147. The ineffectiveness of the divine spring. He dared not contemplate the profound sorrow the young girl would experience upon his demise. He feared to imagine the bewilderment that would engulf her in his absence. He could not bear to think whether she would be able to continue living alone, in solitude. Suemo could confront everyone with a sense of indebtedness and regret, but the young girl was an exception. She had been wandering alone, devoid of possessions, memories, and cares. It was he who had bestowed hope and support upon her, and now, he was destined to snatch away both hope and support. Was that not a touch too cruel? Had he never appeared in her life, she would merely be a solitary wanderer, a diminutive, lonely figure, unnoticed by anyone. Though her existence was sorrowful, the absence of hope would preclude the experience of despair. How could one who has seen the sunlight return to darkness? After his passing, the people in the academy and Luoyin would not neglect her. Yet, Suemo was acutely aware that the young girl had forged connections with the academy and had opened her heart to Luoyin solely because he had acted as the bridge between them. Once that bridge was severed, even if she could continue to thrive within the academy, the reality would remain. With his eyes closed, Suemo lost track of time. Perhaps it was several hours, or maybe even days. The nurturing effect of the divine spring on his shattered soul grew ever fainter, until that comforting sensation vanished entirely. Indeed, as he felt the divine spring attempting to nourish his fragmented soul, a bitter smile crept across his face. The divine spring's effort to heal his soul's shattered wounds yielded little effect. Although he had long known the divine spring was of no use to him, the arrival of hope followed by its shattering was a different sensation altogether. Suemo's consciousness delved into his own body, revealing the severely broken state of his soul, with the divine spring still striving to mend it. However, the damage to his soul was akin to a raging wildfire, consuming the mountains and plains. Whereas the divine spring was but a trivial spring, incapable of extinguishing such an expansive inferno. The nourishment provided by the divine spring could never keep pace with the decay inflicted by his shattered soul. No matter how long it continued, it would only squander the little time that remained. No longer wishing to waste time, he resolved to take the young girl on a final journey through the world. Suemo lowered his head and rose slowly. Making his way out of the divine spring, he cast a glance at the resplendent waters of the divine spring, which seemed to brim with the young girl's expectations. Yet, ineffectiveness is ineffectiveness. Life does not improve simply due to someone's hopes. He shook his head, inhaled deeply to compose himself, and attempted to wear a smile as he descended the stone steps. That sense of desolation could only be revealed in solitude. Step by step, the water from the divine spring trickled down his white robe and hair, covering the entire staircase, as if mocking the helplessness of this dying man. Pushing open the bamboo door, Suemo beheld Dao 12 waiting there. Dao 12 appeared to have anticipated the outcome long before, yet still inquired, "How is it?" Suemo slowly shook his head, glanced back at the bamboo gate, and then clasped his fists in gratitude towards Dao 12, expressing sincere appreciation for allowing the junior to experience the divine spring. It was a debt he could never repay in this lifetime. Dao 12 sighed and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "If it is of no use, then it is simply of no use. Why thank me?" The opportunity to enter the ancestral grounds of the Dao sect was already a considerable boon for the junior. Although it could not save his life, it had provided clarity on the path he should tread in his remaining time. Suemo understood the immense kindness it took to permit an outsider entry into the sacred grounds, and Dao 12's gesture was indeed a significant favor. Dao 12 stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at Suemo earnestly. Allowing you access to the divine spring was merely a way to repay a favor owed to your master, Mo Shangao. You need not attribute this kindness to the Dao sect. He refrained from mentioning the lady in white, instead attributing the act to the seemingly reasonable request of the dean. Suemo nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, yet he etched the words in his memory. Although it was a favor from the dean, he recognized the benevolence of the Dao sect. Dao 12 shook his head with a sigh. With a wave of his hand, he led Suemo out of the ancestral grounds. Upon returning to the Dao Shin mountain, Suemo immediately spotted the little girl who had been anxiously awaiting their return. Her small figure stood in the pavilion, her face a mixture of anticipation and fear. Master Huikong sat nearby, eyes closed as he chanted Buddhist scriptures, while Dao Hua frowned, gazing down the mountain with evident concern. "Young master," the little girl, upon seeing Suemo and Dao 12 emerge from the pavilion, darted towards Suemo like a fledgling bird. "How is it? Was the divine spring effective?" Her eyes were fixed on Suemo, brimming with tension and apprehension. Suemo smiled, reaching out to ruffle the little girl's hair. "Indeed, it was effective. I feel much better now." "Really?" The little girl's face lit up with excitement. Suemo nodded affirmatively, responding with a smile. "Of course, it is true. I now feel my spirit is extraordinarily robust." "That is wonderful." The little girl immediately turned to Dao 12, bowing deeply. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my young master. I am immensely grateful." Dao 12 looked at the earnest little girl, opening his mouth but finding no words to express. Dao Hua stared at Suemo, sensing a hint of deception beneath Suemo's smile. Meanwhile, Master Huikong opened his eyes, casting a deep glance at Suemo and the joyful little girl before closing his eyes once more, continuing his murmured incantations. Suemo tousled the little girl's hair again, playfully disheveling it. She looked up at him, her face beaming with joy. "Then let us hurry back to the academy and share this good news with Sister Gu and Sister Luo." Suemo gazed at Master Huikong, who was intently reciting the Buddhist scriptures with closed eyes, then lowered his head to look at the little girl. He shook his head gently and spoke softly. "Let us wander the world a bit longer. I yearn to visit the snowy region once more. After all, didn't you wish to see the snow? Once we have had our fill of the snowy region, we shall journey to Jiangnan, riding in our little painted boat. And when we have explored Jiangnan sufficiently, returning to the academy will not be too late." The little girl paused for a moment. Then her face brightened with a smile as she nodded in agreement. "Yes, indeed. Last time in the snowy region, I didn't even get to engage in a snowball fight. This time, we must truly enjoy ourselves. And about our little painted boat. Little did you know, Master, that we actually spent more than it was worth." Suemo chuckled and nodded, his eyes sparkling with joy. He then turned to Master Huikong and said, "Master, let us be on our way." Master Huikong sighed, slowly opening his eyes to speak. The little girl lifted her gaze, observing Su Mo's profile, her eyes concealing a profound sadness. It dawned upon her that the young master had been deceiving her. If the divine spring were truly beneficial, why not return to the academy? Why venture into the world? But it mattered not. She had her own plans. Wasn't it merely the matter of the other shore flower? Chapter 148. Unparalleled in the vast expanse of the snowy realm, the tempest had ceased. Yet the dim, sunless sky above seemed to herald the inevitable return of a relentless snowfall. 3 figures traversed the air, covering miles effortlessly, and gracefully arrived in the snow-laden land. Su Mo gazed upon the endless white expanse, letting out a sigh towards the heavens. Beside him, a young girl lifted her head, her gaze fixed upon Su Mo's profile, and she gently grasped his hand. Looking down at the girl, Su Mo offered a slight smile and reciprocated her grip. "Where shall we go, young miss?" she inquired. Su Mo's eyes turned towards the depths of the snowy realm as he spoke softly. "Do you wish to see the end of the sky?" The monk, Huikong, cast a glance at Su Mo, joining his hands in prayer and murmuring, "Amitabha." "Yes," the girl replied, a smile illuminating her face as she nodded at Su Mo. He affectionately ruffled her hair and gazed longingly into the depths of the snowy expanse, as if that very place held the end of the sky. "Very well. Let us venture forth to behold the end of our world." The 3 figures transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the heart of the snowy realm. As they drew nearer, the sky above grew increasingly somber. In the desolate depths of the snow, devoid of life, lay an infinite sea of white, an icy world, barren save for the bone-chilling cold. Above, formidable pressures loomed, cascading downwards. As Su Mo and his companions delved deeper, a significant rift materialized in the sky above the snowy expanse. This fissure spanned several hundred feet, chaos roiling within, accompanied by flashes of thunder and lightning. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that a force of order was attempting to mend the rift, yet an overwhelming power relentlessly sought to dismantle it. The clash of these 2 forces rendered the chaos tumultuous, filled with electric fury. This was the celestial breach spoken of by the fallen Rain sect member, Yu Qi, who had perished at Su Mo's hand. "Master, what is this?" the girl inquired, glancing at the immense rift before turning her gaze to Su Mo. Su Mo sighed deeply, his eyes fixed solemnly on the rift as he murmured, "The breach at the end of the sky has been shattered by others. Are those outsiders descending through this breach?" the girl asked. Su Mo nodded slowly. "What does Master intend to do?" she pressed further. Turning to Huikong, Su Mo inquired, "Master, how much longer can this breach withstand before it fully opens?" Huikong stood suspended in the void, gazing at the rift with a serene expression, an aura of enlightenment emanating from him. "It may hold for another 2 months, he foretold. Su Mo bowed his head, a flicker of sorrow crossing his features as he spoke in a hushed tone. "Is there any way to prevent their descent?" "Amitabha." Master Huikong clasped his hands together and sighed, stating, "In this world, no one can impede the merging of 2 realms. Even if outsiders refrain from hastening this process, the rift will inevitably open on its own in the near future." Su Mo gazed deeply at the fissure, seemingly lost in contemplation. 2 months, it felt akin to the time he had left. The one who perished at Su Mo's hands, Yu Qi, had mentioned that they had forcibly breached the barrier of worlds using the sacred artifact Frost, which was also the cause of the peculiar snowfall. Su Mo surmised that the so-called sacred artifact Frost would enter a period of vulnerability after breaking the barrier. Once it regained its strength, they would utilize it once more to expedite the breach. This implied that it would be less than 2 months until the entire clan descended from the outside world. Furthermore, the snowy domain would soon witness an even greater snowstorm. Turning his gaze towards the periphery of the snowy expanse, Su Mo noticed numerous mortals who had barely survived the last onslaught. Would they endure the impending, more ferocious snow? When the celestial path becomes preoccupied with its own affairs, who would care for those ordinary souls? "Little girl," Su Mo gently called out. "Young master." The girl replied obediently, her eyes fixed on Su Mo, who had always been her focus. "Shall we play in the snow? Would you like to see your young master build a grand snowman?" Su Mo proposed lightly. "Yes," she responded eagerly. Su Mo then turned to Master Huikong, respectfully requesting, "I have one more matter I wish to ask of you, master." "Amitabha." Master Huikong regarded Su Mo with profound insight, the wisdom in his eyes shimmering with zen. I understand the intentions of my young friend. You possess great benevolence. I shall grant your request. Thank you, Master, Su Mo said, placing his hands together and bowing deeply. Master Huikong nodded and turned towards a direction at the edge of the snowy domain, transforming into a radiant arc before vanishing from sight. Su Mo sighed deeply as he watched the retreating figure of Master Huikong, then turned his gaze towards another part of the snowy realm. Let this be the final deed I perform for humanity. The little girl glanced at the departing figure of Master Huikong and then at Su Mo. Her curiosity piqued. What did the young master ask the master to do? The young master requested the master to build a few grand snowmen. Su Mo replied with a smile. You're teasing. The master wouldn't build snowmen. The little girl pouted, clearly unconvinced. Su Mo chuckled, ruffling the girl's hair. The master claimed he lacks cultivation, yet look at him. He can fly, can he not? The little girl pondered, biting her finger. Oh, how can a monk lie? With a hearty laugh, Su Mo took the little girl's hand, and together they transformed into two radiant arcs, soaring towards the periphery of the snowy domain. Half a day later, Su Mo and the little girl arrived above a city nestled within the snowy expanse. Amidst the city, wisps of smoke ascend into the air, while pedestrians meander through the streets. However, after the onslaught of snow, the scene appears somewhat desolate, reminiscent of a world recovering from calamity. This city resides within the realm of Dahua, and its inhabitants are all subjects of Dahua. Upon the city walls, soldiers stand guard, watching over the denizens with a formidable and solemn demeanor. Su Mo, accompanied by a young girl, gracefully approached the city walls, floating above the ground. The guards, upon noticing Su Mo and the girl hovering in the air, became somewhat apprehensive. A figure, seemingly the leader of the guards, advanced to stand before them and respectfully bowed to Su Mo. I am but a humble guard of Snow City, unaware of your esteemed purpose for visiting. The guard leader lowered his head, seemingly too intimidated to meet Su Mo's gaze. As a mere mortal, he sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Su Mo. Recognizing the profound depth of his cultivation, which naturally made him anxious, pondering the reason a celestial being would appear in a mortal city. Su Mo regarded the guard captain with a nod, dissipating the oppressive aura of his cultivation, and gently descended upon the city walls. Who currently governs the city? He inquired of the guard captain, respectfully reporting, We are presently under the jurisdiction of the Liang County Magistrate. The guard captain answered with utmost reverence. Su Mo nodded and spoke again. Where might the magistrate be at this moment? He should be at the magistrate's office. Do you have business with him? Su Mo acknowledged his response, and after a moment's hesitation, the guard captain promptly added, May I request that you wait a moment while I notify him? Su Mo nodded, choosing not to impose further on the guard captain, and took a seat on the city walls with the young girl. The guard captain hurried down the city, and shortly thereafter, 2 chairs were brought forth. Su Mo, feeling no need for formality, sat down with the girl. If he remained standing, the mortal guards would become even more uneasy. Before long, the guard captain returned, accompanied by a man clad in splendid garments, who rushed to the city walls. Upon seeing Su Mo, dressed in white with white hair, the man momentarily froze, then quickly approached and knelt before Su Mo, exclaiming, I am Liang Yi, honored to meet the unparalleled Marquis. Chapter 149. Relocation of the city. The other guards atop the city wall promptly followed Liang Yi's lead and knelt, addressing Su Mo in unison. We pay our respects to the unparalleled Marquis. Taken aback, Su Mo gazed at Liang Yi, perplexed. You know me? Liang Yi, prostrate on the ground, raised his head and nodded at Su Mo. The unparalleled Marquis graced the imperial palace for the palace examination years ago, and I was fortunate to be present. That majestic presence is forever etched in my memory. Su Mo nodded in acknowledgement. He understood that many officials had observed the palace examination, but there had been too many to recall. Please rise and speak. Su Mo gestured to the guard Liang, then queried with curiosity, Why do you address me as the unparalleled Marquis? Liang Yi stood up, momentarily taken aback by the question. Does the unparalleled Marquis not know? What should I know? Su Mo retorted. Liang Yi gathered his thoughts and explained to Su Mo. During the palace examination, the unparalleled Marquis was adopted as a son by Prince Ing. Later, the emperor, recognizing the unparalleled Marquis's contributions in the Western City breach, conferred upon him the title of a marquis, bestowing the name unparalleled. Suemo was momentarily stunned, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. The emperor's bestowment of a marquis title seemed reasonable, yet it felt unnecessary. Though he was the adopted son of Prince Ing, the emperor should understand that an adopted son is not the same as a biological son and could not possibly be the heir to the prince. Even if he had merited recognition for his contributions to the Western City breach, it still did not warrant a marquis title. A marquis holds a rank above that of ordinary officials, second only to the king. Moreover, the title unparalleled carries immense significance. It denotes a singular status in the realm. Even emperors of bygone eras have refrained from self-bestowing such a title. What could he possibly intend? Suemo squinted, pondering for a moment. Then an ironic smile graced his lips. Why concern himself with such matters? Tom was not on his side. Did that emperor still covet his scholarly foundation? His spirit shattered. His foundation would dissipate alongside it. What use would it be to him? With a sigh, Suemo recalled the purpose of his journey and inquired of Liang. What is the current state of the city? Upon being asked about the city's situation, Liang sighed. I report to the unparalleled marquis that the recent heavy snowfall was both peculiar and prolonged. The supplies in the city have been nearly depleted, and households are now facing a dire shortage. Were it not for the ample reserves within the city, it would have already become a ghost town amidst this snowfall. Suemo sighed again and asked, is there any surplus grain among the troops stationed in Snow City? Liang shook his head, explaining, the military provisions have long been distributed to the citizens, who only prepare enough for the winter each year. They did not anticipate that this snowfall would last longer than the two harshest winters combined. Suemo regarded Liang and asked if another snowfall like the previous one were to descend, would the citizens of the city be able to endure? Liang suddenly turned to Suemo, perplexed by the inquiry. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, if another snowfall of such magnitude were to occur, the citizens of the city would inevitably perish. Indeed. Sumo's expression grew somber. He surmised that the inhabitants of this snowy realm would scarcely endure another tempest of this nature. Does the Wushuang Marquis possess knowledge of something? Liang cautiously inquired, having heard whispers that celestial beings from the outside world had entered this domain, and that this snowfall might be connected to their arrival. Yet, as a mere mortal official, he was not privy to deeply classified matters. Nevertheless, he recognized that Suemo, being a practitioner of the celestial arts, undoubtedly held greater understanding. Suemo glanced at the young girl, who seemed to discern his thoughts, and endeavored to muster a smile. We must relocate. Guide the citizens from this snowy realm, Suemo spoke slowly. Liang Yi's expression froze, a chill enveloping him as he stiffly queried, why does the Wushuang Marquis say such a thing? Suemo gazed into the depths of the snow-covered expanse, where an infinite coldness seemed to dwell within the white abyss. Soon, another heavy snowfall will arrive, and it will not be less than the previous one. Liang Yi's complexion paled dramatically as he turned to face the city behind him. The snowy realm was harsh, with few inhabitants remaining, yet still thousands of citizens resided there. Should another snowfall occur, this bitterly cold city would be utterly transformed into a ghost town. Let us depart while we still can. Once the heavy snow seals the city, escape will become impossible, Suemo urged gently. Liang turned back to Suemo, understanding that the latter had no reason to deceive him. Suemo, a dignified marquis and a lofty celestial being, gracing a mere mortal like himself with his words was already a tremendous fortune. Yet now, he had personally come to convey such grave news. What motive could he have to mislead him? With a sigh, Liang slowly shook his head. Suemo was taken aback. He had not anticipated Liang Yi's refusal, and he inquired, do you doubt my words? Liang shook his head, his sincerity evident as he replied, I believe in the words of the Wushuang Marquis, yet I cannot comply. Why? Sumo's countenance darkened in an instant. I have been tasked with guarding the Snow City. Without imperial decree, I dare not abandon my post. Liang said with a bitter smile. Suemo regarded Liang with cold eyes, questioning the necessity of adhering to imperial edicts in a moment of life and death. What if I were to insist that you lead the citizens to abandon the city and flee the snowy realm? Sumo's voice turned frosty, an aura of formidable power emanating from him, akin to a celestial being in wrath. In an instant, Liang and the soldiers stationed atop the city walls were compelled to kneel under Sumo's overwhelming pressure. The citizens within the city seemed to sense the disturbance. Their faces turned pale as they rushed from their homes to gaze upon the divine light atop the walls, momentarily engulfed by fear and unease. They remained oblivious to the events transpiring atop the city walls, unaware of why a celestial being had descended upon Snow City with such fury. Liang Yi found himself suffocated under the pressure of Su Mo's aura of condensing Dan, collapsing to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. Yet, with unwavering resolve, Liang Yi raised his gaze to Su Mo, declaring that if the unmatched Marquis were to force them to abandon the snow region, the soldiers tasked with defending the city would rather perish than retreat. Su Mo regarded the obstinate Liang Yi with a profound gaze, exhaling deeply as he retracted his formidable aura. Both Liang Yi and the defending soldiers breathed a collective sigh of relief. Surely, you must realize that should you choose to remain, death awaits you all, Su Mo asserted. I am aware, yet without the Emperor's decree, we dare not abandon Snow City. Liang Yi replied, Are you willing to condemn the citizens within the city to death due to your obstinacy? Su Mo pointed towards the throngs of people emerging from their homes, men, women, the elderly, and the young alike. Taking a deep breath, Liang Yi conceded, I can convey the unmatched Marquis's words to the citizens, urging them to leave at their discretion. But what of the officers and soldiers defending the city? Without an imperial command, we can only die alongside Snow City. Su Mo scrutinized Liang Yi, his expression one of exasperation, his finger trembling in frustration. Liang Yi met Su Mo's gaze, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he spoke slowly. Please, do not be angered, unmatched Marquis. As a celestial being, your willingness to come for us mortals fills me with gratitude. However, the Emperor's decree is paramount. I cannot lead my soldiers away. Emperor's decree? Do you not comprehend that military orders hold precedence outside the imperial command? Su Mo chastised. Liang Yi fell silent, offering only a rueful smile in response. Nearby, a young girl opened her mouth to speak but remained voiceless, enveloping the city walls in a heavy silence. Suddenly, a radiant golden light illuminated the walls as a figure appeared, holding an imperial edict. Su Mo turned to the newcomer, recognizing the individual as the eunuch Ji, who had previously recited the decree of Chuan Lingyu in the palace. Su Mo narrowed his eyes. Is the land beneath heaven not the king's? Liang Yi, receive the edict. Chapter 150. The fate of the nation. Upon hearing the imperial edict, Liang Yi immediately knelt to receive the decree. All the guards atop the city walls followed suit, their movements synchronized in a show of loyalty. I, a humble minister, heed the command, Liang Yi proclaimed. Su Mo cast a glance at eunuch Ji, remaining silent and motionless, choosing not to kneel. He stood resolutely atop the city walls, gazing down. The emperor was not worthy of his submission. Observing Su Mo's defiance, the young girl beside him also refrained from kneeling. Eunuch Ji seemed unperturbed by Su Mo's stance. Instead, unfurling the decree and proclaiming with authority, by the mandate of heaven, the emperor declares, the realm is on the brink of chaos. The snow domain is perilous. Henceforth, I command the governor of Snow City, Liang Yi, to heed the orders of the peerless Marquis, acting in accordance with his directives. What the peerless Marquis states is as if I have spoken it myself. Eunuch Ji paused briefly, glancing at the white-clad, white-haired Su Mo, before continuing the proclamation. As if I were present. Su Mo regarded eunuch Ji intently, a frown etched upon his brow. He found himself utterly confounded by the emperor's intentions. If the emperor desired to secure his Confucian foundation, he should have obstructed Su Mo's ambitions, compelling him to venture to the imperial city. Yet this decree commanded Liang Yi to obey him. Moreover, the phrase as if I were present conferred immense authority, devoid of any conditions attached. Did the emperor intend to lower his guard, hoping for an opportunity to seize Su Mo's foundation later? He might be disappointed. Su Mo's time on this earth was fleeting, and his foundation would perish alongside him beneath the heavens. Liang Yi raised his gaze to eunuch Ji, then turned to the furrowed brow of Su Mo, respectfully exclaiming, I, a humble minister, accept the decree. Eunuch Ji nodded, bestowing the edict into Liang Yi's hands. Then, he turned to Su Mo, clasping his fists in reverence. It has been years, Master Su, and you remain as remarkable as ever. Su Mo acknowledged him with a nod, remaining silent. He understood that eunuch Ji represented the emperor, who possessed the power of national fortune and could perceive all events within the borders of the great Hua kingdom. The emperor has a message for you, Master Su. Eunuch Ji continued. Does he require me to kneel to receive it? Suemo replied coolly. Eunuch Ji shook his head. The emperor's message is merely words. No need for kneeling. Furthermore, His Majesty has instructed that you need not bow to anyone. Even if commanded to kneel, Suemo would not comply. The divide between the realms of mortals and immortals was vast. The current Suemo was no longer the mere scholar of yesteryears. What does he wish to convey? Suemo inquired with a detached demeanor. The respect he once held now diminished. Ever since learning of the possible imperial machinations behind the bloodshed in the western part of the city, he had grown wary of all those close to the emperor. Eunuch Ji surveyed his surroundings, hesitating momentarily before speaking. Might you accompany me for a brief walk? Suemo regarded Eunuch Ji for a moment before nodding in agreement. Young master, the girl called out from beside him. Suemo chuckled softly and shook his head, assuring, I shall return shortly. A beam of white light illuminated the surroundings as Suemo and the elderly Eunuch Ji ascended into the air, arriving in the snowy expanse beyond the city of snow. The vast, white landscape seemed to chill Eunuch Ji, who trembled slightly, but Suemo remained indifferent to the cold. Speak your mind, he urged, stepping into the snow, each footfall sinking deeply into the powdery surface. Eunuch Ji glanced at Sumo's white attire and hair, sensing his aloofness, and sighed as he retrieved a token from his robes, presenting it to Suemo. His Majesty has instructed me to deliver this token to you. Suemo looked at the token, momentarily taken aback before reaching out to accept it. The token bore a singular character, life, devoid of any embellishments. Unlike ordinary tokens inscribed with order, this one stood out with its singular and profound meaning. What could this signify? Suemo furrowed his brow, observing Eunuch Ji, who shook his head and spoke. His Majesty wishes to convey a message to you. The affairs of the Western city are not to my liking. The world witnesses diverse tragedies every moment. The plight in the Western city is but a microcosm of the world's suffering, a burden too great for me to manage. As the ruler of mortals, I cannot oversee every trivial matter. My focus must be on the broader world. I am but a mortal, albeit one with dominion over national fortune. Yet my capabilities are limited. A cold smile crossed Sumo's lips. So you desire my Confucian foundation, do you? Even now, when you cannot forcibly seize it, you still wish to use the people of the realm to coerce me into relinquishing it willingly? Eunuch Ji, noting Sumo's icy demeanor, continued. Whether you believe me or not, I did not orchestrate that incident. I seek only peace for the realm. If you truly doubt my sincerity, this can summon the power of national fortune. You may temporarily wield the national fortune through this token. Within the borders of Dahu, your Confucian doctrines combined with the national fortune can accomplish any endeavor you desire, even the assassination of me. With those words spoken, Eunuch Ji gazed deeply at Suemo, and in a flash of golden light, he vanished. Suemo stared at the in his hand, lost in contemplation. He found it hard to believe the emperor's words, yet the emperor had entrusted him with this token, from which he sensed a profound and pure force of causality. It seemed that this token truly could grant one the authority of a sovereign, allowing control over the national fortune. According to Sumo's earlier deductions, the emperor had orchestrated the incident in the western city, intending to cultivate a Confucian practitioner from it. Subsequently, he would seize that practitioner's foundation to better exploit the power of national fortune. Regardless of whether his motives were for the benefit of the populace, his methods were undeniably drenched in blood. However, according to the emperor's current statements, it seems to affirm his own suspicions, yet something feels amiss. As for what exactly is incorrect, Suemo cannot discern at this moment. In the vast snowy expanse, the wind begins to stir. Suemo raises his gaze towards the depths of the snowfield, sensing a flicker of consciousness from the in his hand. Can this truly bring about the emperor's demise? Or is it merely a test by the emperor? Suddenly, Suemo recalls a phrase once spoken by both Da Xiong and Guyu. The academy and the emperor are engaged in a grand scheme. The academy must refrain from interfering in the matters of the state, for such involvement would taint the causal threads of national fate. Suemo looks at the in his hand, as if a revelation dawns upon him. Is it your intent to entangle me with the power of national fate? Yet, what purpose would it serve you if I were to be infused with such power? Confounded, Suemo reflects. My spirit is shattered, My foundation in the Tao equally fragmented. Even if I wish to offer it to you, I am incapable. Why then? Do you pursue these actions? Suemo stows thee away and casts a distant glance across the boundless snowy plains before soaring back to the city walls. Although he remains uncertain of the emperor's true intentions, this imperial decree allows Suemo to fulfill his final aspiration for the people of the realm. Suemo glances at Liang Yi and declares, Liang Yi, heed my command. Chapter 151, National Fortune and Confucianism. The humble minister kneels in Liang Yi, awaiting the imperial decree. The emperor declares, what Suemo has stated is indeed a sacred edict. Wherever Suemo is, it is as if the emperor himself is present. Thus, self-identifying as a humble minister is entirely appropriate. Liang Yi comprehends Suemo's intentions, which he has long desired to witness. Now that the decree has been issued, he harbors no further reservations. I hereby command you to lead the guards and soldiers of Snow City, ensuring the safe departure of all citizens from the snowy domain without fail. I humbly obey. Liang Yi rises, casting a profound glance at Suemo before turning to instruct the guards of Snow City to convey the relocation orders to the townsfolk. Suemo nods and approaches the little girl, taking her hand and lifting her off the ground. With the imperial command bestowed upon Liang Yi, he is confident that Liang Yi will manage the situation effectively. Young master, where shall we go next? The little girl inquires, gazing up at Suemo's profile. Suemo gently ruffles her hair, looking up at the vast, snowy expanse, sensing that a fresh snowfall could descend upon this frigid land at any moment. Let us journey to the next inhabited place. Shall we help everyone in this snowy domain to leave? The little girl beams at Suemo, nodding enthusiastically. All right, let us embark on the endeavors befitting celestial beings. Suemo smiles, though a hint of sorrow lingers in his eyes. Consider this my singular and final act during my sojourn in this world. Indeed, let us pursue the tasks of immortals, the little girl exclaims excitedly, her lively eyes concealing a trace of melancholy. Let me accompany the young master in fulfilling one last wish. The duo transforms into a radiant arc, soaring into the sky towards the next place of habitation. After a half-day's journey, a small town on the fringes of the snowy domain comes into view before Suemo and the little girl. They ascend into the air above the town, instantly stirring the curiosity of several hundred inhabitants. People emerge onto the streets, gazing up at the figure clad in white, with white hair towering above them, accompanied by a small child. It is an immortal, someone exclaims, prompting the crowd to kneel in reverence, trembling in silence. An elderly man with a white beard steps forward, looking up at Suemo and the little girl, overtaken by apprehension. Trembling, he approaches the crowd, kneeling before Suemo, and calls out, unaware of the immortal's arrival. I have failed to offer a proper welcome. I beseech the immortal's forgiveness. Suemo gently lowers himself to stand before the elderly man and, with a wave of his hand, compels all the commoners to rise. Who governs your town? Suemo inquires slowly, maintaining a lofty demeanor rather than adopting a humble posture. He understands that in order to persuade these people to leave the snowy domain, a degree of authority is essential. A too familiar approach might induce fear among them, as mortals are accustomed to perceiving immortals as exalted beings. The elderly man, trembling, spoke. This town is under my stewardship. May I inquire what brings you, esteemed immortal? We, the townsfolk, shall spare no effort in assisting you. Suemo nodded and inquired, following this heavy snowfall, do you still possess sufficient firewood and provisions to endure the winter? The old man paused, perplexed by the immortal's inquiry regarding their supplies, yet he dared not conceal the truth. He responded earnestly, our town lies on the outskirts of the snow domain and was scarcely affected by the recent snowfall. However, we are left with little firewood and provisions. Suemo nodded again, his voice profound as he declared, another heavy snowfall is imminent. You must prepare to leave the snow domain. What? The old man and the townspeople gasped in astonishment, disbelief etched across their faces. But the snow has only just passed, has it not? Suemo gazed at the townsfolk and continued, there are complications within the snow domain, and another snowfall is approaching. Upon hearing Suemo's words, the townspeople began to murmur among themselves. I wondered why this snowfall lasted so long. It appears something is indeed amiss with the snow domain. Indeed, this snowfall is colder than those of previous years. Should another arrive? Suemo's statements seemed to validate their concerns, inciting a sense of panic among them. The old man with the white beard appeared to contemplate something, opening his mouth, yet failing to voice his thoughts. "Do you doubt my words?" Suemo scoffed, a trace of his nascent energy emanating forth, instantly silencing everyone in fear of provoking the immortal's wrath. "And not at all. I would never doubt the immortal's words." The old man quickly knelt, evidently shaken, and after a moment of hesitation, he spoke. "It is just." "Speak." Suemo, having sufficiently intimidated the gathered crowd, withdrew the oppressive aura of his energy. "Our provisions are insufficient to sustain our departure from the snow domain," the old man sighed. The townspeople, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of despair. Suemo furrowed his brow, observing the frightened individuals kneeling before him, and sighed deeply. He reached into his bosom, caressing the fate token that could manipulate the nation's fortune, his expression enigmatic. "Is this mere coincidence, or a calculated scheme? Yet, if I am to perish, such schemes matter not. I shall grant you half an hour. Return home, gather your essential belongings, and meet in the streets. I will escort you from the snow domain." Suemo spoke gently. The old man, taken aback, gazed at Suemo, whose white garments and hair danced in the wind, resembling a venerable deity. "Go quickly." "Yes." The elder immediately instructed everyone to return home and prepare their belongings. In just a quarter of an hour, all had assembled at the town street. Suemo gazed upon the multitude, a diverse assembly of men and women, young and old, all gathered upon the streets. This remarkably simple exchange was largely influenced by Suemo's imposing presence, instilling a palpable fear among them. Had Suemo adopted a more humble demeanor moments ago, perhaps he would have needed to exert more effort in persuasion. With deliberate slowness, Suemo retrieved the fate token from his bosom. As spiritual energy surged into the talisman, a golden dragon pattern materialized upon his forehead, inundating his consciousness with a sense of grandeur and magnitude. It was akin to a child suddenly wielding the power to command the heavens and the earth, an ethereal and boundless sensation enveloping him. It felt as though he had transformed into the celestial Tao of the Huan nation, able to perceive the entirety of the realm with a mere blink. In his ears, the myriad voices of the Huan nation seemed to resonate. Some wept, others laughed, some prayed fervently, while others cowered in silence. Hopes fluttered among the populace, yearning for a hearty meal that evening and for the lessons to conclude early. In an instant, Suemo was privy to countless scenes. He witnessed legions of soldiers safeguarding the borders, throngs of common folk engaged in daily toil, diligent scholars immersed in their studies, and merchants peddling their wares. He even glimpsed the emperor seated at the threshold of the palace, lifting his gaze to meet Suemo's from afar. A realization dawned upon him. He could wield a semblance of control over something profound. A torrent of emotions, images, and sounds flooded Suemo's mind, overwhelming him in an instant. He found himself in a stupor. Was this the power of national fortune? Was this the sensation born from mastering such might? A wave of weakness washed over him, prompting an immediate awakening. He was merely borrowing the national fortune, unable to sustain it for an extended period. Regaining his composure, Suemo turned his attention to the gathered crowd. "Are you all prepared?" he inquired softly. An elder nodded in affirmation, indicating readiness. From the crowd, a young girl, innocent and unafraid, spoke up, her voice a tender whisper. "Immortal, why do you wish to help us?" Suemo was momentarily taken aback, offering no reply as he sought to harness the national fortune to determine their destination. The constraints of Confucian principles were limited by his perception, but upon grasping the essence of national fortune, he could behold every corner of the vast Hua territory, rendering the Confucian truths boundless. Moreover, he sensed that invoking these truths through the power of national fortune would not deplete his own spiritual energy. The only burden he would bear was the backlash from the national fortune itself. "All lands beneath heaven are the king's soil," Suemo murmured softly. "The realm of mortals belongs to me." Boom! A formidable force of celestial rules erupted, as if some transcendent consciousness had awakened. The townsfolk found themselves standing upon a ground illuminated by a resplendent golden radiance, blinding in its brilliance. Among the crowd, a little girl, noticing that Suemo had not responded, innocently inquired, "Do immortals have names?" Suemo turned his gaze towards her, seemingly perceiving the innocence and hope reflected in her eyes. He raised his hand and delicately etched a few strokes in the air, leaving behind the characters Suemo in his wake. this side and the other. The little girl could not comprehend those two characters, yet she etched them deeply into her memory, exclaiming, "Thank you, Immortal, for saving us." Suemo remained silent, suddenly raising his hand, a resonant dragon's roar reverberating throughout the snowy expanse. "You shall respond by the banks of the Bien River. Go." A surge of golden light ascended skyward, as an ethereal golden dragon emerged from the ground, its roar echoing like thunder. The apparition seemed to cast a fleeting glance at Suemo before enveloping the townspeople and vanishing in an instant. A wave of weakness surged into Suemo's mind, revealing several alarming fissures in his already fragmented soul, dimming its essence further. The backlash from harnessing the national fortune's power, the sensation of his soul shattering instantaneously induced a severe headache, causing him to kneel in the snow. "Young master," the little girl gasped in alarm, rushing to his side to support him. "I am fine." Suemo forced a smile, propping himself up with one hand while gently ruffling the girl's hair with the other. He was not the sovereign of the Dahuang, and thus, invoking the power of the national fortune bore repercussions. Yet at this moment, he finally comprehended why the great misfortune had proclaimed, "The power of the national fortune aligns more harmoniously with Confucianism and Taoism." If a Confucianist or Taoist were to wield the power of the national fortune without backlash, it would be invincible in the realm of mortals. Chapter 152. The snowman feeling somewhat fatigued, Suemo gazed at the worried expression of the little girl and offered a comforting smile. The young girl looked deeply into Suemo's eyes and nodded. Harnessing the formidable power of his divine form, Suemo forced himself to rise, casting his gaze upon the now desolate town, as a chilling breeze played a mournful tune, echoing the lament of the snowy realm. "Let us depart," Suemo spoke softly. "Where shall we go?" the little girl inquired. "To the next place where life abounds," Suemo replied. The little girl tightly grasped Suemo's hand, following him as they left. In a nearby house, the embers of a fire still smoldered, smoke wafting upward as the cold wind streamed through the chimney, carrying the remnants of warmth into the room. An icicle, dislodged by the recent tremor, plunged into the snow below. As Suemo and the little girl searched the snowy expanse, they stumbled upon another small town. However, Suemo merely cast a distant glance before choosing not to lead the little girl closer. "Why do we not visit the town ahead?" the little girl asked, tilting her head to look up at Suemo. "There is no need to go to that town." Suemo sighed deeply, offering no further explanation. The little girl seemed to grasp something unspoken, taking a distant look before following Suemo away. One by one, they traversed the snowy landscape, Suemo searching for survivors of the recent blizzard. In many places, he only took a fleeting glance before silently turning away. The little girl refrained from asking further questions, occasionally casting deep looks at the places Suemo chose not to enter. For those unwilling to leave, Suemo would unleash his nascent soul cultivation to intimidate and compel them to depart. For those capable of departing on their own, he simply watched them go. And for those unable to escape, he would invoke the true words of Confucianism combined with the power of national fortune to guide them away. Each use of this power left Suemo increasingly weakened. As he continued to seek out souls in the snowy expanse, his own strength waned further. The little girl, observing Suemo's growing weakness, chose not to speak unnecessarily, until, after more than half a month, no one could be found in the snowy realm. At last, Master Huikong returned to Suemo and the little girl's side. "Master, how fared your search?" Suemo asked, his voice faint yet resolute. "Amitba, most of the snowbound souls are within the Great Hua territory. Beyond that, I have ensured their safe departure," Master Huikong replied, his hands clasped together in prayer. "Thank you for your assistance, Master." Suemo expressed his gratitude. Master Huikong shook his head, looking at Suemo with a deep sigh, remarking, "The wise conduct their hearts with action. My young friend treads the path of Buddhism and Taoism more profoundly than I. There is no need for thanks." "Have you discerned the true mirror beneath the Bodhi tree?" Suemo asked. "What I witnessed was," Master Huikong gazing deeply at Suemo, then turning to the little girl who was firmly clutching Suemo's clothing. With hands clasped, he sighed, "You endure more hardship than they do." Suemo shook his head, casting a glance at the little girl. "In this lifetime, with a companion like you by my side, what hardship could I possibly face?" The little girl gazed intently at Suemo, and upon meeting his eyes, her face broke into a radiant smile. Would you like to build a snowman? Suemo asked, noticing the little girl's hair being tousled by the wind and gently smoothing it down. Yes, she exclaimed joyfully. Then let us have a contest to see whose snowman is more beautiful, Suemo proposed. Absolutely, the little girl replied eagerly, immediately beginning to dig into the snow with her delicate hands. She piled the snow together, starting to build upwards. Seeing the little girl at work, Sumo, unwilling to be outdone, also began to construct a snowman beside hers. In the vast expanse of snow, the two figures joyfully built their creations, while a monk nearby shook his head with a sigh. How about this? For every snowman the young master creates, the little girl can build one of her own. Suemo, inspired mid-task, asked the little girl. Her eyes brightened instantly as she agreed and began to craft a snowman resembling Suemo. Suemo observed her for a moment, then decided against employing his abilities to cheat, instead focusing earnestly on his own snowman. The two busily piled the snow, with the little girl occasionally glancing at Suemo, perhaps to mimic his technique or perhaps out of fear that he might vanish in the blink of an eye. Before long, their snowman began to take shape. The little girl glanced at Sumo's creation and, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "Young master, what on earth have you built? I am sculpting a representation of you." Suemo replied confidently as he examined his own snowman. "But why does it look so ugly?" She pouted, questioning him. Suemo waved his sleeve dramatically, asserting, "Do not belittle your master's craftsmanship. I am renowned for my manual dexterity. I would not falter at such a task. I have merely established a basic form. Once completed, you shall see." "Yet, young master, you can't even tie your own hair," the little girl retorted, pouting. "Oh, tying hair and building a snowman are entirely different matters. Just wait and see," Suemo stated with utmost confidence. The little girl, half convinced, turned back to her own snowman and resumed her work earnestly. Suemo diligently continued to elevate his snowman, compacting the snow until it reached the height of the little girl. Suddenly, the little girl seemed to have an epiphany and said to Suemo, "Young master, I'm not tall enough to build a snowman as tall as you. Foolish child, just build one of the young masters sitting on the ground." Suemo teased. "Oh, of course." The little girl's eyes sparkled with realization, but as she looked at the half-finished body she had been working on for quite some time, her little mouth pouted, feeling as though she had been tricked. "This requires a complete reconstruction." Suemo chuckled softly and resumed the task of building a snowman. The little girl, unwilling to be outdone, set to work on her own version of Suemo. As they continued to build, Sumo's once confident smile gradually faded, replaced by an expression of concern. Glancing at the little girl and then at the snowman, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Once the little girl had crafted an exceptionally lifelike rendition of Suemo, she turned with satisfaction to observe his snowman. With a stiff expression, she inquired, "Young master, is this what you have created?" Suemo, uncertain, nodded slightly. "Indeed, that is correct. Why does it look even uglier than before?" the little girl asked. "Where is it ugly?" Suemo retorted, gazing at her snowman, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Turning back to his own creation, it indeed appeared somewhat lacking in charm. "Well," Suemo attempted to justify, "beauty arises through comparison. Just wait a moment." He quickly began to hastily construct another snowman in an adjacent space, all the while referencing the creation of the monk Huikong. Before long, Suemo had fashioned an even more unappealing snowman. "Look, when I compare my master snowman to your little snowman, don't you think yours looks considerably better?" Suemo asked with a grin. The little girl glanced at the snowman Suemo had built in the likeness of the monk Huikong, then at her own creation, and realized that hers did indeed appear much more appealing. Observing the playful banter and the unflattering portrayal of himself, the monk Huikong could not help but interject. "Young friend, even if you wish to caricature me, at least do grant me a nose and ears." The little girl erupted in laughter, pointing at the snowman that Suemo had intentionally disfigured. "Just like that? I think it looks rather charming, huh?" Rising to his feet, Suemo patted the monk on the shoulder and said slowly, "If the little girl finds it delightful, then I shall leave it as is. Master, please accept my condolences." The monk Huikong could only manage a wry smile. "Let us depart from this snowy realm, find a boat, and set sail to enjoy the delights of Jiangnan." Suemo clapped his hands and called out to the little girl. "Hom," she chirped, bouncing over to his side and taking his hand. The trio departed, all wearing smiles, leaving behind 3 snowmen of varying degrees of charm and beauty. Unbeknownst to anyone, in front of the snowman created by the little girl lay 2 mysterious ice droplets upon the snow. Chapter 153. The little building hears the wind. A night of wind played a symphony with rain, causing myriad blossoms to bloom in the dawn of spring. Within a quaint tea house, Suemo sat across from Master Huikong, with a young girl nestled beside him. After departing from the snowy expanse, the trio chose not to return to the capital, but instead followed their prior intent to purchase a small boat, embarking on a leisurely journey southward. For a month, they frolicked along the way, eventually reaching the enchanting Jiangnan region. In the eyes of Master Huikong and the young girl, Suemo appeared increasingly frail. Upon arriving at a bustling city, the young girl expressed her hunger and desire for food, prompting Suemo to disembark with her and Master Huikong. He first procured some delicacies favored by the girl before ascending to the tea house, ordering a selection of vegetarian snacks out of respect for Master Huikong, who did not require sustenance. The trio settled comfortably in the tea house, sipping tea and idly passing the time. Suemo summoned a waiter to bring a chess set, engaging in a game with Master Huikong. The once serene Jiangnan, shrouded in misty rain, now bore an air of somberness, with a hint of anxiety etched upon the brows of passers-by. "Have you heard? There are realms beyond our own," remarked a ragged man, his face marked by pockmarks, as he conversed with his companion at a nearby table. "Why, I have not. This news has spread far and wide. It is hardly a secret." The other man replied dismissively, "I am not speaking of that." The pockmarked man, sensing his companion's skepticism, pressed on. "I have also heard that many cultivators from beyond our realm have descended upon us, engaging in rampant slaughter. I am aware of that as well. It is said that the Tao sect of the 3 great sects has already clashed with these outsiders, even employing the protective artifact, Baixiang. Following that battle, in a fit of rage, the outsiders wreaked havoc upon the mortal inhabitants of the cities affiliated with the Tao sect." The second man sighed heavily. "Alas, when gods battle, it is the mortals who suffer," lamented another patron at a distant table, clearly aware of the unfolding events. "I have also heard that outsiders have approached the holy sect, seeking an alliance and proposing marriage to the holy maiden," the pockmarked man declared, eager to showcase his knowledge. At that moment, Suemo, who was absorbed in his chess game with Master Huikong, paused slightly, turning to regard the loquacious man. He sighed and placed his chess piece upon the board, seemingly indifferent to the conversation. The second table's man, intrigued by this revelation, swiftly pulled up a chair, eager to inquire further what happened next. The pockmarked man glanced at the newcomer, adopting an air of knowing superiority, yet continued. "It is said that the holy maiden did not consent and was subsequently placed under house arrest by the holy sect." The man who had brought over the chair was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. "Why is that?" he asked. The man with the pockmarked face shook his head. "I cannot say for certain. Suffice it to say, the saintess is simply opposed to it. I happen to know." The man across from him remarked with an air of mystery. Immediately, the chair-bearing man filled the cup before his companion, intrigued. "Pray tell us more, brother." Seeing the courtesy extended to him, the mysterious man spoke softly. "I have heard that the saintess has declared she already has a husband, and in this life, she shall not pledge herself to another." At that moment, Suemo, who was engaged in a game of chess with Master Huikong, felt a jolt run through him. He slowly turned his gaze towards the speaker. "When did the saintess acquire a husband?" His companion exclaimed in shock. It was said to be within some illusion. Yet the saintess claimed that even upon escaping the illusion, the man from that realm would remain her one true husband. Suemo gradually turned his attention to the skyline outside the tea house, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. He understood that the husband referred to by Ning Baixue was indeed himself, yet he was astonished by her earnestness regarding their illusory bond. Their marital status within the realm of the Ghost Gate was, in essence, merely a title devoid of substance. Yet Ning Baixue had declared him her sole husband in this life, for reasons unbeknownst to him. The flicker of disdain he once held for Ning Baixue had dissipated, leaving only a swirl of intricate feelings. Now, learning that she resisted the Saint Sect's decision for his sake, ripples of emotion stirred within him. Yet Suemo sighed deeply, realizing the number of debts he owed in this world had only increased. The little girl, observing Suemo's troubled countenance, gently grasped his hand. He tenderly ruffled her hair. unaware of the identity of the husband the saintess spoke of. Surely, if the saintess harbored such affection for him, he must be a figure of extraordinary stature. The chair-bearing man sighed. That remains a mystery. It is said the saintess would rather die than reveal the identity of that man, likely to shield him. Indeed. Another chimed in. If the saint sect were to discover who he was, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. They could never tolerate anyone tarnishing their saintess's honor. Rumor had it that the saintess had consequently been placed under house arrest by the sect, yet none could have anticipated her unwavering fidelity. As they lamented Ning Baishua's actions, their curiosity about her husband grew. Only Su Mo maintained a complex expression as he continued his game of chess with Master Huikong. Observing Su Mo's troubled demeanor after he made his move, Master Huikong sighed lightly. Your thoughts seem quite disordered, my young friend. With a wry smile, Su Mo shook his head, remaining silent as he awaited Master Huikong's turn. He acknowledged that ever since hearing about Ning Baishua, his mind had indeed become unsettled. He wondered how the saint sect would punish her for her defiance. The man with the pockmarked face took a sip of tea and remarked thoughtfully. The man across shook his head and said, I have heard that after the saintess was placed under house arrest by the holy sect, she mysteriously vanished. One cannot help but wonder if the holy sect, in a fit of rage, has brought her harm. Upon hearing this, Su Mo's entire being shuddered, and a glint of coldness unconsciously flickered in his eyes. That should not be the case, he replied. For I have heard that the saintess secretly departed from the holy sect, her whereabouts unknown. The elders of the holy sect were infuriated by this, even issuing a warrant for her capture. Su Mo exhaled softly, reflecting on his current predicament, and shook his head with a bitter smile. Little did he expect that the mere exchange of words between others could stir such tumultuous emotions within him. The monk Huikong observed the fluctuations of Su Mo's expression, shaking his head slightly as he resumed his game of chess. At that moment, the man who had moved the chair suddenly inquired, You all mentioned that since both the Holy Sect and the Tao Sect have sent individuals to the outside world, why has the Demon Sect, being one of the three major sects, not done the same? The man with the pockmarked face cautiously leaned closer to the group and whispered, I have heard that there were indeed plans for individuals to go to the Demon Sect, but those who intended to journey there were killed along the way.